Although he was a waste unable to cultivate, he could release the truth of the great Tao at his fingertips. The old dog he had raised for 10 years evolved into a fire qilin. The fish he casually raised in the pond turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. And even the axe used for chopping wood became an ancient divine weapon. Not only that, everything he used would evolve. However, despite being so powerful, he considered himself an ordinary person. In a simple courtyard on a barren mountain, Da Huang, guard the house well, Yi Linfan said before leaving with an axe in hand. The ordinary animals there emitted dazzling divine lights. The calm pond suddenly churned, and a giant dragon emerged from the river. Be careful, the master hasn't gone far. What right does a phoenix like you have to command me? The dragon clan's giant dragon coldly snorted. In the ancient times of the world's creation, the dragon and phoenix clans had a fierce battle, leading to a great catastrophe, showing deep-seated enmity between the two clans. The old mother hen naturally refused to back down. What? Do you want to fight? The old mother hen snorted coldly, and a phoenix shadow appeared above her head. Let's fight then. Who's afraid of who? The giant dragon, unwilling to show weakness, faced off with the phoenix, neither side giving in, and the air of killing intent filled the entire courtyard. At this moment, a lazy voice came over, and it was the big yellow dog speaking. Obviously, the prestige of the big yellow dog in the yard was the highest. When he spoke, the old hens and carp stopped talking, both looking at the big yellow dog with wary eyes. The big yellow dog was the first pet to follow Yi Linfan, and his strength was much stronger than theirs. If you two ruin this yard in a fight and anger the owner, I won't spare you. Exactly. You two stop arguing. I feel the owner is becoming more and more terrifying. Look at the peaches on my tree. They are about to be promoted to spiritual peaches. At this time, even the peach tree spoke. If someone present heard this, they would definitely go crazy. Spiritual peaches are treasures that can revive the dead and turn flesh into bones. Just one of them can cause a bloodbath. It's unbelievable that there are so many here. Even in those blessed lands, it's impossible to have so many spiritual peaches. When it comes to the owner, all the animals quieted down. The carp returned to the water. The old hens continued pecking in the ground, and the big yellow dog lay back down on the ground. Everything seemed normal in the yard. Yi Linfan did not know this. He came to a nearby mountain, which had a strange name, called the Desolate Mountain. Despite its name, the mountain was lush with vegetation, and surprisingly, there were no demonic beasts around. Yi Linfan liked to chop wood here on a regular basis because hardly anyone else would come here. However, today was different as many people appeared in front of the desolate mountain. These people were dressed in luxurious attire, exuding a terrifying aura. Yi Linfan nervously swallowed as he watched them. Were these people martial artists? The group of people looked solemnly at the desolate mountain in front of them. Although the mountain seemed calm on the surface, to the martial artists, there were restrictions everywhere, with endless halos swirling around the mountain, known as the Forbidden Thought Divine Light. Even a slight touch of it would turn a martial artist into ashes. The howling Tiangang divine wind blew wildly in the valley, causing fear and trepidation among the onlookers. Miss, do we really have to go in? Asked a burly middle-aged man. Father is on his last legs. The second and third elders are already restless. I have to take a chance. The one who replied was a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in a snow-white long dress, with a beautiful appearance and a clear temperament, giving off a desire to conquer. The wilderness is extremely dangerous, with heavy restrictions. We must be very careful when we go in. Yi Linfan looked at this group of people with curiosity. Why did these people feel like they were facing a major enemy when entering the wilderness? And what's even more exaggerated is that they have to wear such good armor. You should know that he often goes to the wilderness to chop wood, and there is no danger at all. So he really couldn't understand what these people were up to. He shook his head and walked straight towards the wilderness. As an ordinary person, it's better not to provoke these warriors. Otherwise, if they get angry and cut him with a knife, he would really have nowhere to cry. Miss, look, there's someone wanting to enter the mountain. The middle-aged man happened to notice Yi Linfan. Everyone looked up and showed a surprised expression on their faces. This young man in front of them looked just like an ordinary person, walking into the wilderness without any protection, undoubtedly facing death. This person's courage is really too great. Hey, don't go up the mountain. It's very dangerous up there. The girl immediately shouted at Yi Linfan. He pointed at himself in confusion and asked, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, don't go into the mountain. You will die." Yi Linfan touched his head, finding these warriors strange. He had been to this mountain many times, and it was clearly just an ordinary mountain. If there was really any danger, he would have died 100 times over. Miss, this is just an ordinary mountain. There's no danger. Yi Linfan walked towards the valley without a care. Don't go. The girl became anxious. The middle-aged man held the girl back. Miss, let him seek death if he wants. In his eyes, Yi Linfan, who looked like an ordinary person, was undoubtedly facing death. However, he soon heard exclamations in his ears. How is this possible? The girl and the middle-aged man looked up, and the scene in front of them almost made their eyes pop out. They saw Yi Linfan walking into the valley slowly, unscathed. Wherever he passed, the extinguished divine lights retreated to both sides, and even the divine wind in the valley could not move his clothes. Everyone looked at Yi Linfan in shock, with only one thought in their minds. There are only two possible reasons for the situation happening before their eyes. Either this young man is an extraordinary expert, or the danger in the desolate mountains is not as bad as rumored. How could everyone see that Yi Linfan's body had no trace of power fluctuations? He was just an ordinary person. Then it must be that the desolate mountains are not as terrifying as rumored. All of them held this thought, and there was a surge of confidence. A rookie can walk in the middle of a deserted mountain. Then surely we can too. Missy, let's go inside, the middle-aged man said. The young woman nodded and waved her hand. Depart. The crowd immediately walked into the middle of the barren mountain. Just stepped into the deserted mountains. The faces of the people had then changed drastically. The whistling Big Dipper divine wind blew head on. It blew so hard they couldn't even open their eyes. If it wasn't for the protection of the divine armor of Li Yang, it was blown to the sky by the Big Dipper divine wind long ago, and the silent divine light had been surrounding them. The red light emanating from the divine armor of Li Yang quickly became dim under the ravages of the silent divine light. Such an environment makes them struggle. It is very difficult to take a step. At this moment, they looked at Yi Linfan, who was walking as if he was walking in front of them, and their faces were filled with incomparable expressions of shock. To be able to be in a place like this without any protection and with such ease, this kind of person could never be an ordinary person. Definitely a Jedi. Missy, no. If this continues, the Li Yang divine armor won't last much longer. Let's hurry up and exit, the middle-aged man said. At this point, the red light on the crowd was incomparably dimmer. Once the red light dissipates, the crowd would then be strangled to the bone in this silent divine light and the astral wind. No, if we quit so easily on this, Father will surely die, the young girl said through clenched teeth. But keep staying there any longer and everyone will die, the middle-aged man exclaimed. The young girl pondered for a long time before suddenly shouting loudly at Yi Linfan. Senior, please wait. Yi Linfan was walking slowly. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him call out to his seniors. Curious, he turned his head to look, only to see that the group of martial artists were kneeling on the ground full of pain, not moving a muscle. Are you calling me? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Are these martial artists mistaken? Calling me a commoner as a senior? Is it a deliberate attempt to amuse me? Yes. Can senior do me a favor? The young girl asked. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm afraid I can't help you much, Yi Linfan said very directly. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. If you're mortal, I'll wash my hair upside down. Never had I heard of any mortal that could come and go in the middle of a barren mountain. Elder is modest. Please do this favor, the young girl pleaded. A beautiful woman put on such a pathetic look that no man had any resistance. Yi Linfan was naturally no exception. He coughed and asked, I don't know what favor the lady wants me to do. Chapter 3, The Absolute Highlander is Stone-Hammered. Chapter 3, The Absolute Highlander is Stone-Hammered. Elder, we are from the Lin family of Falling Cloud City. Please take us up the mountain, the young girl pleaded. Yi Linfan's face changed when he heard this. The Lin family of Falling Cloud City. That was one of the very powerful martial arts families of Falling Cloud City. However, Yi Linfan quickly frowned at the crowd. These people are in terrible shape. 2. I had only just reached the bottom of the hill when I couldn't climb any further. Are they really martial artists? Are you from the Lin family of Falling Cloud City? Yi Linfan asked. The young girl hurriedly said, Yes, Junior Lin Ruoro. I said I'm just an ordinary person, not a senior. If we want to go up the mountain, come on. Only I'm afraid I can't take so many of you, Yi Linfan said slowly. Lin Ruoro rejoiced. Thank you, senior. You can just take me up the mountain alone. Okay, come here. Yi Linfan finished and waved his hand. A magical scene appeared. One could only see the silent divine light in a radius of more than 10 miles dissipate, and the Big Dipper divine wind disappeared with it. The crowd felt a subsequent lightening of the pressure on their bodies. Everyone stared at Yi Linfan with wide eyes, dumbfounded. One hand waved away the silent divine light. How the hell can this be an ordinary person? It's absolutely overwhelming. The Jedi Master Stone hammered it all right. You guys go out first, I'll follow Elder up the mountain, Lin Ruorua said to the people behind her. The crowd retreated as they were told. May I ask what senior's name is? Lin Ruorua asked. Yi Linfan slowly said. Don't call me senior. My name is Yi Linfan. So it's Mr. Yi, Lin Ruorua said with a bow. It seems that this martial artist knows how to be polite. Yi Linfan thought to himself, then nodded and said, Hurry up and go up the mountain. I still have to chop firewood. The two men walked slowly up the hill. Wherever Yi Linfan passed through, a vacuum area would be formed. Neither the silent divine light nor the Big Dipper divine wind could enter this vacuum area. That was why Lin Ruorua had also taken off her Li Yang divine armor a long time ago. Because it doesn't work at all. The barren mountain isn't really that high. The two walked slowly for an hour and a half, and they had made it to the top of the mountain. The top of the hill is very wide. It was tens of thousands of square meters. There are all kinds of plants growing. The plants here had all become incomparable heavenly treasures under the bath of silent divine light. Off-fire wood, celestial sunflower, purple-green grass. Lin Ruorua looked dumbfounded. These things can be a rare find. Any one of them that got out would cause a bloody storm. Are you thirsty? Why don't you take a sip of water? Yi Linfan unhooked the water bottle on his body and handed it to Lin Ruorua. Thank you, senpai. Lin Ruorua also did feel a little thirsty, so she picked up the water bottle and took a sip. As soon as the water hits your throat, her face quickly changed drastically. This water is no ordinary water. Instead, it's a spiritual spring. She soon felt the spiritual energy within her body frantically surging up, running like a shocking wave. Strength is growing by leaps and bounds as well. 5th level of the Dark Realm. 6th level of the Dark Realm. The 7th level of the Dark Realm. It stopped only when it reached the 1st level of the Realm of Transformation. The realms of this world were divided into 7 realms: the Bright Realm, the Dark Realm, the Transformation Realm, the Dan Realm, the Earth Realm, the Heavenly Realm, and the Holy Realm. Each realm has 9 levels each. Lin Ruorua was 18 years old and her realm was the 4th level of the Dark Realm. The talent is kind of good. If one followed normal cultivation, it would take at least 5 years to break through to the 5th level of the Dark Realm. I didn't expect to break through with a sip today. Even more so, he had directly broken through to the 1st level of the Realm of Transformation. One must know that her father was only at the 9th level of the Realm of Transformation. Lin Ruorua looked at the young man in front of her with incomparable awe. Do not worry about being able to walk freely in the middle of a barren mountain. Even a jug of water is so extraordinary. In her heart, she knew very well that she had really met someone high up today. As to why this high man looked so ordinary, it must be because one's own strength was too poor to see through the strength of a high person. You came up the mountain to look for something? Yi Linfan asked slowly. Lin Ruorua hurriedly replied. Red inferno grass. It is the herb that has 6 fiery red leaves. I've seen that kind of herb before. I'll chop wood first and bring you there afterward. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Ruorua said gratefully. Yi Linfan untied the axe on his body. Before that his axe was wrapped in a cloth bag. Now once the cloth bag is untied, Lin Ruorua's heart suddenly trembled. Killing aura. An unmistakable aura of killing. It was the murderous aura that permeated from that axe. She looked to the axe. Only the axe looked flat, but the green light on it was full of light, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. A gust of cold and murderous aura filled the entire mountaintop. The surrounding silent divine lights encountered this killing aura and avoided it. Is this a top-tier immortal weapon? Lin Ruorua gulped as she looked at the axe. This was the first time she had seen such a powerful weapon. Yi Linfan took the axe to a forest. This forest was full of ebony trees. These ebony trees glowed with a black light, like black steel. Lin Ruorua certainly recognized the trees. These trees are called Tianwu iron trees, one of the hardest woods on earth. Just in the weapon, add a trace of Tianwu iron tree. The weapon will then be invulnerable and hard. Could it be that when he said he was chopping wood, he was chopping the heavenly woolly iron tree? How can you cut it? Lin Ruorua thought silently in her heart. At this time, Yi Linfan had already swung his axe. Lin Ruorua instantly stared in disbelief. Yi Linfan's axe looked very ordinary, but in Lin Ruorua's eyes, he saw the great Tao filling the air and the rules churning. Like a supreme sword move, the killing aura went straight to the sky. It's gut-wrenching. At the moment of swinging the axe, it was as if Yi Linfan had also become one with heaven and earth. If you close your eyes, you can't even feel his presence. This state of affairs also made Lin Ruorua's mouth go dry in shock. This is the state of celestial unity. Celestials, a state that countless martial artists have dreamed of. It's also a state of being available. Any martial artist who was able to enter the state of celestial unity would have a great advance in strength. And Yi Linfan was able to enter a state of celestial unity even when he chopped down a tree. This kind of talent is demonic. Boom! This axe goes down. The hardened heavenly crow iron tree was cut down like paper mache. Yi Linfan didn't stop. The axe in his hand swung repeatedly, splitting the heavenly crow iron tree on the ground into dozens of pieces of firewood. In Lin Ruorua's eyes, each swing of the axe followed an incomparably subtle trajectory. Each axe was visible in the cycle of the heavenly Tao and the flow of laws. Looking at Yi Linfan swinging his axe, Lin Ruorua felt that many of her previous stagnant points about the martial arts path had suddenly become clear. Not bad for a Jedi. Just chopping down trees can be a great martial art. Lin Ruoro looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe. The firewood was quickly split. Dozens of firewoods, each of them of average size and thickness. Such a mastery of intensity is simply rare in the world. Yi Linfan tied up the firewood and carried it effortlessly on his back. This shocked Lin Ruoro once again. It is important to realize that Tianwu ironwood is not only hard, but also heavy. A single Tianwu ironwood, the weight of which reached around 10,000 pounds at the very least, while Yi Linfan carried it on his back. It felt as light as nothing. Such physical strength was truly terrifying as hell. Ms. Lin, what's wrong with you? I'm done chopping firewood. Let me take you to the red flame grass. Yi Linfan saw Lin Ruoro fidgeting, so he woke her up. Chapter 4, Getting the Yin-Yang Grass. Chapter 4, Getting the Yin-Yang Grass. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Ruoro said with great joy. Yi Linfan led Lin Ruoro towards the depths of the mountaintop. The silent divine light and the Big Dipper divine wind at the top of the mountain were several times more menacing than those at the foot of the mountain. However, for Yi Linfan, it didn't have the slightest effect at all. Wherever he passed, there was a vacuum in front of him. This menacing, barren mountain came and went as if it were his backyard garden. Lin Ruoro looked at the seemingly ordinary young man in front of her, her heart incomparably in awe. This one is definitely the absolute best. If the Lin family can hook up with this supreme master, in the future, becoming the strongest lineage in Falling Cloud City was definitely not a concern. She had made up her mind. After bringing medicine back from the barren mountains and curing her father's illness, the first thing she would do was to bring her father over to visit Yi Linfan. The duo walked for a pillar of time later. Yi Linfan stopped. Here it is. In front is the yin-yang grass. Lin Ruoro looked up. Just a few fiery red grasses growing in front of it. This grass grows 6 leaves. Each leaf, like a flame, was unmistakable. Sure enough, it's yin-yang grass, Lin Ruoro exclaimed. She quickly frowned, though. This was because she realized that the front of the Inferno sun grass was covered by a curtain of light. This curtain of light was clearly a layer of prohibition. This layer of prohibition had a halo of light flowing through it and was densely covered with runes. Obviously very powerful. Lin Ruoro slowly stretched out her hand. As soon as her hand touched the top of the light screen, a huge force bounced it back more than 10 meters away. That didn't stop her from sucking in a breath of air. With such a strong prohibition, how could the yin-yang grass be taken? A look of despair came over her face. Wanting something close at hand, but not getting it. It's a really bad feeling to feel that way. When Yi Linfan saw this, his heart was incomparably puzzled. Ms. Lin, why don't you take it off? Can this, Mr. Yi, help me pick it? Lin Ruoro pleaded. This prohibition is so powerful. Perhaps only someone as high as Yi Linfan could possibly break it. Yi Linfan shook his head. It seems that this beauty is really a great lady from a family. She needs someone else to do everything for her. However, Yi Linfan didn't count anything. It's just picking herbs. Just pick it. No problem. Yi Fanlin nodded and stretched out his hand towards the yin-yang grass to grab it. Lin Ruoro nervously looked at Yi Linfan's hand, fearing that he would be bounced out by that prohibition as well. However, soon her eyes widened. It was only after Yi Linfan's hand touched the forbidden system. That layer of originally powerful prohibition was like papier-mâché, and was easily passed through by Yi Linfan's hand. What's going on here? A prohibition that he himself couldn't break through even with all his might. In front of Yi Linfan, it became so fragile. See this scene. Lin Ruoro instantly became a bit skeptical. At this time, Yi Linfan had already picked off the yin-yang grass. Ms. Lin, take it. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Ruoro said with a face full of gratitude. She hurriedly took out a wooden box and carefully placed the yin-yang grass into it. This is a life-saving thing. So naturally, it can't be half-assed. Do you want anything else? Yi Linfan asked. Lin Ruoro hurriedly said, having yin-yang grass will be enough. At this point her father's life was on the line. Now that the purpose has been achieved, naturally, he is no longer willing to linger here. Good. Let's go back then. Yi Linfan nodded and said. The two returned along the same path beyond the barren mountain. When the Lin family's group saw Lin Ruoro come out, they immediately surrounded them. Missy, how's it going? That middle-aged man asked. Lin Ruoro smiled and said, thanks to Mr. Yi, the yin-yang grass has finally been obtained. Great. The crowd cheered. Missy, let's hurry back, the middle-aged man said. Lin Ruoro nodded and turned her head to Yi Linfan and asked, may I ask where Mr. Yi lives? I'll pay my respects at the door in a couple of days. I live on that mountain. Yi Linfan pointed to where he lived. He doesn't live far away. It's easy to see here. Got it. Bye. Lin Ruoro clasped her fists and then led the crowd out of here. Yi Linfan shook his head. This group of martial artists is really windy. He smiled and left the area as well. Falling Cloud City. The Lin family. On the Lin family's council hall, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a withered face was sitting on top of a high seat. This middle-aged man was sickly and breathless, and there was a constant coughing fit. You can see how sick it is. He was none other than the head of the Lin family, Lin Langtian. On either side of his lower head, there were two middle-aged men sitting on each side. These two middle-aged men were a bit younger than Lin Langtian, and there was a 6 or 7% resemblance in their faces. These two were none other than the Lin family's second elder Lin Yuntian and third elder Lin Haotian. Big brother, how is your injury? Lin Yuntian said expressionlessly. Although he was a brother to Lin Langtian, he couldn't see any expression of concern. There is no need for second brother to worry. My injuries have healed greatly, Lin Langtian said indifferently. Big brother, you'd better not tough it out. Since your injuries are so serious, you should give up the patriarch position, Lin Haotian said with a cold smile. What do you mean by that? Third brother? Lin Langtian's face changed as he asked. Third brother's meaning is clear. The clan head position. It's time for a change, Lin Yuntian said slowly. I'll let Ruo inherit the patriarch position, so you guys don't have to worry about it, Lin Langtian said with a cold snort. A female child. If she can be competent enough to take the position of the patriarch. I heard that the young patriarch of the Yin family is very fond of Ruo. I think it would be better for the Lin family to marry with the Yin family. And the Lin family's power will definitely rise to a higher level by that time, Lin Yuntian said indifferently. Lin Langtian sniffed and a trace of anger flashed across his face. If you really marry Lin Ruo off, Lin Ruo would then completely lose the qualifications to compete for the clan head. When the time comes to die yourself, the Lin family was really about to be controlled by the Lin Yuntian duo. You guys don't daydream here. I won't let Ruo marry into the Yin family, Lin Langtian said with a gloomy face. In this matter, I'm afraid it's not up to you, Lin Haotian said with a snort. Lin Langtian's face changed as he asked. What do you mean? Tomorrow the Yin family will come to propose marriage. If you don't agree, the Yin family won't be polite to you, Lin Haotian said with a cold smile. A hint of despair appeared on Lin Langtian's face. He is now seriously injured and his life is at stake. At that time, the Yin family would definitely take advantage of his danger and make a move against him. Just kill it. The two of them, Lin Yuntian, would then be able to sit on the Lin family patriarch's seat effortlessly. Ruo has already gone to the barren mountains to search for the yin-yang grass. As long as I have the yin-yang grass, I won't be afraid of the Yin family, Lin Langtian said with a cold face. Don't you know how dangerous the barren mountain is? I'm afraid she has already died in that barren mountain. Lin Haotian laughed out loud. Third uncle, as an elder, it's too much of a loss of honor for you to curse a junior like this. Just then, a voice came through the door. Chapter 5, Raising the Dead. Chapter 5, Raising the Dead. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian's faces changed at his words. They looked up, only to see Lin Ruo walk in with a cold face. Ruo, you're back? Are you okay? Lin Langtian asked in surprise. Lin Ruo went to the barren mountains to look for yin-yang grass for him. He had been worried, afraid that Lin Ruo would be buried in the barren mountains. Now that he saw that Lin Ruo was fine, he was relieved. Daddy, I'm fine. Lin Ruo nodded and said. Ruo, didn't you go to the barren mountain? Did you not go in at all? Lin Yuntian asked with a face full of mockery. In his opinion, Lin Ruo must have seen that it was too dangerous within the barren mountain, so she retreated from the battle. Then it was only natural that he didn't get the yin-yang grass. Don't worry, second uncle. I've already come out from the middle of the barren mountain, and I've successfully obtained the yin-yang grass, Lin Ruo said faintly. She knew that these two uncles usually only thought about the patriarch position and targeted Lin Langtian at every turn, so there has always been nothing good about them. What? You went into the barren mountains and got the yin-yang grass? How is that possible? Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian exclaimed in shock, looking at Lin Ruo with unbelievable eyes. They were well aware of the ferocity of the barren mountains. Even with their cultivation level, they could not return in one piece when they entered the barren mountain. So they really didn't quite believe Lin Ruo's words. Since the two uncles don't believe me, I'll show you the yin-yang grass. Lin Ruo took out the yin-yang grass and said indifferently. Sure enough, it's yin-yang grass. Lin Langtian exclaimed loudly. Only yin-yang grass could save his life. He was naturally incredibly familiar with the yin-yang grass, so it was instantly recognizable. She actually really brought the yin-yang grass out of the barren mountain. How is this possible? Lin Yuntian said with a gloomy face. Lin Ruo looked at how ugly Lin Yuntian's face was, and naturally her heart was unbelievably happy. Second brother, third brother, you guys can go down. Let's talk about what we just discussed later, Lin Langtian said indifferently. When he had taken the yin-yang grass, he would surely be cured of his injuries and regain all his strength. Naturally, he could suppress these two to death. As you wish. At this point, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian could only helplessly retreat. Come to the door. Both men's faces were grimly ugly. Outrageous. How dare you lose the battle at the last minute? Lin Haotian said with a face full of anger. Lin Yuntian said in a deep voice. With Lin Ruoro's cultivation, it's simply impossible to smoothly enter the barren mountain. Second brother is saying that. Someone is secretly helping? Lin Haotian asked with a twitch in his expression. Lin Yuntian slowly said. That's right. I'd like to see what kind of person is so bold as to dare meddle in the affairs of our Lin family. Lin Haotian said with a cold snort. In the last 2 days, you keep a close eye on them and see what kind of movements they make. Lin Yuntian said. Lin Haotian nodded and said. Got it. Second brother. Don't worry. Just then, suddenly a powerful power fluctuation came from inside the house. Both of their faces changed, simultaneously revealing an incomparably grave expression. It seems that Lin Langtian's injuries have healed, Lin Haotian said with an ugly face. Lin Yuntian snorted coldly and said, let's call it quits today. We'll slowly figure it out later. The two just left the place in a state of indignation. Inside the council chamber, Lin Langtian had already taken the yin-yang grass long ago. The yin-yang grass was worthy of being a spiritual medicine of heaven and earth. As soon as he took the yin-yang grass, the huge medicinal power then flowed crazily through the meridians in his body. The injuries in his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye under this incomparably pure medicinal power. Endless red light that surrounded him endlessly. His face, which had been incomparably withered, also began to become incomparably rosy. Boom! Soon, a powerful wave of power spread out from his body. The aura emanating from him was instantly several times stronger. Click! Only his body shook. He broke through. From the 9th level of the transformation realm, he broke through to the 1st level of the Dan realm. He slowly opened his eyes, and fire actually flashed in them. I've finally broken through. Lin Langtian laughed out loud. He laughed uncontrollably. It seemed to vent out all the pent-up frustration that had been building up in his heart over this period of time. Mind you, just moments ago he was a dying man. Now not only did he come back from the dead, but his cultivation level was even higher. Such great ups and downs. It made him as if he had fallen into a dream. Congratulations to father on his great advancement in cultivation. Lin Ruoro knelt down and said with a joyful face. Lin Langtian's strength had become stronger. There would be no more need to be hamstrung by the oldest 2 or the oldest 3. She wouldn't have to be forced to get married. It was heavenly for her. Ruo, how did you obtain this yin-yang grass? Lin Langtian asked as soon as he opened his mouth. He knew very well that with Lin Ruo's strength, it was impossible to enter the barren mountain, let alone get the yin-yang grass. Father, it's all thanks to a tall man, Lin Ruo replied. Afterwards, she told Lin Langtian all about what happened in the barren mountain. Lin Langtian's entire body was incomparably shocked after hearing this. Being able to walk freely in the middle of a barren mountain without protection, cutting down a tree in a state of celestial unity. The axe used was most likely a top-tier immortal weapon. Even the heavenly woolly iron tree could easily carry it with no effort. It all sounds so incredible. Ruo, it looks like you've met a high-ranking person. Lin Langtian swallowed his saliva and said, that's right. It's just that this high man is strange, always saying he's an ordinary man. Lin Ruoro shook her head helplessly and said, this tall man is just too low-key, always refusing to admit that they are superior. A high person will always have some quirks. This high person must be trying to get along with others as an ordinary person. Since that's the case, let's not reveal him in the future and just treat him as an ordinary person. Lin Langtian said slowly. I see, Lin Ruoro said immediately. Lin Langtian said, since we have the chance to meet with a high-ranking person, that is the chance of our Lin family. This chance must not be wasted. Tomorrow you take me to pay a visit to the high-ranking person. At this time, Yi Linfan didn't realize that he had already been treated as a high-ranking person by others. By now, he had returned home. When he comes home, everything is back to normal. Hens are still hens. A yellow dog is still a yellow dog. In his eyes, your own yard is one of the most common. There's nothing unusual about it at all. Brother Yi, are you home? Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. There it is, come in. Yi Linfan immediately replied, only to see a 17 or 18-year-old girl wearing a martial arts academy uniform walk in from outside the courtyard. Brother Yi, I'm here to see you again, the young girl said with a smile. Chapter 6, help me paint a picture. Chapter 6, help me paint a picture. The young girl bounced in. She exudes youthful energy all over her body and is as cute as an elf. This young girl's name is Yuan Xiaorong. It's a freshman at the Sky Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Last year, Yi Linfan and Yuan Xiaorong participated in the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy's selection together. Yuan Xiaorong was selected. Yi Linfan was eliminated. And that's how the two met. However, Yuan Xiaorong did not look down on Yi Linfan because he was eliminated from the martial arts academy. He also often ran to Yi Linfan's house to play. For a long time, the two also became very close. In Yi Linfan's eyes, Yuan Xiaorong was like his sister. On weekdays, he always likes to send some of his own paintings and drawings to Yuan Xiaorong. Big brother Yi, today is the day of the martial arts academy selection again. Why didn't you go? Yuan Xiaorong asked. Hearing this, a helpless look flashed across Yi Linfan's face. Martial Arts Academy. I'm afraid he won't be able to enter it in his lifetime. It can't be helped. Who made his qualifications so poor? Forget it. My qualifications are so poor that I won't be selected if I go. It's best for me to be an ordinary person here. Yi Linfan forced a smile. Brother Yi, don't give up so easily. I brought my senior sister here today. As long as you help her do one thing, she has a way for you to enter the Martial Arts Academy. Yuan Xiaorong hurriedly advised. What is it? I'm just an ordinary person. How can I help people? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Let her tell you herself. Yuan Xiaorong called out to the door. Senior sister, come in. The words fell, only to see a young girl of 22 or 23 years old coming from outside the courtyard. See this young girl. Yi Linfan's eyes lit up. What a pretty girl. Only this young girl was seen to have a long figure and a cool temperament. Even wrapped in the wide martial arts academy uniform, she still couldn't hide her wonderful curves. And her skin, as pure and flawless as snow. A pair of large eyes, as clear as a pair of autumn water. Big brother Yi, this is my senior sister Chu Yenyun. She is very powerful in the martial arts academy. Oh, as long as she is willing to help, you will have absolutely no problem entering the martial arts academy. Yuan Xiaorong said with a smile. Miss Chu, hello. Yi Linfan immediately said hello. Although Chu Yenyun was beautiful, he didn't dare to act wantonly. After all, the other party was a martial artist. Punch yourself to death if you upset your opponent. That would be an injustice. Mr. Yi, I heard you're good at painting? Chu Yenyun slowly asked. Her voice was cool, yet soft. It makes for a very haunting sound. Chu Yenyun silently observed Yi Linfan. This young man in front of him couldn't feel half a power fluctuation in his body at all. Seems to be a thoroughly average guy. Such a person, in this world where martial arts were prevalent and demonic beasts were rampant, could only live at the bottom of the hierarchy and live a life of inactivity. So she quickly lost interest in Yi Linfan. I don't dare to say I'm good at it. It's just that I'm more of a hobbyist on weekdays. What's Miss Chu asking about this? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. He used to be forced by the system to draw all the time for 3 years. From oddly ugly drawings in the beginning to lifelike drawings later on. Thinking about those 3 years is a real pain in the ass. Of course painting is only part of it. He's been screwed by that dog system for a full decade. No one knows what a decade he's had. It's like this. My grandfather is about to celebrate his 100th birthday. He usually likes painting the most, and I heard Xiaorong say that Mr. Yi has excellent painting skills, so that's why I came over here. I want to ask you to paint a pair of paintings, and if my grandfather is satisfied with it, I will definitely think of a way to get into the martial arts academy. Chu Yenyun said slowly. In this age of aura revival, everyone lives much longer. Even ordinary people are able to live to about 150 years old. Not to mention the martial artists. 100 years old is, at best, like a young adult in his 30s. I wonder which one of Miss Chu's grandfathers is. Yi Linfan asked. My grandfather is Chu Mingyang. Chu Yenyun replied with a hint of pride on her face. Hear the name. Yi Linfan secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't refine martial arts though, but always concerned with the world of martial arts. The name Chu Mingyang. Of course he had heard of it. He's the director of the Sky Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Sacred Realm 1 powerhouse. The Lin family was also powerful in Falling Cloud City though. But in front of the Chu family, it was going to be much inferior. I didn't expect that Miss Chu would be Dean Chu's granddaughter. What a disrespect. Yi Linfan said with a smile. I wonder if Mr. Yi could do this favor. Chu Yenyun asked indifferently. She was not surprised that Yi Linfan had heard of her grandfather's name. As the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, his status was honored. Whether it's a martial artist, or an ordinary person, there really wasn't anyone who hadn't heard of Chu Mingyang's name. No problem. I just don't know what Miss Chu wants me to draw. Yi Linfan said dryly. If it was said that he should cultivate martial arts, he might not be able to do it. But painting, for him, is as simple as eating and drinking? My grandfather is a dragon. Why don't we draw a picture of a flying dragon in the sky? Chu Yenyun said faintly. No problem. Yi Linfan agreed without the slightest hesitation. It's just drawing a dragon. Simple as that. The three walked into the house together. As soon as she walked into the house, Chu Yenyun sensed that something was wrong. For all the furnishings in the house were, at first sight, very ordinary. But under the fine feeling, They all contained unusual power fluctuations. These power fluctuations were hidden, but Chu Yenyun could feel that if these power fluctuations were to erupt, they would definitely be earth-shattering. What's going on here? Isn't this just an ordinary farmhouse? How could I have felt such horrible power? Chu Yenyun was shocked in her heart and hurriedly sensed again. However, she realized that she could no longer sense any power fluctuations. Everything that becomes ordinary to the core. Such a situation left her stunned once again. Was it just me? Chu Yenyun thought with a frown. Ms. Chu, please wait a moment to the side. I'll start painting now. At this moment, Yi Linfan's voice came over, interrupting her thoughts. With pleasure. Chu Yenyun nodded and found a chair to sit down. Yuan Xiaorong had already helped Yi Linfan spread out the paper and study the ink. Yi Linfan took a deep breath and reached out to pick up the brush. He didn't put pen to paper straight away, though. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to percolate. Painting requires emotion. Without emotion, you can't paint well. With emotion, painting a good picture is a natural progression. Originally, Chu Yenyun didn't care. However, when she sensed Yi Linfan's state at this moment, she was immediately shocked and jumped up from her chair. Chapter 7 Taoist Rhyme Becomes a River. Chapter 7 Taoist Rhyme Becomes a River. At this moment, Yi Linfan was closing his eyes. His body seemed to be one with both heaven and earth. If you close your eyes, you can't even feel his presence. This is the state of celestial unity. Chu Yenyun looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable shock. The state of unity between heaven and man was something that even a Saint Realm powerhouse could only dream of. Unexpectedly, the mortal like Yi Linfan in front of him could enter the state of celestial unity by painting a picture. Could it be that this person is not as simple as it seems? Just then, Yi Linfan opened his eyes. He started to put pen to paper. The moment the tip of the pen hits the paper, a blue light suddenly emerged from the perimeter of Yi Linfan's body. These glaucomes are large in number. Converging together, they were like rivers, flowing ceaselessly in the void. This is the rhyme of the road. And there were so many Taoist rhythms that they converged into rivers. Chu Yenyun was completely dumbfounded at this point. Shock after shock sent her into a complete state of numbness. Among the Taoist rhythms, containing the truth of the great Tao, even if there is a hint of it, it is rare in the world. Now there's actually a river of generalized Taoist rhythms. It was a sight she had never seen before. This man, definitely not mortal. A proper Jedi. No wonder he didn't join the Budo Academy. It's not that the credentials are so bad. Rather, he deliberately pretended that he couldn't pass the selection because the Budo Academy didn't deserve him. Such a strong man. Even being the head of a martial arts academy was a commission. Yi Linfan did not know what Chu Yenyun was thinking at this moment. He was in the mood to paint. Over time, the rivers of Tao rhythm around him grew. The flow was also getting faster. These Tao rhythms began to fall onto the drawing paper one after another. A faint, oppressive pressure was permeating out from above the drawing paper. This majesty was just a tiny sliver though, but still incredibly powerful. It made Chu Yenyun feel like she was being stared at by a powerful existence of some kind, and a palpitating feeling welled up in her heart. Soon, above the drawing paper, a dragon's roar crescendoed. Chu Yenyun probed, only to see that above the drawing paper, a giant dragon was already more than half finished. Although it was only half a dragon, one could still feel the intimidating might in it. Yi Linfan drew quickly. Each stroke falls in just the right place. A column of incense later, the painting is finally finished. The moment Yi Linfan put the brush aside, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Above the drawing paper, a giant dragon silhouette appeared. This giant dragon, covered in gold, had 5 claws under its belly. The body exuded endless dragon authority. All the animals in the yard, shivering in fear, even fell to his knees. The 5-clawed golden dragon, the most powerful beast in the world. Those animals in the yard, though, are also powerful, but they all only submitted to the might of the 5-clawed golden dragon. The master is painting again. A hint of horror appeared in the old hen's eyes. This is the power of the old ancestors. The carp jumped out of the river and looked at the giant dragon silhouette with immense admiration. Only the big yellow dog remained lazily lying on the ground. It seems to be unaffected in the slightest. As for Chu Yenyun inside the house, she was carrying it dead hard. After all, the majesty of this 5-clawed golden dragon was simply too powerful. It had bent her over. Yi Linfan, who had already put down his pen, looked at Chu Yenyun. When he saw such a painful expression on Chu Yenyun's face, he thought that the other party was not feeling well. So he reached out and patted Chu Yenyun's back, asking with concern, "Miss Chu, are you alright?" What made Chu Yenyun not expect was, with this pat, Chu Yenyun felt a lightness in her body. The dragon's might had disappeared. "I'm fine," she gulped in secret nervousness. Sure enough, it's a Jedi. With a clap of his hands, he dispersed the dragon's power. At this time, The five-clawed golden dragon silhouette had already disappeared. The heavens and the earth were restored to a clear sky. Ms. Chu, the painting is done. Come take a look, Yi Linfan said with a smile. Chu Yenyun walked over to the desk to look at it. Only a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon jumped onto the paper in the painting. This five-clawed golden dragon winds its way across the drawing paper in a powerful way. Plus it has a few white clouds painted around its body. It looks, moreover, with the appearance of a flying dragon taking to the air. Every line on the five-clawed golden dragon's body was vaguely surrounded by green light. These green lights, Chu Yenyun naturally recognized. It's none other than Doyle's rhyme. It made her secretly suck in a breath of air. Each stroke contained a hint of Taoist rhythm. The painting contained tens of thousands of Tao rhythms. The world had never heard of any heavenly material that could contain such a huge amount of Tao rhythm. Feel these Taoist rhythms. Chu Yenyun felt the spiritual energy within her body suddenly surging wildly. Click! She felt herself break through. He had broken through from the third level of the realm of transformation to the fourth level of the realm of transformation. Breaking through so easily? Chu Yenyun's heart set off shocking waves. As per normal, if she wanted to break through to the fourth level of the transformation realm, she would need at least 3 years of bitter cultivation. Who knew that looking at a painting today would be an easy breakthrough? This painting contains so much Taoist flavor. It was definitely a top-tier immortal weapon. Someone who can draw a top-tier immortal weapon with his hands. Definitely a Jedi. Thinking of this, Chu Yenyun's awe of Yi Linfan deepened by another layer. But the beauty of it is, surprisingly, this five-clawed golden dragon has no painted eyes. Its eyes were just two holes that looked as if they were blind. It ruins the beauty of the whole picture. Mr. Yi, why don't you paint your eyes? Chu Yenyun asked suspiciously. If you paint the eyes, it will fly away. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Mr. Yi is joking. Chu Yenyun smiled and said in an unimpressed manner. It's true, Yi Linfan said very seriously. 5 years ago, he drew a dragon on a whim, and finally in painting the eyes on this dragon, the dragon suddenly came to life from above the drawing paper and took off into the air, going nowhere. After that, he never dared to paint the dragon's eyes again. Something like that, he never told anyone either. After all, it's too shocking and not necessarily something anyone would believe. However, what Yi Linfan didn't know was, the dragon that took off into the air didn't actually go far. Instead, they made their home in the pond in his yard. Yes, that's the carp. Excuse me, is Miss Chu still satisfied with this painting? Yi Linfan asked. Of course I'm satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chu Yenyun immediately said. In that case, how could you not be satisfied? Since Yi Linfan wasn't willing to paint his eyes, she didn't dare to force him. After all, when people in high places act, they must have their own reasons. It's best not to speculate on it yourself. Senior Sister Chu, I told you that Big Brother Yi is very good at drawing. I didn't lie to you. Yuan Xiaorong came and said with a smile. Thanks to Xiaorong for introducing me to Mr. Yi. Chu Yenyun said very sincerely. If it wasn't for Yuan Xiaorong, how would he have known such a supreme master? Then the matter of Big Brother Yi joining the martial arts academy. Senior Sister Chu mustn't forget about it. Yuan Xiaorong said. Chapter 8, did you know he's a Jedi? Chapter 8, did you know he's a Jedi? When Chu Yenyun heard this, she was speechless in her heart. Was it necessary for Yi Linfan to join the martial arts academy? I'm afraid that this small temple, the martial arts academy, can't accommodate a big Buddha like him. But this was said in front of Yi Linfan. After all, Yi Linfan had always said that he was an ordinary person. When a high person wants to pretend to be an ordinary person, they must intend to travel the world as an ordinary person. If he himself revealed the identity of the Highness, he was afraid that he would make the Highness unhappy. So she said vaguely, wait until I get back and ask. Then thank you, Miss Chu, but you shouldn't be too pressured. Let everything take its course. It doesn't matter if you can't enter the martial arts academy. Yi Linfan nodded and said, not even in the Budo Academy for 10 years anyway. His mind had already faded on the matter of entering the martial arts academy. Hear that? Chu Yenyun's heart was dazed for a moment. Higher people really didn't care to join the martial arts academy. But this is a matter that must be reported to Grandpa when we get back. Such a tall person. If he didn't make good friends, he would definitely miss out on some great opportunities. What Mr. Yi said is true. Then I'll go back first and come back to visit you in a couple of days. Chu Yenyun said very respectfully. Good. Then, Yi Linfan said with a smile, this Chu Yenyun is quite polite. A martial artist had actually used an honorific like you to him. An ordinary person. It seems that there are still more friendly martial artists in this world. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong left Yi Linfan's house. Come outside the small yard. Chu Yenyun glanced back at the house that was as ordinary as a small farmhouse. At first, she found the place very ordinary. Now it seems as if every single arrangement here is integrated and looks incredibly natural. It's as if they were born into it. Shu Yanyun sighed darkly. Not bad for a place where high rollers live. Sure enough, it's not ordinary. Xiaorong, do you know Mr. Yi well? Shu Yanyun asked. Of course, we participated in the Budo Academy auditions together, but I passed and he didn't, and I've been coming over to his house a lot since then. Yuan Xiaorong replied. Then do you know that Mr. Yi is actually a supreme master? Shu Yanyun asked with a serious expression. She knew that Yuan Xiaorong was simple-minded and was afraid that she could not sense Yi Linfan's extraordinary features. So I intend to remind Yuan Xiaorong. One must not unintentionally offend Yi Linfan, a high-ranking person. Again, after all, the end of offending a high-ranking person would be absolutely miserable. Really? Why can't I tell? Yuan Xiaorong asked with genuine astonishment. She often went to Yi Linfan's house to play, but really didn't see anything extraordinary. I will never lie to you. In the future, you must be more respectful to Mr. Yi. Shu Yanyun said. So Big Brother Yi is so powerful. I always thought that Big Brother Yi was an ordinary person. Yuan Xiaorong said happily. Just remember that later. I have to hurry and take this painting home. It's a treasure. Shu Yanyun said as she held the painting very carefully. This is a top-tier immortal weapon. If it were to leak out, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. Senior Sister Chu, are you saying that the painting Big Brother Yi gave you is a treasure? Yuan Xiaorong asked with wide eyes. Of course it is. Why do you ask? Shu Yanyun asked. Over the years, Big Brother Yi has given me a dozen or so paintings in calligraphy. Every time I go, he gives them away. Could it be that those paintings are all treasures? Yuan Xiaorong asked incredulously. Shu Yanyun sniffed and immediately said, Take me to take a look. The two hurriedly arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. In Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory, Yuan Xiaorong opened his personal storage locker. Inside, indeed, lay a dozen paintings. Each painting contained an astonishing fluctuation of Dao rhythms. Each of these paintings was no weaker than the one in Shu Yanyun's arms. Shu Yanyun almost didn't faint when she saw these paintings. Could this be the handiwork of the Jedi? Top-tier immortal weapons were casually given away like cabbages. This is too trenchant. Yuan Xiaorong opened these calligraphy and paintings one by one and spread them out on the table. Elder sister, do you think this next painting is a treasure? Of course it is. Look at this painting of making a sword. Inside is clearly a superb swordsmanship. I just took a look at it and was almost injured by the sword intent in it. And there's also this pair of words, written clearly a piece of highly skilled internal martial arts. If one cultivates against it, his cultivation will definitely grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Shu Yanyun gulped and said. It was the first time she had seen so many top-tier immortal weapons in front of her. Moreover, these top-tier immortal artifacts were from the same person's handiwork. That man, he's simply terrifying. So it's so powerful. Then why can't I feel it? Yuan Xiaorong asked suspiciously. That's because you're too weak. When you break through to the dark realm, you'll definitely be able to feel it. Shu Yanyun said. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to cultivate harder. Yuan Xiaorong said with a firm gaze. You must put these things away properly. You can't let anyone else see them. Otherwise there will definitely be a lot of people coming to rob them. And then even your life will be in danger. Okay? Shu Yanyun said. Understood. Senior sister. I'll make sure to put these things away properly. Yuan Xiaorong immediately agreed. She was simple, but not stupid. Naturally, I know the truth that a piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. At this time, Yi Linfan didn't realize that Shu Yanyun had already treated him as an absolute master. He remains in his small yard, feeding the chickens, feeding the fish, walking the dog. Such a life, although a little plain, but also happy. Just then, the big yellow dog came running and woofed. At the corners of its mouth, it was still drooling. You greedy dog, just hungry. Look at other people's dogs, can fly to the sky, turning over rivers and seas, and you, cannot do anything, just know to eat. Yi Linfan laughed and cursed. This big yellow dog was picked up on the road when he first crossed over. Arguably the pet that has been with him the longest. He likes to scold it on weekdays, but he still favors it the most. And the strangest thing is, this big yellow dog is not like other ordinary dogs that only like to chew bones. It just likes the same cooked food as the human ones. One could say that in the area of eating. Big yellow dogs are pretty picky, but the big yellow dog didn't care what Yi Linfan said about it. Just kept woofing and woofing. Yi Linfan had no choice and said, Wait, I'll go cook. Over the years, thanks to the system, he learned to cook. So he's kind of a pretty good cook. Back then, when he first crossed over, he couldn't cook. Cooking was the first skill the system let him learn. This skill at the very least didn't make him starve in this world. Yi Linfan got up and walked to the back kitchen and started cooking. In his backyard, he grows all the vegetables. You could say that the ingredients are at your fingertips. After some hustle, the food is finally fried. Just as he was about to plate it, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Mr. Yi, are you home? Chapter 9, Tea After Dinner. Chapter 9, Tea After Dinner. Hear that voice. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Linfan's face. This guy couldn't have come at a better time. Every time. He'll be here as soon as I cook. Come in. I'm home. Yi Linfan said helplessly, only to see a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in a tattered suit, walk in. This middle-aged man's hair was so disheveled that he was like a beggar. You awful old man. How come every time I cook, you're always here? Yi Linfan gave him a blank look and said without a good mood. The middle-aged man hemmed and hawed and said, isn't this being hungry? That's why I came. And your cooking is so flavorful that I can't forget it once I've eaten it. Just know to pick the good words. Yi Linfan laughed out loud. This middle-aged man came to Yi Linfan's house unintentionally one year. Seeing that Yi Linfan was eating, he walked in nonchalantly and ate on his own. Yi Linfan saw that he was dressed in rags and looked miserable, so there was no kicking him out. Later asked the middle-aged man his name. This middle-aged man actually said his name Lu Dongxian. Furious, Yi Linfan slapped him out of the courtyard. Just you. Also Lu Dongxian. Lu Dongxian is one of the 8 immortals. You are a beggar. Where is your body worthy of being compared to the immortal Lu Dongxian? However, he also knew, this world was not his original world, so there is no such character as Lu Dongxian in this world. It was pure coincidence that the middle-aged man was called Lu Dongxian. Later on, after this Lu Dongxian had eaten here a few times, he simply settled down on a nearby unoccupied hill as well. Whenever it's time to eat, they usually run over. Over time, Yi Linfan got used to him coming over to rub his nose in the food. Anyway, he looked at this Lu Dongxian, who didn't seem to have any serious income on weekdays. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks anyway. Consider it a good deed. Yi Linfan came out with the dishes. The food was simple, but hearty. There are meat and vegetables, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Yi Linfan first took a plate of meat and placed it in front of the big yellow dog. Then he gave Lu Dongxian a bowl of white rice. Without saying a word, Lu Dongxian immediately picked up the white rice and wolfed it down. Actually, Lu Dongxian was not an ordinary person. His true identity was one of the elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. It could be said to have a lofty status in the world of martial arts. In Yi Linfan's eyes, his meals are ordinary to the core. But in Lu Dongxuan's eyes, these meals and dishes are extraordinary, because Yi Linfan's rice and vegetables were irrigated with spiritual spring water. It contained the purest aura between heaven and earth. Lu Dongxian still remembered the first time he passed by this place. He felt the extraordinary nature of the meal on Yi Linfan's table. At that time, he was in the midst of bottlenecking at the 9th level of the heaven realm, only 1 step away from breaking through to the saint realm. He immediately boldly walked in and swept the meal off the table. Regardless, as the meal entered his mouth, he was beyond surprised. All of these rice and dishes contained amazing Tao rhythms. After eating those meals, he broke through, finally became a saint realm powerhouse. It put him in a very excited mood. One must know that he had been stuck at the 9th level of the heaven realm for almost 10 years. He never dreamed of it. One would break through to the holy realm on a single meal. It has been clear to him ever since. This Yi Linfan was definitely a man of the world. He was also firm in his mind to cling to the thighs of this high man. Follow the high and mighty. There's meat to eat. So he made a snap decision. On a hill near Yi Linfan, a small house was also built and settled down. Lu Dongxian swept away all the meals as if they were windswept. It's like a starving ghost casting off. When he was done eating, he also burped unimaginatively. Yummy. So yummy. If someone who knew Lu Dongxian saw this scene, they would be so shocked that their eyes would fall out. You should know that although Lu Dongxian was not too fond of repairing his edges in his normal life, but it's still very high-flying. And he is, right now, totally as a tease. It was a complete departure from the usual image. However, Yi Linfan didn't know what kind of person Lu Dongxian usually was. He only knew that Lu Dongxian was just a lazy glutton. Had enough? Get lost when you're full. Yi Linfan said without any good humor. Just had a full meal. Don't you want a cup of tea before you go? Lu Dongxian licked his face and smiled. Yi Linfan had an incomparably speechless expression on his face. He had really never seen such a brazen person. Eat his food and forget about it. I can't believe I have to drink his tea. However, Yi Linfan eventually restrained himself. He mumbled in his mind. The world is so beautiful and I'm so cranky. That's not good. That's not good. Forget it. Don't bother so much with an old beggar. He got up helplessly and said, Wait. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Dongxian heatedly laughed. The reason he had to stay for tea. It was because Yi Linfan's tea was no ordinary tea. Instead, it's tea made with spiritual spring water. After drinking 1 cup, you can gain a lot of strength. So many years, he dabbled in Yi Linfan's house. The realm had already broken through to the 3rd level of sage long ago. before breaking through to the 9th level of sainthood. He then had already made up his mind, completely relying on Yi Linfan. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan brought up the tea. The tea was fragrant and green. With a single sniff, the spiritual energy in his body was already flowing rapidly. This is the power of spiritual spring water. Just by taking a whiff, the spiritual power increased. Drink. Yi Linfan placed the teacup on the table. Many thanks, Mr. Yi, Lu Dongxian said gratefully. He picked up his teacup and took a drink. The temperature of the tea was very high, but with his cultivation level, he was naturally unafraid. Tea in the throat. An extremely rich tea flavor filled his mouth. The tea was even a little sweet. He swallowed his tea. The Tao rhythm contained in the tea exploded within him. The stimulation caused the spiritual energy in his body to tumble and run. Spiritual power was growing rapidly. Just for a moment, his strength alone had already reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. It was just one step away from the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Good tea. Lu Dongxian smacked his lips, incomparably reminiscing. He wasn't about to continue with another drink. Though, after all, the energy contained in spiritual tea was just too great. With his strength, he could only drink 1 cup at a time at most. The first time he drank spirit tea, his strength soared. So in greed, I had an extra drink. After drinking it, a powerful force exploded within him. It led to the disorganization of the aura in his body, and he almost went off the deep end. Fortunately, Yi Linfan saw that he was out of sorts and reached out to slap him on the back. This was what stabilized the spiritual energy in his body, thus preventing him from going off the deep end. From then on, he dared to drink only 1 cup of tea at a time. No matter how good the spirit tea was, he didn't dare to crave for it. Finished drinking? Drink up and get lost. Yi Linfan said with great impatience. Okay. Lu Dongxian put down his teacup and immediately bumbled out of here. Yi Linfan looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Chu Yenyun had already arrived at the office of Chu Mingyang, the dean of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy. Grandpa, I'm back, Chu Yenyun said. The first time Chu Mingyang saw Chu Yenyun, his face changed slightly. Chapter 10, A Supreme Master Still Needs to Feed the Chickens. Chapter 10, A Supreme Master Still Needs to Feed the Chickens. You've broken through to the 4th level of the transformation realm? Chu Mingyang looked at Chu Yenyun incredulously and asked. Grandpa, you see it, Chu Yenyun said with a smug smile. What the hell happened? Chu Mingyang asked in a hurry. He was well aware of Chu Yenyun's qualifications. It was impossible to break through to the next realm so quickly. Must have had some kind of miraculous encounter. Grandpa, I just met a high-ranking person, Chu Yenyun said. Tall man? Where? Chu Mingyang asked suspiciously. It's like this. I was going to send you a gift for your 100th birthday. Who knows? Chu Yenyun told Chu Mingyang the original story about running into Yi Linfan. Chu Mingyang's eyes were incomparably round after hearing this. When you paint a picture, you can enter a state of celestial unity. Above the painting, it was surprisingly able to contain thousands of Tao rhythms. With a casual drawing, a top-tier immortal weapon. There is such a supreme person near the Budo Academy. I can't believe I didn't know that. Where is that painting? Hurry up and bring it out for me to see, Chu Mingyang said in a hurry. Chu Yenyun immediately took the painting out. Originally the painting was wrapped in a piece of cloth. When the painting was taken out of the cloth bag, Chu Mingyang then already felt a faint sense of oppression come over him. It gave him the creeps. This painting is truly extraordinary. He hastily picked up the painting and spread it out on the table. Shasta! A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the dragon's might was a shock to all beings in the world. A giant dragon silhouette with a body length of tens of feet emerged in the air. This giant dragon was a 5-clawed golden dragon. The whole body is golden, noble and majestic. In front of this giant dragon, all beings have only the idea of submission. Didn't dare to put up a single fight at all. It was also fortunate that it was only a vapor trail. If it's a real dragon in the world, even Chu Mingyang had to kneel under this overwhelming dragon's might. The true dragon reveals itself as a saint, and its might swings through the 9 heavens. It is truly an unrivaled treasure, Chu Mingyang said with incomparable excitement. At first, he still had a hint of skepticism towards Chu Yenyun's words. After seeing the painting, the last trace of doubt in his heart completely dissipated. The giant dragon's shadow slowly disappeared after a while. Only then did Chu Mingyang step forward and began to scrutinize the painting. The painting shows a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon rising up and snaking through the air, falling into Chu Mingyang's eyes. It was as if he himself had transformed into a giant dragon, soaring towards the 9 heavens above. The lines that made up the giant dragon were all transformed into Tao rhythms and entered his body. These Tao rhythms exploded within his body. The spiritual energy in his body began to surge up crazily. Suddenly his body jolted. Click! He actually broke through on this. He had broken through from the first level of the Saint Realm to the second level of the Saint Realm. An incomparably powerful power fluctuation rushed up from his body. The power fluctuations turned into gusts of wind that raged through the room. All the formations in the house were as if they had been attacked by a violent wind and rain. Soon the house became a mess. Even Chu Yen-yun, who was on the side, was blown to the corner, holding on for dear life. After all, a Saint Realm powerhouse breaking through was just too terrifying. It wasn't something that she, a mere transformation realm martial artist, could fight against. Fortunately, Chu Mingyang's breakthrough did not take too long. Soon the gale stopped and calm was restored to the house. Only a mess was left behind, proving that Chu Mingyang had broken through. I've finally broken through, Chu Mingyang said incomparably freely. Ever since advancing to the Saint Realm, each realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. Chu Mingyang had a number in his heart. If he wanted to break through to the next realm, under normal circumstances, it would take about 30 years at the very least. I didn't expect to break through today just by looking at a painting. This was put in a few minutes ago. He must have thought it was a daydream. That was why he, who had just made a breakthrough, was still as if he was in a dream at this moment, somewhat in a trance. Congratulations on Grandpa's breakthrough. Chu Yen-yun was likewise very happy. Yen-yun, did that master make any requests when he gave you the painting? Chu Mingyang slowly asked. Since Yi Linfan had given away such a precious thing, he must have something in mind. And after being so favored, it would be too much to ask if he didn't make a gesture. He said that he wanted to join the Martial Arts Academy because he had participated in the Martial Arts Academy selections before and was eliminated. Only I feel that the taller person should have been eliminated on purpose. Otherwise with his strength how could he fail to pass the selections? Chu Yen-yun replied. You have a point. Since the high person wants to get along with us as an ordinary person, let's treat him as an ordinary person. I've just made a breakthrough. Let's consolidate my realm in the next 2 days. And in 2 days, you'll accompany me to pay a visit. Chu Mingyang nodded and said, I know, Grandpa. Chu Yen-yun promised. The day passed quickly. Yi Linfan was still feeding the chickens and fish in the yard as usual. Is Mr. Yi home? Just then, a voice came from outside the courtyard. Yi Linfan looked up. So it was Lin Ruo who came. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man. So it's Ms. Lin who's here. Please come in. Yi Linfan rushed forward to open the courtyard door. Mr. Yi, this is my father, Lin Langtian. Lin Ruo pointed at the middle-aged man beside her and said. It turned out that the middle-aged man beside him was none other than Lin Langtian. At this moment, Lin Langtian's face was rosy, completely different from his previous sickly appearance. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian bowed to Yi Linfan. When he first saw Yi Linfan, he realized that the other party was just an ordinary person any way he looked at it. For a moment, he thought that Lin Ruo must have been coaxed. How could such an ordinary person come and go in the middle of a barren mountain? But when he walked into Yi Linfan's courtyard, the body just shook violently. This place is not ordinary. This yard is, on the surface, just an ordinary farmhouse. But every blade of grass, every brick and tile here is all natural, seated between this heaven and earth. It looked incomparably harmonious. Moreover, as soon as he entered this courtyard, he felt an incomparably pure aura coming over him. It made the spiritual energy in his body grow slowly. Ruo, the aura here is so rich, Lin Langtian said with incomparable surprise. Really? Why can't I feel it? I just feel comfortable staying in this place. Lin Ruo said. That's because your realm is still too low. Naturally you can't feel it. It seems that this Mr. Yi is definitely a supreme master. Lin Langtian looked at Yi Linfan with an incomparably grave expression. Daddy, I didn't lie to you when I said that, Lin Ruo said with a smile. Lin Langtian nodded. An absolute master. Living in this place. It must have been intended to be an earthly excursion to exercise the mind. A supreme master like this must act as he pleases. Such a realm, I'm afraid, was something he would not be able to reach in his lifetime. Wait a moment. You too. I'll finish feeding the chickens first and then come back to greet you, Yi Linfan said. Feed the chickens? I didn't realize that the Jedi were still feeding chickens. Lin Langtian secretly thought in his heart. He looked toward the chickens on the ground that were grabbing food and eating it. At this moment, that hen suddenly looked up at Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 11 Kirin's Pay. Chapter 11 Kirin's Pay. Lin Langtian looked at this hen's eyes and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. What kind of look is that? At this moment, he felt that he was being deadlocked by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight to his head. It made his entire body stand rigidly in place. Can't move. And don't dare. And don't dare to speak. What the hell is going on? Isn't that a hen? How could it be so horrible? Just then, his legs suddenly went weak and he was about to fall towards the ground. Luckily, A big strong hand suddenly held him up. This large hand was none other than Yi Linfan's.
Patriarch Lin, thanks to you being a martial artist, how come you can't even stand?
Yi Linfan said helplessly.
The physical quality of the Lin family's martial artists was too low. The last time I was on a deserted mountain, I couldn't walk 2 steps, and this Lin Langtian, the guy who claimed to be the patriarch of the Lin family, couldn't even stand up. It's unbelievable. Are all the martial artists in this world weak? That's not possible either.
Lin Langtian felt back to normal immediately after being helped by Yi Linfan in this way. He also took back control of his body. That feeling of fear of being targeted by an overwhelmingly ferocious beast also instantly disappeared.
He looked up at the old hen. I just saw that the old hen was looking down for food. Just a plain old hen. Nothing out of the ordinary. What just happened? It was like a hallucination. However,
Lin Langtian knew very well in his heart, what just happened was definitely not an illusion. He didn't dare look at the old hen again. Where are these chickens raised by a tall man? It was clearly more terrifying than the Saint Realm demonic beasts outside. Thinking of this, he became more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. How could someone who could make a supreme ferocious beast recognize its owner be an ordinary person?
Both of you, please come in.
Yi Linfan brought the Lin Langtian duo within the living room. The 3 of them sat down in their main and guest seats.
Yi Linfan asked, I actually already know the reason for your coming.
Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro were astonished.
A tall man is a tall man. As expected. We haven't said what we mean. Just anticipate it already. Matriarch Lin's falling skycold should be almost healed. Yi Linfan asked indifferently. A hint of shock appeared on Lin Langtian's face.
One must know that Lin Ruoro had never said what she wanted the yin-yang grass for. But Yi Linfan could be so sure that the yin-yang grass was used for his healing.
And even knew exactly what disease he had. This man is not too scary. Yin-yang grass. The medicinal properties are wildly hot.
The main treatment for falling skycold disease.
The entire Lin family can make Miss Lin willingly go to the barren mountains to collect medicine. I guess it's only the Lin patriarch.
So I presume that the person that Miss Lin saved with yin-yang grass
must be you.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Traveling through a decade, the system allowed him to learn a lot. Healing is also one of them.
He wasn't sure just how good of a healer he really was.
He would occasionally go and treat the people in Falling Cloud City.
The people would always call him the Divine Doctor,
too. So he guessed that his medical skills shouldn't be quite as high. Mr. Yi really anticipates things like a god. I'm really impressed. That's why I'm coming to the door today, wanting to thank you in person.
Lin Langtian said heartily.
You're welcome, Lin family master.
Picking the yin-yang grass is just a matter of lifting a hand. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro heard this, and an expression of incomparable admiration appeared on their faces. A tall man is a tall man. Something that is hard as hell in the eyes of others. For him, it was nothing more than a show of hands. That's the gap. Mr. Yi is a life-saving gift to me, so I also prepared a thin gift today. Please smile. Lin Langtian finished speaking and took out a wooden box. The wooden box was about the size of a palm.
Very delicate. You're too polite, aren't you, Lin family master?
Yi Linfan shook his head and took the wooden box. He opened the wooden box. Only a jade pendant was placed in the wooden box.
On top of this jade pendant, a divine beast Qilin was engraved. Only this divine beast Kirin looked very blurry. In Yi Linfan's eyes, the workmanship of this jade pendant could be said to be very rough. This is? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. A piece of mind. Just a worthless trinket.
Lin Langtian said with a smile. He said this with his mouth, but his heart was actually dripping blood. In fact, this jade pendant was the heirloom of his Lin family, the Kirin pendant.
In this world, all weapons were categorized into 5 levels: treasure weapon, Dao weapon, spirit weapon, immortal weapon, and top immortal weapon.
The Kirin Pei is a spiritual weapon. This jade pendant had an autonomous protection function, and could with the help of a trace of Kirin's power withstand the full force of a Heaven Realm 9th level expert.
This jade pendant Yi Linfan might look at,
but this was already the most expensive thing the Lin family could come up with.
He didn't say that Yi Linfan knew that this jade pendant was very expensive,
which was why he deliberately said that it was a worthless trinket.
So that's how it is. Then thank you, Lin family master.
Yi Linfan nodded his head to indicate that he took it.
Seeing Yi Linfan accept the jade pendant,
the stone in Lin Langtian's heart fell to the ground. As long as the other party was willing to accept it, it meant that the high person was still willing to continue having dealings with the Lin family.
That's the ultimate goal of gift giving. Lin family master,
this jade pendant of yours seems a bit rough to me.
I wonder if you don't mind if I remodel it a bit,
Yi Linfan suddenly asked. Knowing the sculpting skills,
he's pretty powerful too. Seeing a jade pendant that was so rough,
it was natural to want to remodel it.
This jade pendant is now yours. You can transform it however you want.
Lin Langtian froze and immediately said,
He was a little unimpressed. Though, you have to know that this jade pendant is at least a spiritual artifact.
It was crafted from 9 heavenly cold jade by the ancestors of the Lin family.
9 heavenly cold jade is one of the hardest jades in the world. Even a sword or knife at the level of a spiritual weapon could not leave a trace on it. So he didn't feel that Yi Linfan was capable of transforming it. But since the high man is happy, let him be. Yi Linfan nodded. He pulled out a small knife that was dark all over. It was the very same knife he normally used for carving. When Lin Langtian saw this small knife, he became more and more unimpressed. The knife looked dimly shiny and flat. It's the same as a regular carving knife. How can such a small knife carve my Qilin Pei?
It seems that the tall man is too proud of himself.
Yi Linfan didn't know what Lin Langtian was thinking.
He peered down at the unicorn pelt for a moment,
contemplating how he was going to strike. After a moment he looked up and smiled. You may begin.
When he finished speaking, he slowly raised the small knife in his hand.
In a jiffy,
Lin Langtian's heart suddenly trembled. He felt an incomparable palpitating sensation permeating Yi Linfan's body.
The feeling wasn't powerful, but it was overwhelming. What the hell is going on here? He looked away in a hurry. When his gaze landed on Yi Linfan's body, an expression of incomparable shock appeared on his face.
Chapter 12, Cooking Porridge with Spirit Spring Water. Chapter 12, Cooking Porridge with Spirit Spring Water.
At this time, Yi Linfan was sitting in his seat. His entire being seemed to be one with heaven and earth. If you close your eyes, it's as if you've disappeared. Couldn't sense him at all. Lin Langtian was very clear. This is the state of celestial unity. Previously,
Lin Ruoro had told him that Yi Linfan had entered the state of celestial unity when he was chopping down trees.
He was still a little disbelieving. After all, the state of celestial unity is unattainable. How could it have been so easy to get in? However, he was now really witnessing the state of celestial unity.
It turns out that if a high-level person wants to enter the state of celestial unity,
they can do so at any time. Such is the caprice of the highborn. At this time,
Yi Linfan had already dropped his sword. Only a flash of blade light was seen.
On the Qilin Pei,
a clear knife mark had been left behind. Lin Langtian almost jumped up from his chair when he saw this.
The seemingly ordinary knife actually did leave a mark on the jade pendant.
The way he looked at dagger was instantly different. How could a small knife that could leave a mark on the 9 heavenly cold jade be an ordinary small knife?
Of course Yi Linfan didn't know Lin Langtian's reaction.
He was already absorbed in carving at this point.
There is no knowledge of the outside world's reaction. In the void,
black light flashed continuously.
With each slash,
it brought up gusts of jade shavings. Lin Langtian stared at Yi Linfan dead in the face. In his eyes, each of Yi Linfan's slashes traveled back and forth along incomparably subtle traces. Each slash was no less than a supreme sword move. His sword Dao cultivation skyrocketed here and benefited greatly.
Over time,
the pattern of the unicorn on the jade pendant had gradually become clearer.
When the last cut fell,
suddenly a beastly roar was heard. All the animals in the yard looked up.
The master has made such a fuss again,
the old hen said helplessly. It wouldn't be a master if he didn't make a big deal out of it.
The big yellow dog said lazily. I don't know who the master has gotten out this time.
The carp in the pond said.
Soon, a huge silhouette slowly emerged in the void. This imaginary figure looks dragon head, antlers, lion eyes, tiger back, bear waist, and snake scales.
An incomparably powerful pressure emanated from his body.
In ancient times,
the flying bird was headed by the phoenix, and the walking beast was honored by the unicorn. This shadowy figure was clearly the king of the legendary walking beasts,
the Kirin.
I didn't expect that the master would have gotten the Qilin out.
It's just too terrifying,
Carp said with immense shock.
Kirin it's quite an old companion.
The old hen had an incredibly wistful look on her face.
It's just a shadow, no big deal,
the big yellow dog said lazily. If it was a real Qilin that had come out, it would still be a few scruples.
A shadow, indeed, was not enough to be feared. At this time in the room,
Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro had fallen into an incomparable state of stagnation. They stared blankly at the Kirin silhouette floating above Yi Linfan's head.
This is a legendary beast. It represents auspiciousness and longevity.
The previous jade pendant only possessed a trace of the power of the Qilin.
Yi Linfan, on the other hand, had summoned the Qilin completely.
If the previous Kirin Pei could only withstand a single strike from a Heaven Realm powerhouse at most,
the current Qilin Pei could directly fight against a Saint Realm powerhouse.
They looked at the jade pendant in Yi Linfan's hand.
Only at this moment, the unicorn came to life on top of this jade pendant. Even as small as every scale on the body, it was unmistakable. Above the jade pendant, green light lingered, and Taoist rhythms surged.
It was obvious that the jade pendant had turned into a top-tier immortal artifact. In just such a short period of time, it had turned a spiritual artifact into a top-tier immortal artifact.
This means of transforming corruption into magic is simply breathtaking. Right at this moment,
The KIR silhouette in the air suddenly lunged towards Yi Linfan. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro's faces changed drastically. Not good. Although the Qilin was only a shadow, it was a divine beast after all. Even if it was a shadow, the attack power was absolutely extraordinary. It would be bad if he hurt Yi Linfan. But the next moment happened. It left them wide-eyed. Only the Qilin came directly to Yi Linfan's body and did not attack him. Instead, he fell to his knees in front of him and stuck out his tongue and licked the leg of his pants. Such an image made Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro feel like their hearts missed a beat. Divine beasts were lofty and proud existences that could never submit to anyone. But now it had submitted to Yi Linfan, thus showing how terrifying Yi Linfan's strength should be. Lin Langtian thought of the old hen in the yard just now. With just one look, it killed his soul. Perhaps there were too many powerful and incomparable existences in this seemingly ordinary courtyard, and these powerful existences were all just pets of Yi Linfan. Then Yi Linfan's power was beyond the realm of Lin Langtian's imagination. After a while, the unicorn shadow finally slowly dissipated. Yi Linfan looked at the work in his hands with great satisfaction. Thank you for the gift, Lin family master, he said slowly. Lin Langtian hurriedly said, you are really too polite. I just happened to cook some white porridge. Why don't you stay and have some? Yi Linfan said. Still not. Lin Langtian was just about to refuse, but Lin Ruoro secretly pushed him from the side. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Yi, Lin Ruoro said with a smile. Yi Linfan nodded. Please wait. When he finished, he got up and headed for the kitchen. Ruoro, what's wrong with you? You're too unintelligent to stay when the higher power tells you to, Lin Langtian said somewhat unhappily. Father, think about it. A pot of water from a high person is spiritual spring water. So can the rice he cooks be ordinary rice? Lin Ruoro said with a smile. Lin Langtian's eyes lit up at his words. Yeah. Lin Ruoro broke through with 2 sips of water. Wouldn't eating congee be even better? Then this porridge really must be eaten. You're right to remind me. I almost missed a great opportunity, Lin Langtian said with a fierce nod. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan then walked over with 2 bowls of porridge. The porridge hasn't been put down yet. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro then smelled an incomparably delightful fragrance. This refreshing scent goes straight from the nose into the body. The spiritual energy in his body had actually grown a tiny bit. Both of their faces were once again shocked, though they'd been shocked plenty of times today, but still shocked, as if they came to this place. It was impossible to feel any other emotion than shock. Here, eat. Yi Linfan placed the white porridge in front of the duo. Lin Langtian looked at the white porridge in front of him and his first thought was, this bowl of porridge is so beautiful. Just see the bowl of white porridge. The grains of rice are crystal clear and distinct. It's as dazzling and divine as a bowl full of crystals. The white congee water was also crystal clear, with wisps of white mist rising into the air. This is the porridge cooked by the spiritual spring water. No wonder it smells so good. A tall man is a tall man. It was simply trenchant to cook porridge and eat it with spiritual spring water. Lin Langtian couldn't wait to pick up the spoon and take a bite of the white porridge. As soon as the white congee was in his mouth, his face changed. Chapter 13, Forced Marriage at the Door. Chapter 13, Forced Marriage at the Door. This porridge is so fragrant and sweet. Lin Langtian only felt that all 600 pores in his body had opened. The incredibly sweet white rice porridge swirled inside him, making him feel incredibly relieved. He hadn't thought that the white rice porridge that looked so ordinary would be so delicious. He swallowed it right down without even chewing. When the white rice porridge was swallowed, his face changed once again. This porridge actually contains Taoist rhythms. The Tao rhythms in the white rice porridge exploded within his body. The explosion caused the spiritual energy in his body to tumble and run. It directly blew apart the cultivation barrier within him. Click! His body convulsed. The twitch wasn't a very painful one. Rather, it's a very comfortable kind of twitch. It was as if he had flown into the clouds, not knowing what time and space were. I just hope the twitching never stops. When the twitching sensation goes away, Lin Longi had only just realized that he had actually made another breakthrough. He broke through to the 2nd level of the Dan realm. This is unbelievable. One must know that yesterday he was still stuck at the 9th level of the transformation realm and was slow to break through. And also because of the serious injuries, his life is at stake. Later on, because of the yin-yang grass that Lin Ruo brought back, that's why he was able to retrieve his life. And by the way, he broke through to the 1st level of the Dan realm. I didn't expect to come here today and break through again just by eating a mouthful of white rice porridge. When did breakthroughs get to be so haphazard? Then what was all my hard work practicing before? Lin Langtian doubted life for the first time, but he soon came to his senses. Only the kanji made by this master in front of me can make a breakthrough. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian said with incomparable gratitude. Thank me? Thank me for what? Yi Linfan frowned and asked.
Lin Langtian's face changed slightly when he heard this. Oops. Higher men are the ones who pretend to be mortal all the time.
Wouldn't I be blowing his cover by saying that?
If they displeased a high-ranking person, wouldn't the Lin family face extinction? With a twist of his mind, he immediately said, I mean, this bowl of white rice porridge is so delicious. So thank you. So that's how it is. Since Family Master Lin thinks white rice porridge is delicious, then eat more. I still have more here.
Yi Linfan said with a smile.
As a chef,
it's natural to be very happy to have someone recognize your craftsmanship.
Then thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian exclaimed.
Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoruo then ate 2 or 3 more bowls of white rice porridge before stopping. After eating 2 or 3 bowls of white rice porridge, Lin Langtian's strength had broken through to the 3rd level of the Dan realm, and Lin Ruoruo was even more exaggerated, having broken through to the 5th level of the transformation realm. After all, Lin Ruoruo's cultivation level was a bit lower, so it was naturally easier to break through. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Yi. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come and eat your cooking in the future, Lin Langtian said with a sigh. In his opinion, white rice porridge like this is no less than a heavenly treasure. To be able to eat it once is a deep chance. It was estimated that Yi Linfan wouldn't easily make it for them to eat in the future. He naturally felt some regret. In the future you can come whenever you want. It's okay, Yi Linfan said slowly. Is it true? Thank you so much then. Lin Langtian sniffed and rejoiced. Of course it's true. It's just a few bowls of porridge. It's not worth anything, Yi Linfan said indifferently. He was a bit surprised by Lin Langtian's reaction. Isn't it just porridge? As for such a big reaction? Could it be that the martial artists of this world couldn't even afford to eat white rice porridge? Then this is too pathetic. Thinking of this, he sympathized with Lin Langtian somewhat. At least he was the head of a martial arts family, but he couldn't even afford to eat white rice porridge. It's too bad. Then I will come and bother you whenever I can. When Lin Langtian heard Yi Linfan's words of incomparable admiration appeared on his face, like the white rice porridge just now. If it gets out, it's sure to draw countless headshots, but in Yi Linfan's eyes, it was not worth a few dollars at all. A tall man deserves to be tall. The eyesight is indeed not comparable to your own. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoruo sat here for a while before going home. The two returned to the Lin family. Instead, they found Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian looking at them with unfriendly faces. The duo was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a round face and long beard. This middle-aged man Lin Langtian also recognized. It was Yen Songlin, the patriarch of the Yen family. Matriarch Yen, why have you come to the Lin family today? Lin Langtian slowly asked. He knew very well in his heart that Yen Songlin had come to the Lin family, and was definitely coming from a bad place. The two didn't get along before. Now that he had become stronger, there was naturally no need to be polite to him. Patriarch Yen came here so easily, and you don't invite people to sit down? Lin Yuntian asked. I need to be taught what to do. Lin Langtian glanced at him and said coldly. However, he still said to Yen Songlin, Patriarch Yen, take a seat in the council chamber. The people came to the council chamber and sat down in their places of honor. Patriarch Yen, I wonder what is the purpose of visiting the Lin family today? Lin Langtian asked indifferently. Matriarch Lin, it's like this. My canine son has always admired your daughter, so I've come here today to propose marriage. Yen Songlin said with a smile. Lin Ruoruo, who was on the side, instantly changed her face when she heard this. She quickly said, Daddy. However, Lin Langtian waved his hand, stopping her from continuing to speak. Lin Langtian said indifferently, Patriarch Yen, my daughter is still young. I still want to keep her for a few more years. The matter of marriage, it's better to think about it in the long run. Big brother, it's not too appropriate for you to just reject it when people's Patriarch Yen is so sincere, right? Lin Yuntian said coldly from the side. That's right. Anyway, Ruoruo has reached the age to marry. The Yen family's young patriarch is strong and powerful, with a talented appearance. He is indeed a good match for Ruoruo. Lin Haotian also helped out. If Yen Feng is as good as you say he is, why don't you marry off your own daughters? Lin Ruoruo couldn't hold back any longer and immediately opened her mouth. She knew Yen Feng very well as a person, practicing the art of yin and yang harvesting. Countless virtuous women have died at his hands. If you married yourself, you would be jumping into the fire. In the end will definitely be miserable. How dare you? When elders speak, how can you, a junior, speak? Lin Yuntian bellowed. Wakey, we're doing this for your own good. Lin Haotian shook his head and said, Second uncle, third uncle, don't pretend to be good people here. Aren't you trying to get rid of me because my big house has no male children, so that your descendants can succeed the patriarch position? Lin Ruoruo said with a cold smile. This sentence directly uncovered Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian's scars. It made the two of them immediately jump out of their chairs.
Lin Ruoruo, how dare you? How dare you smear the elders here? Do you know that you have violated the family rules?
Patriarch, I hereby request that Lin Ruoruo's cultivation be abolished and she be expelled from the Lin family. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian shouted at the same time.
Enough! Aren't you ashamed of yourselves with outsiders around? Lin Langtian asked with a gloomy face. Patriarch Lin,
I'm not interested in the internal affairs of the Lin family.
The matter of proposing marriage. Do you agree or disagree? Yan Songlin asked lightly. Chapter 14, Zhu Mingyang. Chapter 14, Zhu Mingyang.
I'm sorry, I still want to keep Ruoruo by my side for a few more years.
So it's better not to mention the marriage. Lin Langtian's attitude was tough and there was absolutely no room for discussion. Patriarch Lin,
my father has broken through to the third level of the Dan realm,
Yan Songlin said slowly. Lin Langtian's face changed when he heard this. The family father in Yan Sonlin's mouth was Yan Yunfan,
the previous head of the Yin family. Yan Yunfan closed his life and death barrier 50 years ago,
not asking about the world, passed the patriarchal seat to Yan Songlin.
50 years ago, Yan Yunfan was already an expert of the first level of the Dan realm. I didn't expect that after 50 years, Yan Yunfan had already broken through to the third level of the Dan realm. One must know that after entering the Dan realm, breaking through each realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. If Lin Langtian hadn't met Yi Linfan, he might still be stuck at the 9th level of the realm of transformation and unable to move until now. Not to mention breaking through to the second level of the Dan realm. It was a pity that the strength of the second level of the Dan realm was unable to resist Yan Yunfan.
Moment. Lin Langtian became silent. It can't be helped. His father passed away many years ago. All these years, he was the one holding up the Lin family. And the two younger brothers are not safe, always working against him. But his eyes soon lit up. He remembered Yi Linfan. When the time comes, go and ask for advice from this highly qualified person. With this high-ranking person, what was there to fear from Yan Yunfan, who was only at the third level of the Dan realm? Thinking of this, Lin Langtian said indifferently, congratulations to Uncle Yan for his great advancement in cultivation. I will come to my door to celebrate in the future. He said nothing about proposing marriage. It's clearly a rejection in disguise. This time, Yan Songlin's face became incredibly ugly. He hadn't expected that he had already moved out his father, but Lin Langtian still refused to sell out. Since Patriarch Lin's mind is made up, then words are not enough. I'll have my father pay a visit to my home some other day, Yan Songlin said coldly. This time, he was directly saying that he wanted Yan Yunfan to kill the Lin family. When the Lin family's blood flows, don't blame him for being unkind. When he finished speaking, he was about to brush his sleeve and leave. And wait. Just then, Lin Langtian called out to him. Yan Songlin thought that Lin Langtian was intimidated by himself, and a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. He coldly asked, Patriarch Lin has come around? I think it's better not to alarm the elders about the latecomers. I have a compromise here, Lin Langtian said slowly. He had wanted to go to Yi Linfan for help, but thinking about it, Yi Linfan, such a high-level person, how can he be easily begged? Last time, he had already received so much favor from others. If you still go to trouble people, you are too ungrateful. It would be even more unattractive to displease the higher power. So he changed his mind. What law? Yan Songlin asked suspiciously. We are all from martial arts families. Naturally, martial arts is the main focus. My daughter has found a grand wish since she was a child that she must marry a man stronger than her. Why don't we let the two of them compete in a martial arts match? And if your son can defeat my daughter will marry into the Yin family, Lin Langtian said indifferently. If it was yesterday's Lin Ruoruo, he really wouldn't have dared to propose this method. But Lin Ruoruo's strength had improved greatly after spending some time in Yi Linfan's house. It was not something that Yin Feng could compare to long ago, and it's a secret that no one else knows. All still thought that Lin Ruoruo was still a dark realm martial artist. As long as Lin Ruoruo defeated Yin Feng, then the Yin family has nothing to say. It's not that I won't marry you, it's that your family is so useless. At that time, even Yin Yunfan would have nothing to say. That's a good idea. Where and when? Yan Songlin sniffed, a disdainful smile on his face. His son Yin Feng had long since become a first-level martial artist of the realm of transformation, and it seemed like Lin Ruoruo was still only in the dark realm. A duel like this is simply a duel without suspense. He naturally had no reason not to agree. Let's do it 3 days later at the Lin family martial arts arena, Lin Langtian said slowly. Alright, it's a deal. I hope that Patriarch Lin won't go back on his word when the time comes. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen to the Lin family. Yan Songlin finished speaking and turned to leave. Lin Yuntian stood up and said with a cold smile, Big brother, Yin Feng has long been in the realm of transformation. If you let Ruoruo go to a duel with him, won't he be sure to lose? I see that Big Brother actually wants to marry Ruo to the Yin family, but it's not good to say it directly, so he came up with such a solution. Big Brother is really high. Lin Haoyan laughed out loud. In their opinion, Lin Ruo was bound to lose this duel. As soon as Lin Ruo lost, she would marry into the Yin family. By then, Lin Langtian would have no heir at his knee. The heirs will inevitably be chosen among their descendants. That way the Lin family, too, would fall into their grasp. The two laughed even more at the thought. In a fit of maniacal laughter, he left the council chamber. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo looked at the duo's backs with no expression on their faces. Father, in 3 days, I won't lose, Lin Ruo said faintly. I know, only if you defeat Yen Feng openly and honestly, the Yen family won't say anything more, Lin Langtian said slowly. I'm just afraid that, at that time, Yen Yunfan will additionally make a fuss, Lin Ruo said with a frown. You close up and cultivate properly for the next 3 days. Adjust your state to the best, and I'll make a trip to the higher power. Lin Langtian sniffed and a trace of gravity flashed across his face. If that day, Yen Yunfan was really unreasonable, in the entire Lin family, no one could resist him. Just in case, it was better to make a trip to Yi Linfan's place. In his experience, just go for it, and it will definitely pay off. I know, Daddy, Lin Ruo promised. At this time, Yi Linfan certainly didn't know what was happening in the Lin family. His life hadn't changed because of the appearance of Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo. Every day is spent feeding chickens and fish. Occasionally, I go up the mountain to cut firewood. There are even times when you hunt to improve your meals. Life is uneventful and pleasant. He wanted to live that thrilling life too, but there's no way. Who let himself not know how to practice? You can only live well and live a normal life. On this day, he was writing in the house. Suddenly someone outside the yard called to him. Mr. Yi, are you home? Yi Linfan stopped his pen and went out to look, only to see that the person standing outside the door calling him was Chu Yenyun. Beside Chu Yenyun also stood an old man who looked to be in his 60s and had a robust spirit. Seeing this old man, Yi Linfan was shocked in his heart. Wasn't this Chu Mingyang, the director of the Tianlong Martial Arts Academy? What's he doing here? Yi Linfan had participated in the Martial Arts Academy's selection before and had seen Chu Mingyang from afar while standing in the crowd. This big brother, but he was much more powerful than Lin Langtian. I didn't expect to actually come into my own little yard. It really was an accident. Could it be that he came here this time to personally recruit me into the Martial Arts Academy? Thinking of this, Yi Linfan's mood was a little excited. Mr. Yi, this is my grandfather, Chu Mingyang. Who is? Chu Yenyun pointed at Chu Mingyang and said, I know who he is. Meet Dean Chu. Yi Linfan said very politely to Chu Mingyang. Chapter 15, A Tree Full of Spiritual Peaches. Chapter 15, A Tree Full of Spiritual Peaches. You've seen me? Chu Mingyang asked with a smile. Naturally, I've seen you before. I've participated in a few martial arts academy selections and saw you from afar, but I was eliminated because my talent was too poor. Yi Linfan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. Chu Yenyun secretly rolled her eyes. The Jedi say they are too talented. Shouldn't we, the common man, then be so ashamed that we should kill ourselves? But that was something she only dared to keep to herself. Naturally, I don't dare to say it. Chu Mingyang gazed at Yi Linfan. The young man in front of him didn't have a single power fluctuation on his body, completely indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, Chu Mingyang did not think that Chu Yenyun was lying to him just because of that. After all, a person who could draw a picture like that out could never be an ordinary person. Come in. Yi Linfan invited the two in. As soon as you walk into the yard, Chu Mingyang's pupils then contracted violently. This yard is no ordinary yard. This was because as soon as he walked in, he felt that the concentration of aura here was much denser compared to outside. In a world where the aura is revived, auras are no longer scarce, but it's better than this yard. The concentration of aura outside was simply the same as the world before the aura revival. Incredibly barren. As soon as you walk into this yard, the incomparably rich aura then came to the surface. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to actually grow. One must know that with his current cultivation level in the Saint Realm, it would take a long time of cultivation for his spiritual power to grow even a little bit. It was evident that the concentration of aura here was strong. He subconsciously looked around the small courtyard. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become. This small yard looks simple, but brick by brick, grass by grass, it looks incredibly natural. It was as if they were one with heaven and earth. The masonry and grass looked non-threatening, but Chu Mingyang was, after all, a Saint Realm powerhouse, so he could naturally sense that it contained an incomparably powerful force. If anyone dared to make trouble here, I'm afraid they would be crushed into crumbs. Cluck cluck cluck. Just then, a hen call came through. Chu Mingyang looked at the hen.
and his eyes instantly became incomparably round.
This is the divine beast Phoenix. I didn't expect to be able to be here and see the legendary beast, the Phoenix. And this divine beast was still just his pet. A person who could take in a divine beast naturally couldn't be an ordinary person. Xu Mingyang once again looked at Yi Linfan.
In his eyes, Yi Linfan was still like an ordinary person,
unable to sense any power fluctuations. But Xu Mingyang,
in his heart, no longer had a trace of doubt. Since he couldn't sense the other party's cultivation,
then there's only one possibility. The other party's cultivation level was too much higher than his own. At that moment,
he suddenly remembered that in the legend, there was actually another realm above the Saint Realm.
Only, for countless years,
no one had been able to break through the 9th level of the Saint Realm, so no one knows about this realm. This realm was also only because he had read about it from the Martial Arts Academy's collection.
That's the God Realm.
Those who have reached the God Realm, then one can become the spokesman of the Heavenly Tao.
In short, he is the way of heaven and the way of heaven is him. Unexpectedly,
there was such a strong person hidden next to the Martial Arts Academy,
and he hadn't even realized it. However, on second thought, he felt relieved. Someone so powerful doesn't want to be found. One may never find out on one's own. Thinking of this, Xu Mingyang's gaze towards Yi Linfan became incomparably awe-inspiring.
Soon a fresh scent flooded his nose. He subconsciously shrugged his nose and sighed.
It smells so good. What smells so good? It's my peach fragrance,
Yi Linfan said as he pointed to the peach tree at the entrance.
Xu Mingyang looked up and his entire body almost fell to the ground. Spirit peach.
A tree full of spirit peaches.
There were hundreds of them.
This is an incomparably precious heavenly treasure.
An ordinary martial artist can instantly become strong by eating one. An ordinary person can live hundreds of years by eating one. A dying man,
as long as he still has breath,
take one, and you'll live again. The conditions for the formation of spiritual peaches can be very harsh.
Unless it was a place where the concentration of spiritual chi was 10 times denser than the outside world,
spiritual peaches could grow. Even if there was only one,
it could set off a bloody storm in the world of martial arts.
And yet there are so many of them here. It's unbelievable.
As the dean of the Martial Arts Academy,
Xu Mingyang was naturally very knowledgeable.
But walk into this yard today.
He instantly felt as if he were a countryman entering the city. The sight of any random thing could draw him into incomparable shock.
The person who could live here was definitely a supreme master without a doubt. Such a supreme master. One must make friends with him in the future. Perhaps this was his own chance to arrive. Yi Linfan looked at Xu Mingyang staring straight at the peach tree, even drooling at the corners of his mouth,
a crowing expression on his face.
You are at least the director of the hallowed Martial Arts Academy.
Why are you so uninformed?
I can't believe I was drooling over a couple of peaches.
Doesn't the Budo Academy have any peaches to eat? Then this Martial Arts Academy's dean had been too miserable. Dean Xu likes peaches?
Yi Linfan asked softly. His voice jolted Xu Mingyang out of his stupor.
Hearing those words, Xu Mingyang's heart jumped. Does the higher power want to bring me a peach to eat? How is that possible? This is an incomparably precious spirit peach. How could he easily serve me food?
I love peaches.
Just, Xu Mingyang replied. Since Dean Xu likes it, let's try it later.
Yi Linfan said without hesitation.
Are you really willing to buy me a peach?
Xu Mingyang asked with incomparable shock.
It's not you. It's you guys. Ms. Chu also has a share. Anyway, this peach isn't worth much, so let's give you guys a taste.
Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. He said it so come on light. It was as if what was given was not an incomparably precious spiritual peach,
but an ordinary peach.
When Xu Mingyang heard this, he became more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. A tall man is a tall man. The spiritual peaches that were incomparably precious in the eyes of others were surprisingly worthless.
Such an eye. Such a pattern. I can't even catch up with you. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
Xu Mingyang said with incomparable gratitude. The emotions within him were overwhelmingly surging. I didn't expect that I would be able to eat spiritual peaches when I came here today. Perhaps the cultivation level that had just broken through yesterday could be further advanced. Yi Linfan invited the two of them to the house and then went to pick peaches.
There were only Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun in the room. Grandpa, why do you suddenly want a peach? Is that peach? Xu Yenyun asked suspiciously. That's right, the peach tree at the entrance is full of spirit peaches.
Xu Mingyang said with a grave expression.
What? Spirit peaches?
Xu Yenyun was so shocked that she covered her mouth and said with a trembling voice. Of course she had heard of the spirit peach, but her cultivation level was too low, so the last time she came, she didn't notice anything extraordinary about the spirit peach. After eating the spirit peach, her cultivation level could soar again. Just then, Yi Linfan came in. Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun's eyes were dead set on his hands.
Chapter 16, The Ice Bead. Chapter 16, The Ice Bead.
Looking at the two red-colored spirit peaches in Yi Linfan's hands,
The two of them, Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun, felt like their hearts missed a beat in general. It's a spiritual peach. Those who can eat spiritual peaches are those who are deeply blessed. I never thought that I would one day be able to eat something so precious. You too, be my guest. Yi Linfan placed the spirit peaches on the table and said with a smile. He looked at the expressions on the faces of both Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun and secretly laughed in his heart. These two were at least high up in the martial arts. How is it that seeing two peaches is such an exaggerated reaction? Does it mean they never ate peaches? If Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun knew what Yi Linfan had in mind, they will definitely say that to Yi Linfan. Tall man, this peach is certainly worthless in your eyes, but in our eyes, that's more precious than an elixir. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xu Mingyang couldn't wait to pick up the spirit peach and opened his mouth to take a bite. Incredibly sweet peach juice exploded in his mouth. The sweet, unmistakable aroma of peaches reverberated through his taste buds. He only felt as if his entire being was in a world full of peach blossoms. The body is all light. The peach scent filled all the pores of his body. Yummy, so yummy. Xu Mingyang sighed. He immediately finished the spirit peaches in his hand in 3 tries. There wasn't even a peach kernel left. Xu Mingyang was at least a Saint Realm powerhouse. Eating a peach kernel is not natural. At this moment, his body shook violently. The juice of the spiritual peach had already fused with the spiritual energy in his body. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to skyrocket. Spiritual energy surged wildly in his meridians. It didn't take long. All that was heard was a click. He broke through. He broke through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Break through 2 realms in 2 consecutive days. This was like a dream for Xu Mingyang. Ugh, I can't. Right at this moment, a moan also came from Xu Yenyun on the side. Only Xu Yenyun's expression was pained. But in the midst of the pain, there was a hint of joy. This expression looked incredibly complicated. Soon after, Xu Yenyun's body was also shaken. She broke. She broke through. The realm of transformation is 5-fold. The 6th realm of transformation. The 7th level of the realm of transformation. He kept breaking through to the 9th level of the realm of transformation before stopping. This is the power of the spiritual peach. Even Xu Mingyang, who was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, could break through a realm. Not to mention Xu Yenyun, who was only in the realm of transformation. Breaking through 4 or 5 realms was naturally a very normal thing. Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun looked at Yi Linfan with incomparably shocked eyes. Such a character has been living in seclusion, not asking questions. Now that's a real Jedi. This peach is delicious. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Xu Mingyang deeply saluted and said. He always remembered that Yi Linfan treated himself as an ordinary person. It's natural not to mention much of anything else. Dean Chu is polite. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said, Mr. Yi, we're here today mainly to thank you for the painting you gave us. Xu Mingyang said slowly. It's just a painting. No need to be so polite. Yi Linfan laughed out loud. When Xu Mingyang heard this, a hint of admiration appeared on his face. Not bad for a tall man. A painting that precious was just an ordinary one in his eyes. I really like that painting, and as the saying goes, it's not a gift to come, so I brought a gift over today as well. Xu Mingyang took out a wooden box. What is this? Yi Linfan asked curiously. Cold ice bead. Hang it in a place and it can turn that place into an icy place. Xu Mingyang replied. Yi Linfan's eyes lit up at his words. And something so good. If so, wouldn't it be a natural freezer if I hung it in one of the rooms? You can make a lot of iced drinks by then. After traveling to this world doesn't have refrigerators or anything like that. It caused Yi Linfan to have a lot of things he wanted to do and couldn't do. With this bead, then he could make a lot of drinks out of it in the future. Great, bring it to me. Yi Linfan immediately said. Seeing Yi Linfan's attitude, Xu Mingyang immediately put his heart down. Looks like he got the right gift. He immediately opened the box. A chilling coldness emerged from the wooden box. Xu Yenyun, who had the weakest cultivation, was so cold that her body winced. A layer of frost had even condensed on her hair and clothes. That's why she had to utilize her spiritual energy to resist the cold. Otherwise you have to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Although Xu Mingyang didn't need spiritual energy to resist the cold, he also felt bad. Only Yi Linfan was not affected in any way. He looked at the wooden box with interest. Only in the wooden box, there was an incomparably snow-white bead. The bead, which kept bubbling white. It's pretty cool, pretty fun. He couldn't help but sigh. It's just nice to have a treasure in the world of martial arts. A bead can have such a powerful effect. Unlike yourself, you can only keep chickens, fish and walk the dog. The only things that were planted were some peaches, vegetables and stuff. He reached out and grabbed towards the cold ice bead. When Xu Mingyang saw this, his face changed greatly. Don't. The coldness of the ice bead was terrifying. Even for a Saint Realm 9th level expert, if they were to use their hands to grab it, It will also be instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop it. Yi Linfan had already picked up the cold ice pearl. However, what left Xu Mingyang dumbfounded was that nothing had happened to Yi Linfan at all. The cold ice bead, which had been very vicious, was very well behaved when it fell into Yi Linfan's hands. There's no mistaking it. Does this bead also know how to look at people and bully them? Xu Mingyang silently spat. He should know that on weekdays, he would have to be careful and use many layers of protection if he wanted to pick up the cold ice bead. Unexpectedly, Yi Linfan picked it up so easily. It's so cool and cozy. Yi Linfan laughed out loud. Immediately after, he went so far as to place the beads on his neck and forehead, deliberately feeling the chill on the beads. This scene made Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun look dumbfounded. Is this still human? Every time he faced the cold ice bead himself, he was like an enemy. Fear of tragedy. Instead, he played with the chilly beads. At this level, the difference is too great. If such people are also ordinary people, then all the people in the whole world are ordinary people. Dean Chu, are you really giving me this bead? Yi Linfan asked. A bead that could emit a cold aura was definitely not a mortal product. Would it not be good to just take it yourself? This bead isn't worth much, so feel free to take it. Xu Mingyang said with a smile. No matter how precious the cold ice bead was, it was scum compared to the painting Yi Linfan had given him. So in the final analysis, he took advantage. Since Yi Linfan liked it, why not do a favor? In that case, thanks a lot, Yi Linfan said lovingly. Xu Mingyang smiled, and suddenly he saw a pair of characters on the table. So he asked, Mr. Yi, are you practicing your calligraphy? Words and paintings don't discriminate. It's my usual hobby. Yi Linfan replied. May I see it? Xu Mingyang asked curiously. Of course, please join us in appreciating it. Yi Linfan nodded and said, Chapter 17, The Immortal strokes my roof and grants me eternal life. Chapter 17, The Immortal strokes my roof and grants me eternal life. Yi Linfan had been writing and painting in this world for 10 years, and there weren't many people who appreciated his words and paintings. Now that Xu Mingyang was willing to appreciate it, he naturally begged for it. The three men came to the desk. Xu Mingyang looked down towards the pair of characters on the table. Only 10 words were written on this copy. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to grant me immortality. These 10 words are powerful and sharp. Suffice it to say, it looks very pleasing to the eye. However, the first thing Xu Mingyang saw was not how beautiful these 10 characters were. Rather, what he saw in those 10 words was the great way. That's right, it's the avenue. The 10 words, every stroke, every line, all of them contain Taoism. Especially that word immortal. The Tao rhythm simply pounded and raged. It could be said that this pair of characters contain more than 10 times the Tao rhythm of that flying dragon in the sky picture. Xu Mingyang looked at the pair of characters, and the spiritual energy in his body followed the flow of the Tao rhythm. The realm that had just broken through and had yet to be stabilized was instantly stabilized, and the spiritual power continued to skyrocket. The realm quickly reached the middle level of the third level of the Saint Realm. In Xu Mingyang's heart, he was already on the verge of being shocked to the point of numbness. If one were to look at this painting every day, cultivation will surely grow by leaps and bounds. In at most a year, one would be able to reach the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Perhaps, it was possible to impact the legendary God Realm. However, he didn't dare to offer to ask Yi Linfan for this pair of characters. After all, before, Yi Linfan had already given him a painting. If he wanted the pair of characters again, he would surely make the higher power think that he was an insatiable person. If this displeases the higher power, then one's path to martial arts might be cut short as a result. So, all things must not be lost in a small way. The subtext could not be better. It's also not as important as having a good relationship with a higher power. Dean Chu, how about this pair of characters? Yi Linfan saw that Xu Mingyang didn't speak for a long time, so he opened his mouth and asked. These words woke Xu Mingyang up from his state of deep thought. These 10 characters are strong and powerful, with a natural structure, quite like the style of a great man. Indeed a rare pair of good characters. Xu Mingyang immediately replied. He said it with sincerity. After all, this pair of characters is, indeed, well written. Dean Chu is too kind. Yi Linfan laughed out loud. One must know that Xu Mingyang was the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. It's kind of a big deal in this world. It was a very rare thing for one's own writing to be recognized by him. Xu Yenyun stood on the side looking at Yi Linfan with an incomparably complicated mood. Amazing strength, but willing to live in seclusion. And it doesn't worry about being strong in martial arts. Even writing and drawing are so great. Such a person is a true recluse. Mr. Yi, will I be able to come and visit you often in the future? Xu Yenyun asked cautiously. Come here and break through anytime, anywhere. The chances here were too great, which was why she had the guts to ask Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan said without the slightest hesitation. Of course, Xu Yenyun's looks were very beautiful. He spends a lot of time alone. The one who comes here the most is still that awful old man not far away. Now there was such a great beauty willing to visit him often. He naturally begged for it. Great, Xu Yenyun said with incomparable joy. Yi Linfan agreed that she should come often. So that proved that he had gained the other party's approval. To be able to hook up with such a supreme master, one's own path of martial arts would definitely go very far. Xu Mingyang on the side also understood this. So also very happy. Anyway, when Xu Yenyun was strong, it would be beneficial to him as well. Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun sat there for a while and then left the place. Come to the foot of the mountain. Xu Mingyang raised his head to look at the top of the mountain. At the top of the hill, the yard is still the same, but in his eyes, it was as if a layer of fog had enveloped them. Not bad for a place where high rollers live. It's really extraordinary. Yan Yun, in the future, you need to come around to Mr. Ye's place more often. It will be of great benefit to you. Xu Mingyang said slowly. Grandpa, don't worry, I will. Xu Yenyun immediately said. Has that Yuan Xiaorong been assigned a tutor after entering the martial arts academy? Xu Mingyang asked. Not yet, it seems. Xu Yenyun shook her head and said. Go back and inform the entire academy that I will be taking Yuan Xiaorong as a close disciple. Xu Mingyang said with a hint of a smile on his face. Grandpa, you? Xu Yenyun was taken aback. Xu Mingyang hadn't taken on any disciples for a long time. Many of his disciples were now experts on one side or family pillars. Yuan Xiaorong's qualifications are average. Wanting to be Xu Mingyang's disciple, the qualifications were really far from enough. However, Xu Yenyun quickly understood. Since Yuan Xiaorong was Yi Linfan's good friend, that's natural to pull it together. What pull could be more sincere than Xu Mingyang personally accepting as a disciple? I understand, Grandpa, Xu Yenyun said gratefully. This was Xu Mingyang doing a favor for her. It made her more honorable in front of Yi Linfan. The two then left the area. It didn't take long. A notice from the Martial Arts Academy set off all the students of the Martial Arts Academy. Xu Mingyang, who hadn't taken on any disciples for a long time, had personally taken on a new trainee named Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple. Who is Yuan Xiaorong? All anyone knows is that it's a new cadet with average credentials. It's just a little cuter looking. This caused many of those amazingly talented students in the Martial Arts Academy to feel indignant. Could it be that Xu Mingyang had taken Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple because she was cute? But that was something they only dared to keep to themselves. It's important to realize that defaming the dean is a serious offense. There were even many people that were planning to challenge Yuan Xiaorong. However, Xu Yenyun stepped forward at this time. Whoever dares to find trouble with Yuan Xiaorong, I'll be rude to him. This sentence caused all the Martial Arts Academy students to instantly lay down their heads. It was important to realize that Xu Yenyun was not just the dean's granddaughter. The strength was also ranked at the top of the Martial Arts Academy. Plus she's good looking and has a lot of advocates. If it makes her angry, the escorts were enough to drink themselves in without her needing to do anything. At this moment, inside the conference room of the Martial Arts Academy, Xu Mingyang sat in the center seat. Xu Yenyun stood behind him. Across from him sat a man. The man was a middle-aged man in his 50s with a somewhat yellowish face who said, this middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Yiming, the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. Dean, it's too hasty for you to suddenly accept a disciple, Zhang Yiming said with a frown. After the news of Xu Mingyang's acceptance of a disciple was spread, he investigated Yuan Xiaorong at the first opportunity. Originally, he had thought that Yuan Xiaorong was some kind of amazingly gifted geisha genius. That's why it was favored by Xu Mingyang. However, he was disappointed. Yuan Xiaorong was an ordinary martial artist with ordinary qualifications. In this life, to be able to break through the earth realm would already be considered a deep blessing. That's why he came here to try to ask for clarification. Yiming, be at ease. Why don't I call Yuan Xiaorong here and you'll naturally know how extraordinary she is, Xu Mingyang said with a smile. After saying that, he made a wink at Xu Yenyun. Xu Yenyun immediately understood and turned around to leave the conference room. Chapter 18, A Tiger Descending from the Mountain. Chapter 18, A Tiger Descending from the Mountain. Xu Yenyun came to Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory. At this moment, Yuan Xiaorong was sitting on the bed and fuming. Young, Xu Yenyun called out to her. Yuan Xiaorong then woke up. When she saw Xu Yenyun, she immediately stood up and asked, Senior sister, how could the dean accept me as a disciple? This is too unbelievable. As it turns out, she couldn't figure it out after she got the news. One is obviously so ordinary. Why it's on Dean's radar? Silly girl, why else? Of course it's because of Mr. Yi. Xu Yenyun poked her forehead with her finger and said with a smile, Big Brother Yi, are you saying that the dean accepted me as his disciple because of Big Brother Yi's face? Yuan Xiaorong then realized. Of course, Mr. Yi is a supreme master. Of course my grandfather won't treat you badly, Xu Yenyun said with a faint smile. I understand. However, I will definitely cultivate hard in the future and never let Big Brother Yi lose face, Yuan Xiaorong said firmly. That's right. In the future, my grandfather will do his best to teach you. This is your chance. Make sure you take advantage of it, Xu Yenyun said slowly. Don't worry, elder sister. What did you come to see me about? Yuan Xiaorong asked. Came to take you to your master. Of course, Xu Yenyun said. Then I'll go now, Yuan Xiaorong immediately said. Speaking of which, her face was a little tense. It's the dean who's going to see her. Normally, that's a godly figure. Only in the academy, those trainees with great strength were qualified to meet him. Now such a big shot wants to see her. It made her nervous inside. You bring over a pair of the paintings and calligraphy Mr. Yi gave you, Xu Yenyun said. Good. Yuan Xiaorong didn't ask why and directly agreed. Before long, she took out a pair of paintings and followed Xu Yenyun out the door. The two hadn't been gone long. A figure suddenly walked into the dormitory. She sneaked over to Yuan Xiaorong's cupboard where she kept her calligraphy and paintings. When Yuan Xiaorong took the painting just now, because she was so nervous, one of the paintings fell on the floor and she didn't notice it herself. The figure then picked up the painting and quickly left the area. Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong had already arrived at the conference room by now. Hello Dean. Yuan Xiaorong saw Chu Mingyang and greeted him with a face full of nervousness. Silly boy. Still calling Dean, Xu Mingyang said with a smile. Hello old teacher, Yuan Xiaorong said with a red face. At this point her heart had been pounding. She'd always thought it was a bit surreal that Dean had taken her on as an apprentice. Until this point, it was not certain that it was true. Dean, she really has mediocre talent. How can she be your disciple? Zhang Yiming asked with great dissatisfaction from the side. These words made Yuan Xiaorong's face pale. In case this person said something that made Chu Mingyang not accept her as a disciple, all of this, then, will come to nothing. Yiming, calm down a little. I'll let you know later why I took Xiaorong as my disciple, Chu Mingyang said slowly. He then looked at Yuan Xiaorong and asked, Xiaorong, did you bring the painting? Brought, Yuan Xiaorong immediately replied. Chu Mingyang nodded and said, open the painting and show it to Dean Zhang. Yes, sensei. Yuan Xiaorong placed the painting on the conference roundtable and slowly opened the paper. Dean, we're discussing Yuan Xiaorong's problem here. What are you letting me look at the painting for? Zhang Yiming frowned. However, before the words were finished, he then swallowed that last word. Because, he sensed an incomparably powerful force permeating and reverberating through the conference room. And the source of that power was that very painting. What kind of painting is this? How could it be so powerful? He stood up and looked at the painting on the table. I only saw that the painting was a picture of a fierce tiger descending from a mountain. The tiger in the painting comes to life, falling in Zhang Yiming's eyes. It really felt like that fierce tiger was pouncing on him. It was not a picture in his eyes. It's clearly a great punch. The name of this punch is called Mighty Tiger Down. Every trajectory of this fist technique was embedded in this painting. Moreover, on the body of the fierce tiger, there was constantly a green light surrounding it. These green lights contained an endless aura of the Great Tao. The aura of the Great Tao rushed on and on. He quickly recognized the glares. This is, Zhang Yiming shouted in shock. That's right, it's Doyle's rhyme. Xu Mingyang also said with a grave expression on his face at this time. He hadn't expected that the painting Yuan Xiaorong had brought with her was in no way inferior to his flying dragon ascending to heaven painting. The Tao rhythm contained in the painting was also only too much. It seems that Mr. Yi is very fond of this little girl. In the future, I will teach her well. Teach her with the best resources available. Only in this way could Mr. Yi, a supreme master, be tightly tied to the martial arts academy. How come there are so many Tao rhythms? Zhang Yiming's voice was incomparably trembling at this point. He had never seen that one thing could have possessed so many Tao rhythms. Even if it's a legendary heavenly treasure, it's impossible. This painting was definitely a supreme immortal artifact without a doubt. Who the hell is this Yuan Xiaorong? Surprisingly, he possessed a supreme immortal weapon. Is there someone high up behind her? That's the real reason Dean took her on? Have to say, Zhang Yiming was indeed very smart and guessed the reason at once. But it was too late for him to think of anything else. This was because the spiritual energy within his body had already been pulled by the Tao rhythm and began to surge up crazily. At this point, he looked incredibly calm on the outside. But the spiritual energy in his body was already running like a shocking wave. The barriers that had been plaguing him for years had begun to loosen. It didn't take long. His body jolted. Click. He broke through. He had broken through from the 8th level of the heaven realm to the 9th level of the heaven realm. I broke through. I finally broke through. Zhang Yiming laughed maniacally. He had been stuck at the 8th level of the heaven realm for many years. I didn't think that I would have a breakthrough today because of a painting.
Yiming, you should now understand why I had to take Xiaorong as my disciple, right?
Xu Mingyang said indifferently.
He was not at all surprised by Zhang Yiming's breakthrough. He had broken through when he first looked at Yi Linfan's painting was, too. It naturally made sense that Zhang Yiming, whose cultivation was weaker than his, would be able to break through.
I see. Yuan Xiaorong is indeed the best candidate to be your disciple, Zhang Yiming immediately said.
Yuan Xiaorong sniffed and let out a long sigh of relief.
Now there was finally no objection to her being Dean's apprentice. Little Rong, if there are any difficulties in the academy in the future, just come to me,
Zhang Yiming said incomparably kindly to Yuan Xiaorong.
Yuan Xiaorong was immediately somewhat flattered. Thank you, Dean Zhang. Don't call Dean, call Master Uncle,
Zhang Yiming said with a smile, although he was still unclear as to which one of the high-ranking people behind Yuan Xiaorong was. But you can never go wrong with a good relationship now.
Master, Master,
Yuan Xiaorong immediately shouted with a red face. Xu Mingyang was a bit in tears at the side. This old fox really knows how to see the wood for the trees.
Little Rong, come over and pay your respects,
Xu Mingyang said slowly.
Chapter 19, the painting was stolen. Chapter 19, the painting was stolen. Before,
Xu Mingyang had only said that he would take Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple, but Yuan Xiaorong hadn't formally performed the ritual of worshipping the master yet. In this world, worship is a serious matter. It's not just a matter of casually kowtowing and calling out to your master. At the very least, there has to be a dignified figure on the sidelines as a witness. Zhang Yiming was the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy.
Being a witness is naturally qualified enough. Yuan Xiaorong did not hesitate to kneel down towards Xu Mingyang. Greetings, Master. She then kowtowed heavily 3 times. Good, very good. Please get up. In the future I will definitely teach you all that I have learned in my life. Xu Mingyang helped Yuan Xiaorong up. Thank you, Master. Yuan Xiaorong was also very happy when she heard this.
Dean was such a powerful and strong man that he was willing to teach her seriously.
She can definitely become strong in the future. Alright, you go down first, and starting tomorrow, I will teach you martial arts. Xu Mingyang nodded and said slowly. Yuan Xiaorong promised and left the place with Chu Yenyun. Chu Yenyun was very sensible,
because she was clear that Zhang Yiming definitely had many questions he wanted to ask Xu Mingyang.
There is no longer any need to stay here yourself. Dean, what's going on? Who is the strong man behind Yuan Xiaorong? Sure enough, Zhang Yiming couldn't wait to ask. Here's the thing.
Xu Mingyang told Zhang Yiming everything that had happened. Zhang Yiming kept pumping cold air after hearing this.
In this world, there are still such tall people? A painting in your hand is a top-grade immortal weapon. A chicken that was raised to be an immensely powerful being. The peach trees planted were full of spiritual peaches. All of this. It sounds so unreal again. But then it's not real. He had to believe it too.
Because he just broke through.
Dean, you said you made a breakthrough. So what realm are you in now? Zhang Yiming asked.
Xu Mingyang smiled and revealed a trace of his body's aura.
The 3rd level of the sacred realm? Zhang Yiming gulped in incomparable shock. This is amazing. Yesterday,
Xu Mingyang was also still at the 1st level of the Saint realm.
Didn't think so. It's only been a day. He then broke through 2 realms in a row. This is a holy realm. Break through 2 realms in one day. Such speed is unheard of. Definitely something that has never been seen before or since.
It didn't occur to me that there is such a high person existing next to our martial arts academy. And after staying by our side for 10 years,
we didn't even know about it.
Zhang Yiming said helplessly.
The strength of a high person is too much stronger than us? It's normal that we didn't discover it. This time, if it wasn't for Yen Yun's chance to stumble upon it, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to discover him for the rest of our lives.
Xu Mingyang said slowly.
Dean,
why don't you bring me along next time if you visit the higher power? Zhang Yiming shamelessly said with a smile.
Look at you. You're no good. Fine, come with me next time, but there's one thing you have to remember.
Xu Mingyang nodded and said.
What? Zhang Yiming asked.
Xu Mingyang said indifferently. Mr. Yi likes to spend time with us as an ordinary person, so let's treat him as an ordinary person and never mention anything about martial arts in front of him.
Don't worry, Dean. I understand. Zhang Yiming immediately swore.
Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong had already returned to the dormitory by now.
Yuan Xiaorong opened the cupboard when she intended to put the painting back.
She suddenly blushed.
Young, what's wrong? Seeing this, Chu Yenyun hurriedly asked. I have a painting missing,
Yuan Xiaorong said in a somewhat flustered manner.
What? The painting's gone? Chu Yenyun's face changed drastically. The painting's here. Each one is priceless. Now it was actually stolen from the Budo Academy. If word got out, the Martial Arts Academy would lose face, and it would definitely upset Yi Linfan.
At that time, the relationship that the Martial Arts Academy had managed to establish with Yi Linfan could be wiped out in an instant.
This was absolutely doomed for the martial arts academy. Don't be in a hurry. I'll go to Grandpa now and help you investigate, Xu Yenyun immediately said. After saying that, she left the place in a hurry. Inside the conference room, Xu Mingyang was talking to Zhang Yiming. Grandpa, it's not good. Xu Yenyun hurried in and spoke loudly. What happened? Xu Mingyang asked with a frown. Young's painting was stolen. Xu Yenyun panted. What?
Xu Mingyang suddenly stood up with an incomparably shocked expression on his face.
Yuan Xiaorong's paintings.
He knew very well that they were all from Yi Linfan.
Yi Linfan's painting was stolen from the Martial Arts Academy. The Budo Academy is his territory again. Here's how serious the consequences are.
Xu Mingyang was naturally very clear.
What now? Xu Yenyun asked with a grave expression. Don't panic.
Anyone who can steal from the Martial Arts Academy must be a student of the Martial Arts Academy.
They can definitely be caught.
Xu Mingyang said slowly.
Dean, we have to be quick.
We have to catch the thief before Yuan Xiaorong tells the higher power,
Zhang Yiming said from the sidelines. As long as the thief is a student of the Martial Arts Academy, he will definitely not be able to escape me,
Xu Mingyang said with a cold snort.
Grandpa, do you have any ideas? Xu Yenyun asked. As things stand, the only thing left to do is to use the spirit-sniffing dogs, Xu Mingyang said. Spirit-sniffing dog? A canine demonic beast kept by the Martial Arts Academy. This kind of demonic beast is very small in size, gentle in nature, and humane. The best thing about it is that it has a great sense of smell. Anything it smells, it's bound to find. Budo Academy, which is often used to find lost things. Yan Yun,
take the spirit-sniffing dog to Xiaorong's place. We'll wait for news here,
Zhang Yiming immediately said. Not much later, Xu Yenyun brought the spirit-sniffing dog to Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory.
Yuan Xiaorong was in the middle of her silent anger at the moment because she had lost the painting. She immediately stood up when she saw Xu Mingyang's trio come in.
Senior sister, the painting given to me by Big Brother Yi has been stolen. What should I do?
Yuan Xiaorong asked with red eyes.
Originally, she hadn't put much thought into the paintings and calligraphy. Later,
I heard Xu Yenyun say that all these words and paintings were incredibly precious.
Now it's been stolen away. She can be very heartbroken and self-conscious, blaming himself for not protecting what Big Brother Yi gave him. Don't worry, I have a way to find the thief, Xu Yenyun comforted. When she finished speaking, she extended her palm, only to see a puppy lying in the middle of his palm.
This puppy was all gray and lounging around like he hadn't woken up.
Only its nose is special. Extraordinarily large. Large enough to take up a third of the face. This puppy is none other than a spirit-sniffing dog.
Xu Yenyun pulled out a yellow pill and placed it on the end of the snout of the spirit-sniffing dog.
The spirit-sniffing dog's large nose shrugged and immediately opened its mouth to consume the pill.
It had been listless and immediately jumped up.
And it won't stop barking, as if to say, one more. Young, take one of the paintings and give it a sniff, Xu Yenyun said.
Yuan Xiaorong immediately took out a painting and placed it in front of the spirit-sniffing dog.
After sniffing it,
the spirit-sniffing dog immediately jumped out of Xu Yenyun's palm and quickly ran towards the door.
Chapter 20 Desperately Trying to Countermand. Chapter 20 Desperately Trying to Countermand. Follow it, Xu Yenyun immediately said.
She and Yuan Xiaorong immediately followed the spirit-sniffing dog and ran all the way.
Soon, it came to a dormitory building tens of meters away. The dormitory buildings here are all occupied by the children of those martial arts families. Their families are well off, so they all live in one building per person. Surprisingly, it's her? Yuan Xiaorong's face was incredibly ugly. Who lives here? Xu Yenyun asked.
Zhao watching. She came to my dormitory to play with me last time.
And at that time,
I didn't know that those calligraphy and paintings were precious, so I showed them to her.
Yuan Xiaorong replied. It must be her. Mr. Ye's things are so precious. Even if it's me, I'm still very moved. Let alone someone else.
Xu Yenyun said with a gloomy face.
This Zhao Watching's guts are too big. How dare you steal from Yi Linfan, a top-grade immortal weapon? Was it not something that she, an ordinary cadet, was qualified to get her hands on? Come on, let's find her. Xu Yenyun took Yuan Xiaorong's hand and immediately walked in. The two walked up to the dormitory building,
only to see a tall young girl with a similar age to Yuan Xiaorong was cultivating with her legs crossed. A flash of panic was evident on her face as she saw the crowd arrive, but she quickly covered it up. This young girl was none other than Zhao Watching.
Wrong, what brings you here?
Zhao Watching asked somewhat reluctantly.
Yuan Xiaorong didn't turn a corner. She opened the door and said, Ruo Chang, please return my things to me. Wrong, what do you mean?
Zhao Watching asked with a change in her face.
Do I have to make it any clearer? Give me back my painting. Yuan Xiaorong said with a gloomy face. Yuan Xiaorong, I treat you as a friend, and you actually suspect me of stealing from you? Zhao Ruoqing said coldly. Zhao Ruoqing, don't pretend. As long as you return the item to Xiaorong, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Xu Yenyun said coldly. When she came in just now, she had already seen the flash of panic on Zhao Ruoqing's face, though the flicker of panic was only a flash. But still, she captured it. So, she was beyond sure. Zhao Ruoqing is definitely a thief. That's right, Ruo Cheng, as long as you return the painting to me, we'll still be good sisters from now on. Yuan Xiaorong said as she stared closely at Zhao Ruoqing. Elder sister, Xiaorong, you guys are really funny. Without evidence, why do you have to wrongly accuse me of stealing something? I, Zhao Ruoqing, am at least the son of a family, with just a few pairs of your paintings. How could I possibly look at them? Zhao Ruoqing said with a cold smile. It seems you really don't want to admit it? Xu Yenyun asked coldly. If you haven't taken it, you haven't taken it. If you have proof, please show it. If you don't have proof, don't try to frame people here. Zhao Ruoqing said with a very strong attitude. Zhao Ruoqing, you have no idea what kind of existence the owner of this painting is. He is not something you can mess with. I hope you don't regret it. Xu Yenyun warned. After saying that, she angrily pulled Yuan Xiaorong out of here. Since Zhao Ruoqing bites that he didn't take the stolen painting, the only way to figure it out was to go to Chu Mingyang. Looking at the back of the duo, Zhao Ruoqing sneered. Isn't he just an ordinary guy who grows vegetables and raises chickens? I can kill such a person with my hand. Then she took out a bracelet and pressed it. This bracelet is a communication bracelet, the equivalent of a cell phone, and the bracelet functions visually. Soon, a curtain of light appeared above the bracelet. A young man appeared in the curtain of light. The young man was 24 or 25 years old and quite handsome. Only now and then he flashed an oily grin. Makes for a very sleazy experience. Sister Cheng, did you call for something? The young man asked with a smile. Brother Ziyang, how about that painting I gave you? Zhao Ruoqing asked with incomparable pride. Sister Cheng, that painting is too amazing. The Tao rhythm contained in the painting directly allowed me to break through to the 8th level of the Earth realm. The young man laughed out loud. What? Breaking through so quickly? You're too good, Zhao Ruoqing said in surprise. Sister Cheng, thanks to that painting you gave me, I'm sure I'll be able to break through to the heaven realm before long. The young man said. Then congratulations. When the time comes, you will definitely become the youngest heaven realm powerhouse on the continent. Zhao Ruoqing said with a face full of admiration. Sister Cheng, don't worry, when I break through to the heaven realm, I will definitely come to my door to propose marriage and marry you. The young man said in a tone of unmistakable affection. Brother Ziyang, don't lie to me. Zhao Ruoqing's heart was melting under such a tender attack. Don't worry, Sister Cheng, I will never fail you in this life. The young man said with immense sincerity. By the way, Brother Ziyang, that classmate of mine still has a lot of these paintings and calligraphy there. Why don't I take them all and give them to you? Zhao Ruoqing immediately said. In order to have this young man break through to the heaven realm early, he came to propose marriage early. She was beginning to lose her mind a bit. Really? It's just too good to be true. The young man sniffed in ecstasy. A painting already has such a horrible utility. If it comes back a lot more, it was estimated that it wouldn't take much time at all to break through to the heaven realm. Not just him, but the whole family would become immensely powerful. Sister Cheng, that classmate of yours has so many treasures. Is he a descendant of some high-ranking person? The young man asked suddenly. If there is someone high behind Yuan Xiaorong, and you don't know the depths of what you're messing with if you're messing with it, I'm afraid the whole family will face extinction. Don't worry, I've investigated. The person who sent him the paintings is just an ordinary person who usually only raises chickens and grows vegetables. I guess it was only by luck that he got these paintings, so there's absolutely no problem. Zhao Ruoqing said with great certainty. Great, Sister Cheng, I will definitely not fail you in the future. The young man exclaimed. The two of them got mushy for a little while longer before hanging up the phone. Zhao Ruoqing looked in the direction of Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory with a cold smile on her face. You are just a Yuan Xiaorong. What virtue and ability do you have to occupy so many treasures? It would be better to give it all to me, so that Brother Ziyang can break through to the heaven realm sooner. That way I can marry Brother Ziyang sooner too. Her face quickly broke into an incredibly cruel smile. It seems that the mind has already come up with a poisonous plan to deal with Yuan Xiaorong. At this time, Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong had already returned to the conference room. How's it going? Did you find it? Xu Mingyang asked. It's really pissing me off. Xu Yenyun told Xu Mingyang what had happened. When Xu Mingyang heard this, a hint of anger appeared on his face. This is outrageous. It's a disgrace for the martial arts academy to have such a student. Grandpa, this matter has to be dealt with quickly. If Mr. Yi finds out, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Xu Yenyun said with a frown. Do you think Mr. Yi would not know?
With Mr. Ye's strength, with a single thought, nothing under the sun can be hidden from him, Xu Mingyang said with a long sigh.
Grandpa, so what do I do now?
Xu Yanyan's face changed as she asked.
Chapter 21, I know what you're here for. Chapter 21, I know what you're here for. Let's hold Zhaoru watching first.
Xu Mingyang said on the spot.
This thing has to be fast and furious. The longer it takes to resolve things, the easier it would be to make Yi Linfan angry. In his opinion,
the reason why Yi Linfan hadn't made a move until now,
definitely looking at the attitude of the Budo Academy. If he had mishandled it, then the connection between the Martial Arts Academy and Yi Linfan would be completely broken.
In case Yi Linfan gets angry,
maybe the Budo Academy will be leveled by him. Little Rong, don't worry, Master will definitely help you get the painting back,
Xu Mingyang said to Yuan Xiaorong with a smile. Yuan Xiaorong had a high position in Yi Linfan's heart.
In this matter, Yuan Xiaorong must not be allowed to suffer half a bit. Thank you, Master,
Yuan Xiaorong said with great gratitude.
Yan Yun,
immediately have the Academy security team arrest Zhaoru watching, Xu Mingyang said loudly.
Okay, I'll go now. Xu Yenyun immediately left the place in a hurry. Yi Linfan, who was at home at this time, did not know what was happening in the Martial Arts Academy. He remained as usual at this point. Feed the chickens and fish in the yard. Is Mr. Yi home? Just then,
a voice came from outside the yard.
Yi Linfan looked up. The visitor turned out to be Lin Langtian. This time, Lin Langtian had only come alone.
Lin Ruoruo didn't come with him.
Matriarch Lin, come in,
Yi Linfan said slowly. Lin Langtian saw that Yi Linfan looked calm,
as if he wasn't surprised by his arrival. Did Mr. Yi expect me to come? It's not so godlike. Greetings, Mr. Yi.
As soon as Lin Langtian entered, he bowed to Yi Linfan.
Patriarch Lin, I knew you would come,
Yi Linfan said with a smile.
Last time I was here, I ate peaches, and then I ate my food.
I'm sure I must be craving it again.
So come and rub it in. Mr. Yi, already knew I was coming?
Lin Langtian asked with a face full of shock.
Of course, and I know what you came to do,
Yi Linfan said with a smile.
This one.
It subdued Lin Langtian on the spot.
Not bad for a Jedi. Not only did they know I was coming, but they knew what I was coming for. Such strength is simply terrifying. It's really a miraculous calculation.
Please ask Mr. Yi for help,
Lin Langtian said with a bow. Well, it's just a little thing. No need to be so polite.
Yi Linfan waved his hand and said.
This Lin Langtian was also polite. You're still so polite for a meal. Lin Langtian sniffed, and an expression of incomparable admiration appeared on his face.
That's the temperament of a tall man. What was very difficult in his own eyes became something trivial in his eyes.
Come in and sit down,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Coming inside the house, Lin Langtian sat down.
This time when he came here, he felt that this place was even more terrifying than the last time he was here. It was because he felt that the concentration of aura was much denser again than last time.
The moment he came in,
then he felt the spiritual energy in his body begin to slowly grow. Not bad for a high-profile residence.
Every time I come, I bring shock. Mr. Yi, I'm coming. Just then,
another voice came from the door.
Soon,
a middle-aged man dressed in rags like a beggar walked in.
Seeing someone like that,
Lin Langtian frowned at first, but when he got a good look at the middle-aged man, he jumped out of his chair in shock.
Lu Dongxian, Vice Alliance head of the Martial Arts Alliance. How did he get here? Does he know Mr. Yi too?
Although the Lin family was considered a big family in Falling Cloud City, but in the eyes of the Martial Arts Alliance, it really wasn't enough.
Lin family patriarch Lin Langtian, see Alliance Master Lu. Lin Langtian immediately stepped forward and saluted. This is the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance.
It would be a great benefit to the Lin family if they could make a friendship.
Wait, did Mr. Yi know I was going to come to him for help?
That's why it was arranged in advance for Alliance leader Lu to come here to get acquainted with me. With the support of the Martial Arts Alliance,
I'm afraid that even the Yin family wouldn't dare to do anything to the Lin family. So it's Clan Chief Lin. Nice to meet you. Lu Dongxian nodded and said faintly.
The difference in status and position between Lin Langtian and him was too great. It was already a great honor to nod at the other side.
Dinner is served. Just then,
Yi Linfan brought up the rice. The meal was the usual 4-course meal. It's the same as a regular home-cooked meal in general. But as soon as the meal was served, a fresh aroma filled the room.
Hearing that, Lu Dongxian and Lin Langtian's spirits lifted. They're clear. These dishes not only have a vegetable flavor,
it's even fried with spiritual springs. That's why the fragrance of the dish is also mixed with the fresh scent of the spiritual spring water.
Under the sky, only Yi Linfan would be so extravagant.
Dare to stir fry and cook with the spiritual spring water that can transform an ordinary person's body with a sip. What a beautiful dish. Lu Dongxian said with a sigh of admiration. The dishes on the table are all ostensibly just unusual vegetables, but every leaf on the vegetable is lush and green and looks pleasing to the eye. That bowl of soup looked as good as fresh water, but above it was smoke. The smoke is white. At a glance, it was clear that the soup was all cooked in spiritual spring water. And the rice in front of me. The grains of rice are crystal clear. It's as dazzling as crystal. It looks appetizing. With a dish this beautiful, you can tell at first glance that it must be delicious. Lu Dongxian licked his face and smiled. It's just ass kissing. Yi Linfan slapped Lu Dongxuan's head and scolded with a laugh. Lin Langtian, who was on the side, was incredibly shocked when he saw this. This is the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. In front of Yi Linfan, it was surprisingly just like a small child. Not only do you not get angry after being scolded, instead, they licked their chops to curry favor. Simply better than licking a dog. Patriarch Lin, start eating, Yi Linfan said to looking at Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian nodded, picked up the bowl and started eating. He started by taking a sip of his soup. Once the soup is in the mouth, the expression on his face froze. So flavorful and sweet soup. This soup looks like water. The flavor is actually quite tangy. And since it's made of spiritual spring water, after the soup is in your throat, the spiritual energy in his body directly skyrocketed. It quickly rose to the peak of the second level of the Dan realm. It was only one step away from the third level of the Dan realm. At this moment, he was incomparably grateful to Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan knew that he desperately wanted to become stronger now, so he made such a meal for him. If you want to get stronger, just eat a meal. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Lin Langtian said tearfully. Matriarch Lin, just eat. Why are you crying for a good reason? Yi Linfan asked strangely. Just then, Lu Dongxian, who was on the side, coughed violently. Lin Langtian choked on his words. That's when he reacted. Yi Linfan had always wanted others to treat him as an ordinary person. Would one's reaction like this upset Mr. Yi? This time, he broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. It's too emotional. For a moment there was no collection. What to do? One careless answer can reveal the truth. Lin Langtian's mind raced. Soon, his eyes lit up and he finally came up with an excellent answer. Chapter 22 Did he come from the immortal world? Chapter 22 Did he come from the immortal world? Eating your cooking reminds me of the cooking my late mother did, Lin Langtian said with red eyes. Hear these words. It was then that Yi Linfan was enlightened, and a complex feeling surged in his heart. Lin Langtian still had relatives in this world, and he crossed over all alone. Not a single family member left. He patted Lin Langtian's shoulder with deep feeling. Sorry to remind you of your own mother. Yi Linfan sighed. In his opinion, Lin Langtian is so old now. His mother is presumably no longer alive. That's why Lin Langtai was so sad. I've also missed my mother quite a bit since I came to this world, Yi Linfan said with a long sigh. Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxuan's bodies shook at his words. Could it be that Mr. Yi is not from this world? Not from this world. Is it from the legendary immortal world? Does the immortal world really exist? Think about it. Lu Dongxian and Lin Langtian's hearts were filled with an incomparable excitement. The martial artists of this world, although able to cultivate, but no one has ever been able to cultivate to the realm of daytime ascension. The immortal world is nothing but a place of legends. No one would think that anyone could get to that place. And Yi Linfan now said that he was not from this world, other than coming from the immortal realm. Then there was no other possibility. Mr. Yi, are you not from this world? Lu Dongxian asked with a trembling voice. Oops. Spoke out. Yi Linfan's heart tightened. I didn't realize that I had given away my identity as a traveler between subconscious moments, but since it slipped out, let's admit it. Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian were good people anyway, and it won't do anything to him. Yes, it is true that I am not of this world. Yi Linfan nodded and said, then can Mr. Yi tell us what kind of world that world of yours is? Lin Langtian asked with glowing eyes. He really wanted to know what the legendary immortal world was really like. That world of mine is a beautiful world and a dangerous one, where all people can easily talk to people 10,000 miles away, can get to where they want to go in a short period of time, can break through the sky and travel the universe, and create weapons that can easily destroy millions of people. An incomparably reminiscent look appeared on Yi Linfan's face. Hearing Yi Linfan's words, Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian were shocked and speechless, unable to speak for half a day. Miles of sound, thousands of miles in an instant, soaring to the heavens, destroying countries with just one hand. People with such abilities. What is it if it's not an immortal? The place that owns these things. What is it if it's not the fairy world? Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian were instantly incomparably desirous of this world that Yi Linfan was talking about. If only he could go to the immortal world one day. Then this lifetime of hard work and cultivation will be worthwhile. I hope you won't readily reveal my true identity to others. Yi Linfan said slowly.
the less people know about the identity of the traveler, the better. To Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxuan's ears, Yi Linfan was trying to get along with people as a mortal. That's why he instructed himself not to reveal his true identity. Don't worry, Mr. Yi, we will keep our mouths shut. Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian immediately patted their chests and swore their assurances. Keep eating. Yi Linfan smiled and said slowly. With that, the three of them winded up sweeping the table clean of all the food. When the meal is finished, Lin Langtian's realm had broken through to the third level of the Dan realm. With his current realm, he was already on par with Yen Yunfan. Only, it was still unlikely that one would want to defeat Yen Yunfan. After all, Yen Yunfan had immersed himself in the third realm of the Dan realm for many years. He's only just broken through. It was naturally impossible that he would be the opponent's opponent. But, Lin Langtian was in no hurry. He knew it in his heart. With Yi Linfan's mysterious and unpredictable strength, there must be an arrangement. One just needs to go with the flow. As for Lu Dongxian, at this time, he had already reached the peak of the third level of the Saint realm. It was only one step away from the fourth level of the Sage realm. Is it time for tea? Yi Linfan looked at Lu Dongxian and asked. This old guy has a cup of tea after every meal. An old beggar with all the stink of a rich lord. That's for sure. Lu Dongxian immediately said. Tea made from the spirit spring. Whoever doesn't drink it is a fool. Lu Dongxian looks like a fool though, but people aren't stupid. Lin Langtian didn't say anything from the side. He knew it in his heart. Every move Yi Linfan made was deeply meaningful, and the last time he had tea, he had broken through once. This time, when you drink tea, your cultivation will also definitely increase greatly. You bad old man. Yi Linfan laughed and cursed, turned around and went to make tea. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan brought out 2 cups of tea. The tea was covered, but it still couldn't stop the strong aroma of the tea. With just one sniff, the spiritual energy in his body had already begun to surge slightly. This is the power of the spiritual spring tea. Open the tea lid. A white smoke that rose up. It instantly enveloped the entire room. It made the whole room become like a fairyland. The scent kept stimulating the ends of Lin Langtian's and Lu Dongxuan's noses, especially Lu Dongxian. He was now in the middle of breaking through to the next realm. With every sip of tea, he then felt that the realm barrier within his body loosened by 1 point. Lin Langtian, on the other hand, felt the spiritual energy in his body growing at a slow pace. In an instant, the realm he had just broken through was consolidated. This tea really smells good as always. Lu Dongxian sighed in admiration and picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go. Tea in the throat. Powerful auras surged within him. The spiritual energy in his body followed suit and raced desperately. Very frantically, he crashed on top of the realm barrier. Click! Lu Dongxuan's body shook. A powerful and incomparable majesty permeated from his body. He broke through. He broke through to the 4th level of the Sage realm. Lin Langtian felt the aura on Lu Dongxuan's body, and an expression of incomparable envy appeared on his face. The Sage realm. When will he or she reach this level? He also picked up his teacup and drank the tea down. Tea in the throat. Boom! The powerful aura contained in the tea exploded within him. The spiritual energy in his body began to grow wildly. It directly broke through the barrier of the realm within his body. Click! Lin Langtian's body shook. He's broken through again. He broke through to the 4th level of the Dan realm. With his current strength, he was already strong enough to defeat Yen Yunsong, who was at the 3rd level of the Dan realm. This is really the right trip. Mr. Yi didn't say anything with his mouth though, but everything was organized for me in a clear way. From eating to drinking tea, everything is under his control. Worthy of being a high-ranking person from the immortal world. This tea is delicious. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian was grateful in his heart. Originally, he wanted to express his gratitude directly, but it would be too abrupt to just thank them. It would make Yi Linfan think that he would poke at Yi Linfan's identity as a high-ranking person. That's why he excused himself from showing his gratitude by saying that the tea was good. It's delicious. Would you like another? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Chapter 23, this character is a top-grade immortal artifact. Chapter 23, this character is a top-grade immortal artifact. Lin Langtian was about to agree, but Lu Dongxian on the side suddenly interjected. 1 cup of good tea at a time is enough. After saying that, he fiercely glared at Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian immediately knew the intention, so he shook his head and refused. My stomach is already full, so I'll drink it next time. Good. I'll come back for tea sometime later. Yi Linfan nodded and said without any concern. He has plenty of tea anyway. You can't drink it all. That's why every time Lu Dongxian comes to drink tea, he has a reason for asking. Mr. Yi, did you write that calligraphy on the table? Lin Langtian suddenly saw a pair of characters sitting on the desk and asked. That's right. Wrote it out on the fly a couple days ago. Yi Linfan nodded and said.
This pair of characters was exactly the same pair of characters that Chu Mingyang had seen 2 days ago.
May I see it?
Lin Langtian asked with interest. He is quite fond of writing and drawing in his spare time. Now that he saw that Yi Linfan even had such a hobby.
So very interested. And with a common hobby.
It could also bring the distance between him and Yi Linfan closer.
Sure, come along and watch, Yi Linfan said.
The three men came to the desk.
At this point the subtext is being rolled up. However,
Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian had just walked to the table. Already, he felt a gust of palpitating pressure. And the source of the intimidating pressure turned out to be this pair of characters. Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian looked at each other.
They could both see a hint of amazement in each other's eyes. Could it be that the words written by a high person are not mortal either? 2 please. Yi Linfan opened the painting once. Boom!
Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian's hearts trembled. They could only feel the monstrous raging Tao rhythms erupting from the words.
These Tao rhythms swooped in and burrowed straight into them.
The spiritual energy in his body was stimulated by the Tao rhythm. It began to frantically run amok in the meridians of the body. The new realm barrier that had just formed loosened up once again.
Click! Lu Dongxuan's body shook.
He knew he had broken through again. He broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm.
Lin Langtian, whose cultivation level was slightly lower, was even more exaggerated. 4th level of the Dan Realm. 5th level of the Dan Realm. 6th level of the Dan Realm. This time, he directly broke through 3 realms. The strength of the 6th level of the Dan Realm. It was more than enough to kill Yan Yunsong in seconds.
Lin Langtian looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe. The tactics of the high and mighty are nothing short of mind-boggling. He came here and just ate a meal, drank a cup of tea and read a pair of characters. Just break through 5 whole realms. This if it gets out. It would definitely make many self-proclaimed supreme geniuses commit suicide in shame, because it was impossible for even the most talented person to break through 5 realms in one day.
Yi Linfan, on the other hand, as if he was doing something very ordinary, he had achieved something that no one else could achieve no matter how hard they tried. Such strength. Such tactics. It's simply horrible. He wanted to thank Yi Linfan very much, but remember that Yi Linfan wanted to be an ordinary person. The words of thanks went unspoken. With the strength we have now anyway, even if the duel is in 2 days, at that time Yan Yunfan wanted to play tricks, and he was not afraid. Until then, it took him a moment to really look at the words on the paper. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to grant me immortality. These 10 words are powerful and full of strokes. The strokes are flowing between the transitions. It feels refreshing to watch. At first glance, you can tell that it's definitely from a famous artist. Moreover, these words, in each stroke, contained infinite Tao rhythms. Every time he looked at it, it tugged at the spiritual energy in his body. It's safe to say, if I could look at this pair of words every day, one's own strength can definitely do that in a day. Good word, good word, Lin Langtian kept exclaiming. He himself was a hobbyist of calligraphy and painting in his own day. But there has never been any pair of characters that can compare to the one in front of me. Lu Dongxian didn't do much research on calligraphy and painting. He just knew that it was a supreme immortal weapon. There was no look of surprise on his face, though, in his opinion, at the place where Yi Linfan lives, it's perfectly normal for anything unbelievable to happen. He was already used to Yi Linfan's shocking behavior. Patriarch Lin likes this pair of characters a lot? Seeing this, Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Yes, this pair of words is rare in the world, and I do like it very much, Lin Langtian said lovingly. In that case, I'll give you this pair of characters, Yi Linfan said with a smile. What did you say? You want to give me this pair of words? Lin Langtian asked with great surprise. This was a set of words that contained infinite Tao rhythms. If it were to be circulated, it would surely cause a bloody storm. However, such a precious pair of words, Yi Linfan just gave it to himself so lightly. This made Lin Langtian feel as if he was dreaming. It felt very unreal. Yeah, a pair of characters is just a pair of characters. It's not worth anything. I still hope that Patriarch Lin doesn't mind. Yi Linfan nodded and said, it's just too hard to live in this world as an ordinary person yourself. Lin Langtian was the Lin family patriarch. As long as one plays nice with the other side and gains their patronage, then one has a hint of security in this menacing world. Being able to trade a pair of words for your own safety. This is the best deal ever. Hear that? Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian both looked at Yi Linfan with eyes of incomparable admiration. A tall man is a tall man. Eyesight is indeed not for the likes of us. Perhaps it was only Yi Linfan who would have the courage to say that this pair of characters was worthless. Since Mr. Yi is generous with his gift, then Lin will accept it. Lin Langtian said gratefully, such a pair of characters can be used as a family heirloom. It's a cutie if you don't accept it. Look aside. Lu Dongxian hasn't had a share yet. With that, he put the pair of words away. Lu Dongxian stood on the side, his face full of envy. He was really too envious of Lin Langtian. I was surprised to get such an incredibly valuable pair of words. However, he didn't dare to open his mouth and ask Yi Linfan for it. For the higher power acts with his own intentions, Yi Linfan chose to give this pair of characters to Lin Langtian. It must be because this pair of characters had a connection with Lin Langtian, and Yi Linfan doesn't send words to himself. It must be because the timing karma hasn't arrived yet. You have to have it when it's meant to be, and you can't force it when it's not meant to be. Maybe the only way the high rollers will have something to give me is if it's meant to be. Lu Dongxian thought silently in his heart. The two sat here for an hour and then left. Come to the foot of the mountain. Lu Dongxian looked at the painting in Lin Langtian's arms and said somewhat sourly, Patriarch Lin, you can be extremely careful with this pair of characters. Don't worry, Alliance Master Lu. I will definitely keep this pair of characters. Lin Langtian said with conviction. Do you have any idea what kind of being this subword is? Lu Dongxian asked indifferently. Isn't this just a pair of characters? It's just that the Tao rhythm on this pair of characters is stronger. Lin Langtian asked suspiciously. Looks like you really don't know. Let me tell you. This pair of characters is a top-grade immortal weapon. Lu Dongxian shook his head and said. What? This is a top-tier immortal weapon? Lin Langtian lost his voice and exclaimed. Chapter 24, The Shock of the Divine Beasts. Chapter 24, The Shock of the Divine Beasts. Lin Langtian's face was filled with a look of incomparable shock. He knew that this pair of words was very precious, but never in a million years. This was surprisingly a top-tier immortal artifact. A top-tier immortal weapon was a rare existence on the continent. Even the big families, the big organizations. It was also very rare to be able to possess a top-tier immortal weapon. It didn't occur to him that Yi Linfan had given a top-tier immortal armament, casually, to himself. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay such a favor in my lifetime. Thinking of this, Lin Langtian made a deep bow to the top of the mountain. The Lin family will definitely drive for Mr. Yi in this life, and if they violate this oath, the heavens will strike them down. He had a serious expression and swore, if Mr. Yi is willing to drive the Lin family, that would also be an honor for the Lin family. Lu Dongxian said slowly. Lin Langtian sniffed and nodded with deep understanding. If such a high person from the immortal world was willing to become the head of the Lin family, then it would definitely be no big deal for the Lin family to become the #1 family in Falling Cloud City in the future. Lin Langtian tightened the top-grade immortal weapon in his arms. With this one item, the Lin family would naturally have no one dare to bully them in Falling Cloud City in the future. As for the duel in 2 days, he had stopped worrying long ago. No matter how powerful Yan Yunfan was, there was no way he would be his opponent anymore. The two of them spoke for a while before leaving on their own. Yi Linfan didn't know about the conversation between Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian. Since the duo left, bored, Yi Linfan picked up a piece of wood, intending to make a carving. The wood was black and glowing with ebony. It was like a piece of black steel. If Lin Ruoruo was there, she would have recognized it. This wood was none other than the heavenly crow iron tree that Yi Linfan had cut down in the barren mountains. No way. In this world, despite having a cell phone, none of those games from my previous life are available. There are simply no tools to pass the time. So writing and drawing is the best way to pass the time. After he feeds the chickens and fish every day, most of the time is spent writing and painting, or sculpting. Only when there was no more meat in the house did they need to go down the mountain to purchase some in Falling Cloud City, or go to the mountains and cut wood. Otherwise, he usually doesn't go out. After all, this world is too dangerous. He's an ordinary guy who can stay out of the house. That way there's a little more hope of surviving. He sat there, contemplating what piece he should carve. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. There it is. How about carving a sword out? After making up your mind, he immediately swung his right hand in succession, the carving knife in his hand. Black light flashed continuously. Dang! Shocking! The carving knife landed on the wood, surprisingly resounding with the sound of metal on metal. And the carving knife lands on the wood every time. Both sputter. It was as if it wasn't a piece of wood he was carving at the moment. Instead, it's a piece of steel. Moreover, the carving knife in Yi Linfan's hand was very hard. Each slash could leave a mark on top of the heavenly crow iron tree. If someone was present to see Yi Linfan at this moment, definitely wide-eyed. Because at this moment, Yi Linfan's entire body was being surrounded by a green light. Obviously this is the state of the Taoist rhyme progenitor. So many Tao rhymes. Even the legendary god realm couldn't have it. It was evident that Yi Linfan's true strength. It had actually surpassed the legendary god realm. Yi Linfan of course did not know this. By now he was completely immersed in the carving. With the passage of time, above the wood in Yi Linfan's hand, some clear outlines had begun to appear. There were even already beginning to be Tao sword qi, which began to fill the air. All the animals in the yard had their hearts fluttered. Even the peach tree, its branches were trembling. They know it in their hearts. Yi Linfan is creating again.
Whether it's writing and painting or sculpting, as soon as Yi Linfan started creating,
it always creates a lot of commotion.
Those powerful power fluctuations were enough to destroy the entire world.
It's strange, though, no matter how much commotion Yi Linfan induced,
those powerful power fluctuations always echoed in this courtyard. It's as if there's an invisible barrier in this courtyard,
blocking out all the power fluctuations.
There's no way to leak a sliver at all. This was also the reason why Yi Linfan had been here for 10 years and no one had noticed anything unusual about this courtyard.
Although Lu Dongxian often came here, but he had never revealed Yi Linfan's existence to anyone.
Because in his opinion,
Yi Linfan, since he wanted to be an ordinary person,
he himself simply accompanied the higher power in his play.
This also brings you closer to the higher-ups. Yi Linfan didn't know the thoughts of which animals and peach trees were in the yard. He waved his right hand repeatedly. Black blade lights rose and fell in the void.
His right hand was so fast that it had even brought up a residual shadow.
If a bystander is present, we'll definitely find out.
The trajectory of each swing of his sword was incomparably mysterious.
And in every case, it is implicitly the way of heaven.
Soon, there were more and more Tao rhythms on his body.
These Tao rhythms began to transform into rivers of Tao, flowing ceaselessly around his body.
These Tao rhythms quickly flowed out of the house and into the courtyard. It instantly enveloped the entire courtyard.
This is so many Tao rhymes.
The old hen's face showed a look of immense shock.
The Tao rhyme enveloped it.
It felt like its strength was growing wildly.
It's so cozy. Just then, a voice came.
The voice that called out to the old hen. It turned out that the carp in the pond had jumped to the shore by now.
Its circumference was also surrounded by Tao rhythms.
At this time, the fish scales on its body had already turned a golden color. It was clear that it was already starting to dragonize.
The big yellow dog didn't say anything,
but lay down on the ground and closed his eyes, letting the Tao rhythm surround him.
But anyone can see that. It's a very enjoyable place.
The peach tree in the doorway is also changing at this time. Its trunk has grown thicker and its branches longer. There are a lot of branches that are starting to sprout nonstop. Then it flew and blossomed.
Just for a moment, right above the peach tree, hundreds of new spiritual peaches grew. This is the power of the Taoist rhyme. Why had these divine beasts been serving Yi Linfan as their master for so many years? It wasn't just because Yi Linfan was very powerful. Even more so, because staying by Yi Linfan's side, he could obtain countless benefits. Situations like today, they've been through this countless times.
It's long since been taken for granted. Looking at the courtyard full of Taoist rhythms flowing like a river, the old hen had a look of shock in her eyes. It was also fortunate that these Tao rhythms could not flow out. If a hint of it leaks out, it would surely cause countless martial arts paths to go crazy.
To know, even if it was the #1 cavernous paradise under the heavens, it would be impossible for it to possess so much Tao rhythm. Master is really getting more and more terrifying.
The old hen had a look of shock in her eyes.
If this keeps up, my peaches are going to be promoted to immortal peaches. Peachtree said.
Fairy peaches can be countless times stronger than spirit peaches.
Spiritual peaches are, in the final analysis, only mortal objects. The peach of immortality, on the other hand, already belongs to the immortal world. In this world, it was almost impossible to break through to the god realm. But if you can eat a fairy peach,
then you will be able to cut down your hair and wash your marrow, and you will be able to shed your bones.
Officially a god body. When the time came to break through the god realm, it wouldn't matter. At this rate, within a few years, I'll be able to break through to the god realm, Carp said happily. Chapter 25 Regulus. Chapter 25 Regulus. Ever since it was drawn by Yi Linfan, it had stayed here to cultivate. It was originally of the dragon race and had amazing talent, plus practicing diligently in this courtyard every day. Breaking through the god realm was not just a matter of time. However, it stole a glance at the big yellow dog as it said this. This big yellow dog has never shown his true strength. Only the carp knew. This big yellow dog is the most terrifying creature in this yard. The strength had definitely reached the god realm. Once, he and the old hen challenged the big yellow dog while the owner was away, hanged by the big yellow dog without the slightest power to fight back. From there, the big yellow dog then establishes its position as the boss in the middle of the yard. It is not surprising that the master does what he does. Just then, the big yellow dog said lazily. However, its eyes remained closed as it spoke. Having said that, it added, "What are you looking at me for? Little worm, do you want to fight? Brother dog is joking. How dare I make a move against you?" Carp was quick to smile. "Then pay attention and put away those scales on your body. If you let your master find out who you are, don't blame me for pulling your dragon's tendons like that, Neza." The big yellow dog said faintly. Yi Linfan had been in this world for 10 years. Boredom will tell them stories of past lives, especially the story of the sealing of the gods. These animals love to hear it. For every word that fell on their ears was the sound of the great way. The carp sniffed and laughed dryly, hastily collecting the golden light from his body. This makes it look like a normal carp again. Inside the house, Yi Linfan still didn't stop. At this moment, the wood in his hand had gradually turned into the shape of a sword. The top of this sword was engraved with an intricate and incomparable pattern. One side is engraved with mountains and grasses. One side is engraved with the sun, moon and stars. Just these patterns. Yi Linfan then carved for a full 2 hours. When the last blade fell, the sword has finally taken shape. The sword becomes a moment. A gut-wrenching sword aura shot straight up into the sky. The sword chi was vast and sweeping in all directions. This sword chi, although the killing chi is not heavy, but it was hallowed and filled with a submissive and powerful aura. The plants and animals in the yard, at this time has been this sword chi. Pressure to lie on the ground cannot move in the slightest. Even the always lazy big yellow dog jumped up from the ground. Only, its body kept trembling. As you can see, it is also holding itself together. What a strong sword intent. What kind of sword is this? Why is it so powerful? On the face of the big yellow dog, a look of shock also appeared at this time. It must have just been carved by the owner. The old hen slumped to the ground with immense effort, and at this point, the carp could no longer carry the pressure, jumped back into the pond long ago. Not far away, in the middle of the martial arts academy, Shu Mingyang looked up at Yi Linfan's residence with an incomparably shocked expression on his face. What a powerful sword intent. Even from this distance, Shu Mingyang could still feel it. How strong was this sword intent? If this sword intent was heading straight for the martial arts academy, I'm afraid that everyone in the martial arts academy would be instantly chopped into ashes. Such a sword intent could perhaps only be possessed by a supreme immortal sword. Is this a warning from the higher power to get it over with quickly? Shu Mingyang's heart had been beating a drum. It seems that there is no time to delay. It's got to be sorted out quickly. With that thought, he took out a pill from a side cabinet. The pill was aqua blue in color and looked incredibly beautiful. Men, escort Zhao Ruoqing here as soon as possible, Shu Mingyang said loudly. Yi Linfan didn't realize how much noise he had caused by carving this sword. He was currently scrutinizing the sword in his hand. Regulus, I've finally carved it. Even though it's just a carving, it would be quite an interesting thing to have something from a previous life recreated in this world. Otherwise, I'll just carve out all of those ancient 10 divine weapons. In Yi Linfan's heart, he suddenly had a new plan. The sword in his hand was none other than the famous Regulus sword. Just a wooden sword. Of course, Regulus is certainly not well known in this world. But in the world before Yi Linfan crossed over, no one knew about it. This is a true emperor's sword, and it is the weapon with the strongest attack power among the 10 divine weapons of the ancient times. Of course Yi Linfan didn't know how powerful this Xian Yuan wooden sword certainly was. To him, it was just an ordinary wooden sword. With a sword, make a scabbard, Yi Linfan said, quickly carving out a scabbard. Then the Regulus wooden sword was sheathed. Shasta, the sword intent that was raging in the sky disappeared. All the animals in the yard felt a sudden lightening of pressure on their bodies and breathed a long sigh of relief. The carp had not dared to emerge from the pond until then. Master has finally put something away. It's simply horrible, Carp said heartily. What Master created this time is more terrifying than anything before, the old hen said with the same overwhelming fear. So don't reveal your identities, or else beware of the Master directly striking out to suppress you. The big yellow dog slumped to the ground again. Lazily, the words made the carp and the old hen physically tremble. They look at the house in unison. The old hen immediately began to start foraging on the ground, just like an ordinary hen, and the carp returned to the pond without a sound. The Master is terrible. It's better to stay put. It's not as good out there as it is in here. Anyway, might as well stay here. At this time, inside the martial arts academy, Zhao Ruoqing had already been escorted to the interrogation room by the college's security team. Originally, Zhao Ruoqing was still planning on how to snatch all the paintings from Yuan Xiaorong's hands. However, just then, the college vigilante burst into her dormitory. See the vigilante. Zhao Ruoqing finally panicked a bit. She was about to speak, but the college vigilante wouldn't even give her a chance to speak up. She was escorted directly to this interrogation room. The interrogation room was dimly lit. Even on the walls, there was some dark red color. That's exactly what blood splatters on the wall, left behind after too much time has passed and solidified. Seeing a scene like this, the Budo Academy is no charity. This interrogation room was a special place to interrogate trainees who betrayed the academy or violated the rules of the academy. The Budo Academy has been in existence for so many years. Countless people have already died here. That's why the atmosphere in the interrogation room was all chilly and chilly. Every now and then a cold wind blew, chilling the bones. Zhao Ruoqing finally knew fear. Her face also turned incredibly pale. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Chapter 26 Soul Searching Pill. Chapter 26 Soul Searching Pill. The ones who pushed the door in were none other than Chu Mingyang and Zhang Yiming. Behind them, there was Chu Yin Yun. Chu Mingyang's face was gloomy at this moment. Just now Yi Linfan had given a warning. If this matter, again, is not handled properly, I'm afraid that Yi Linfan will take action himself. When the time comes, not only Zhao Ruocheng will suffer, the entire martial arts academy will be buried with them. And there was no need for Yi Linfan to make a move at all. Those divine beasts in his yard were enough to crush the martial arts academy into crumbs. Therefore, as soon as he came in, he said with a cold snort, "Zhao Ruocheng, I didn't think that you would actually do something like this in the academy." Zhao Ruocheng's heart had also been shivering when she saw Chu Mingyang. She hadn't thought about it. It's amazing that this matter was able to alarm the dean. "Dean, what the hell did I do?" she asked with forced composure. At this point in time, the only thing to do is to deny it. Maybe there's a silver lining. Knowingly, I'm giving you one last chance now. Hurry up and hand over Xiao Rong's painting. Chu Mingyang said with a cold face. "I've said many times that I didn't take it." Zhao Ruocheng said through clenched teeth. "Only you have been to Xiao Rong's dormitory. Only you are the most suspected. Who else if not you?" Chu Yanyun couldn't help but say. "Senior sister, I did go to Yuan Xiaorong's dormitory, but it doesn't mean that I stole her paintings, right? This is really a crime of desire." Zhao Ruocheng said with a face full of aggression. "Zhao Ruocheng, it seems like you're planning to die without admitting it?" Chu Mingyang asked with a gloomy face. "Dean, when I said I didn't take it, I didn't take it." Zhao Ruocheng's attitude was still tough. "Since you're not willing to cooperate, then don't blame me. I have to put this matter to rest before that high-ranking person gets angry, or else the entire martial arts academy will be buried with you," Chu Mingyang said coldly. With that, he pulled out an elixir from his pocket. "This is the God-searching pill?" Chu Yanyun lost her voice and shouted. "That's right, it's the God-searching pill," Chu Mingyang said indifferently. "Searching for God Dan. As the name suggests, it is naturally used to search the gods. After taking the elixir, that person will lose their mind and tell all. And even the best-kept secrets are no exception. The potency of this elixir was too overbearing. Takers are also susceptible to after effects." Chu Mingyang was originally not too willing to use such tactics against his trainees, but it's done. For the survival of the entire Budo Academy, he had to go to extraordinary lengths. Zhang Yiming, who was on the side, frowned when he saw this. However, he thought of Yi Linfan's terror, and there was no stopping it. After all, the martial arts academy couldn't pay for Zhao Ruocheng's mistakes alone. "Someone, feed the elixir," Chu Mingyang commanded. "I don't want it." Zhao Ruocheng finally got scared at this point. However, the school vigilante was no longer going to give her a chance to talk. Up came the two men, and directly shoved the elixir hard into her mouth. After eating the God-searching pill, Zhao Ruocheng held her head with both hands, and an incomparably painful look appeared on her face. "My head hurts. Help me. I'll never dare again. It's just a shame." No one here sympathizes with her. After all, she was a thief. After a while, Zhao Ruocheng's expression became dull. She was expressionless and looked like a puppet. Everyone knows that. It was the searching God pill that had worked. "Zhao Ruocheng, let me ask you, did you steal Yuan Xiaorong's painting?" Chu Mingyang asked coldly. "I took it," Zhao Ruocheng said dully. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Now that she's admitted it, it's all good. In that case, at Yi Linfan's place, there could also be an explanation. "Why did you steal Yuan Xiaorong's painting?" Chu Mingyang continued to ask. "Yuan Xiaorong is just a commoner. To have so many precious characters and paintings, it's really too wasteful. Might as well give it to me," Zhao Ruocheng said dully. "Where is that painting now?" Chu Mingyang asked with a cold snort. "I gave that painting to Brother Xiang, and Brother Xiang promised me that as soon as he breaks through the heaven realm, he'll come and marry me," Zhao Ruocheng replied. Everyone's face changed. In the entire Falling Cloud City, there was only one named Xiang. That was the young patriarch of the Shin family, Shen Xiang. Shen Xiang could be said to be a genius of the younger generation in Falling Cloud City. At only 24 years old, he already had the 7th level of the Earth realm. Now got that painting of Yi Linfan. It was estimated that breaking through the heaven realm was something that was just around the corner. Chu Mingyang's face, on the other hand, became even more ugly. He knew very well what kind of virtue the Shin family had. Since this painting was taken by them, it was simply impossible to get it back. You should know that the Shin family is very strong. Not to mention in Falling Cloud City, even in the entire continent, it was a top-ranked family. Moreover, it was heard that the Shin family had a close relationship with Lu Dongxian, the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Can Martial Arts Academy can't help the Shin family at all? Zhao Ruocheng, I'll go to the Shin family now to get that painting back.
Shu Mingyang immediately said.
No,
but Brother Ziyang promised me that he would come to my house to propose marriage when he breaks through to the heaven realm by relying on this painting. Although Zhao Ruoqing had lost her sanity, she still shook her head and refused.
Shu Mingyang sniffed and looked at him like a little cutie,
like looking at Zhao Ruoqing. This Zhao Ruoqing was indeed of questionable intelligence, and could not see that Shin Ziyang was using her.
The Shin family's threshold was so high, wouldn't she be able to enter? Moreover, this person, Shin Ziyang, was already of bad character.
I don't know how many good girls have been victimized over the years. This Zhao Ruoqing was really being sold and still counting for others.
This one's going to be tough,
Zhang Yiming said with a grave expression.
Grandpa, what should we do now?
Xu Yenyun said with an ugly face. She hadn't thought that this matter would involve the Shin family.
Things seem to be getting more and more complicated. As things stand, there's only one way to go to the Shin family,
Xu Mingyang said with a gloomy face.
This matter concerns Yi Linfan.
Whatever.
He's all about trying to do his best.
Only in this way could he have a good explanation in front of Yi Linfan.
Dean, what about Zhao Ruoqing? Zhang Yiming asked.
Take her down for treatment.
Don't leave any after effects,
Xu Mingyang said slowly. Zhao Ruoqing was a student of the Martial Arts Academy after all. He still wasn't quite willing to ruin the other man for life because of this.
However, he quickly continued. However,
Zhao Ruoqing has committed theft within the academy and has resisted death. The circumstances are too egregious.
Today, in the name of the dean, I will expel Zhao Ruoqing from the academy and never employ him.
Understood. I'll inform the whole house later.
Zhang Yiming nodded and said. He knew it in his heart.
Xu Mingyang did this in order to calm the anger of that high person. As long as that high person doesn't take it out on the Martial Arts Academy, sacrificing a mere Zhao Ruoqing was still very much worth it.
Yiming, Yan Yun, you two follow me to the Shin family,
Xu Mingyang said slowly. Chapter 27, The Despicable Shin Family. Chapter 27, The Despicable Shin Family.
Do we really have to go to Shin's house?
Zhang Yiming asked with a change in his face.
The Shin family was a bit stronger than the Martial Arts Academy.
If it just goes like that,
they may not be pleasing to the eye. We have to go. Otherwise when Mr. Yi gets angry, no one will survive,
Xu Mingyang said with a long sigh.
Grandpa, I'll accompany you, Xu Yenyun immediately said. The Shin family is scary, but in front of Yi Linfan,
it was nothing more than an ant-like existence.
In that case, I'll accompany the dean as well. Seeing this, Zhang Yiming could only say helplessly.
Just as the three of them were rushing to the Shin family, Yi Linfan was still feeding the chickens in the yard.
Just then, Yuan Xiaorong came over. Wrong, what brings you here? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Brother Yi, I'm sorry,
Yuan Xiaorong said with red eyes.
What happened? Seeing this, Yi Linfan frowned and asked.
I lost the painting you gave me, Yuan Xiaorong said with great guilt.
Lost the painting? What happened? Yi Linfan asked with a frown.
Yuan Xiaorong told Yi Linfan everything that had happened.
Big brother Yi, I'm really sorry.
It's me who didn't take care of the things you gave me,
Yuan Xiaorong cried. I thought it was a big deal. Don't cry. Didn't you say that Dean Chu and the others went to the Shin family to get the painting? It should be back soon.
Yi Linfan touched her head and kept comforting her.
For him, those paintings aren't worth much. I didn't think anyone would steal it.
It seems that the martial artists in this world are all quite literate.
I hope so. Yuan Xiaorong let out a long sigh.
She then stayed for over an hour before leaving. At this time, Xu Mingyang's three had already arrived at the Shin family. Inside the Shin family's council chamber, the three of them,
Xu Mingyang, sat on the guest seats.
He was glaring at the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat with a face full of anger. This middle-aged man was none other than the head of the Shin family.
Shen Wanshan, hurry up and hand over that painting. It's better for everyone,
Xu Mingyang said coldly.
Dean Chu, what exactly are you saying? Why can't I understand?
Shen Wanshan said slowly.
Shen Wanshan,
I advise you that you had better not play dumb.
If you anger the high person behind this painting,
I'm afraid that your Shin family will be in danger of extinction. Xu Mingyang slapped the coffee table beside him and said with a cold snort.
Outrageous, Xu Mingyang.
You've come to my Shin family today to raise hell for no reason.
Do you really think my Shin family is easy to bully? A trace of anger flashed across Shen Wanshan's face. Immediately afterward, an incomparably powerful aura filled out from within him.
This aura fiercely pressed towards Xu Mingshan.
In Shen Wanshan's impression,
Xu Mingyang's strength was only at the first level of the Saint Realm,
slightly inferior to him. This aura was enough to press Xu Mingyang out of breath. However,
to his surprise,
Xu Mingyang snorted disdainfully.
The body similarly emitted an invisible aura towards Shen Wanshan. The two auras ruthlessly clashed together.
Boom! Invisible air currents flew and rolled.
All the furnishings in the council chamber were churned to pieces by the waves of air.
Xu Mingyang's aura quickly gained the upper hand. It directly tore apart Xin Wanshan's aura, and then slammed straight toward Xin Wanshan. Xin Wanshan was taken aback. But fortunately, he reacted quickly, and his body shifted and disappeared. And Xu Mingyang's aura blasted in place. It blasted a big hole in the wall behind Xin Wanshan. This saw Xin Wanshan's face turn pale and his heart palpitate. If I hadn't dodged fast, I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured if I don't die. Outrageous. I didn't expect your strength to become so strong. Xin Wanshan said with a gloomy face. It's good that you know. Hurry up and hand over the stuff, or I'll make the Xin family bleed. Xu Mingyang said coldly. What a big mouth. It's not your turn to be wild in the Xin family. Xin Wanshan's expression was furious as he took a vicious step forward. Boom! A monstrous aura swept across the scene. Boundless chi and blood. Heaving. Xin Wanshan went straight for the jugular. This punch, cutting through the void, brought up a sonic boom. It shook out ripples in the void. Even a huge mountain would be collapsed by this punch. This punch was none other than the Xia clan's mountain opening fist. The open mountain fist was already strong and fierce, plus Xin Wanshan's saintly second-level strength. It made this move, the open mountain fist, even more difficult to resist. The crowd only felt that the punch in front of them was overwhelming and vast. There was no room for evasion. What a great move, the open mountain fist. I'll come and learn it then. Xu Mingyang bellowed. He was already stronger than Xin Wanshan. Naturally, he was not afraid of this punch. Flying dragon. Xu Mingyang bellowed. Boundless and endless vastness rose up to the sky. Only his fingers were bent. A dragon's roar resounded through the sky. In the eyes of all, it was as if Xu Mingyang had transformed into a giant dragon. The giant claw of the giant dragon slammed fiercely toward Xin Wanshan's right fist. This is a flying dragon move. It was precisely the move that Xu Mingyang had realized by looking at the painting that Yi Linfan had given him. This move contained a powerful and incomparable true meaning of martial arts. It was more powerful than any heaven-grade technique. The gong methods of this world were divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow. This move, flying dragon in the sky, without a doubt, must be a heaven-ranked technique. A fist and a claw soon clashed together. Boom! The sound of roaring shook the sky and the earth. Waves of air swept in and the wind howled. The entire council chamber was, in an instant, a mess. The ground will never be found intact again. The two men's bodies shook. Soon, Xin Wanshan's face turned white, and his body fell back dozens of steps, ruthlessly hitting the wall. Just as he opened his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had never expected that Xu Mingyang, who was originally weaker than him, had suddenly become stronger than him. Xin Wanshan, say it again. Hand over the painting, or else I won't be blamed for having a killing spree in the Xin family. Xu Mingyang said with a face full of murderous anger. At this moment, his heart was also incomparably grateful to Yi Linfan. Without Yi Linfan, there was no way he could defeat Xin Wanshan today. I've already said that the Xin family didn't take anything from you. Xin Wanshan gasped and said with incomparable indignation. Looks like you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Then I'll fulfill you. Kill you first, then turn the Xin family upside down. I don't believe I won't be able to find what I want. A stern aura flashed in Xu Mingyang's eyes, and he said in a chilling tone, though to do so would be a bit cruel, but it was better than facing Yi Linfan's anger. Xu Mingyang still wanted to take this extraordinary means. Having said that, he stretched out his right palm and ruthlessly slapped it towards Xin Wanshan. The palm wind was whistling and powerful. This slap, he had used all his strength, directly toward Xin Wanshan's head. This one, if it's a solid shot, Xin Wanshan will surely die. Xu Mingyang, how dare you? How dare you spill your guts in the Xin family? Just then, a furious voice came. Chapter 28, you can't mess with the Xin family. Chapter 28, you can't mess with the Xin family. The words fell. A sword light suddenly killed. With this sword, the sword light was invincible. This sword was incredibly sharp. Wherever the sword light passes through, it was as if even the void had been cut in half. Endless sword intent stirred in the heavens and earth. This sword came with great force. Xu Mingyang's face changed drastically. Flying dragon. A dragon's roar rises, and all beings are subjugated, only to see his right hand transform into a golden dragon claw, slamming viciously towards the sword light. Boom! The swords and claws collided, and waves of air surged. The two figures' bodies shook at the same time. It was soon separated. Only Xu Mingyang's body retreated faster. It didn't stop until it hit the wall. This collision even directly knocked a big hole in the wall, and the person who attacked him only retreated a few steps before stabilizing his body. It was evident that the strength of the visitor was much higher than Xu Mingyang. What man? Xu Mingyang asked with a gloomy face. My humble self, Shan Tianfang. The visitor said with incomparable arrogance.
The only person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a shady face. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 50s, a head full of silver hair. He stood there, his murderous aura lingering. It was like a long sword out of its sheath. Shun Tianfang, it's actually you. Xu Mingyang's face changed, revealing an expression of incomparable scorn. This Shun Tianfang is Shen Wanshan's father. Nowadays, the supreme elder of the Shen family. He usually just cultivates and doesn't ask about the world. Today, seeing that Shen Wanshan was in danger, he finally came out of the gate. This Shen Tianfang is very strong. Nowadays, he had already reached the 5th level of the Saint Realm. It was much stronger than Xu Mingyang's strength. Xu Mingyang, you're not small in guts. How dare you injure my son? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Shen Tianfang snorted coldly. As the words fell, the sword rose. A dazzling sword blade descended from the sky. Under one sword, all beings are slaughtered. Xu Mingyang's expression was grave, and the spiritual energy in his body worked crazily. He knew that if he didn't do his best, will surely die under this sword. He once again cast Flying Dragon in the sky. The sound of a dragon's roar sounded once again. His right hand formed a claw, bringing up a sky of claw shadows and slamming towards the sword manes in the air. However, this time it was different from earlier. As soon as the claw shadows met the sword awnings, they collapsed. The sword on drove straight in and slashed directly at Xu Mingyang. Xu Mingyang's face changed drastically. At the moment of life and death, his body desperately dodged to the side. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The sword light fell and the blood light rose. A huge blood scar appeared on Xu Mingyang's chest. If he hadn't dodged fast just now, the sword had split him in half. Although Xu Mingyang had dodged the sword, but he had been seriously injured and had completely lost his fighting strength. Dean, Grandpa, Zhang Yiming and Xu Yenyun lost their voices in shock. You? Xu Mingyang's expression was pained as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Xu Mingyang, you trespassed into the Shen family and injured the patriarch. This sword is considered to be a lesson for you. For the sake of you being the dean of the martial arts academy, I won't kill you today. Get lost, Shen Tianfang said with a disdainful look. In his eyes, Xu Mingyang was no different from a mole cricket. Shen Tianfang, if you don't hand over that painting, you'll regret it later, Xu Mingyang said through clenched teeth. Regret? The Shen family never regrets what they do, and even if they do, it's others who regret that they messed with the Shen family. Shen Tianfang said disdainfully. Since the Shen family won't listen to advice, there's nothing more I can say. Yiming, Yan Yun, let's go, Xu Mingyang said coldly. Zhang Yiming and Xu Yenyun rushed forward and helped him up before heading towards the door. Xu Mingyang, let me tell you one more thing. My grandson Shen Ziyang has already been favored by Lu Dongxian, and will soon be accepted as an inducted disciple. From now on, the Shen family is a person of the Martial Arts Alliance. You can't afford to mess with the Shen family, Shen Tianfang said indifferently. I can't afford to mess with the Shen family. Naturally someone else will clean up the Shen family. We'll see. Xu Mingyang snorted coldly and left the place. He did the best he could when it came down to it, even if Yi Linfan wanted to blame him, and he had to accept it. The Shen family thought that they could do whatever they wanted after hugging Lu Dongxuan's thigh. That's impossible. Once Mr. Yi became angry, even Lu Dongxian couldn't carry it off. Looking at the backs of the three, Shen Wanshan let out a long sigh of relief and said, Father, thanks to you today. If it wasn't for Shen Tianfang today, I'm afraid I'm dead myself. I didn't think that Xu Mingyang would still have such a powerful martial skill, and I don't know where he learned it from, Shen Tianfang said with a grave expression on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Xu Mingyang's strength was weaker than his, I'm afraid he's the one who lost. Damn Xu Mingyang, I will definitely avenge today. Shen Wanshan coughed and gritted his teeth. By the way, how is Zi Yang's cultivation going? Shen Tianfang asked slowly. Zi Yang's talent is already strong, and with that painting, his strength has already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Earth realm, and I believe he will break through to the Heaven realm in a matter of days. Shen Wanshan replied. Very well, with that painting, it's only a matter of time before Zi Yang breaks through to the Saint realm in the future, Shen Tianfang said with a faint smile. Yes, I didn't think that the painting was so powerful. Just in a short period of 2 or 3 days, Zi Yang broke through 2 realms. Such a speed of cultivation is simply astounding. When Zi Yang breaks through to the Saint realm, our Shen family will have 3 Saint realm powerhouses, and at that time, no one will be able to fight against us in this falling cloud city, Shen Wanshan said proudly. I have to say that painting is indeed very powerful. The amount of Dao rhythms contained on it is simply unheard of, and I've already gained a great deal of strength even after just taking a look at it yesterday, Shen Tianfang said. So powerful? Could the person who drew this painting really be a supreme expert? Shen Wanshan asked with a frown. The person who can draw such a painting is at the very least a God realm expert. In this world,
God realm experts have long disappeared, presumably into the hands of whichever descendant, and then came to our Shin family, so there is no need to worry, Shin Tianfang said without a care in the world. What father said is true. It seems that Chu Mingyang must be pretending, Shin Wanshan said with deep concern. That's right, so there's no need to pay any attention to it. The most important thing we should be busy with right now is to do a good job on Xiang's worship ceremony, Shin Tianfang said slowly. At this moment, the three of Chu Mingyang had already returned to the martial arts academy. It didn't occur to me that Shin Tianfang's strength is so strong. It seems that this painting won't be able to come back with just us, Chu Mingyang said with a long sigh. Grandpa, so what do we do now? Zhang Yiming asked with a frown. As things stand, there's only one way to confess this matter to Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang said helplessly. Won't Mr. Yi be blamed? Chu Yenyun asked as soon as her face was in front of her. If Mr. Yi is to be blamed, I will bear the blame. And I see that Mr. Yi is not the kind of person with a tyrannical nature. Now if I confess and explain the reason, perhaps Mr. Yi can still be lenient, Chu Mingyang said in a firm tone. Grandpa, so when are we going? Chu Yenyun asked. Chapter 29, this is too much. Chapter 29, this is too much. Right now. Of course. Chu Mingyang coughed and said. The sooner the better for this sort of thing. Once the delay is long. It made Yi Linfan angry. Everyone must suffer. But your injuries. Chu Yenyun's face changed. My injuries are nothing. The most important thing now is that I must be forgiven by Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang said without any concern. Okay, I'll help you there then. Chu Yenyun said. I'll go too. Zhang Yiming said. He had long been very curious about Yi Linfan. It just so happened that I could take this opportunity to see if Yi Linfan was really that amazing. The three of them immediately headed towards where Yi Linfan lived. At this moment, Yi Linfan was carving something in the courtyard. Since the last time I carved out Regulus, the idea of carving out all of the 10 great divine artifacts of the ancient world had already been conceived. He was carving another divine artifact at that moment. Only, he's just started carving. The wood has not yet taken shape. Is Mr. Yi there? Just then, someone came to the door. Yi Linfan went out and took a look. Standing outside the door were none other than Chu Mingyang and Chu Yenyun. Beside them stood a middle-aged man who had never been here before. This middle-aged man, Yi Linfan also recognized. The vice president of the Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Yiming. No way. He had participated in the Budo Academy selection too many times. A good few times the selection ceremonies were conducted by Zhang Yiming. In the end, they were all brushed off by Zhang Yiming without exception. It was hard for him not to recognize the other man. You're here, I guessed you'd come, Yi Linfan said slowly. Hear that? The three of them, Chu Mingyang, were shocked in their hearts. Mr. Yi really had already expected them to come. Come in, Yi Linfan said slowly. The three of them, Chu Mingyang, came to the courtyard. An incomparably dense aura came to the surface. Chu Mingyang felt that the injuries on his body, under the nourishment of the spiritual qi, the external injuries began to show some improvement. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Not bad for a high-profile residence. It's just so different. However, the sword qi wound in his body could not be dissolved by Reiki alone. You can only rely on yourself to take your time to recuperate later. It wasn't the first time for both him and Chu Yenyun, so they didn't feel too surprised. And Zhang Yiming is different. It was the first time he came to Yi Linfan's house. As soon as he walked in, he was stunned by the incomparably dense aura of the place. These auras entered his body. It made the spiritual energy in his body surprisingly grow slowly. This aura here is not too rich. Zhang Yiming was already incomparably shocked in his heart. He was, after all, also the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. He has also been to many cavernous places on the continent. But there's never been a place with an aura that compares to this one. Zhang Yiming was already a bit reluctant to leave this place at this point. If I could stay here every day, breaking through is literally as easy as eating and drinking. By the way, Dean said that there are still sacred animals in this courtyard. Just an old hen. When Zhang Yiming thought of this, he immediately looked at the old hen that was looking down for food. The old hen sensed that someone was watching her and immediately looked up at Zhang Yiming. When Zhang Yiming saw the old hen's eyes, his heart and mind could not help but surge with a feeling of trembling. What a horrible look that is. He saw the endless fierce and savage aura in the old hen's eyes. It was as if that one look was enough to tear him apart. Such eyes. He didn't have the courage to meet his eyes a second time. If we continue to look at each other, his Dao heart would absolutely collapse on the spot. So he was so frightened that he immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at the old hen again. Seeing this, the old hen also lowered her head and continued to forage, just like a regular old hen. After all, it knew very well that Zhang Yiming was his master's guest. Naturally, it's not too good to make things difficult for the other side. At this point,
Zhang Yiming had no more doubts in his heart. To be able to live in a place like this, it can make a divine beast a willing pet. Such a person, if not a Jedi. He was dead set on not believing it. Mr. Yi, this is... Chu Yenyun pointed at Zhang Yiming with the intention of introducing him. I know, Dean Zhang of the Martial Arts Academy. Yi Linfan said with a smile. You know me? Zhang Yiming was taken aback. The fact that such a powerful and high-ranking person knew him made him feel a little flattered. Of course I recognize you. Every time I've participated in the selection for the Martial Arts Academy, you're the one who brushed me off. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The expression on Zhang Yiming's face instantly froze. I can't believe I brushed off the high man myself. That's too much of an eyesore. This is really sorry. Zhang Yiming was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. I don't blame you. Only that I don't have the talent to practice martial arts. Yi Linfan shook his head and said slowly. The crowd sniffed, including these animals in the yard. Both secretly twitched at the corners of their mouths. You're so strong. If you also call it no talent, wouldn't we be so ashamed we'd kill ourselves? That's a lot of pussy, and it's too much. However, Chu Mingyang didn't have the heart to listen to this. He's here today to ask for forgiveness. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Today I came to ask for your pardon. With that, he was about to fall to his knees. Dean Chu, what are you doing? Get up. Yi Linfan impatiently waved his hand and said. The other party was so old and the head of the Martial Arts Academy. Wouldn't kneeling to yourself make you lose your life? However, what he doesn't realize is this. He waved his hand so much that he actually released a trace of invisible breath. The silk breath seemed like a big invisible hand, firmly holding Chu Mingyang's knees. No matter how hard Chu Mingyang tried, he could not kneel down. Chu Mingyang secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. One must know that he was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Being able to stop him from kneeling so easily, even the 9th level of the Saint Realm wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. And Mr. Yi did it so easily. It seems like Mr. Yi has already been a legendary God Realm powerhouse for a long time now. It was a pity that Lu Dongxian and Lin Langtian were not present. Otherwise, they will definitely tell Chu Mingyang, a God Realm powerhouse is nothing. Mr. Yi is actually from the immortal world. Since you can't kneel, Chu Mingyang then gave up. The Martial Arts Academy has made a big mistake this time. Please don't blame Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang lowered his head and said, Are you guys talking about the painting? Yi Linfan asked indifferently. The three of them, Chu Mingyang, were startled. Mr. Yip has really been keeping an eye on this. Actually, where do they know? The reason why Yi Linfan knew. It was Yuan Xiaorong who told him. Yes, there is a black sheep in the academy that stole the painting you gave to Xiaorong. It's really because I didn't teach her well. Chu Mingyang said with a long sigh. I heard that Dean Chu went to the Xin family. It seems to have failed, yes? Yi Linfan asked. Shame on me. I didn't learn my art well. Not only did I not get the painting back, but I was seriously injured. Chu Mingyang coughed and said with a face full of shame. Injured? I am roughly versed in the art of healing. I wonder if Dean Chu could let me inspect the injury. Yi Linfan asked. Chapter 30 Amazing Medical Skills. Chapter 30 Amazing Medical Skills. Crossing the decade. The system allowed Yi Linfan to learn a lot. Healing is one of those things. Only, in these 10 years, Yi Linfan had only treated the common people in Falling Cloud City. He had never healed a martial artist's injuries before. I don't know if it can be cured either. Chu Mingyang's eyes lit up at his words. Since Yi Linfan was willing to do it for the sake of healing, that would prove that there was no blame to be placed on him. His heart sighed with relief. Mr. Ye's medical skills must be very superior. If you're willing to make a move, there's definitely no problem in curing my injuries. Chu Mingyang said with a smile. In fact, he didn't believe that Yi Linfan's medical skills would be that great. After all, one person's energy is limited. Not only was Yi Linfan's strength heavenly, calligraphy and painting are also unrivaled. Can do all that. It's already a demon. Where else would it be possible to have awesome medical skills? But, regardless of Yi Linfan's medical skills, he compliments them all before he says anything. It's not like there's any harm in pleasing the higher power anyway. Thank you. Hold out your hand. I'll take a pulse. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Chu Mingyang extended his hand as he was told. Yi Linfan put his hand on top of his pulse. After a while, Yi Linfan slowly said, the pulse image is obscure and beats irregularly, and there is a sharp aura in his body that has not dissipated. It seems that Dean Chu has suffered a sword injury. The crowd's faces changed. All of them looked at Yi Linfan with unbelievable eyes. This is just incredible. Just by taking a pulse, it would be able to tell that Chu Mingyang had suffered a sword wound. It was only at this moment that Chu Mingyang realized. It seemed that Yi Linfan's medical skills were definitely no less than his strength in calligraphy and painting. He looked at the young man in front of him who was like an ordinary person with incomparable awe. Where in the world did this demon come from?
Not only is the strength through and through, writing and painting can all contain the rhythm of the Tao. Even the medical skills are so impressive. What exactly is there that he can't do? Yi Linfan had just finished speaking when he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped it against Chu Mingyang's chest. Chu Mingyang's body shook. He only felt a soft and incomparable power enter his body. It dissolved that sword chi inside him. Directly. Sword chi dissolved. His injuries were all healed instantly. I'm healed. Chu Mingyang swallowed his saliva and said incredulously. Xu Yenyun and Zhang Yiming on the side were also filled with shock. Such a serious injury was healed with a single slap. This is simply divine. Even more over the top. Yi Linfan had just gone so far as to say that he only had a cursory knowledge of medicine. If he calls such a medical skill a rough cut, then all the miracle doctors in this world can hang themselves. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang bowed to the end and performed a big salute. He was incredibly grateful to Yi Linfan in his heart at this time. Budo Academy lost Mr. Yi's painting. Not only did the other party not blame him, but he also healed himself. Such high spirits. Simply mind-blowing. There's no need to be polite. Healer, it's what I should do. Yi Linfan said slowly. The words came out. Let the crowd all stand in awe. So strong, yet still so approachable. Now that's a real powerhouse. Mr. Yi, don't worry. I will definitely get that painting back. And I will definitely not let Xiaorong suffer. Chu Mingyang said with conviction. Dean Chu, since that painting can't be brought back, forget it. I'll deal with it when the time comes. And I'll help Xiaorong get back what she's been wronged by. Yi Linfan said indifferently. The crowd sniffed and thumped in their hearts. Is Mr. Yi going to come out and do it himself? It looks like the Shin family is going to be completely finished. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that this matter would end up bothering you personally. Chu Mingyang said with a face full of guilt. It's fine. I'll have to trouble the three of you to take care of Xiaorong more in the future. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I've already taken Xiaorong as my disciple. Chu Mingyang said with a solemn expression. Really? That's just great. Yi Linfan couldn't help but rejoice at his words. Yuan Xiaorong was able to worship Chu Mingyang. Then in the future, one's martial arts cultivation would definitely be refined very fast. Yes, don't worry. I will definitely teach Xiaorong well in the future. Chu Mingyang said. Next, Yi Linfan made a cup of tea for the three of them. After the three of Chu Mingyang finished drinking, cultivation has become even more refined. Chu Mingyang had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Xu Yenyun broke through to the 9th level of the Realm of Transformation. Zhang Yiming, on the other hand, had broken through to the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. After tea, the three then excused themselves. Inside the courtyard, it was back to normal. Yi Linfan went back to his life of writing and painting and feeding chickens and fish. A wink. Soon it was the day of Lin Ruo's duel with Yen Feng. This day, the Lin family martial arts arena was already full of people. Of these people, not only were there people from the Lin family, there were also people from the Yen family. They came today to watch the battle, but whether it was someone from the Lin family or the Yen family, none of them thought that Lin Ruo would be able to win. It was important to realize that Yen Feng wasn't weak, only 22 years old. It would already have the strength of the 1st level of the Realm of Transformation, although it was much worse than Shin Xiang, the genius of the Shin family. However, among the younger generation of Falling Cloud City, it was also considered to be one with notable strength. I really can't figure out why the Lin family proposed this duel. Yeah, Lin Ruoro is only at the Dark Realm cultivation level, while Yen Feng has long been at the 1st level of the Transformation Realm. The difference in strength between the two is too great. You're wrong. I heard that Yen Feng just made a breakthrough yesterday and is now a 2nd level martial artist of the Realm of Transformation. What? Another breakthrough? This makes Lin Ruo even more hopeless. Everyone murmured. They thought that today's duel would be a one-sided affair. Lin Ruoro's failure was doomed. Let's just see how long she can really hold out. These people have no idea. It's just a shame that these people don't know that. Lin Ruo already possessed the strength of the 5th level of the Realm of Transformation at this time. If they knew, they wouldn't say that. After all, they didn't know about a heaven-defying existence like Yi Linfan, able to make Lin Ruo in a few days. Raise your cultivation from the 5th level of the Dark Realm to the 5th level of the Realm of Transformation. That's 10 realms. How could it be possible to break through in a few days? However, this matter was only known to Lin Langtian. Knock. A drumbeat. It made the martial arts arena quiet. And chairs on either side of the martial arts arena began to be filled. Seated on the left were the 3 Lin Langtian brothers. Seated on the right is Yen Songlin. To his left sat a middle-aged man in his 50s. This middle-aged man sat in his chair with a condescending look. A look that doesn't give a damn about anyone. This middle-aged man was none other than Yen Sonlin's father, Yen Yunfan, Patriarch Lin. The duel is about to begin.
before the duel begins. I'll give you one last chance to let your daughter marry my son and this duel will be cancelled. What do you think? Yen Songlin asked lightly. Chapter 31, You Don't Deserve Me. Chapter 31, You Don't Deserve Me. Big brother, I advise you to agree to Patriarch Yan's request. It's better for everyone. Lin Yuntian advised from the side. That's right, Patriarch Yan is doing this for the good of the Lin family. If Ruo marries into the Yin family, wouldn't she still suffer? Lin Haotian also chimed in. Second uncle. Third uncle. I'm not going to marry, so don't waste your time here. Lin Ruo walked over and said coldly. Ruo, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame young Patriarch Yan for being merciless towards you. Lin Yuntian said with a gloomy face. The winner of this duel is not yet known. Lin Ruo said with a cold snort. She was now at the 5th level of the realm of transformation. How could Yen Feng be her opponent? However, those present, other than Lin Langtian, no one knows her true strength. Ruo, don't you dare talk big here. If you talk tough now, it will be too late to beg for mercy later. Lin Haotian said with a cold smile. Whether or not I'm a big talker, you'll find out later. Lin Ruo said with a face full of disdain. Having said that, she looked at Yen Songlin and said coldly, Matriarch Yen, I will not marry into the Yen family. Let Yen Feng come out and suffer death. Lin Ruo, you have a big mouth. An indifferent voice rang out. Only a young man of 22 or 23 years old walked out slowly. The young man, who was quite handsome, but in his eyes, there were glimmers of light from time to time. At first glance, it was clear that it was not a benign one. This person was none other than Yen Feng, the young patriarch of the Yen family. No more bull ********. Let's get started. Lin Ruoro's body swayed and appeared above the ring in the next moment. Good. Today I want you to marry me willingly. Yen Feng sneered and also instantly came to the ring. Above the ring, the two men faced each other. Yen Feng was indifferent. His expression relaxed. In his opinion, today's duel had no suspense at all. He, who was at the 1st level of the realm of transformation, had to defeat Lin Ruo, who was only at the 5th level of the dark realm. No effort at all. Lin Ruo, it's not too late for you to surrender. As long as you marry me, I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Yen Feng said indifferently. How can a mountain chicken match a phoenix? You don't deserve me. Lin Ruo said disdainfully. At this moment, the figure of Yi Linfan suddenly flashed through her mind. If it's a character like Mr. Yi who wants to marry himself, one would certainly not refuse. Outrageous. Yen Feng, broke through to the 1st level of the transformation realm at the age of 23. No one has failed to praise my talent. How dare you say that I am not worthy of you? Yen Feng said angrily. 1st level of the realm of transformation? Is that strong? Lin Ruoro remained very disdainful. Strong or not, you'll know if you try. Yen Feng's right foot stomped, and the qi and blood around his body rushed out. As the words fell, the sword light rose. A sword light rises out of the sky and falls straight down to the dusty world to cut down all beings. This sword light emitted an incomparably brilliant divine light. It shone so brightly that everyone had a hard time keeping their eyes open. The sword light was so vast that it covered the sky. Wherever it passed through, it was as if the void was cut in half. It chopped straight towards Lin Ruo. Have to say, Yen Feng's sword struck out with anger. The sound is really quite amazing. In front of the huge sword light, Lin Ruo was like a mole cricket, incomparably small. Lin Ruo is bound to lose. The crowd shook their heads. So powerful. It wasn't something that Lin Ruo, who only had a dark realm cultivation level, could resist. A move to defeat. It has long been expected by all. Big brother, just now I told you to surrender and you didn't listen. This time if Ruo has any damage, don't blame me for not reminding you at the beginning. Seeing this, Lin Yuntian said in a fake and sympathetic manner. Anyway, what he needed was not for Lin Ruo to marry into the Yen family. Even if Lin Ruo didn't marry into the Yen family, as long as she was seriously injured or even died here today, no longer able to succeed as patriarch, then he served his purpose. Lin Langtian didn't pay any attention to Lin Yuntian at all, because he knows it in his heart. With Lin Ruo's strength, this sword couldn't hurt him at all. Yen Feng, you're too weak. Today I'll let you know that the talent you're so proud of isn't worth anything at all. Lin Ruo said expressionlessly. Having said that, a dragon roar rose. The sword light came out at first. Her sword, sheathed. Her sword light was brighter and bigger than Yen Feng's. This sword light, it's like a flash of fancy. It's dazzling, yet incredibly poignant. The two sword lights collided fiercely in the void. Endless divine light, covering the sky. It was as if another sun had appeared in the sky. Boundless sword qi, wreaking havoc in all directions. The entire martial arts arena became a mess. After a while, the sword light dispersed.
Everyone's sight was then restored. They looked to the ring. The scene in front of them caused them to be shocked. Only Lin Ruoruo was standing tall. On the other hand, Yan Feng, who they thought was bound to win, had collapsed on the ground, unaware of his personnel. How is it possible? Yan Feng actually lost. Yes, Lin Ruoruo is clearly only in the Dark Realm. How can he defeat Yan Feng of the Transformation Realm? Everyone was in an uproar. They all thought today would be a one-sided duel. One way or the other. They expected it. The winner, however, was the exact opposite of what they expected. Outrageous. How dare you hurt my son? Looking for death. Yan Songlin's face changed and he instantly got up. A single stride had already arrived in front of Lin Ruoruo. In the next step, the sword was sheathed in his hand. The long sword transformed into endless cold awnings and enveloped towards Lin Ruoruo. As the Yan family patriarch, Yan Songlin's own strength had already reached the 8th level of the realm of transformation. Naturally, it was not something Lin Ruoruo could resist. The son was injured. It had already made him lose his mind. This sword, straight at Lin Ruoruo's heart, vowed to cut him down by the sword. An endless cold aura instantly enveloped Lin Ruoruo. Lin Ruoruo didn't have any room to fight back at all. Yan Songlin, you are despicable and shameless. A furious voice came. The words fell. A sword light killed from a diagonal, stirring the endless cold awnings that roamed the sky to smithereens. Rescued Lin Ruoruo from the cold aura. Only a hint of panic remained on her face. It was evident that Yan Songlin's sword had indeed almost killed him. She looked up, only to see an upright figure blocking her way. It was none other than her father, Lin Langtian. Daddy! Lin Ruoruo cried out gratefully. Ruoruo, stand down. There's nothing more for you to do here, Lin Langtian said indifferently. Lin Ruoruo nodded and retreated from the ring. Yan Songlin, you are at least the head of a clan, but to sneak up on a junior is a bit too degrading, isn't it? Lin Langtian said coldly. Your daughter injured my son. Shouldn't I step in and teach her a lesson? Yan Songlin said with a cold snort. They were a fair duel. Winners and losers are each at peace with their own destiny. And now that your son has lost, you're stepping forward. So that's out of order, isn't it? Lin Langtian said with a gloomy face. Your daughter is not as strong as my son. Yet she won. She must have used unseemly means. Yan Songlin said with a sneer. When Lin Langtian heard this, he was furious and laughed. I didn't expect your Yan family to be so defeatist. In that case, I'd like to learn whether your strength is as thick as your face. Yan Songlin's face changed. He had always thought that Lin Langtian's strength was still at the 9th level of the realm of transformation. But it's not something you can fight against on your own. Lin Langtian, you want to learn the strength of the Yan family? Then I will fulfill you. Just then, an indifferent and incomparable voice came over. Chapter 32, Deterring the Heart and Shocking the Soul. Chapter 32, Deterring the Heart and Shocking the Soul. At this moment, Yan Yunfan, who hadn't said anything, stood up. His expression was indifferent, looking at Lin Langtian as if he was looking at a mole cricket. In his opinion, with his own strength at the 2nd level of the Dan realm, it would be no trouble at all to defeat Lin Langtian, who was at the 9th level of the harmonization realm. So, as soon as one strikes out on one's own, the Lin family could only bow down. I'm afraid the Lin family doesn't even have the courage to make a move. Sure enough, seeing Yan Yunfan standing up, an incomparably weird smile appeared on Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian's faces. Yan Yunfan has made a move. Lin Langtian will definitely lose this time. Lin Yuntian secretly sneered. That's right, this time the Lin family patriarch position will definitely belong to us. Lin Haotian hemmed and hawed. They weren't talking very loud though, but it still allowed Lin Ruoruo, who was on the side, to hear it clearly. It was clear that he didn't care about Lin Ruoruo in the slightest. Lin Ruoruo sneered in her heart when she heard the words of the two. The district's Yan Yunfan wanted to defeat his father. It is simply laughable. Today was destined to be a day of crushing defeat for the Yan family. In the ring, the atmosphere had become incredibly frozen. Everyone didn't expect it. Just a duel of juniors. Surprisingly, it would draw out this old monster Yan Yunfan. Yan Yunfan challenged Lin Langtian. This is clearly an adult bullying a child. Lin Langtian, are you afraid to? If you don't dare to answer the battle, then kneel down, kowtow, and slap yourself 10 times. Yan Songlin said with incomparable complacency. In his opinion, with Lin Langtian's strength, he would never dare to challenge Yan Yunfan. Today, the Lin family was destined to be trampled under the feet of the Yan family and not be allowed to turn around. Yan Yunfan, come up here and receive death. Lin Langtian pointed his long sword remotely and said incomparably and indifferently. Everyone was stunned. No one thought of that. Lin Langtian actually dared to challenge Yan Yunfan. That's a Dan realm powerhouse. You're only at the cultivation realm and you're challenging a Dan realm powerhouse. Are you tired of living? Even Yen Yunfan froze for a while before reacting. However, he quickly laughed out loud. Lin Langtian, you have guts. I appreciate you. If you lose, I'll leave you with a whole body. That's a lot of crap. Get your ass up here. Lin Langtian said impatiently. Yen Yunfan sniffed and a hint of anger flashed across his face. However, he quickly returned to normal. Trying to provoke me? It's useless. In front of absolute strength, any small tricks are useless. Yen Yunfan snorted. Only his right foot was seen, had appeared above the ring. Father, Yen Sonlin said, take Windy down to heal his wounds. I'm here. Yen Yunfan waved his hand and said indifferently. Yen Sonlin nodded and carried Yen Feng away from the ring. By now, the sun was in the sky. Above the ring, the killing intent grew. Lin Langtian, I didn't expect you to dare to challenge me. Courageous, Yen Yunfan said indifferently. No courage is needed to challenge you, for you are destined to fall under my sword. Lin Langtian said coldly. It's really arrogant. I'd like to see if your strength is as strong as your confidence. Yen Yunfan bellowed as he sheathed his long sword in his hand. Shasta, the white sword awnings shone in the heavens and earth, and all the heavens and the dry heavens were in the sword. This sword was as if it had the power to cut down all living beings. Lin Langtian also moved with the trend. The long sword in his hand met his head. A golden sword on broke straight through the void. Under one sword, heaven and earth changed color. Above a sword, no one dares to be defeated. The gold and white two-sword awnings collided fiercely. Boom! The sword light overflowed and the void trembled. Supreme greatness, shaking the 8 directions. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently. The ring has become fragmented. When the sword awnings dispersed, heaven and earth returned to clarity. The 2 men in the ring reappeared, only to see them still standing above the ring. Only the distance had been farther than before. The difference is, the expression on Lin Langtian's face remained bland. On the other hand, Yen Yunfan's face was filled with an expression of shock and anger. Surprisingly indistinguishable? How is it possible? When did Lin Langtian become so strong? Everyone was dumbfounded. You are not in the 9th level of the realm of transformation? Yen Yunfan asked in shock and anger. 9th level of the realm of transformation? I wasn't a long time ago. Lin Langtian said indifferently. I didn't think I'd look away. But today I'm going to kill you and write my Yen family's reputation. Yen Yunfan said coldly. You can't kill me. Lin Langtian snorted and said. Having said that, his body shook as he released his Dan realm 5th level pressure. The entire martial arts arena. Instantly the air seemed to freeze. 5th level of the Dan realm. Everyone was in an uproar. How is that possible? Isn't he at the 9th level of the transformation realm? How did he break through so fast? Lin Yuntian lost his voice and shouted. Uncle 2, you're disappointed. Lin Ruoruo said with a cold smile. When did you become so strong? Yen Yunfan asked with an incomparably grave expression. 5th level of the Dan realm. It was 3 realms higher than him. He was indeed no match for himself. You are not qualified to know. Now kneel down and surrender. I cannot kill you. Lin Langtian said indifferently. It's not that easy to kill me. Yen Yunfan roared. You're not willing to fail? Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, any small tricks are useless. Lin Langtian said disdainfully. The words just now were given to him by Yen Yunfan. Now he returned the words to Yen Yunfan. Yen Yunfan sneered and said, don't think you're going to win. I still have my backstroke yet. If you have any backstabbing tricks, feel free to use them. Lin Langtian said indifferently. He didn't believe that it was impossible for any backstabbing to make up for a gap of 3 realms. Good. Then I will fulfill you. Yen Yunfan said coldly. He was seen pulling out a small gong. The small gong was not very large, only slightly larger than the palms of 2 hands. The body is dark black in color. See this little gong. Everyone's face changed drastically. Deterring heart and shocking soul gong. Soon there were exclamations of surprise. This is the legendary treasure of the Yen family. This gong is an authentic spiritual weapon. And once this gong is struck, then it can shock the mind and put people in a trance. At best, he loses his mind and dies in a frenzy of madness. The end is a very vicious magic treasure. Lin Langtian's face changed at this moment. He hadn't expected Yen Yunfan to be willing to put in so much blood. In order to kill him, the deterrent soul shocker gong was brought out. Everyone cover your ears. Someone who knew the power of the deterring heart and shocking soul gong immediately reminded everyone to cover their ears. But, with the power of the deterring soul gong, covering your ears is nothing more than a stopgap measure. At best, it'll just make people last a little longer. Everyone still covered their ears. Ruo Ruo. Old Patriarch Yan's taken out the deterring heart and shocking soul gong. Your father is dead. Lin Yuntian said with a cold smile. As long as Lin Langtian is dead, Lin Ruo Ruo would be no threat. The Patriarch's position is still his second house. Lin Ruoruo ignored him. and a worried look appeared on her face. Lin Yuntian couldn't help but feel smug when he saw the expression on Lin Ruoruo's face. Lin Langtian, prepare to die.
Yen Yunfan smiled coldly and struck the small gong in his hand.
Chapter 33, The Real Treasure. Chapter 33, The Real Treasure. Dang! The gong sounded. It shook out ripples in the void. Everyone immediately blanched when they heard the gong. They then felt as if they had been hammered hard on the head with a heavy object. Cover your ears though. Still feeling dizzy and nauseous. It even felt a little like vomiting. It's a good thing they covered their ears. 2. Or words. The gong rang. Had to make them bleed from all 7 corners. Those present. Only Lin Langtian didn't cover his ears. The gong sounded. He swayed physically. The whole thing was dizzy and staggering. It's like you're going to pass out at any moment. When Yen Yunfan saw this, a cold smile appeared on his face. How else could Lin Langtian defeat himself in such a state? He slammed the gong again. Dang! The gongs are ringing in the sky. The power of the deterring heart and shocking soul gong was just too great. Those with weaker cultivation had already fallen to the ground screaming. And it's already starting to bleed from all 7 orifices. Those with high cultivation levels had also sat cross-legged on the ground by now. They struggled against the sound of the gong with their hands dead over their ears. And Lin Langtian was very uncomfortable at this time, as the deterring heart and shocking soul gong was struck at him. So he was hit the hardest. At this moment, his face was paler than anyone else's. The eyes had become bloodshot. It looks unbelievably scary. If it wasn't in a strong more supportive, I'm afraid I would have passed out long ago. Lin Langtian, I'd like to see how you can defeat me? Yen Yunfan laughed wildly. In Lin Langtian's current state, he simply didn't have the strength to fight anymore. The winner of today's duel must be himself. Damn it, if you weren't relying on this gong, how could you be my opponent?
Lin Langtian gritted his teeth and said with great reluctance, this gong is my Yen family's treasure. So what if I use it? If you have the ability, you can also take out a treasure to defeat me. Yen Yunfan said disdainfully. The Lin family's history in Falling Cloud City was not as long as the Yen family's. The heritage was far less deep than the Yen family. Where would there be any township treasures? Forget it, just settle for you. Yen Yunfan said with a cold snort. As long as Lin Langtian is settled. The remaining Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian were just puppets. The Lin family was destined to become a vassal of the Yen family. To swallow or not to annex the Lin family at that time. It's just a matter of him thinking about it. Having said that, he struck the gong hard again. Inside the martial arts arena, more people fell to the ground screaming. Those with weak cultivation had even fainted directly. For example, Lin Ruoruo had fainted at this point. It was also fortunate that the gong was not directed at them. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been killed by the sound of the gong. Lin Langtian, who had borne the brunt, was even worse. His face went white again. The whole man was so groggy that he could no longer stand. It fell straight to the ground with a thud. Finally, there was a spray of blood. This one, he completely lost the battle. Even if it comes from an ordinary person, or you can kill him. Going to lose? Dying? Lin Langtian lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. No matter how unwilling the heart was, it was powerless at this time. He didn't have half the strength left, not half as bad as a lamb to the slaughter. Just then, a sudden rush of heat came from his chest. The heat instantly assaulted his entire body. All of his negative statuses were instantly healed. What's the situation? What the hell is going on? Lin Langtian was instantly confused. However, he quickly reacted. He thought of something in his arms. Something like that. It was the same pair of characters that Yi Linfan had given him. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to grant me immortality. Yeah, why didn't I think of this subtext? This pair of characters is a top-notch immortal weapon. In front of the top immortal weapons, the deterring heart and shocking soul gong is even more powerful. It can't be turned over. It's worthy of being written by an immortal. Not only does it allow one to enhance one's strength, it can also give healing. Is this the power of a top-tier immortal weapon? It's simply horrible as hell. Lin Langtian, you don't need to struggle. I'll send you to heaven with this blow. Yen Yunfan didn't know that Lin Langtian had gotten better. He had already picked up the gong mallet, intending to give it one last bang, directly shocked Lin Langtian to death. With Lin Langtian's state, probably can't carry this one anymore. Yen Yunfan, don't be so smug here. A mere one side of the gong can't kill me yet. Lin Langtian's voice came out leisurely. He slowly rose from the ground. How come you're okay? When Yen Yunfan saw this, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. One must know that just now Lin Langtian was almost as if he was about to die. Didn't think it would suddenly come alive now. Could it be that he was hiding some powerful magic treasure behind him as well? That's impossible. I told you. Just you. Can't kill me. Lin Langtian said with a disdainful shake of his head. Less bluffing here.
I'd like to see how many strokes of the deterring heart and shocking soul gong you can block? Yan Yunfan snorted coldly and once again struck the gong in his hand fiercely. Dang! The gong shook. It is like the morning bell of a curtain drum that shakes everyone's heart. The crowd watching the battle was hit hard again. The people who were originally carrying the gong sound hard spat out a mouthful of blood unanimously, then shriveled to the ground. The entire martial arts arena already looked incomparably miserable. The sound of the gong filled the room. It caused ripples in the void. A mere spirit artifact. How dare you make a fool of yourself? How ridiculous. Let's show you what a true treasure is, Lin Langtian said disdainfully. After the words, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. Lin Langtian, do you want to block my gong with a piece of paper? Yin Yunfan said with a cold smile. In his eyes, the paper was of ordinary texture and not at all remarkable. Your fleshly eyes do not recognize true treasure, Lin Langtian said disdainfully. With a flourish of his hand, he tossed the paper in his hand into the air. The paper was in the air, slowly unfolding against the wind. A powerful majesty spread out, enveloping the entire martial arts arena. That's exactly what that subword is. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to grant me immortality. Each of these 10 words was surrounded by green light. On this pair of characters, the Tao rhythms were like waterfalls, pouring down like a river. The ripples caused by the gong sound met the Tao rhythm and melted away like snow. No more gongs echoed between heaven and earth. The look on the faces of the crowd, which had been incredibly hard to bear, was suddenly much more soothed. What kind of magic treasure is this? And how is it able to defeat my deterring heart-shocking soul gong? Yan Yunfan finally changed his face. The deterring heart and shocking soul gong was his greatest weapon. Now that leaning doesn't even work, then he is doomed to lose today. You are not qualified to know. You only need to know that today will die by my hand, Lin Langtian said indifferently. Want me to die? It's not that easy. I'd like to see what a mere pair of characters has the power to resist my deterring heart-shocking soul gong. Yan Yunfan roared with unwillingness. His body shook. With all his spiritual energy, he struck the small gong in his hand. Dang! The gong sounded like thunder. The ripples in the void were vast. It rolled toward Lin Langtian like a raging tide. Chapter 34, Only one of the two can survive. Chapter 34, Only one of the two can survive. However, this time the deterring heart and shocking soul gong didn't work. Just when the shockwave was about to arrive in front of Yi Langtian, the Tao rhythms on the piece of writing in the air fell from the sky. Block the shockwave. These shockwaves met the Tao rhyme. It instantly melted away like snow. The crowd in the martial arts arena immediately felt their bodies lighten. The dizziness was gone. How can this be? How can a mere pair of characters possibly block my deterring heart and shocking soul gong? I don't believe it. Yan Yunfan roared with unwillingness, nearly frantic. Again he struck the small gong in his hand in succession. Dang! The sound of the gong shook the sky, sending huge ripples through the void. Wherever the sound wave passes, surprisingly, even the void began to distort. The ground was also scraped with a huge gully. The crowd that had returned to normal. Once again, he fell to the ground and screamed. It's not just weak cultivation. Even martial artists above the realm of transformation, all fell to the ground in agony as well. To victory. Yan Yunfan had lost his heart. Intended to kill everyone here. Yan Yunfan, you're just struggling unnecessarily. It's useless. Lin Langtian shook his head and said disdainfully. This character, but it was painted by Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is an immortal from the immortal world. A top immortal weapon created by an immortal. It is not something that you, a mere mortal ant, can resist. Sure enough, the endless ripples once again touched the Tao rhyme. It remained as it was just now, melting away like snow. The crowd in the martial arts arena also finally stopped screaming. Yan Yunfan directly collapsed all of a sudden. He didn't expect that the deterrent heart-shocking soul gong, which had always been unfavorable, would be defeated over a pair of words. Yan Yunfan, you've attacked so many times. It's my turn below, Lin Langtian said coldly. Having said that, he took a step forward. The entire person was like transforming into a sharp sword, with a murderous aura and overpowering sword intent. The long sword in his hand, its body lightly trembled and a dragon roared. With his strength, with just one sword, Yan Yunfan could be killed by the sword. Don't kill me. The Vice Alliance head of the Martial Arts Alliance, Yan Qingyang, is my father. If you kill me, he won't spare you. Yan Yunfan's face changed drastically and he said in a hurry. Lin Langtian's face changed slightly when he heard this. He had heard of Yan Qingyang's name. Indeed, he is the Vice Lord of the Martial Arts Alliance, and it was a 4th level Saint Realm powerhouse. The Yan family is so arrogant because of him. Lin Langtian, how about letting this matter go today? Yan Yunfan saw Lin Langtian's expression and knew that his words had worked, so he was secretly happy in his heart. Yes, I'll give Vice Alliance Master Yan face, but in the future,
The Yen family shall not set foot in the Lin family, Lin Langtian said indifferently.
Okay, I promise, Yen Yunfan said busily. Right now his life was at Lin Langtian's whim. Okay, you guys go. Lin Langtian waved his hand and said indifferently. With that, Yen Yunfan and Yen Sanlin, holding the unconscious Yen Feng,
left the Lin family in disgrace. The other Yen clan disciples, too, hurriedly followed. It can be described as how scenic it is to begin with, how lousy it is right now. After this battle, the Yen family was considered completely disgraced, and just now, Yen Yunfan almost killed them in order to win. It could be said that the Yen family had already incurred the wrath of the public. I didn't expect today's duel to be won by the Lin family. It's simply incredible. I don't know what kind of treasure that copy of the Lin clan chief's character is. It's so powerful. It seems that in the future, the Lin family will definitely have a place in Falling Cloud City. Hate that Yen Yunfan. He almost killed us. Forget it. The Yen family has the backing of the Martial Arts Alliance. So what can you do? The crowd murmured. Everyone, today's duel has ended. Please disperse, Lin Langtian said aloud. When the people heard this, they left the place. Soon, inside the martial arts arena, only 4 people remained. Lin Langtian, Lin Ruozuo, and Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian. At this time, the two of them, Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian, had already turned pale. Just now, the two of them had said those snide remarks when they thought that Lin Langtian was bound to lose. Of course Lin Langtian heard it. Now Lin Langtian not only didn't die, he was even more powerful than they had imagined. It made them panic inside. Big brother, congratulations. Defeating Yen Yunfan. Lin Yuntian forced a smile. Second brother, are you disappointed that I won? Lin Langtian asked expressionlessly. Why would big brother say such a thing? We're blood brothers. I can't wait to be happy that you won. Lin Yuntian's face broke out into a cold sweat as he hurriedly divided his words. Yeah, but that's not what you guys just said, Lin Langtian said indifferently. Big brother, spare me. All of it was second brother's idea. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Haotian suddenly flung himself on his knees and begged. Lao San, you. Lin Yuntian's eyes widened. He hadn't expected that Lin Haotian would stab him at this time. Just as well. You are my own brothers after all. So don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Lin Langtian said with a sigh. Daddy. When Lin Ruoruo saw that Lin Langtian had loosened up a bit, she was a bit anxious. These two are clearly white wolves. If you let them off the hook this time, they'll surely come back to bite you later. However, Lin Langtian shook his head and stopped her from speaking. Thank you big brother for sparing my life. In the future, I will definitely only look up to big brother and never have second thoughts. Lin Yuntian was overjoyed and immediately swore. That's right. From now on, if big brother tells me to go east, I will never go west. Lin Haotian said similarly. I didn't say spare you. I just said give you a chance. Lin Langtian said indifferently. What are the chances? Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian froze. The chance to live. I will give you, but you can only live one. After all, the charge of framing the patriarch is not a light one. If I don't make a gesture out of it, I'm afraid it will be hard to convince the public. So whoever of the two of you carries the charge, discuss it amongst yourselves. Lin Langtian said slowly. Lin Yuntian and Lin Haotian were stunned. Only one of the two can live? That's a cruel condition. The two of them looked at each other. They both saw 3 words in each other's eyes. They didn't want to die. Big brother, do we really have to do this? Lin Yuntian asked with a frown. I don't mind if you want to share the blame for framing the patriarch, so I'll send you on your way together. Lin Langtian said coldly. Don't, big brother, I don't want to die. Second brother, you're the one who came up with all of this, and you're the one who wanted to be the patriarch, so you should be the one to die. It has nothing to do with me. Lin Haotian immediately shouted. In the face of life and death. What brotherhood? Nothing. Well, in that case, I'll take the fall, Lin Yuntian said with a long sigh. Everyone looked at him with great surprise. They hadn't expected Lin Yuntian to be willing to die. Ergo, don't blame me, Lin Haotian said with some guilt. How can I blame you? It's all my fault. Lin Yuntian sighed and hugged Lin Haotian. However, just then, his face suddenly changed. So, third brother, it's better for you to die for me. Chapter 35 A wooden sword is also a treasure. Chapter 35 A wooden sword is also a treasure. What? Lin Haotian's face changed at his words, and he was about to speak. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He hurriedly pushed Lin Yuntian away and looked down, only to see a dagger stuck right in his chest. You, Lin Haotian pointed at Lin Yuntian incredulously. Third brother, I can only live if you die. Don't blame me, Lin Yuntian said with a cold smile. You don't have to die a good death, Lin Haotian said unwillingly, and then quickly broke off. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro both looked dumbfounded. They had always known that Lin Yuntian was a villain, but I didn't expect to be such an unscrupulous villain.
We're human, but you're a real dog.
Such a villain lives in the world.
It is simply that heaven has no eyes.
Big brother,
He's dead, so I can live, right?
Lin Yuntian came in front of Lin Langtian and asked with a licking smile.
Sure, you can talk.
Lin Langtian said slowly.
Just what?
Lin Yuntian froze for a moment and hurriedly asked. However, what answered him was a sword light. The light of the sword cut across his throat,
and blood spurted out. You, don't talk the talk.
Lin Yuntian covered his throat incredulously and said with great effort.
So what?
Lin Langtian said disdainfully.
Lin Yuntian's eyes very light dimmed and he collapsed on the ground. From there,
the Lin family was only Lin Langtian's alone.
No one will jump out and hamstring him again. These two guys, not enough to die for.
Lin Ruoro said in disgust. Give them both a generous burial. They were my own brothers after all. Lin Langtian said with a somewhat less than stellar face. Killed his own brother with his own hands.
That doesn't feel good. But Lin Langtian had no choice,
because these two blood brothers,
too, wanted him dead. Naturally, he didn't want to sit around and wait for death,
so he had no choice but to strike first.
I know, Dad. I'll get someone to arrange it. Lin Ruoro nodded and said. No more second and third rooms. The position of the Lin family's future matriarch must be hers. Come with me to Mr. Ye's place tomorrow.
If it wasn't for this pair of words from Mr. Yi today,
I'm afraid I would have died today.
Lin Langtian said with a sigh.
Good.
I was just about to go see Mr. Yi as well.
Lin Ruoro said with a smile.
The only person in the world who can be called a strange man is Mr. Yi. When Lin Langtian saw Lin Ruoro's look, he knew that Lin Ruoro might have a crush on Yi Linfan. He was certainly happy to see it come to fruition.
It's just a shame. Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal realm.
Lin Ruoro is not necessarily worthy of Yi Linfan. Perhaps
his own daughter
was destined for wishful thinking.
However, Lin Langtian didn't say this out loud. It's hard to talk about feelings. What if it comes true? The dream is still there. It doesn't take up much space anyway. Yi Linfan didn't realize that the Lin family had already experienced a duel.
He was still carving the second divine artifact inside the house at this time. The second artifact had begun to take on some outline.
A faint hint of intimidation began to permeate the air. Just then, someone outside called to him. Brother Yi, I'm coming.
The voice was Yuan Xiaorong's.
Young, come in. Yi Linfan immediately called out.
He realized it only after Yuan Xiaorong came in. It turned out that Chu Yen-yun had also come.
What brings you here? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. I came to see you. What are you doing? Yuan Xiaorong asked with a smile. I'm carving something to pass the time.
Yi Linfan took out the wooden sculpture in his hand and said.
Once the wood carving is taken out. Chu Yen-yun's face then changed for a moment.
What a powerful wood carving.
It was still just an outline, and it already had such a powerful Dao rhythm. If it's thoroughly formed,
I'm afraid it's another top-tier immortal artifact with a river of Dao rhythms.
Chu Yen-yun looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe. This man is horrible.
One could create a top-tier immortal weapon with their hands.
Such a tall man. Even the legendary martial arts alliance master.
I'm afraid that he is inferior.
Could it be that Mr. Yi was really the legendary God Realm powerhouse? But that was something she didn't dare ask.
Because Chu Mingyang had already given 1,000 instructions.
Never talk about anything about martial arts in front of Yi Linfan's eyes. Be sure to treat Yi Linfan as an ordinary person. Only then could he continue to deal with Yi Linfan. Mr. Yi, what are you going to do about the Shin family? Chu Yen-yun asked.
Previously, Yi Linfan had said that he would solve this matter himself.
Several days have passed now. It seems that Yi Linfan hasn't moved yet. When the right time comes, I will naturally settle this matter.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
In fact, where would he be able to do anything about it? The things Yi Linfan said were actually just pretexts. In his opinion,
just an ordinary man himself. In this dangerous world, you are afraid of encountering danger. Where else would one dare to go after a martial arts family?
Unless one doesn't want to live anymore. Moreover,
he saw that Chu Mingyang was actually suffering from serious injuries for the sake of this painting.
More than that,
it made him feel guilty. That's why he said that.
Use the word procrastination to wear this thing out. It's been a long time. Maybe people just don't remember the incident. However, Chu Yen-yun was misunderstanding his meaning. The right time.
Looks like Mr. Yi already has his own plan.
Then there's no need to ask more questions. Big brother Yi, the martial arts academy is going to train in the 100,000 mountains tomorrow. Yuan Xiaorong suddenly said. Exercise? Is it hunting demonic beasts? Yi Linfan asked. Yeah. Yuan Xiaorong nodded and said. Will it be dangerous? Yi Linfan asked with a frown. Don't worry, Mr. Yi.
Every trial has a teacher from the martial arts academy leading the team.
It won't be dangerous. Chu Yenyun immediately said. That would be best. Yi Linfan looked at Yuan Xiaorong with some envy. The students of the Budo Academy are just fine. You can also go out and hunt demonic beasts.
It's been 10 years since I came to this world myself.
I'm afraid I can't even beat a lowest level demonic beast.
Big brother Yi, why don't you send me a weapon? I'll use it for defense.
Yuan Xiaorong said. A weapon? Where do I have a weapon here?
Only a wooden sword that I just carved out.
Yi Linfan laughed bitterly. Although he was also proficient in forging weapons. But forging weapons is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and dirty.
That's why he rarely goes through with it.
It's better to write and draw. Elegant and relaxed. Wooden swords? That? Yuan Xiaorong was a little disappointed. She was going to say, forget it then. However, Chu Yenyun suddenly said, a wooden sword will also do. Please take it out and take a look. Mr. Yi. Okay, you guys hold on a second.
Yi Linfan strangely glanced at Chu Yenyun. Couldn't figure out why the other party was even so interested in a wooden sword.
However, he didn't ask too many questions and got up to get the regulus wooden sword. Senior sister, why are you interested in a wooden sword? Yuan Xiaorong asked suspiciously. Silly girl, Mr. Yes things, how could they be ordinary things?
Chu Yenyun said helplessly.
You mean that wooden sword is a treasure too? Yuan Xiaorong asked in surprise. Chapter 36 Regulus Wooden Sword. Chapter 36 Regulus Wooden Sword. Definitely. Didn't you see the wood carving that Mr. Yi took out just now? It's already very terrifying even before it's formed.
If it's a formed wood carving,
it's definitely a top-tier immortal weapon in existence as well.
Chu Yenyun said with some envy.
She was a little jealous of Yuan Xiaorong, because Yi Linfan would give him another top-grade immortal weapon. Of course she wanted it, but she didn't dare. After all, she wasn't as close to Yi Linfan as Yuan Xiaorong was. Previously, Yi Linfan had already sent a pair of flying dragon in the sky diagrams to Chu Mingyang. If one asked Yi Linfan for something again,
I'm afraid it will make the other person think they are greedy, thus causing the higher power to be disliked.
It would really be more than worth it. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan is back.
In his hand he held a wooden scabbard. Within the scabbard was the very same Regulus sword that he had carved out yesterday.
Mr. Yi, can you show us the sword? Chu Yenyun asked with some excitement.
Sure. Yi Linfan slowly drew out the Regulus sword.
Just draw out a sliver. Chu Yenyun's heart just trembled.
It was because she sensed an extremely strong sword intent that was released. The Regulus wooden sword was quickly drawn out in its entirety. Choke. Although it was a wooden sword, it made the sound of a real longsword being sheathed.
A hallowed,
vast and pale sword intent rose up to the sky.
This sword intent,
although the killing intent was not heavy,
but with the aura of an endless king,
the urge to kneel and worship welled up in one's heart.
Yard.
The old hen lifted her head and looked toward the house in Imensaw.
The master has brought out that sword again.
What kind of sword is this sword? It's so powerful that even my dragon might has been suppressed.
Karp poked his head out of the pond, overwhelmed with shock.
In front of your master,
your dragon power is a joke, the big yellow dog said lazily. That's not very hurtful, but it's extremely insulting.
The carp was a little indignant though,
but didn't dare to refute it. After all, he couldn't beat the big yellow dog. Then again, big yellow dog was telling the truth. Well, don't cross your fingers, it's not good if the master finds out. Peachtree, as peacemaker, spoke up. The words came out.
These divine beasts in the yard reverted back to being ordinary animals.
The old hen looks down for food. Big yellow dog sleeping. Carp spitting bubbles in the pond. Inside the house, Chu Yenyun looked at the sword with a face full of shock. It's just too powerful. Powerful beyond description. Senior sister, is this sword a treasure? Yuan Xiaorong asked in a low voice.
She spent every day with the calligraphy and paintings that Yi Linfan had given her.
Maybe it's because they're used to those things. Therefore, Yuan Xiaorong couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary from Yi Linfan. In her eyes, it was the same as Yi Linfan. Everything is just plain old ordinary stuff, including this Regulus. In Chu Yenyun's eyes, this was a top-tier immortal weapon. A top-notch immortal weapon that was enough to cut down immortals and slay demons. But in Yuan Xiaorong's eyes, it's just an ordinary wooden sword. Of course it's a baby, Chu Yenyun said with a trembling voice. How does it compare to those paintings and calligraphy that Big Brother Yi gave me? Yuan Xiaorong asked.
This wooden sword is 100 times better than those words and paintings,
Chu Yenyun said without hesitation.
This wooden sword could definitely crush most of the world's Gaijin warriors.
Great, Big Brother Yi. I want this wooden sword, Yuan Xiaorong immediately said.
A wooden sword that's 100 times stronger than those word paintings.
It has to be brought over.
With this wooden sword, you have the capital to save your life.
You should know that the calendar is escorted by the teachers of the academy though.
but there are still inevitably casualties in every adventure.
Yuan Xiaorong knew that her strength was very poor, so of course she wished to have a life-preserving item by her side.
What do you need this wooden sword for? Yi Linfan asked with some tears and laughter. It's not like this wooden sword has any killing power.
Yuan Xiaorong took it, probably just as a toy.
I'll bring it to play,
Yuan Xiaorong replied.
She had always kept Xu Yenyun's words in mind.
Must treat Brother Yi as an ordinary person.
Okay, for you to play, Yi Linfan said with a look of determination. Then he handed this Regulus sword to Yuan Xiaorong along with the scabbard.
Yuan Xiaorong took the Regulus sword.
Xu Yenyun also hurriedly stretched her head to scrutinize it.
Until then,
it was only then that she realized that the original wooden sword had different patterns carved on both sides of its blade.
One side is engraved with the sun, moon and stars. One side is engraved with mountains and grasses. Such a sword, Xu Yenyun had never seen before. Mr. Yi, what is the name of this sword? Xu Yenyun asked curiously.
This sword name Regulus, Yi Linfan said slowly.
Xian Yuan?
Why have I never heard of this sword?
Xu Yenyun asked suspiciously.
Since this sword is a wooden sword, it should have a prototype.
Xu Yenyun is the granddaughter of the head of the Martial Arts Academy. The collection of books in the Budo Academy was also read a lot. Count on being well informed.
But still haven't heard of Regulus in the world.
Of course you haven't heard of it.
Regulus is the famous sword of my world,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Your world?
Are you not from this world?
Xu Yenyun asked with wide eyes.
Not of this world. Could it be that Mr. Yi is an immortal from the immortal world? Even Yuan Xiaorong, who was on the side, looked at Yi Linfan incredulously. Big brother Yi, are you really not from this world? She asked, blinking her big adorable eyes. Oops, another slip of the tongue. The other day in front of Lin Langtian and Lu Dongxian, he let it slip. Now it's leaking out in front of Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong. Looks like we'll have to pay attention in the future. The less people know about your identity as a traveler, the better.
That's right,
don't go out and talk nonsense.
Yi Linfan nodded and said. Xu Yenyun was thrilled when she heard this. I didn't realize that there was actually an immortal world in this world.
No wonder Mr. Yi is so strong. It turned out to be an immortal from the immortal world. Mr. Yi, can you tell me what that world of yours is like? Xu Yenyun asked excitedly.
Yeah, brother Yi, tell us about it,
Yuan Xiaorong also said with incomparable curiosity. A hint of remembrance appeared on Yi Linfan's face. It was a beautiful world and a dangerous one. In that world, all people can easily talk to people 10,000 miles away, can reach tens of thousands of miles away in a short time, and can rush out of the sky and roam the universe, and make weapons that can easily turn millions of people into ashes. After hearing this, Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong's faces were filled with shock.
Miles and miles of sound,
miles and miles in an instant, and a day's flight, and only a hand to destroy a nation. Such a tactic is simply terrifying as hell. Not bad for the immortal world. Sure enough, it was very scary. So you were among the very best in that world? Xu Yenyun asked curiously. Chapter 37 The True Dragon in Phoenix in the Small Courtyard. Chapter 37 The True Dragon in Phoenix in the Small Courtyard. I am just a regular guy,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
In a previous life, he's just a fat nerd who likes to play games. To the world, he's still very nerdy. No way.
It's a beautiful world out there, but it's a dangerous world out there, too. The only way to live this life in peace is to live it well.
You are modest, Mr. Yi,
Xu Yenyun said with a smile. Yi Linfan said the words that he was an ordinary person. Her ears were calloused.
She wouldn't believe half of it anyway.
If someone as powerful as Yi Linfan was still considered ordinary in the immortal world, that immortal world was too terrifying as it was.
Never mind. Does Rong want this sword?
Yi Linfan didn't want to tell them too much about what happened before he crossed over.
So digressing, he asked. I want it. Of course I do, Yuan Xiaorong immediately said. Such an awesome treasure. Who doesn't want it is a cutie. Then you take it.
Yi Linfan nodded and said.
Thank you, brother Yi, Yuan Xiaorong said happily.
She carefully inserted the Regulus wooden sword into its scabbard. Hold it in your arms as if it were a treasure. With this sword, you won't have to be afraid of anything on your own this adventure.
Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong stayed here for half an hour before leaving. They hadn't been gone long. A figure suddenly appeared outside Yi Linfan's courtyard.
The figure was very tall. It was more than 3 meters high.
Soon, the figure revealed its true colors. Surprisingly, it's not human. Instead, it was a demonic beast that had already transformed.
This demonic beast had scales all over its body. One pair of eyes was dark as hell, and 2 horns sprouted from his head.
Surprisingly, it was a dragon. An extremely powerful sword intent appeared right here just now. How did it suddenly disappear?
The augured demonic beast looked at the courtyard in front of him suspiciously. In his eyes,
The yard looks ordinary, yet it feels extraordinary. Tube him. It's just a small yard. The person who lives here must be just an ordinary person. If there really is a treasure here, just eat him straight up and then just grab the treasure straight up is all. Demonic beasts are like that. Simple and crude, eating people at the drop of a hat. With that thought, he pushed open the courtyard door and walked in. The animals in the yard, who would have been doing their own thing. Suddenly I heard a push on the door. Look up. The one that came was surprisingly a small ogre dragon. They are instantly confused. Such a small demonic beast dared to intrude into their territory. Is this too long to live? Looking for death? The Jiaolong demonic beast did not know what kind of terrifying existence it would face. As soon as he entered the courtyard, then he felt the boundless aura coming over him. What a rich aura! The Jiaolong demonic beast shouted with incomparable comfort. The aura here was at the very least 10 times denser than in the 100,000 mountains. Didn't think so. Such an inconspicuous place, but such a feng shui treasure. It's incredible. This place is really nice. I'll eat the owner of this place later. However, make this place my king's palace. The auger demonic beast Haha Avenue. A tiny auger. How dare you make a fuss here? Just then, a mocking voice rang out. What man? The Jiaolong demonic beast was startled and hastily drank warily. However, he looked around the room, but there was no one in sight. This made him even more surprised in his mind. A presence that could make him unable to even sense it. Must be a very powerful presence. I'm right in front of you. Look down. The voice sounded again. The dragon demonic beast looked down. Only a small carp was looking at him with unmistakable disdain. A look like that annoyed him. There is even a talking carp here. How dare a tiny carp have such a tone of voice to speak to me? Do you know that I am a noble dragon? Don't you know how to honor and demean? The auger demonic beast said with great displeasure. A mere scaly dragon. How dare you speak to the seat like this? Don't you know how to honor and demean yourself? Carp said with a cold grunt. It's a real dragon, and the noblest of them all. The 5-clawed golden dragon. The Jiaolong is nothing more than a mortal demonic beast. How dare it hold itself up in front of it? It really makes it look bad. Outrageous. This day I will eat you and let you know who is the king. The Jiaolong demonic beast let out a cold snort and extended its right claw before grabbing towards the carp. Roll. Carp gulped softly. It was a cry, though not a loud one. However, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded in the Jiaolong demonic beast's ears. It blew him out of his mind. Before the auger demonic beast could react, he suddenly felt an incomparably powerful pressure on his body. This pressure was boundless and vast, and it made him feel topsy-turvy in his heart. What's going on with this? Where did you get such a powerful aura? The Jiaolong demonic beast looked up, and the scene in front of him caused his eyes to widen. Just see the mediocre-looking carp. At this time, the scales on his body had all turned golden yellow. Above its head, a giant dragon silhouette hundreds of feet long unexpectedly appeared. This giant dragon, with its entire body golden, dazzled. What's even more frightening is that underneath its belly, it gave birth to 5 claws. You are a 5-clawed golden dragon? No wonder one would feel submissive to this aura. It turns out it's because of the natural bloodline suppression. The dragon has to go through a heavenly tribulation before it can be transformed into a dragon. However, the auger that can metamorphose into a dragon is actually 1 in 10,000. In front of the true dragon, the dragon is just a grandchildren's existence. The entire Jiaolong demonic beast was on the verge of collapsing. He never expected it. Coming to such an ordinary small courtyard, it was surprising that he would come across a true dragon. And it's still the most powerful 5-clawed golden dragon among the dragons. What a place this is. Former, seniors, late generation do not know seniors secluded here. Much offense. Forgive me. The Jiaolong demonic beast's 2 legs trembled as it hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. The dragon's authority cannot be violated. Go in peace. Carp said faintly. In its eyes, this auger demonic beast was nothing more than an ant-like existence. Little fish, hurry up and finish him off. If you startle the master, beware of having your dragon tendons stripped out. Just then the old hen spoke. Above it, a phoenix silhouette appeared. The phoenix reaches 100 feet and fires red all over the sky. The phoenix's might is in the sky, and all beings are deterred. Phoenix. The Jiaolong demonic beast was completely desperate. He hadn't thought about it. In this courtyard, there is not only a real dragon, but also a phoenix. What's scarier is, these 2 divine beasts even had masters. What a terrifying presence this master really is. And I can't believe I tried to eat the owner of this place myself. He already regretted walking into this yard. If God gives him another chance, he would have said, I would never walk into this yard. Hearing the words of the old hen, the carp's neck shrank in fear and looked at Yi Linfan's house in awe. Little scaly dragon, in order not to let you disturb my master, I have no choice but to kill you. So, you realize it. Carp said faintly. Chapter 38, The 100,000 Mountains. Chapter 38, The 100,000 Mountains. Having said that, the carp opened its mouth. Only a white light was seen converging in its mouth. This white light contained an incomparably terrifying power. The power seemed to destroy everything in the world. This is dragon breath. The augured demonic beast was trembling. It felt like the shadow of death had fallen over my heart. No way. I can't die here. I'm going to run away. There must be an escape. Run away from it, driven by the desire to survive. The augured demonic beast quickly looked around. To the left and right of himself, he was stopped by Carp and Old Hen, respectively. These two guys. One is a real dragon. One is a phoenix. Neither is an enemy to himself. It would be impossible to escape past them. He then saw the big yellow dog who was at that moment lying on the ground sleeping. A look of ecstasy flashed across his face. This big yellow dog looks ordinary. One look and you know it's a hot chick. No, it's chili dogs. And in front of the big yellow dog is the doorway. If you cross it, you'll surely be able to escape. So, he no longer hesitated. The huge body ran out wildly. The body brought up a piece of residual shadow and quickly arrived in front of the big yellow dog. Good dogs don't get in the way. Get out of my way. The dragon demonic beast bellowed. Having said that, he stretched out his leg and kicked hard at the big yellow dog. Carp and Phoenix on the sidelines were stunned. They hadn't expected that the Jiaolong demonic beast would dare to mess with the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog was an existence that none of them dared to mess with. And it's a big yellow dog that's been disturbed from sleeping. It's even 10 times more terrifying than on a normal day. Both of them have been ravaged by big yellow dogs. The carp shook its head helplessly and closed its mouth. If you dare to mess with the big yellow dog, you're destined to die. There would be no point in striking out on your own, looking for death. The big yellow dog that was originally sleeping was disturbed. And sure enough, his face was not good. It stood up from the ground in an energetic manner and opened its mouth at the Jiaolong demonic beast. When the Jiaolong demonic beast saw this, a cold smile surfaced on its face. What can a dog do with his mouth open? Barking? However, what he didn't expect was this. The big yellow dog's mouth surprisingly opened wider and wider, big enough to become a giant mouth tens of meters high. This giant mouth was filled with sharp teeth. Each tooth was 3 meters long and glowing with cold light. It was as sharp as a razor blade. It looks numbing. The augured demonic beast was stunned. It wasn't until then that it finally became clear to him. It turned out that this most inconspicuous big yellow dog was the most terrifying existence. Elder, spare your life. The Jiaolong demonic beast was so scared that its face turned pale and begged for mercy. However, the big yellow dog didn't even bother. The giant mouth sucked hard. The Jiaolong demonic beast only felt a powerful suction force coming from it. His own body involuntarily flew towards the terrifyingly huge mouth. The augured demonic beast was scared out of its wits this time. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, it didn't help. One could only watch as he was sucked into the giant mouth. The big yellow dog didn't even chew, gulp and swallow. Pitifully, the Jiaolong demonic beast didn't even let out a miserable scream. It becomes the belly of the big yellow dog. Scenes like this. It was unnerving to watch the carp and the old hen. It's horrible. After the big yellow dog swallowed the augured demonic beast, it immediately returned to normal, and it smacked its lips as if it was reminiscing. The augur tastes average. It's better if the real dragon tastes a bit better. The big yellow dog gave the carp a meaningful look and said slowly. The carp shivered in fear at the look it gave him. Dog, you're joking. It gave a compensatory smile and burrowed back into the pond. Never dare show your head again. The old hen was back to normal by now, and began to lay her head down and forage for food. The big yellow dog also continued to sleep on the ground. In the yard, the usual tranquility was restored. It was as if that augured demonic beast had never appeared. Just then, the door to the house was suddenly pushed open. Yilinfan poked his head out of the house and looked around suspiciously. I clearly just heard a noise in the yard. How come I didn't see anyone? Since there's no one there, forget it, I'll keep carving my stuff. So he closed the door and went back inside, continuing his unfinished carving business. The animals in the yard, at this point, breathed a long sigh of relief. That was close, almost discovered by the master. The old hen said heartily, it's still dog who's mighty, so dryly resolved that little augur without leaving a single trace. The carp came out of the pond and complimented the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog just said it wanted to eat dragon meat, scaring it half to death. If you don't curry favor, maybe he would really be swallowed by the big yellow dog in one bite. It will be too late to cry, and the owner probably wouldn't care if it disappeared. After all, it's only drawn by the owner. If it goes away, maybe the master can continue to draw another 5-clawed golden dragon out to replace its current position. But, much to Carp's embarrassment, the big yellow dog was still lying on the ground, not even opening his eyes for a second. simply ignore it. But the carp didn't care. It still compensated with a smiling face and said, "It seems the dog is tired. You have a good rest." Having said that, he then returned to the pond under the unmistakable mocking gaze of the old hen. In the middle of the 100,000 mountains, before the aura was revived. It's not called the 100,000 mountains. Instead, it's called Linghai Mountain. It's a wildlife sanctuary. Wildlife of all shapes and sizes live here. It's also considered a very nice tourist attraction. However, it started the moment the aura was revived. The wild animals in the Spirit Sea Mountains have mutated. All of them turned into demonic beasts. At first, the humans were caught off guard. Countless people turned into meals in the mouths of these demonic beasts. Soon, however, humans began to learn to practice, quickly counter the demonic beasts. Humans have won and lost against each other in battles with demonic beasts. The parties eventually reached an agreement. Humans live in cities. Demonic beasts reside deep in the mountains. But, after all, an agreement is just a piece of paper. That's why humans and demonic beasts have always had occasional skirmishes over the years. 100,000 mountains. It was one of the demonic beast colonies. And the ruler of this place is the Black Jiao King, possessing a terrifying demonic beast of the 6th level of the Saint Realm. After the Black Jiao King ruled this place, because there are 100,000 demonic beasts living here, so he renamed Linghai Mountain as 100,000 Great Mountains. Right at the moment when the augured demonic beast was swallowed by the big yellow dog, a roar came from the depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains. "Who is it? How dare you kill my son?" The sound was a sonorous one. The demonic beasts in the entire 100,000 Great Mountains were scared to death, because they hear it. This voice was none other than the Black Jiao King's. The Black Jiao King is the ruler of the 100,000 mountains. All demonic beasts are killed alive. Many demonic beasts would lose their lives if they were not careful. In the depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains, there was an incomparably tall building. This house, originally, was a wildlife boondoggle built by previous humans. Now, it had become the Black Jiao King's palace. The Black Jiao King sat in the middle of the hall, exuding an aura of violent anger, combined with his massive body of up to 5 meters. Even more so, the atmosphere in the hall became incredibly depressing. All the demonic beasts below were prostrate on the ground at this moment. Their bodies kept trembling and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. "Green dog, find out where my son was killed," the Black Jiao King said with a gloomy face. Chapter 39 Panguax. Chapter 39 Panguax. "Yes, my lord." A dog demon with green-colored hair below immediately answered. This dog demon was also more than 2 meters tall in stature. His nose was as big as a bull's snout. It was the demonic beast that became from the mutation of the hound. He has a keen sense of smell and is extremely good at tracking. Green Dog didn't dare to delay and immediately left the place. With his sense of smell, he should be able to quickly discover the whereabouts of the augured demonic beast. "Great King, I remember that the young lord went to the human world. It can't be that he was killed by humans, right?" A tiger demon stepped forward and said, "If it's really human, then I'll make them pay." The Black Jiao King gritted his teeth. The crowd of demonic beasts were silent. However, they are all clear. The demonic beasts and the human race. I'm afraid that another big battle will start. The playground of the Sky Dragon Martial Arts Academy. By now there were over 100 cadets standing. These cadets were the very same cadets who were going to participate in the experience today. Since the aura revived, after humans and demonic beasts signed an agreement, and so began the well-watering situation. However, it was permitted for humans to hunt low-level demonic beasts while practicing. It's like demonic beasts coming out to eat a few ordinary people once in a while. Strong humans, too, will turn a blind eye. After all, it didn't matter if it was a low-level demonic beast or an ordinary human. In the eyes of the strong, they were all just mole crickets. Die anymore and they won't care. The strong are like gods on high. God, residing above the clouds. How can you care about the death of ordinary people? None of the 100 cadets were very strong. Most of them only had the strength of the Dark Realm. There were a few trainees who had the strength of the Realm of Transformation. Yuan Xiaorong was standing right in the middle of the crowd. Her cultivation level of the 5th level of the Dark Realm could be said to be rather inconspicuous amongst the crowd. Yet she was the one who stood out the most. It was because she had just been accepted as a disciple by Chu Mingyang. The dean reintroduced a disciple after many years. Everyone was secretly observing Yuan Xiaorong, wanted to know what was so great about her. However, everyone was disappointed. It's because Yuan Xiaorong is not only cuter in looks, everywhere else looks flat. I really don't know why Dean took her as a disciple. If she can be the Dean's disciple with such talent, then I can too. The crowd secretly slandered in their hearts, and they were also very unconvinced by Yuan Xiaorong. Yuan Xiaorong was simple-minded, so she didn't bother with the gazes of the crowd. She stood at the very back of the line, very low key. She also had a wooden sword and a regular longsword at her waist. It was the Xian Yuan wooden sword that Yi Linfan had given her. At this moment, the Regulus wooden sword was hidden in its scabbard. That shocking killing aura and sword intent were all completely hidden by the scabbard. In the eyes of others, it was an ordinary wooden sword. But, Yuan Xiaorong did not intend to use the Xian Yuan wooden sword in this adventure, because Chu Yen Yun told her, adventures are for strength. If one were to use a wooden sword at the beginning, it would only lose the true meaning of the experience. That's why she planned to try to use a normal longsword when she was practicing. As for the wooden sword, it is used for self-protection in case of a very dangerous situation. The usual. Try not to use it if you can. Is everyone here? Chu Mingyang stood on the high platform and asked indifferently, while looking at all the trainees. His gaze also made a point of lingering on Yuan Xiaorong's body. Arrived. Zhang Yiming nodded and said, this time, when they went to practice, it was him and the other outer vice dean, Mo Yunshan, who led the team. Yiming, I'm counting on you to take care of Xiaorong. Chu Mingyang said slowly. Don't worry, Dean. I'll take good care of her, Zhang Yiming said in a hurry. Yuan Xiaorong was now not only Chu Mingyang's disciple. Behind him, there was even a supreme master as a backer. Such a person, of course, has to be taken special care of. If a little damage is done, the Budo Academy can't even afford it. Let's go. Chu Mingyang nodded and said, departure. Zhang Yiming bellowed. All the participants in the experience set off with nervous apprehension. Let's hope all of them come back safely this time. Chu Mingyang said slowly. As the president of the Budo Academy, he certainly hoped that all these cadets would return safely. Most of them were hunting demonic beasts for the first time. Though every calendar, the Budo Academies all try to ensure the safety of their students. But hunting demonic beasts is inherently dangerous. So naturally, casualties can't be avoided in the annual calendar. Though very little. But it was enough to put fear into the hearts of these rookie trainees. The students of the Martial Arts Academy were thus heading towards the 100,000 mountains. At this time, above the playground, there was only Chu Mingyang and Chu Yenyun left. Grandpa, the last time I went to Mr. Ye's house, I asked about the Shin family. Chu Yenyun said. What did he say? Chu Mingyang asked in a hurry. He said he would wait until the right time before asking the Shin family for that pair of characters back. Grandpa, when did Mr. Yi say the right time? Chu Yenyun asked suspiciously. Of course it's when the Shin family is at its peak. Chu Mingyang said indifferently. When was the Shin family at its best? Chu Yenyun asked with a frown. Half a month from now. It will be Shen Tianfeng's 250th birthday. And at that time, Mr. Yi will make his move to exterminate the Shin family. Chu Mingyang said with a cold snort. Mr. Ye's stuff. Is it that easy to take? Having offended Mr. Yi, the Shin family has already booked their place on the Yellow Springs Road. Yi Linfan was sitting inside the house at this time. The carving in his hand had gradually taken shape. It looks like an axe in profile. This axe had an incomparably intricate pattern carved into it. The handle of the axe is black in color and has an unmistakable heavy look to it. This was precisely the second divine weapon Yi Linfan intended to carve. The Pangu axe. According to legend, Panga's axe was 33,000 zhang wide, with a handle 300 zhang thick and 66,000 zhang long. He certainly couldn't have carved an axe that big, so it can only be carved to the size of a regular axe. As the carving knife in his hand kept swinging down, the outline of the Pango axe became clearer and clearer. A mighty energy that was enough to tear through the void began to diffuse out. It was only because the Pango axe was not yet fully formed, so these mighty energies did not spill out. It just echoed through the house. If someone is present, it will surely be seen. In many halos roaming around the house, where these halos were, they actually tore a crack in the void. This was exactly the power of the Pangu axe. After all, among the 10 great divine artifacts, the Pango axe then has the ability to travel through the great void. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. Is Mr. Yi home? Yi Linfan stopped the knife in his hand and put down the not yet formed Pango axe. With this release of his, all the halos dissipated. Those spatial cracks, too, no longer existed. The house was back to normal. What's he doing here? Yi Linfan was a bit puzzled. Chapter 40, Strength Surge. Chapter 40, Strength Surge. The voice of the visitor. Yi Linfan was naturally familiar with it. It was precisely Lin Lungtian's voice, though it was strange why the other party had come, but he rose to greet them anyway. After all, the other party was a big shot in Falling Cloud City. He himself would have to go to Falling Cloud City often in the future. Make nice with each other. It's never bad for you. He came outside the house. Just outside the courtyard, there were 2 people standing, except for Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoruo. Mr. Yi, I've come to bother you again, Lin Langtian said with a smile. What did Matriarch Lin say? Welcome, welcome, please come in, Yi Linfan said in a hurry. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoruo walked into the courtyard. Again, the familiar aura hit him. It's so cozy. I wish I could stay here forever. They closed their eyes in simultaneous intoxication. Yi Linfan couldn't help but be very strange when he saw it from the side. What's wrong with these two? How come you close your eyes as soon as you come in? And a constipation-like expression. Matriarch Lin, Miss Lin, what happened to you guys? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. His words woke up the Lin Langtian duo. Mr. Yi, this courtyard of yours smells so good, Lin Langtian said with a smile. You're talking about Mama Chica. Yi Linfan pointed at the peach tree at the entrance and said. Lin Langtian looked back. Only the peaches on top of that peach tree were fuller and redder than before. And there were hundreds more than before. How did this peach tree grow so many peaches? Lin Langtian asked in surprise. He remembers it well. There weren't this many peaches on the tree the last time I was here. I'm not sure. It grew so much overnight anyway. Of course Yi Linfan was not aware that it was because of himself. Anyway, by the next day, he was taken aback when he saw the peach tree. He thought to himself that this martial world was really extraordinary. Even peach trees grow peaches so fast. Does Matriarch Lin like peaches? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Love it. Of course I do. When Lin Langtian heard this, how could he not understand Yi Linfan's meaning? It's a spiritual peach. Since Mr. Yi offered to give it to me, how could I not eat it? Okay, you guys go inside and wait a bit. I'll go pick 2 peaches for you to try. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian hurriedly thanked him and then brought Lin Ruoro into the house. Once inside, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro suddenly felt a powerful force fill the room. This power was a powerful force that Lin Langtian had never felt before. It's power enough to tear through the void. What kind of power is this? How is it so powerful? Lin Ruoro asked with a trembling voice. She is less powerful. Some can't handle the power. I'm not sure, Lin Langtian said with a grave expression on his face. He looked around the room. The source of the power was soon discovered. It's a wooden sculpture that sits on the table. This wood carving is not yet in shape though. But looking at the shape it was clearly an axe. What kind of axe is this? It's so powerful, Lin Langtian said as he sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't know. Lin Ruoro shook her head and said. She's a long way from this axe, though, because of the power emanating from above. It was stressing her out. Why are you guys still standing? Just then, Yi Linfan entered the house. There were 2 peaches in his hand. These 2 peaches are a shade bigger than before, and it looks redder and juicier. One look is appetizing. However, the peaches did not cause Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro to be shocked. To their shock, the house would have reverberated with amazing power. As soon as Yi Linfan entered the house, he instantly disappeared without a trace. They instantly felt a lightness in their bodies, and the oppressive feeling in their hearts disappeared. Have a seat. Yi Linfan put the peaches on the table. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro immediately sat down. One picked up a peach and began to eat it. What they don't realize is this. After Yi Linfan picked the peaches and returned to the house, the gods and goddesses in the yard and the peach tree are chatting again. Master is giving peaches to others to eat again. These are spirit peaches. Do these mortals deserve to enjoy them? Carp said with a sigh. It hadn't tasted a spirit peach in all the years it had been in this yard. Pull yourself together. The food that Master has fed you all these years is worse than spirit peach? The old hen always liked to carry on with the carp, so she was the first to retort. The carp stopped talking at once, because the old hen was telling the truth. It was important to know that the fish material Yi Linfan had fed it over the years was not ordinary fish material. Those fish materials surprisingly contained Taoism inside. Every time you eat, it can all go up in strength. Indeed, it is no worse than a lingonberry. Alright, don't complain. Master is treating us all well. All we have to do is just stay here without fear. Peachtree spoke up. That's true. There's meat to be had by following the master. Carp hammed and hawed. Well, stop talking. It's not good for the master to hear you. The big yellow dog said with some displeasure. When it speaks, there was no more sound from the yard. The carp immediately burrowed into the pond, never daring to venture out again. The old hen continued to keep her head down and forage for food. And peach trees. It's just a tree. Inside the house, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro had already finished the spirit peaches. Spirit peaches are just so delicious. Even after eating it, the refreshing scent of peaches still reverberated through their taste buds, keeps them coming back for more. When the spirit peach is eaten, the spirit peach contained the vast spiritual power of the Tao. It instantly made their cultivation explode. Lin Langtian directly broke through 3 realms, breaking through to the 8th level of the Dan realm. Lin Ruoro, on the other hand, had broken through 4 realms. From the 9th level of the transformation realm, he had directly broken through to the 4th level of the Dan realm. It was only slightly inferior to Lin Langtian before the breakthrough. Faced with such breakneck speed, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua had no other emotions other than shock. They have been practicing for so many years. Never thought about it yet. It's amazing how breakthroughs can be as simple as eating and drinking. And it's still a breakthrough without any hidden dangers. It breaks through every time it comes in. If you come and sit down often in the future. I'm afraid that breaking through the Saint Realm is just around the corner. Do you guys want more peaches? Yi Linfan saw that the two had been reminiscing, and secretly laughed in his heart. These two were at least from a martial arts family. How it's like you've never eaten a peach before. No need. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian hastily refused. As good as spiritual peaches are, they should not be eaten greedily. It's a great tonic. Eating one is enough. If you're greedy, take another one. The spirit peach's massive spiritual energy would definitely burst their bodies. So, he refused without hesitation. By the way, Mr. Yi, did you carve that thing on that table? Lin Langtian asked, pointing at the pango axe on the table. He had seen Yi Linfan's carving skills before. Last time, he had carved a piece of Qilin Pei, which was merely at the level of a spiritual artifact, into a top-tier immortal artifact. And I'm afraid that this piece of axe is definitely not a mortal product. Chapter 41 Terrifying Divine Artifact Pressure. Chapter 41 Terrifying Divine Artifact Pressure. Yes, I carved it out. Yi Linfan nodded and said. Sure enough, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Mr. Yi is really something. Carving out the same thing with your hands is capable of being so awesome. Simply awesome. Not bad for a big shot who came from the immortal world. Mr. Yi, does this axe have a name? Lin Langtian asked curiously. Of course I have. This axe is famous on my old side of the family. The name is Pango Axe. Yi Linfan replied with a smile. His old house. Isn't it the immortal world? It turned out that the axe was actually a thing of the immortal world. No wonder. It has not yet taken shape. It can just exude such a powerful might. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua muttered in their hearts. Pangu axe? What kind of weapon is it? Lin Langtian asked suspiciously. In this world, it is certainly unlikely that anyone has ever heard of the character Pangu. Naturally, there is no legend of the opening of the heavens. Not to mention this Pangu axe that broke through the chaos. This Pangu axe, in my world, is one of the top 10 divine weapons of the ancient times. Yi Linfan replied. Artifacts. And there were still 10 ancient divine artifacts. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Ancient artifacts? This was a legendary weapon that was even more powerful than a top-tier immortal weapon. One piece is already so amazing. I didn't realize there were 10 more pieces. Are there this many artifacts in the immortal world? Anyway, Lin Langtian was clear in his heart. In this world, divine artifacts, in general, are the same as God realm powerhouses. It only exists in legend. Heard it all. But no one has ever seen it. I already carved a divine weapon out last time. Only I gave it away. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Hear that? Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua almost didn't faint. Are all immortals so trenchant? Artifacts. Say give it away. Such an operation. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. They really want to. Yi Linfan was able to send a divine weapon to them. If you have the artifact. The Lin family becoming the #1 martial arts family in this world was not a matter of concern. But, Lin Langtian didn't dare to open this mouth. He knew it in his heart. Those who could make Yi Linfan willingly give away divine artifacts must be people with a very close relationship. Although he was acquainted with Yi Linfan, but the relationship is far from intimate. If you venture to ask for something, I'm afraid that it would displease Yi Linfan. In fact, as long as every time he came to eat a meal made by Yi Linfan, he grew a little bit of strength. It was enough to satisfy Lin Langtian's heart. If one is being too greedy, I'm afraid I'll end up with nothing. Could it be that Mr. Yi is planning to make all the other divine weapons? Lin Langtian asked. The one who knows me, Patriarch Lin is also. You're right. I'm just planning to carve out all the 10 divine artifacts. Even though the divine artifacts that are carved out aren't really divine artifacts, it's still a thought for my hometown, isn't it? Yi Linfan said with a sigh. Hometown, he'll never be able to go back to in this life. After all, he didn't have the powerful strength to dictate the ages and could cross the stars. Just an ordinary person with half a cultivation level. Surviving in this world is already very difficult. Not to mention going back. Lin Langtian sniffed and swallowed his saliva. If they really carved out all of the 10 great divine artifacts, what a horrible thing that would be. Mr. Yi, the 10 divine artifacts. Which 10 divine artifacts are they? Lin Langtian asked curiously. I'll tell you another time. It's getting late today. Would you like to stay for dinner? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. No need. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lin Langtian immediately said. Originally, Eating Yi Linfan's cooking could also enhance one's cultivation, but he had already eaten the spirit peach. The potency of the body has not completely dissipated. If you eat Yi Linfan's food again, I'm afraid the flesh will not be able to handle it. Yi Linfan didn't retain them either. Then they were allowed to leave. After Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro left, Yi Linfan continued to start carving away. The pango axe was still a few final slashes away from taking final shape. I only saw him waving his sword like rain. Swish swish swish. The black blade light kept lighting up. Countless wood shavings flew up. It didn't take long. The pango wooden axe finally took shape. Hatchet into a shakti. A huge power that was enough to tear apart the heaven and earth shot straight up into the sky. The shadow of an incomparably huge axe slowly took shape in the void. The shadow of this axe. The Tao rhythm was like a waterfall, dropping down. The endless might was enough to subjugate all beings. This is the power of a divine weapon. Brilliantly powerful. It can suppress everything in the world. Inside the yard. Originally, the old hen had been dead weighted down, and the usual carp that liked to emerge from the pond every now and then, not even daring to risk his head at this point. They are divine beasts though. However, it still couldn't carry the pressure of a divine weapon. Big Yellow Dog also jumped up from the ground at this time, his face looking at the giant axe shadow in the air with a grave expression. In the courtyard, it was the only one that could carry the pressure of the Pangu axe, and fortunately, the mighty pressure of the Pangu axe just reverberated in this small courtyard. It has not leaked out. Otherwise, such a powerful pressure would definitely make many people think that there were exotic treasures coming out of this place. From there, they flocked to it. At that time, Yi Linfan's peaceful life would definitely be shattered. The weapon that Master carved this time is just as terrifying as that sword last time, the old hen said with immense difficulty. It was also fortunate that it was of the phoenix bloodline. If it was an ordinary demonic beast, it would probably have been crushed into ashes by now. After all, the power of the artifact, not something that can be borne by mortal creatures. At this time, Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Before you go, Lin Ruoro subconsciously looked back at Yi Linfan's residence, just in time to see the giant axe silhouette in the void. Daddy, look! Lin Ruoro's eyes widened with shock. Lin Langtian looked up. He was frozen in place as if he had been struck by lightning. Although the might of the Pangu axe didn't leak out a single bit, but that giant axe silhouette still allowed one to feel the massive power in it. Mr. Yi is truly a man of God, Lin Langtian said with a sigh. Any time, anywhere, one could create an infinite number of immortal weapons and divine weapons. Such a person, if he wants to rule the world, totally easy as pie. However, it seems like from what I've seen so far, Mr. Yi seems to just want to be an ordinary person, with such amazing strength, but not with the world. Such a pattern, such a big heart. It's really admirable. Lin Langtian turned to the mountain and made a deep bow. Only then did he take Lin Ruoro and leave the place. In the middle of the Sky Dragon Martial Arts Academy, Xu Mingyang was originally working in his office. After the official business, he subconsciously looked in the direction where Yi Linfan lived. I just saw the giant axe shadow in the void. He certainly couldn't feel how powerful the pressure of the giant axe shadow was. But, above the giant axe silhouette, the amazing Tao rhythm that flowed like a river. But it was beyond striking. As expected of Mr. Yi, he's gotten another unbelievable treasure out. Why don't we wait until the trial is over and take a walk to Mr. Yi's house? Xu Mingyang said with incomparable admiration. Of course Yi Linfan didn't know how much of a mess he had made. After carving out the pancake axe, he gently touched it against the pancake axe. Something shocking happened. Chapter 42, Spying in the Dark. Chapter 42, Spying in the Dark. The intimidating pressure that had been echoing through the courtyard. By this touch of Yi Linfan, it instantly disappeared without a trace. All the sacred animals and the peach tree. At that moment, he only felt a lightness in his body. They let out a long breath at the same time. Finally back to normal. Master is getting more and more terrifying. If he screws up like this every day, we'll be screwed up sooner or later. The carp dared to burrow out of the water at this point and spat in a small voice. It certainly doesn't dare to speak up. If the master is alarmed, no need for the owner to do anything. The big yellow dog that had been trying to eat the dragon's meat would have gobbled it up early. Then you can go. It's not like anyone's keeping you, the old hen said dismissively. Carp sniffed. Go? Are you kidding me? The sky is the limit. What place could possibly compare to this? I'm just kidding. How could I possibly spare everyone? Carp said with a compensatory smile. I take it you can't bear to part with what your master feeds you every day? The old hen had no problem poking at it. Carp sniffed and only snapped. Alright, why are you guys arguing every day? If the master hears you, it's going to be a big deal. Peachtree rounded off the conversation at this point. He has always been a good old boy in the yard, but the divine beasts knew it in their hearts. Although this peach tree's temperament was very good, its strength was actually very terrifying. At the very least to be on par with the big yellow dog. Plus he's not as overbearing as a big yellow dog. That's why the old hen and the carp are very much in its favor. It's okay, I'll eat them all if I disturb the master, the big yellow dog said faintly. At that, the old hen and carp shivered. The two of them never dared to say another word. The carp immediately retreated back into the pond, and the old hen continues to keep her head down and forage for food. In the yard, silence soon returned. Yi Linfan inside the room was currently examining the pango axe in his hand. Pango's axe, though made of wood, but the material he chose was black iron ebony. Black iron ebony, tough as nails. On the surface, it looks like real steel. So, this pango axe looks like it at first glance. It really is just like an iron axe. Moreover, Yi Linfan also followed the pictures of pango axe that he had seen on the internet in his previous life. An incomparably intricate pattern was carved into the axe head. It makes this wooden axe closer to the real pango axe in appearance. Yi Linfan read it a few times, feeling very satisfied. So they found a piece of string and strung it up, hanging the pancake axe on the wall. The pango axe has been carved out. Which one is you going to carve for the next divine weapon? After Yi Linfan pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Either that or carve it. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, though. Still, if it's sculpted, it's pretty good. After all, it's quite practical. Think it and do it. Yi Linfan immediately began to search for the materials. In this world anyway, people have no recreational pastime other than cultivation. Yi Linfan can't cultivate. He can only find things to do on his own to pass the boring time. However, what no one knows is this. At this moment, outside the small courtyard, hundreds of miles away on a large tree, there was a pair of eyes that were observing Yi Linfan's residence all the time. The owner of these eyes was none other than Yan Yunfan. Yan Yunfan had been defeated by Lin Langtian since that day. The heart just keeps on defying. He could never figure it out. Why was Lin Langtian's strength growing so fast? Definitely met some kind of chance. So he had been secretly following Lin Langtian. Sure enough, the effort was not enough. Lin Langtian arrived in such an unassuming small courtyard. At first, Yan Yunfan couldn't figure out why Lin Langtian had come here. However, then it became obvious to him. Lin Langtian came out from there. The strength had unexpectedly increased by another 3 realms. Breakthrough to the 8th level of the Dan realm. And Lin Ruo, who was only at the 9th level of the realm of transformation. Surprisingly, he had also broken through to the 4th level of the Dan realm. This allowed Yan Yunfan to finally be certain. It turned out that the chance of Lin Langtian's father and daughter was actually in the middle of this ordinary little courtyard. So, after Lin Langtian and Lin Ruo left, he didn't follow, but stayed and silently observed. Later, Yi Linfan's pango axe became. The giant axe shadow in the sky caused Yan Yunfan's heart to tremble. Though because the small courtyard obscured the powerful might of the pango axe, but Yan Yunfan could still feel how powerful the axe was. Looks like this place has a lot of treasures. Should we go in and poke around? No, the master of this room is definitely not bad. If I go in there I might not be able to return. Simply better to go to father. Yan Yunfan made up his mind and disappeared. In the middle of the 100,000 mountains, over 100 students from the martial arts academy had already begun their training. Since most of them were learning to hunt demonic beasts for the first time. So before we start, Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunshin have then taught the participants the teamwork approach. Let them split up into groups of a few people to hunt demonic beasts. This way, the safety of the trainees can also be greatly improved. Yuan Xiaorong memorized Chu Yinyun's words. There was no use of the Regulus sword to hunt demonic beasts. After all, the demonic beasts here were all the lowest level demonic beasts. It was only equivalent to a human dark realm martial artist. If you use Regulus to hunt them, this is a bit of a bully. So, she dutifully mingled among the cadet ranks. Use your own saber to work with others to hunt demonic beasts. So she performed moderately well, with absolutely nothing overly impressive to be seen. This has made many people who would have been jealous of her, growing more and more disdainful of her. Even Mo Yunshin, who was on the side, frowned when he saw this. He quietly asked Zhang Yiming, Dean Zhang, this Yuan Xiaorong clearly has ordinary talent. Why did the Dean choose to take her as his disciple? Dean Mo. Dean Chu has his own deep meaning in accepting Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple, so don't say anything else, Zhang Yiming said with a smile. Just kidding. Behind Yuan Xiaorong, there was a supreme master as a backer. Chu Mingyang was able to receive Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple. That's a blessing accumulated by all the ancestors of the Budo Academy. But that kind of thing, Zhang Yiming wouldn't tell Mo Yunshin. After all, Chu Mingyang had explained him. Since Mr. Yi wants to be an ordinary person, then try not to let too many people know about Mr. Yi's existence. And do you know Dean's deeper meaning? Mo Yunchen asked with a frown. I don't know. Why don't you ask the dean yourself? Zhang Yiming said with a harumph. How could dean tell me? Mo Yunchen said helplessly. Forget it, let's just pay attention to the trainees. It won't be good if there's any damage.
Zhang Yiming said slowly, a student of the Budo Academy. There were many sons and daughters of martial arts families,
as well as some sons and daughters of ordinary families. If it was the son of an ordinary family, it wouldn't matter.
If a son of a martial arts family breaks down here,
that's not good. Mo Yunchen only gave up pursuing the question.
They stood beside the cadets,
watching the cadets hunt demonic beasts.
From time to time,
I'll point it out.
If any of the cadets are in danger, they will also come to the rescue at the first opportunity.
However, what they don't know is this.
There's a big crisis creeping up on them.
Chapter 43, Surrounded. Chapter 43, Surrounded. Deep in the 100,000
mountains,
Green Dog has returned. Great King, I'm back.
Green Dog said respectfully as he knelt on the ground.
Green Dog, did you find out anything? The Black Jiao King asked indifferently. Back to the Great King.
I have found out that the last place where the young lord disappeared was near the Sky Dragon Martial Arts Academy.
And according to my guess,
it is estimated that he was killed by someone from the Martial Arts Academy.
Green Dog replied. Outrageous. The Black Jiao King was furious.
The body exuded an incomparable berserk aura.
It made all the demonic beasts standing at the bottom tremble. You have to know that the Black Jiao King doesn't have a good temper.
If anyone dares to touch him at this time, it was estimated that he would be directly killed by the Black Jiao King.
Humans even disregarded the agreement and killed this king's son.
This king must take revenge.
Come on. Send troops to attack the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy. The Black Jiao King roared.
Its voice echoed throughout the house. It shook the house to the point where it wouldn't stop shaking. The Great King rests his anger.
Humans and demonic beasts have signed an agreement after all. If we venture out, I'm afraid we'll provoke other human powerhouses to come together, and we'll be very passive by then. Just then, a fox demonic beast stepped forward and said, this fox demonic beast was named Firefox, wise in his day.
The Black Cauldron King was also considered to rely on him very much. That was why he dared to come forward at this time and advise the Black Jiao King.
If it was anyone else, dare to stand up and speak out at this time, it's bound to be taken out as a punching bag. Firefox had some words. It made the Black Jiao King, who had almost lost his mind, come to his senses. Firefox is right. The human and demonic beast agreement is still in place.
If he or she ventured to attack the place where the humans became living,
it would surely provoke many human powerhouses to join forces and attack, and demonic beasts are not going to have anyone to help them. Human solidarity. The demonic beasts split.
This was the most important reason why humans were able to resist demonic beasts all the time.
If one's impulsive, it could kill all the demonic beasts in the 100,000
mountains.
It's a bit of a lose-lose situation. So what do you say? The Black Jiao King asked with a gloomy face. Great King, I heard the scouts return yesterday.
Today there is a group of martial arts academy students come to the 100,000 mountains to practice.
Should we not? Firefox said slowly. You mean,
arresting this group of trainees and forcing the martial arts academy to hand over the murderer,
right? The Black Jiao King was very smart and immediately guessed Firefox's intentions. The Great King is wise. Firefox immediately complimented. Well, it's against protocol to do so, but it's all I have to do for revenge. The Black Jiao King nodded and said,
with the Black Jiao King's command,
all the demonic beasts in the 100,000
great mountains all moved.
These demonic beasts,
the worst of their strength was at the Earth realm.
There were even more than a dozen Saint Realm demonic beasts.
The strongest was the Black Jiao King at the 7th level of the Saint Realm.
So many demonic beasts were like a tidal wave,
rushing towards the martial arts students who were practicing.
So many powerful demonic beasts to catch these trainees. It's simply a handful. Cadets who are practicing. After the initial nervousness, the demonic beasts that he found himself facing were not scary. Instead, it was easier to kill. After all, the demonic beasts here were weak.
Some of them are not even spiritually enlightened.
It's just like wild animals before the aura revival.
So their moods are starting to relax.
Even killing demonic beasts while laughing and joking around.
It's as if you're not here for an adventure,
but rather like you're here for a vacation. Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunchen were also in a very relaxed mood. They just have to be here for the full 3 days. Then you can finish the mission and go back. Just then,
there was a sudden black cloud in the sky moving slowly towards here.
This black cloud gave people a feeling of trepidation. Dean Mo, look at that black cloud. It doesn't seem right.
Zhang Yiming pointed at the sky and said, where are the black clouds coming from in such a clear sky?
It's really strange. Mo Yunchen also frowned and said, soon. They were then alarmed.
because they saw that the black cloud was not an ordinary black cloud. Instead, it was made from the convergence of the demonic chi of quite a few demonic beasts. Below the black cloud, densely packed, there were thousands of demonic beasts that were swarming towards this place, and every demonic beast was a transformed demonic beast. No good. There's danger. Let's hurry and escape. Zhang Yiming immediately yelled. So many demonic beasts. There was no way he was an opponent. The only way is to run for your life. The cadets who were still at ease, suddenly hearing Zhang Yiming's roar, he was a bit overwhelmed. However, someone soon saw the demonic beasts in the distance. Look guys, there are so many demonic beasts. It's scary. These cadets, where have they seen this formation before? He was so scared that his face was bloodless. One body shivered and collapsed to the ground. It's not even moving. There are some mentally stronger ones. After fuming for a while, he quickly remembered to run away. It's just a shame. The speed of the demonic beast was too fast. By the time they reacted, the demonic beasts had already surrounded them. Holy, all transformed demonic beasts? So scary. What in the world is going on? Why did we meet these terrifying demonic beasts? All the trainees cried in fear. They are rookies though, but it also knew the terror of a transformed demonic beast. They thought that they were going to meet a transformed demonic beast. At the very least, it was a long time from now, after they had become strong. Who knows? It happened today. Looking at these tigerish demonic beasts, there were some timid trainees who even fainted directly from fear. Zhang Yiming and Mo Yunshin's faces were also very ugly at this time. They never expected it. There were no dangerous adventures in the past. I'm going to run into something like today. Black Jiao King, you even disregarded the agreement and attacked the humans without authorization. What exactly do you mean? Zhang Yiming stepped forward and questioned loudly. My king's son is dead. Dead near your martial arts academy. And I suspect that it was someone from your martial arts academy who did it. The Black Jiao King said coldly. How is that possible? Zhang Yiming's face changed. The Black Jiao King died near the martial arts academy. The people from the martial arts academy would never take it easy if they encountered the Black Jiao King's son. And so on. Nearby. Could it be? Zhang Yiming finally thought of a possibility. The Black Jiao King's son must have broken into the place where Mr. Yi lives. Then it was destroyed by Mr. Yi. With Mr. Yi's terrifying strength, killing the Black Jiao King's son was simply not too easy. What? You know who the killer is? Seeing the change in Zhang Yiming's face, the Black Jiao King immediately asked. I don't know. Zhang Yiming immediately shook his head and said, just kidding. Mr. Yip just wants to be an ordinary man. How could one give him up? You go back and bring a message to Chu Mingyang. I'm taking these people away. Give him 1 day to hand over the murderer, or I'll make all these people our food. The Black Jiao King said coldly. 1 day? You're pushing it too hard. Mo Yunshin said with a frown. I don't care. It's just 1 day. If I don't see the murderer after 1 day, you're on your own. The Black Jiao King said in a brutal manner. Okay, you wait. Mo Yunshin had no choice but to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Zhang Yiming and said, Dean Zhang, take care of the trainees. I'll be right back. Don't worry, Dean Mo. Yiming will definitely die before them. Zhang Yiming Sam said with conviction. Mo Yunshin nodded and quickly left the place. And at this moment, Yuan Xiaorong was standing in the middle of the crowd with a dumbfounded look on her face. Chapter 44, No Need to Worry. Chapter 44, No Need to Worry. I didn't think I'd be captured by a demonic beast. What should I do now? Yuan Xiaorong's face was a little frightened. But, she quickly calmed down. No fear. Brother Yi will definitely come to save me. He's so strong. How could these demonic beasts be his opponent? Sister Chu said. Brother Yi is the most powerful man in this world. So I don't have to be afraid. Just wait for Brother Yi to save me. Think about it. The fear within Yuan Xiaorong was instantly swept away. The other trainees, on the other hand, were still so scared they couldn't stop crying. After all, most of them weren't very old. There's no way to be scared in your mind when it comes to a scene like this. Even Zhang Yiming had no way to persuade anything. Just let them cry. But, their cries made the Black Scaly King feel a little annoyed. No crying. I'll kill anyone who cries again. The Black Jiao King shouted. Black Jiao King? How dare you? Zhang Yiming's face changed and he snapped. If the Black Cauldron King really made a move to kill someone, that's a big responsibility for the Budo Academy. After all, these trainees were arranged by the Martial Arts Academy to train. If all die here, I'm afraid it will tarnish the reputation of the Martial Arts Academy. Don't worry, as long as your Martial Arts Academy hands over the murderer, I will definitely not harm you. Follow me, the Black Jiao King said indifferently. An agreement between humans and demonic beasts. The Black Jiao King was still very scrupulous. That's why he won't hurt these trainees so easily. His ultimate goal is to find his son's killer.
But if the Budo Academy doesn't hand over the murderer, he wouldn't mind killing them either. What if the Budo Academy doesn't find the murderer after a day? Zhang Yiming asked with a frown. Then, you will bury my king's son with you, the Black Jiao King said coldly. The words came out. All of the trainees were so scared that their legs were trembling. However, Zhang Yiming noticed at this moment that Yuan Xiaorong was yet very calm. It was as if the immediate crisis was not even in the eye of the beholder. What's going on? Why doesn't Yuan Xiaorong look scared at all? Could it be that Mr. Yi will come to save us? It has to be. Otherwise Yuan Xiaorong wouldn't be so calm. Think of this. Zhang Yiming was ecstatic. With Mr. Yi's strength, trying to exterminate these demonic beasts, it's no effort at all. And so the fear in his heart disappeared. The Black Jiao King led the demonic beasts and escorted everyone to the depths of the 100,000 great mountains. A huge iron cage was placed here. The bars on this cage are rusted. It looks like it's been a long time coming. These iron cages. In fact, before the aura was revived, it's for holding the wildlife here. Then the aura was revived and the wildlife mutated. Such an iron cage would naturally not hold them. Rather, I didn't think about it. This iron cage is about a day in the life of a human being. It's really a bit ironic. At this time, Mo Yunqian had already rushed back to the martial arts academy at fire speed. Xu Mingyang is dealing with official business in his office. Just then, the door to the office was violently pushed open. Bang! The gate crashed against the wall and shook. Xu Mingyang couldn't help but sink his face. No one had ever dared to be so rude since he became dean. What man? Xu Mingyang asked unhappily. Dean. It's not good. A man rushed in and exclaimed. This person was none other than Mo Yunqian. Seeing Mo Yunqian, Xu Mingyang froze. Didn't he take the cadets to the 100,000 mountains for training? The training hasn't finished yet. Why are you back? Dean Mo. Why are you back? Could it be that the experience ended early? Xu Mingyang asked with a frown. Dean Zhang and the trainees have been detained by the Black Jiao King of the 100,000 mountains with his men. Mo Yunqian said with a face full of anxiety. What? What the hell is going on? Xu Mingyang was shocked and suddenly stood up and asked. Dean. It's this. Mo Yunqian told Xu Mingyang what happened. Xu Mingyang's brows furrowed tightly as he listened. Have any demonic beasts intruded into the martial arts academy's boundaries in recent times? Xu Mingyang asked. No, never heard of it. Mo Yunqian shook his head and said. He was the vice president of the Budo Academy in charge of public order. He was responsible for the safety of the martial arts academy within a radius of thousands of meters. So if the Black Jiao King's son died nearby, he is bound to know. However, he had not received any relevant news. You don't know, do you? Xu Mingyang's face suddenly changed and he looked up in a certain direction. Since there were demonic beasts intruding, but they were dying without a sound. The only possibility. That's when Mr. Yi made his move. Only Mr. Yi has such strength. Dean. Did what? Mo Yunqian asked suspiciously. It was strange in his mind. The two of them, Xu Mingyang and Zhang Yiming, were always evasive with their words. It was as if something was being kept from him. It's nothing. Was Yuan Xiaorong also taken? Xu Mingyang asked. Yes, this is your disciple. You must find a way to save her. Mo Yunqian said. There's no need for that. Since the Black Jiao King dared to capture Yuan Xiaorong, he's taking his own life. Naturally someone will clean him up. Xu Mingyang shook his head and said. Just kidding. Yuan Xiaorong is Mr. Yi's man. With Mr. Yi's strength. I guess I already knew that Yuan Xiaorong had been arrested. And I guess I already had an arrangement. You don't have to do anything yourself. Just sit back and wait for Zhang Yiming and the trainees to return. Dean. The Black Jiao King has only given us one day. He said that if we don't hand over the murderer, he'll kill everyone. Mo Yunqian didn't expect Xu Mingyang to be in no hurry at all and almost didn't jump up. Dean Mo. Don't worry. When I say that someone will clean up the Black Jiao King, I won't be wrong. Just wait at ease. I want to see how the Black Jiao King dies a day later. Xu Mingyang said with a cold smile. Dean. How can you be so sure? Could it be that Yuan Xiaorong has some background? Mo Yunqian asked suspiciously. That's right. Otherwise, why do you think I accepted Yuan Xiaorong as a disciple? In the future, you must not mess with Yuan Xiaorong. Otherwise, I will expel you from the martial arts academy. Xu Mingyang said with a serious expression. Hear that? Mo Yunqian's heart flinched. What kind of amazing background does this Yuan Xiaorong have? Even Xu Mingyang was so careful to defend her. Looks like we really need to go easy on her from now on. Dean. I know. Mo Yunqian took a deep breath and said. You go back to rest. You don't have to care about this matter. I'm looking forward to what will happen tomorrow. Xu Mingyang sat back in his chair and leaned on it, saying with interest. Chapter 45, The White Kitten. Chapter 45, The White Kitten. Yi Linfan, who was carving in the courtyard, Did not know that Yuan Xiaorong had been captured by the demonic beast. He was out of carvings by this time. Instead, I'm going to go out for a walk. Bored in this yard every day. It's also pretty boring. So, he likes to hang out on weekdays as well. But the stroll isn't far. Just going for a walk in the nearby city of Falling Clouds. Do some shopping on the way. Like meat. For example, the materials used to carve the artifacts this time. The artifact he intended to carve this time. It's not just wood that's enough. Plus, the family has also run out of meat. That's why it's going out on this trip. In his yard, there are plenty of vegetables. But the meat is all imported. Because in this world, all the animalizations turned into demonic beasts. Yi Linfan felt that he was only an ordinary person. If you go hunting, maybe not only will you not be able to hunt, instead, it would turn into giving warmth to demonic beasts. So, something as dangerous as hunting was definitely not for him. Therefore, he often went to the middle of Falling Cloud City. There are places there that specialize in selling demonic beast meat. This time he went out and took the big yellow dog out with him. Come to Falling Cloud City. As these years, Yi Linfan relied on his medical skills to heal so many people in Lokyun City. That's why everyone in Falling Cloud City had great respect for him. After all, who can guarantee that you will not get sick in your lifetime? That's why it's essential to have a good relationship with your doctor. Dr. Yi, you're here. Dr. Yi, thank you for curing me last time. Dr. Yi, last time I said I introduced my daughter to you. Do you still remember? If you're free, you can meet up. These words scared Yi Linfan so much that he hurriedly fled. This man's daughter, he's met. The bladder is big and the waist is like a bucket. And also born with buck teeth. It's just naturally superb. A man like that would give you nightmares just by looking at him. If anyone marries her, I'm afraid their life will be in danger in less than a year. Yi Linfan naturally didn't dare to continue lingering here. If he is forced by this man to go to his house and marry his daughter, then won't your life be ruined? So, he rushed to escape. No matter how much the man screamed, he didn't dare turn around. After escaping, Yi Linfan finally took a long breath. Rhubarb, coming? Yi Linfan called out. The big yellow dog immediately barked and ran out from the side. Yi Linfan stroked the big yellow dog's head and smiled with satisfaction. This big yellow dog was picked up on the side of the road 2 years after he crossed over. And it's been very humane. So he wasn't worried about the big yellow dog getting lost. Only the big yellow dog was very uncomfortable with the name Rhubarb. He himself was at least a divine beast. I can't believe they call it Rhubarb. A tasteless name. Strength is degrading to the name of the beast. But that's the name the owner came up with. Then it's just as well to accept it. The two of them came to the store that sold demonic beast meat. The owner of the store was also familiar with Yi Linfan. Dr. Yi, you came to buy meat? The owner greeted him and asked very enthusiastically. That's right, Boss Lu. Do you have any meat for sale today? Yi Linfan nodded his head and asked. Yes, the store just got in some green wind lamb yesterday. I don't know if you want to buy it back and try it? Boss Lu asked with a smile. Yes, it just so happens that I haven't had lamb in a long time. So give me a few pounds. Yi Linfan's eyes lit up and immediately said, it's been a while since I've had a lamb kebab. When we get back, get it up. Okay, you wait a moment, I'll wrap it up for you right away. Boss Lu immediately said. He quickly turned around, wrapped 5 or 6 pounds of mutton, and handed it to Yi Linfan. How much? Yi Linfan took the lamb and asked. How can I take your money for this? Never. Boss Lu quickly waved his hand and excused himself. How can you not want money? Yi Linfan said somewhat helplessly. If it weren't for Dr. Yi, I'm afraid that my old mother would have already, so I firmly can't take this money, Boss Lu said in a firm tone. Turns out, a month or so ago, Boss Lu's mother had a sudden emergency and her life was in danger. The doctors in Falling Cloud City are at their wits' end. Luckily Yi Linfan came here to buy meat, immediately came to the rescue, pulled Boss Lu's mother back from the ghost gate. From there, Boss Lu then treated Yi Linfan as if he had saved his life. After all, you're in business, so if you don't want money, I won't come next time. Yi Linfan also said very firmly. If once or twice don't pay, that's not too bad. If you don't want money every time you come, I'm afraid Yi Linfan himself would be too embarrassed to come here again. This is the case? In that case, I'll charge you a cost price. Boss Lu could only say helplessly. It's for the best. Yi Linfan nodded his head in agreement as he heard this, so he paid immediately. Just then, he suddenly saw a cage in the corner. A white kitten crouched in the cage. This kitten, covered in white fur, can't see a single impurity. It looks very beautiful, but the look was a little shriveled. I don't know if I'm injured or not. Boss Lu, where did this kitten come from? Yi Linfan asked curiously. This kitten was picked up by a demonic beast hunter in the 100. 000 mountains yesterday when its hind legs were caught in a trap. And then that demonic beast hunter sold it to me. Boss Lou replied. Demon beast hunters are exactly that. Hunters who specialize in hunting demon beasts. These people, from ordinary origins. Talent isn't enough to get into the Budo Academy either. Only some of the most common cultivation methods. That's why they chose to hunt some low-level demonic beasts for some money to survive on. So it is. Yi Linfan nodded and said, Does Dr. Yi like it, or should I give it to you? Boss Lou was a businessman. Naturally he was the best at reading faces. Give it to me? This isn't very nice, is it? Yi Linfan said with some interest. It's nothing. Anyway, this kitten has been sitting here for days and no one wants to buy it. And it's pretty badly injured. So I don't think it'll live for a few days. Boss Lou immediately said. Seeing Yi Linfan's expression, Boss Lou knew that Yi Linfan had moved. So without thinking, he raised the cage to Yi Linfan's eyes. Being able to use a dying kitten to draw closer to Yi Linfan. The deal is a good deal any way you look at it. If that's the case, then I'm flattered. Yi Linfan took the cage and said with a smile. He looked at the kitten in the cage, probably because of the injury. The kitten has little spirit and is sleeping, oblivious to the fact that he had changed masters. He looked to the kitten's hind legs. The top was really hurt. A huge wound, deep to the bone. And the wound is already rotting and pussing. It's obviously inflamed. If it's not cured again, this kitten would have died from an infected wound. However, such an injury was just a piece of cake in front of Yi Linfan. The big yellow dog on the side saw the kitten. There was a meaningful glint in his eyes. I didn't expect to meet this guy. It looks like the master's yard will be much more lively again. It turns out that this kitten is anything but ordinary. By the way, Dr. Yi, speaking of the 100,000 mountains, I've also heard of a major event. Boss Lou suddenly said. What is it? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Chapter 46, Desperate Yuan Xiaorong. Chapter 46, Desperate Yuan Xiaorong. I heard that a group of students from the Martial Arts Academy went to the 100,000 mountains to practice, and they were detained by the Black Jiao King of the 100,000 mountains. Boss Lou said slowly. What did you say? What the hell is going on? Yi Linfan's face changed and he quickly asked. He remembered that Yuan Xiaorong was in the team that was practicing. If the calendar team is held up, that means something happened to Yuan Xiaorong too. Yi Linfan was naturally a bit anxious. I've heard that it seems like the Black Jiao King's son died in the vicinity of the Martial Arts Academy. So the Black Jiao King wants the Martial Arts Academy to hand over the murderer, or else he'll eat all of those trainees. Boss Lou replied. Hearing Boss Lou's words, the big yellow dog winced as he stepped aside. The son of the Black Jiao King. It can't be that little auger from the other day. I swallowed it in one bite a long time ago. I didn't think it would cause such a thing to come out. It also caused Yuan Xiaorong to be detained by the Black Jiao King as well. How good is Yuan Xiaorong's relationship with her master? The big yellow dog knows best. No way. Can't let the master know. The son of the Black Jiao King was eaten by me. Otherwise, the master had to stew me in one pot. Think about it. The big yellow dog's body shivered in fear. Damn Black Jiao King. It's really too much to capture innocent people at will. And it's taken Xiaorong as well. Yi Linfan slapped the counter hard and said with incomparable anger. Seeing Yi Linfan's expression, the big yellow dog's heart tightened. It remembered 5 years ago, once when it was out with Yi Linfan, passing through a village. It was discovered that this village had actually encountered an attack by hundreds of demonic beasts. All the people in this village were eaten by demonic beasts. When they arrived, there were also many demonic beasts eating humans. Even the little kids are not spared. Suffice it to say, the scene was nothing short of gruesome. When Yi Linfan saw it, he immediately rushed up with boundless anger, cursing at a distance of hundreds of meters from the village. These demonic beasts all deserve to die. Next, a scene that the big yellow dog will never forget appeared. All the demonic beasts that were originally feasting on the food. For some reason, suddenly one by one, their bodies exploded. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. Not a trace left. The big yellow dog on the side saw this scene. Almost didn't get a leg up. Just a word. It then caused hundreds of demonic beasts to instantly explode and die. Words out of the law follow. Definitely the word is out. Such a means is the means of the legendary immortals. From there, it was only then that the big yellow dog became truly convinced of Yi Linfan. Also at ease, he became Yi Linfan's watchdog. Can be a watchdog for the immortals. It's also an honor. Didn't realize. 5 years later, these words from Yi Linfan appeared again. It seems like the Black Scale King is already dead for sure. The big yellow dog sighed in his heart. Yi Linfan quickly returned home from Falling Cloud City. Inside the house, he kept pacing back and forth in the room. Didn't even have the heart to carve. Something happened to Yuan Xiaorong. He was certainly anxious in his heart and wanted to save her. However, He's just a mortal. A mortal who couldn't even defeat a demonic beast of the lowest order. Not to mention that it was the Black Jiao King. One is even less likely to be an opponent. The only thing he can do now, only pray. Pray that nothing happens to Yuan Xiaorong. Pray that the Budo Academy will hurry up and send someone to rescue her. However, what he doesn't realize is this. Chu Mingyang was also waiting for him to save the day. If he only knew. It has to be an on-the-spot meltdown. In the middle of the 100,000 mountains. The deadline for turning people in was fast approaching. However, no one from the Budo Academy came at all. Zhang Yiming's heart was also drumming. It's all time. Why isn't Mr. Yi here yet? If it doesn't come, that would be a disaster. At this time, Yuan Xiaorong's heart also began to panic a little. When exactly will Brother Yi come? If I don't come again, I'm dead. Great King, it's time. Firefox said. Outrageous. It looks like the Martial Arts Academy is planning to give up on this group. The Black Jiao King said coldly. Great King, I think it might be because the Martial Arts Academy thinks that we don't dare to harm these trainees, and that's why they're ignoring our request. Firefox said slowly. Outrageous. Since that's the case, then this king will kill one person and send the head to the Martial Arts Academy. This king would like to see if they still dare to ignore us. The Black Jiao King said coldly. Your Majesty, I'm afraid killing one is not enough. Why don't we kill a few more? Only then will they be afraid. A wolf demon on the side said. That's right, the king will kill 10. The Black Jiao King immediately said. The trainees standing in the iron cage sniffed and each of them trembled with fear. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. Daddy, come and save me. A wail went on and on. Zhang Yiming then also looked pale. It seems that not only did the Budo Academy give them up, not even Mr. Yi will come. Didn't you say that Yuan Xiaorong has a high position in Mr. Yi's heart? It still seems to be overstated. If he knew. In fact, both the Martial Arts Academy and Yi Linfan were counting on each other to save the day if they did. It must have stormed, cursing both sides for being so unreliable. Unfortunately, the demonic beasts wouldn't pay any attention to the wailing of the cadets. Very roughly, the 10 trainees were pulled out of the cage. Yuan Xiaorong was among them. At this point she was also in complete despair. Her big brother Yi looks like he won't come over to save her. Dying myself. An expression of overwhelming fear filled her face. It looked unbelievably pathetic and pitiful. Only, no one cared about her by this time. Black Jiao King, think carefully about the cost of killing them. Zhang Yiming said loudly. By this time, he still wanted to make one last effort to stop the Black Scale King, though he was well aware that it would be of little use. My king's son died so tragically. If you don't hand over the murderer, I'll just keep on killing. The Black Jiao King said with a cold snort. Having said that, he reached out with his right hand. It transformed into an immense and incomparable giant claw against the wind. This giant claw covered an area of dozens of miles. The whole sky became dim. You realize it, the Black Jiao King said indifferently. After the words, he pressed his right paw. The giant claws in the air covered the sky and pressed towards these trainees. These trainees were even more frightened and kept wailing. Done. Zhang Yiming was filled with despair. With so many trainees dead, the Martial Arts Academy would definitely lose its reputation. The consequences are so severe that they are hard to estimate. Yuan Xiaorong was also waiting for death with her eyes closed at this time. Maybe Brother Yi doesn't know I've been arrested. It's not his fault. It's just a shame I won't be able to go and play with him in the future. It's a shame I haven't gotten that painting back from the Shin family. Soon, the giant claws in the air had come to her head. All she felt was a huge force pressing down on her. The pressure caused a sharp pain all over her body. It was as if the bones would break. So this is what it feels like for me to be dying. It's not pleasant at all. Just then, Yuan Xiaorong suddenly felt a vibrating sensation coming from her waist. Chapter 47 Regulus Wooden Sword Beheads Demon King. Chapter 47 Regulus Wooden Sword Beheads Demon King. Yuan Xiaorong looked down. Only the wooden sword pinned to his waist was vibrating. Could this sword given by Brother Yi save lives? Right. Sister Chu said. This sword is a top-grade immortal weapon. Since it's a top-tier immortal weapon, it must be very powerful then. No wonder Brother Yi never came. It was because he knew that he didn't have to come over at all. Just have this wooden sword. I'll be able to turn it around. Until now, it was only then that Yuan Xiaorong finally figured it out. It's not that Brother Yi doesn't care about her anymore. Rather, Brother Yi had already given her a weapon to save her life. And so, Yuan Xiaorong gently pulled out the wooden sword. When the wooden sword was drawn only a hair's breadth, a stern and unrivaled sword, she rose up to the sky. It directly churned the giant claws in the air to pieces. Everyone was stunned. What happened? That awesome giant claw. How come it's suddenly gone? When Zhang Yiming saw this, a hint of ecstasy appeared on his face. Mr. Yi is here. It must be Mr. Yi coming. But, He looked around the room. There was no sign of Yi Linfan at all. What's going on? Where the hell is Mr. Yi? Could Mr. Yi be able to cross thousands of meters and strike in the air? Think about it.
Zhang Yiming secretly sucked in a breath of cold air.
Thousands of miles of horizontal strikes.
That's something only the legendary immortals have.
Now, Zhang Yiming finally put his heart down completely. With Mr. Yi, you couldn't die today if you wanted to. Who is it? How dare you meddle in my king's business? The Black Xiao King roared angrily. An incomparably furious aura permeated his body. Rolling gusts of wind. It blew the trees around it and shook them. With such might, the faces of the crowd turned white as they watched. It was worthy of being a Saint Realm demonic beast. The aura is just too powerful. Black Xiao King, I advise you to hurry up and release us. Otherwise you're dead today. A crisp voice came. The crowd looked up. Only Yuan Xiaorong looked at the Black Xiao King with a serious expression above the hilt of his wooden sword in his right hand. She had already taken her wooden sword back into its scabbard, so no one knew that what had just destroyed the Black Xiao King's attack was none other than this unassuming wooden sword. You're a little doll. How dare you speak to this king like that? You don't have much guts. Today this king will kill you first. The Black Xiao King laughed out loud and slapped his right claw directly towards Yuan Xiaorong. This right paw was immense. It was a bit bigger than Yuan Xiaorong's body. The nails, over a meter long, shone with a cold light like sharp blades, scraping an ear-piercing breaking sound in the void. He grabbed towards Yuan Xiaorong. This grip, if real, Yuan Xiaorong had to turn into several pieces. Seeing this, Zhang Yiming immediately concentrated on it, because he was curious. How in the world did Mr. Yap strike? But he soon learned that he was wrong. And it's so wrong, because Yi Linfan didn't come. And there's no need to come, because Yuan Xiaorong has Regulus, as the most powerful existence among the 10 divine weapons of the ancient times. It wasn't something that could be defeated by a mere Black Xiao King. Looking at the incoming giant claw, she fiercely drew her Regulus sword. Once the sword is out, the dragon roars. The moment. It was as if time had frozen. A monstrous sword aura broke through the sky. It churned the Black Xiao King's huge claws to pieces. This is a top immortal weapon? A look of shock flashed across the Black Xiao King's face. Subsequently, an expression of unbridled ecstasy appeared on his face. I didn't expect that I would see a top-tier immortal artifact today. It's just too good to be true. This sword belongs to me. The Black Xiao King stepped forward. It was a step that shook the ground, only to see his blood chi surging around his body. His huge and incomparable body drive pounced fiercely towards Yuan Xiaorong. Yuan Xiaorong didn't have much experience in fighting in the first place. Now that she saw the Black Zhao dynasty lunging at her, it was a bit of a shock. One time, I can't believe I forgot to fight back. By the time she responded, the right hand has gone blank. The wooden sword in his hand had fallen into the hands of the Black Xiao King. You are the sword that big brother Yi gave me? You return the sword to me. Yuan Xiaorong was so angry that she cried out. This sword belongs to me, little girl, and as a thank you for giving me this sword, I'll leave your body intact. The Black Xiao King laughed. Having said that, he then wanted to make a move on Yuan Xiaorong. However, just then, the Regulus sword suddenly shook violently, didn't wait for the Black Xiao King to react. It then broke free of the Black Xiao King's grip and hovered in the air. What's going on? The Black Xiao King's face changed and he hastily reached out to grab the Regulus sword. However, the Xian Yuan sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and penetrated the Black Xiao King's body. It left a bloody hole in his heart. The Black Xiao King's expression instantly froze. He looked down incredulously at the bloody hole in his chest. How could this happen? Once the words were out of his mouth, he then lost his breath and fell to the ground. The huge body smashed a deep pit in the ground. There was a dead silence between heaven and earth. All the people and demonic beasts were stunned. With eyes of incomparable fear, he looked at the wooden sword suspended in the air. No one would have thought the incomparably powerful Black Xiao King had died just like that, and it was death by a wooden sword. The king is dead. Run away. If you don't escape, you'll be killed by that wooden sword. All the demonic beasts instantly became leaderless. All began to fall away, just for a moment, and it has escaped cleanly. Revenge? It doesn't exist. The Black Xiao King is all dead. Who cares who killed his son? Your own life is most important. A dead Maharaja is no longer a Maharaja. At this moment, the Xian Yuan sword, which was suspended in the air, flew in a circle and flew back to the scabbard on Yuan Xiaorong's waist. Yuan Xiaorong was sort of relieved at this time. It's worthy of being a gift from Brother Yez. And self-awareness. She gently touched Regulus. Regulus quivered gently as if in response to her. It made her love Regulus more and more. Looking at the demonic beasts that fled, everyone in the martial arts academy let out a long sigh of relief. After coming back from the dead, all of them collapsed to the floor in a state of total weakness.
They all looked at Yuan Xiaorong with incredulous gazes. No one would have thought. At the head of the birth authority. Surprisingly, it was Yuan Xiaorong who saved their lives. Especially the wooden sword at her waist. It's simply too powerful. Someone with such a powerful weapon. The background is definitely very strong. No wonder the dean took her as a disciple. I'm sure there's something to be said for that. Xiaorong, that sword just now. Zhang Yiming walked over and asked. In fact, he already had the answer in mind. Just wanted to come over and make sure. It was given to me by Big Brother Yi. Yuan Xiaorong replied. Sure enough, Zhang Yiming secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. This wooden sword was a proper top-grade immortal weapon. And Mr. Yi went so far as to give such an expensive thing to Yuan Xiaorong. It seems that Yuan Xiaorong's position in Mr. Yi's mind is really important. In the future, we must have a good relationship with Yuan Xiaorong. Wrong, thank you for saving everyone today, Zhang Yiming said with a smile. The other trainees also ran over to thank Yuan Xiaorong. They no longer dared to be jealous of Yuan Xiaorong. I don't get much credit. The one who really saved everyone was actually Big Brother Yi, Yuan Xiaorong said. The crowd was filled with confusion. Who is Brother Yi? Could it be a high-ranking person behind Yuan Xiaorong? It has to be. Well, let's hurry back. It's still too dangerous here. Zhang Yiming knew that Yi Linfan didn't want too many people to know his identity, so immediately interrupted. The crowd sniffed and immediately rushed out of here. This place, they really didn't want to stay a minute longer. Chapter 48, Master is pretending to be ordinary again. Chapter 48, Master is pretending to be ordinary again. More than 100 trainees returned safely to the martial arts academy. Xu Mingyang came out to greet them. He looked at the cadets with a smirk on his face. I had guessed correctly. Mr. Yip must have struck out. How else could these cadets have come back alive? He said to the group of cadets. You've had a shock this time, so go back and rest first. Immediately a teacher took these trainees down to rest. Xu Mingyang waved his hand at Zhang Yiming and said, Yiming, come to my office. The two came to Xu Mingyang's office. Yiming, you've worked hard this time, Xu Mingyang said slowly. Dean is polite. It's fortunate that there were no trainee injuries this time, or else the reputation of the martial arts academy would really be in tatters. Zhang Yiming immediately said, was it Mr. Yi who stepped in and brought you back? Xu Mingyang asked. Mr. Yi didn't go, but it's about the same as if Mr. Yi had gone out, Zhang Yiming said with a smile. What do you mean? Tell me quickly what happened. Xu Mingyang asked in a hurry. That's right. Zhang Yiming told Xu Mingyang all about what happened. Xu Mingyang's face was filled with shock after hearing this. Didn't realize. Everyone ended up with a wooden sword in Yuan Xiaorong's hand that turned the situation into a disaster. Is that sword really a top-tier immortal weapon? Xu Mingyang rubbed his temples and asked. It's a real headache. On Mr. Ye. It was as if top-tier immortal weapons weren't worth anything at all. Give it away casually. That's what happened to his copy of the flying dragon in the sky. There's also the pair of characters Yuan Xiaorong had stolen from the Shin family as well. Now there's just one more wooden sword. A wooden sword that was enough to kill a Saint Realm demonic beast in seconds. With this wooden sword, who else would dare to mess with Yuan Xiaorong in the future? It seems like we won't have to worry about Yuan Xiaorong's safety at all in the future, Zhang Yiming said with a smile. That's right, and I'm now eager to see what will happen to the Shin family, Xu Mingyang said with a cold smile. The injuries on his body had long since healed under Yi Linfan's treatment, but was injured by Shin Tianfang. It had been nagging at the back of his mind. Why has Mr. Yi not disposed of the Shin family for so long? Zhang Yiming asked suspiciously. Several days had passed since the Shin family matter. Yi Linfan never made a move. This made Zhang Yiming very puzzled. Yen Yun went to ask Mr. Yi that day, and Mr. Yi replied that he would do it at the right time. Xu Mingyang said indifferently. When is the right time? Zhang Yiming asked. Half a month from now. Shen Tianfang will hold a birthday banquet at the age of 250, and that's when the Shen family will be destroyed, Xu Mingyang said with a cold snort. I see. Zhang Yiming nodded and said. In Yi Linfan's courtyard. Yi Linfan was still pacing back and forth anxiously inside the house. He had been waiting for news from Yuan Xiaorong. The big yellow dog outside the house was wondering the same thing. Why hasn't the master struck yet? Just one shot. Yuan Xiaorong is naturally at peace. Could it be that the master has something else up his sleeve? Just then, there's someone coming from outside the yard. Brother Yi, I'm coming. The big yellow dog looked up. The person who came was none other than Yuan Xiaorong. Its body shook. When did the master get her out? I can't believe I didn't even know. That's terrible. Has the master become so powerful that he can kill from 1,000 miles away? The big yellow dog looked at the house in front of him with immense awe. At this point, Yi Linfan ran out of the house. His eyes lit up when he saw Yuan Xiaorong. Wrong, you're back. Yi Linfan hurriedly pulled Yuan Xiaorong into the courtyard. He looked Yuan Xiaorong up and down and asked,
You're not alright. I'm fine. Just fine. Yuan Xiaorong shook her head and said, it's good that you're okay. I've been worried about you. I was going to go and save you, but you know I'm just an ordinary person. There's really nothing I can do.
Yi Linfan said with incomparable guilt. Those divine beasts and peach trees in the courtyard heard this.
Minds are sputtering. The Lord is pretending to be mortal again. The problem is pretending and not acting like it. And the acting is so bad. Everyone knows you're a very powerful being. And yet, it's still hardwired to be hardwired. It's causing everyone to have to play along with you. Yuan Xiaorong had originally come here today to thank Yi Linfan. But after hearing Yi Linfan's words, remembering what Chu Yen-yun had told her, Brother Yi wants to be an ordinary man. It's best not to poke him. Brother Yi, there's nothing wrong, Yuan Xiaorong said with a smile. Anyway, she only needed to know that she was saved by Big Brother Yi. The rest doesn't matter. To make up for his guilt, Yi Linfan cooked a very delicious meal for Yuan Xiaorong. This meal filled Yuan Xiaorong's face with oil. Cultivation has also risen in a big way. She had only just crossed the threshold of the first level of the Dark Realm before. After dinner, he instantly became a Dark Realm 6th level martial artist.
It can be said that the cultivation has really grown by leaps and bounds. After Yuan Xiaorong broke through to the 6th level of the Dark Realm, that's when the extraordinary nature of this place was finally felt. She only felt countless warm air currents rushing into her body. The spiritual energy in his body was slowly growing amidst these air currents. It seems that this is what Senior Sister Chu said was the aura of heaven and earth. Brother Ye's aura here is really strong. It's really cozy. Yuan Xiaorong played here for a while and then left. Knowing that Yuan Xiaorong is safe and sound, Yi Linfan also put his heart into his stomach. He began another day of carving the next artifact. Martial Arts Alliance. Seated on top of a square-inch mountain. Square-inch mountain. Legend has it that in ancient times, there were great powers of the immortal world who lived in this place. Of course, it's just a legend. No one will believe it. Now the Founders Hill. It's been taken over by the Martial Arts Alliance. The Martial Arts Alliance is the most powerful organization in this world. All martial artists are subject to the jurisdiction of the Martial Arts Alliance. Martial Arts Alliance Master Qin Muyan was the strongest in the world. Legend has it that more than 100 years ago, he was already a powerful person of the 9th level of the Saint Realm, and it was the most likely person in this world to step into the God Realm. The square-inch mountain is surrounded by clouds all year round. Those clouds are not ordinary clouds. Instead, the aura liquefied and converged into a cloud. It was evident that the aura here was dense to a very astonishing level. This was because the entire Fangchen Mountain was a huge spirit-gathering formation. People cultivate in this. The speed is at least 3 to 5 times faster than outside. With such a large spirit-gathering array, a day's consumption would at the very least be enough for a medium martial arts family to spend for a year. Only the Martial Arts Alliance would have such a large amount of money. This day, it would have been an ordinary day for the Budo League. However, there was a man who came to the foot of Mtifanzi. This person was none other than Yan Yunfan. He had since left Yi Linfan's place. He then came straight to the Martial Arts Alliance to find his father, Yan Qingyang, because only Yan Qingyang could avenge him. Exterminate the Lin family. Kill the owner of that small courtyard and grab the treasures inside. What man? Just then, a man stood in front of Yan Yunfan. Chapter 49, The Little White Cat's Anger. Chapter 49, The Little White Cat's Anger. The one who stopped Yan Yunfan was a Martial Arts Alliance disciple in his 20s. This Martial Arts Alliance disciple was young though, but surprisingly, he had the powerful strength of the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. It was evident that the depth of the Martial Arts Alliance was frightening. I am Yan Yunfan, the son of Vice Alliance Master Yan Qingyang. Please inform me. Yan Yunfan immediately said. So it's the son of Vice Alliance Master Yan's family. Please wait a moment. I'll go inform immediately. When that disciple heard that, a smile immediately appeared on his face. This is a member of the Vice Allied family. One certainly can't be offended. Or else you won't want to hang around in this Martial Arts Alliance in the future. Thanks a lot. Yan Yunfan said with a smile. That Martial Arts Alliance disciple turned around and went up the mountain. It didn't take long. He then hurried over. Mr. Yan, Vice Alliance Master Yan has an invitation. Yan Yunfan immediately followed this disciple up the mountain. It was actually not the first time Yan Yunfan had come here. However, this disciple was seeing Yan Yunfan for the first time, so it's normal that the two don't know each other. Yan Yunfan did not come here with an arrogant attitude just because he was Yan Qingyang's son, because he knows, the water of the Martial Arts Alliance is very deep. You must be careful when you come here yourself, otherwise it would surely cause unnecessary trouble for himself and his father. So after going up the mountain, Yan Yunfan followed behind the disciple in a very low profile. Wherever he went, he had a lowered brow and an unblinking eye. The attitude was very respectful. It was completely different from the way he acted in Falling Cloud City. There were a few run-ins on the road with people who knew him,
He also greeted with a very polite attitude. It didn't take long. The two then came to a courtyard on the south side of the hilltop. This yard is not very big, but it's filled with flowers and plants and a wigwam. Above the wigwam, a spring gurgles, plus the aura cloud shrouded. It looks like fairyland. Mr. Yen, go in by yourself, the disciple said. Thanks a lot. Yen Yunfan gave a thank you and pushed open the courtyard door to enter. This yard, it wasn't his first day. Naturally, it's a breeze. As soon as you walk into the yard, there was then an incomparably rich aura that came to the surface. The aura here was simply too much denser than outside to support such a gathering formation. The daily expenses are unimaginable. Only the Martial Arts Alliance could be so wealthy. Vanner, what brings you here? Just then, a voice came through. The voice was indifferent. It echoed in all directions within the courtyard. Surprisingly, I couldn't hear where it was coming from. Father, the Yen family is in trouble. Yen Yunfan replied. You come in and talk. The words fell. A gust of wind picked up. The door to the house in the middle of the yard opened. This house looks very humble. It's built out of wood. But this wood, in fact, is no ordinary wood. Instead, it was the gathering spirit god wood. This kind of wood can bring together all the surrounding auras. The aura is then compressed in a fixed place. Therefore, the aura inside the house was at the very least twice as rich as the courtyard. People who are able to practice in this place, the rate of growth and strength is all a very scary thing. Yen Yunfan was not surprised by this. It wasn't his first time here. After all, he walked into the house. Inside was sitting cross-legged a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. This middle-aged man was cloaked in a long white robe. His face was fair, and he had a long beard under his chin. Quite a fairy-like appearance. He's sitting there. All the auras surrounded his body. The whole thing was shrouded in clouds. It looked as if it was immortal. Father, Yen Yunfan walked up and knelt on the ground. This person, a middle-aged man, was none other than Yen Xingyang. Yen Xingyang opened his eyes. His eyes just opened. A stern divine light shot out. This light seemed to be able to see through the heavens and break through the mortal dust. Yen Yunfan's heart was a little chilled when he saw this. Father's strength has grown again. Although the realm was still the 7th level of the Saint Realm, but it seemed to be infinitely close to the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Fanner, what did you just say? What's going on with the Yen family? Yen Xingyang asked indifferently. Father, it's like this. Yen Yunfan told Yen Xingyang everything that had happened. After Yen Xingyang heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He didn't care about the Lin family. In his eyes, Lin Langtian was nothing more than a mole cricket. What he cared about was the courtyard that Lin Langtian had gone to. Being able to allow Lin Langtian to break through 3 realms in just one trip inside. There must be some amazing treasures in there. Yen Xingyang had been stuck at the 7th level of the Saint Realm for some years now, so there was a great urgency to break through the current realm. If there really was a treasure in that courtyard that could make people break through realms quickly, he was really very interested. Show me that yard, Yen Xingyang said slowly. Yes, father. Yen Yunfan hurriedly agreed. He was inwardly ecstatic. After losing to Lin Langtian last time, his prestige in Falling Cloud City was in tatters, though no one dared to say anything on the surface. But he knew it in his heart. There are a lot of people who have been laughing at him behind his back. It made him feel stifled and angry. As long as Yen Xingyang exterminated the people in that courtyard, and then destroy the Lin family in the process, then the face that he had lost in Falling Cloud City would give could be retrieved. It didn't take long. The two of them left Fanshan Mountain. Mount Fangsuan was thousands of miles away from the Martial Arts Academy. With Yen Xingyang's strength, it takes half a day at most to get there, but he still had Yen Yunfan by his side, so the speed will slow down considerably. It takes a day to get there. Yi Linfan didn't realize that Yen Xingyang was on his way to his house. At the moment, he was dealing with the little white cat. When he brought the little white cat back, I just heard the news that Yuan Xiaorong was in distress, so not in the mood for a little white cat. He left after Yuan Xiaorong. Just start working on the white cat's injuries. The kitten's leg injury looks very serious, but Yi Linfan's medical skills were taught by the system. To heal such an injury is not a matter of concern at all. At this point, the unconscious kitten has woken up. It had just woken up when it felt a rich aura come over it. It gave some spirit to what had been incredibly shriveled. Wasn't I sold to a store that sells demon beast meat? Where is this again? Why is the aura so rich? It struggled to open its eyes and realized it was still lying in its cage. However, what came into view was a young, unfamiliar face. Who's this? Why don't I recognize it? Only to see this person in front of him smile and say to it, "Kitten, don't be afraid. I'll heal your wounds." Kittens? The little white cat collapsed when she heard the name. You're the kitten. Your whole family are kittens. I'm the titular white tiger, the divine beast. I can't believe you see me as a kitten. Mortals, I must eat you to vent my anger.
the little white cat thought with unbridled anger. Baptized with Reiki, it had regained some of its strength and could barely stand up. Just then, Yilinfan had already opened the cage and stuck his hand in. The little white cat laughed coldly in his heart when he saw this. Stupid mortals! How dare you open the cage and reach in? Then don't blame me. Looking at Yilinfan's outstretched right hand, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and it opened its mouth to viciously bite towards Yilinfan. Chapter 50, Are you a divine beast too? Chapter 50, Are you a divine beast too? The little white cat opened its mouth and bit hard towards Yilinfan's hand. However, and it bites the dust. I don't know what it is. Yilinfan's right hand surprisingly easily crossed over its mouth and grabbed its body. What's going on? Surprisingly, I dodged my attack so easily. The little white cat was astonished. At this point, Yilinfan's hand had grabbed its body. It immediately tried to struggle. However, to its horror, when Yilinfan's hand touched its body, it was surprisingly weak. Let Yilinfan grab it. The little white cat was instantly horrified. Could it be that this person in front of us is a supreme master? You know it's a divine beast. Although injured, but it's not something that can be easily caught by the average person. The little white cat was grabbed out of the cage by Yilinfan and placed on the table. The large hand pressed down on it, preventing it from exerting a single ounce of strength. Don't be afraid, kitten. I'm here to heal you, Yilinfan said with a smile, only to see him take out the medicinal juice he had just ground up with herbs and apply it to the little white cat's wound. The little white cat's body shook. It only felt a strange and incomparable power surging into its body from the wound. The wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This herb actually contains Tao rhythm. The little white cat was overwhelmed with shock. The Taoist rhythm of herbs was incomparably powerful. It entered its body, causing its white tiger bloodline to unexpectedly begin to slowly purify. Original. This little white cat wasn't really the divine beast white tiger. At best, it was a descendant of the divine beast, the white tiger. Despite having the bloodline of the divine beast white tiger, but the bloodline was already extremely thin. Otherwise, it can't be that bad, and get hurt. Only the big yellow dog sensed the white tiger bloodline within the little white cat. But, after the baptism of the herbs containing the Taoist rhythm, the divine beast white tiger bloodline within the little white cat was much purer. The strength is also much stronger. In time, over time, with the help of Yilinfan, the divine beast white tiger bloodline in its body would definitely be fully revived. In time, it will then become a true divine beast, the white tiger. The little white cat was beyond certain at this point. This young man in front of me must be a supreme master. Otherwise, how to live in a place with such a strong aura? It was also able to possess the amazing means to make it awaken the white tiger bloodline, and stay in a place with such a strong aura later. Strength will grow quickly as well. Might as well just stay. It's better than being out there in danger. Figured all that out. The little white cat then obediently stayed still, allowing Yilinfan to help it heal. It didn't take long. Yilinfan then took care of the little white cat's injuries. The herbs that contained the Tao rhythm had made the wound on its leg disappear. Not even a trace of a scar is missing. The little white cat immediately got up from the table, jumped on the floor, and began to run. Seeing this, Yilinfan had an incomparably smug expression on his face. That dog system is pretty unreliable though, abandoning itself again. But the skills it teaches are real. This medical skill alone. Yilinfan then felt that he was better than many doctors. In 2 or 3 strokes, the little white cat's injuries were healed. And it's completely fine. You can start running around so soon. The little white cat meowed a few times and ran to Yilinfan's feet and rubbed against them affectionately. This is its future owner. Of course it was a good way to curry favor. Little one, let me give you a name. From now on you'll be called Little White. Yilinfan stroked its head and said with a smile. The little white cat barely fainted at the words. I'm a white tiger, a divine beast. I can't believe I named White so cute. Completely out of character for my temperament. Done. The face of my divine beast has been disgraced in one day today. But, facing such a powerful master, don't like the name anymore. It had no choice but to accept it, so he meowed twice in agreement. Yilinfan laughed and said, the little guy is so humane. Go play in the courtyard. There are many companions there. Xiao Bai sniffed and meowed helplessly. I'm a divine beast. How can you hang out with those animals? It simply pulls me down. But, now that the master has spoken, it will just have to accept it. White came into the yard, looking at the big yellow dog that was resting on the ground, old hens with their heads down for food, and the carp that kept spitting bubbles in the pond. An expression of immense disdain was revealed. How do these lowly creatures deserve to be in the same yard as me? One of these days, I'm going to get them out of this yard. With his head held high, and with an imperturbable, towering look, White walked into the courtyard. There's a newcomer here. Everyone welcome. Just then, a voice rang out. Who's talking?
Xiaobai was startled and hastily looked around vigilantly. You are at least a descendant of the divine beast white tiger. But you are so timid, the voice said mockingly. Who the hell are you? Since you know I'm a divine beast, don't hide your head. Hurry up and get out. Xiaobai was suddenly shocked and angry. Since the other party could tell its bloodline, it must not be an ordinary existence. I'm over here, the voice said lazily. Xiaobai immediately followed the sound. I saw that the carp, which had been spitting bubbles in the pond, had jumped out of the pond at some point. Xiaobai looked at the carp for half a day before asking with immense doubt. Were you the one talking just now? It couldn't figure it out. How can a common carp even talk? Could this carp be a demonic beast? If not me, who else? Carp said faintly. A tiny carp. How dare you talk to the seat like that? Since you can talk, then this seat allows you to serve me. Xiaobai said arrogantly. A kitten. How dare you ask me to be effective? You've got a lot of guts. Carp said with great disdain. Outrageous. This seat is a divine beast. How dare you offend this seat like this? Let's see how this seat will teach you a lesson. White burst into a rage. The might of a divine beast may not be offended. Offenders will die. It then shook its body and exploded with a powerful aura that pressed hard towards the carp. The pressure of a divine beast was terrifying. Such a small carp would probably die of majesty in a heartbeat. A mere divine beast descendant. How dare you explode your might in front of me? What a class act. Today I will let you know what a true divine beast is. Carp sneered. Only the scales on its body suddenly turned golden yellow. A terrifying and boundless, vast pressure rose up to the sky. The pressure of Xiaobai's might was easily dispersed. Immediately afterward, a giant dragon shadow slowly appeared in the void. This huge dragon was covered in gold color and had 5 claws under its belly. It was obviously the most powerful of the true dragons. The 5-clawed golden dragon. A giant dragon is on the scene, and all beings are intimidated. This is dragon power? White was trembling with fear. It didn't occur to it. This carp, which looked flat and strange, was even a divine beast. And it's a 5-clawed golden dragon. Are you a divine beast too? White asked in a shaky voice. It had been crushed to the ground by this incomparably powerful dragon's might, unable to move. Chapter 51, The Clown is Me. Chapter 51, The Clown is Me. Of course I'm a divine beast. If I'm not a divine beast, how can I be my master's pet? Carp said with a sneer. Having said that, it then withdrew all its mighty pressure in one fell swoop. The giant dragon silhouette in the air instantly disappeared. The scales on its body also returned to their normal color, retransformed back into a regular carp. How dare you, you little kitten, make me a henchman? Carp asked with unmistakable mockery. I wouldn't dare. True Dragon Lord, Xiaobai said in a hurry. Just kidding. He himself is only a descendant of a divine beast. And the one in front of us is a real beast. Being someone's henchman yourself is not necessarily enough to qualify. That's for the best. And don't blame me for not reminding you of one thing you have to remember while you're in this yard. Carp said slowly. What is it? Kahaku asked. Master likes to think of himself as an ordinary person. So you must be an ordinary kitten in front of Master and not reveal your true form in front of him. Understand? Carp asked faintly. I remember. Xiaobai said in a hurry. No wonder this true dragon in front of him was transformed into a carp. Turns out it was the master's intention. It seems that the owner is definitely a supreme master without a doubt. Otherwise, how is it possible to take a real dragon as a pet? Just then, the old hen just happened to walk this way with her head down for food. White was in a bad mood because he had just been taught a lesson by Carp. The old hen just happened to hit the gun. So it said impatiently, this old hen really doesn't know what's good for her. How dare she come in front of our divine beasts to forage for food? Hurry up and get lost. Said. White stuck out his leg and tried to kick the old hen out of the way. Carp saw this and shook his head helplessly. That's a kitten with a worrying IQ. This old hen is too easy to mess with even for me. It went so far as to try and kick the other guy. Is this a death wish? Sure enough, old hen dodges the leg kick by White. You've got a lot of nerve. You little kitten. How dare you kick me? Xiaobai sniffed and froze. This old hen can talk too. Did. In its mind, a horrible thought flashed. The thought had just risen. An incomparably terrifying pressure already permeated the old hen's body. Above it, a phoenix silhouette with a body of 100 feet emerged. This phoenix was fiery red all over, carrying endless flames, even if it's just a shadow. It also raised the temperature in the yard quite a bit. Divine beast. Phoenix. Xiaobai swallowed and said with incomparable bitterness. What kind of yard is this? A random carp is a real dragon. A random hen is a phoenix. This is an ancient beast. I can't believe I'm willing to be a pet in this yard. It's unbelievable. Kitten, are you trying to teach me a lesson? The old hen asked, full of mockery. I didn't know you were the divine beast phoenix. I'm really very sorry. Xiaobai was pressed to the ground again at this time. and kept begging for mercy. Well, don't make a big noise to disturb the master, or I'll be rude to you. Just then, the big yellow dog snapped. The old hen sniffed and immediately put away the phoenix void. It is? White asked softly to Carp. Don't ask any more questions. Anyway, just know that me and the old hen combined wouldn't be enough to beat it up. Carp whispered. Hear that? White sucked in a breath of cold air. The true dragon and phoenix were no match when they joined forces. What kind of being is this big yellow dog? It's unthinkable. Welcome, new partner. That's when the peach tree spoke. White was startled. Trees can talk too. Not only do they talk, but they're strong. Carp said. How strong? Kahaku asked curiously. Just literally, the old hen interjected. White was on the verge of passing out when he heard this. It had thought that it was the only one in this yard that was the most powerful. Didn't think so. Not until now. Surprisingly, he himself was the weakest. Really, the clown is actually myself. Kitten, what's your name? The big yellow dog asked faintly. Master calls me White, Xiaobai immediately replied. In front of such a big man, it was very respectful. Little White, since Master has adopted you, you are one of us, and with Master here in the future, it's just around the corner for you to become a true divine beast, the big yellow dog said slowly. Thank you, dog, Lord. Xiaobai didn't know how to address the big yellow dog, and after hesitating for a moment, he chose to address Lord Dog. The epithet came out. It made the old hen and Carp almost laugh, but none of them dared to laugh, had to hold it in hard. After Xiaobai finished speaking, he also felt that the title was inappropriate, so it got a little awkward. Just call Dog, the big yellow dog said without caring. Thanks, Dog, Xiaobai said in a hurry. However, in the future, you mustn't let your master discover your true form. Otherwise, without the master's hand, I will take care of you first, the big yellow dog said coldly. Don't worry, Dog, I'll remember. Xiaobai's body trembled in fear and said in a hurry. Well, do what you have to do. The big yellow dog finished and continued to lie down on the ground to sunbathe. The old hen continued to keep her head down and forage for food. The carp returned to the pond for a swim. And White, after a moment's hesitation, choose to sleep on your back under the peach tree, one near the peach tree. Then there was an incomparably strong peach flavor that rushed to the end of his nose. It made Bai feel incredibly relaxed. As soon as these peach scents enter the body, it was surprised to find that the strength had grown again. It shocked it again. These are spirit peaches that can grow in strength just by smelling them. Peach Tree spoke up. Can I eat? Xiaobai looked at the tree full of spirit peaches and swallowed his saliva and asked. Only if the master agrees. Peach Tree said slowly. Well, then forget it. White plopped down honestly. Since you can't eat it, it's good to smell it. It looked at the house with immense awe. Not bad for a master. The pets that are kept are divine beasts. The planted peach trees also produce spirits. Perhaps there are only existences on the level of divine beasts. It's what qualifies you to be your master's pet, right? Ordinary demonic beasts that wanted to become their master's pets were not qualified. The master is the Jedi Master Stonehammer. Since I'd become my master's pet, that's when my chance came. In the future, I will stay by my master's side and strive to revive the White Tiger bloodline as soon as possible and become a true divine beast White Tiger. White fell asleep on the ground thinking about it. The day passed quickly. Yi Linfan was still sitting in the house carving his next divine weapon. He was oblivious. Two men came at the foot of the hill. These two people were none other than the father and son, Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunfan, who had rushed over from Fangchun Mountain. They stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the small courtyard where Yi Linfan lived. This little courtyard is truly extraordinary. Yan Xingyang's strength was very strong, and his eyesight was naturally much more powerful than Yan Yunfan's. Father, let's go up then, Yan Yunfan immediately said. Yan Xingyang nodded. The two immediately prepared to go up the mountain. Just then, a surprised voice came through. Yan Xingyang, what brings you here? Chapter 52, have you come to seek death? Chapter 52, have you come to seek death? Yan Xingyang looked up, only to see a middle-aged man in a scruffy, pudgy outfit standing in front of him. Lu Dongxian, why are you here? Yan Xingyang frowned and asked. Although he and Lu Dongxian were both vice allies of the martial arts alliance, but the two didn't get along very well. Plus, Lu Dongxuan's strength wasn't as strong as Yan Xingyang's. That was why Yan Xingyang had never thought much of Lu Dongxian. I came to see a friend. What are you doing here again? Lu Dongxian asked in a cold tone. So the owner of the yard up there is your friend? Yan Xingyang asked. That's right. You're here for him too? Lu Dongxian asked with a frown. Of course I'm here to find him. He dared to meddle in the affairs between my Yan family and the Lin family, causing my Yan family to lose face in Falling Cloud City. So I'm here to settle the score with him. Yan Xingyang said coldly. Lu Dongxuan's face changed when he heard this. He hadn't thought that there were people in this world with such guts. How dare they come to trouble Yi Linfan? Yan Xingyang, we are all in the alliance. I advise you to back off on this. The one above, you can't afford to mess with, Lu Dongxian said with a cold smile. Yan Xingyang's strength was indeed strong, but Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal world. In front of Yi Linfan, Yan Xingyang, a mortal, was no different from a mole cricket. Lu Dongxian, don't be an alarmist here. I want to see what kind of god is in the courtyard, Yan Xingyang said with a cold snort. He was already at odds with Lu Dongxian in his day-to-day life. Where would one believe Lu Dongxuan's words? Since you won't listen, let it be, Lu Dongxian said coldly. Anyway, Yan Xingyang is dead. It wouldn't hurt him, so there is no need to be good in vain. Yan Xingyang wouldn't appreciate himself anyway. Yan Xingyang sneered and went up the mountain with Yan Yunfan. Lu Dongxian followed suit. Yan Xingyang didn't care about Lu Dongxian following him, since Lu Dongxian said that the owner of this courtyard is very powerful. Then he would have to kill the owner of this courtyard in front of Lu Dongxian. This mountain is not very high. The three quickly arrived at the courtyard gate. Yan Yunfan had wanted to call the door. However, he saw that the yard door was not closed, so he just pushed the door open and walked in. Yan Xingyang followed along. However, Lu Dongxian only stood at the entrance and did not follow him in. He knew it in his heart. There will definitely be movement later. One doesn't want to get caught in the wave. It's better to wait until it's over. Then go in. The beasts of the gods in the courtyard were originally doing their own thing. Suddenly someone pushed the door in and immediately looked up. Only two people I didn't recognize came in. This courtyard, the aura is so rich, Yan Xingyang said with incomparable shock. This courtyard's aura was 5 or 6 times denser than his courtyard. As soon as he walked in, he could feel the spiritual energy in his body slowly growing. The realm that had been trapped for so long had actually started to vaguely loosen up a bit. No wonder Lin Langtian's realm improved so quickly once he came here. So it's because the aura is so dense here, Yan Yunfan said with incomparable excitement. I didn't realize that such a good place existed here, so when I kill the owner of this place, I'll move the entire Yin family here, Yan Xingyang said slowly. I know what to do, father, Yan Yunfan immediately said. After moving the Yin family here, all of the Yin family's children cultivated in the midst of such a rich aura. Strength must be growing by leaps and bounds. When the time comes, the Yin family's strength will soar. It might be possible to surpass the Shin family in one fell swoop. It became the most powerful martial arts family in Falling Cloud City. This yard, it gave them hope that the Yin family would rise. The owner of this place owning such a place is really a way to take death. The piker is not guilty of harboring a crime. Today he will have to die even if he doesn't, Yan Xingyang said with a cold smile. Just then, an unmistakable, ethereal scent drilled into his nose. He shrugged his nose and looked in the direction the scent was drifting from. Just a peach tree standing still. Above the peach tree, it was full of rosy, incomparably full peaches. This is the spirit peach. Yan Xingyang was once again shocked. Spiritual peaches are a very rare thing. A single spirit peach is enough to cause a bloody storm. And there are hundreds of them on this tree. This is simply amazing. This also strengthened Yan Xingyang's determination to kill the owner of this place. There is a piece of yard with such a strong aura, and a peach tree full of spirit peaches. Something like that. Only I, Yan Xingyang, am qualified to have it. Anyone who tries to thwart me, I'll kill him. The divine beasts on the side were dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between the two. Nice guy. Turns out these two are here to kill the master. They're cuties, are they? How dare you come here looking for death? A mere human of the 7th level of the Saint Realm. How dare you blabber on about killing the master? In this yard, don't say master. Even them. It would be easy to kill these two. All the divine beasts looked towards the houses. The house remained closed at this time. There's no semblance of movement. With the master's strength, should have sensed these two coming a long time ago, but the owner didn't respond, clearly just not bothering with them. It seems that the master means to be lazy and wants us to help him take care of these two. These divine beasts have been together for many years. Mutual silence. It quickly became clear what the other side meant. Carp nodded. Indicates that these two are up to him. The big yellow dog and the old hen agreed. Only White was lying honestly under the peach tree, not daring to move a muscle. It is the weakest. There is little power of speech, and it was no match for Yan Xingyang. It's better to stay put. Father, that man should be in the house. Let's go find him, Yan Yunfan said as he pointed at the houses. Good. I'd like to see what this person is. Yan Xingyang looked indifferent, but said in a chilling tone. At this point, he had been killing for a long time. As soon as he saw Yi Linfan, then they will surprise the killer and directly destroy the other party. Yan Xingyang and the two of them immediately walked towards Yi Linfan's house. You two have great guts. How dare you trespass into my master's courtyard? Just then, a cold voice came through.
Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunxin's hearts jumped when they heard this, and their footsteps came to a violent halt.
Yan Xingyang, in particular, had an incredibly grave expression.
Since when does this yard belong to anyone else?
I can't believe I didn't sense it.
However, he suddenly looked at Lu Dongxian outside the door and droned.
Lu Dongxian, don't pretend to be a god here. Not me.
Lu Dongxian said with a face full of innocence as he spread his hands.
You're the only one in this courtyard besides us. And if you weren't the one who spoke just now, who was it? Yan Xingyang asked with a cold snort. Not him, me. That voice from earlier sounded again. Who is it? Yan Xingyang's face finally changed. Chapter 53, What's a Mutton Skewer? Chapter 53, What's a Mutton Skewer? Yan Xingyang's heart finally had a hint of panic, because it's the unseen enemy that's the scariest.
This speaker, until now, he hadn't realized where. It's natural for him to have a moment of panic.
Here it is,
the voice said lazily.
Yan Xingyang looked up.
Only a carp had jumped up on the edge of the pond.
Are you the one talking?
Yan Xingyang asked with a face full of shock.
Of course it's the king, Carp said with immense arrogance. Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunfan's entire body was stunned.
Talking, but unformed fish. That's just unheard of.
There are demonic beasts in this world. Some powerful demonic beasts couldn't speak before they transformed into their forms.
And this carp,
it didn't take form, but it clearly produced a very high level of spirituality. This is definitely an unusual carp.
It seemed to be because the aura was too rich here. That's why this carp has evolved so much.
Yan Xingyang quickly figured out why.
Little fish, you say this courtyard belongs to your master?
Yan Xingyang asked indifferently.
That's right,
you'd better get out now.
Or else I won't blame the king for killing you.
Carp said coldly.
A small fish.
Big talk. Fanner, you catch this fish first, and when I kill the master here, I'll make soup out of it. Yan Xingyang laughed out loud.
Such a carp that can produce a spirit.
If you eat it,
it will definitely help to improve your strength.
Yes, father.
Yan Yunfan agreed and immediately reached out to grab the carp.
Foolish mortals, how dare you try to eat this king? This king will eat you first today. Carp grunted. I'd like to see how a little carp like you is going to eat us.
Yan Yunfan laughed derisively.
Carp sneered.
Only the sky was lit up with golden light.
The dragon's might was upon the world,
and heaven and earth changed color. The carp's head instantly turned into a huge golden dragon head.
This golden dragon head, alone, was 10 feet tall.
It was as immense as a large mountain.
It looks gut-wrenching. Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunfan were startled. True dragon.
Yan Xingyang's face changed drastically as he looked incredulously at what was happening to his eyes.
Isn't that a little carp? How did it suddenly turn into a real dragon? Under the dragon's might,
Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunfan were all crushed to the ground,
unable to move. They are nothing but mortals. Naturally, he could not resist the dragon's might. Just with you two goods, you still want to kill your master. You really don't know what you're doing.
My master hasn't come out until now because he was too lazy to do anything about you guys and asked me to get rid of you,
Carp said condescendingly, in front of its faucet.
Yan Xingyang and Yan Yunfan were as tiny as ants. Such a small being, if swallowed by a carp,
I'm afraid it wouldn't even be enough to stuff its teeth. Mercy, we'll never dare again. Yan Yunfan immediately begged for mercy.
It is too late to beg for forgiveness.
The master's authority is not to be violated. So, you come to your senses.
The carp snorted coldly and opened its mouth, swallowing the two.
Pity Yan Xingyang's hallowed Vice Alliance, head of the Martial Dao Alliance, a 7th level Saint Realm powerhouse. I can't believe I'm dying here. The carp immediately reverted to carp after eating the two. At this time,
Lu Dongxian outside the door had long been stunned. The first time he came, he knew that these pets in the yard were very powerful beings,
but he never expected it. The carp turned out to be a real dragon. This is unbelievable.
But then he turned his mind,
and it doesn't come as a surprise. Mr. Yi is an immortal from the immortal world. Isn't it normal to have a dragon? Hello. Just then,
a voice snapped him out of his contemplative state.
Lu Dongxian looked up.
It turned out that it was the carp that spoke. He hurriedly asked very respectfully, "What are your orders?"
"My lord, this one is a divine beast. The true dragon. Divine beasts, not mortal beasts. It's only natural to be very polite. You may not reveal my true identity to the master. Understand?" Carp said faintly. "Don't worry, my lord. I know what to do," Lu Dongxian immediately said. He had known Yi Linfan for so long, knowing well Yi Linfan's temperament of liking to pretend to be mortal. Didn't like people talking about anything about martial arts in front of him. Naturally, he didn't want people to know that the pet he had was a divine beast. Mr. Yi is so strong, yet he keeps such a low profile. It's really heartwarming. The carp sniffed, nodded in satisfaction, and jumped into the pond. Re-emerged as a common carp swimming and blowing bubbles in a pond. "What brings you here?" Old man? Just then, the door to the house suddenly pushed open. It turned out to be Yi Linfan coming out. He would have been carving things inside the house. Suddenly I heard a noise outside, so came out to see. I didn't expect it to be Lu Dongxian who came. Of course I'm here to rub it in, Lu Dongxian said with a smile. Why are you such a glutton for punishment, you old man? Come in. Yi Linfan laughed and cursed. For Lu Dongxian, Yi Linfan cursed every time though, but never turned them away either. After all, the other party was the vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. It's also considered to be a big shot in this world. Being able to have a good relationship with the other person is also very important. Just then, there's someone at the door again. Mr. Yi, we're here too. A clear, pleasant voice came through. Yi Linfan looked up. It turned out to be Chu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun who had come. What brings you here? Yi Linfan asked with some surprise. We haven't been here in a while and stopped by to see you. Chu Mingyang hesitated for a moment and said with a smile. It was actually because he had just seen a large golden dragon head inside the martial arts academy. That's why he counted on getting up and heading here to find out what was going on. They had just arrived at the foot of the mountain, just in time to see the carp swallow both Yan Qingyang and Yan Yunfan. The scene made them shiver, especially Chu Mingyang. He'd always thought that old hen in the yard was a scary presence. Didn't think about it, except for that old hen. There's an even more terrifying presence in the pond. This is a real dragon, divine beasts that exist only in legends. Surprisingly, he was only worthy of being a pet for Yi Linfan. It was evident how terrifying Yi Linfan was. They became more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. Now that I'm here, then come up and sit down. Even if you don't do anything but sit in the yard, that's good too. After all, the aura in the courtyard was so rich. You can grow in strength even if you sit for a while. So that's how it is. Since we're all here, let's stay for dinner. I'll treat you all to lamb kebabs today, Yi Linfan said with a smile. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lamb kebabs? What's that? Chapter 54, this thing can even build fire automatically. Chapter 54, this thing can even build fire automatically. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the crowd in front of him, Yi Linfan secretly despised it. No way. I can't believe these bigots have never even seen a lamb kebab. It seems, these martial artists are also pathetic. Weekdays are nothing but practice. Didn't try any of the food at all. It seems that I came into this world to make it up to them. Let them cultivate while being boring. You can taste all the food that the world will never taste. He just happened to buy some mutton in Falling Cloud City yesterday, just in time to use for lamb kebabs today. Mutton kebabs, which is mutton skewered on a stick and eaten, Yi Linfan replied with a smile. This statement made the crowd even more puzzled, because they had never heard of mutton on a stick. Never mind, come on in, you'll see later, Yi Linfan said slowly. Just then, a small white cat came to Yi Linfan's feet. This little white cat is none other than White. Kahaku is snow white all over, not a stray hair on the body. It looks very beautiful. Stuff like this is extremely lethal to girls. When Xu Yenyun saw Xiaobai, her eyes were instantly filled with stars. What a cute kitten. Can I hold it? Xu Yenyun asked as she extended her hand. Yi Linfan had intended to agree, but Xu Mingyang suddenly spoke. Yenyun, you must not be reckless. Xu Yenyun froze at his words. That's not too much to ask. Xu Mingyang, however, refused firmly. She looked at Xu Mingyang suspiciously. One could only see that Xu Mingyang was looking at little White with a grave expression, his eyes containing an incomparable look of horror. It was clearly the sight of an incomparably terrifying presence. Could it be that this little white cat was some extraordinary demonic beast? Xu Yenyun thought silently in her heart. However, she never dared to mention wanting to hug White again. However, Yi Linfan didn't dwell on this matter. He invited the crowd inside and said, "Wait here while I get ready." When he finished, he turned and went to the kitchen. "Grandpa, that little white cat." Xu Yenyun finally couldn't help but ask. "If I'm not mistaken, that little white cat is the legendary divine beast White Tiger," Xu Mingyang said with a face full of scorn. "What? A divine beast? Are you sure?" Xu Yenyun was so shocked that she jumped up from her chair and lost her voice. "Keep your voice down. Don't disturb Mr. Yi," Xu Mingyang said unhappily. "Grandpa, you're not mistaken, are you? Is it really a divine beast?" Xu Yenyun swallowed her saliva and asked. "Little girl, Dean Chu wasn't wrong. That little white cat is indeed the divine beast White Tiger. Only that it's only a descendant of the White Tiger and its bloodline is very faint. But even so, it's already a rather terrifying existence," Lu Dongxian said slowly. Divine beasts could be different from ordinary demonic beasts. With a divine beast bloodline, the starting point was much higher than that of an ordinary demonic beast. In the future, they would also be able to turn into extremely powerful existences. Hearing Lu Dongxuan's words, Xu Yenyun almost didn't faint. "I didn't realize that I had just tried to hug a divine beast,"
It's a death wish. A divine beast is not for a mortal like her to hug. Surprisingly, there are 2 divine beasts willing to be Mr. Yi's pets. This is too scary, Xu Yenyun said as she swallowed her saliva. What's that? Do you think these 2 divine beasts are the only ones in Mr. Yi's courtyard? Xu Mingyang said indifferently. And Xu Yenyun was once again subdued. When I first came here, I had a glance with that old hen, and that glance almost caused my Dao to collapse, and fortunately the other party had no intention of hurting me, otherwise I might have lost all my cultivation on the spot, Xu Mingyang said with a palpitating heart. I can't believe there's such a thing and I didn't know about it, Xu Yenyun said with a face full of astonishment. You're not strong enough to see it naturally, Xu Mingyang said slowly. Grandpa, do you know what kind of divine beast that old hen is? Xu Yenyun asked curiously. I don't know, but it's easy to guess. There's only one type of flying bird that can be called a divine beast, and that's, Xu Mingyang said. Phoenix, Lu Dongxian interjected. This one. Xu Yenyun's entire body felt her mouth dry up. Didn't realize. Such a small yard. Surprisingly, the legendary crouching dragon and Phoenix Daisy have been assembled, and hitched a ride on a white tiger. Mr. Yi is worthy of being an immortal in the immortal realm, and only him. Only then could these divine beasts willingly serve him as their master now. I'm coming. Yi Linfan's voice came through, pulling the trio back from their shock. They looked up. I only saw Yi Linfan launch a long iron shelf. Long iron shelves filled with charcoal. The charcoal is separated by a wire mesh on top. Also, he had a large plate in his hand. The plate was filled with strings of meat skewered on sticks. What a beautiful kebab! Xu Yenyun exclaimed. Just see above these meat skewers. Each piece of meat is of average thickness and size, and it's very thin. So thin that it's transparent as hell. It was as beautiful as crystal. Just raw meat though, but the look alone is appetizing enough. Mr. Yi, is this lamb kebab? Xu Yenyun asked curiously. Exactly. Yi Linfan said with a smile. He had just cut up and skewered all this lamb in the back kitchen. For him, the system had taught him to cook, and it was a breeze to do all that. Until now, Yi Linfan still had endless resentment in his heart towards the system that had abandoned him. This dog's system, teach everything. It just doesn't teach cultivation. And then play disappearing without saying a word. Messing with the fact that I've been in this world for 10 years. Still just an ordinary person. Such behavior is simply outrageous. If there is a chance to activate this system later, the first thing he did was to curse him 100 times. 100 times. At the system. And what is this iron frame for? Xu Yenyun asked. For grilling. Of course. Yi Linfan replied. Grill with this? Everyone looked at the iron frame with great novelty. In this world, if meat was roasted for dinner, it was usually tied to a stick and set over the fire. It can be quite sketchy. Never seen meat grilled on a wire rack like this before. How does this bake? Lu Dongxian asked curiously. You guys take a good look. Yi Linfan said with a smile. He reached out and flicked a switch on the iron shelf. Boom! An extremely scorching heat came from it. A fire suddenly emerged from the iron shelf, instantly burning the charcoal in the iron shelf to a reddish color. The temperature of the entire room instantly rose considerably. The crowd was shocked at the sight. Scared out of his chair. It's something. Surprisingly, it can breathe fire on its own. It's unbelievable. Mr. Yi, how can this iron shelf make fire automatically? Xu Mingyang asked with great surprise. Chapter 55 Lamb skewers are delicious. Chapter 55 Lamb skewers are delicious. In this world, it wasn't impossible for a martial artist to make fire with spiritual energy. But like this iron frame in front of me, an appliance that can make fire automatically without relying on any external force. It's really like nothing they've ever seen before, because I put a fire-making device underneath. Yi Linfan said with a smile. He twisted the switch again. The whirring flames shot out again, burning the charcoal to a reddish color. The temperature in the room had risen considerably more. Fortunately for the people present, their martial arts cultivation was extremely not weak. Such temperatures didn't bother them much. I see. Such a subtle design. Xu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian slurped and kept surrounding this fire-making device. Yi Linfan secretly snickered when he saw this. These two guys are at least big shots in the martial arts world. Why are you acting like a bumpkin? Never even seen a grill. Soon, a ghostly scent came from inside the iron shelf. The crowd's spirits lifted at the words. It smells so good. Where's the scent coming from? The crowd shrugged the ends of their noses. It soon became apparent that it was actually coming from the charcoal. This is heavenly scented wood. Lu Dongxian exclaimed loudly. What? It's really heavenly scented wood. Xu Mingyang was also taken aback. Yeah, it's heavenly scented wood. What's wrong? Yi Linfan asked strangely. Xu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian almost didn't faint when they heard this. They didn't think. Yi Linfan had gone so far as to burn the heavenly fragrance wood as charcoal. Heavenly scented wood. But it's one of the 10 most sacred trees in the world. The name is given to this wood because of its perennial fragrance. This wood concentrates and meditates the mind. If you wear a piece of heavenly scented wood on your body, even if it's just a small piece, then no matter what kind of demon of the heart can't eat away at you half as much, especially when you break through. It would be a very scary thing if the mind were to be revered. But if there was a heavenly fragrance wood on his body, there was no need to be afraid. Even a finger-sized piece of heavenly scented wood, if it were to be circulated, it would also be able to cause a storm of bloodshed. However, there was no thought. Yi Linfan unexpectedly had so many heavenly fragrance woods, and it's for firewood. How do you take the heavenly fragrance wood as firewood? It's simply an outrage. Lu Dongxian was so angry that he almost didn't beat his chest. What's wrong with that? I've got plenty more inside my kitchen. And don't you say, a little bit of this wood burns well. Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. What? There's a lot more? The crowd barely fainted at the words. Just how many heavenly scented woods do you have? Lu Dongxian asked curiously. Didn't count. A couple thousand. I think that I split for firewood. Yi Linfan said indifferently. The words came out. The crowd barely choked on their saliva. It's amazing he has thousands of them. It's a precious and incomparable heavenly scented wood. How come here it's turned into ordinary firewood that can't be any more ordinary? You guys like it? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Love it. Of course I do. Chu Mingyang hastily nodded his head and said, then after the lamb kebabs, I'll give them to you, and you can take as many as you want. Yi Linfan said with incomparable bravado. Really? How much do we want and how much do we take? Lu Dongxian somewhat couldn't believe his ears. This is heavenly scented wood. Yi Linfan was surprisingly generous. Of course, this wood is not worth anything at all except for some fragrance, so you guys can just go get it later. Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. The crowd was speechless for a while, but they were soon relieved. Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal world, something immensely precious in their eyes. In Yi Linfan's eyes, naturally, it's not worth it. It's a gap in the hierarchy. It will never be surmountable. Start the roast. Yi Linfan said. He was seen taking out all the lamb skewers from the plate and placing them on the grill. The flames of the grill quickly cook the lamb skewers to a golden brown color. A drop of oil drips onto the charcoal. It made a nuisance sound. It didn't take long. Then there was an incomparably strong smell of meat that filled the entire house. Chu Mingyang shrugged the end of his nose and inhaled the incense. He was instantly energized. Even the spiritual energy in his body began to grow slowly. What an awesome lamb kebab. Haven't eaten yet. The scent alone is so powerful. Immediately after, Yi Linfan took out a brush, dipped it in various seasonings, and brushed it on the lamb skewers. Soon the lamb kebabs became more and more appetizing. Almost there. Dean Chu, you taste it. Yi Linfan picked up a lamb skewer and handed it to Chu Mingyang. Chu Mingyang picked up the meat skewer. One entry. Then he knew. The sticks used to skewer the lamb are also sharpened from heavenly scented wood. It left him quite speechless. Mr. Yi really doesn't take these babies seriously. No matter how precious. He's all feeling worthless. Couldn't care less. Lamb skewers in hand. The scent was tingling his taste buds. He took a bite of the lamb skewer. The body quickly shook. It was just so delicious. Lamb skewer's entrance. An incomparably strange aroma echoed through his taste buds. The scent is more than just the smell of lamb. There was also the scent of heavenly scented wood in it. The mixture of the two scents is a delightful sensation. A mouthful of lamb kebab. Chu Mingyang suddenly felt that something was wrong. This lamb skewer even contains Taoist rhythms. Taoist rhythms exploded within his body. The spiritual energy in his body instantly grew by a large margin. It's delicious and grows your cultivation. Lamb kebabs like this are a treasure on earth. It was even more precious than those legendary immortal pills. Such a skewer of lamb if one were to be circulated. I'm afraid that it would also cause countless martial artists to frantically fight for it. Yummy. So yummy. He finished the lamb skewer in his hand in 3 tries. Eat without stopping. Reaching out again. He grabbed a second one and continued to wolf it down. Dean Chu, save some for us. You can't eat alone. Seeing this, Lu Dongxian was not willing to show weakness. He actually reached out his hands directly, grabbed 4 skewers of lamb in a row, and began to feast on them. Yummy. Yummy. Just yummy. He marveled as he ate. Soon, Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian had their mouths full of oil. If someone else is present, seeing the two men's appearance would have made their eyes pop out in shock. These two. One is the Vice Alliance head of the Martial Arts Alliance. One is the Dean of the Budo Academy. All of them are famous and powerful. Now I can't believe that I don't care about the slightest bit of image. And I'm eating meat skewers with my mouth full of grease. It's almost as if the image has been swept away.
Xu Yenyun on the side was even more dumbfounded by the sight. Right now, Xu Mingyang's appearance was simply a complete contrast to his usual unsmiling appearance. Even if Mr. Ye makes great lamb kebabs, and it also enhances cultivation, it's not that much of a stretch. No way. I'm a lady. I would never eat so badly as they do. Ms. Chu, you eat too, Yi Linfan said as he handed over a lamb skewer. Thanks, Mr. Yi. Then I won't be polite. Xu Yenyun took the lamb skewer and opened her mouth to take a bite. Mutton in the mouth. The expression on her face froze instantly. Chapter 56, Kind Words of Advice. Chapter 56, Kind Words of Advice. The lamb kebabs. They were so flavorful and delicious. The incomparably rich meat aroma had been stimulating Xu Yenyun's taste buds. It's an indescribable burst of deliciousness. The aroma of meat and the scent of heavenly scented wood mixed together. A new scent is formed. A scent that went straight to her soul. It made her feel like her soul was sublimated for a moment. Xu Yenyun quickly reacted. It's not a soul ascension. Rather, it was because the heavenly fragrance would have the function of removing demons from the heart. In the past, I just hung the heavenly fragrance wood on my body to ward off my mind. Mr. Yi, on the other hand, had actually infiltrated the efficacy of the heavenly fragrance wood directly into his soul. It made her soul purer and stronger. Any future demons of the heart could not affect her. It's more effective than hanging on to the heavenly scented wood. This lamb kebab is really good, Xu Yenyun immediately said loudly. She saw that Xu Mingyang was still wolfing down his food at this point. What's even more exaggerated is to take a bite of a meat skewer. So did Lu Dongxian. Under the winds of the two men, the lamb skewer flew away. Geez, you guys save some for me. Xu Yenyun immediately joined in on the meal. All three were martial artists. Eating is naturally quite fast. It didn't take long. All the lamb skewers had then been eliminated cleanly. The massive Dao rhythm contained in the mutton. It had been blowing up inside them non-stop. Spiritual energy surged wildly within their bodies. I can't. Xu Yenyun groaned. The internal churning had finally reached its peak. Click. She broke through. Before, she was only at the 9th level of the realm of transformation. This one directly broke through to the Dan realm. Dan realm 1. The 2nd level of the Dan realm. Dan realm triple. 4th level of the Dan realm. This one. It allowed her to directly break through 4 realms. The bodies of Xu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian on the side were also shaken at the same time. They broke through at the same time. Xu Mingyang had broken through to the 5th level of the Saint realm. Lu Dongxian broke through to the 4th level of the Saint realm. All three were in an inexplicable mood. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Xu Mingyang said with incomparable excitement. What's the point of being polite? It's only a meal. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. The crowd looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable admiration. Mr. Yi is not only strong, but also low-key. Every time I come here, he would all help them raise their cultivation in an incredibly ordinary way, and after doing that, use an attitude of insignificance to show people such breadth of mind and pattern. There's really no one else like it. In this world, the strong have always stood tall, treating the weak as if they were ants. Even Xu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian were like that. All of their statuses make them disdainful of ordinary people. And Yi Linfan, so powerful, yet he likes to spend time with people as an ordinary person. Maybe that's why he's so powerful. Subsequently, after Xu Mingyang's trio stayed at this point for a while, they got up and took their leave. After coming to the yard, Xu Yenyun was very careful with every step she took, because she learned that every animal in this yard was an ancient beast. She felt the courtyard at that moment, filled with an incomparably depressing aura. Nervous in her mind. Even walking is a bit of a challenge. Ms. Chu, are you okay? Yi Linfan saw that her walking posture was a bit strange, so he asked suspiciously. It's okay, I'm a little full. Where did Xu Yan go where she dared to tell the truth? So she found an excuse to put it off. So that's how it is. I didn't expect Miss Chu to be able to eat so much either. Yi Linfan laughed out loud. To be able to make a great lady like Xu Yenyun eat something she made without any regard for her image. It gave him a great sense of accomplishment. These words made Xu Yenyun very embarrassed. Done. This one made Mr. Yi think I was a foodie. The ladylike image is all gone. No way. It's really because the lamb kebabs are so good. Make yourself horny. Until you leave the yard. It was only then that Xu Yenyun took a long breath. Come to the bottom of the hill. Lu Dongxian said to Xu Mingyang. Dean Chu. Farewell. Vice Alliance Master Lu wait. Xu Mingyang suddenly called out to him. Lu Dongxian asked suspiciously. What is Dean Chu's instruction? Is Vice Alliance leader Lu friends with the Shin family? Xu Mingyang asked. It's not so much a friendship, but only a bit of a connection. Although Lu Dongxian was a bit surprised why Xu Mingyang had mentioned the Shin family. Still, it was a truthful answer. Are you planning to take Shin Xiang as your disciple? Xu Mingyang continued to ask. That's right, What exactly is Dean Chu trying to say? Lu Dongxian couldn't help but ask.
I suggest that it would be best for you not to take Shen Xiang as your disciple, Chu Mingyang said slowly.
Why is that? Lu Dongxian asked with some displeasure.
It is his freedom to accept whoever he wants as his disciple. Chu Mingyang suddenly said such things.
This upset him a bit. Because the Shen family offended Mr. Yi. Chu Mingyang said indifferently. What? Is that even possible? Lu Dongxuan's face changed drastically.
If the Shen family really offended Yi Linfan, and he was involved with the Shen family if he was, I'm afraid that when Yi Linfan cleaned up the Shen family, he cleaned him up in the process.
But this thing, he'd really never heard of it. 1,000 times true. If you don't believe me, you can ask the Shen family.
Chu Mingyang said slowly. Thanks to Dean Chu for reminding me.
I'll confirm it.
Lu Dongxian said with a grave expression on his face. If the Shen family really offended Yi Linfan, then we must draw a line with the Shen family as soon as possible.
After all,
offending Yi Linfan for the sake of an insignificant Shen family.
It's a little cutie. That's what you do.
That's all there is to say. Vice Alliance Lord Lu, take care of yourself.
Chu Mingyang arched his hand and left with Chu Yenyun.
Lu Dongxian looked at the back of Chu Mingyang's duo, his face as gloomy as water. It just so happened that he was going to take Shen Xiang as his disciple in a few days.
Go to Shen's house then to make sure. If there really is such a thing,
then we should draw a line with the Shen family before it's too late.
Lu Dongxian looked towards the small courtyard on the mountain.
Thinking of Yan Xingyan who had just been swallowed by that true dragon, a chill rose in his heart.
He certainly didn't want to follow in Yan Xingyan's footsteps. At this point, in the middle of a square mountain, Nangong Wuxing,
the Martial Dao Alliance's alliance master,
was cultivating. Nangong Wuxing could be said to be the strongest person in this continent.
He had been immersed in the 9th level of the Saint Realm for many years.
It was much more powerful than a normal Saint Realm 9th level powerhouse.
He was also known as the person in this continent who was most likely to impact a God Realm powerhouse.
Just see him practicing. The body was like a giant sucker. A single inhalation emptied all the surrounding aura. A vacuum even formed around him. Fortunately, the spirit-gathering formation under Fangchen Mountain was very powerful. The ability to produce aura in a constant stream. Otherwise, if he practiced like he did, it doesn't take long. The aura of Mount Fangsuan would be drained by him. Allied Master. Something big has happened. Just then, an unmistakable voice of trepidation came from the door. Chapter 57, Lianren. Chapter 57, Lianren.
Only to see a disciple of the Martial Arts Alliance running in with a terrified expression.
What's the panic? Nangong Wuxing asked with a frown. Vice Alliance Master Yen. Dead.
This disciple said with a nervous expression.
What? What's going on? Nangong Wuxing's face changed as he asked.
The Martial Arts Alliance as the supreme organization of this continent.
The death of a vice ally is not a trivial matter.
Disciple went to the Dragon Original Room to clean this morning, passed by the place where he placed his fate plate, and found that Vice Alliance Master Yan's fate plate was shattered. This disciple kept gulping and said, it was the first time in history that a Vice Alliance leader of the Martial Dao Alliance's fate card had shattered. This meant that this high and mighty Vice Alliance Lord had perished unexpectedly. One must know that this was a powerful person at the 7th level of the Saint Realm. There were very few people in the world who could kill him. Come on, show me. Nangong Wuxing immediately said. The two came to the Ryohara room. There are many fate cards placed here. All of these fate cards emitted varying degrees of light. These name tags have names written underneath them. The stronger the cultivation of the owner of these names, the brighter the light of the name tag. The name tags are connected to the essence and blood of the owners of these names. In the event of an accidental death of these people, the life tags will shatter. The whole room. The glow of Nangong Wuxing's fate card was the brightest, and not far from his fateful sign. The fate card belonging to Yan Xingyang had shattered into two. Its light had been lost and it was dim. Outrageous. What kind of person is it that dares to kill the Vice Alliance leader of my Martial Arts Alliance? Nangong Wuxing was so angry that his face turned blue. This thing, if it gets out, the prestige of the Martial Arts Alliance will be greatly diminished. Allied Lord, what should we do now? This disciple asked cautiously. Why did Vice Alliance Master Yen suddenly leave Mount Fangsuan's? Nangong Wuxing asked with a frown. I heard that it was his son who came, and the two of them didn't know what they were talking about. And not long after that, Vice Alliance Master Yen left Fangchun Mountain with his son. This disciple replied. Then send someone to the Yen family to ask what happened. Nangong Wuxing asked coldly. As you wish. This disciple immediately answered. It didn't take long. Several silhouettes left Fangchun Mountain and headed straight for Falling Cloud City. Yi Linfan didn't know this. He was still carving his own. By now the wood carving in his hands had begun to take some shape. This wood carving is much larger than any of the previous ones. Rectangular in shape. But the sides are not regular. And it's also incredibly beautifully carved. At first glance it looks like it.
It's like an old violin that hasn't had its strings put on yet. Just as Yi Linfan was bent on carving the guqin, two figures came down the hill. Both figures were young girls, walking in front of the girl 22 or so years old. Slender figure, skin like fat gel, eyes like autumn water. I can say it's very good looking. The young girl behind her, on the other hand, was quite inferior in looks and temperament. She was very young though, no more than 16 or 17. Looking at her dress, she should be the maid of the young girl in front of her. It's annoying. Why does father just want me to marry the son of the lord of Mingyu City? The young girl in front of her said with immense annoyance. Because you are the daughter of the city lord of Falling Cloud City. The two families are perfect for each other, the maid in the back said. It turned out that this young girl was Li Anren, the daughter of Li Qingyang of Falling Cloud City. But Fan Jian, the son of the lord of Mingyu City, is notorious, so won't I be pushed into a fire pit if I marry him? Li Anren said indignantly. But the city lord is suffering from a severe poison and his life is at stake. If you don't marry, I am afraid that the city lord will be killed, the maid said helplessly. The city lord of Falling Cloud City, Li Qingyang, was himself a Saint Realm third-tier powerhouse, but while out and about a month ago, suddenly came back with poison. It was only after a famous doctor was called in to diagnose the problem that it was Wakimi Blossom that she realized she had been hit. The name of the poison, Wakazashi Blossom, sounds good, but it is one of the top 10 strange poisons in the world. Those who have been poisoned by this poison will have their whole body covered with bewitching flowers that look so delicate and colorful that they are extremely beautiful. These flowers are also highly poisonous, and this poison is a chronic poison. Let a person die an agonizing death and excruciating physical pain over a period of 6 months. Li Qingyang is powerful, strongly suppressing the poison, so his body did not grow flowers. But it was the forced suppression of the poison that caused it to penetrate deep into the bone marrow. Now there is only 1 month left to live. And if you see the poison of the blossoms, only 10,000 years of Tianyang grass can cure it. The 10,000-year heavenly sun grass was very rare. Under the heavens, only Fan Xian, lord of Mingyu City, had it. Li Qingyang did not get along with Fan Xian on a regular basis, but in order to stay alive, they could only bow their heads and beg Fan Xian. Surprisingly, Fan Xian agreed. Only he offered to marry Li Anren to his son Fan Jian. Li Qingyang was certainly aware of Fan Jian's notoriety, so there was some hesitation, and he said he wanted to think about it for a few days before responding. Later, when Li Anren found out, he was also very angry. That's why I walked out for a walk. Li Anren sniffed and fell silent. After a long time, only then did she let out a long sigh and said, I know, in order to save father, what is sacrificing me alone? Don't worry, I'm just coming out to take a break. I'll go back later. That's good, the maid then said with a long sigh of relief. If Li Anren had run away from the wedding, she is not immune to guilt. Now Li Anren promises not to run away from the marriage, and she was relieved. Where are we? Li Anren looked around and realized that he had come to the foot of a mountain he had never been to before. Miss, look at the hill surprisingly inhabited, the maid said, pointing to the top of the hill. When did people live here? Why don't I know? Li Anren said with some surprise. This mountain was a small, nameless mountain next to the martial arts academy. Li Anren passed through here as a child. There is no one living here. I didn't realize that someone was living here now. Miss, why don't we go up and take a look? The maid said. Li Anren was about to agree. Suddenly she saw a familiar figure heading up the hill. Shu Yen Yun. Li Anren immediately shouted. It turned out that this figure was none other than Shu Yen Yun. Shu Yen Yun is the granddaughter of the head of the martial arts academy. The status is no worse than that of Li Anren. Plus the two are of similar age. Naturally, it is very familiar. Anren, what are you doing here? Shu Yen Yun asked in surprise. Could it be that Li Anren also knew Mr. Yi? That's impossible. How come I haven't seen Li Anren here before? I was in a bad mood, so I came out for a break, Li Anren said with a bitter smile on his face. Shu Yenyun sniffed and was suddenly enlightened. Turns out it was a coincidence to walk here. In a bad mood? Is it because of what happened to Fan Jian? Shu Yenyun also knew about Li Anren. Exactly, Li Anren said with a sigh. You don't really want to marry him. Shu Yenyun covered her mouth and said in surprise. Chapter 58, I'm not good enough for him. Chapter 58, I'm not good enough for him. What's the solution? If I don't marry, I'm afraid my father will, Li Anren said with a bitter smile. Maybe there's someone who can help you, Shu Yenyun said with a smile. The only way to cure my father's poison is with the 10,000 years of heavenly sunflower. And there is nothing anyone can do besides that. Li Anren shook his head and said, I can't guarantee it for the others, but this one I want to bring you to see is a supreme master, and nothing can be difficult for him under the heavens, Shu Yenyun said in a very firm tone. She had long since become an incomparable admirer of Yi Linfan. in her eyes. Nothing in this world could be difficult for Yi Linfan. What's more, the district's Wakimi blossom poison. So what if there are 10 strange poisons in the world? Only Mr. Yip has a slight trick up his sleeve. It's still not easy to unravel. Xu Yenyun secretly thought in her heart. Is there really such a person in the world? Lianren was a bit incredulous when he saw Xu Yenyun so sure of herself. She knew very well that Yenyun was a person with high eyes. Have never pushed someone so hard before. Even her grandfather Chu Mingyang was the same. That's natural. He's the world's #1 wonder man.
Xu Yenyun said with incomparable pride.
Yenyun, you won't, Lianren said in surprise. She knew it in her heart. With Xu Yenyun's personality, it was surprising that she would praise a member of the opposite sex in such a manner. This is simply unheard of. What are you babbling about? How could I possibly be worthy of someone?
Xu Yenyun said with a red face.
Mr. Yi is an immortal from the immortal world. How can I, a mortal woman, be worthy of someone else? The words shocked Lianren to the core. She never expected it. The ever-eyed Xu Yenyun would actually say something like this. What kind of a man? Surprisingly, he was able to make a proud daughter of heaven like Xu Yenyun think that she was not worthy of him. She was getting curious. If it was the person Xu Yenyun was talking about, it really can cure father's poison.
Then she wouldn't have to marry the dude Fan Jian.
Where is that man? Take me to him quickly, Lianren said in a hurry. Now for her. There is a glimmer of being able to change your fate. She didn't even want to let it go. It's just up the hill. Follow me. Xu Yenyun pulled Lianren up the mountain with her.
The two soon came to the small courtyard at the top of the hill.
Lianren's martial arts talent was no less than Xu Yenyun's. The realm was on par with Xu Yenyun before she met Yi Linfan. She naturally saw it at a glance. The small yard in front of me looks ordinary though, but every brick, every tile, every blade of grass and every tree in the courtyard is incredibly natural and harmonious. It's as if it grew naturally. This yard is unusual, Lianren said with a serious expression. The place where Mr. Yi lives is naturally extraordinary,
Xu Yenyun said with incomparable pride. Look at the proud look on her face. It was as if the yard was hers.
The owner here is named Yi. Lianren's expression moved as he thought darkly in his heart. Is Mr. Yi home? Xu Yenyun shouted. It didn't take long.
The door to the house was pushed open. Only a young man of 25 or 26 came out.
Lianren looked over with anticipation at first. However, she was quickly disappointed. It was because Yi Linfan was very ordinary, regardless of his looks or temperament.
And there was no half-power fluctuation on his body.
Obviously, just a thoroughly ordinary person. Yenyun, is this the strange man? The absolute man you said? Lianren asked with a face full of disbelief. Yeah, what's the problem? Xu Yenyun asked. This clearly looks like just an ordinary person, Lianren said with a frown.
Such an ordinary person. How could there be a way to cure the Wakimi blossom poison? You even said he looked like a regular guy,
Xu Yenyun said with a faint smile. What do you mean? Lianren asked suspiciously. Xu Yenyun did not answer her. Only her body shook slightly. A hint of the Dan realm's fourth-ranked pressure was released. Lianren's face changed greatly. Your realm? How is it possible? This is unbelievable. To know, she and Xu Yenyun had met a month or so before. At that time, Xu Yenyun's strength was similar to hers. It was only the second level of the realm of transformation. Didn't realize. It's only been such a short time. It had already broken through to the fourth level of the Dan realm. Such a breakthrough speed was nothing short of terrifying. It was enough to make all the prideful celestials who claimed to be gifted so much that they were ashamed to the point of committing suicide. This is not something that can be achieved by just meeting any chance. Nothing is impossible. As long as Mr. Yi is around, everything is possible,
Xu Yenyun said with incomparable complacency.
She thought darkly in her mind. How dare you question Mr. Yi? See if I don't scare you to death. You mean, because of him? Lianren's entire body was stunned. Exactly what kind of tactics did this young man who looked like an ordinary person use? Surprisingly,
it was able to make a person's strength skyrocket in a short period of time.
Sure,
Xu Yenyun said with incomparable arrogance.
I can't believe he's this good, Lianren said in amazement.
If this person was really as powerful as Xu Yenyun said,
it might actually help me. By the way, there's something I need to explain to you, Xu Yenyun suddenly said. What is it? Lianren asked.
Although Mr. Yi is very strong,
he is low-key and likes people to treat him as an ordinary person. So later on you will treat him as an ordinary person and must not reveal anything about martial arts cultivation in front of him. Do you hear me?
Xu Yenyun said with a serious expression.
This matter is very important. If Lianren breaks Yi Linfan's rules, that could have some pretty serious consequences. Got it, Lianren said with a frown. Isn't he just a regular guy? There are quite a few stinky rules. Let's hope he's really as powerful as Xu Yenyun said. Ms. Chu, you're here. At this time, Yi Linfan arrived at the door. He looked at Li Anren beside Chu Yenyun and asked, That's a pretty girl. Whether it was his face or temperament, he was no less than Chu Yenyun. But, the thought was just something he turned around in his mind. He knew it in his heart. Both Chu Yenyun and this beauty, all of them are proud women of the sky. It is impossible to like him. If they knew they had any bad intentions, maybe one of them would be annoyed and cut themselves to death with a sword. It's really too late to cry when the time comes. This is my friend Li Anren. She is the daughter of the city lord of Falling Cloud City. Chu Yenyun introduced. The daughter of the lord of Falling Cloud City. Yi Linfan sniffed and sucked in a breath of cool air. What's going on lately? How is it that people of unusual status always come to my house? But, that's not a bad thing. One is only immortal. It would have been hard to live in this dangerous world. If you get on good terms with the big boys, then one's life will be much better in the future. So it's Ms. Li. Nice to meet you. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Chapter 59, Shocked Li Anren. Chapter 59, Shocked Li Anren. Mr. Yi. Nice to meet you, Li Anren said with a smile. Regardless of whether or not the person in front of you is actually an ordinary person. Anyway, Chu Yenyun had said to treat him as an ordinary person. Then say treat him like a regular guy. Come in. Yi Linfan sidestepped. Li Anren walked into the courtyard. Once in the yard, she then felt an incomparably dense aura come over her. It almost suffocated her. The aura here drilled into her body. It made her feel the spiritual energy in her body, slowly growing. How is the aura here so rich? This is too amazing. The city lord's mansion occupied one of the densest places in Falling Cloud City in terms of aura. The aura inside has already been counted as very dense. However, compared to here, the incomparably prosperous city lord's mansion was simply like a poor mountain. How can anyone who lives here be an ordinary person? Maybe Yi Linfan looks ordinary, not really common. It was because the difference between his realm and the other parties was too great, so there was no way to feel just how strong the other side was. Looking at Yi Linfan's back, a trace of awe finally rose in Li Anren's heart. Maybe he can really help me out. Think about it. A glimmer of hope rose in Li Anren's heart. Everyone does. In the middle of a desperate situation. Just a glimmer of hope. All will be grasped with all their might. Soon, an unmistakable scent drilled into her nose. What is it? Why does it smell so good? Li Anren asked curiously. It's the peaches I planted. Yi Linfan sniffed and turned back over, pointing to the peach tree next to him and said. Li Anren looked up with a look of incomparable shock on his face. What a beautiful peach. These peaches, which are much larger than normal peaches, and it's more rosy and fuller than to be. One look and you know it's juicy and delicious. This peach looks delicious. Li Anren gulped and said. Like to eat? Then I'll pick 2 for you to try later. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The martial artists in this world are also too pitiful. Even the sight of a peach is a craving. Are peaches a rarity in this world? He thought with some helplessness in his heart. In fact, how does he know how precious these peaches of his are? Even if an ordinary person takes a bite, all of them are able to live for 500 or 600 years. Not to mention martial artists. For martial artists, these peaches are more potent than many elixirs. Even scarier, there are many elixirs that have many side effects when consumed. And with these peaches, there are no side effects at all. Properly green and harmless food. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Chu Yenyun immediately said excitedly. There are peaches again. It's just too good. Thinking back to the wonderful experience of a surge in cultivation after eating peaches earlier, it's still fresh in her mind. It looks like the strength could go up another notch this time. Li Anren looked at Chu Yenyun strangely. Isn't it just a peach? Why are you so excited? Of course she didn't know that these peaches were spirit peaches. Come inside first. I'll get the tools for picking peaches. Yi Linfan said with a smile. He then went into the house first. Only Li Anren and Chu Yenyun were left in the courtyard. Yenyun, it's just a peach. Are you so excited? Li Anren flirted. Could it be because of the love of the house? Favorite. So just like everything about each other, including peaches. What do you know? Mr. Ye's peach is no ordinary peach. Chu Yenyun blankly glanced at her and said without a trace of anger. It's just a peach. What's so unusual about it? Li Anren asked curiously. Fool, it's a spirit peach. Chu Yenyun said helplessly. This Li Anren, at least, is the daughter of the city lord? The insight is not too bad. Didn't even recognize the spirit peach. In fact, Chu Yenyun herself had forgotten. It's her first time, nor did they recognize it as a spiritual peach. If I hadn't brought Chu Mingyang here with me later, Chu Mingyang recognized the spirit peach. Maybe she's just as stupid as Li An right now. What? This is the spirit peach. When Li Anren heard this, he didn't stand still and almost didn't fall to the ground. Her eyes stared impossibly round at the peach tree in front of her. Spirit peach. This is a legendary heavenly treasure. Any one of them can cause a bloody storm. And here, surprisingly, there are so many. It's no longer a shock. Rather, it's a little scary. In Li Anrun's heart, a trace of fear rose. It's not even in the house yet. It's already so amazing. If someone told Li Anrun right now that Yi Linfan was an ordinary person, she'd definitely think the guy was full of. To be able to live in such a place, and someone who can grow so many spiritual peaches, how could it be an ordinary person? Come on, hurry up and get in the house. Chu Yenyun pulled Li Anrun and said. She wasn't at all surprised that Li Anran reacted this way, because the first time she came here, it wasn't any better than Li Anran. Li Anran was still in a shocked mood at this point and hadn't slowed down, just woodenly following Chu Yenyun towards the front. She just lifted her foot. Suddenly, Chu Yenyun could be heard exclaiming, "Be careful of your feet." The sound startled Li Anran. Fortunately, she was a martial artist and reacted quickly. Surprisingly, the right foot that was stepping downward stopped hard in midair. "What are you doing?" "Scared me," Li Anran asked with displeasure. She looked down. "I just saw an old hen at my feet looking down for food." Fortunately, Chu Yenyun called out in time. Otherwise Li Anran would have stepped on this old hen. "Isn't it just an old hen?" "A shocker," Li Anran said without a trace of humor. "Keep your voice down. It's not an old hen. It's a divine beast." Chu Yenyun hurriedly stopped her and said, "The old hen is an ancient beast." If Li Anran's words made it angry, say maybe, she and Li Anran would have been swallowed in one bite just like Yin Xingyang's father and son. "Divine beast? You're not kidding, are you?" Li Anran said with wide eyes. It was already shocking that the aura here was thick and growing spiritual peaches. Now Chu Yenyun was telling her again. A random chicken turned out to be a divine beast. That's too big of a joke. She looked down toward the old hen. The old hen also happened to raise her head at this time. Li Anran met the old hen's gaze. The whole person was instantly struck by lightning. What kind of gaze is this? She saw the endless sea of fire in the old hen's gaze. The sea of fire stretched on for as far as the eye could see. In the midst of a sea of fire, a fiery red phoenix soared up. This phoenix was immense. The body was 100 feet long, with the two feathered wings spread out. It was also more than 20 feet. This phoenix soared in the sky, burning red all day long and emitting an incomparably terrifying divine might. But, such a picture didn't last long. The old hen quickly lowered her head. All the images disappeared in an instant. Li Anran also returned to the real world. But, by now her body was trembling. Her legs were weak, and she sat on her butt. Chapter 60, Peach Fragrance. Chapter 60, Peach Fragrance. "Enron, are you okay?" Chu Yenyun was startled and rushed forward to help Li Anran up. "Ancient divine beast. Phoenix," Li Anran said with some disorientation. Keeping divine beasts as pets. Such tactics can no longer be described as amazing. "I know it's the ancient beast Phoenix." Chu Yenyun shook her head and said, "No way. Mr. Ya is shocking in so many ways here. Even though she has been here many times, it also remains unavoidable. Not to mention Li Anran, who was here for the first time. Hurry up and go inside. Don't keep Mr. Yi waiting," Chu Yenyun said. Li Anran hurriedly nodded and followed Chu Yenyun. But, she walked with great care, afraid to startle the old hen. The two came inside the house. Li Anran once again felt a rich aura come over him. She was shocked again. The aura inside the house was even denser than outside. Aura into the body. The stimulation caused the spiritual energy in her body to surge wildly. She hadn't been far from breaking through to the next realm. Now stimulated by this rich aura. Click. Her body shook. Breaking. He had broken through from the third level of the realm of transformation to the fourth level of the realm of transformation. Sudden breakthrough. It left Li Anran frozen in place. How did you break through so quickly? Although she wasn't far from the fourth level of the realm of transformation. But if one cultivates at a normal rate, at the very least, it would take 3 to 5 years of hard work. Didn't think so. The aura of this place is too rich. It saved her 3 to 5 years of hard work straight away. This made Li Anran's heart very excited. If only I could live here every day. I'm afraid of breaking through to the holy realm. It's also easy as pie. Did you break through? At that moment, Chu Yenyun's voice came over. How do you know? Li Anran asked in surprise. Because the first time I came, I was just like you. Chu Yenyun said slowly. This Mr. Yi is really a high-ranking person. Until then, the last trace of suspicion in Li Anran's heart towards Yi Linfan also dissipated. How could such a person not be a high-level person? I told you he wasn't ordinary, Chu Yenyun said with incomparable complacency. It was as if Li Anran affirmed Yi Linfan, via affirming that she still had to be happy. Sit down. You too. I've picked the peaches. At this point, Yi Linfan walked in with 2 peaches and placed them on the table. Eat, Yi Linfan said with a smile, looking at the spiritual peach in front of him. Chu Yenyun and Li Anran were incomparably excited. Chu Yenyun was slightly better. It wasn't the first time she'd had it, after all. Li Anren, on the other hand, was thrilled beyond words. Such a heavenly treasure. If you put it outside, even his father, Li Qinyang, was not qualified to eat spirit peaches. Don't say eat. I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to look at it. Looking at the red and full spirit peach, there were also bursts of ethereal peach scent that continued to encroach on the end of her nose. It tingled her taste buds. Thank you, Mr. Yi. She gave a word of thanks. Reach out and grab the peach and take a bite. Just a bite. Just let her body shake violently. It's so fragrant. That's sweet. The unbelievably sweet peach juice kept reverberating through her taste buds. The peach scent seeped into her soul. It made her whole body feel fluttery. It's like floating amongst the clouds. So enjoyable that you don't know where you're going. Can't wait to be immersed in this feeling forever. In the face of such delicious spiritual peaches, Li Anren couldn't help himself now. In 2 or 3 bites, he nibbled the spirit peach clean. She looked up towards Chu Yen-yun, only to see that Chu Yen-yun had also already gnawed the peach flesh clean. All that was left in his hand was a peach kernel. However, she still hadn't stopped. Put the peach kernel in your mouth, crunching with his teeth. Bite into it and swallow it straight down. Such an operation. It made Li Anren's eyes widen. Peach cores are also eaten. There's no need to be so dramatic. But Chu Yen-yun did so. There must be something about her. So she followed Chu Yen-yun's example and threw the peach kernel into her mouth. Chew it up and swallow it. All aspects of a martial artist's body functions were far more powerful than those of an ordinary person. Peach kernels can be very hard for the average person. But for martial artists, it's nothing at all. When she swallows it, she just realized. It turned out that the peach kernel actually contained Taoist rhythms. Taoist rhythms exploded within the body along with the potency of peach flesh. Li Anren instantly felt that the spiritual energy in his body was like a shocking wave, surging wildly. The realm of transformation is 5-fold. The 6th realm of transformation. The 7th level of the realm of transformation. The 8th level of the realm of transformation. 9th level of the realm of transformation. Just this one spiritual peach alone. It had already allowed Li Anren to directly break through 5 realms. He had broken through from the 4th level of the realm of transformation to the 9th level of the realm of transformation. Such a breakthrough speed would be rumored. Must have scared the hell out of a lot of people. At this time, Chu Yen-yun also broke through. However, her realm was too much higher than Li Anren's. So naturally, the realms that were broken through were not as many as Li Anren's. She had only broken through from the 4th level of the Dan realm to the 6th level of the Dan realm. Although it was only a breakthrough of 2 realms. But it was scary enough. After all, she broke through from the 4th level of the transformation realm to the 6th level of the Dan realm. It took less than a month. Such breakthrough speeds trickle out. It was also unknown how many heavenly demons' pride would be so ashamed that they would commit suicide. I've broken through to the 9th level of the transformation realm. Li Anren said excitedly. It's the 9th level of the realm of transformation. Just now, this realm was still an extremely distant goal for her. I didn't expect to reach it so soon. If it's following normal cultivation, to cultivate from the 4th level of the realm of transformation to the 9th level of the realm of transformation, with her talent, it will take 15 to 20 years at the very least. Such a fast break. It made Li Anren's entire being like a dream. I've also broken through to the 6th level of the Dan realm. Chu Yen-yun said triumphantly. Those words struck Li Anren deeply. The two would have been neck and neck in strength, but it was because Chu Yen-yun had met Yi Linfan first. It just immediately pulled her down by a large margin. But Li Anren quickly shook off such emotions. Now that I know Yi Linfan, catching up with Chu Yen-yun in the future would not be a problem at all. Are the peaches good? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. In fact, he had already guessed the outcome from the two men's demeanor. Only it's a knowing question. And what made him feel most breathless was, these two look very pretty soft and beautiful. I can't believe I did something so raw as to even eat a peach kernel. Do people in this world eat peaches even to the core? It seems like Chu Mingyang ate the peach kernel last time as well. It was also fortunate that they were martial artists. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid I'll even chip my teeth. It's delicious. Thanks Mr. Yi, Li Anren said with great gratitude. Want another one? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Li Anren's eyes lit up at his words. Eating a single spirit peach breaks through so many layers of realms. If you take another one, wouldn't that be just like Chu Yen-yun, who could break through to the Dan realm? So she immediately intended to say yes. However, Chu Yen-yun, pulled her aside. Chapter 61, I'll take you to the deserted mountains. Chapter 61, I'll take you to the deserted mountains. Li Anren looked at Chu Yen-yun suspiciously. Chu Yen-yun ignored her. Instead, he said to Yi Linfan, No, thank you, Mr. Yi. Well, then, it's okay to eat next time. Yi Linfan didn't say anything more and nodded his head. By the way, Mr. Yi,
I brought Anren here today because I have something to ask for your help.
Xu Yenyun said. What's up? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. It's like this. My father has recently been unintentionally poisoned.
All the famous doctors within the city of Falling Clouds are at their wits' end.
And Yenyun said that you have excellent medical skills, so I've come here to ask for your advice. Li Anren said slowly. What kind of poison did City Lord Li get? Yi Linfan frowned. Li Qingyang was the #1 strongest person in Falling Cloud City.
The poison he was poisoned with must have been unusual. Just an ordinary man himself.
The medical skills are even more powerful. I don't know if it can cure the poison of a martial artist. If you see a flower bloom, Li Anren said with a long sigh.
Yi Linfan was stunned at his words.
Didn't realize.
It's amazing that poison has such a poetic name.
But, the better the name, the better the poison. Generally very toxic. It's even very difficult to solve. Looks like this Li Qingyang is in trouble. Can Mr. Yi cure this poison? Li Anren asked with some disappointment at seeing Yi Linfan.
The expression on Yi Linfan's face just now had the word stunned written all over it.
Obviously had never even heard of the poison Wakimi Blossom. Since I've never even heard of it.
Then the antidote to the poison would naturally be out of the question.
This Mr. Yi is an absolute master though.
But it doesn't seem to be very well versed in the art of healing.
When Xu Yenyun saw that Li Anren was somewhat questioning Yi Linfan, she became a bit displeased. How strong was Yi Linfan's medical skill?
She's seen it with her own eyes. Only one palm was used. It then dispelled the sword chi within Xu Mingyang's body.
Such strength.
It is not difficult to defeat a mere poison.
Mr. Yi, I heard Anren say that to cure this poison,
you need 10,000 years of yin-yang grass.
Xu Yenyun opened her mouth. 10,000 years of yin-yang grass. What does it look like? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. The words came out. Even Xu Yenyun felt disappointed. Didn't think so. Mr. Yi, who has always been omnipotent, also has things he doesn't know. In her heart, it's proper idle disillusionment. It is a grass with 12 leaves, each of which is reddish and shaped like a flame. Li Anren was disappointed, but he answered nonetheless. After all, Yi Linfan was a supreme master. Even if the other person can't help themselves, still have to be polite. 2. I've seen this grass before, Yi Linfan said. Li Anren and Xu Yenyun's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, are you telling the truth? Li Anren asked excitedly. That's right. I'll draw it for you to see if it's the 10,000 years yin-yang grass you're talking about. Yi Linfan lifted his pen and drew on the paper. Li Anren looked down. The herbs on the paper were exactly the same as the 10,000 years of yin-yang grass. Yes, that's it, Li Anren said excitedly. I didn't know this grass was called 10,000 years of yin-yang grass, because I call it all flame grass. Yi Linfan said slowly. May I ask Mr. Yi, where have you seen the 10,000 years yin-yang grass? Li Anren asked with a trembling voice. I had thought there was no hope. I didn't think it was even possible to be desperate. How could she not be excited? Deserted mountain. Valley of extinction. Yi Linfan said indifferently. What? Xu Yenyun and Li Anren exclaimed loudly. Especially Li Anren's face instantly became incredibly pale. How did it get there? Li Anren instantly became disoriented again. Barren Hill. Ben is a Jedi. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse goes in, it's also hard to get out in one piece. The Valley of Extinction, on the other hand, is the Jedi of Jedi. Inside, endless astral winds blew all year round, and there was a miasma that covered the sky. Those miasmas are incredibly poisonous. Even if a Saint Realm powerhouse got a hint of it, they would instantly die. With Li Anren's strength, even the entrance to the barren mountain could not be entered. Not to mention access to the Valley of Extinction. What's wrong with you guys? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. How did these two become like this when they heard about the barren mountain? The martial artists in this world are so strange. It's like they're afraid of the barren mountains. It was the same with the Lin family before. Can't even walk in the middle of a deserted mountain. But why is it that nothing happens to you when you're in the middle of a deserted mountain? Could it be that in the barren mountains, there was some kind of prohibition that was only useful to martial artists? I can't get into the barren mountains, Li Anren said dismally. With her strength, into the deserted mountains. I'm afraid that if I can't walk 100 meters, I'll be cut to death by the silent divine light. I'll take you in, Yi Linfan said slowly. Really? Li Anren's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly. Yi Linfan's strength was so terrifying. There might actually be a way to cross the barren mountains and reach the Valley of Extinction. Of course, I often go to the barren mountains to cut wood. I know the place well, Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. Frequent trips to the deserted mountains, to cut firewood? These words made Li Anren and Xu Yenyun almost fall on the ground. Xu Yenyun's face, on the other hand, revealed an expression of incomparable adoration. Not bad for Mr. Yi. The ones that can make going to the deserted mountains as easy as strolling through your own backyard. There may be only one other person in this world I'll go with you guys too, Shu Yenyun said. Yenyun, you, Lianren said with a frown. Don't worry, with Mr. Yi here, nothing will happen,
Shu Yenyun said with a smile.
Since I've known Yi Linfan.
The other woman never let her down. She was sure that this one would be no different.
Let's go then.
I just happen to want to stop by and cut some firewood.
You guys wait a bit, I'll get the axe. After Yi Linfan finished speaking, he turned around and went to the backyard to get an axe. In the living room, only Chu Yenyun and Lianren were left. Yenyun,
just now Mr. Yi asked us to eat another peach.
How did you refuse? Lianren asked suspiciously. That's a spirit peach. It's very potent. Eating one is already enough. If you still want to eat it, your body won't be able to handle it. Chu Yenyun shook her head and said, what happens if you can't take it? Lianren asked with a frown.
Burst, Chu Yenyun said slowly.
Lianren's body shivered as he sniffed. Luckily, Chu Yenyun stopped her.
Otherwise the consequences are unimaginable.
Just then, Yi Linfan was back in the living room. I'm ready, let's go. Chu Yenyun and Lianren suddenly felt an incomparably oppressive aura coming from them. This aura, very powerful. It was as if the air in the living room had frozen.
It made them feel like they were having a hard time breathing.
What's going on? Such a situation surprised Chu Yenyun and Lianren.
They looked up at Yi Linfan at the same time.
Only Yi Linfan changed into clothes suitable for chopping firewood. This dress is quite ordinary.
But when they saw Yi Linfan's right hand, his face changed drastically at the same time.
Chapter 62 Unobstructed Traffic Within the Desolate Mountains. Chapter 62 Unobstructed Access Within the Deserted Mountain. Only Yi Linfan's right hand was seen holding an axe. The axe looked black and very unassuming, but there was a powerful wave of power permeating it. These power fluctuations were the very source that made Chu Yenyun and Lianren feel oppressed. What kind of axe is this that is so amazing? Lianren asked with a grave expression on his face. There's nothing to be surprised about.
Mr. Ye's random drawings are all top-tier immortal artifacts, so I guess this axe is definitely a top-tier immortal artifact as well.
Chu Yenyun instead said very calmly. After all,
she had come to Yi Linfan's house many times, plus the fact that Yuan Shorong had so many more paintings and calligraphy there. Therefore, she had already seen more than her fair share of top-tier immortal weapons that came out of Yi Linfan's hands.
What? A top-tier immortal weapon? Lianren was filled with shock. Top immortal weapon. That's a treasure to be found.
I heard that only those topmost families on the continent have that one piece,
and it's used as a town treasure, and the most powerful force on the continent, the Martial Arts Alliance.
It was heard that there were no more than 5 top-tier immortal weapons possessed there, and it's also quite a valuable presence, unless it meets a critical moment of life and death.
The Martial Dao Alliance and those top lineages would not easily activate top-level immortal weapons. The existence of a top-tier immortal weapon, more like a shock. However, what they didn't expect was this, an incomparably precious top-grade immortal weapon. Yi Linfan surprisingly only used it for chopping firewood.
A tall man deserves to be tall. It's really not enough for us to speculate on the magnitude of the gesture.
Mr. Yi, where did this axe come from? Lianren asked curiously.
I made this axe and used it mostly for chopping wood on weekdays, Yi Linfan replied.
Okay, that's too much of a blow. Lianren and Chu Yenyun were speechless for half a day. Subsequently,
the three of them moved together to the barren mountain.
A barren mountain, not much far from Yi Linfan's residence. It didn't take long.
The three of them then rushed to the entrance of the barren mountain. Though not yet in the deserted mountains, Chu Yenyun and Lianren had already seen the silent divine light that filled the inside, as well as the astral wind that whistled in gusts. It all made them feel chilled.
These two things, either way, even a hint of staining, it's all enough to kill them.
Yi Linfan looked at the barren mountain.
He hadn't been here in a long time. The last time I was here, I happened to meet Lin Ruarua and then Lin Langtian. Let's go inside, Yi Linfan said as he waved towards the two people around him. You're just going in? Lianren asked with wide eyes. In the middle of the barren mountains, there is a lot of crisis. Even a Saint Realm powerhouse, anyone who wants to enter it has to be fully protected. If one wanted to resist the silent divine light and the astral wind with their physical body, it's definitely a death sentence. But, Yi Linfan appeared to be planning to just go straight in. It's like a death wish any way you look at it. Of course, I do it every time I come. It's fine,
Yi Linfan said without a care in the world.
Having said that,
he turned toward the entrance to the barren mountain.
Let's go. Hurry up and follow. Chu Yenyun pulled a hand on Lianren and said, Aren't you afraid to die? Lianren asked with a blush. I believe in Mr. Yi.
He never does anything he's not sure of. If you're afraid, just wait here. I'll go help you pick out the 10,000 years of yin-yang grass, Chu Yenyun said slowly.
Having said that, she walked quickly towards behind Yi Linfan. Lianren stood still.
His face a shade of green and white.
It's my own business. How can I let anyone else risk it? Think about it.
She stomped her foot hard and followed. The three of them were already standing at the entrance of the barren mountain by now.
Already you can feel the fear of the astral wind on your face. Xu Yenyun and Li Anren's faces were filled with fear.
They were incredibly nervous at this point. If Yi Linfan dies here,
then today's operation is going to be a bust. Yi Linfan didn't pay attention to the expressions on their faces, but walked straight into the barren mountain. Xu Yenyun and Li Anren held their breaths and looked at Yi Linfan with dead eyes. In their opinion,
Yi Linfan just walked into the barren mountain.
It's really no different than looking for death. Even Xu Yenyun,
who had always had great confidence in Yi Linfan, by now her heart was in her throat as well. She looked at Yi Linfan's back with incomparable worry. The heart is praying without ceasing.
Don't let anything happen. It's going to be alright. Of course Yi Linfan couldn't hear Xu Yenyun's heart. If he only knew, it would definitely laugh at Xu Yenyun for being a worrywart.
10 years of traveling through this world. The deserted mountains were his favorite place to come, because of the nearby mountains.
Only here there aren't any demonic beasts. It's the only place that's safe. At this point,
he had walked into the deserted mountains.
Xu Yenyun and Li Anren,
who had thought he was dead, suddenly rounded their eyes.
Only the moment Yi Linfan entered the barren mountain, the silent divine light that filled the sky unexpectedly gave way. The whistling winds of the astral winds had unexpectedly bypassed him as well. Within a few meters in front of him, a vacuum was unexpectedly formed. A vacuum of absolute safety. Xu Yenyun and Li Anren were both dumbfounded. They grew up in the neighborhood. No one knew the horrors of the barren mountain better than they did.
After all these years, there were countless powerful people who had been buried in the barren mountains. They had never seen it before.
Nothing to protect.
Entering a barren mountain with a mere physical body.
Not only is there nothing going on, instead, the terrifying silent divine light and the astral wind gave way.
Such a situation is simply unheard of.
What are you doing? Keep up.
Yi Linfan saw that the two were still standing still, so he called out.
These words immediately jolted Xu Yenyun and Li Anren out of their stupor.
They hurriedly walked into the vacuum in front of Yi Linfan, looking at the silent divine light that constantly echoed around him.
It made them feel incredibly amazing. To know,
no one had ever been able to enter a barren mountain and still be in the mood to appreciate the silent divine light.
This is really the first time ever. Only white silent divine light was seen floating in the air. There's no telling what's contained within.
It was always filled with incomparably terrifying power fluctuations.
This power fluctuation permeated the surroundings. It caused the surrounding void to be torn out with a crack.
These spatial cracks were also very frightening.
Anything that is swept by a spatial rift, it all gets cut in two.
If you encounter a larger space rift,
it will even be swallowed right in. No one has ever come back from a space rift alive.
Is it okay if I go chop wood and then pick herbs? Yi Linfan slowly asked.
Sure.
Li Anren was already in incomparable awe of Yi Linfan at this point.
After all,
the other party was able to come and go in the barren mountains with his physical body. The terrifying strength of such a person was beyond her knowledge. I'm afraid that even her father,
Li Qinyang, couldn't possibly be a match for this person. Then keep up.
Yi Linfan nodded and continued walking forward.
Chapter 63, Chopping Wood Can Also Unite Heaven and Earth. Chapter 63, Chopping Wood Can Also Unite Heaven and Earth.
Yi Linfan led the two of them in slow steps towards the barren mountains.
All the way, all the silent divine light and the astral winds gave way.
Therefore, there was no danger at all for the three of them in the barren mountains.
Xu Yenyun and Li Anren had turned from their initial shock to numbness. They can't think of anything. There would come a day when it would be so easy to come and go in the middle of a barren mountain. The three made their way in.
A valley was soon reached.
This valley is not big,
but it had also been sort of deep into the depths of the barren mountains. There were surprisingly all sorts of herbs and divine trees growing in this valley.
Phoenix breathgrass, heavenly language flower, Xianyang wood. Li Anren's entire body became dumbfounded as he looked at these things. This is a rare and heavenly treasure. Any of the same circulated out. It's all enough to start a bloodbath. And here it is all over the place.
This is also because it is difficult for regular people to enter the barren mountains. So these things go unpicked.
That's how it grows so much.
Xu Yenyun and Li Anren looked at these flowers and plants that could be called immortal medicines and their hearts were moved.
It's just a shame. They would like to pick it, but they don't dare.
Because they were surrounded by silent divine light.
If you reach out,
it touched a trace of silent divine light,
and they will die. So, they just had to hold back the impulse in their hearts, honestly following Yi Linfan closely. After all, the vacuum around Yi Linfan was only about 5 meters. If it is beyond that, it will also be buried in the silent divine light. Mr. Yi, which kind of firewood are you planning to cut? Xu Yenyun asked suspiciously. Everything here is very precious. There is really nothing that can be used as firewood. I usually cut all that one.
Yi Linfan raised his finger. Xu Yenyun and Li Anren looked up and their faces changed at the same time. It was because Yi Linfan was pointing at a heck of a fire-red colored tree. The fiery red tree was 5 or 6 feet tall. It was as thick as 5 men wrapped around it, and it had a metallic sheen all over it. At first glance it looks like a piece of iron. At first glance, it's definitely very hard. This is Tianyang ironwood. Li Anren gulped and said, yes, this wood burns quite well, so I often cut some back. Yi Linfan nodded and said, but this wood is hard. Are you sure you can cut it? Li Anren asked with a frown. Tianyang ironwood. But it was one of the hardest woods in the world. Enough to be compared to the golden crow ironwood. Even if it was a divine weapon, it might not be able to cut it. Not to mention, Yi Linfan's hand was just a black-looking axe, though the axe looks to be something extraordinary. But she was skeptical about whether the axe could cut the Tianyang ironwood. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. A Tianyang ironwood had fallen to the ground. It directly stunned Li Anren in place. How could you cut down a heavenly sun ironwood so easily? Li Anren looked at this scene with incomparable shock. It's Tianyang ironwood, not your average tree. Looks like that axe really isn't just any axe. Yi Linfan didn't bother to pay attention to Li Anren's reaction. After chopping over Tianyang ironwood, without stopping, he continued to break down the log. Only his right hand was seen waving continuously. The void. The axe is heavily shadowed. Every swing, all of them were able to break apart the Tianyang ironwood. However, what Yi Linfan didn't know was, this action of his chopping firewood fell in the eyes of Li Anren and Xu Yenyun, but it had a different feeling. Yenyun, look at, Li Anren gulped and said, I saw it. Xu Yenyun stared at Yi Linfan with a deadpan expression of shock on her face. In their eyes, Yi Linfan swung his axe every time. The trajectories of the axe swings were all incredibly subtle. It looks very natural and harmonious. It's safe to say, with each swing of his axe, in Xu Yenyun and Li Anren's opinion, it's a sword move that alludes to the way of heaven. And at that moment, Yi Linfan's state changed. His body remained standing, but it was already as if it had become one with heaven and earth. If you close your eyes, couldn't sense him at all. Did you see this? This is the state of celestial unity. Li Anren said with a face full of shock. The state of unity between heaven and man can be said to be the most attainable and unattainable state. Even some gifted martial artists, once in a lifetime, one can be in a state of celestial unity. All can be considered blessed. However, more people, it may be impossible to enter the state of celestial unity once in a lifetime. And Yi Linfan was surprisingly able to enter the state of celestial unity just by chopping down trees. That's just awful too. I know. It's not the first time he's entered a state of celestial unity. Xu Yenyun said slowly. Last time when Yi Linfan drew that picture of the flying dragon in the sky, it's already been in a state of celestial unity. So, she's somewhat used to it. What do you mean? More than once? Li Anren exclaimed. That's right. Mr. Yi can enter the state of celestial unity anytime, anywhere. Xu Yenyun nodded and said. Li Anren was speechless. At this point, she was nothing but shocked. There are really no other emotions, because she'd never heard of it. It was surprising that there would be people in this world who could enter the state of celestial unity anytime, anywhere. Xu Yenyun didn't speak again either. She stared dead on at the trajectory of Yi Linfan's swinging axe. Corroborate these arcane trajectories with your own martial arts. It made a lot of things she hadn't understood before instantly clear. Seeing this, Li Anren also gathered himself. He began to carefully observe the line of Yi Linfan's axe swing. In the middle of a barren mountain, a silence. Only the sound of Yi Linfan chopping would resounded continuously. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan finished chopping this heavenly sun ironwood. After the chop, again, Xu Yenyun and Li Anren were shocked. Only on the ground, there were thousands of Tianyang ironwoods that had already been split into firewood. Each piece of firewood is of average thickness and size. It looks very pleasing to the eye. This was what shocked Xu Yenyun and Li Anren the most. To do this extent, not only does it require incredibly precise control, and also a very strong focus. Even if you're only a tiny bit distracted, both may make a piece of wood warp. Even if they let Xu Yenyun and Li Anren cut ordinary wood, perhaps among the first 100 roots, it could be done to such an extent, but 100 roots later, it would be absolutely impossible to do, because their control and focus simply isn't that strong. And Tianyang ironwood is so hard, just makes this 100 times more difficult. Look at the firewood all over the place. Xu Yenyun and Li Anren really admired Yi Linfan. After all, whether it was Chu Mingyang or Li Qingyang, none of them could have gotten to that point. It was evident that Yi Linfan's strength was too much stronger than them, and for someone so powerful, they keep pretending to be ordinary. It's breathless. Mr. Yi, how are we going to bring this firewood back? Xu Yenyun asked.
Chapter 64 The Valley of Extinction. Chapter 64 The Valley of Extinction. Carry it back yourself.
Of course, Yi Linfan said indifferently. Having said that, he began to lower himself to the ground and tied up the firewood with rope. One heavenly sun ironwood was enough for him to burn for many days.
So cutting one is enough. Carry yourself back? Are you kidding?
Xu Yenyun asked with wide eyes.
You should know that Tianyang ironwood contains iron. Such a large piece of Tianyang ironwood.
It weighs tens of thousands of pounds at the very least.
Tens of thousands of pounds. Even if they let a Saint Realm powerhouse like Chu Mingyang carry it, I'm afraid it's going to be a real struggle.
2.
It couldn't have lasted very long.
Yi Linfan went so far as to say that he wanted to carry this tens of thousands of pounds all the way back.
This is too much of a stretch.
But, Xu Yenyun quickly stopped talking, because Yi Linfan had already carried all the firewood on his back.
And look at him, very relaxed,
carrying these tens of thousands of pounds of firewood.
It's like nothing. Chu Yenyun and Lianren kept gulping as they watched. They hadn't thought about it. The seemingly skinny and weak Yi Linfan.
The strength of the physical body was surprisingly so strong. Whenever they already felt that they had a clear understanding of Yi Linfan's strength. But the other side refreshes their perceptions over and over again.
Keep shocking them. Let's go. To the Valley of Extinction.
Yi Linfan said as he carried firewood on his back.
Chu Yenyun and Lianren sniffed and hurriedly followed.
In the middle of this dangerous,
barren mountain,
it was better to follow Yi Linfan closely.
Once you fall off the wagon, then you'll lose your life. Valley of Extinction.
In the southernmost part of the barren mountains, the three of them walked for more than an hour before reaching the mouth of the Extinction Valley.
What made Chu Yenyun and Lianren incomparably impressed was this.
Yi Linfan unexpectedly carried these firewood for more than an hour without taking a single break.
It's really shocking.
Yi Linfan didn't know what was on the minds of the two.
He said to Lianren, Miss Li, this is the Valley of Extinction. Lianren looked up.
Only within this valley,
floating in a sky-high cloud of turquoise poisonous smoke. This is the very miasma that contains the poison. These miasmas are smoke though.
But it was like substance, even though the wind was howling in the valley.
But it still can't blow the miasma halfway.
Mr. Yi,
how do we get in? Lianren asked with a grave expression on his face. There's a miasma here.
Yi Linfan shouldn't just go straight in like this.
However, Yi Linfan's answer still disappointed her. Just go right in. I've been here before and nothing happened at all.
Yi Linfan said without a care in the world.
Did you not see the smoke? Lianren asked with wide eyes. You mean all that smoke? When I go in,
all that smoke will disperse, so you can rest assured. Yi Linfan said slowly.
Having said that,
he lifted his foot and walked into the Valley of Extinction.
Chu Yenyun and Lianren didn't dare to delay, hurrying to follow suit as well. It's done.
In the middle of this barren mountain,
only by following Yi Linfan closely would there be a chance of survival.
So which Jedi did Yi Linfan go to?
They just had to follow. Into the Valley of Extinction.
Chu Yenyun and Lianren then felt an aura of death and despair come over them.
They suddenly felt overwhelmed, because the body can't absorb any more aura. You know, for them martial artists, the body absorbed aura as if it were breathing normally. Now the body suddenly can't breathe.
It's natural to feel very uncomfortable.
They soon realized.
It turned out that within the Extinction Valley,
there wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. Until this moment, they just reacted. No wonder it's called the Valley of Extinction. There's no aura. All natural things were exterminated. At this point, Yi Linfan had already stepped into the miasma. Sure enough, as he walked in, the surrounding miasma all dispersed in droves. In front of them, a path appeared. Follow me. It's a little hard to get around in here,
Yi Linfan said slowly. What he means by hard to walk.
In fact, inside the Valley of Extinction, there's no road at all. This place is arguably never visited, so the footing is endless weeds. Underneath the weeds, there are unseen deep pits.
That's why Yi Linfan reminded them so. With that, the three of them walked deeper and deeper towards the valley.
Due to the smoke and miasma on both sides, so Chu Yenyun and Lianren didn't know the direction at all, just blindly following Yi Linfan all the way forward. The road is hard. On several occasions,
they accidentally stepped in deep puddles,
almost fell off. But, with Yi Linfan's reminder,
plus they were martial artists themselves,
after having a defense, nature does not fall into traps.
The three of them walked for a full half hour afterward. Yi Linfan finally stopped.
Here it is. The 10,000 years yin yang grass is right there, he said, pointing ahead. Lianren looked up, only to see that on the rock wall not far away,
there was indeed a herb with 12 fiery red leaves growing. It was generally the same as the characteristics of the 10,000 years of yin yang grass.
Great! It really is the 10,000 years yin yang grass, Lianren said with immense excitement.
With this 10,000-year-old yin yang grass,
not only can you detoxify Li Qingyang, and there's no need to marry Fan Jian. Mr. Yi, could I trouble you to pick it for me? Li Anren said with immense excitement. As agitated as she was, she still maintained a shred of sanity. Realize there's miasma all around. If you reach out yourself and get infected with the miasma, that would be certain death. Okay, hold on. Yi Linfan didn't ask much and directly agreed. Picking herbs is just a handful anyway. In his opinion, Li Anren was the daughter of the city lord of Falling Cloud City. Now he was acquainted with Chu Mingyang. If we were to get on good terms with the city lord again, in the future, he would have another backer in this world. It's the backbone. The more the merrier. Of course, he reached out and pulled down the 10,000 years yin-yang grass. Li Anren immediately took out a cloth bag from his body and carefully wrapped the 10,000 years yin-yang grass. It was the most important thing for her at the moment. There really is no room for error. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Li Anren said heartily. It's just a show of hands. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. Li Anren sniffed and revealed a hint of admiration. Not bad for a tall man, doing things that others simply cannot do, in his eyes. But it was just a show of hands. Such a gap in realms was simply too great. Let's go then, Yi Linfan said slowly. An hour later, in the middle of the barren mountain, 3 figures walked out. These 3 people were none other than Yi Linfan's trio. Mr. Yi, I really thank you this time, Li Anren said gratefully. Ms. Li is polite. We are all friends. It's only right to help each other. Yi Linfan said. You consider me a friend? Li Anren asked with a twinkle in his eye. She hadn't expected that someone as powerful as Yi Linfan's strength would be willing to be friends with her. It's just a really incredible thing. You should know that many people who are strong are very arrogant. They simply don't care to be around the weak. Yi Linfan, on the other hand, was different. It made her feel a little flattered. Sure, Yi Linfan said without hesitation. Mr. Yi, am I your friend? Just then, a voice drifted over. Chapter 65, White Jade Coldwood. Chapter 65, White Jade Coldwood. Mr. Yi, am I your friend? A voice came through. The one who spoke was none other than Chu Yen-yun. At this point, she had a look of resignation on her face. She saw that Yi Linfan actually treated Li Anren, who she had just met, as a friend. And he clearly knew Yi Linfan earlier. Yi Linfan, however, had never said that he considered her a friend. This made Chu Yen-yun's heart feel bad. Of course it is. You're all my friends, Yi Linfan said with a smile. That's a relief. Chu Yen-yun's face instantly turned cloudy and became a laughing nightmare. Yi Linfan's heart couldn't help but jump a little when he saw this. Chu Yen-yun was already very pretty. Now smile like that. It was even 3 times prettier than usual. However, Yi Linfan quickly suppressed such thoughts. He knew it in his heart. Chu Yen-yun is a proud daughter of heaven. It was unlikely that he would look at a commoner like him. As for why Chu Yen-yun liked to run to his house for 3 days, Yi Linfan was clear in his heart. Of course it's because it's good to make your own food. Li Anren sighed in his heart when he saw Chu Yen-yun's expression. It seemed that Chu Yen-yun had completely fallen. But, Yi Linfan was so powerful. Wanting to match Chu Yen-yun was completely more than enough. On the contrary, Chu Yen-yun was not necessarily worthy of Yi Linfan yet. She hadn't realized it until now. Chu Yen-yun's comment that she was not worthy of Yi Linfan was very reasonable. The 3 of them returned to Yi Linfan's residence. Li Anren called the maid out. As the barren mountains are too dangerous, that's why Li Anren left his maid at Yi Linfan's house. Mr. Yi, I would like to take my leave first. My father is in dire need of the 10,000 years yin-yang grass to cure his poison. Li Anren spoke up. Okay, Ms. Li, make yourself at home. Yi Linfan nodded and said. Li Anren turned away. The entrance to the small courtyard. Only Yi Linfan and Chu Yen-yun were left. Where is Ms. Chu planning to go? Yi Linfan asked. Why don't I still come and sit at your house? Chu Yen-yun said after some thought. Sure. Yi Linfan naturally wouldn't refuse. Such a great beauty volunteered to be a guest in her own home. No man in his right mind would say no. Yi Linfan would be no exception. And the reason why Chu Yen-yun intended to continue following Yi Linfan, apart from wanting to spend more time with Yi Linfan, she still preferred to stay at Yi Linfan's home. After all, within Yi Linfan's residence, the aura was too rich. Places like this, it was something that no martial artist could refuse. If you can't find a legitimate reason, Chu Yen-yun couldn't wait to live in Yi Linfan's house and not leave. But, they are, after all, different men and women. Chu Yen-yun had to pay attention to her reputation after all. The 2 returned to Yi Linfan's house and came inside. When Chu Yen-yun came in, she was incomparably intoxicated by the feeling of aura on her face. It's such a great feeling, so good that she couldn't leave. Ms. Chu, please have a seat. Yi Linfan said. Just sit down. Only then did Chu Yen-yun notice that there was a large piece of wood sitting in the living room. The piece of wood is rectangular in shape.
A soft white light emanated from his body. There was even a slight chill emanating from it. This is white jade cold wood. Xu Yenyun's eyes widened. White jade cold wood. It is also one of the 10 most sacred trees in the world. The degree of preciousness was in no way inferior to the heavenly sun ironwood. White jade cold wood is a very important material for practicing kung fu. If a martial artist who cultivated cold and ice spiritual power wore the white jade cold wood, even if it was just as small as the size of a small thumb, white jade cold wood, it was also able to increase the speed of cultivation by about 2 to 3 times. It's safe to say, even if it's just a small section of white jade cold wood, it's also worth its weight in gold and has a price tag. If there is a small section of white jade cold wood flowing out, it will attract countless people to fight for it, and even set off a bloodbath. Xu Yenyun didn't think about it. It was surprising that there was such a large piece of white jade cold wood here. Just this piece of white jade cold wood alone was enough to make Yi Linfan rich. Mr. Yi, what are you using this piece of white jade cold wood for? Xu Yenyun asked curiously. I'm going to make a piano out of it. Yi Linfan replied. You still know the piano? Xu Yenyun asked in surprise. A little bit. Yi Linfan said with a smile. That's great. Will you play it for me next time I come? Xu Yenyun asked with incomparable anticipation. No problem. My zither will be ready soon, and I'll be sure to stroke one for you then. Yi Linfan nodded and said, that's a deal. Xu Yenyun said happily. To be able to have the man you admire play a song for you, it's really a treat. Not to mention, this man, or an immortal from the immortal world. Xu Yenyun chatted with Yi Linfan here for more than an hour before leaving to her heart's content. After she left, Yi Linfan took out his carving knife and continued the carving business. He was going to try to carve the instrument in the next few days. At this time, Lianren had already returned to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was located in the very center of Falling Cloud City. It was also the most luxurious building in Falling Cloud City. The City Lord's mansion covered an extremely large area. It's hundreds of acres. The fence was a full 5 meters or so high, and each brick was surprisingly stacked with incomparably valuable white jade sweat bricks. There are 2 stone lions placed at the entrance that are about 3 meters high and are incredibly powerful. Even the doors are made of gilded gold. I can say that it is golden and looks unbelievably dazzling. Lianren walked to the front door. The subordinate who watched the door immediately greeted Lianren when he saw him. Missy, you're back. Lianren didn't say anything, just nodded and entered. Naturally, she couldn't be pleasant to an underling. Lianren crossed the front yard and came to a room in the backyard. In front of the room stood a middle-aged woman. This middle-aged woman was about 35 or 36 years old, windy and graceful. Between his eyebrows and eyes, he resembled Lianren by 7 points. She was none other than Lianren's mother. It was also the wife of the city lord of Falling Cloud City, Mo Qingyan. Anren, you're back. When Mo Qingyan saw Lianren, a hint of relief appeared on her sorrowful face. Did you think I had run away from the wedding? Lianren asked with a smile. I know you don't want to, and I wouldn't blame you even if you skipped the wedding, Mo Qingyan said with a sigh. Mother, what happened to father? Lianren asked as he walked over. It's not going well. The doctor said the poison has entered the bloodstream, and if there's no antidote, he won't live more than 7 days. Mo Qingyan sighed and said with incomparable sadness. Mother, don't worry. I've found a way to save father. Lianren said. Anren, I know you don't want to marry into the Fan family, but don't mess around and jeopardize your father's life. Mu Qingyan said with a face full of disbelief. She knew how powerful the poison of Wakimi Blossom was. Except for the 10,000 years of yin yang grass, there is no medicine to cure it. As for the 10,000 years yin yang grass, only the Fan family had it. How could Lianren have the means to save Li Qingyang? Mother, believe me, I really do. Lianren shook his head helplessly. Without further ado, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Chapter 66, I can save you. Chapter 66, I can save you. Anren, why are you messing around with this kid? Mu Qingyan said with great dissatisfaction. She was too late to stop Lianren. Only helplessly did he follow. Come into the room, only to see a 45 or so year old, rather handsome-looking middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the ground. This middle-aged man was handsome though, but there was no semblance of blood on his face, and he was incredibly pale, and a face full of pain. It's like having a very serious illness. This middle-aged man was none other than the city lord of Falling Cloud City, Li Qingyang. At this point, Li Qingyang was already deeply poisoned. You can lose your life anytime, anywhere. Daddy! Lianren stepped forward and called out softly. It was very heartbreaking for her to see her father in this state. At the same time, she was very grateful in her heart. Luckily, he had met Yi Linfan. Otherwise, to save my father, she also had no choice but to marry someone she didn't love. And then it's all over for the rest of my life in endless agony. Li Qingyang slowly opened his eyes when he heard the sound. He smiled and said, "So it's Enran who has returned. You need not marry into the Fan family. It's fine with me, but it's just a death. When I die, the position of the Lord of Falling Cloud City, it's up to you to do it." Hear that? Li Anrun's eyes reddened. It seems that my father still loves me. Surprisingly, I would rather sacrifice my life, nor would I like to see her jump into the fire. Husband, how can you say such foolish things? Mu Qingyan asked with a blush. To know, there were many people who were very jealous of the position of the city lord of Falling Cloud City. This was because Li Qingyang was powerful, so no one dared to covet it. If Li Qingyang dies, Anjan Li succeeded him. With her strength, it was impossible to calm the situation. It might be thrown down soon, and Li Qingyang has been the city lord for so many years, and there are definitely no shortage of enemies. If he dies, I'm afraid that Mu Qingyan and Li Anrun's days will definitely not be any better. Qingyan, I have decided that Anrun's happiness is more important than my life, Li Qingyang said very weakly. Was saying. He suddenly coughed violently. From coughing so much, by the end of the day, he even spat out a mouthful of blood, and his blood wasn't red. Instead, it's black. As soon as the black blood hit the ground, surprisingly quickly, a large chunk of the ground eroded away. It's striking. The black blood surprisingly had a floral scent. The scent washed up into his nose, mesmerizing when you first smell it, but when you smell it again, it makes you feel dizzy and nauseous. It could be seen how overbearing this Wakimi blossom poison was. Husband, are you okay? Mu Qingyan exclaimed. She rushed forward and supported Li Qingyang. I'm fine. My mind is made up anyway, so don't try to talk me out of it, Li Qingyang said with a feeble wave of his hand. When Mu Qingyan heard this, she could only die and bite her lips. No longer speaking, she knew very well in her heart that Li Qingyang's mind was made up. No amount of persuasion will help. Father, don't worry, I can cure your poison, Li Anrun said slowly. What's wrong with you kids? Why are you still joking around until now? Mu Qingyan said with some anger. Anrun, I know that you're eager to save me, only that the 10,000-year yin-yang grass is only available in the Fan family, so it's impossible for you to save me. Li Qingyang sighed and said slowly. Who said that the 10,000 years yin-yang grass is only found in the Fan family? Li Anrun said dismissively. In the entire world, aside from the Fan family, there is no one else who would still have this. This is the 10,000-year yin-yang grass? As Li Qingyang was speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. It turned out that Li Anrun pulled out a herb out. This herb has 12 leaves. Each leaf is a fiery red. It was like a ball of flame. It was the 10,000 years of yin-yang grass. As soon as the 10,000 years yin-yang grass was taken out, the entire room was instantly filled with an incomparably strong medicinal scent. This medicinal scent drilled into his nose. It's invigorating to hear. It instantly dissolved the lingering aroma of Wakimi's blossoms in the air without a trace. Father, do you think this is it? Li Anrun asked with a smile. That's right. There's no mistaking it. It's indeed the 10,000 years yin-yang grass. Li Qingyang's pale face revealed a hint of ecstasy. It's really a mountain of doubt. A willow of light. It had been thought that I was bound to die. Now there was suddenly a hope of survival. Spare him the many years of cultivation and his mind was as solid as a rock. At this moment, he also couldn't help but be incredibly excited. A hint of redness unexpectedly surged on his originally bloodless face. Enran, where did you get this? Mu Qingyan asked in surprise. Mother, don't worry about that for now. It's better to decoct the herbs into a potion for father to take, Li Anrun immediately said. That's right. I'm all confused. Hurry up and give me the herbs. Mu Qingyan slapped her forehead and said. She immediately took the 10,000 years yin-yang grass, turned around, and left. Decocting herbs is a very long process. Li Qingyang's life is at stake though, but not so much that it won't last the time it takes to decoct a medicine. So Li Anrun wasn't too worried. It just sat silently beside Li Qingyang, waiting for Mu Qingyan to send the herbs over. A full hour later, a medicinal scent wafted in through the door. Mu Qingyan walked in with a bowl. The bowl of herbs is not as black as regular herbs. Instead, it's red. It's like blood. Only this bowl of herbs didn't have the sickening smell of blood. Instead, it wafts a haunting, ethereal scent. It smells so good. When I take a whiff of it, I feel much better. It seems that the medicinal power of the 10,000 years yin-yang grass is really powerful, Li Qingyang said as he looked at the medicine in the bowl with glowing eyes. This is the medicine that will keep him alive. Couldn't help but be excited. Husband, it's time to drink the medicine. Mu Qingyan handed over the medicine bowl. Li Qingyang took it and drank the medicine in the bowl in one gulp. After the potion goes down, he immediately closed his eyes and began to refine the medicinal power. Anrun, let's go out and not disturb your father, Mu Qingyan said. The medicinal power of the 10,000 years yin-yang grass was very powerful. It would take some time for Li Qingyang to fully refine it.
Lianren nodded and left the room with Mu Qingyan. Time passes at a leisurely pace. Soon the sun was setting in the west and it was evening. Mu Qingyan and Lianren had been waiting outside the standing room. There was a hint of worry and anxiety on their faces. Although the 10,000 years yin yang grass can cure the poison of wakimi blossom, but there is always an eventuality in everything. In case Li Qingyang fails to detoxify the poison, then it's all for naught. Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew. The door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A hearty, maniacal laugh came from inside the house. Great! My poison is finally broken. The words fell. Only Li Qingyang slowly walked out of the house. Chapter 67 Visiting a Higher Power. Chapter 67 Visiting a Higher Power. At this time, Li Qingyang had completely lost his sickly appearance from earlier. He was red-faced and refreshed, coupled with his already handsome face. A middle-aged man who exudes charisma. If he was placed in the world before Yi Linfan crossed over, such an aura, paired with his status as a city lord, it would definitely make a large number of wistful teenage girls fall head over heels in love with it. No way. A good-looking guy can just do whatever he wants. Daddy, are you okay? Lianren immediately greeted him and asked. This question of hers was, of course, superfluous. Just caring is not good enough. Everyone subconsciously asks this question. I'm fine. It's really thanks to you bringing back the 10,000 years of yin-yang grass, or else you really would have had to marry that fellow Fan Jian. Li Qingyang touched Lianren's head and said with incomparable emotion, without this 10,000-year-old yin-yang grass, Lianren really had to make very cruel choices. It was either that or watch Li Qingyang die. It was either that or sacrifice herself and marry Fan Jian. Either way, all extremely painful and cruel. I'm glad you're okay. I don't have to marry Fan Jian now, do I? Lianren asked slowly. Of course there's no need. How is the district Fan Jian worthy of my daughter? Li Qingyang said with a cold snort. Great. I finally don't have to marry. Lianren said with immense joy. It's been a while. She's been moping around because she's getting married. Now the dilemma is finally solved. She finally didn't have to tear up and get depressed over it. Anren, where did you get this 10,000 years yin-yang grass from? Li Qingyang asked curiously. It was important to know that the 10,000 years of yin-yang grass was incredibly precious, even the Fan family. It was also many years ago that one was obtained by chance, and because of that, it was the Fan family that used this matter to coerce Li Qingyang into a marriage. That's why he was curious. Who on earth could be so generous? Surprisingly, he gave such a precious 10,000 years yin-yang grass to Lianren. Could that person have ulterior motives? Or with the entire Li family having ulterior motives? For Li Qingyang to be able to become the city lord of Falling Cloud City, he naturally wouldn't be an idle person. The mind, cultivation, and intellect are all absolutely superior. Thinking about things is naturally a bit more complicated than ordinary people. It was given to me by a man of high rank. Lianren replied. A tall man? What kind of tall man? Li Qingyang asked suspiciously. Where in this world would there be any high people? Could it be that the person deliberately deceived Lianren? If that's the case, well, you can't be too nice to that guy. Think about it. A cold glint flashed through Li Qingyang's eyes. That high person's surname is Yi. It was Chu Yen-yun who brought me to him, and I've heard that even Xu Mingyang holds him in high regard. Lianren said slowly. What? It's true? Li Qingyang and Mu Qingyan almost didn't drop their jaws when they heard this. Xu Mingyang was the dean of the Martial Arts Academy. The status and position were not inferior to Li Qingyang. There were actually people in this world who could make even Xu Mingyang worship them. It seemed that the man was very uncomplicated indeed. After all, with Xu Mingyang's strength, trying to hoodwink him, not at all. It seemed that the tall man Lianren had spoken of did have two skills. You hurry up and tell me what's going on, Li Qingyang immediately said. It's like this. Just now I ran into Chu Yen-yun. Lianren told Li Qingyang everything that had happened. After all was said and done, Li Qingyang and Mu Qingyan both sucked in a breath of cool air. The courtyard was so rich in spiritual qi that it was comparable to a cave. The chickens raised turned out to be ancient beasts. The peaches planted were surprisingly also spirit peaches. You don't need any protection to come and go in the middle of a barren mountain. Such strength is simply unheard of. And it sounds so incredible, too. Is it true what you say? Li Qingyang asked with some disbelief. Father, look at my cultivation. Lianren immediately released his cultivation. She had just released it to Mu Qingyan. It was not shown to Li Qingyang. You broke through to the 9th level of the transformation realm? Li Qingyang's voice was an octave higher, and even his voice became somewhat incomparably shrill. It was too much of a surprised reaction. To know, before Lianren went out, he was still only at the 4th level of the realm of transformation. Take a trip out. Come back and break through 5 realms, even the most demonic geniuses. It's also unlikely that the breakthrough will be that fast. How did you break through?
Li Qingyang asked with wide eyes. I ate Mr. Ye's spirit peaches and made a breakthrough.
Li Anren said somewhat helplessly. Breaking through is just too easy. It's as simple as eating and drinking.
I didn't expect that there would be such a high-level person outside of Falling Cloud City.
But I never knew about it. What a blunder.
Li Qingyang said with a long sigh. If he had known this high man earlier,
maybe it wouldn't have been such a disaster today. Husband, shouldn't we hurry up and pay a visit? After all, people are within the boundaries of Falling Cloud City. Mu Qingyan said.
Your ladyship is right.
A visit is in order. I'll go tomorrow. Li Qingyang immediately said. By now it was evening. Naturally, it's not a good time to visit relatives and guests. Only until early tomorrow morning. Anren, you can take me tomorrow.
Li Qingyang said slowly.
I know. Of course Li Anren wouldn't refuse. Such a tall man. Certainly need to be well befriended. If Li Qingyang could make friends with Yi Linfan,
it was also a great thing for the Li family.
Time passes in an instant. It soon arrived the next day.
In front of Yi Linfan's small courtyard,
there are two men standing. A man and a woman. The man is a middle-aged man, but very handsome, properly a charming uncle.
The woman was very young and very good-looking, with the best looks and temperament. These two were dressed in very expensive clothes. One look and you know they come from a big family.
These two were none other than Li Qingyang and Li Anren. Father, don't forget what I told you. Li Anren admonished. Got it. You've said it dozens of times along the way. This Mr. Yi likes people to treat him as a mortal. Don't ever bring up cultivation in front of him.
Li Qingyang shook his head helplessly and said.
That's right. Don't forget. If we make Mr. Yi angry, we'll all be finished. Li Anren said.
A strong man who could come and go as he pleased in the barren mountains.
It's not something that the Li family in the district can resist. Don't worry. I won't talk nonsense. Let's go inside.
Li Qingyang said with a solemn nod.
Li Anren was about to knock on the door. Say at this point.
Suddenly a voice came.
City Lordly. Li Anren. What brings you here? Chapter 68, Under the Illusion. Chapter 68, Under the Illusion. Li Qingyang and Li Anren looked up,
only to see that the one who spoke was none other than Chu Mingyang.
Behind him, there was Chu Yen-yun. So it's Dean Chu. How have you been?
Li Qingyang immediately went forward to greet him.
The two could be said to be the highest-ranking people in Falling Cloud City. You could say sympathetic. Farewell. City Lordly. I heard that you were poisoned some time ago, but now you seem to have recovered greatly.
Chu Mingyang said with a smile.
Yeah, thanks to Miss Chu.
Li Qingyang gratefully looked at Chu Yen-yun.
Thanks to her. What's going on? Chu Mingyang froze and asked. Here's the thing. Li Anren went up and told him what had happened. So that's how it is. Mr. Yi is always able to perform things that are difficult for normal people to do.
Chu Mingyang said with incomparable admiration.
Being able to come and go in the middle of a barren mountain without any protection. Under the whole world. I'm afraid that only Yi Linfan alone can do it. That's why I'm here today specifically to thank Mr. Yi.
Li Qingyang said slowly.
In that case, let's go in together. Chu Mingyang nodded and said. What is Dean Chu doing here today looking for Mr. Yi? Li Qingyang asked curiously. Come for dinner.
Chu Mingyang said with a smile.
Coming to dinner? Hear that. Li Qingyang froze, somewhat puzzled.
Chu Mingyang was at least the dean of the hallowed martial arts academy.
I can't believe I made a special trip here for a meal. This is too much of a stretch. But, Li Qingyang didn't ask much. By the way, City Lordly, you know Mr. Ye's taboo, right? Chu Mingyang suddenly asked. Knowing that, Mr. Yi likes people to treat him like a normal person. Li Qingyang nodded and said. It's good to know. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise once Mr. Yi gets very angry, the consequences will be very serious.
Chu Mingyang said slowly.
Is Mr. Yi home?
Chu Yen-yun stood at the entrance of the courtyard and shouted loudly.
It didn't take long.
A young man came out of the house. This young man was none other than Yi Linfan. Li Qingyang looked at this Yi Linfan and silently frowned. The young man looked flat. Both the looks and the temperament are too ordinary. And there was no power fluctuation at all in his body. It looks distinctly ordinary. Is this the one they say is a high-ranking person? Could there be a mistake? It was also fortunate that Yi Linfan didn't know Li Qingyang's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have said, I'm really not a tall man. I'm just a regular guy. Dean Chu. Miss Chu. You're here. Miss Li is also here. This is... Yi Linfan walked over and saw Li Qingyang and asked. Li Qingyang was the city lord of Falling Cloud City. It's rare for ordinary folk to see him. Yi Linfan was naturally no exception. Mr. Yi, this is my father. Li Anren said. Yi Linfan's face flashed with a hint of shock when he heard this. I didn't expect this good-looking uncle. Surprisingly, it was Li Qingyang, the city lord of Falling Cloud City. Another bigot. And it was still a big brother who was not inferior to Chu Mingyang at all. No wonder Li Anren looked so pretty. turns out genes are just too powerful. Yi Linfan's heart was a little excited. He's been getting to know the big boys a bit too much lately. Except for Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang, and Lin Langtian. Getting to know these bigwigs is very important to him. Yi Linfan secretly made plans in his heart. This is a meal that must be done right today. Just keep the big boys well fed and watered. You'll cover yourself well from now on. With these big men covering themselves, one will be able to live longer in this dangerous world. So it's city lordly. What a disrespect. It seems that your poison has been lifted. It's really great. Please come in. Yi Linfan smiled and opened the door to the courtyard. The crowd walked slowly in. Li Qingyang just walked in. One could feel an incomparably rich aura coming over one's face, due to the aura being too dense. Surprisingly, it choked him for a moment. A huge amount of aura entered his body. He felt that the spiritual energy in his body had actually begun to grow slowly. The aura here is really thick. If I could live here every day, I'm afraid it will only take 3 to 5 years. He himself would be able to break through to the 9th level of the Saint Realm, right? To know, at the usual rate of cultivation, if Li Qingyang wanted to break through to the 9th level of the Saint Realm, he would need around 25 to 30 years at the very least. The aura here, it was enough to shorten his cultivation time by 10 times. It could be seen that the richness of the aura here had already reached a shocking level. It looks like Enron didn't lie to me. This Yi Linfan really wasn't simple. Otherwise, nor would they live in such a cavernous place. Soon, Li Qingyang was then attracted to the peach tree in the corner. Just see this peach tree branching out. And there are countless peaches growing on it. There were 500 or 600 peaches. These peaches, all red and moist, look full and juicy, and it has a mesmerizingly fresh scent. Sure enough, it's the spirit peach. Li Qingyang secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. Didn't realize. It's surprising that there are so many spiritual peaches here. These spiritual peaches, take one out at random. All of them can be sold at sky-high prices. A random stray. All of them can cause a bloody mess. It's safe to say, spiritual peaches are definitely very rare. But here it is. And yet it seems extremely commonplace. Just for the tree full of spiritual peaches alone, Li Qingyang had already developed a trace of awe towards Yi Linfan. Coo. Just then, an old hen walks past the crowd. Everyone stopped in fear and stood carefully in place. It's made by an ancient beast. Never mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it either. Li Shenyang also remembered Li Anrun's words. Could it be that the ancient beast she was talking about was this old hen? He subconsciously looked away. The old hen, who had been looking down for food, seemed to notice that someone was looking at her. It snapped its head up, just in time to meet Li Qingyang at eye level. Shasta. It was as if heaven and earth had stood still. It was as if time no longer flowed. Only one person and one chicken were left looking at each other in deep affection. When Li Qingyang saw the old hen's gaze, his body instantly became as if he was electrocuted and began to tremble violently. Of course he wasn't really electrocuted. Rather, it's out of fear. For he saw that the old hen's eyes were filled with an endless sea of fire. It was as if the endless sea of fire was capable of burning itself to ashes, though knowing full well that he was in an illusion. But the body could still feel the pain of being burned. The pain, literally, goes deep into the soul. City lordly, what's wrong with you? Just then, one person pushed Li Qingyang. Only then did he pull Li Qingyang out of the illusion. Li Qingyang also instantly returned to reality. The sea of fire in the sky finally disappeared. All the pain in his body also disappeared. Li Qingyang looked up. The person who pushed him was none other than Yi Linfan. It turned out that Yi Linfan saw that Li Qingyang's body suddenly trembled. Thought the other person was suddenly uncomfortable. That's why it pushed the other guy. City lordly, are you alright? Is it possible that the poison wasn't cleaned out and left behind after effects? Yi Linfan asked with a frown. Chapter 69, Blood Money. Chapter 69, Blood Money. Yi Linfan was aware that Li Qingyang had been poisoned before. Now Li Qingyang was suddenly out of sorts. It must be because the previous poison wasn't clean. Yi Linfan still had some confidence in his medical skills. If Li Qingyang really still has poison that hasn't been solved, he could help cure it. Though, the crowd certainly knew what was going on with Li Qingyang's reaction just now. To know, when Chu Mingyang first came here, the first time I saw this old hen, I had the same reaction. Ever since that time, he never dared to look at the old hen again, and he knows it well, except for this old hen, that carp in the pond over there. And the same goes for the ancient beasts. My poison is out. I'm fine, Li Qingyang said in a hurry. He knew that Yi Linfan liked being an ordinary person. Naturally, they would not dare to reveal the true identity of the old hen. After all was said and done, he stole a glance at the old hen. By now the old hen was far away, and still foraging on the ground. It looks as good as a real old hen. But Li Qingyang didn't dare to take a second look. He looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe.
At this point, his mind was beyond certain and there was no longer any doubt. Yi Linfan was truly a supreme master. Otherwise, how could such an ancient divine beast be willing to be his pet? Just then, a very cute little white cat came along. It is none other than White. Li Qingyang almost didn't faint when he saw Xiao Bai. This is actually a descendant of the ancient divine beast White Tiger, though not a proper ancient beast like the old hen. But it's been amazing. Could it be that this Mr. Yi was planning to keep all the ancient four divine beasts as pets? It was also fortunate that Chu Mingyang didn't tell him. There's actually a real dragon hiding in this yard. Otherwise, Li Qingyang will faint from fear. But he no longer dared to look at Xiao Bai again, afraid of falling back into the illusion. It's good that nothing's wrong, so let's go inside. Yi Linfan heard this, so he nodded and said. The crowd followed Yi Linfan into the room. The old hen that had been foraging for food raised her head. It said helplessly, "It's such a headache now that everyone knows who I am. It's because you're so arrogant." Carp jumped out of the pond and smiled. A mere mortal dares to look directly at me, so of course I have to teach them a lesson. The old hen said with immense pride. It doesn't matter, as long as the master doesn't know who we are. Carp said with a grin. It served as a dragon drawn by Yi Linfan. Nature has always been so jumpy. Do you think that with the master's strength, he would not know our true form? Just then, the big yellow dog spoke up. The words, said all the animals shut up. Yeah, with the master's strength how could he not know their true form? What dog means is that master is actually reluctant to tear us down? Carp asked in a hushed voice. That's right, the master himself likes to be an ordinary person, so naturally he also wants to keep us as ordinary pets, and it's just a matter of us accompanying him in his play. The big yellow dog said faintly. It's the strongest. There is absolute authority in this yard. So, when it speaks, the other animals agreed. Since the owner prefers to spend time with people as an ordinary person, then they, the pets, naturally could only cooperate. All right, do what you have to do, the big yellow dog said faintly. The old hen, the carp and the little white sniffed and dared not speak again. All went about their business. From the outside looking in, this is an ordinary farmhouse. Inside the house, Yi Linfan and the crowd sat down separately. Mr. Yi, I'm here to express my gratitude this time, Li Qingyang said gratefully. If it wasn't for that 10,000-year-old yin yang grass, he doesn't know what will become of him now. You're welcome, City Lordly, but it's just a matter of going up to the mountains to pick herbs. It's just a matter of lifting a finger. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. For him, going to a deserted mountain to pick up herbs couldn't be easier. When the crowd heard this, an expression of incomparable admiration appeared on their faces. Not bad for a tall man, something that is difficult to do in the eyes of others. In his case, it turned out to be just a show of hands. This is a small token of my appreciation, so please smile. Li Qingyang took out a small porcelain bottle and said, What is this? Yi Linfan took it and asked curiously. He opened the porcelain bottle directly. The crowd quickly physically shook, because a cold air floated out from inside the porcelain vase. This cold aura came out. It made the temperature inside the house drop a lot. But, the people present were all people with not weak cultivation. Such a chill can't affect them. More importantly, this cold air contained an incomparably rich and clear scent. This fresh scent was refreshing for the crowd to smell. It smells so good. What is it? Yi Linfan asked with great interest. It's just a worthless trinket, Li Qingyang said with a smile. His smile was a little stiff, though, it's obvious to see. There was absolutely no way that what was contained in this porcelain vase was ordinary. City Lordly, I didn't expect you to be so willing to put down your blood, to give away Xian I's spiritual liquid. Chu Mingyang whispered in incomparable shock. They were afraid that Yi Linfan would hear them, so only whisper, because they knew Yi Linfan's temper very well. If you know it's precious, it is unlikely that it will be collected. The Xian I spiritual liquid was a treasure only found in the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, there is a piece of Xian I spirit milkstone. This spiritual milkstone drips out Xian I spiritual liquid all year round, only in very small quantities, only 10 drops a month. Every drop of Xian I spiritual liquid was incomparably precious. Drinking a drop of Xian I spiritual liquid would at the very least be able to increase one's spiritual energy by 5 years. How many drops do you have in this bottle? Chu Mingyang asked curiously. 3 drops, Li Qingyang said softly. He looks cloudy on the surface, but the twitching corners of his eyes betrayed his immensely needy heart. Chu Mingyang secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy really has a big hand. I can't believe I'm giving away 3 drops at once. Compared to Li Qingyang, the cold ice bead that Chu Mingyang sent last time was really a bit shabby. Yi Linfan looked inside the porcelain bottle. Only an unbelievably pure liquid flowed inside. These liquids are still bubbling. Ha! That drink looks familiar. Could it be? Yi Linfan's eyes widened. You want to taste it? Think about it. With a tilt, he drank all of the Xian Ice spiritual liquid from the porcelain bottle. Mr. Yi, don't. Seeing this, Li Qingyang was startled and hurriedly shouted to stop it. One must know that the medicinal effect of the Xian Ice spiritual liquid was very domineering. The cold air contained inside was enough to freeze a person into a popsicle. So, Li Qingyang only dared to take 1 drop of Xian Ice spiritual liquid each time. After taking it, it would also take hours to dissolve into the cold with psychic energy. Only then did he dare to run the Xian Ice spiritual liquid into his meridians and become one with his spiritual energy. This will allow the spiritual power to grow, and after taking a drop, at the very least, you have to wait 6 months before you can take the second drop. If taken continuously, the same would be true of freezing into a popsicle. If the strength is weak, for example, Li Enron, I'm afraid you'd have to take 1 drop a year to ensure there wasn't the slightest danger. And Yi Linfan had actually taken 3 drops at once. It's killing me. It's just a shame. It was too late for Li Qingyang to stop it. One could only watch as Yi Linfan drank all of the Xian Ice spirit liquid. Chapter 70 Xian Ice spiritual liquid. Chapter 70 Xian Ice spiritual liquid. When Li Qingyang saw this, his eyes went black, almost passed right out. It's over. I didn't expect a first meeting with a high-profile person, and it harmed the life of the higher power. I should have warned him ahead of time. The Xian Ice spiritual liquid was too overbearing. Whoever you are, you can only drink 1 drop. Drink 1 more drop. It's bound to freeze into an ice sculpture and die beyond repair. Even if Yi Linfan was strong, this one took 3 drops straight. The chances of surviving this are almost zero. Li Qingyang's heart was incomparably regretful. First meeting with a lifesaver, and it got the other guy killed. I'm afraid I'll have to spend the rest of my life in guilt. I said it looked like Sprite. I didn't realize it was really Sprite when I drank it. It was really good, but unfortunately it was just too little to drink. Just then, Yi Linfan's voice came through. Hear that voice? Li Qingyang's body shook dramatically. He looked up, only to see that Yi Linfan didn't do anything at all, and with a porcelain vase in his hand, constantly smacking his lips. It seemed to be recalling the flavor of the Xian Ice spiritual liquid. How is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible? Li Qingyang's mind went blank at this moment. It was the only voice in his head. His heart. Beyond shock, there was no other emotion. In this world, no one had ever been able to remain unharmed after drinking 3 drops of Xian Ice spiritual liquid. Yi Linfan was not only unprecedented. More so, there is no one after. It's not just Li Qingyang. The others were also dumbfounded as they looked at Yi Linfan. This was because they were also all very clear about the power of the Xian Ice spiritual liquid. Yi Linfan directly drank 3 drops. Not only is there nothing going on the contrary, it is still too much to drink. This is an inhuman performance, okay? However, Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun thought for a second. Yi Linfan was originally from the immortal realm. Isn't it normal to behave like this? Yi, Mr. Yi, are you okay? Li Qingyang asked cautiously. I'm not doing anything. What could I be doing? This Sprite is pretty good, just a little too little to drink. Yi Linfan shook his head and said, Mr. Yi, what is Sprite? Li Qingyang asked suspiciously. This is clearly the Xian Ice spiritual liquid. Yi Linfan actually called it Sprite. It puzzled him greatly. Sprite is something. He's never heard of it. Li Qingyang looked to the others. The others were also confused. Apparently, never heard of such a thing as Sprite either. Sprite is a drink from my world that I haven't had in a long time and I really miss it. An incomparably nostalgic look appeared on Yi Linfan's face. As a geek, how is it possible to resist the temptation of fat happy water? Mr. Yi, are you not from this world? Li Qingyang asked in surprise. It was the first time he had been a guest here. Naturally, he didn't know that Yi Linfan wasn't from this world. That's right, but I still hope that city Lord Li won't say anything. Yi Linfan didn't deny it either. You are not from this world. Are you from? Li Qingyang said with incomparable shock. Just then, Xu Mingyang suddenly coughed. Interrupted him. He looked up, only to see that Xu Mingyang was making fierce glances at him. That's when he reacted. He almost broke the taboo himself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. This Mr. Yi is definitely an immortal from the immortal world. If not immortal, how could one reside in such a cavernous place? If not immortal, how could those divine beasts be willing to be his pets? So he immediately changed his tone and said, Does Mr. Yi's hometown also have this? Yes, it's a very famous drink where I come from, and I often drink a whole bottle at a time. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. I can't believe I drank a whole bottle in one sitting and nothing happened. Could it be that such a precious Xian Ice spiritual liquid? Is it just something very common in the immortal world? Mr. Yi, is Sprite precious in your hometown? Li Qingyang asked curiously. In his opinion, The Xian'ai spiritual liquid was definitely something very precious. Even if Yi Linfan drank it often, that's also because he's honorable. That's why you can drink it so often. It's not expensive. Not expensive at all. Even kids can drink it and can't wait to drink a bottle every day. Yi Linfan shook his head and said, carbonated beverages are undoubtedly lethal to children. Although it is always said that carbonated drinks for kids are bad for their health, but there are still many kids who are attracted to carbonated beverages. That's a lot of words. It made the crowd even more shocked. The immortal world is worthy of being the immortal world. Even small children are so powerful. Surprisingly, he was able to drink the Xian'ai spiritual liquid as water. It was true that the gap between immortal and mortal was really as huge as a heavenly rift. Completely incomparable. I used to be very fond of Sprite as well, and I thank City Lordly for letting me taste the flavor of my hometown. Yi Linfan said very politely. Mr. Yi is polite. You are my savior. This is nothing. Li Qingyang immediately said. His heart was also very ecstatic at this time. This is a real immortal. It's just a shame that this Sprite is so little. It's totally unappealing, and I don't know when I'll get enough of it. Yi Linfan said with a long sigh. Li Qingyang's heart stirred when he heard this. Could this be immortal Yi hinting at me? Absolutely. He's the one who can be the city's lord. The mind is naturally incredibly clear. Yi Linfan's seemingly unintentional words. To his ears, it was something else. That must be the hint. It's up to me to get a handle on it. Li Qingyang, after thinking for a moment, finally made up his mind. Mr. Yi, this is a small matter. All these Sprite are flowing from a stone in my house. I will bring the stone over to you in a couple of days and just give it to you. Li Qingyang said slowly. That spiritual milk stone, though, was very precious, but was able to use it to befriend an immortal. Definitely a great deal. Daddy! Li Anren was taken aback. She hadn't thought that Li Qingyang would actually plan to give away the spiritual milkstone. This spiritual milkstone is the heirloom of the Li family. Li Qingyang easily gave it away like that. That's just sloppy. But Li Qingyang glared at her, signaling her to stop talking. Li Anren could only shut his mouth helplessly. Even Xu Mingyang's eyes widened in shock at the sight. This Li Qingyang is really big. Surprisingly, he was willing to give away such a precious spirit milkstone. How is this? Good. Yi Linfan hastily refused. Did nothing on his own. Just take what others have. It does seem a little bad. Mr. Yi is my savior. You can afford this gift, and it's not very precious, so I must ask you to smile. Li Qingyang said without hesitation. Immortal Yi is definitely testing me now to see if I really want to send something to him. If I show any hint of hesitation now, it was expected that he would be cut off from Immortal Yi in the future. That would be a real loss. Everyone looked at Yi Linfan. They were all curious as to whether Yi Linfan would accept or reject it. Chapter 71, Using 9 Heavenly Kings' Gold as a Pot. Chapter 71, Using 9 Heavenly Kings' Gold as a Pot. In that case, I'll be respectful. Yi Linfan said with a smile after thinking for a while. Since Li Qingyang was willing to give this to himself, then it shouldn't be anything precious, so he accepted it with peace of mind. Hearing Yi Linfan's words, the hearts of the crowd dropped, especially Chu Mingyang. Even more so, he looked at Li Qingyang with incomparable envy. Since Yi Linfan was willing to accept Li Qingyang's gift, that proves it. Li Qingyang had already entered into his eyes. Perhaps countless opportunities would be bestowed upon Li Qingyang in the future as well. The chance that Yi Linfan was willing to give. It could never be a normal chance. Just a single copy of the flying dragon in the sky picture given to him. It's precious enough. Instead, he had just given away a mediocre coal ice bead. It seems, it's still Li Qingyang who's smart. At first listen, I heard what Mr. Yi was implying. Looks like later, I also have to figure out what Mr. Yi is hinting at every now and then. Only this. That's what makes me invincible. Mr. Yi is polite. It's just a stone. Even though Li Qingyang's heart was dripping blood, he could only pretend to be generous. The others sniffed and the corners of their mouths kept twitching. Nice guy. The extreme spiritual milkstone was nothing more than a stone. Li Qingyang had kind of gone out on a limb this time. Especially Anren Li. The heart is dripping even more. She had started cultivating since she was a child by drinking the Xian'ai spiritual liquid. Of course I know how precious this item is. Later. No more Xian'ai spirit liquid to drink. She let out a long sigh in her mind. Alright, it's getting late. I should go cook. City Lordly. Miss Li, why don't you guys stay for a casual dinner? Yi Linfan said with a smile. Mr. Yi don't have to be polite. When Li Qingyang heard this, he subconsciously tried to refuse. However, Xu Mingyang suddenly coughed violently. What kind of person was Li Qingyang with a clear mind? It was quickly understood that Xu Mingyang was reminding him to agree. Although he didn't know why Xu Mingyang wanted him to agree to eat this meal, but he still changed his words and said, Mr. Yi is too polite. I happen to be hungry, so I'll stay and try your handiwork. No problem. Gentlemen, wait a moment. Yi Linfan nodded and said. Having said that, he then turned around and went to the back kitchen. Dean Chu, why do you want me to let stay?
Li Qingyang couldn't hold back the doubt in his heart and asked.
City lordly, wait in peace, stay and you will never be disappointed.
Xu Mingyang said with a mysterious face.
Seeing that Xu Mingyang had actually sold out, Li Shenyang could only wait helplessly at ease. Next, none of the people sat in the parlor talking. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. But, they don't feel awkward. Most of a martial artist's weekdays were spent in the midst of boring cultivation anyway. So, during this time of waiting, all four closed their eyes. Sit in position to practice. Anyway, the aura in here was much denser than outside. Practicing here. Strength is growing fast. Half an hour later, finally came Yi Linfan's voice. Coming. The crowd opened their eyes and looked.
Only Yi Linfan was seen carrying a cauldron and placing it on top of the table.
This cauldron at first glance, it's not much different than a regular cauldron.
But take a closer look.
Yet it seems to be very different, because the cauldron was surprisingly golden in color throughout.
It emanated an incomparably bright golden light.
Is Mr. Yip's handiwork that big? I can't believe you're making a pot out of gold.
The crowd's eyes glazed over at the sight.
But, Xu Mingyang quickly realized that something was wrong. Ha! This pot isn't made of gold, he said softly. Dean Shu has a good eye. Indeed, it's not made of gold.
I used nothing more than a metal that is very much like gold.
Yi Linfan said with a smile. Make pots out of gold. Does it look like?
He thought to himself with disdain.
You guys sit down and I'll get the dishes. Said. He turned again and went to the back kitchen. And what is this pot made of? Li Qingyang asked curiously. It seems to be 9 heavenly emperor gold.
Xu Mingyang swallowed his saliva and said with a face full of disbelief.
What? You're not mistaken. Li Qingyang exclaimed in shock. 9 heavenly kings gold. But it's the #1 metal in the world. It looks like gold though,
but it's actually 1,000 times more valuable than gold. A piece of 9 heavenly emperor gold the size of a thumbcap was worth tens of thousands of taels of gold at the very least. Use 9 heavenly kings gold to build armor. Even if it's only incorporated into a small piece, it will also keep you safe from all things.
9 heavenly emperor gold could be said to be a very rare item, even if it's only a thumb-cap-sized piece of 9 heavenly kings gold, and it's sure to make a bloody mess. Something to save your life. After all, it's the most precious. Just what the crowd didn't expect.
Yi Linfan unexpectedly had such a large piece of 9 heavens emperor gold here.
Even more over the top. Something so precious. Surprisingly, it was used for pots and pans. Such a handful. It's simply trenchant. Everyone's eyes glowed at the sight of the pot. If it wasn't for the fear of angering Yi Linfan, they really wanted to break a little bit of each back. Just then, Yi Linfan brought the dishes over and placed them on the table. He opened the lid of the pot. An unmistakable smoke rose from the pot, instantly filling the entire house. It made the crowd feel as if they were in a fairyland. A scent quickly rushed into the noses of the crowd. It lifted the spirits of the crowd to hear it. It smells so good. The scent, not just any scent. Rather, it's a scent that seeps into the soul. It made everyone feel their bodies float. It was like floating above the clouds. Incredibly cozy. The scent is already so tantalizing. The crowd was already getting very excited about the dish in the pot. They looked down into the pot. The first reaction was, what a beautiful dish. It's a pot of broth. The meat was sliced and very thin. Both the thickness and size are average, and thin to the point of transparency. It's like crystal. The white broth is mouth-watering, with some greens on the side. More than anything, it makes the pot of broth look appetizing. The people were all martial artists. The need for food is actually long gone, but after seeing this bowl of broth today, it tickled their long-lost cravings. Come on, you can start eating, Yi Linfan said. Then I'm welcome.
Xu Mingyang said first. He had eaten what Yi Linfan had made.
It's just a bowl of white porridge though, but enough to keep him coming back for more.
And he was strengthened by that bowl of white porridge. He immediately added a bowl full of broth and began to wolf it down.
As he ate, and screaming all the while, it's so good. It smells so good. Then I'm welcome to it.
Xu Yenyun did not lag behind and similarly served a bowl full of broth.
Again, he began to wolf it down. These grandchildren soon had their mouths full of oil. The two of them looked like this. Looking at Li Qingyang, the father and daughter were dumbfounded. Was this still the Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun they knew? Chapter 72, The Fragrance. Chapter 72, The Fragrance. Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun could both be people of status and position. Especially Xu Yenyun. It's very high-flying and ladylike on a regular basis. I didn't expect it today. I can't believe I ate all the grease for a bowl of broth. And not a care in the world. This made Li Qingyang and Li Anren feel very incredible. At the same time, it also made their hearts very unashamed of Xu Mingyang and Xu Yenyun's behavior. To kiss the immortal's ass. It's so exaggerated and contrived. Really don't want any of the martial artist's bones. I, Li Qingyang, am at least a 7-foot man. I jump off a mountain even if I starved to death. I wouldn't have made such a gesture. Li Qingyang thought darkly in his heart. City lordly, please. Yi Linfan's voice came through. Li Qingyang sniffed and only added a bowl of broth. Li Anren then followed suit and added a bowl. But, she didn't add much. It's only about half a bowl. After all, she was a girl. To stay in shape, it's impossible to eat too much of this greasy stuff. Yi Linfan saw this, looked at her. Then he looked at Chu Yenyun. The heart couldn't help but sigh. Same with women. How can the difference be so big? In his opinion, Li Anran is really too much of a do-gooder. You have to eat and remain a lady. It's really not cool enough. But, he didn't bother to talk about it. Instead, he added a bowl of his own. City lordly, please make yourself at home. Yi Linfan finished and started eating. Seeing this, Li Qingyang picked up the bowl and took a sip of the broth. The broth is just about to enter the mouth. The expression on Li Qingyang's face froze. This soup is so good. The white broth flows into the mouth. The unmistakable flavor instantly exploded in his taste buds. It blew him out of his mind. He had never tasted such a delicious soup in his life. There are no words to describe this freshness. This soup should only be found in heaven. Where on earth can you get a few tastes? And he tasted it. The soup was surprisingly made from a spiritual spring. It also secretly shocked him. Use 9 heavenly kings' gold for the pot. Make soup with spring water from the spirit spring. Immortal Ye's handiwork was truly incomparably magnificent. Li Qingyang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Soup into the body. The effectiveness of the spiritual spring is quickly realized. The spiritual energy in his body began to start growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he had only just broken through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm before, just the soup alone, it had already allowed him to grow 1/5 of his spiritual power. That smells good. Li Qingyang groaned with incomparable coziness. He immediately picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. His first thought was, yummy. It was just so delicious. The meat is oily but not greasy. And take a bite. Surprisingly, there was a splash of soup in my mouth. It filled the entire mouth with an incredibly mesmerizing aroma. Li Qingyang had completely sunk. Yummy. Too yummy. Anrun, hurry up and eat it or it will go to waste. He couldn't help but say out loud. Subsequently, he was just like Chu Mingyang's grandchildren and began to wolf down his food without any regard for his image. Even when you eat with your mouth full of grease, you don't care. Even he called out to Chu Mingyang, Dean Chu, you can't eat alone. Leave more for me. Lianrun looked dumbfounded. She hadn't thought about it. Even his own father has turned out to be this virtuous. Is this bowl of broth really that good? And so, she picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. Soon, her eyes just went wide. The whole body trembled violently. It's so good. I've never had meat slices this good. The meat is thinly sliced though, but the flavor is tangy. The aroma reverberates in the mouth. It's impossible to get lost in the scent. She took another sip of broth. The incredibly flavorful soup exploded in her mouth. She responded quickly. This is not your average soup. And the soup made of spiritual spring water. Soup to the throat. Lianrun suddenly felt the spiritual energy in his body begin to surge wildly. Click. Before she could react. And she broke through. He had broken through from the 9th level of the chemical realm to the 1st level of the Dan realm. Before, Li Qingyang's cultivation level was a bit higher, so it's not that easy to break through. And Lianrun was only at the 9th level of the realm of transformation. Take this sip of soup. It was already enough to stand for her to break through to the next realm. Sudden breakthrough. It left Lianrun momentarily confused. Take a sip of soup and break through. This was much better than drinking Xian ice spirit liquid. No wonder Dad wanted to give the extreme spirit milk stone to Mr. Yi. Now it seems, it's not a bad deal. Instead, they earned it. She began to eat desperately as well. Again, eat all the oil. And don't care. See the broth in the pot diminishing at a rapid rate. She couldn't hold back any longer. Immediately engaged in a battle for the loot. Under the wolfing down of the 4 martial artists, the bowl of broth was soon almost at the bottom. Eat till now. The strength of all 4 had increased to varying degrees. Lianrun had already broken through to the 2nd level of the Dan realm. Chu Yenyun had broken through to the 5th level of the Dan realm. And Li Qingyang and Chu Mingyang had yet to make a breakthrough. But they're a long way from breaking through to the next realm. It's only a step away. At the rate they would have practiced, trying to get to where I am now, Chu Yenyun and Lianrun needed at least 5 years of bitter cultivation. Li Qingyang and Chu Mingyang, on the other hand, would need 10 years at the very least. After all, when you reach the holy realm, breaking through each realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. There's still some stuff in the pot though, but the crowd no longer wanted it. It's not that they're full, and the pot is clean. All that was left was a pot full of vegetables. 4 vegetables, they are not half as interested. Shame on you for wasting it, eat the vegetables too. Yi Linfan said with a frown. The crowd's hearts jumped when they saw Yi Linfan frown. Not good. Mr. Yi is angry. Better hurry up and eat your vegetables. Chu Mingyang was the first to serve the vegetables from the pot into a bowl. He just ate so much meat. Looking at the greens in the bowl, I felt like my whole body was green. It really didn't look half as appetizing. But, since Mr. Yi has spoken, if you don't eat it, you have to eat it. Chu Mingyang picked up a vegetable with his chopsticks and put it into his mouth. Vegetables are just about to enter your mouth. Chu Mingyang's face then froze. His eyes were filled with shock. This vegetable actually contains the rhyme of the Tao. This is simply amazing. A vegetable rhymes with a road. There were at least 24 vegetables in the bowl at the very least. Wouldn't that be more than 20 Tao rhythms? No wonder Mr. Yi had to force us to eat vegetables. It turns out that vegetables are more valuable than meat, so he immediately ate all the vegetables in one big bite. Yan Yun, hurry up and eat the vegetables. They're really delicious. Chu Mingyang immediately said to Chu Yan-yun. Just then, the vegetables he had just swallowed were already reacting. The Taoist flavor contained in the vegetables. It all exploded inside him. The blast shook his body violently. Chapter 73, Feeding Ancient Divine Beasts with Soup Scraps. Chapter 73, Feeding Ancient Divine Beasts with Soup Scraps. This vegetable actually contains Tao rhythms? Chu Mingyang's body trembled. Taoist rhythms exploded within his body. The explosion caused the spiritual energy in his body to churn. He was originally just one step away from the 5th level of the Saint Realm. It's just a foot away from a breakthrough. Now the kick has finally come. Click. Only his body shook. Breaking. Finally breaking through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. At the moment of the breakthrough, an incomparably powerful majesty filled the air. It made all of them feel incredibly depressed. These vegetables were grown by Yi Linfan himself. It is watered every day with incomparably precious spiritual spring water. And every day, they are also bathed in an incomparably rich aura. For a long time. Naturally, it gives birth to Taoist rhythms. All that meat, although it was cooked with spiritual spring water, but after all, it was ordinary meat that Yi Linfan had bought in Falling Cloud City. The potency is naturally not as good as these vegetables. This old man has actually broken through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm? Li Qingyan's face changed drastically. No, Xu Ming's previous strength was not even close to his. I didn't expect to be 2 realms higher than him now. This now made Li Qingyan feel a little hard to accept. Grandpa, you, Xu Yan-yun said with great joy. Chu Mingyang made a breakthrough. She was naturally very happy. But Chu Mingyang coughed, signaling her to keep quiet. It was only then that Chu Yan-yun reacted. Couldn't advance about martial arts in front of Yi Linfan. Yan-yun, eat more vegetables, it's good for your body. Chu Mingyang chucked a large handful of vegetables into Chu Yan-yun's bowl. Yes, Grandpa. Chu Yan-yun was as smart as ice. She figured it out quickly. The reason why Chu Mingyang was able to break through. It must be because of the vegetables. So she ate the vegetables without hesitation. Her eyes rounded as she ate the first vegetable. It was because she sensed the Tao rhythm among the vegetables. It's a Taoist rhyme. This was a Tao rhythm that possessed the power to sense the heavenly Tao. I didn't realize that this unassuming middle-of-the-road vegetable would be available. Mr. Yi is worthy of being an immortal. Surprisingly, he was able to carve the Tao rhyme into the middle of the vegetables. Such a means is simply divine. Breathtaking. It's delicious. Chu Yan-yun immediately began to chow down. When all the vegetables are all eaten, the spiritual energy within her body was bombarded by the Taoist rhythms one after another. It's already going berserk. Click. Breaking. He had broken through from the 5th level of the Dan realm to the 6th level of the Dan realm. It was only a meal. Just break through 2 realms. Such breakneck speed if you pass out. It would surely make those heavenly prides called demons so ashamed that they would commit suicide. Neither father nor daughter Li Qingyan was a fool. They see it. It soon became clear. This vegetable is definitely not simple, and not the least bit behind. They do it immediately. One adds a bowl full of vegetables, then began to chow down. Took the first bite. The expressions on both of their faces froze at the same time, and it was the expression of shock that froze on his face. Vegetables contain the Tao among them. Such tactics. It's unheard of, and perhaps only immortals from the immortal world. Only then can you have such god-awful means, right? These vegetables, even if it's just one. It was also 1,000 times stronger than the City Lord's Mansion's Extreme Spirit Milkstone. After all, no matter how precious the Xian Ice spiritual liquid was, it didn't have the Tao rhyme. Look at all those vegetables. Li Qingyang became more and more determined to give the Extreme Spirit Milkstone to Yi Linfan. The other party had already entertained himself with such precious things. One naturally cannot be too petty. The 2 of them, Li Qingyang and Li Anren quickly finished all the vegetables in their bowls. Under the destruction of the Tao rhyme, they also break through in an instant. Li Qingyang had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint realm. Li Anren, on the other hand, had broken through to the 3rd level of the Dan realm. Martial artists were always much stronger in battle than mortals. Under the winds of the 4, a pot of vegetables all swept clean. Only a little bit of soup crumbs left. Originally, Shuming Yang and the others had wanted to act on the principle of not wasting. Drink the dregs of those soups as well. But it was stopped by Yi Linfan. Those pets in my yard haven't eaten anything yet, so these are for them. Yi Linfan said indifferently. The crowd broke out in a sweat at the words. That's an ancient beast. Wherever. All of them are worshipped. Instead, Yi Linfan just fed these ancient divine beasts with soup dregs. Have to say, it's really too capricious. But, these soup crumbs aren't just any soup crumbs either. Give those divine beasts a drink. It's not a loss for them. Yi Linfan saw that the crowd had almost eaten. Then he picked up the pot and walked out into the yard. Start eating. He poured the dregs of the soup into 3 small bowls on the floor. Then poured some more into the pond. The last remaining bit, all poured under the peach tree. He had to make sure that all of these pets had something to eat before he could do so. Even the peach trees are no exception. Because once he inadvertently spilled a little soup under a peach tree. Unexpectedly, I found that the peach tree grew quite a bit taller the next day. That's why he's in the habit of doing it. After pouring the soup, Yi Linfan then went back to the house. In the courtyard, the big yellow dog, the old hen and the little white dabbled, ran to their little bowls and began to drink. The carp in the pond surfaced at this point, started eating the soup that was floating in the water. Peach trees are even more exaggerated. Its roots were actually sticking out of the ground. Was greedily sucking on the soup left on the floor. Master's soup is so good. I'm going to start evolving, Carp said in an incredibly soothing voice. Only the scales on its body began to change from yellow to white. Just a small portion. Of course, if all the scales on its body turned white, then it will be promoted to a 5-clawed platinum holy dragon. This is ancient times, co-lord of the dragons, supreme being. Me too, Kahaku said. After these soups, it felt that the white tiger bloodline in its body had become much stronger. I believe in some more time, it will be able to turn into a true divine beast. The white tiger. I broke through too, the old hen said. Only the feathers on its body became redder and redder. It would have had 3 tails. Now it's become a 4-tailed. If this continues, I believe it will soon become the most powerful 9-tailed fire phoenix in the legend. Dog, how are you doing? Carp asked curiously. This big yellow dog that's been here so long never revealed his true form. All the animals in the yard are curious as to what its true form is. There's no feeling. The big yellow dog yawned and went back to sleep. I guess I'm going to evolve soon too. And when I do, I'll be able to grow peaches. Peachtree said. After its roots have sucked up the soup, it felt like its trunk had thickened considerably again. Alright, this is the chance the master has given you. But don't get too carried away. Do what you need to do. The big yellow dog said lazily. When it speaks, none of the other animals dared to speak again. Instantly turned into an ordinary animal. The crowd inside the house was unaware of what was going on in the yard. They've been sitting here for over an hour now. Just get out of here. When they leave. Yi Linfan then took out his guqin and continued to start carving. Chapter 74, This is too shameless. Chapter 74, This is too shameless. This guqin is now in its infancy. Yi Linfan had already started to carve patterns on top of the body of the zither. If anyone was present, must be shocked to find out. Every pattern Yi Linfan carved was a rhyme. The body of this koto is so large. Wanted to carve the pattern into the body of the instrument. Thousands of channels at the very least. Think about it. An ancient zither with thousands of Tao rhythms. It was simply very scary. But, there was no one else present at this time. In Yi Linfan's eyes, what he carved was just an ordinary guqin. So he didn't know. Above each of the patterns he carved, green light surrounded them, and Tao rhythms flowed in an endless stream. A faint wave of power permeated the room. Just such a little bit of pattern is already so powerful. If all the patterns were carved out, the power will be absolutely amazing. As for how amazing the power really is, that's something we'll only find out when the kookaburras are made. Falling Cloud City. The Shin family. Today's Shin family is decorated with lights and colors. A smile pervaded everyone's face. Suffice it to say the atmosphere was very festive. Shin Tianfang and Shin Xianshan stood at the door in a red dress, dressed festively. It was as if they were greeting someone important. Qianshan, when Vice Alliance leader Lu arrives later, you must treat him well, Shin Tianfang said slowly. Don't worry, I'm all set, Shin Xianshan immediately said. How is Xiang ready? Shin Tianfang asked. Don't worry, Xiang has recently relied on that painting and has already broken through to the first level of the heaven realm.
Shin Xianshan said with incomparable pride.
Shen Xiang is only 25 years old now.
It had already broken through to the heaven realm. Such a gift, placed in the young generation of the entire continent. It was also an extremely demonic existence.
Good, great. As long as Zi Yang becomes Vice Alliance Master Lu's disciple today. In the future, the Shin family will definitely be able to become the #1 family on the continent by relying on the martial arts alliance. Shen Tianfang laughed out loud. I have to say,
that painting is truly amazing, and my cultivation has grown a lot even after a few days of looking at that painting.
Shen Qianshan lamented. You're right, that painting is indeed a rare treasure. In the future,
the Shin family will have to treat this painting as an heirloom only, Shen Tianfang said slowly.
Yes, father. Shen Qianshan nodded in agreement. House master, people are coming, an underling said as he approached. Shen Tianfang and Shen Qianshan's spirits were lifted.
They rushed to look up. Only a middle-aged man with scruffy clothes and a lewd look came slowly from the distance. This middle-aged man looked, at first glance, very much like a beggar, but in the eyes of Shen Tianfang and Shen Qianshan, this is proper highbrow style. This middle-aged man was none other than Lu Dongxian. At this moment, Lu Dongxuan's expression was high and cold, not smiling, compared to being in front of Yi Linfan. Completely different. If Yi Linfan saw this appearance, would have slapped him on the head for sure, then cuss him out. Just a stinking beggar. Surprisingly, it's loaded. And Lu Dongxian took a beating and had to compensate with a smile. Universal. I'm afraid that only Yi Linfan is qualified to beat him, and he won't get mad if you hit him. Worthy of being the Vice Alliance leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. The piece of temperament is really taken to death. Shen Tianfang couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, let's hope that Zi Yang can successfully become his disciple today, Shen Xianshan said. The two immediately greeted them. See Vice Alliance Master Lu. Shen Tianfang and Shen Xianshan saluted. Lu Dongxian nodded faintly and did not speak. At this point in his mind, still thinking about what Chu Mingyang had said a few days ago, the Shen family has offended Yi Linfan. This sentence, it's kept him teared up for the last few days. Today he happened to take advantage of the acceptance of his apprentice to get things straightened out. How exactly did the Shen family offend Yi Linfan? If the offense is not deep, he would consider helping to mediate. But if it offends too much, I'm afraid I'm going to have to consider a bright idea for myself. Shen Tianfang and Shen Xianshan didn't care about Lu Dongxuan's attitude. They very respectfully invited Lu Dongxian into the Shen family. Come inside the council chamber. An underling had already served Lu Dongxian tea. Shen Tianfang and Shen Xianshan let Lu Dongxian sit at the top, and they themselves were accompanied at the bottom of the head. This also gave Lu Dongxian full respect. Vice Alliance Master Lu has worked hard all the way. Why don't we eat first? I'll ask a few singers to dance with us to cheer us up? Shen Tianfang asked slowly. No need. Let's get down to business first. Where is Shen Xiang? Lu Dongxian asked as he opened the door. Cultivating inside the house. Xiang has always worked hard in his cultivation. Shen Xianshan immediately said. Yeah, and he just broke through to the first level of the heaven realm. Shen Tianfang said with incomparable pride. Really? Lu Dongxuan's eyes lit up. 25 years old at the first level of the heaven realm. The talent is really strong. It seemed that if there wasn't too much conflict between the Shen family and Yi Linfan, one should still try to use one's good offices. After all, this would allow one to take on a 25-year-old first level of the heaven realm as a disciple. That's for anyone. All a no-brainer. Lu Dongxian secretly made up his mind. I'll find a chance to ask about it later. Call him out and I'll take a look. Lu Dongxian said in a hurry. Okay, I'll go now. Shen Xianshan saw Lu Dongxian look like this. He knew that he had already moved on to Shen Xiang, so he immediately went to call Shen Xiang with joy. It didn't take long. Shen Xiang came over. When Lu Dongxian saw Shen Xiang, an expression of incomparable satisfaction appeared on his face. You should know that Shen Xiang is handsome and has an extraordinary demeanor, plus the strength. No matter how you look at it, it's properly heavenly. Vice Alliance Master Lu, what do you think? Shen Tianfang asked. Not bad. Has the demeanor of my youth? Lu Dongxian laughed out loud. When the crowd heard this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. What do you mean? Have the style you had back then? You're being so obscene right now. It certainly wasn't any better back in the day. Okay? This is too shameless. But, such words they only dare to say in their hearts, is absolutely afraid to speak out. Thanks for the compliment, Master, Shen Xiang said. I haven't said if I'll take you or not, Lu Dongxian said with a smile. The disciple has faith, Shen Xiang said with incomparable confidence. Good. Even though your talent is strong enough, I still need to test you. If you don't pass, then everything is off the table. Lu Dongxian said slowly. Disciple understands. Shen Xiang nodded and said. Good. Later I will use 30% of my power to throw a punch. If you can block it,
I will accept you as a disciple.
Lu Dongxian said indifferently.
Please teach me, master. Shen Ziyang arched his hand and said with a grave expression. Having said that, he was on full alert as if he were an enemy, because he knows it well. 30% of Lu Dongxuan's power. For him, it was also hard to resist.
Good. Then take my punch. Lu Dongxian took a light step and slowly blasted out his right fist.
Chapter 75, You're on your own. Chapter 75, You're on your own. The punch was slow. It looks flimsy and not a bit powerful. But those present were all very strong martial artists. They could naturally feel how powerful this punch was. In their eyes, it was a slow punch. Slow as it was. But the fist was so volatile that it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, like a big mountain. Again, it is like a wave that stretches on and on.
An incomparably powerful fist intent filled the entire heaven and earth. It gave people the feeling that everything in heaven and earth would be destroyed by this punch.
What a strong punch. I wonder if Ziyang can block it.
Shen Xianshan said with a nervous expression.
Ziyang won't have a problem. Don't worry,
Shen Tianfang said slowly.
Shen Ziyang faced this vast punch straight on.
All he felt was that he had been locked into this punch.
Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, still can't escape the punch. The only way. That's a straight punch. True warriors dare to face a dismal life head-on.
A true martial artist should naturally also dare to face this powerful punch head-on.
Shen Ziyang didn't dare to stay his hand.
He stepped forward with his right foot, his spiritual energy surging around him.
The wind rose up,
and his clothes were blown and hunting.
Again, a punch was thrown. That punch, a wind without strength.
The wind whistled as if it was going to tear through the beings. This was none other than the Shen family's best skill, the Gale Fist.
Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. Powerful winds overflowed and ravaged the 8 directions.
The wind of the fist shook out ripples in the void. The ground was also shaken and cracked in layers.
Shen Ziyang stifled a grunt. The whole person flew out backwards and crashed into the wall. Cracked the whole wall. Ziyang. Seeing this, Shen Xianshan rushed forward and asked with concern. Are you alright? Don't worry, father. My child is fine. Shen Ziyang shook his head and said. After all, Lu Dongxian was accepting an apprentice, not a duel.
So he's still very measured in what he does.
Shen Ziyang was nothing but a bit of a mess. Not a single injury at all. Not bad. Pretty good. Lu Dongxian laughed.
Shen Ziyang was able to receive a punch of 30% of his power.
Indeed, already qualified to be his disciple. Shen Ziyang is a person with a very clear mind.
He saw Lu Dongxian with such an attitude.
It was instantly clear. One has already crossed the line. So he immediately stepped forward, intending to kneel down and kowtow to perform the rite of worship. Slow down. However,
Lu Dongxian suddenly waved his hand to stop him. The Shen family members were puzzled this time.
Shen Ziyang clearly received a punch from Lu Dongxian. Instead, Lu Dongxian prevented Shen Ziyang from worshipping his master. Does he want to go back on his word? This made Shen Tianfang and Shen Xianshan a little anxious. Vice Alliance Master Lu, do you have any more questions? Shen Tianfang asked suspiciously. Nothing. I just have a question for you guys. Lu Dongxian shook his head and said. So that's how it is. If Vice Alliance Lord Lu has any questions, feel free to ask. Shen Tianfang immediately said. I remember that Shen Ziyang was only at the cultivation level of the Earth realm not long ago. How come he broke through to the Heaven realm only a short while ago? Lu Dongxian slowly asked. This is because Ziyang was able to break through to the Heaven realm not too long ago after unintentionally obtaining a painting which contained a Tao rhythm. Shen Tianfang replied truthfully. Paintings that contain Taoist rhythms? Where did you guys get that painting from?
Lu Dongxuan's face changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. This world, being able to paint paintings that contain the rhythm of the Tao, only Yi Linfan alone could do it. This matter is a long story. That painting was given to Ziyang by someone else, yet that old pipsqueak Shumingyang said that our Shen family stole it. It's really outrageous, Shen Tianfang said with some indignation.
Stolen? Who was the original owner of that painting? Lu Dongxuan's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. It seems to be someone named Yuan Xiaorong. This person has mediocre talent and is not worth mentioning, Shen Ziyang said with great disdain.
When Lu Dongxian heard this,
he almost didn't faint. No wonder Chu Mingyang said that the Shen family had offended Yi Linfan.
So that's what this is about.
This Shen family is too bold. How dare you steal Yi Linfan's painting? This is simply inviting trouble for the Shen family. Master Shen, I advise you to hurry up and return the painting. Lu Dongxian immediately said. Give it back. Why? Shen Tianfang was taken aback and asked. Because the real owner of this painting, you can't afford to mess with it. Even I can't afford to mess with it. If you return the painting now,
I can still help you plead for leniency so that the Shen family can also be safe.
Otherwise the disaster of extermination is not far away.
Lu Dongxian said in a deep voice.
Vice Alliance Master Lu, you're being a bit alarmist.
I've heard that the owner of this painting is nothing more than an ordinary person.
What ability does he have to exterminate my Shin family?
Shin Tianfang said with a cold snort.
Who was it that said the owner of this painting was an ordinary man? Lu Dongxian asked with a frown.
If Yi Linfan was considered an ordinary person, then there will be no more ordinary people in this world. From the person who gave me the painting, she said that the owner of the painting is nothing more than a farmer who feeds chickens and fish in his yard every day.
Shin Ziang said with great disdain. You guys have eyes.
Lu Dongxian said with a cold snort.
Feed chickens and fish. How dare they say that? But where do they know? That chicken is the divine beast, the phoenix.
That fish is the divine beast,
the true dragon. Vice Alliance Master Lu, we respect you as a senior of the Martial Arts Alliance. So why are you insulting us with your words? Shin Tianfang asked with a hint of anger on his face.
I don't care to talk to you guys.
I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you going to give the painting back or not? Lu Dongxian asked coldly.
I'm sorry, but this painting belongs to our Shin family,
Shin Tianfang said decisively.
Since that's the case, there's no point in saying more.
I won't accept Shin Ziang as my disciple,
Lu Dongxian said indifferently. Why is that? The faces of the Shin family members changed greatly at the same time.
If Shin Ziang could not become Lu Dongxuan's disciple, then all of the Shin family's plans would be ruined.
Because the owner of that painting, I can't afford to mess with it. I don't want to die along with the Shin family. You guys take care of yourselves. Goodbye.
After Lu Dongxian finished speaking, he left without looking back. Outrageous.
Shin Tianfang picked up the teacup beside him and slammed it hard on the ground. The incomparably expensive teacups were suddenly shattered into pieces.
This Lu Dongxian, to let us off the hook. How excessive.
Shin Xinshan also said with a face full of displeasure.
Grandfather, father, it doesn't matter. As long as I have that painting,
it's only a matter of time before I break through to the Saint Realm, and there's no significance at all in worshipping or not worshipping LV Dongxian as my teacher,
Shin Ziang said with a cold snort. Good, Ziang has ambition.
It's a loss for this old man Lu Dongxian if he doesn't accept you as his disciple.
Shin Tianfang laughed.
That's right, ignore this old beggar. Let's get down to business and prepare for your 250th birthday.
Father, Shin Xinshan said. Good thing too, Shin Tianfang nodded and said.
And after Lu Dongxian left the Shin family, he went straight to Yi Linfan's house.
What brings you here?
Yi Linfan saw him and asked suspiciously.
Chapter 76, The Fan Family. Chapter 76, The Fan Family.
I came to apologize to you, Lu Dongxian said with a face full of difficulty.
Come in first.
Yi Linfan froze for a moment and opened the door to let Lu Dongxian in.
The two men came into the room and sat down. What are you apologizing to me for all of a sudden? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. I went to Shin's house today. Lu Dongxian told Yi Linfan all about what happened today. So that's how it is.
I didn't realize that the Shin family had such a connection with you. Yi Linfan nodded and said indifferently. Lu Dongxuan's heart tightened as he heard the words.
He thought Yi Linfan was blaming him.
So he hurriedly explained. I just have an old relationship with the Shin family.
It's not really a deep connection. After this, I won't have any contact with them in the future. I understand.
Yi Linfan nodded and said.
Seeing Yi Linfan's attitude,
Lu Dongxian then knew that the other party did not blame him, so he breathed a sigh of relief.
Mr. Yi, what about that painting? Lu Dongxian asked cautiously. That was a top-grade immortal weapon.
A supreme treasure enough to change the fate of a family. If it was just taken by the Shin family, I'm afraid it would make Yi Linfan lose face.
It's okay, I've got it covered.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
In fact, he sighed inwardly. I'm nothing but an ordinary man. Even strong people like Chu Mingyang and Lu Dongxian couldn't get it back. What can I do? Only today.
There's only dragging it out.
Drag it out until no one remembers the incident. All is well. It's just a painting anyway. It's not like it's worth anything. It's confusing. Why did Chu Mingyang Lu Dongxian have to ask for that painting back? A painting like that. I can paint as many copies as I want. But, in that case,
Yi Linfan was only saying it in his heart.
After all,
Chu Mingyang had been seriously injured for that painting.
Lu Dongxian flipped out with the Shin family over that painting.
If they were to know that they didn't care about the painting at all,
I'm afraid I'll make them angry. Lu Dongxian was secretly surprised when he heard Yi Linfan's words.
It looks like Mr. Yi is planning to take matters into his own hands.
Looks like the Shin family is finished, and it's completely over. When an immortal goes on a quest, not an inch of grass grows. With Yi Linfan's strength, trying to exterminate the Shin family, definitely easy as pie. And the Shin family might not even be spared a mouse. What do you have in mind? Lu Dongxian asked curiously. It's not your place to ask,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Lu Dongxuan's heart tightened and he didn't dare to say another word.
He was also so remorseful in his heart that he wanted to slap himself.
How can you be so stupid yourself?
How dare you casually pry into Mr. Yi's plans?
This is simply a great deal of arrogance. After this, Lu Dongxian no longer had the courage to stay here. In a rare move, he refused Yi Linfan's invitation to leave him for dinner. After sitting for a while, then he excused himself and left. Seeing this, Yi Linfan didn't retain him. After Lu Dongxian left, he proceeded to start carving up his ancient violin. At the current rate, it is estimated that it will be completely finished in half a month at most. Wait until the kookaburras are done. Just play one of those famous songs from your past life. Before the crossing, Yi Linfan was also considered a guqin enthusiast. Now traveled to this world. Under the teachings of the system, he's already very good at the piano. So now he was looking forward to this guqin when it was made. What it would feel like to play it. Yi Linfan continued to be bored at home making guqin. And at this time inside the city lord's mansion, Li Qingyang brought Mu Qingcheng and Lianren together to the room where the extreme spirit milkstone was placed. Inside this room, there's ice everywhere. It's as if it's instantly winter. The room is right in the middle. There was a cream-colored stone. This stone is overflowing with fragrance. It is the very best spirit milkstone. Husband, do you really want to give this stone away? Mu Qingcheng asked in a million different ways. This extreme spiritual milkstone was the heirloom of the city lord's mansion. Just give it away. He just couldn't afford to give it up. Madam, that Mr. Yi is an unearthly master. It would be very cost-effective for us to hook up with him with this stone. Li Qingyang said slowly. Mother, I think father has a point. Lianren agreed from the sidelines. In that case, do as you wish. Mu Qingcheng said with a sigh. Li Qingyang took out a wooden box and put the extreme spirit milkstone inside. What is very strange is this. As soon as the extreme spiritual milkstone was loaded into the wooden box, the cold air that filled the room instantly disappeared. It was as if all the cold was sealed by this wooden box, and this wooden box surface. There's no sign of any freezing either. This wooden box was made from an item called the cold-resisting wood. It can repel the coldest thing in the world. Come on, let's go to Mr. Ye's house. Li Qingyang picked up the wooden box and said slowly. Since he had already promised Yi Linfan, it is natural to honor promises as soon as possible. Otherwise, commitment is meaningless. Just then, an underling hurried over. City Lord, Elder Fan Ming of Bright Jade City is here. Hear that? Li Qingyang's three faces changed. I didn't realize that this Fan Jian was really impatient. Lianren said with an ugly face. Fan Ming was the younger brother of Fan Xian, the lord of Mingyu City. It also had the strength of the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. It's also considered a strong party. The purpose of his visit here, naturally, was to press for marriage. Naturally, Li and Ran would not be happy about it. Anren, don't worry. I won't let you marry into the Fan family, Li Qingyang said indifferently. But if we refuse, I'm afraid the Fan family won't stop there. Mu Qingcheng said with a frown. With my strength, do I still need to fear the Fan family? Li Qingyang said disdainfully. Fan Xian's strength was the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Previously, Li Qingyang was just the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Now he was also at the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Naturally, he would no longer fear Fan Xian. Rumor has it that the Fan family has an old ancestor who is already at the 8th level of the Saint Realm and has long since closed his death chamber. In case he comes out, I'm afraid that our Li family will meet with extinction, Mu Qingcheng said with incomparable worry. The 8th level of the Sacred Realm is nothing more than an ant in front of Mr. Yi, Lianren said dismissively. Mu Qingcheng frowned. Lianren hadn't been too confident in Yi Linfan. Anren is right. If the Fan family really pushes too far, we still have Yi Xian to help, Li Qingyang said slowly. And how to reply to Van Min? Mu Qingcheng asked. I'm going to just go right back at him, Li Qingyang said indifferently. Having said that, he headed straight for the hall. At this point, a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting in the hall. This middle-aged man had an arrogant expression. Even the underlings served tea. He also didn't even bother to lift his eyes. This person was none other than Fan Ming. Elder brother Fan Ming, goodbye. A bright voice came through the door. Chapter 77, Refusal to Propose Marriage. Chapter 77, Refusal to Propose Marriage. Fan Ming looked up. The person who came in was none other than Li Qingyang. But, when he saw Li Qingyang, the face changed instantly. I only saw that at this time. Li Qingyang. His face was rosy, and his hands and feet were strong and powerful. The voice that spoke just now was also neutral. It's simply too healthy to be healthy, where it looks half like it's been poisoned. What's going on? Isn't he poisoned? That's the Wakini Blossom poison. Universal. Only the Shen family has the antidote. Why did he look as if he hadn't been poisoned at all at this point? City Lordly. Fan Ming stood up and saluted. He was arrogant though, but Li Qingyang's status was higher than his and his strength was stronger than his. If it was poisoned before, he could instead not put Li Qingyang in his eyes, but now Li Qingyang now looked simply too normal to be normal. If you still act like you don't give a about anyone, I'm afraid I'll get my ass kicked. This was Li Qingyang's territory after all. Elder Fan, please sit down.
Li Qingyang sat in the upper seat and reached out his hand to signal Fan Ming to sit down. Fan Ming remained speechless and sat down.
What is Elder Fan's business here today? Li Qingyang asked knowingly. City Lord Li, your poison is solved?
Fan Ming couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and opened his mouth to ask.
That's right, the poison is out.
Li Qingyang nodded and said.
It has been seen though, but after hearing the exact answer,
still surprised, Fan Ming rose from his chair. He asked with incomparable astonishment.
How is that possible?
Besides the Shin family,
who else has the antidote to Wakimi Blossom? Elder Fan doesn't know. This seed didn't take any antidote, it just suddenly got better.
Li Qingyang said slowly.
Of course he wouldn't try to divulge Yi Lin Fan's existence, since Yi Lin Fan likes to be an ordinary person. Definitely don't like too many interruptions. Plus, if more people knew about Yi Lin Fan's existence, then one's status in front of Yi Lin Fan would be lowered. So, no matter what, he wouldn't even reveal Yi Lin Fan's existence to anyone. How is it possible that without taking the antidote, one can cure the poison of Wakimi Blossom? Fan Ming asked with even more surprise. This seat also finds it very shocking, but that's the truth. Li Qingyang bit out. If it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. As for whether the Fan family believes it or not, he didn't care at all. Just don't let the Fan family know about Yi Lin Fan's existence is enough. So that's how it is.
Really, congratulations to City Lord Li. A forced smile appeared on Fan Ming's face as he slowly said.
He's clearly in a much lower mood.
Now Li Qingyang's poison has been lifted.
Then I'm afraid he'll have a hard time accomplishing the mission he came here for today. Many thanks to Elder Fan. By the way, Elder Fan has yet to tell this seat what is the purpose of your visit today?
Li Qingyang said indifferently. He naturally knew exactly where Fan Ming was coming from. That's why he's going to reject Fan Ming to his face.
Save the Fan family from harassing Li Anren again. It's like this.
My family brother sent me here to propose marriage to City Lord Li. My nephew Fan Jian and your daughter are of comparable age,
with matching family lineage, and are a good match for each other. So I've come to propose marriage, with the intention of the two families tying the knot for eternity.
Fan Ming immediately stated his intentions. He had planned to threaten Li Qingyang and agree to propose marriage. Now Li Qingyang's poison has been lifted.
He had nothing left to threaten.
So he immediately opened and changed his words into a marriage proposal.
I see.
You go back and tell City Lord Fan that her daughter Anran is still young and doesn't intend to marry yet.
City Lord Fan's kindness is appreciated by this seat. Li Qingyang unsurprisingly refused. I understand, and I'll be sure to tell my brother at home when I get back.
Fan Ming said faintly. There was a hint of threat implied in his words.
He was threatening Li Qingyang. Since you don't want to, I'll go back and tell Fan Xian. When the time comes, there will be consequences. In his opinion, Li Qingyang was slightly less powerful than Fan Xian. If you threaten yourself, maybe Li Qingyang will fall in line. It's just a shame. He didn't know that. Today's Li Qingyang is not what he used to be. Li Qingyang's strength was no longer weaker than Fan Xian's. Yes, please ask Elder Brother Fan to apologize to City Lord Fan for me now.
Li Qingyang said without a care in the world. Such an attitude shocked Fan Ming greatly.
This Li Qingyang, have you eaten leopard's guts? Fan Ming thought darkly in his mind. But, it's done. He didn't dare say anything more. One can only say, in that case, I will take my leave.
It's a rare trip for Fan.
Why don't you stay for a casual dinner? Li Qingyang asked in a hurry. No need. I have important matters to attend to,
so I'll wine and dine with City Lord Li next time.
Fan Ming of course knew that Li Qingyang was just being polite, so he refused outright. Li Qingyang sniffed and didn't hold back. He nodded and didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. Seeing this,
Fan Ming naturally understood what Li Qingyang meant. To lift a teacup means to send off a guest. Wait for Fan Ming to leave.
Only then did Mu Qingcheng and Li Anren walk in. I finally don't have to marry into the Van family, Li Anren said with a long breath.
Now Li Qingyang had clearly rejected the Fan family. The Fan family reckoned that the Li family and the Fan family had already sort of torn their faces off.
There's no more wiggle room. Husband, what should we do next? Mu Qingcheng asked with a frown.
No need to worry, ma'am.
It will be fine,
Li Qingyang said with a smile. Now his own strength was no less than Fan Xian's.
Plus there was a hidden master like Yi Lin Fan as a backer. It's safe to say,
if the Fan family wants to make a move against the Li family, I'm afraid the ones who will suffer will definitely be the Fan family.
Come on, Anren, let's go to Mr. Ye's house,
Li Qingyang said slowly.
As you wish. Li Anren immediately turned around and went to get that wooden box.
The two soon arrived in front of Yi Lin Fan's small courtyard.
It's here. Surprisingly, two people were already standing. These two are a man and a woman. When Li Qingyang saw these two, A hint of surprise appeared on his face. Lin family master, what brings you here? Li Qingyang asked. It turned out that this man and woman were none other than Lin Langtian and Lin Ruorua. When Lin Langtian saw Li Qingyang, an even more incomparably shocked look appeared on his face. He truly did not expect to be able to meet the city lord of Falling Cloud City here. No, the Lin family was nothing more than a medium family in Falling Cloud City. In front of Li Qingyang, it really wasn't enough. Lin Langtian of the Lin family greets city lordly. Lin Langtian said very respectfully with Lin Ruorua in tow. This person in front of him was the city lord who had a say within Falling Cloud City. It's very rare to see each other on weekdays when you want to see each other yourself. I didn't expect to meet here today. What a surprise. You're welcome, Lin family master. Li Qingyang just nodded his head and said indifferently. He was wondering in his mind, because some time ago he had heard that Lin Langtian had been seriously injured and his life was at stake. Now it seems as if this is a rumor. Moreover, the other party's realm didn't seem to be as rumored, but it was only the second level of the Dan realm cultivation in the district. It seems to be much stronger than rumored. Is City Lordly also here to find Mr. Yi? Lin Langtian asked carefully. Chapter 78 Walking in the Rhythm of the Tao. Chapter 78 Walking in the Rhythm of the Tao. That's right. You too? Li Qingyang asked indifferently. Yes, Mr. Yi has saved my life, so I come to visit his old man whenever I'm not doing anything. Lin Langtian replied. Although Yi Linfan looked very young, but Lin Langtian addressed him as an old man. No one in the room would be surprised. After all, Yi Linfan was so powerful, plus another immortal from the immortal world. Maybe it's an old demon with a young appearance but a great age. So, Lin Langtian was right to call Yi Linfan an old man. So that's how it is. Mr. Yi has also saved my seat's life. It seems that we have both entered the middle of Mr. Yi's line of sight. In the future, our two families can get closer to each other. Li Qingyang said slowly. Lin Langtian was overjoyed when he heard this. If the Lin family too enough to hook up with the Li family, then in the future, his status in Falling Cloud City would definitely rise. This is a great opportunity. Or Mr. Yi is awesome. Since meeting Mr. Yi, all aspects of the Lin family began to grow by leaps and bounds. Now it was surprisingly able to hook up with the city lord's mansion. This was a real surprise to him. But, Lin Langtian was clear in his heart, because he understands it perfectly. Li Qingyang was saying this for Yi Linfan's sake. He immediately said excitedly and incomparably, many thanks to City Lordly. The Lin family will definitely look up to City Lordly in the future. Li Qingyang said how close the two families are. He wouldn't be foolish enough to actually befriend the Li family as equals. If that's the case, the Lin family would be completely finished. Very well, let's go over there together. Li Qingyang was very satisfied to see Lin Langtian being so uptight. His attitude towards Lin Langtian became more and more amiable. Yes, Lin Langtian and Li Qingyang walked together towards Yi Linfan's small courtyard. But, he was a body length behind Li Qingyang. This also made Li Qingyang feel immensely satisfied. I didn't expect this Lin Langtian to be so uptight. It seems like it could use a little more support in the future. Li Qingyang thought silently in his heart. The group arrived in front of Yi Linfan's courtyard. Li Qingyang called out to the courtyard. Is Mr. Yi home? Soon, the door to the room was pushed open. The moment the door to the room was pushed open, a powerful and incomparable Tao rhythm gushed out from the house. The number of Taoist rhymes converge into a river. The crowd felt an incomparably powerful force reverberate through the courtyard. Luckily, the power only reverberated through the courtyard. If it's released, I'm afraid that all this space will be reduced to nothing, because the force was too strong, powerful enough to not seem like it belongs in this world. This was because the crowd felt a terrifying tearing force within this force. I am afraid that no one in this world can stay in the midst of this power, because it will be torn to pieces in the first place. Yet just then, in the midst of the green light that filled the sky, a figure suddenly appeared. He slowed down in the midst of this power. The green light lingered all over his body, as if they were gods. Look at the crowd in disbelief, because they see it clearly. The one who walks in the midst of the heavenly Taoist rhythms. It was none other than Yi Linfan. Surprisingly, there really was someone who could walk freely among such a terrifying force. The crowd gulped. All were shocked on the spot. Not bad for an immortal. Surprisingly, he treated such a terrifying power as if it were nothing. Such strength. It's simply horrible as hell. Such power. It was crushing all the animals in the yard. But, they were all ancient divine beasts with strong flesh. So this force can't hurt them. But it was still able to make them feel breathless and pressurized to lie on the ground and not be able to move. Including the most powerful big yellow dog. There was no exception. The carp are even hiding at the very bottom of the pond at this point. But one could still feel the oppressive feeling. The branches of the peach tree, on the other hand, were so crushed that they all hung down to the ground. All the divine beasts looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable fear. What's the master up to again? Every time you mess with the name, it all leads to a lot of commotion. It's really scary as hell. But Yi Linfan didn't feel anything about any of this. When he saw Li Qingyang and his group, he walked over and opened the courtyard door. When Li Qingyang and his group saw this, their faces changed drastically. If the door opens, this terrifying power leaked out, all of them will be dead. But they could hide even if they wanted to. There's nothing to be done about it, because the force is too strong. If it leaks out, then it can sweep through the whole heaven and earth. No one is immune. I didn't realize I was just visiting as a guest today. It's amazing that you can lose your life. It's so depressing. Everyone wailed in their hearts. But all they could do was wail, because apart from wailing, they can only close their eyes and wait for death. Soon the yard door opened. Everyone's bodies stiffened in preparation for the moment of death. However, the appearance of a scene that shocked them beyond belief. Just the moment Yi Linfan opened the door, green light erupted from the sky. But Yi Linfan suddenly waved his hand. This wave, the green light in the sky instantly dissipated. The terrifying power that was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth also dissipated without a trace. Everyone's eyes were incomparably wide at the sight. Almost didn't choke on his own saliva. So powerful. Surprisingly, it was just waved away with such a wave of the hand. Mr. Ye's strength was truly terrifying. They couldn't find a second emotion in their hearts other than shock. What's wrong with you guys? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. This statement of his, calling everyone out of their state of shock. Mr. Yi, we came to see you, Li Qingyang said with a smile. Why are you so polite? Come in and sit down. Yi Linfan said with a smile. This Li Qingyang was a city lord, but he was easygoing. It was surprising that he was so polite to an ordinary person like himself. It's really very rare. The group walked into the courtyard. After carefully avoiding this group of ancient divine beasts, followed Yi Linfan into the house. As soon as you walk into the house, the crowd could still feel the powerful Tao rhythm that was still lingering from a moment ago. They were all muttering in their minds. What the hell was Mr. Yi doing just now? It's amazing that it's caused such a commotion. But they didn't ask, and they didn't dare. The crowd sat down. Li Qingyang directly took the small wooden box from Li Anrun's hand. Mr. Yi, this is something I promised to give you last time. Please smile. Li Qingyang said with a smile. The thing you said you were going to give me last time? Yi Linfan froze at his words, but he quickly reacted and his eyes lit up. You mean Sprite? He asked happily. That's right, it's Sprite. Li Qingyang nodded and said. Lin Langtian was listening from the side and couldn't make heads or tails of it. What's Sprite? How come I've never heard of it? Come on, hurry up and bring it here. Yi Linfan said impatiently. I'll finally be able to drink as much fat happy water as I can from now on. It's really a very exciting thing for him now. Li Qingyang didn't dare to delay and immediately placed the wooden box in his hands in Yi Linfan's hands. Chapter 79 Extreme Spiritual Milkstone. Chapter 79 Extreme Spiritual Milkstone. Yi Linfan took the wooden box and opened it. A cold aura instantly filled the air. Extreme Spirit Milkstone is the coldest thing. In an instant, the house became as if it had entered winter. The crowd immediately let the spiritual energy in their bodies before they were able to ward off the cold. But it was as if Yi Linfan yet seemed to not feel the cold at all. He was still holding the box in his hand, looking at the Extreme Spirit Milkstone with a surprised gaze. I didn't realize that the sprite of this world drips from a stone. It's pretty incredible. Yi Linfan said slowly. He immediately sat beside him and took a wooden shelf. This wooden shelf is almost a meter high. There is a gap at the top. It was exactly the size of an Extreme Spirit Milkstone. Here's the leak, and there's a little board holding it up, just right for the cups. Yi Linfan reached for the Extreme Spirit Milkstone. Mr. Yi. Li Jing's face changed when he saw this. Extreme Spirit Milkstones are the most icy and cold things, even for him. Anyone who wanted to pick up an Extreme Spirit Milkstone had to be very cautious. It was necessary to shield both hands with all the spiritual energy. Only then did he dare to hold the Extreme Spirit Milkstone in his hand. And you can't hold it for long. Half a cup of tea at the most. Even the strongest spiritual power could not resist the coldness of the Extreme Spiritual Milkstone. Yi Linfan just took it straight. Surely you'll get frozen hands. Even the coldness will invade the body through the hands, can instantly turn a person into an ice sculpture. But Li Qingyang quickly shut up, for he realized that his fears were redundant. It turned out that Yi Linfan held the Extreme Spirit Milkstone in his hand, but the powerful coldness above the Spirit Milkstone couldn't hurt Yi Linfan at all. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but gulp. Not bad for an immortal. Strength is truly beyond the speculation of mere mortals like me. We single-handedly just sit here. It already felt a bit difficult to resist the coldness of the Extreme Spirit Milkstone. Yi Linfan surprisingly didn't need any spiritual energy. It would be possible to hold the extremely high-quality Spirit Milkstone in your hand with ease, and can't suffer the slightest damage. Such strength is just amazing. Of course Yi Linfan didn't know what the crowd was thinking. He placed the extreme spirit milk stone on the wooden shelf. Just see this. This wooden shelf unexpectedly lit up with a green light. It enveloped the extreme spirit milk stone. This one. All the chill instantly disappeared. The temperature in the house also quickly returned to normal. And the chill of the very best spirit milk stone. Instead, they were isolated in the green light. When the crowd saw this, they were frozen on the spot. The green light lingered, and Taoist rhythms flowed. This seemingly insignificant wooden shelf was even a top-grade immortal weapon? The crowd is freaking out. It's horrible here. A top-notch immortal weapon that was rare to see outside. And yet here it is at hand. This wooden shelf is made of azure green bamboo, Li Qingyang said in surprise. Instead of this being a wooden frame, it's actually made of bamboo. The heavenly green bamboo is one of the 10 most sacred trees in the world. If it is used for smithing, it can strengthen the toughness of the weapon. This small piece of azure green bamboo could make everyone go for it. However, it's amazing how many there are here. And Yi Linfan had actually made it into a wooden shelf, just to put a piece of extremely high-quality spirit milkstone. Although the extreme spirit milkstone was also considered a precious thing, but it's still not enough compared to the sky green bamboo either. It's like putting a regular glass ball in a gold box. This is just too trenchant. Simply trenchant. I didn't taste enough last time, so I'm going to drink my fill this time. Yi Linfan took out a cup and placed it underneath the extreme spiritual milkstone. Mr. Yi, this is not the right time, Li Qingyang immediately said. Why not the time? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Mr. Yi, you don't know. The extreme spirit milkstone only drops 2 drops of Xian ice spirit liquid every month. Not a single drop more. And I've already taken it this month. So, Li Qingyang said helplessly. The Xian ice spiritual liquid was a very precious thing. Where is it possible to have as much as you want? No way. This stone is so humane? I don't believe it. Let me try. Yi Linfan said with a face full of disbelief. Isn't it just a rock? It's so arrogant. Li Qingyang has not gone too far. So he said to the extreme spirit milkstone, have a Sprite. Everyone secretly shook their heads. The reputation of the very best spirit milkstone is very loud. They're all well aware of it. The extreme spiritual milkstone after dropping 2 drops of Xian ice spiritual liquid. There is absolutely no way to get a third drop. Even if Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal world, it's not always possible to command a rock, is it? Ye are feeling too good. Li Qingyang whispered helplessly. Wait until he realizes you're telling the truth. Lin Langtian said with a smile. But, they were kinda looking forward to Yi Linfan being defeated. After all, since they had known Yi Linfan had always been very powerful and omnipotent. It was as if nothing in this world could be difficult for him. Now if we could just see him suffer. It's also a pretty fun thing to do. However, they quickly widened their eyes. Because of the scene before us, it almost didn't make their eyes glaze over. Only Yi Linfan had just finished speaking. The extreme spirit milkstone unexpectedly began to ooze out Xian ice spirit liquid. Not a drop. Instead, it's a stream. It was a column of water that fell into the cup. It soon filled the water glass. And it was as if the extreme spiritual milkstone was very psychic. Just filled the cup. It stopped flowing out the Xian ice spiritual liquid. The scene. It left the crowd dumbfounded and filled with stupefaction. Didn't we agree that we would only drop 2 drops of Xianbing spirit liquid a month? What's going on? Especially Li Qingyang. Almost didn't get mad enough to freak out. This one stinks of rock. While in my hands, I was only given 2 drops of Xian ice spirit liquid a month. Won't give a drop more. Now it's in Mr. Yi's hands. It's amazing how obedient you are. I really didn't expect that. You're just a rock. Surprisingly, they also know how to tend to the situation. Immediately changed and abandoned me. What a scumbag. Nope. It's a slagstone. City Lordly. It seems that this stone is not as mysterious as you said. Look, isn't it quite easy to talk to? Yi Linfan said with a smile. I was mistaken. Li Qingyang said with a forced smile, but he was chanting in his mind. This stinking rock isn't even so obedient because you're strong. If it were another person, it must turn into a stone in the outhouse. It's smelly and hard. Yi Linfan didn't know what was on Li Qingyang's mind. He picked up the glass and looked at the liquid inside. The liquid in this is clear and bubbles constantly. He leaned over the cup and took a deep sniff. It smells so good. That's what Sprite tastes like. That's what home tastes like. Yi Linfan let out a sigh of relief. 10 years. Finally seeing something that connects with home. Sprite is the favorite food of countless geeks. Yi Linfan was also a senior geek in his previous life. Naturally, I have a love for Sprite. So he couldn't hold back any longer. Straight away, he tilted his head back and downed the Sprite in his glass. Mr. Yi, may not. Li Qingyang's face changed drastically when he saw this. Chapter 80, Terrible Strength. Chapter 80, Terrible Strength. How domineering is the Xian Ice spiritual liquid? Li Qingyang knew best. Last time, nothing happened to Yi Linfan even though he drank Xian Ice spirit liquid. That's because there were only 2 drops inside the porcelain vase that time. This time, it's a cup full. A full cup adds up. At the very least, there must be thousands of drops of Xian Ice spiritual liquid. There's a big difference between 1 cup and 2 drops. How can it be the same thing? And Yi Linfan actually drank it in 1 gulp just like that. Something's bound to happen that way. That's why Li Qingyang was so scared that he hurried to stop it. Pity. It's already too late. Yi Linfan had already tilted his head and finished all the Xian Ice spiritual liquid in the cup. It's over. It's over. Now Mr. Yi will be dead. Li Qingyang's eyes went black. Almost didn't pass out. He was already regretting it in his heart. It didn't stop last time. I'm surprised I didn't remember this time. This one indirectly killed Mr. Yi. However, right about this time, his ears heard Yi Linfan's voice. It's good. Quite tasty. And tastes exactly like my hometown. Li Qingyang sniffed and hurriedly looked up, only to see that Yi Linfan did nothing at all. Instead, he still kept smacking his lips, very much recalling the flavor of the Xian Ice spiritual liquid just now. Mr. Yi, are you okay? Li Qingyang asked cautiously. It's nothing. Yi Linfan shook his head and said, it's not just a glass of Sprite. What can it be? Hiss. Li Qingyang sniffed and secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. After drinking so much Xian Ice spirit liquid in 1 breath, he was actually able to remain unharmed. Such strength. It's just horrible. It was beyond his cognizance. Could this be the strength of an immortal? Surely it is not for mere mortals like me to speculate. It's been too long since I've had one, and 1 glass is not enough. Yi Linfan said. You still drink? Li Qingyang asked with a startled look, not to mention whether Yi Linfan could still drink. Even if you can drink the extreme spirit milkstone that had already dripped with a cup of Xian Ice spirit liquid, I'm guessing it won't drop a second time already. It's been too long since I've had a drink, and I want to get over it. Yi Linfan said with a smile. After all is said and done, he placed the cup under the extreme mouth of the spirit milkstone. But, Li Qingyang frowned, trying to explain things to Yi Linfan, lest it be Yi Linfan's wasted effort. However, before he could finish, Yi Linfan had already spoken. 1 more cup. Next moment, a scene that shocked Li Qingyang happened, only to see that the extreme spirit milkstone actually did flow out Xian Ice spirit liquid once again. Soon a cup was flowing again. Seeing this, Li Qingyang was completely speechless. I kind of see through it. This broken rock. I'm sure it's a character who watches people get off on it. He cursed in his mind. Just for a moment. The Xian Ice spiritual liquid provided by the extreme spiritual milkstone had already exceeded all that the Li family had gotten over the years. Such an operation. It made Li Qingyang feel not too hurtful, but extremely insulting. Yi Linfan immediately drank another glass of Xian Ice spirit liquid. At this point, Li Qingyang was already too lazy to stop it, because he already knew the Xian Ice spiritual liquid that he himself feared like a tiger. It couldn't hurt Yi Linfan at all. Yi Linfan, even if he drank more, all will be fine. Sure enough. Next, Yi Linfan drank a full 5 cups, 1 drink at a time. Li Qingyang was already numb. After 5 drinks, only then did Yi Linfan put down the cup with satisfaction. Delicious, just delicious. Yi Linfan burped and laughed incomparably freely. Seeing Yi Linfan like this, Li Qingyang instantly felt that it was worth giving away this extreme spirit milkstone. Lin Langtian on the side was also incomparably envious. The city lord's mansion's heritage was indeed not something one could compare to. As soon as Li Qingyang made his move, he gave away a heavenly treasure like the extreme spirit milkstone, and sent to make Mr. Yi so happy. And all he had to offer was an incredibly shabby unicorn pendant. And after that, Qilin Pei was transformed by Mr. Yi. Only then did it become a top-tier immortal weapon. That gap. It's too big. It seems that the city lord's mansion has embraced Mr. Yi's thighs, and one only needs to hold on to the city lord's leg well. It was also equivalent to hugging Mr. Yi's thigh. Lin Langtian quickly figured out the key. Within the city of falling clouds, countless people want to be the city lord's dog. Neither had a chance. Now this opportunity has fallen into his lap. It has to be grasped. Only this. It was only then that the Lin family was able to thrive within the falling cloud city where there were so many powerful people, even beyond the Shin family. It wasn't impossible to become the #1 family in falling cloud city. City lordly, thank you for giving me a taste of home today. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Mr. Yi is polite. It's just a mere stone. Although Li Qingyang was dripping blood in his heart, he still pretended to be generous and said, mustn't show a heartbroken look in front of Yi Linfan, otherwise this favor, it's discounted. The more you pretend not to care, the more Yi Linfan would be close to Li Qingyang, the better the relationship between the Li family and Yi Linfan would be. But I can't take your stuff for nothing. Yi Linfan said slowly. The crowd was shaken. Especially Li Qingyang was ecstatic in his heart. Yi Linfan is going to send something to himself. He knew it in his heart. With Yi Linfan's handiwork, the gift is definitely very precious. At the very least, they were all top-tier immortal weapons. It's safe to say, in terms of value, it was definitely an existence that hung in the balance with the Extreme Spirit Milkstone. It seems, this Extreme Spirit Milkstone was not a bad gift, Li Qingyang said with dark joy in his heart. Lin Langtian was also envious. He wasn't jealous, though, after all, Yi Linfan had also sent something to him. Mr. Yi is too polite. How can this be good? Though the heart is beyond desperate. But on the surface, Li Qingyang still politely refused very politely. Don't excuse yourself. City lordly, could it be that you don't see what I have? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. How can that be? As long as it's something from Mr. Yi, I love it. Li Qingyang hurriedly explained. That's good. Why don't I send you a painting? I just did it. Yi Linfan said slowly. I'll be respectful then. A hint of disappointment appeared on Li Qingyang's face when he heard this. So it's just a gift of a painting. I was expecting some kind of weapon to be sent to me. But, Li Qingyang's disappointment only flickered. It's not very obvious. He didn't dare to let Yi Linfan see that he was disappointed. Otherwise, the consequences can be dire. He had made up his mind. No matter how common that painting is, one must all pretend to like it very much. Then please come with me. Yi Linfan stood up and walked over to the desk. The others followed in a hurry. Only a roll of paper was sitting on the desk at that moment. This roll of paper is rolled. Look at the lines on the back. It's obvious to see that it's a painting. Could this be the painting Mr. Yi wants to give me? Sure enough, Yi Linfan slowly said. City lordly, this is the painting I want to give you. Having said that, he slowly opened the painting. The painting just opened. A sudden feeling of wariness welled up in the hearts of the crowd. Chapter 81, this painting contains an unparalleled sword technique. Chapter 81, this painting contains an unparalleled sword technique. Painting 1 opens. The crowd then felt an incomparably powerful force come over them. The force almost impacted the crowd so much that they couldn't even stand up. The crowd was secretly surprised. What the hell is this painting? It's amazing how powerful it is. The crowd looked down toward the painting, only to see that the painting was actually a drawing of a person dressed in white. The man was holding a long sword and floating in the air. The figure was like an immortal relegated to the mortal world. The long sword in his hand fell straight down from the sky. The long sword was in the air. It's like an immortal being in the world. The heavens and the earth shall also be subdued. To the right of the painting are written 8 large letters. A sword comes from the west and flies out of the sky. Those 8 big words. The brush is strong and sharp. It's like a knife and an axe. The crowd looked at the painting. A wariness welled up in his heart. In their eyes. It's just a painting, though. But they could still feel the boundless killing intent and sword intent from the painting. As if this sword, it's like it's coming at them. The pressure was so great that they were sweating profusely all over. They looked at Yi Linfan with eyes of incomparable fear. Where is this a painting? It's clearly a great sword move. Paint a random picture. It is the ultimate swordsmanship. Such strength. It's simply horrible. In particular, Li Qingyang was even more excited inside. Mr. Yi is just too generous. Surprisingly, I was sent such a powerful sword move directly to me. In front of this sword move, that extreme spirit milkstone is simply scum. Nope, not even scum. It seems that this extremely high-quality spiritual milkstone was given to the right person. Mr. Yi, what is the name of this sword move? Li Qingyang asked with a trembling voice. A sword comes from the west and flies out of the sky. Yi Linfan said slowly. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that 8 big characters was the name of this supreme sword technique. So dominant. So ethereal. How come I've never heard of the world having this sword move? Li Qingyang asked curiously. This sword move isn't from this world. Of course you haven't heard of it. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The crowd was once again shocked at the words. Not this world's swordplay. Isn't that the sword technique of the immortal world? Everyone's eyes flashed with incomparable fire. This is a sword technique from the immortal world. If the cultivation is successful, it can definitely boost your strength greatly. But, this painting just belongs to Li Qingyang. Lin Langtian and Lin Ruoro could not be more envious. All can only be envied as well. They wouldn't dare to rob Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang, on the other hand, became more and more agitated and, a broken stone for an immortal world sword move. Worth it. He couldn't wait to bring the painting back now. Take a good stab at it. Strive to master this masterful swordsmanship. Look guys, the person in this painting looks a lot like Mr. Yi. Li Anren said suddenly. It was then that the crowd noticed. It turned out that the appearance of the man in the painting was really the same as Yi Linfan. The crowd secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. Mr. Yi, is the person in this painting really you? Li Qingyang asked curiously. Yes, it is indeed me. I've made you all laugh.
Yi Linfan laughed a little awkwardly. This painting was drawn in passing because he suddenly got up today. After all, every man has a dream in his heart to fly to the sky and the earth, to fight with the sword in the rivers and lakes, and to be reckless. Yi Linfan was naturally no exception. It's just a shame. He didn't have any talent for refining martial arts. That's why I only rely on painting to express my dreams. While painting, then, without realizing it, he drew the person in the painting as himself. He fantasized himself as the man who stood on top of the forbidden city. The crowd sniffed and secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder this sword move was so powerful and so evocative. It turned out that this was Yi Linfan drawing himself practicing his sword. Someone who can execute such a supreme sword technique. How could it not be a Jedi? Such strength. It is no longer for mortals like us to speculate. However, he's so powerful, and yet it remains so understated. Have to be so with me as a normal person. This is so admirable. Mr. Yi, is this painting really for me? Li Qingyang asked with great excitement. This painting is just too precious. It was enough for Li Qingyang to classify it as a family heirloom. Of course, the painting isn't worth much, so I'll just give it to you, Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. The crowd barely choked on their own saliva when they heard this. Such a precious pair of paintings. It was surprisingly worthless in Yi Linfan's eyes. This is fortunately in this yard. If this painting had gotten out in the open, I'm afraid it's already started a bloodbath. A sword move from the immortal world. It was enough to make any martial artist go out of their way for it, even at the cost of your life. But, they turned their minds to it. Yi Linfan was an immortal after all. Perhaps something they find immensely valuable. It really wasn't worth mentioning in Yi Linfan's eyes. That's the gap. The insurmountable gap between immortal and mortal. Yi Linfan rolled up the painting and handed it to Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang hastily received it with trembling hands. This painting is really worth its weight in gold. Even with all the wealth of the entire Falling Cloud City combined. It's not even close to what this painting is. So, this painting is light though. But Li Qingyang felt heavy as £1,000,000. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang was incomparably excited and said with a trembling voice. Seeing Li Qingyang in this state, Yi Linfan felt a little amused. Isn't it just a painting? That's an over-the-top reaction. It seems that City Lord Li is also a great lover of calligraphy and painting. Yi Linfan said slowly. It seems that the martial artists in this world are not quite the same. Whether it was Lin Langtian or Chu Mingyang, or the current Li Qingyang, they all seem to love paintings and calligraphy. Not like the martial artists he remembered. They are a bunch of people who only practice and fight hard. That's natural. I've always loved collecting paintings and calligraphy, Li Qingyang said in a hurry. He knew very well that Yi Linfan didn't like to talk about anything regarding martial arts. And so it was answered. That dares to be good. Patriarch Lin and Dean Shu are also people who like calligraphy and painting, so we can exchange more in the future. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Since these bigots like paintings and calligraphy, it's a good thing. Later on, you can write a few random words and paint a few pictures yourself to please them. Then I'll have something to fall back on in this world from now on. And that's how you can settle down. It was also fortunate that Li Qingyang and Lin Langtian did not know what Yi Linfan was thinking at this moment. Otherwise, they'd be happy as hell. Yi Linfan writes and paints with his hands. Absolutely all of them were no less than the existence of top-tier immortal weapons. If you can get it often enough, that's a hell of a chance. The crowd stayed at Yi Linfan's house for an hour before saying goodbye. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Patriarch Lin, Mr. Yi has already sent you calligraphy and paintings before? Li Qingyang asked curiously. Chapter 82 Rejecting Top-Grade Immortal Weapons. Chapter 82 Rejecting Top-Grade Immortal Weapons. Lin Langtian nodded and said, That's right. Mr. Yi gave me a pair of characters. What's the word? Li Qingyang asked curiously. The immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to grant me immortality. Lin Langtian said slowly. Hear those 10 words. Li Qingyang sucked in a breath of cool air. What a dominating 10 words. It seems that Yi Linfan has come to Earth from the immortal world. Definitely have their own agenda. Whatever he has planned. As long as you can hook up with an immortal. To be able to become a pawn of the immortals. It's a great honor to be yourself. It seems like that pair of characters should be very extraordinary, right? Li Qingyang asked. That's right. That pair of characters is a top-tier immortal artifact. Lin Langtian nodded and said, A top-level immortal weapon? Li Qingyang and Li Anren secretly sucked in a breath of cool air at the same time. It's horrible. It was surprising that a top-tier immortal weapon could be given away casually. Such tactics are just too trenchant. Simply trenchant. City Lord Li, this painting of yours is also a top-tier immortal artifact, I reckon. Lin Langtian said. What makes it so? Li Qingyang asked with a change in his face. Because the power fluctuations emanating from this painting are not similar to my pair of characters.
Lin Langtian said slowly. So that's how it is? Mr. Yi is really admirable. Giving away a top-grade immortal artifact and still having an attitude of not caring. Li Qingyang said ecstatically. The City Lord's mansion has a top-tier immortal artifact. This top immortal weapon. Not only could he himself comprehend the sword intent in it, I'm afraid I'll still be able to use it to attack others. Wait until you've realized the swordsmanship in it yourself. One's strength can definitely increase greatly. Can I come over to your house and look at that writing? Li Qingyang asked curiously. Why do you need to go in person? I'll deliver it to your house and we'll appreciate it together. Lin Langtian immediately said. Then I'll trouble Matriarch Lin. Seeing that Lin Langtian was so on board, Li Qingyang nodded with great satisfaction and said, It should. Lin Langtian said in a hurry. They then left the premises. It didn't take long. Lin Langtian brought the word to the City Lord's mansion. City Lordly, please look. Lin Langtian slowly opened the pair of words. Word 1 opens. An incomparably powerful force filled the room. The green light lingers, and there is more than just Dao rhythm. It really is a top-tier immortal artifact. Li Qingyang said in surprise. The 10 words. Each stroke is a rhyme. These Taoist rhythms come together. A river of dawning rhythms was formed. Li Qingyang felt the spiritual energy in his body being stimulated by these Dao rhythms. Instantly, it began to churn madly. Click. Only his body shook. Breaking. He broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. I've finally broken through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Li Qingyang laughed. His strength had finally caught up with Chu Mingyang, and it was even stronger than Fan Xian. At that time, even if the Fan family comes to ask for punishment, and he was not afraid. Congratulations to City Lordly. Lin Langtian immediately stepped forward to congratulate him. This is also thanks to Patriarch Lin bringing this painting to me. Li Qingyang said with a smile. This is a small matter. If City Lordly likes this pair of characters, then I'll give it to you. Lin Langtian clenched his teeth and said. This pair of characters is a top-notch immortal weapon. Naturally, he was a million times more upset. But in order to be able to have a good relationship with Li Qingyang, there are only a few sacrifices to be made as well. Li Qingyang's heart was greatly moved when he heard this. This is a top-tier immortal weapon. It's hard to resist such a temptation. But, he was thinking about it for a long time. Eventually, I was going to turn it down. Thanks to Patriarch Lin's kindness. It's better to forget about it. Lin Langtian's face showed a trace of consternation when he heard this. He was ready for Li Qingyang to take the words away. After all, it was unlikely that anyone would be able to resist the temptation of a top-tier immortal armament. However, Li Qingyang, refused. Although Lin Langtian was surprised, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This top-tier immortal artifact is preserved. But this joy must not show. His face was still very puzzled as he asked. City Lordly, why is this? This pair of words was gifted to you by Mr. Yi. If you give it away freely, I'm afraid it will cause Mr. Yi to be displeased. Li Qingyang said slowly. City Lordly is extremely right. Lin Langtian couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. If He Linfan knew that he had given the word to someone else, it would definitely make He Linfan angry. Immortals get angry. The consequences can be serious. Thanks to your reminder, or I'd be done for. Lin Langtian wiped his cold sweat and said, Anyway, if we follow Mr. Yi in the future, are we afraid of not getting any benefits? Li Qingyang said slowly. You said it. Lin Langtian immediately said. There was only a deadlocked hold on Yi Linfan's thigh. With Yi Linfan's incomparably generous nature, are you afraid you won't get the good stuff? The two then chatted for a while afterward. Lin Langtian then excused himself and left Mingyu City. After Fan Ming left Falling Cloud City, he returned to Mingyu City. Once he came back, he didn't go anywhere. It went straight back to the City Lord's mansion. Inside the room of the City Lord's mansion, Fan Xian, Lord of Bright Jade City, was sitting there. Fan Xian looked 45 or 60 years old. He wore a green coat and had a country face. It looks very righteous. But from time to time, his eyes sprouted a cold aura. It's unnerving. Next to him sat a young man of 25 or 26. The young man was handsome in appearance, but the chin is sharp, gives a very mean impression. Look closely. This young man actually looked 7 times similar to Fan Xian. He was none other than Fan Xian's son, Fan Jian, the young lord of Mingyu City. Fan Ming was sitting on the other side of Fan Xian. Second brother, are you saying that Li Qingyang's poison has been detoxified? Fan Xian asked with a grim expression on his face. Exactly. Fan Ming nodded and said, how is that possible? The 10,000 years of yin yang grass is only found in our Fan family. Who can solve it? Fan Jian exclaimed. I don't know. Anyway, when I saw Li Qingyang, he didn't have the slightest sign of poisoning at all. Fan Ming shook his head and said, outrageous. It was so hard for us to poison him, but we were spoiled. Fan Xian said with a grim expression on his face. Father, what should I do now? I am bound to marry Lianren as my wife. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for my Jade Harmony dual cultivation technique to reach great success. Fan Jian said with a frown. I know. I'm working on it. Fan Xian said coldly. He doesn't blame Fan Jian for only knowing how to take a wife, because Fan Jian had to marry Lianren as his wife, not because he liked Lianren. Rather, it was because Lianren was the body of Heavenly Yin. If you can bond with Lianren, Fan Jian's kung fu could then increase dramatically. This was the real purpose of the Fan family's rush to marry the Li family. It's just a shame. A plan that was sure to succeed was undone at the end. They don't even know who really stirred the pot. Big brother, I have a plan. I don't know if it's possible. Fan Ming suddenly said. Chapter 83, Poisoning Again. Chapter 83, Poisoning Again. Tell me about it. Fan Xian immediately said. Since the poison of Wakimi Blossom has been undone, let's do the poison again. Fan Ming said slowly. Poison again? What do you mean? Fan Xian asked with a frown. Use soul-eroding grass. Fan Ming said in a chilling tone. Hear that? Fan Xian and Fan Ming both sucked in a breath of cold air. Echidna. But it's one of the 10 most poisonous herbs in the world. The reason why the soul-eroding grass is talked about, it's because it poisons not the human body. Rather, it's the human soul. The poison of the body can be found a way to be detoxified with medicinal stones, but the soul is poisoned. There is no cure, because the world is so big. No one has yet been able to cure the poison of the soul. The person who took the soul-eroding herb will pass out at the first opportunity, and then in just an hour or two, straight up gaslighting, and you can't see the slightest scratch on the outside, because the soul has been corrupted clean. The end is very dominant. Sure about this? Fan Xian asked with a frown. The Fan family does have a soul-eroding grass. Once poisoned, even they themselves don't have an antidote. By that time, there is only one way for Li Shenyang to die. The gods can't help. Father, I think it's fine. As long as Li Qinyang is dead, is the Li family still at our mercy? Fan Jian said with a twinkle in his eye. He was now at the 9th level of the Earth realm, just one step away from breaking through to the Heaven realm. However, the Jade Harmony dual cultivation technique he cultivated had already reached its bottleneck. One must find a maiden of the most Yin body to use as a cauldron in order to break through. Lianren just happened to be the body of Supreme Yin. That's why Fan Jian was so anxious to marry Lianren. That solution could be fine. Just how do you poison it? Fan Xian asked with a frown. Li Qingyang was, after all, the city lord of Falling Cloud City. Not only is he outstanding in his own strength, and there are a lot of attendants around, trying to poison him is a pretty difficult thing to do. This matter is simple. The chef in charge of the Li family's meals just happens to have an old relationship with me. All I have to do is to give him a favor, and he'll definitely step in. Fan Ming said slowly. In that case, the matter is yours for the taking. Fan Xian sniffed, and his frowning brows instantly relaxed. Don't worry, big brother. I will do it properly, Van Min said with conviction. Yi Linfan didn't realize that Li Qingyang would soon be poisoned again. He stayed in his house and continued to carve the koto. The patterns around the ancient zither had been carved with incomparable beauty. The contours have become unmistakable. A few more days at most. This koto will be perfectly good. Just put the strings on when the time comes. It was nobody else present. Otherwise, he would definitely be shocked by the powerful Dao rhythm on this ancient zither. But, this is not the strongest state of this instrument. Wait until the day the piano is finished. That's when it's the strongest. Just then, someone outside the house was suddenly calling him. Brother Yi, are you home? Yi Linfan heard out that it was Yuan Xiaorong's voice, so immediately he put down his koto and walked out. Sure enough, it was Yuan Xiaorong standing outside the door. On her side, there was also Chu Yenyun standing. What brings you two here? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Have to say, Yuan Xiaorong really hasn't been here for a long time. Yi Linfan really did miss her a bit. I've been practicing with my master recently and haven't been over for a long time, so I came to see you today, Yuan Xiaorong said with a smile. Ever since she had followed Chu Mingyang's cultivation, for Yi Linfan's sake, Chu Mingyang taught with great care. Plus, Yuan Xiaorong had been augmented by so many pairs of calligraphy and paintings sent by Yi Linfan. Yuan Xiaorong's strength could be said to be growing by leaps and bounds. In a short time, just from a cultivation buff, he had broken through to the second level of the realm of transformation. Since breaking through to the second level of the realm of transformation, it was only then that Yuan Xiaorong began to become sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth, and it was finally clear to her how powerful were the calligraphy and painting and that wooden sword that Yi Linfan had given her. It was thanks to that wooden sword last time too. That's why it was possible to save all the students of the Budo Academy. Since that day, Yuan Xiaorong then kept that wooden sword with her. Just
What haunts her the most is this. The pair of characters stolen by the Shin family still hasn't been taken back. Only, Xu Mingyang had already told her. Yi Linfan estimated that he would strike when Shin Tian spared his 250th birthday. This is what made Yuan Xiaorong put down her heart. I really envy you. You have Dean Chu to teach you cultivation. Unlike me, who is just an ordinary person and can't cultivate at all. Yi Linfan said with a sigh. The words came out. The corners of Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong's mouths twitched. This guy, pretending to be normal again, pretending to be a mortal. There was really no one better than Yi Linfan. Brother Yi, won't you let us in? Yuan Xiaorong asked. Come on in. Come in for a cup of tea first. And why don't you come out with me later? Yi Linfan said slowly. Where to? Yuan Xiaorong asked suspiciously. Let's go to Falling Cloud City. We're about to run out of meat at home. We need to go buy some. Yi Linfan replied. It's okay. Sure, no problem. Yuan Xiaorong immediately said. Is Miss Chu free? Yi Linfan turned his head to look at Chu Yenyun and asked. He was afraid that Chu Yenyun wouldn't like shopping with him. That's why I asked ahead of time. Lest you be rejected then. It's not a good idea to save face. Of course I'm free, Chu Yenyun said without hesitation. Being able to accompany Yi Linfan on a shopping trip, that's not something that just happens to anyone. Of course Chu Yenyun wouldn't turn down such a good opportunity. Even if Chu Mingyang was present, will also offer to tag along. That would be great. Yi Linfan said happily. The two young girls in front of me. One has a cold temperament and is imperial. One is cute and perky, with a seductive Lolita style. It's safe to say, each one is good at what it does, but there is a common denominator. That is extremely eye-catching. To be able to take two such beautiful teenage girls out shopping, it will definitely be very dignified. Yi Linfan thought with incomparable complacency in his heart. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong walked inside Yi Linfan's house. Yi Linfan quickly served 2 cups of tea. The teacups are covered though, but it still can't hide the strong aroma of tea. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong were incomparably excited in their hearts. This is spiritual tea. Any cup of spiritual tea that was circulated could cause a bloody storm. However, such a precious spirit tea, yet you can drink it freely here. It's just a shame. The potency of the spirit tea was too overbearing. They can only have 1 drink at most. Don't dare to be greedy and drink more. Even if you are greedy for 1 more sip, all of them are in danger of bursting into flames. Drink up and get going. Yi Linfan said slowly. Thank you brother Yi. Yuan Xiaorong picked up the teacup and drank the cup of tea in one go. Tea is like a throat. Her eyes were incredibly wide. She only felt an incomparably large amount of spiritual energy instantly explode within her body. It exploded the spiritual energy in his body into a crazy flow. Soon, her body shook. Click. She broke through. Chapter 84, I have a question for you. Chapter 84, I have a question for you. Yuan Xiaorong broke through. And it wasn't just breaking through one realm. After all, she was merely the 2nd level of the realm of transformation. The realm is pathetically low. With such massive potency of spirit tea, it was enough for her to break through many realms. The 3rd level of the realm of transformation. The realm of transformation is 4-fold. The realm of transformation is 5-fold. All the way up to breaking through the 8th level of the realm of transformation. It took her a moment to stop the breakthrough. She felt an incomparably powerful force fill her body. The feeling was really immensely soothing to her. The feeling of getting stronger. It's really good. At this point, Chu Yenyun had also finished the spirit tea in her cup. Powerful spiritual energy exploded within her. As the aura churned, she broke through just the same. Only, her realm was too much higher than Yuan Xiaorong. So the breakthrough realm was not as exaggerated as Yuan Xiaorong. She had already broken through to the 6th level of the Dan realm before. This cup of spiritual tea was drunk. It directly allowed her to break through to the 9th level of the Dan realm. Only 1 step away from the Earth realm. Chu Yenyun's heart was incomparably excited. Fortunately, I ran into Yuan Xiaorong today. Knowing that the other party was going to come to Yi Linfan's house. How else could you get spiritual tea again? Every time I come here, all of them can have a huge increase in strength. It's such a great feeling. Chu Yenyun would like to be able to come every day. But, she was a girl. After all, how is it nice to come to a single man's house every day? If word gets out, it would reflect badly on her reputation. But it's okay to follow Yuan Xiaorong. After all, Yuan Xiaorong was Yi Linfan's godsister. It doesn't matter if you follow her. You guys want another drink? Yi Linfan asked. No, that's enough. Chu Yenyun immediately said. Spiritual tea is good though, but you can't be greedy. If I had another drink, there's a danger of bursting into flames. Chu Yenyun naturally did not dare to try. Yuan Xiaorong also shook her head and refused. Alright then, you guys come with me to Fallen Cloud City. Yi Linfan said slowly. The 3 came out into the yard.
Yi Linfan said to the big yellow dog lying in the yard. Big Yellow, you guard the house. I'll go out. The big yellow dog barked twice. Indicates that he knows. Chu Yanyon looked at the big yellow dog speechlessly. This big yellow dog is definitely an ancient divine beast. Yet it was willing to be a watchdog in Yi Linfan's yard. It was evident how terrifying Yi Linfan's strength was. But then she thought about it. So many dogs in the world. Not all dogs were able to serve as watchdogs for immortals like Yi Linfan. Stay in this courtyard of Yi Linfan. If it stays long, I'm afraid even a pig. It all comes off, right? That's all. Yi Linfan took Chu Yenyun and Yuan Sharon and left the place. As soon as they leave, the yard then came alive. The carp with the most joyful nature jumped out of the pond. Dog, the master used to take you with him when he went out, but now that he has a beautiful woman with him, he has abandoned you. Carp laughed and teased. However, the big yellow dog ignored it, because it thinks that would be too boring. Don't even bother. Even if the master is powerful, he is still a man after all. Since ancient times, heroes can't resist beauty. It's normal for him to have such a reaction. The old hen spoke up. That's true, but with the master's strength, if he wants a woman, he can just hook his hand. I'm afraid that there are plenty of women willing to marry him, Kahaku said as he walked over. Alright, don't talk about master behind his back. With master's strength, don't think he won't hear you. The big yellow dog said faintly. It said this. All the animals shut up. After all, they were the ones who knew best how terrifying Yi Linfan was. Maybe he really does have smooth ears and can hear voices 10,000 miles away. Yard. Silence was soon restored. Falling Cloud City was not far from Yi Linfan's home. Yi Linfan's trio had only rushed for half an hour before arriving at Falling Cloud City. Within the Falling Cloud City, it was the time to catch the market. So it's very hilarious. The streets were filled with people. Both sides of the street. All sorts of shouting and hawking were going on. Such an environment. For Chu Yenyun, it was very uncomfortable, because she is honorable. Plus, most of the weekdays were spent in cultivation. Not much shopping at all. So for her, this is a little too noisy for such an environment. Dr. Yi, you're here. Dr. Yi, the illness you showed me last time is almost healed. Dr. Yi, thanks to you last time, or else I would already be dead. Everyone greeted Yi Linfan very warmly when they saw him coming, because for so many years, Yi Linfan would often come into the Falling Cloud City to treat people, and often the medicine goes away. His reputation grew. Everyone in Falling Cloud City respected him greatly. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not be sick for the rest of their lives. Being able to get on good terms with a divine doctor, it's the equivalent of an extra life. Yi Linfan also returned the salute very politely. Such behavior made Chu Yenyun feel very puzzled. She had seen too many people of high strength since she was a child. Those people tower over ordinary people. They see ordinary people as if they were ants. However, Yi Linfan, a supreme master whose strength was comparable to that of an immortal. I can't believe I'm hanging out with these ordinary people. And it was a lot of fun. It also turned her view of the powerful upside down. Yi Linfan led the two to the store that sold meat. The owner of the butcher store welcomed Yi Linfan when he saw him. Dr. Yi, you came to buy meat again? The butcher asked with a smile. He looked at the two women behind Yi Linfan and a look of amazement appeared on his face. Dr. Yi is truly blessed with a lot of sex. I can't believe there are two such beautiful girls following. But, he was just thinking about it in his mind, and didn't say it, because he could see it. These two young girls are both martial artists. He naturally didn't dare to talk nonsense. Any fresh meat lately? Yi Linfan asked. Yes, recently those demonic beast hunters shot some meat from the heavenly horned dogs over. The shopkeeper said in a hurry. The heavenly horned dog was a demonic beast that looked similar to a dog, but it had two long horns on its head. The strength wasn't great. It was only equivalent to a human's dark realm cultivation, but the meat was delicious. That's why it's a favorite of demonic beast hunters. Not bad. Give me a couple pounds. Yi Linfan's eyes lit up and he said in a hurry. Yes, you wait a moment. The shopkeeper rushed off to cut the meat. It didn't take long. He came over with the wrapped meat. Dr. Yi, here are 10 pounds of meat. Take it. Yi Linfan asked. How much? Money won't be necessary. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand and said, that's not good. I didn't even ask for money last time, so I must pay this time, or I won't come next time. Yi Linfan shook his head and said, in that case, let's make it 201. The shopkeeper said after a moment of silence. This price is already quite low. You know that a pound of demonic beast's meat is already 101. Yi Linfan was somewhat helpless, but he also knew full well that the other side was unlikely to charge more. So he also only took out 200 cents and handed it to the shopkeeper. The three of them walked out of here. Chu Yenyun suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Mr. Yi, I have a question I want to ask you. Chapter 85 Epiphany and Enlightenment of the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 85 Epiphany and Enlightenment of the Heavenly Tao.
Yi Linfan froze at his words and asked, "What problem? Why do you like to be around these ordinary people?"
Chu Yenyun asked the doubts in her heart. "Because I'm supposed to be normal,"
Yi Linfan said with a smile. This statement was made. It made Chu Yenyun stagnate. The corners of her mouth twitched.
This bigot really is pretending that ordinary people have gotten to his bones. Open your mouth and say you're an ordinary person. That question doesn't appear to be answered. However,
Yi Linfan continued, "Miss Chu has an honorable status.
Does she feel that she doesn't care to deal with ordinary people? Mr. Yi, I grew up in contact with martial artists,
and every one of them is so high and mighty that they think ordinary people are just ants."
Chu Yenyun said truthfully. This is a world of martial artists.
Chu Yenyun's words were hard to hear though,
but also reality. No one has refuted it at all.
Yi Linfan was also clear about this.
So he wasn't angry with Chu Yenyun for that, because he knows it well. The atmosphere that Chu Yenyun grew up in was what created such a mindset in her.
Miss Chu thinks that there are more martial artists or ordinary people in this world?
Yi Linfan slowly asked.
Martial artists are like the scales of a phoenix, and ordinary people are like the sands of the Ganges, Chu Yenyun said after a moment of silence.
So yeah, in the end, the world is actually made up of ordinary people,
Yi Linfan said with a smile, but ordinary people they don't have half the strength to change the world.
Chu Yenyun immediately retorted. How do you know that ordinary people haven't changed the world? If there were no ordinary people to farm, would you martial artists have anything to eat?
If there were no ordinary people to weave clothes,
would you martial artists have clothes to wear? If there were no ordinary people to brew wine, would you martial artists have wine to drink? Apart from being able to cultivate, have you martial artists ever made a single contribution to this world? Yi Linfan asked indifferently.
Chu Yenyun's face paled a bit as she heard this. She knew it in her heart.
Yi Linfan was right. Farming, weaving, brewing, all are actually very essential to this world.
And martial artists practice or not.
And yet it has little effect on the world. So it would seem, ordinary people do exist in a much more significant way than martial artists.
That's a lot of words.
It could be said that it directly overturned Chu Yenyun's 20 years of outlook on life. Is it true that martial artists don't contribute to this world? Chu Yenyun was a bit skeptical. That's not true.
Martial artists also bear the burden of protecting ordinary people when they are in danger. Ordinary people are responsible for creating a good cultivation environment for martial artists,
while martial artists are to protect ordinary people.
The so-called heavenly cycle is constant in all cases, and both martial artists and ordinary people are an integral part of this world.
It's called the way of heaven,
Yi Linfan said indifferently. Chu Yenyun's heart was extremely shaken when she heard these words, because those words really turned all her views on life upside down.
But,
that's a lot of words. Yet it also exploded in her ears like twilight drums and bells.
This is the true voice of the way. The moment
she came to her senses, she slowly closed her eyes.
It felt like my soul was floating up into the sky. Thoughts are ethereal.
At this point in her life,
no longer does it feel like a noisy place. Instead, the place felt very intimate. The void.
Suddenly there were countless green lights appearing around her.
If a martial artist is present, see this scene,
must have glazed over his eyes.
The Tao rhyme is near.
This will clearly be a sign of enlightenment.
Even a Saint Realm powerhouse, being able to enter the state of enlightenment in an epiphany, it's also something that is available. However, Chu Yenyun was merely a Dan Realm 9th level martial artist. It's amazing that you can get into this state as well. It would just be really horrible.
Elder sister,
what's wrong with you?
Yuan Xiaorong saw Chu Yenyun suddenly close her eyes, so she reached out with the intention of pushing her.
Slow down. Don't move her. She's having an epiphany,
Yi Linfan said with incomparable envy.
Chu Yenyun was worthy of being Chu Mingyang's granddaughter. The talent is just horrible.
It is amazing to be able to enter a state of epiphany anytime,
anywhere.
It's a shame you can't practice on your own.
And only dry envy. Big brother Yi, how did you know that senior sister was having an epiphany? Yuan Xiaorong asked curiously. Of course I know,
Yi Linfan said with a blank look at her. Before the crossing, he was also considered a bona fide bookworm who had read all the internet articles.
It's safe to say, I've never eaten pork, but I've always seen a pig run. Chu Yenyun's current state. It's the exact same state of epiphany as the one written about in the web article. Miss Chu is in a state of epiphany right now,
so don't disturb her or she'll go off the deep end,
Yi Linfan said. I know.
Yuan Xiaorong spat out her cute little tongue and said,
that was close. Luckily, Brother Yi stopped me. Otherwise,
I'll have harmed sister.
The two didn't speak again. Instead, he silently stood by Chu Yenyun's side. Chu Yenyun had this epiphany.
It was an epiphany for over 2 hours. More than 2 hours later,
she's finally awake. After this epiphany,
She suddenly felt that the world looked different to her. Before she thought the streets were noisy. Now she found the image harmonious and comforting. In her eyes at this time, as far as the eye can see, there are all avenues. She's standing there. It was as if there was already a hint of being one with heaven and earth. Only a hint though. But for her current realm, it's already pretty rare. I seem to have broken through again, Xu Yenyun said with some surprise. She had just drunk a cup of spirit tea at Yi Linfan's house. It had already broken through to the 9th level of the Dan realm. This epiphany directly allowed her to break through to the 1st level of the Earth realm. It made her feel ecstatic. She wanted to thank Yi Linfan very much, but after thinking that Yi Linfan didn't like people talking about things about martial arts too much, so she had to endure it. When Yi Linfan heard Xu Yenyun's words, there was some doubt in his heart. Why did she say the word again? Had she broken through not too long ago? If that's the case, then her talent is too terrifying. Same with people. What a difference. It's a real people pleaser. Almost. Let's go home. In a couple days you guys come to my house. I'll make dog meat hot pot for you. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Yuan Xiaorong and Xu Yenyun were overjoyed when they heard this. Although they don't know what fondue is, but they were clear. Yi Linfan cooked. Not only is it tasty, but it also boosts your strength. Can I bring my grandfather? Xu Yenyun hurriedly asked. Such a good thing. How could he leave Chu Mingyang behind? Sure. Yi Linfan promised. It's all about eating anyway. It's not just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. And Chu Mingyang's status was honorable. Make nice with each other. It is also very important. He's thinking about it all. Should we call Li Qingyang over to eat with us? Just then, there was a sudden sound of a dirge being played in the street. Chapter 86, She's Not Dead Yet. Chapter 86, She's Not Dead Yet. The three were confused for a moment. How can you hear a dirge in the middle of the day? That's too unlucky. They followed the sound. Only a funeral procession was seen coming from a distance. The three of them then realized. Turns out someone died. No wonder. Soon, this team came to them. Yi Linfan hurriedly pulled Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong to avoid the side. Let the funeral procession pass. Only the crowd of onlookers could be heard discussing it. This old Fang's daughter-in-law is so poor. She died in childbirth. Yeah, and what's even more pathetic is the baby in her belly that's going to die before it's born. It's all life. There's no way around it. When Yi Linfan heard the words of the crowd, he realized why. Turns out he died in childbirth. It's just a shame. He was not present at the time. Otherwise, it would definitely be possible to get it back. Now the man is dead. There's nothing more he can do. After all, he was just a doctor, not a god. Hasn't got what it takes to bring the dead back to life. Soon, the coffin passed right in front of him. He saw the coffin. Only inside the coffin, water kept dripping out. These waters are murky, not like ordinary water. Yi Linfan could tell at a glance. This is the amniotic fluid of a pregnant woman. See all that amniotic fluid? His face changed dramatically and he immediately stepped forward to stop the funeral procession. Slow down, he shouted. Yuan Xiaorong and Xu Yenyun's faces changed when they saw this. Although they weren't sure why Yi Linfan did this, but they still hurriedly stood by Yi Linfan's side. Isn't that Dr. Yi? What's he up to? Yeah, it's not okay to stop the funeral procession. You can't delay a dead person from going into the ground. Someone soon recognized Yi Linfan. There was a lot of talk starting. Dr. Yi, what are you stopping us for? Just then, a young man with a loyal face man approached and asked. The young man's name is Fender. It's the deceased's husband. His wife was newly bereaved and looked incredibly haggard. Your wife is still alive, Yi Linfan said slowly. There was an outcry at these words. Yesterday Fender's wife was straight up out of breath. Now Yi Linfan even said that he didn't die. It's just unbelievable. I can't believe I'm not dead. How is that possible? Maybe it really isn't dead. Right. With Dr. Ye's amazing medical skills, it's absolutely impossible for him to tell lies. Fang De was also filled with shock as he said, how could that be? I watched her break. Look, these amniotic fluids are still flowing. That proves that your wife and the baby in her belly are still alive. But if you don't let me save them, I'm afraid you're really going to die. Yi Linfan pointed at the amniotic fluid on the ground and said slowly. Fender hesitated this time. It is important to realize that it is a great disrespect to open the coffins of the dead at will, and very unlucky. But the thought that his wife and child still had hope of survival. He gritted his teeth and said, open the coffin. The coffin opened quickly. Inside lay a young woman of 24 or 25. Her face was pale and bloodless, her body cold, and there really wasn't a breath in sight. Indeed, it is no different from a dead man. But Yi Linfan could tell, the woman is not dead. The other party was in a state of pseudodeath caused by hemorrhaging from a difficult birth, and the fetus in her belly is still alive. Luckily, the other party met himself today. Otherwise, once this young woman wakes up,
she finds herself lying in a coffin. I'm afraid I'll actually die in a state of overwhelming fear. It's scary to think about. No way. I must bring her back to life. Get her out of the coffin. Yi Linfan said to Chu Yenyun. The other person is a woman. After all, it was naturally better to let Chu Yenyun do this kind of thing. Chu Yenyun naturally wouldn't refuse. She immediately lifted the young woman out and gently placed her on the ground. Mr. Yi, how do you plan to save her? Chu Yenyun asked curiously. She was curious about the way Yi Linfan saved people. Could it be that they will use the elixir brought from the immortal world to save people? If that's the case, maybe saving the young woman really wasn't in the cards. Of course, acupuncture. Yi Linfan took out a cloth bag and said slowly. It was his habit to bring silver needles when he came to Falling Cloud City. Only this, when he meets a patient, just heal as you go. When Chu Yenyun heard this, she was a bit disappointed. Last time, Yi Linfan slapped away the sword chi within Chu Mingyang's body with a single palm. It can be a godsend. It impressed her. However, she never expected it. Yi Linfan unexpectedly used ordinary people's ways to save people. It was really a bit of a disappointment for her. It's a difficult birth to fake death. Only his last breath remains. Someone who could break at any moment. Can you really be saved with just acupuncture? Chu Yenyun was really skeptical. However, Yi Linfan didn't care about Chu Yenyun's reaction. The priority now is to save lives. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Not a moment's delay. He immediately opened the cloth bag. The cloth bag is small though, but hundreds of silver needles were put down.
Chu Yenyun saw these silver needles and felt her breath catch, because she saw the green light lingering above these silver needles. It was obvious that they all contained incomparably powerful Dao rhythms. These silver needles are surprisingly every one of these silver needles is a top-level immortal weapon. A random one trickled out. It all causes a bloody mess. Hundreds of top-tier immortal weapons were placed together. Countless Dao rhythms were amicable. Scenes like this. It's so shocking. It was the first time Chu Yenyun had seen it. No wonder Mr. Yip said he could save lives with acupuncture. Saving people with a top-tier immortal weapon. As long as there's a breath left, it's hard for that person to die. At this point, Yi Linfan began to apply the needles. The moment. It was as if he had become one with heaven and earth. Once again, he entered the state of celestial unity. Chu Yenyun swallowed her saliva. Get into a state of celestial unity anytime, anywhere. This is just horrible. Yi Linfan didn't realize Chu Yenyun's shock. He accurately placed the first stitch after looking at the right acupuncture point. In the eyes of the common man, this time he was just applying the needle in a normal way. But in the eyes of Chu Yenyun, Yi Linfan applied this needle. The trajectory is beyond arcane. It was by no means less than a greatsword move. It's horrible. Mr. Yi not only saves people with the state of celestial unity, it's more like giving acupuncture with a Jedi sword technique. This is totally in the middle of practicing all the time. No wonder he was so terrifying. Next, Chu Yenyun watched Yi Linfan's application of needles with unblinking eyes. Every time the other party applied the needle, it was like a supreme sword move. Watching Yi Linfan's application of needles, Chu Yenyun only felt that the confusion she encountered in her usual sword training was instantly solved. She looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable admiration. This man, it's just too powerful. Just stay by his side. One can then become stronger whenever one wants. Soon, Yi Linfan finished applying all the needles. More than 100 silver needles were densely inserted into that young woman's body. It looks unbelievably scary. But, the Dao rhythm contained above the silver needle had already entered her body. In nourishing her body, Chu Yenyun sensed it. This young woman's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her face, which had been incredibly pale, had begun to turn rosy, and she had even begun to breathe faintly. Soon, a sudden murmur came. This young woman slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 87, Do you still know how to deliver babies? Chapter 87, Do you still know how to deliver babies? Seeing this young woman open her eyes, everyone was in an uproar. Really awake. Really awake. Dr. Yi is truly a miracle doctor. He can even save a person who has broken his breath. Yeah, it seems like we need to get closer to Dr. Yi in the future. Everyone looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable admiration. It's definitely a miracle cure. How else would it be possible to bring someone back to life who was already in a coffin? If you can get on good terms with someone like that, wouldn't that be like having an extra life of your own? Life on Earth. No amount of money is worth a life of your own. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaoron were similarly dumbstruck. They hadn't thought about it. Yi Linfan really did get people back, and it was saved by a common man's technique like acupuncture. Although those silver needles were all top-tier immortal artifacts, but it can raise the dead, resuscitate a man who has been cut off. I'm afraid that even a Saint Realm powerhouse wouldn't be able to do such a tactic. It seemed that Yi Linfan's strength had long surpassed the Saint Realm.
I just don't know what the realm of the immortal world is like. Xu Yenyun looked at Yi Linfan. The heart was filled with awe. What a powerful and mysterious man. Where am I? The young woman opened her eyes and asked in an incredibly weak voice, though she has woken up. But the injury wants to recover. It still takes some time. Mother, it's wonderful that you're awake. Fang De stepped forward and said with immense excitement. He had wanted to help the young woman, but the other guy was covered in silver needles. And that's all there is to it. Sunga, where am I? The young woman asked with a bewildered look on her face. You broke yesterday. I thought you were dead. Luckily I met Dr. Yi who brought you back to life. Fender said with a pang of hindsight. Luckily, I met Yi Linfan, or he'll bury his wife and kids alive. The young woman had wanted to speak, but a sudden look of pain crossed her face. My stomach hurts. When Fang De saw this, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Linfan and asked, Dr. Yi, what's going on? Your wife hasn't given birth yet. You need to deliver the baby now or your child will be in danger. Yi Linfan said quickly. The baby in the belly was not born though, but it's also a life. If he left before he had a chance to see the world, that would be just pathetic. Yi Linfan is a doctor. He would never allow that to happen. Is there a stabilizer around? Fang De immediately asked aloud. A midwife is an old woman who delivers a baby. Unfortunately, no one in the surrounding crowd asked for an answer, even if there is, and it won't come out. For delivering a baby to someone who just came to life, the risk is too great. If the delivery fails, I'm afraid I'm still liable. Yi Linfan's medical skills were superior, and there would have been no problem delivering the baby. But he was a man, after all, naturally unsuitable for delivering babies. There's no stabilizer. So what? Fender came down in a cold sweat. Don't worry, I'm here. Yi Linfan said. It's not quite right for you, is it? Fender said with some hesitation. If Yi Linfan delivers the baby, wouldn't that be seeing his wife's private parts? It's a larger-than-life thing. I don't have to deliver the baby myself. They're here. Yi Linfan pointed at Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong and said. Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong were shocked. They are both unmarried teenage girls. Never even experienced a man or a woman. Not to mention delivering babies. That's right. It's you guys. You're the only ones who can help now. Yi Linfan said indifferently. But I won't. Xu Yenyun said with a difficult face. Neither would I. Yuan Xiaorong said with a bitter cute little face. Don't worry. I'll teach you. Yi Linfan said in relief. You still deliver babies? Xu Yenyun asked with wide eyes. Aren't you an immortal? Shouldn't it be high and unearthly? Why but so grounded? Not only do you buy your own groceries and cook every day. Now I can't believe they say they can deliver babies. What else is there that you won't? It seems that Yi Linfan, the immortal, it's so different from the legendary immortals. Xu Yenyun secretly thought in her heart. But this look of Yi Linfan. Instead, she felt very close. What's the big deal about knowing how to deliver a baby? It's an emergency. People's lives are at stake. You guys should hurry up and help. Yi Linfan said. Okay. Xu Yenyun could only nod her head in agreement. Yuan Xiaorong saw that Xu Yenyun agreed. Naturally, she was fine with that. Old Fang, you now hurry up and get everyone to face outward. Form a circle, and cover it with a white cloth. Yi Linfan said. Fang De didn't dare to delay and immediately commanded. It didn't take long. Everyone in the funeral procession faces outward in a circle. They simultaneously turned their hands backward and pulled up a white cloth, covered up Fender's wife. Wrong. You go get a tub of hot water and a pair of scissors over here now. Yi Linfan said to Yuan Xiaorong. I know. Yuan Xiaorong nodded in agreement. At this time there was an enthusiastic man who took Yuan Xiaorong to his house to boil hot water and get scissors. Ms. Chu, you go inside and prepare to deliver the baby. Yi Linfan looked at Xu Yenyun and slowly said. Yes, Mr. Yi. Xu Yenyun said with an apprehensive expression. It was the first time in her life that she delivered a baby. It does seem to be a bit of a handful, but, still, she took a deep breath and walked in. Mr. Yi, what should I do? Xu Yenyun's voice came through. You start by getting her to put her feet up and her pants down, then you get her to push. Yi Linfan said. Although Fender's wife was badly injured, but with acupuncture, enough to support her through the birth of a child. Mrs. Fang, please push. Xu Yenyun said softly. Mrs. Fang's pained voice kept coming from inside. It was also accompanied by Xu Yenyun's cheering from time to time. Fonder was standing outside pacing back and forth anxiously. The crowd of onlookers was also silent at this point. They're all waiting for the new life to come. After a while, Xu Yenyun's surprised voice came over. Mr. Yi, I can see the head. Go on, don't relax. Yi Linfan immediately said. Mrs. Fang, keep pushing. Your baby is about to be born. Xu Yenyun hurriedly said aloud. Fender's wife sniffed and continued to push. Agonizing sounds kept coming out of it. It was incredibly upsetting to hear all of them. A full half-hour had passed. Suddenly a loud baby cry came from inside. Hear the baby crying. A cheer went up from everyone. Great! The baby is finally out. Dr. Yi is really great. Connecting with the raw is understood. Yes, this thing today is a thing of great merit. Everyone looked at Yi Linfan with reverence. The baby is born. Mr. Yi, what should we do now? Chu Yen-yun asked with incomparable excitement. Chapter 88, The Child is Born. Chapter 88, The Child is Born. Is it a boy or a girl? Fonder asked as he walked over with immense excitement. It's a girl, Chu Yen-yun said excitedly. Great, it's good that the mother and daughter are safe, Fender said with a big smile on his face. Just then, Yuan Xiaorong came over with hot water and scissors. Hurry up and get in, Yi Linfan immediately said. Yuan Xiaorong went in. First cut the umbilical cord on the child with scissors, then give her a bath in hot water and carry her out wrapped in a cloth, Yi Linfan said slowly. The sound of water in the shower soon rang out from inside. Senior sister, look at how cute this little kid is. Yuan Xiaorong giggled. Girls have never had much resistance to cute things, especially newborn small children. It's even cuter. Yeah, so cute. Chu Yenyun was also very happy. Today's experience was the first of her life. It really struck a chord with her. Hidden. She even had a hint of something else. It didn't take long. The little kids all washed up. Chu Yenyun walked out with the child in her arms. Fang De hurriedly carried the child over and looked at his daughter with a loving face, looking at Chu Yenyun with a face of envy. What's wrong with you? Yi Linfan saw her look and asked curiously. Nothing. So envious that this kid has parents, Chu Yenyun said leisurely. By the way, I've never really met your parents, Yi Linfan said slowly. Chu Yenyun had always lived with Chu Mingyang. It was true that he had never seen what Chu Yenyun's parents looked like. My parents were killed by a demonic beast when I was 5. Chu Yenyun's eyes reddened and she said with a face full of sadness. I'm sorry, Yi Linfan said with some embarrassment. He was kicking himself a little. Surprisingly, he brought up Chu Yenyun's sadness. It's okay, I've gotten used to being alone over the years. Chu Yenyun shook her head and said. Well, let's save lives first. Yi Linfan hurriedly digressed and said. Although the child has been born, but Fender's wife still isn't quite well yet. How do you plan to save her? Chu Yenyun asked. Originally, the silver needle could have completely cured Feng De's wife's injuries, but she had just had a baby, and her breath was a few degrees weaker. If you want to rely on silver needles to treat her injuries, that takes forever. Luckily, I brought an elixir over today that should be able to cure her. After Yi Linfan finished speaking, he pulled out an elixir. As soon as this elixir was taken out, the entire space then wafted with an incomparably rich dan fragrance. It's invigorating to hear. It smells so good. Simply mind-blowing. This is the top immortal medicine. Chu Yenyun looked at the elixir with incomparable shock. Can't go wrong. It must be a top-quality immortal medicine. Above the elixir, white light filled the air. There were also the unmistakable 9 lines. Nothing is notorious. This elixir was a 9th grade top-grade immortal pill. Such immortal medicines were almost extinct in this world, because no alchemist was able to make this kind of elixir. Mr. Yi, where did you get this elixir? Chu Yenyun asked with wide eyes. I refined it myself. Of course, Yi Linfan said with a smile. You also know how to make pills? Chu Yenyun asked as she sucked in a breath of cool air. Have to say, she was once again shocked by Yi Linfan. Not only is the other person so good at cooking and cooking, the medical skills are also very impressive. Didn't realize. And also alchemy. And the moment it was taken out, it was a top-tier immortal medicine. This could simply make all the top alchemists on the continent ashamed to the point of suicide. Is alchemy hard? Doesn't it come out just by casually refining it? Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. He traveled to this world for 10 years, oppressed by that dog system. Learned a lot. Alchemy is naturally among them. Chu Yenyun almost didn't faint when she heard this. Is alchemy something that can be made on the fly? If that's the case, then alchemists on the continent wouldn't be so rare. The immortal strength was too terrifying. Surely it's not for ordinary people like me to speculate. Chu Yenyun thought helplessly in her heart. At this point, Yi Linfan was already walking towards Feng De's wife with the elixir. Seeing this, Chu Yenyun hurriedly asked, Are you planning to use this elixir to save her? Or what? Yi Linfan asked rhetorically. But this medicine is so precious. How can you use it to save an ordinary person? Chu Yenyun asked in surprise. There is no higher or lower life. And besides, medicine is supposed to save lives. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Chu Yenyun only had to shut up. It was then that she remembered what Yi Linfan had just said. He immediately stood in awe of Yi Linfan, an immortal with such great strength. Surprisingly,
he was willing to use such a precious elixir to save an ordinary person.
Such breadth of mind is truly admirable. Yi Linfan fed the elixir into Fong De's wife's mouth.
The huge medicinal power instantly filled her entire body. Her already greatly damaged bodily functions were instantly restored.
Breathing got stronger too.
She sat up with a sudden thud.
I'm fine. The crowd saw it.
Immediately there was loud cheering.
It's wonderful to finally be completely well.
Yeah.
With divine Dr. Yi on the scene.
A dead body turned into a safe mother and daughter. Yi Linfan immediately made her lie down and said, "You lie down first, I'll pull out the needle."
At this time, Fong De's wife's body was still filled with hundreds of silver needles. Yi Linfan of course had to pull them out first. It didn't take long.
Yi Linfan pulled off all the silver needles. Fender's wife jumped straight up from the floor. Then quickly he came to Fonder and took the child in his arms.
Look at the way she's fit as a fiddle. It's hard to imagine that this is a woman who just had a baby.
Only Chu Yen knew it in her heart.
How powerful that elixir was just now.
This woman ate the elixir.
At the very least, you can live 100 years longer, and aging will be decades slower than the average person. This is simply a chance greater than heaven. At this point, the two Fong De families came to Yi Linfan's body and knelt down.
Thank you Mr. Yi for saving my life. Yi Linfan hurriedly helped them up. There's no need to be like this.
I'm a doctor. It's my vocation to save lives and help the injured.
It was said in a way that once again made everyone stand in awe of him.
Dr. Yi,
you saved this child.
Why don't you give her a name?
Fender said with a smile.
Well then, let me think about it.
Yi Linfan nodded in agreement.
After a moment of contemplation, it was only then that Yi Linfan slowly said,
"This child went through such a great calamity to come to this world. I hope that she will be able to live this life peacefully in the future, or else she will be called Fong Jing."
Okay, just Fong Jing.
Fong De said with a continuous nod.
This name is perfect for a girl.
It is indeed quite good.
Okay, you guys go back.
Yi Linfan waved his hand and said. The two Fons left with 1,000 thanks.
Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers immediately surrounded towards Yi Linfan.
They have no other purpose.
It's all about trying to get close to him. There were even some people who wanted Yi Linfan to take a look at them for just some minor coughs. This gave Yi Linfan a bit of a headache, but it's not good to just say no. This puts him in a very awkward position. Mr. Yi is busy with his affairs. What are you all doing surrounding here? Disperse. Just then, an incomparably majestic voice came through. Chapter 89, Sudden Poisoning. Chapter 89, Sudden Poisoning. The crowd was originally getting close to Yi Linfan. Now they were upset to hear that someone was chiding them. They looked at the visitor and were about to curse back. However, when they got a good look at the visitor, only to see that the visitor was a plump and handsome middle-aged man. Behind him, there was a very good-looking young girl. This middle-aged man, no one in Falling Cloud City knew about him. It was none other than Falling Cloud City's city lord, Li Qingyang. When the crowd saw that it was Li Qingyang arriving, they all changed their faces, then simultaneously fell to their knees. Greetings, Lord City Lord. Li Qingyang was a supreme being in Falling Cloud City. No one dares to offend. Otherwise, you won't be able to make a living in Falling Cloud City in the future. Disperse yourselves. I'll just entertain Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang waved his hand and said indifferently. After all was said and done, he quickly came to Yi Linfan's body, saluted and said, Mr. Yi, goodbye. City Lord Li, goodbye. Yi Linfan also returned the salute and smiled. The crowd was secretly surprised to see this. They had thought that Yi Linfan was just an ordinary doctor, but there was no thought. Yi Linfan actually knew Li Qingyang, and it looked like Li Qingyang was still very respectful to him. It seems, this Yi Linfan has a deep background. Everyone just quickly dispersed. Soon, and here it is restored. Mr. Yi didn't come to find me even when he came to Fallen Cloud City, Li Qingyang said with feigned displeasure. Actually, when Yi Linfan was saving people before, he'd been next to a tea house, condescending to him. Naturally, he took in the process of Yi Linfan's rescue. At first, he was still unimpressed with Yi Linfan's use of acupuncture to save people. But when he saw that all those silver needles were actually top-tier immortal weapons, the moment he sat down, even if he was the lord of Falling Cloud City, nor had he ever seen so many top-tier immortal weapons before. Later, when Yi Linfan pulled out that top-grade immortal pill, Li Qingyang couldn't sit still any longer. He hadn't thought that Yi Linfan was still an alchemist, and a top-notch alchemist. A person strong in one area is a genius, but one person is strong in many areas. That would be divine. Li Qingyang grew more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. He knew how significant it was to know a top-notch alchemist. This time it was rare to meet Yi Linfan. Be sure to invite them into your home as a guest. I'm just here to buy something, so naturally I'm too embarrassed to disturb the door. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Next time you want to buy something, just tell me and I'll send someone to your door. Li Qingyan laughed. That won't be necessary. I'm off for some fresh air and a little shopping. Yi Linfan shook his head and said, this Li Qingyang was just a little too enthusiastic. It made him feel embarrassed. So that's how it is. It's better to meet each other by chance. Why don't Mr. Yi go to the humble abode and sit down? Li Qingyang slowly asked. Could be. Yi Linfan thought that there was nothing to do anyway. So he agreed. Please. Li Qingyang was overjoyed and immediately waved his hand. The group quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. Sitting within the hall, the people were seated as hosts and guests. Yi Linfan looked around with incomparable envy. It's worthy of being the city lord's residence. Opulent and gold-encrusted. Much better than that doghouse of my own. Luckily, Li Qingyang didn't know what was on his mind. Otherwise, it will definitely be said to Yi Linfan. Why don't we switch? In the eyes of Li Qingyang, 100 city halls. It was also no better than that small courtyard of Yi Linfan's. What does Mr. Yi think of the humble abode? Li Qingyang asked with a smile. Very opulent. Yi Linfan said slowly. Li Qingyang's face stuttered as he heard this. It seems that Mr. Yi is thinking that the city lord's mansion is too ornate. Also right. Mr. Yi is a man of the world. One should be disdainful of such out-of-body things. Mr. Yi is right. These extraneous things are indeed a bit of an eyesore. Li Qingyan laughed. Yi Linfan was instantly a bit confused when he heard this. What did I just say? Did he misunderstand me? Men, serve tea. Li Qingyan commanded loudly. Soon. Then an underling brought up 4 cups of tea. Li Qingyan has a special teacup. He picked up his teacup and said, Mr. Yi made a rare trip today. Why don't you stay for a casual dinner? Having said that, he took a sip of tea. Respectfully, Yi Linfan promised. This is the city lord's mansion. The food must have been mountainous. Much better than making your own stuff. He himself traveled to this world for 10 years. It's time for a big meal too. Having said that, he also took a sip of tea. Tea in the mouth. The fragrance is unmistakable. Good tea. Yi Linfan said with a sigh of admiration. Mr. Yi is flattering. Compared to your tea, this tea of mine is nothing. Li Qingyang said with a smile. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong also took a sip of tea. Both men frowned darkly. This tea was far worse than Yi Linfan's tea. Actually, Li Qingyang's tea is also very good. Only, they had already had their tastes spoiled by Yi Linfan's spirit tea. After drinking Yi Linfan's spirit tea, it's natural to think that all the tea in the world is crap. Li Qingyang and Yi Linfan just chatted with each other in the middle of the hall. Suddenly, Li Qingyang's face changed drastically and he spat out a mouthful of blood, then fainted in his seat. Daddy! Li Anren was taken aback. The others were equally stunned by the scene. How to talk properly. Suddenly it's like this. But, Yi Linfan's reaction was quick. He rushed forward and pinched Li Qingyang's pulse. No good. He's poisoned. Yi Linfan's face changed drastically and said, Li Shenyang was not only poisoned, and the poison is very overbearing, because it's not the body that's poisoned by this poison. Rather, it's the soul. I didn't realize there was such an overbearing poison in this world. Could it be soul eroding grass? Yi Linfan quickly guessed. After all, one wants to become a doctor. It is natural to know the herbs of the world, whether it's healing or harming. He has to be proficient in all of them. With the help of the system, Yi Linfan had long known all the poisons and antidotes in the world. Mr. Yi, please save my father. Li Anren flopped down and knelt in front of Yi Linfan. Miss Li, don't worry. I will definitely save City Lord Li. Yi Linfan said without hesitation. Him as a doctor. It is naturally impossible to see death. Not to mention, always, Li Qingyang was all very respectful to him, without the slightest hint of the city lord's stance. I need a quiet room. Yet some more herbs, Yi Linfan said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Li Anren immediately said. Soon, Li Qingyang lay down in the quiet room where he usually cultivated. At this time, Mu Qinyan also rushed over. As soon as she came over, she also knelt in front of Yi Linfan. Mr. Yi, my husband is counting on you. Yi Linfan sniffed. So it's the city lord's wife. So he immediately said, don't worry, Mrs. Li, I will do my best. Here is a list of medicines. Please prepare the herbs on it. Chapter 90 Acupuncture and Poisoning. Chapter 90 Acupuncture and Poisoning. Mu Qingyan took the medicine list. Just see what the medication list says. 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu plant. A centennial sunflower. 100 years of tumbleweeds a straw. Lin Lin. There are a dozen herbs in all. All are very precious. Fortunately, the city lord's mansion had a very rich inventory. Otherwise it's not really possible to get these herbs. I'll get ready right away. Mu Qingyan immediately said. And prepare a large wooden barrel with boiling water. Yi Linfan said slowly. Got it. Mu Qingyan nodded and immediately turned around to get ready to go. Mr. Yi, how do you plan to save my father? Lianren asked with a frown.
The toxicity is controlled with a medicated bath, then dissolved with acupuncture, Yi Linfan said slowly.
I know. Everything is on you, Lianren whispered. Don't worry, I'll do my best,
Yi Linfan said in a firm tone.
Soon, Mu Qingyan brought all the herbs with her, also had a large wooden barrel and boiling water brought in. Yi Linfan immediately ordered someone to pour boiling water into the barrel.
Then he threw all the herbs Mu Qingyan had brought into the barrel. The boiling water in the barrel quickly changed color. The strong scent of medicine began to fill the house.
The whole room became smoky. All of you go out, just leave Mrs. Li here,
Yi Linfan said to the three Lianren.
Next,
he wanted Li Qingyang to enter the barrel naked for a medicinal bath.
It was naturally inconvenient for the three of them, Lianren, to stay here. Mu Qingyan and Li Qingyang are husband and wife. There is naturally no defense of men and women. The three of them, Lianren, sniffed and had to leave the room.
Mrs. Li, please help City Lord Li take off his clothes and put him in the barrel, Yi Linfan said with a serious expression.
Mu Qingyan didn't dare to delay. As fast as he could, he removed Li Qingyang's clothes. Then it was gently placed in the barrel. Mu Qingyan was also a martial artist. The force is naturally not small, so picking up Li Qingyang was no big deal at all. Li Qingyang was put into a wooden barrel. A huge amount of medicinal power surged into his body. It made his skin turn purple in an instant.
Li Qingyang also began to whimper in pain.
It seems like this massive potency, it brought him back to consciousness somewhat, but that's not enough.
The overbearing toxicity of the soul-eating grass,
rarely seen in the world.
So, Yi Linfan had to use acupuncture to get rid of the poison completely. He pulled out the cloth bag.
Mr. Yi, you are? Mu Qingyan asked suspiciously. If you want to cure City Lord Li, you have to use acupuncture to do it,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
What? Acupuncture? Mu Qingyan asked with a hint of disappointment on her face. Ever since Li Qingyang met Yi Linfan, almost every day, they said how powerful and extraordinary Yi Linfan was. She had thought that Yi Linfan would definitely use very extraordinary means, instantly cured Li Qingyang. She never expected it.
Yi Linfan actually planned to use acupuncture to cure Li Qingyang.
Acupuncture? Isn't that what ordinary people use to cure diseases? What Li Qingyang was hit with can be highly poisonous. With acupuncture, is it curable? But, Mu Qingyan didn't say much either. By this time,
Yi Linfan was her only hope. She could only hope that Yi Linfan acupuncture would really be able to bring back Li Qingyang.
Yi Linfan didn't know what Mu Qingyan was thinking. He slowly opened the cloth bag. Hundreds of silver needles inside were all exposed. When these silver needles show up, Mu Qingyan suddenly felt a tremor in her heart.
This surprised her.
What's going on? Isn't it just a few silver needles? How could such a terrifying power permeate it?
She subconsciously looked at the silver needles. After her gaze fell on those silver needles, eyes barely glazed over.
How is this possible? Each silver needle contained an extremely terrifying Dao rhythm. That is to say, each silver needle was a top-grade immortal weapon. There are hundreds of silver needles here.
That meant it was hundreds of top-tier immortal weapons. Mu Qingyan had never seen so many top-tier immortal weapons placed together before. Such a picture. It was just too much of a shock. It was so shocking that she didn't know how to describe it in words.
She finally believed that Li Qingyang's words describing Yi Linfan were not exaggerated at all.
Someone who can possess so many top-tier immortal weapons.
How could it not be a Jedi? Just as Mu Qingyan was shocked,
Yi Linfan had already begun to apply the needles.
He picked up a needle and accurately inserted it on top of Li Qingyang's heavenly spirit. Mu Qingyan let out a cry of shock. The celestial spirit is a vital part of a person. If it is damaged, it is very easy to lose your life.
She hadn't expected Yi Linfan's first needle to be inserted in this place.
Don't worry, Mrs. Li, the soul of City Lord Li is now poisoned. I can only apply needles on the head to force the poison out, Yi Linfan explained.
Please do your best,
Mr. Yi, Mu Qingyan immediately said. It's come to this.
She had no choice but to trust Yi Linfan.
Yi Linfan nodded.
He then picked up 2 silver needles at the same time and inserted them into both of Li Qingyang's temples at the same time.
One on the left and one on the right. Again, it's the vitals. It really was a frightening sight for Mu Qingyan. If someone else had been present, saw Yi Linfan's needle application, it would feel as if every time Yi Linfan administered needles was like a masterful sword move. The trajectory of needle application is subtle. If Mu Qingchen notices these, her martial arts cultivation would definitely be greatly improved. It's just a shame. All she cared about right now was Li Qingyang's safety. Where would one notice how powerful Yi Linfan's needle application was? Yi Linfan didn't stop and waved his hands repeatedly. Each silver needle was accurately inserted into the acupuncture point.
In terms of his medical skills, all the acupoints of the human body he had long known. Even with your eyes closed you can't plug it in wrong.
Yi Linfan's speed in applying the needles was fast. Hundreds of silver needles were all inserted into Li Qingyang's head. Dense. It looks unbelievably scary.
The immense and incomparable Tao rhythm above the silver needle all surged into Li Qingyang's body.
Li Qingyang's body was also trembling slightly. His brow furrowed. You can see it feels bad. But, these silver needles were, after all, top-tier immortal artifacts. No matter how domineering the soul-eroding grass was, it was still a mortal thing after all. Under the power of hundreds of top-tier immortal weapons, mortal poisons are no match after all.
It didn't take long. Only a black residue was seen gradually seeping out of Li Qingyang's body. These black residues emitted disgusting stench.
Those medicinal broths inside the barrel also started to turn black. The purple color on Li Qingyang's skin began to fade. Soon,
his skin then returned to normal. Even the breathing started to get stronger.
Yi Linfan saw this, knowing that all of Li Qingyang's poison had been forced out, so he immediately pulled out the silver needle from the other's head. Mrs. Li, take City Lord Li out and put him on the bed.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Mr. Yi, is my husband okay? Mu Qingyan asked worriedly. Chapter 91, the poison is gone. Chapter 91, the poison is gone. It's been fine.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Mu Qingyan sniffed and was relieved. She hurriedly carried Li Qingyang out of the barrel, then got dressed and put it on the bed. Get rid of the water in this barrel.
Yi Linfan pointed at the barrel and said. The water in the barrel had stunk.
The stench permeated the room. The taste is indeed sour.
Mu Qingyan immediately called the subordinates in and moved the barrels out.
Seeing this, the three Lianren, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately rushed in. Mr. Yi, my father Lianren asked with incomparable anxiety. City Lord Li is already safe and sound, and is expected to wake up soon.
Yi Linfan said indifferently.
It's just great, Lianren said as if he was relieved, his eyes reddening. She had been worried just now and her heartstrings were very tight. Now that he heard the news that Li Qingyang was fine, naturally, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Surprisingly, the body welled up with a very tired feeling. Don't worry, nothing will happen to City Lord Li,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaoron, on the other hand,
looked at him with a face of admiration.
It's awesome.
It's amazing that such a powerful poison can be detoxified. It was as if nothing under the sun could be difficult for him.
Just then,
there was a sudden whimper.
Where am I?
It turned out to be Li Qingyang who woke up.
Husband, father, you're awake. Mu Qingyan and Lianren called out in surprise. What's happening to me? I remember I just suddenly passed out. Li Qingyang sat up,
his face full of confusion. You were just poisoned, and it was Mr. Yi who saved you.
Mu Qingyan said. What? I'm poisoned?
Li Qingyang's face changed.
He's the lord of Falling Cloud City. It's amazing that you can be poisoned in your own home. It's obviously the work of a home invader.
It sent some chills down his spine.
But, he was after all the lord of a city and quickly recovered. Now is not the time to find the killer. Instead, it was time to thank Yi Linfan for saving his life. Mr. Yi, you saved my life again. A great kindness that I really can't repay.
Li Qingyang immediately flopped down and knelt in front of Yi Linfan.
Last time he was poisoned by the Wakimi blossom, it was Yi Linfan who helped Lianren get the 10,000 years of yin yang grass.
It was only then that I helped him with the poison and saved his life. This time he was poisoned again. It was still Yi Linfan who came to the rescue. The two rescues were truly a gift. It made Li Qingyang not even know how to repay Yi Linfan as well. At this point, his heart was all over the place. If he hadn't invited Yi Linfan to his home today, guess he's already given his life away. Behind him, Mu Qingyan Lianren also followed and knelt down.
City Lord Li, you are too polite.
Healer, this is what I should do. Yi Linfan hurriedly helped Li Qingyang up. The other party is the Lord of Falling Cloud City. He could not afford to kneel to each other.
City Lord Li, I think your top priority right now is to find the person who poisoned you. Otherwise you won't be able to prevent it in the future.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
He saw it too.
This time Li Qingyang was poisoned.
Definitely the work of a home invader. If we don't find this man out, I'm afraid Li Qingyang will be hit again. It just so happened that Yi Linfan happened to be a guest today.
It was just the right time to save Li Qingyang's life.
If the next time Yi Linfan is not around,
Li Qingyang was poisoned again.
Even if Yi Linfan was more powerful,
I'm afraid that his whip would not be able to reach him.
What Mr. Yi said, Li Qingyang's face changed and he immediately said.
His face immediately became incomparably grim as he said loudly.
Men, escort Ma Lu over to me.
Ma Lu was the very same servant who served the tea.
Soon,
and Ma Liu was escorted here.
This Ma Lu was probably in his 50s and looked simple and honest. As soon as he arrived, his body couldn't stop shaking.
You can see that it is very scary.
Master, I'm glad you're okay. When Ma Lu saw that Li Qingyang was fine, he immediately got down on the ground and said, Merrick, are you disappointed that I'm okay? Li Qingyang asked with a cold smile. Master, are you thinking that this poison was given by Little Junior is unjustly accused? Immediately, Ma Lu shouted out in an incomparably aggravated manner. You served the tea. If you didn't poison it, who else could it be? Li Qingyang asked with a cold snort. Master, it's really not me, unjustly accused, Ma Luck said in unbelievable panic. If not you, then who do you think it is? Li Qingyang asked coldly. I remembered. When I was preparing to pour the tea, I just had to go to facilitate. Liang Fei from the kitchen suddenly came over and said he helped me pour the tea. Ma Lu said in a hurry. Are you telling the truth? Li Qingyang asked with a frown. 1,000 times true. If you don't believe me you can call Liang Fei over. I'm willing to take him as a confrontation. Ma Lu said immediately. Someone, call Liang Fei over. Li Qingyang commanded. It didn't take long. The underling who had gone to call for someone came back. City Lord, Liang Fei has disappeared. I heard that he just went out and never came back. Li Qingyang sniffed and suddenly stood up from his chair. It seems that there really is something wrong with him. It's outrageous. I never thought that Li Qingyang, would almost die in the hands of an underling one day. Li Qingyang said with a face full of anger. City Lordly, take it easy. I think this Liang Fei an underling, definitely not so bold. Must be someone behind the scenes. Yi Linfan said in his opening. Mr. Yi has a point. Immediately deploy the city guards and arrest Liang Fei as soon as possible. Li Qingyang commanded loudly. Falling Cloud City was his territory. As long as this Liang Fei hasn't left Falling Cloud City, then there's no escaping him. Yi Linfan saw that the matter here was no longer related to him. So he said, City Lordly, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Yi, I was going to invite you to dinner, but I didn't expect. Li Qingyang said with some embarrassment. No harm done. There will be plenty of opportunities later. Yi Linfan said slowly. That's right, there's plenty of opportunity for that later. Li Qingyang immediately nodded his head and said, he was overjoyed to hear that. Yi Linfan would still be willing to come to the city lord's mansion in the future. That meant that one had established a relationship with Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan smiled and nodded. Only then did he leave with Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong. Yi Linfan was halfway home, and after separating from the two of them, Chu Yenyun, he went straight back home. 2 days later, the city guards of Falling Cloud City finally found Liang Fei. Only, it's no use finding it, because they only found Liang Fei's body. He's been murdered and killed. He was so angry that Li Qingyang whipped his body 300 times, and only then did he give vent to his heart's hatred. Sure, these things Yi Linfan did not know. He remains holed up at home carving his guqin. The koto was quickly completed. Just as he was bent on carving the guqin, a man walked slowly at the foot of the hill where he lived. Chapter 92. So he's not an ordinary person. Chapter 92. So he's not an ordinary person. This one, it's a woman. Strictly speaking, it's a teenage girl. This young girl was no more than 22 or 23 years old. The body is slender and the skin is like a cream. Eyes like autumn water. Elegant temperament. It's safe to say, very beautiful. At first glance it looks like it. She was like a daffodil. It is light and elegant, giving a feeling of liking to be close to people. But, this young girl's face, however, was full of sorrow. It seems to have met something very annoying. Master is going to fight a duel tomorrow, but he doesn't have any chance of winning. If only I could help him, the young girl said with a long sigh. She sighed as she walked forward and, unconsciousness, she arrived at the foot of the mountain where Yi Linfan lived. She looked up. There is a small courtyard at the top of the hill. Smoke billowed in the middle of the small courtyard. It gave her an incredibly strange feeling. Since when has anyone lived here? Simply go up and see, the young girl thought, and walked slowly towards the hill. This mountain is not very high. The young girl soon arrived at the top of the hill. At the entrance to the small courtyard, she looked toward the small courtyard. Just see the brick and tile, grass and trees inside, all incomparably natural and harmonious. It made her feel very surprised. Is it such an insignificant place? Is it possible that there's still a Jedi living here? So she opened her mouth and called out, anyone home? The words just fell. The door to the room was pushed open. Out of the house came a young man of 25 or 26. The young man was ordinary in appearance and temperament. The young girl looked toward the young man. She didn't sense a single power fluctuation in the young man. It's like a regular person any way you look at it. The young girl felt a little disappointed at once. She had thought that the person who lived here would definitely be a Jedi. I didn't realize it was an ordinary person. This young man was none other than Yi Linfan. As soon as Yi Linfan came out, he saw a strange young girl standing outside. His first thought was, how beautiful. Although the Chu Yenyun and Lianren that he knew were both considered to be incomparable great beauties, but in front of this young girl, they are all still inferior. As for Yuan Xiaorong,
Yi Linfan didn't even look at her as a woman. Who are you? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. He was quite sure that the young girl before him had never been in his house before. May I ask if you are the owner of this yard? The young girl asked. In her opinion, Yi Linfan definitely couldn't be the owner of this courtyard. Most likely the yard master's valet. Yes, I'm the owner of this place. Yi Linfan nodded and said. This answer disappointed the young girl a little. Such a nice yard. Surprisingly, it was occupied by a mediocre mortal. It's really a bit of a waste. May I ask your name, sir? The young girl asked. My surname is Yi, and my name is Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan replied. So it's Mr. Yi. My name is Mo Qingdao. I was passing by and my mouth was a bit thirsty, so I wanted to come and ask for a cup of tea. Mo Qingdao said slowly. While the yard looks a little plain on the surface, but she just felt so out of the ordinary, so she was going to make sure to go in and find out what was going on. And the young man in front of him hadn't even heard of his name. This made her think more and more that the other person was an ordinary person without a doubt. Yes, please come in. Yi Linfan immediately opened the courtyard door and invited Mo Qingdao in. Mo Qingdao just stepped into the courtyard. An incomparably rich aura was felt. This aura was too dense due to the fact that it was too rich. It almost gave Mo Qingdao the feeling of suffocation. A monstrous amount of aura surged into her body. It caused the aura in her body to grow wildly. If you stay here longer, definitely will break through the current realm soon. How is the aura here? So rich. At the very least, it was 10 times denser than outside. If I could stay here every day, cultivation speed can definitely be 10 times faster as well. This yard is really something. Pity, but it's an ordinary person who lives here. Mo Qingdao thought with incomparable regret. Just then, an old hen came to Mo Qingdao's feet. Mo Qingdao didn't care at first. Subconsciously, he looked at the old hen. And the old hen just happened to look up at this time to meet Mo Qingdao's gaze. This one's on. It left Mo Qingdao frozen on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. What she saw in the old hen's eyes was a sea of fire. In the midst of a sea of fire, an immense, incomparable phoenix was reborn in nirvana. Mo Qingdao only felt like her entire body was on fire. It's all an unbelievable burning sensation. She wanted to break free from this illusion, but there's simply nothing that can be done. Just then, suddenly she felt someone nudge her gently. This push, the sea of fire in the sky instantly disappeared. Mo Qingdao also returned to reality. Ms. Mo, are you okay? Yi Linfan's voice came through. I'm fine. Mo Qingdao swallowed her saliva and said. She never dared to look the old hen in the eye again. But, at this point, her heart was beyond shocked. She never expected it. This old hen could be the ancient divine beast phoenix. And this phoenix is actually willing to be a pet here. Someone who could make a phoenix a willing pet. Definitely not an ordinary person. Could it be that Yi Linfan was a hidden supreme master? Mo Qingdao once again looked seriously at Yi Linfan. But she still couldn't feel any power fluctuations in Yi Linfan's body. But, she didn't dare to think Yi Linfan was an ordinary person anymore. Couldn't see the strength of the other side. Then there's only one possibility. That is, the difference in strength between himself and his opponent is too great. Mo Qingdao's heart was filled with awe for Yi Linfan at this moment. No wonder the other side can live in such a feng shui place. It's because he's a Jedi. I'm fine. Mo Qingdao forced a smile and said, let's go inside and have some tea. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Just then, a cute little white cat came to Yi Linfan's feet. White, what brings you over? Yi Linfan picked up Little White. He smiled at Mo Qingdao and said, this is the cat I raised. Called Little White. Isn't it cute? Mo Qingdao also thought Xiaobai was cute at first. Would have liked a hug. But Xiaobai's body suddenly radiated an incomparably oppressive aura. The aura was too powerful. So powerful that a feeling of worship rose in Mo Qingdao's heart. This is also an ancient divine beast? Mo Qingdao secretly swallowed her saliva. The heart was like a huge wave. Having an ancient beast as a pet was already quite shocking. Didn't realize. Surprisingly, there was a second one. That's horrible too. Mo Qingdao's heart began to tremble. It seems, Yi Linfan's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. White, play with yourself. Yi Linfan put Xiaobai down, then took Mo Qingdao to the house. This time they went in. The yard began to buzz at once. Chapter 93, Breaking Through Very Haphazardly. Chapter 93, Breaking Through Very Haphazardly. The old hen said mockingly, this girl child dares to look down on her master. She must be taught a lesson. That's right, so I scared her a little too. Xiaobai also said with incomparable complacency. I do think you guys are being reckless this time. Carp said as he jumped out of the water. Why? The old hen asked suspiciously. Do you think this wench is pretty? Carp asked. It's pretty. So what? The old hen asked without a care in the world. Such a beautiful female child came to the master.
The relationship between the two must be extraordinary.
If she becomes our mistress in the future,
then you, Carp hemmed and hawed with a sneer. The latter words were never spoken again. Those who know how to do it anyway.
Old Mother Hen and Little White were silent when they heard this. They are really scared this time. If that woman does turn out to be the hostess, one day suddenly say you want to eat phoenix meat and white tiger meat,
then one really has to be a dish. I'm done. White was trembling with fear. It was well aware of how terrifying the master was.
Older hens are slightly better,
but it wasn't looking too good anymore.
It seems its heart agrees with the carp's words.
Well, don't you scare them. Master is not like that.
The big yellow dog said faintly.
Hear that?
It was only then that Old Mother Hen and White felt a little lighter in their hearts.
That's right. The master isn't that kind of person. If he was,
he would have slaughtered us long ago, the old hen said with a cold grunt.
I know. I was just kidding too. Carp hemmed and hawed. Get lost.
If it wasn't for the fear of alerting the master,
I'd really want to beat you up,
the old hen said angrily.
Quiet. Don't disturb the master. The big yellow dog snapped. It is the patriarch of this yard. It's also the strongest. When it speaks,
neither the old hen nor the carp dared to speak again.
At this point, Mo Chingdo had already walked into Yi Linfan's house. Just walked into the house. She almost fainted at the aura in the room.
It was because the aura inside the house was even more dense than outside.
A momentary adjustment for her. Almost fainted from the aura. Fortunately, Mo Chingdao's strength was quite good. That's why it didn't make a fool of myself. Please sit down, Ms. Mo.
I'll pour the tea. Yi Linfan made Mo Chingdao sit down.
Having said that, then he left the living room. Mo Chingdao sat alone and looked around.
The more I surveyed it, the more alarmed I became,
because she found out. Everything in this room is extraordinary.
The brush resting on the desk in the distance. Above the brush,
Taoist rhythms surged. Not far away, there was a long piece of wood, and I don't know what for. Anyway, it was filled with a horrible power fluctuation. There's something else.
It may seem mediocre.
In fact,
all of them contained a terrifying power that made her feel incredibly oppressed.
It's horrible. This Yi Linfan was definitely an absolute master without a doubt.
Otherwise, why there are so many babies?
General, if someone without strength has so many treasures, it could have been taken out a long time ago.
And Yi Linfan was safe and sound until now. It's more than capable of subduing ancient divine beasts.
People like that. Definitely a proper Jedi. Watch these things. Mo Chingdao was truly overwhelmed.
She really wanted to touch these things, but she was clear. The more such heavenly treasures were, the more they had an autonomous consciousness.
If she just gets on with it, it is likely to be attacked. So, the smartest thing to do now is to sit honestly where you are and not move. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan came over with a cup of tea. Ms. Mo, please have some tea, he said as he placed his teacup on the table. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Mo Chingdao said very politely. She opened her teacup.
A rich scent rushed to his nose. The billowing smoke instantly filled the room.
Smoky. It makes the place a wonderland.
This
is spiritual tea. Mo Chingdao was shocked as she looked at the tea in her cup. Only the tea in the cup was pure and unadulterated. It's like a glass of plain water,
but it's so strong and fragrant that it's mesmerizing to smell and sink into.
Just one sniff. The spiritual energy in his body had skyrocketed.
I'll just have tea merely as an excuse to come in.
I didn't expect people to treat me with spirit tea. This is too big a handful. Just this cup of spiritual tea, if it gets out, it's sure to cause a bloodbath. But people just take them out casually to entertain their guests. That's too big a gap. Ms. Mo, please have some tea. Yi Linfan saw Mo Chingdao staring blankly at the tea,
so he opened his mouth to remind him.
Okay, thanks, Mo Chingdao said in a hurry.
Then he picked up the teacup and drank the spirit tea in it in one gulp.
Spiritual tea in the throat. A huge amount of aura surged into her body.
It caused the spiritual energy in her body to start churning wildly.
Boom! Mo Chingdao's body suddenly shook violently.
It only felt as if the barriers within his body were instantly broken open.
She knows. Break out on your own.
He broke through to the third level of the Earth realm.
Just as she was ecstatic, suddenly his face changed,
because she sensed the breakthrough wasn't over.
Earth Realm 4, Earth Realm 5, 6th level of the Earth Realm. After breaking through 4 realms in a row,
it took a moment for her breakthrough to stop.
After the breakthrough was over, Mo Chingdao sat in her seat.
The whole thing was dumbfounded.
She never thought about it. Just a cup of tea.
Just let her break through from the 2nd level of the Earth realm to the 6th level of the Earth realm.
If you follow the normal rate of cultivation,
she wanted to break through to the 6th level of the Earth realm. It will take 10 years at the very least.
That is to say, this cup of spiritual tea.
Enough to save her 10 years of hard training.
This caused Mo Chingdao to have a feeling like falling into a dream until now. That's easily breaking through 4 realms.
When did breakthroughs get to be so haphazard?
Mr. Yi, thank you for the tea, Mo Qingdao said with great gratitude.
You're welcome.
Want another drink?
Yi Linfan slowly asked.
Enough already, thanks. Mo Qingdao hastily waved her hand and refused.
At that moment she'd have felt a very full feeling inside her.
She knows it well.
This is the fact that the effectiveness of the spirit tea has not yet completely passed.
If you have another cup of tea,
I'm afraid I'm in danger of bursting. If only I could bring back a cup of tea for my master.
Pity. Such spiritual tea must be very precious.
The fact that I had a drink was a godsend.
If I'm greedy enough to ask for another cup, I'm afraid I'll make Mr. Yi angry. Think about it.
Mo Qingdao swallowed the words that were about to reach her mouth directly.
By the way, Mr. Yi likes calligraphy and painting? Mo Qingdao asked as she looked towards the desk's clerical treasures.
That's right, to my shame.
I don't have the talent to cultivate, so I can only write and draw to pass the time.
Yi Linfan said with some embarrassment.
Hear that? The corner of Mo Qingdao's mouth twitched. If even you don't have the talent to cultivate, then everyone under the sky is a waste of cultivation. But, this was something Mo Qingdao only dared to think in her heart, because she saw it.
Yi Linfan likes to pretend to be ordinary.
I'm afraid this is the ultimate master traveling the earth. As it is, it's not good to poke people yourself. Then may I admire your calligraphy and painting? Mo Qingdao slowly asked.
Chapter 94, the painting contains an unparalleled sword technique. Chapter 94, the painting contains an unparalleled sword technique.
Of course, I didn't expect Miss Mo to be a fellow hobbyist of calligraphy and painting.
Yi Linfan immediately agreed.
Anyway,
these words and paintings were all written and drawn on the spot as he usually did.
Not a lot of people are watching. Now someone else appreciates it.
He naturally begged for it. The two men came to the desk.
Yi Linfan asked, which one do you want to see? Why don't we just look at the paintings you've been doing lately? Mo Qingdao said slowly. In fact, she didn't have a word picture that she clearly wanted to see.
It's just that she could sense that these words and paintings were out of the ordinary.
That's why she brought it up and wanted to see it. Alright, I just happened to paint a picture yesterday, so I'll let Ms. Mo taste it.
Yi Linfan nodded his head and said with a smile.
Having said that, he picked up a painting and placed it on the desk. Then it slowly opened. The drawing paper just opened. Then a monstrous force filled the 8 directions.
Mo Qingdao's body was also impacted by this force and fell back several steps.
She was full of shock. What's going on?
Why does a painting have such a powerful effect? The power was so strong that her heart still trembled to this day. It was also fortunate that the force was not directed at her. That's why it just pushed her back a few steps. If it was directed at her, she had probably been torn apart by the force.
Ms. Mo, what's wrong with you?
Yi Linfan saw Mo Qingdao suddenly take a few steps back and asked with some confusion.
Didn't you say you wanted to see the painting? Why are you backing up all of a sudden? It's okay. Mo Qingdao shook her head and walked back over to the desk.
As her eyes fell on the drawing paper, she felt her breath catch in her throat.
The painting? It's amazing.
Only a white figure with a long sword in his hand was depicted on the painting. This white silhouette stepped on the sky with both feet,
floating like an immortal, just like an exiled immortal. Around him, there were tens of thousands of long swords floating.
These long swords pointed straight ahead, their killing intent invasive.
See this picture. Mo Qingdao secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. This is a supreme sword move. It's really horrible, even if it's just a painting.
The sword aura that permeated the painting had made her feel unable to see straight.
Mr. Yi, is this a supreme sword move? Mo Qingdao asked with wide eyes.
This sword move was too powerful, definitely far beyond any sword technique in this world.
That's right, it is indeed a supreme sword move. Yi Linfan didn't deny it. Sure enough, surprisingly, he drew the supreme sword technique on paper, and it leaves behind sword intent. Such strength is simply terrifying.
I'm afraid that even a strong person at the 9th level of the Saint Realm might not be able to do it.
Could it be that Mr. Ye's strength had already surpassed the 9th level of the Saint Realm and reached the legendary God Realm? Think about it. Mo Qingdao couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
No wonder he couldn't sense half of the power fluctuations in Yi Linfan's body.
It wasn't because Yi Linfan didn't have any cultivation. Rather, it was because he was too weak, couldn't sense Yi Linfan's true strength. Yi Linfan was definitely a God Realm powerhouse without a doubt. Can't go wrong. Think about it.
Mo Qingdao became more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. It suddenly occurred to her that her master would be dueling someone tomorrow.
If I can bring this painting back, so that my master can learn this sword technique, perhaps the certainty of a duel would be greatly increased. This painting is so precious.
If he asked for it directly,
Yi Linfan might not agree. But everything must be tried. How do you know if it will work unless you try? After making up your mind, Mo Qingdao said in a low voice, Mr. Yi, I have an unkind request. I still ask for your permission. Tell me about it. Yi Linfan froze for a moment and said, "Can you sell this one to me? For any amount of money?" Mo Qingdao asked. In her opinion, such precious words Yi Linfan must have cherished beyond measure. It may cost as much as the other party may not be willing to sell. So, she was ready for rejection. "This painting of mine, it's not for sale." Yi Linfan shook his head and said. Mo Qingdao sniffed, a hint of disappointment on her face. "It was not what I expected. How could people sell such a precious painting? And people are God realm powerhouses. Nothing is missing. How could you possibly look at the little money you have?" However, Yi Linfan's next sentence, however, made her go straight from hell to heaven. "But I can give it to you." Hear that? Mo Qingdao was instantly a bit confused. "Did I hear you correctly when you said you were giving me this painting?" she asked incredulously. "No, just for you." Yi Linfan nodded and said. "But how bad is that?" Mo Qingdao said with a face full of difficulties. Taking the liberty of accepting such a precious gift from someone, it made her feel a bit overwhelmed. "What's wrong with that? It's not like the painting is worth anything," Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. "Worthless?" Mo Qingdao was instantly speechless. "This painting, if it gets out, it's going to be a bloodbath." However, in Yi Linfan's eyes it was worthless, worthy of being a God realm powerhouse. "The eyesight and pattern are really not comparable to your own." "Then, thank you Mr. Yi." Mo Qingdao eventually chose to accept it. She was going to take the painting back first. "Let your own master get through it first. When the time comes, just let master thank Mr. Yi." "You're welcome. I can paint a picture like that anytime." Yi Linfan waved his hand and said very unconcernedly. These words made Mo Qingdao's heart twitch. Worthy of being a God realm expert. With his hand, he could draw a picture of a supreme sword technique out. Such strength is horrible. Waiting to go back. Be sure to advise your master to come and pay his respects to Mr. Yi. If you can get on good terms with such a high-ranking person, it's also a great piece of chance. "Mr. Yi, what is the name of this sword move?" Mo Qingdao asked. 10,000 swords return. Yi Linfan said indifferently. "What a dominating name. And it's really apartment." Mo Qingdao secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. After she carefully put the painting away, she excused herself and left. Looking at Mo Qingdao's careful appearance, Yi Linfan secretly laughed in his heart. Isn't it just a painting? As for being so dramatic? Pity. Mo Qingdao didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise it must have been said to him. You don't know how much your painting is worth. If the painting is put on the market for auction, I'm afraid that countless powerful people will fight for this painting at all costs. After Mo Qingdao left, Yi Linfan continued his work of carving the guqin. The body is finished carving. Here's where it's time to start putting the strings together. Installing strings isn't just a matter of finding 6 strings and putting them on. He had to get those 6 strings in tune before he could put them on. Yi Linfan, who was preoccupied with loading the guqin, quickly forgot about Mo Qingdao. Half an hour later, Mo Qingdao rushed back home. Her home and not really in any city. Instead, it was at Mingyang Mountain, dozens of miles away from Falling Cloud Mountain. The world, except for the martial arts families, there are also ancient martial arts clans that reside in the mountains. These clans had secluded themselves in the mountains before the recovery of aura and did not ask about the world. Later, after the aura was revived, it was only gradually that these ancient martial arts sects came out of the woodwork. And Mo Qingdao was none other than the holy daughter of the Thousand Sun sect on the Bright Sun Mountain. Her master was the sect leader of the Thousand Sun sect, Qin Mo Yang. A Thousand Sun sect disciple greeted Mo Qingdao as soon as she came up the mountain. Where's master? Mo Qingdao asked. Chapter 95, A Terrible Painting. Chapter 95, A Terrible Painting. The patriarch is talking to Elder Liang inside the council chamber. The disciple replied. What a time to be talking. I'll go find him, Mo Qingdao said with a frown. Inside the Thousand Suns sect's deliberation hall, there were 2 middle-aged men talking. Sitting at the top, he was in his early 50s, with a round face and thin eyes. He was none other than Thousand Zone Yangzong Master Qin Mo Yang. The middle-aged man sitting at his lower left head side was 47 or 88 years old, with a somewhat wooden temperament. He was none other than Liang Chang, the elder of the Thousand Sun sect. Patriarch, how certain are you about tomorrow's duel? Liang Chang asked. Uncertainty. I didn't expect that after the past few decades, Shen Formless had refined such a powerful demonic skill, and when he came to provoke me 2 days ago, I had already sensed that his strength had already broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Qin Mo Yang said with a long sigh. What? You say it's true? Liang Chang's face changed drastically as he asked. Qin Mo Yang was only at the 3rd level of the Sacred Realm even now, although he was only 1 step away from the 4th level of the Saint Realm. But in the end, it was still not the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Saint Realm Powerhouse. When you break through 1 level, you are stepping into the 1st level of heaven. Triple and quadruple. It doesn't seem like a big gap though, but it's a day's difference. It's safe to say, Qin Mo Yang really had no chance of winning. One might even say certain death. Naturally, it's true. I will definitely lose this battle, Qin Mo Yang said with a face full of helplessness. What then? Liang Fa asked with a pale face. He deeply knew how much Qian Formless hated Qin Mo Yang. Decades ago, Qian Formless was originally a disciple of the Thousand Suns sect as well. It was only a pity that he was defeated by Qin Mo Yang when he was vying for the position of Patriarch. In a fit of rage, he left the Thousand Suns sect and has been unknown ever since, until a few days ago. He suddenly descends from the sky and makes a date with Qin Mo Yang, and it's a duel to the death. Who won? It is the Patriarch of the Thousand Suns sect. No harm done. He's just here for me he won't hurt you, Qin Mo Yang said indifferently. He was the Patriarch of the Thousand Suns sect. This was a battle he could not avoid. Even if you die, you will answer the battle. Only, if I die in battle, you immediately take Light Dance away. She's my personal disciple. Qian Wuxing won't necessarily let her go, Qin Mo Yang said slowly. I know, Sovereign. A hint of sadness appeared on Liang Cheng's face. He knew in his heart of hearts that Qin Mo Yang is explaining the aftermath in advance. Just then, Mo Qingdao hurried in from outside. Master, I'm back. Qin Mo Yang looked towards Mo Qingdao with an incomparable look of surprise on his face. Light Dance, how did you break through to the 6th level of the Earth Realm? He asked with wide eyes. He clearly remembered that Mo Qingdao was only at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm not long ago. How it hasn't been long. It's just off the charts. Even if she meets with a chance, it's not like the progress is so rapid. Master, you see it? Mo Qingdao said with a smile. Light Dance, what happened to you? Tell me about it? Qin Mo Yang immediately asked. Master, the reason why I broke through so quickly is because I met a Supreme Master. Mo Qingdao said slowly. A Supreme Senior? Is it a senior from any martial arts family or ancient martial arts sect? Qin Mo Yang asked suspiciously. Neither. The other is just a young man in his 20s. Mo Qingdao shook her head and said. Hear that? A look of disappointment appeared on the faces of both Qin Mo Yang and Liang Cheng. How could a young man in his 20s be a Jedi Master? It seems Mo Qingdao must have been tricked. Master, Elder Liang, you don't believe me? Mo Qingdao said indignantly when she saw the duo's expressions. Light Dance the Patriarch is upset right now, so you'd better retire first. Liang Cheng coughed and said. Master, you don't believe me either? Mo Qingdao asked accusingly. Light Dance, Master has a duel tomorrow, so you should retire first. Qin Mo Yang said slowly. Master, I've asked that Master for something back, and with something like this, you're sure to win tomorrow. Mo Qingdao said. What is it? Qin Mo Yang asked suspiciously. A painting. Mo Qingdao replied. When Qin Mo Yang and Liang Cheng heard this, the look of disappointment on their faces intensified. They were even getting a little disgruntled with Mo Qingdao. Nonsense. What good is a painting? Liang Cheng said with great displeasure. Qin Mo Yang didn't say anything though, but the face had been very unpleasant. If it wasn't for the fact that he was very loving towards Mo Qingdao on weekdays, it was estimated that he had already made a move to chuck Mo Qingdao out. Master, trust me for once and look at this painting. Mo Qingdao pleaded. Alright, take out the painting and show it to Master. Qin Mo Yang said with a sigh. Anyway, one is about to die. Why be angry with Mo Qingdao? What's more, Mo Qingdao was doing this as a piece of filial piety. Yes, Master, Mo Qingdao immediately exclaimed with great joy. She held out the painting. The drawing paper is plain. It can simply be described as mediocre. This made Qin Mo Yang and Liang Cheng more and more determined in their thoughts. There's no way this painting is going anywhere. However, they soon realized they were wrong. And so wrong. When the drawing paper hits a moment, a sudden feeling of wariness surged through Qin Mo Yang and Liang Cheng's hearts. Monstrous sword intent filled the air from the drawing paper. It gave birth to a feeling of worship in their hearts. Buzz off! Their swords also made a buzzing sound. The buzz quivered. It was the sound of the long sword submitting. It's not just their swords. The entire Thousand Suns sect disciples were surprised. His own saber made a roaring sound. What's going on? How did my sword become like this? My sword too. It seems like an anomaly coming from the council hall there. Could it be that the Patriarch has cultivated some powerful sword technique? Most likely. It seems that the Sovereign will definitely win the duel tomorrow. Have to say, this picture came up, unexpectedly giving all the Thousand Suns sect disciples a shot in the arm. Inside the council hall, Qin Mo Yang and Liang Cheng had been shocked into staying in place. They never expected it. A painting can really be that powerful. That monstrous sword intent was enough to tear apart everything. Qin Mo Yang looked at the painting and was soon stunned by the sword moves in the painting. Is this a supreme sword move? He asked. Swallowing. Yes, it was drawn by the hand of that high man. Mo Qingdao nodded and said. Qin Mo Yang's pupils contracted violently when he heard this. It's horrible. Draw with your hands. It's the Jedi swordsmanship, and it also left such a powerful sword intent on the drawing paper. People like that. Definitely an absolute master without a doubt. It was only at this point that Qin Mo Yang finally believed that Mo Qingdao's words were true. At this point his heart became very happy. With this painting, he was sure of the duel tomorrow. Light dance. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Qin Mo Yang said with a serious expression. Chapter 96, Strong Enemies Attack. Chapter 96, Strong Enemies Attack. Master, it's like this. Mo Qingdao told all about how she met Yi Linfan. After listening to Mo Qingdao's words, Qin Mo Yang and Liang Chang both stared wide-eyed. There was a look of disbelief on his face. The yard was rich in aura. The pets kept are all ancient beasts. The teas they drank were all precious and incomparable spiritual teas. Draw a picture as you go along. It's the Jedi swordsmanship. It all just sounds so incredible. But the facts are in front of us. It's not up to them to disbelieve. I didn't realize that there was a supreme master living in seclusion beside us, and we didn't even know about it. It's really too much of a blunder. Qin Mo Yang sighed. Master, Mr. Yi is a supreme master. He doesn't want us to find out, so naturally we can't. Mo Qingdao said slowly. That's right. Fortunately Light Dance has made Mr. Yi's acquaintance this time, which is why I was able to obtain this painting, and it's only then that I'll have the courage to deal with tomorrow's duel. Qin Mo Yang said. Master should probably just go into seclusion first. Mo Qingdao said. Qin Mo Yang nodded in agreement and turned around to walk back to the quiet room. Time passes quickly. It was the next day in a flash. Mo Qingdao and Liang Chang stood at the entrance of the quiet room with anxious faces. Elder Liang, Qian Invisible is about to come. Why hasn't Master come out yet? Mo Qingdao said anxiously. Perhaps the sovereign is at a critical moment right now. Liang Chang was equally grave. But if Master doesn't come out, what should we do when Qian Invisible comes? Mo Qingdao asked with a frown. If it's not possible, I'll top it first. Liang Chang said with some determination. How would that work? It's too dangerous. Mo Qingdao said with a change in her face. Qian Formless was a fourth level of the sacred realm. Liang Chang, on the other hand, was only at the first level of the saint realm. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great. If Liang Chang insisted on going on, it'll be life-threatening. It's the only thing that's going to happen. Liang Chang said with a firm expression. Just then, suddenly a cold, stern voice exploded in the air. Qin Mo Yang, come out and die. This voice was like thunder, shaking everyone's ears. Mo Qingdao and Liang Chang's faces changed drastically. He's coming. He's really coming. They looked up at the sky. One could only see a black mist-covered, domineering figure standing in the air. The figure was a middle-aged man around 45 or 60 years old. He had a long face, full of demonic color. Even scarier, his pupils were surprisingly blood-red. A glance was exchanged with him. I was surprised to see mountains and seas of blood and white bones filling the field. Qian Invisible, you're early. Liang Chang shouted. Come early or late, the result will be the same. Call Qin Mo Yang out to die. Qian Invisible said faintly. What kind of a thing are you to even think of looking for the patriarch? To deal with you, having me is enough. Liang Chang slowly rose into the air and said coldly. He slowly drew his longsword and confronted Qian Invisible in the air. An invisible aura filled the 8 directions. The long sword in his hand, the sword light gulped more than once. The sword had yet to come out, and the sword intent had already begun to permeate. You are no match for me? Get lost. Qian Invisible said disdainfully. Whether it's your opponent or not, you won't know until you fight. Liang Chang snorted coldly. He stepped in the air, his qi and blood surging around him. The long sword in his hand struck out boldly, slashing at Qian Formless. The sword was dazzling, and killing intent filled the sky. This sword came with great force, although it was only the first level of the Saint Realm. But Liang Chang had swung his sword with all his might. The power is not to be underestimated. But Qian Formless was still full of disdain. A mere mole cricket. How dare you think to shake the sky? Having said that, his long sword was already sheathed. His sword, it was black. His sword, too, is evil. A sword swung out, swirling the wind and clouds in the sky. A sword struck horizontally and attacked Liang Chang directly. Boom! The two swords clashed with a sound that shook the heavens. Supreme greatness, stirring up the wind and clouds. A figure fell sharply from heaven and earth. It slammed into the ground with a bang. It smashed the ground out of a deep pit in the shape of a man. Even the ground in a 10-mile radius cracked. Elder Liang, Mo Qingdao lost her voice and exclaimed. She hadn't expected Qian Formless to be so strong. Surprisingly, Liang Chang couldn't even catch a single move before he lost. The Thousand Sons sect is really not as good as the previous generation. It's all because Qin Mo Yang, the sect leader, is so bad. He's not qualified to be the sect leader at all, Qian Invisible said with a face full of disdain. Qian Formless, don't you dare insult my master, Mo Qingdao said loudly to Qian Invisible. You're Qin Mo Yang's disciple. Since he wants to be a shrinking turtle, I'll kill you and see if he comes out, Qian Invisible said with a cold smile. As the words fell, the sword rose. The sound of the dragon's roar whistles in the sky. The black sword blade presses down on all beings. A black sword descended from the sky, slashing straight at Mo Qingdao. The sword swept through. The void was covered with black sword awnings. This was the full force of a 4th level Saint Realm powerhouse. Mo Qingdao was only at the Dan Realm cultivation level. How could it be resisted? If this sword strikes, it's a sure thing. It's a sure thing. It's a sure thing. Qian Invisible, you are at least a senior. If you want to kill my disciple, you have to ask me first. Just then, a clear voice came through. The words fell. The door to the quiet room exploded open. A golden sword light flew out from the door. It accurately crashed on top of the black sword awnings. Boom! A monstrous roar resounded in all directions. A gold and a black sword light intertwined with each other and rolled up a powerful shockwave. A hurricane kicked up the sky and smoke filled the air. The entire Thousand Sons sect shivered in the roaring sound. Qin Mo Yang, you're finally willing to come out and meet people. The corners of Qian Invisible's mouth rose slightly as he said with a cold smile. Didn't you look for me? I'm here. Only a long figure was seen flying out of the quiet room. A powerful pressure-like substance covered all directions. This figure was none other than Qin Mo Yang. At this moment, the aura emanating from his body was not the least bit weaker than Qian Formless. It's several times stronger than yesterday. Master, you've made a breakthrough, Mo Qingdao said in surprise. Since Qin Mo Yang made a breakthrough, then today's duel still has a chance of being won. Exactly. Qin Mo Yang nodded with a smile and said, he was originally only one step away from the 4th level of the Saint Realm. With the help of that painting, the breakthrough was natural. So what if you break through? You're still not my opponent, Qian Invisible said with a cold smile. Only a devilish aura rolled around him. It seems like an ocean rolled back and out. In the midst of the black ocean, he stepped out of the sky and pushed straight towards Qin Mo Yang. The black long sword. A sword slash. Above the sword, the demonic flames were monstrous. Qin Mo Yang's face was expressionless. He stood tall in the air, not dodging. The long sword in his hand was gripped fiercely, the tip of the sword pointing towards the sky. Shasta. The sound of a dragon's roar came out through the sword. The incomparably sharp sword intent tore through the sky. In an instant, it stirred up all the black demonic chi in the sky. The sword light was unceasing, directly attacking the black magic sword. Boom! The two sword lights ruthlessly clashed together. A monstrous roar spread out in all directions. Dao ripples that filled the air in all directions. A mountain peak near the Thousand Sons sect was instantly obliterated and turned into pieces. The bodies of the two people engaged in the battle stormed back at the same time. I didn't realize that you've become so strong, Qian Invisible said with some surprise. Chapter 97, The Return of the 10,000 Swords. Chapter 97, The Return of the 10,000 Swords. Qian Invisible, you'd better retreat from this. In this battle, you and I are considered indistinguishable, Qin Mo Yang said slowly. Qin Mo Yang, don't be too complacent. My strength hasn't really been taken out of the dangling thread yet, Qian Invisible said disdainfully. In that case, let's fight to the death. Qin Mo Yang's face sank as he said coldly. He knew that today he and Qian Invisible was a life and death duel, so he won't say anything stupid about fellowship. He's going to make the first move, only to see his right foot step in the air. His body once again rose up in the air, flying up thousands of meters above the sky. Buzz! A high-pitched dragon roar resounded through the sky. Qin Mo Yang's chi and blood surged around his body, and his aura was vast. He was seen placing the long sword in his hand in front of his body. The long sword hung in the air and the dragon roared. 10,000 swords return. Qin Mo Yang's voice echoed in the air, as if it were an immortal whispering in the sky. Only his hands were seen drawing circles. The long sword in front of him suddenly transformed into 2 with 1, and 4 with 2. It didn't take long. Tens of thousands of long swords floated in front of him. The monstrous sword intent was like a waterfall, like a galaxy falling from the sky. Go! Qin Mo Yang pointed with both hands. Tens of thousands of swords flew out in unison. Wherever the long sword goes, the universe wants to be shattered, and life is forbidden. The sky is filled with long swords. All the heavens have a murderous intent. The scene where tens of thousands of long swords could attack at the same time was truly shocking. All of the Thousand Sons sect disciples had long since been dumbstruck. I didn't expect that you have comprehended such a powerful sword technique. It's just a pity that you haven't comprehended it deeply enough. So you are destined to die under my sword today.
Qian Formless was also a bit surprised to see the 10,000 swords returning. But, he quickly saw that. This sword move is powerful though. But Qin Mo Yang only got it temporarily. At the time of the move, there's still a lot of brokenness after all. Qian Wupud looked at the long swords roaming the sky and still laughed arrogantly and maniacally. His circumference, the ocean of demonic energy, was monstrous, setting it off as if it were a demon god approaching the world. If you are really an immortal, then I will behead an immortal, Qian Invisible said in an indifferent tone, only to see him swipe out with his sword. There was nothing fancy about this sword. It's just a mediocre sword. But, this sword, before the demonic aura became more prevalent, the icy cold demonic aura tore through the sky, rushing straight beyond the 9 heavens, vowing to behead immortals. Boom! The black longsword and the 10,000 swords returned met narrowly in the void. The incomparably strong collision shook out a monstrous roar. Even the entire heaven and earth were trembling. 10,000 long swords collided with the demonic aura. Surprisingly, it began to rapidly dissolve. It didn't take long. It's all gone. Until the last golden sword light suddenly shattered. A figure fell from the sky and hit the ground. Boom! A huge crater was smashed into the ground. Mo Qingdao fixed her eyes and her face changed drastically. Master! It turned out that the person who fell from the sky was actually Qin Mo Yang. It was clear whether the battle was won or lost. It's over. The sovereign is defeated. The Thousand Sun sect is going to fall into the hands of demons. All of the Thousand Sun sect disciples saw this. Their faces grayed out and their eyes darkened. Qin Mo Yang was the strongest person in the Thousand Sun sect. It is also the faith of their hearts. Now faith falls. They naturally feel that there is no hope in life. Master, are you okay? Mo Qingdao helped Qin Mo Yang up. Bean-sized tears flowed from her eyes. Qin Mo Yang, you've lost. At this point, Qian's invisible voice came through. Qin Mo Yang's face was pale, without a trace of blood. It was evident that he was extremely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a face full of unwillingness, "It's a pity that I was unable to penetrate all the way through this masterful sword technique of mine, or else it's not yet known who the deer will die today." He had only gotten the 10,000 swords returning to the sword technique yesterday, although in one night, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. But a supreme sword technique like the 10,000 swords returning to the palace was too complicated and complex. He had spent a night and had only managed to penetrate a mere 2 or 3/10 of it. Whatever happened to that? You lose, Qian Invisible said with a cold smile. Willing to gamble, the position of the Thousand Sun sect's patriarch is yours. As for me, kill or die as you wish, Qin Mo Yang said with a face full of determination. Kill you? I will definitely kill you. Only before I kill you, I have questions to ask you, Qian Invisible said faintly. What's the problem? Qin Mo Yang asked. Where did you get that sword move from? Dry Invisible asked. That move of the 10,000 swords returning just now was indeed very powerful. To this day he still has his heart in his mouth. If not for the fact that Qin Muyang had yet to penetrate this sword technique, I'm afraid he's already fallen under this sword move. So he was very curious. Where on earth did Qin Mo Yang obtain such a supreme sword technique? I got it from a supreme master. And let me be honest, your swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in front of this master. Qin Mo Yang said with a cold snort. How can that be? Who else in this world can compare to my heavenly demon sword technique? Qian Invisible said with a cold snort. Your heavenly demon sword technique is nothing but child's play in front of that supreme master. Qin Mo Yang said coldly. I don't believe you. Tell me, where is that high man you speak of? Qian Invisible asked coldly. You're delusional. I'm not going to say anything, Qin Mo Yang said in a very firm tone. Yesterday Mo Qingdao had already said it. That higher power likes to spend time with people as ordinary people. If you disturb a high-ranking person and make them furious, it might bring about the end of the Thousand Sun sect. If you don't tell me, I'll kill your disciple. After all was said and done, he raised the devil sword in his hand and pointed it at Mo Lightning Dance from afar. With his strength, you can instantly kill Mo Lightning Dance in the space of a breath. Even if Qin Mo Yang was by her side, he couldn't resist. Don't, I said. He's at Falling Cloud Mountain. Qin Mo Yang's face changed and he said in a hurry. Very well, I'm going to meet the supreme master you're talking about. And if he disappoints me, I'll even kill someone's disciple along with him. Qian Invisible said coldly. After all was said and done, the black mist around him skyrocketed as he stepped into the sky. Let's follow and see. Qin Mo Yang didn't care about his injuries and pulled Mo Qingdao to chase after him. The devilish aura filled the air between Qian's invisible walks, drenched the entire sky in black. As he passed over Falling Cloud City, it was soon sensed by Li Qingyang. Why is there such a shocking demonic aura? It seems like it's heading towards Fallen Cloud Mountain. No, I have to go and take a look. Think about it. Without hesitation, Li Qingyang leaped forward. Inside the Budo Academy,
Chu Mingyang also sensed Qian's invisible demonic aura.
What kind of devil is it that dares to mess with Mr. Yi?
Next moment,
a silhouette rushed up from within the martial arts academy, treading the heavens towards Mount Falling Clouds.
Dry Invisible is fast. He had already arrived in front of Yi Linfan's courtyard. Those inside, come out and die. Qian Invisible roared loudly. Chapter 98, swallowed in one bite. Chapter 98, swallowed in one bite. Those inside, come out and die. Qian Invisible roared loudly. Waves of sound rolled around, shaking the leaves of the trees for hundreds of miles around. However, there was no response from the yard at all. Qian Invisible, don't disturb the high-ranking person, or you will suffer the consequences. Just then, Qin Moyang and Mo Qingdao had already arrived. What kind of Jedi, seeing me here, is too scared to come out? Qian Invisible said disdainfully. It must be that the higher power is not at home. Otherwise where would you be allowed to be so arrogant? Qin Mo Yang said coldly. I think it should be you who lied to me. In that case, you master and disciple will stay here forever. Qian Invisible said coldly. Having said that, he flipped his right hand. The heavenly demon sword came out, and the demonic aura was monstrous. Light dance, run away. I'll block him. Qin Mo Yang's face changed and he resolutely blocked in front of Mo Qingdao. Master, Mo Qingdao's face changed. Go, and remember, live well. Qin Mo Yang said loudly. There's no need to be so sentimental. None of you can escape. Qian Invisible laughed maniacally. Having said that,
the long sword in his hand was full of demonic energy.
In the next moment,
he was going to chop the two of them under his sword.
However, just then,
the door to the small courtyard suddenly opened. The long sword in Qian Invisible's hand stalled.
Hurriedly, he turned back and went on full alert. He showed disdain on the surface though,
but he knew it in his heart. Someone who could deliver such a supreme sword technique would definitely not be an idle person.
That's why he's so on the edge of his seat. Even Qin Mo Yang and Mo Qingdao were ecstatic. Looks like Mr. Yi came out to save us. However, the expressions on the three men's faces quickly froze. The one who came out was not Yi Linfan. Precisely. What came out was not human at all. Instead, it was a big yellow dog. A big, mediocre-looking yellow dog. The expression on Qian Invisible's face became brilliant. Qin Moyang and Mo Qingdao, on the other hand, were filled with loss. Especially Mo Qingdao. She'd taken a look at the big yellow dog the last time she'd been here. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary at all. It's just a big, mediocre yellow dog. Who is it that dares to disturb your dog master's sleep? Big yellow dog suddenly opened his mouth and asked. This one. It shocked all three to the core. A big yellow dog that looked incredibly ordinary could actually talk. It's a no-brainer. It is I call out your master to death. Qian Invisible said with a cold snort. With you, you're worthy of challenging my master? The big yellow dog glanced at him with disdain. How dare a dog have such a big mouth? Then I'll slaughter you before I slaughter your master. Qian Invisible said coldly. As the words fell, the sword light rose. On the heavenly demon sword, demonic chi churned. The black sword slashed straight out. In front of the huge black sword manor, the big yellow dog was like a tiny mole cricket. It's not even above a level. Just then, the big yellow dog moved. It extended its front paw. The scene. Looking at Qin Mo Yang and Mo Qingyan, they became more and more desperate. How powerful is the heavenly devil sword? The two of them know this firsthand. And this big yellow dog even used its own claws to grab the heavenly demon sword. It's simply a case of hitting a stone with an egg and asking for death. Seeing this, Qian Invisible had a cold smile on his face. A dog is a dog. Surprisingly, he used his claws to harden my heavenly demon sword. It's really intellectually disturbing. However, next second, the expression on his face froze. Dang! The heavenly demon sword viciously chopped at the front paw of the big yellow dog. Shocking! Surprisingly, the sound of weapons clashing rang out. Nothing happened to the big yellow dog's paw at all. Only the nails on its claws suddenly became long, holding the heavenly demon sword in his claws in a death grip. The scene. Looking at Qin Moyang and Mo Qingdao, they were also dumbfounded. Isn't that an ordinary big yellow dog? How come it's so great? But that's all. The big yellow dog said disdainfully. How is it possible? How can this be? Qian Invisible exclaimed. He couldn't believe it. His own best sword move would be broken by a dog. Because you're too weak, the big yellow dog said coldly. Having said that, it clawed and yanked hard. Qian Invisible only felt a huge force coming from him. Hands are empty. The heavenly demon sword had surprisingly already been snatched over by the big yellow dog. Give me back my sword. Qian Invisible was so scared that his face turned pale and stormed, immediately pouncing towards the big yellow dog. A mere mole cricket, disturbing this king's sleep. Then he deserves to die. The big yellow dog snorted coldly. Just see it open one. It suddenly turned into a bloody mouth.
This bloody mouth was more than 10 meters wide. Qian Invisible was startled at the sight. He finally knew. The big yellow dog in front of him was by no means an ordinary dog. Instead, it was a supreme demon king. Looking at the huge teeth and the bloody mouth in front of him that were a man tall, and that deep throat, Dry Invisible was finally afraid. He's going to run away. Run away from it. The heavenly demon sword couldn't care less. Only this. It's the only way to have a chance to live. However, the big yellow dog was supposed to be sleeping, woken up by a yell from Dry Invisible. The wake-up call hasn't even passed yet. How could it be easy to let go of Qian Invisible, only to see it suck violently? Qian Invisible, who was escaping, felt a powerful suction force come upon him. It sucked him toward the back. This time, he was scared out of his wits and his heart went cold. But, no matter how hard he tried, neither could break free from the suction. All you can do is watch yourself fly towards the bloody disc maw. Mercy, help! Senior brother Qin, I won't steal the position of sovereign from you. Save me. Dry Invisible was so scared that he called for help. However, Qin Muyang and Mo Qingdao had long been stunned by this scene. Just watched as Qian Invisible was eaten in by the big yellow dog. At this point, Li Qingyang and Shu Mingyang had also arrived here. Just saw the scene. It shocked them to the point where they were almost even staring out of their eyes. It's horrible. They didn't notice the big yellow dog every time they came. And all this time thinking it was just a regular big yellow dog. Didn't think so. This dog is a tough one too. It was probably an ancient divine beast as well. But think about it. A man of high stature like Mr. Yi. Only ancient divine beasts were qualified to be his pets. Poor Dry Invisible. It was presumptuous to come and provoke Yi Linfan. Eventually it becomes food. To this point, Qin Mo Yan no longer had a trace of doubt in Yi Linfan. Something this strong for a pet person. Definitely a man of the world, no doubt. After swallowing the Dry Invisible, the big yellow dog recovered. It looked at the crowd and said faintly, "Don't tell the master what happened here. Or, please don't worry. We know what to do." Shu Mingyang immediately stated. The others nodded in panic that they knew. This dog in front of me is so powerful. Powerful enough to swallow them all in one gulp. They naturally dared not disobey. Satisfied, the big yellow dog returned to the yard. Only the heavenly demon sword was left still thrown on the ground. Why are there so many people here? Just then, a surprised voice came. Chapter 99 Heavenly Demon Sword Spirit. Chapter 99 Heavenly Demon Sword Spirit. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see that Yi Linfan was holding Little White and appeared behind him. He was looking at the crowd with a surprised look on his face. He hadn't thought about it. He himself had merely taken Little White to Falling Cloud City for a stroll. Back after. Just to see so many people come to your house. Mr. Yi. Everyone greeted Yi Linfan. After that shocking scene just now, they naturally became more and more respectful to Yi Linfan, especially Qin Mo Yang. He saw Yi Linfan for the first time. Then he was surprised by Yi Linfan's youth. Moreover, he couldn't feel any power fluctuations in Yi Linfan's body. But think about it. Mo Qingdao had told him before. Yi Linfan's body was indeed devoid of power fluctuations. It's not because the other person is an ordinary person. Rather, it was because the other side was too strong. That's why it can't be sensed. This is... Yi Linfan looked at Qin Mo Yang and asked. It was the first time for Qin Mo Yang to come. He was naturally unfamiliar with it. Mr. Yi, this is my master. Thousand Sun Sect Patriarch Qin Mo Yang. Mo Qingdao introduced. Everyone else knew Qin Mo Yang. After all, they are all martial artists. There were many clans and families to deal with. Only there is a difference between the two. Seiya just teaches his own family. And the sects are just teachable. As for the Budo Academy, poor people can't get in. Because tuition is high. Only those who have money, but are not sons of martial arts families enter the martial arts academy. Of course there were also a few sons and daughters of martial arts families who entered the martial arts academy. But those were all less powerful martial arts families. They do it for the betterment of the best sons and daughters of their families. Then they would send them to the Budo academies to learn Budo. So, in this world, the lineages, clans, and martial arts academies were the three main forces. Of course all three forces are under the jurisdiction of the same power. That would be the Martial Arts Alliance. Yi Linfan didn't think about it. Today, people from the three forces of the Martial Arts Academy, the lineage and the clan had unexpectedly come to his house. If it's considered LV Dongxian, then he's all involved with the Martial Arts League as well. Actually, where did Yi Linfan know? The carp in his pond had already swallowed a vice leader of the Martial Arts Alliance some time ago as well. In Yi Linfan's eyes, these people are bigots. These people were able to come to him. He was naturally happy. Because the more bigots you know, the more he has to lean on in this world, then the more he will live. So it's Patriarch Qin. What a disrespect. Yi Linfan immediately said with a smile. Mr. Yi,
Shin Mo Yan was about to speak when suddenly his face turned white. Poof! A mouthful of blood was spat out. Master, are you okay? Mo Qingdao asked in a shocked voice. Patriarch Qin, what's wrong with you? Yi Linfan asked in surprise. No harm done. Dueled with someone and got mauled. Shin Mo Yang said with a sigh. I see. Come inside first. Let me heal you. Yi Linfan said slowly. And you know about medicine? Shin Mo Yang asked in surprise. In his opinion, since Yi Linfan was so strong, that should be a cultivation fiend. In addition to practicing, it's impossible to be good at anything else. He never expected it. Yi Linfan actually said that he was also proficient in the medical arts. This is so surprising. Mr. Ye's medical skills, divine and mysterious, are admirable. Xu Mingyang opened his mouth. He is the most vocal. That's right. I almost lost my life before. If it was Mr. Ye's hand, I'm afraid I would have died. Li Qingyang echoed. So that's how it is. Then I'd like to thank Mr. Yi. Shin Mo Yang said with secret surprise as he heard the words. He's very clear. With Xu Mingyang and Li Qingyang's status, it is impossible to tell a lie. The group was about to go in. Yi Linfan suddenly eeped. Why are there still black swords thrown around here? This sword was none other than the heavenly demon sword left behind by Qian Formless. This heavenly demon sword no longer has an owner though, but the demonic aura on it was still incredibly strong. If someone holds it in their hand, a moment of unguarded words, it's bound to be corrupted by demonic energy, thus losing their minds, become a monster that only kills, and that's why. It was only then that the crowd did not easily pick up the heavenly demon sword, and Yi Linfan saw the heavenly demon sword. He was very curious and picked it right up. The crowd's faces changed drastically. He was afraid that Yi Linfan would be eroded by the demonic chi on the heavenly demon sword. They want a reminder. But it's too late. Yi Linfan had already taken the heavenly demon sword in his hand. But, to the long relief of the crowd, Yi Linfan was not affected in any way. The crowd quickly responded. Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal world. Strength in numbers. It has long since gone beyond the realm of this realm. How could a mere heavenly demon sword affect him? What the crowd didn't actually realize was this. There was actually a sword spirit living in the heavenly devil sword. It is also because of this sword spirit. Dry invisibility is what enables it to be so awesome. But this sword spirit is a very evil one. It gives the owner great strength in a short period of time though. But the stronger the master is, the faster it could absorb its master's essence blood to strengthen itself. As long as it continues to be maintained this way, one day, it then morphs into a human being. Before the dry invisibility, it's already gotten several owners killed. Now Qian Invisible is suddenly dead. It just had to wait for a new owner. After some anxious waiting, finally someone picked it up. Great! Finally new owners. Young man, want to gain power? Make a covenant with me. Sign a covenant with me and you will be the strongest in this world. The sword spirit used an incomparably seductive voice to transmit to Yi Linfan. However, to its immense surprise, Yi Linfan didn't react to its voice at all. It's as if they didn't even hear it. What's going on? It was the first time Sword Spirit had encountered such a situation. It reluctantly came back again. The result is still the same. It made it feel very mad. If the new owner can't hear it, then all its calculations will be in vain. Just then, Yi Linfan's voice came through. Sure, that's not what was said to it. Instead, he spoke to Xu Mingyang and the others. It's a nice sword. It should be good for chopping wood. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The sword spirit barely managed to spit out a mouthful of old blood when he heard this. Outrageous. I'm the titular heavenly devil sword. I can't believe you're taking me to chop wood. Now that there are so many of you, it's not good for me to teach you a lesson. When these people are gone, let's see how I can clean you up. The sword spirit thought viciously. It did not sense any power fluctuations in Yi Linfan's body. Should be immortal. Since it's immortal, then the lesson should be easy. The group followed Yi Linfan into the courtyard. It's not the first time the others have been here. It didn't feel like much. Only Qin Mo Yang, who came in for the first time, instead revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Chapter 100, Your Wound. Healed. Chapter 100, Your Wound. Healed. The aura here is also too rich. Qin Mo Yang was filled with shock. Although Mo Qingdao had already told him before, the aura here is very rich, but he had no concept in his mind. Just think, it should be, at best, just a little bit denser than outside. However, what he never expected was this. The aura here is at the very least about 10 times denser than outside. As soon as you get in here, the aura in the sky madly surged into his body. The injuries that would have been sustained. Surprisingly, the aura was moisturized. Surprisingly, it's much better. It's worthy of being the residence of a Jedi Master. It's really different. Qin Mo Yan looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable admiration.
The unseen look on his face was seen by the others. But the crowd did not show any mockery, because the first time they came here, it wasn't much better than Qin Mo Yang's reaction. At this point, the heavenly demon sword spirit was also in the midst of madness. It was because it was also the first time it had encountered a place with such a rich aura. This is a real caveman. Unfortunately, it's occupied by a commoner. But it's going to be cheap for me soon. After this group of Saint Realm powerhouses left, I'll simply just take over this ordinary person, and then become the owner of this place, cultivating in a place with such a rich aura. I believe it's 50 years at the most. I'll be able to completely transform and succeed. There's no need to go around recognizing owners at all. The sword spirit thought with incomparable excitement in his heart. At this point it was already fantasizing about the wonderful scene where it would become the owner of this place. It's because he's indulging in nice fantasies, but ignored those ancient beasts on the ground, Old Hen and Carp. The presence of the sword spirit was noticed early on. But, in front of Yi Linfan, they were too lazy to do anything, because they are clear. This sword spirit is too weak enough to be no threat to the owner at all. And Qin Mo Yang saw the old hen. The words of Mo Qingdao came to mind. Knowing that this seemingly plain old hen is none other than the ancient beast, the phoenix, Qin Mo Yang was incredibly nervous in his heart. An existence like the ancient god beast, trying to kill yourself is just a wave of the hand. So in passing by the old hen, he even became very careful in his walk. It's not just him. Xu Mingyang and Li Qingyang did the same. The old hen didn't bother with them either, just foraging for food to eat on the ground by himself. Exactly the same as a regular old hen. The crowd arrived at Yi Linfan's house. The aura inside Yi Linfan's house once again shocked Qin Mo Yang and the sword spirit, because the aura here is even more dense than outside, and every single piece of furnishings here, all of them contained amazing Dao rhythms. It could be said that they were all comparable to the existence of a top-tier immortal weapon. This one made the sword spirit salivate more and more for this place. Such a nice place was occupied by a weak commoner. I must take it over. Moreover, Qin Mo Yang was like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden. Look left. Look right. He had truly never seen so many top-tier immortal weapons before. These top-notch immortal weapons, a random piece of fluff, all of them can cause a storm of bloodshed. Yet in this place, but it's just an ordinary ornament. Have a seat. Yi Linfan casually threw the heavenly demon sword in the corner and said to the crowd. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched at the sight. This is the heavenly devil sword. I can't believe I left it in the corner as garbage. But, in this living room, the heavenly demon sword is indeed the most trashy thing in existence. The sword spirit was also incomparably angry. Damn commoners. I can't believe I was thrown in the corner like a piece of trash, waiting to take over your life. I'll make sure you're soulful, not even qualified for reincarnation. Patriarch Qin, I've come to treat your injuries now. Please take your hand out. Yi Linfan sat beside Qin Mo Yang. With pleasure. Qin Mo Yang put his hand out. He knew that Yi Linfan was trying to take his pulse. Yi Linfan put his hand on Qin Mo Yang's pulse and began to take his pulse. Inside the living room, there was silence. Everyone's eyes fell on Yi Linfan. After a while, it was only then that Yi Linfan let go of his hand and slowly said, "What's inside Patriarch Qin's body is sword chi. And this sword chi is very evil. Sure is awesome." When Qin Mo Yang heard this, an expression of incomparable admiration appeared on his face. Haven't said anything myself. The cause of the injury was already stated just by taking the pulse. Such medical skills are indeed divine. That's right. I was indeed injured by someone with a sword. I wonder how Mr. Yi plans to treat it. Qin Mo Yang nodded and asked. What was inside him was no ordinary sword chi. Instead, it was heavenly demon sword chi. Such a sword chi was not so easy to dissolve. It's quite simple to dissolve the sword chi in your body, Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. Having said that, before Qin Mo Yang could react, suddenly a palm slapped Qin Mo Yang's chest. This palm came suddenly and with great speed, and God forbid, Qin Mo Yang didn't react at all. Bang! This palm slapped solidly on Qin Mo Yang's chest. Qin Mo Yang's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Master, are you okay? Mo Qingdao's face changed drastically as she asked. And Qin Mo Yang was incomparably fearful in his heart at this time. He thought Yi Linfan was suddenly going to kill himself. And that slap just now. Nothing fancy though, but there is no trace of it, and nowhere to hide. It made him incredibly desperate. A supreme master like Yi Linfan. It was absolutely easy to kill yourself. Mr. Yi, Qin Mo Yang's face turned pale as he hurriedly tried to beg for mercy. However, Yi Linfan, opened his mouth and interrupted him. Your injury, it's healed. These words made Qin Mo Yang instantly confused. Is it healed? A random slap on the wrist? How is that possible? He immediately mobilized the spiritual energy in his body. Soon he was shocked. The spiritual energy in the body traveled freely within the meridians.
The sword she left behind by the heavenly demon sword was really not even a trace of it. Such tactics are simply terrifying. Qin Mo Yang swallowed his saliva. In his heart, he was more and more in awe of Yi Linfan. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Qin Mo Yang stood up and bowed deeply. It's a lifesaver. It's worth making this great gift to yourself. Plus the fact that the other party was stronger than he was. It's only right to grovel to the other side. Patriarch Qin is polite. It's just a minor injury. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. Qin Mo Yang heard the words and was instantly in awe. Obviously healed himself of such a serious injury, but pretended not to care. Mr. Yi definitely didn't want to feel too much pressure in his heart. Feeling like I owe him so much. That's why it's spoken that way. Such breadth of mind is simply breathtaking. The others had long been surprised by Yi Linfan's godlike tactics, so it's all a look of resignation. It's just about dinner time, so why don't we all stay for a casual dinner? Yi Linfan said with a smile. Chapter 101, The Shocking Barbecue Grill. Chapter 101, The Shocking Barbecue Grill. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words. That's great. Can stay for dinner. It's a heavenly opportunity. Because every time after eating Yi Linfan's cooking, all of them will be so much stronger. And Yi Linfan's craftsmanship was and is very good. It's tasty and power boosting at the same time. How can anyone turn down a meal like that? However, there are only two exceptions here. That would be Qin Moyong and Mo Qingdao. Neither of them had ever tasted Yi Linfan's handiwork, so don't really know what it really meant to be able to taste Yi Linfan's handiwork. In Qin Mo Yang's opinion, this should be Yi Linfan's polite words. Didn't really want to keep everyone down for dinner, so he said without hesitation. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Yi. I still have something to go back to. When the crowd heard this, they immediately looked at the little cutie. Eyes at Qin Mo Yang. What a too little cutie. Surprisingly, he shrugged off the opportunity that was presented to him. The usual Qin Mo Yang was not considered a smart person, yet today it's acting like a 2-bit cutie. Like, IQ could be lost by a single stroke of the heavenly demon sword. I see, so I won't hold back then. Yi Linfan sniffed and nodded, saying, Mr. Yi, I'm going to stay for dinner. It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. Shu Mingyang immediately spoke. Me too. I'm drooling just thinking about your cooking. Li Qingyang said with a smile. This scene confused Qin Mo Yang whole. What's the situation? These two are big shots. What kind of delicacies have not been eaten? It's amazing that you would stay specially for a meal now. Is there something mysterious about this meal? Qin Mo Yang was, after all, the head of a clan. The mind and intellect are by no means generalized. The reason for this was quickly guessed. He just couldn't figure it out. What exactly would be the mystery of Yi Linfan's cooking? Surprisingly, it could make Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang so enamored. This one immediately piqued his curiosity. As it is, then I'll stay and see it too. Mr. Yi, I suddenly wanted to come here, and the thing I was going to do was cancelled, so I'm going to stay and chime in as well. Qin Mo Yang immediately said. No problem. Gentlemen, wait a moment. I'll treat you all to a barbecue today. Yi Linfan said with a smile. There was still a lot of mutton left from the last time he bought it in Falling Cloud City. Just in time for lamb kebabs today. Barbecue? What the hell is this? A puzzled look appeared on everyone's faces. At this point, Yi Linfan had already turned around and went to the kitchen. Dean Chu, City Lordly, is there any mystery in Mr. Ye's cooking? Qin Mo Yang asked suspiciously. You'll see when the time comes. Shu Mingyang said with a mysterious smile. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan came out. Just see him roll out an iron frame. This iron frame is strange. It's rectangular. There is a slot on top of the rectangle. Charcoal was placed inside the trough. The top of the trough is covered with a wire mesh. The crowd saw this iron frame and the charcoal in the trough. He secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. This iron shelf is actually made of Tianyang divine iron. Tianyang divine iron. But it's one of the top 10 iron weapons in the world. It is the best material for refining weapons. The heavenly Yang divine iron was incredibly hard. If it can be incorporated into the weapon, it will definitely make the weapon a level stronger. A fist-sized piece of heavenly Yang divine iron was already priceless. And Yi Linfan unexpectedly possessed so much heavenly Yang divine iron. This is just so trenchant. And that's not enough. When they saw the charcoal in the trough, more than that, he barely fainted. Where is this charcoal? It was clearly the heavenly sun divine wood, one of the 10 most sacred trees in the world. It is still worth a lot of heavenly treasures. Mr. Yi, what are you using this iron frame for? Shu Mingyang swallowed his saliva and asked. You need a grill to make a barbecue, so this is the grill. Yi Linfan replied. The crowd barely fainted at the words, although they don't really understand what a toaster oven is. But since there is the word furnace, then it should be that the furnace isn't running. This is the heavenly Yang divine iron. I can't believe you used it as a stove. That's a bit of a waste. So all this wood in there is for burning? Li Qingyang asked with wide eyes. Of course, and don't you say, this wood burns quite well. A little goes a long way. Yi Linfan said without hesitation. Hear that? The crowd couldn't help but cover their chests. There was also a pained look on his face. Whether it was the heavenly yang divine iron or the heavenly yang divine wood, if it's in their hands, they are all sure to be treasured. Didn't realize. It landed on Yi Linfan's hand. It can only be used for cooking utensils and firewood. This behavior, waste is no longer enough to describe it. Straight up loser is more like it. It's horrible. If you convert it to money, almost every second could burn half a year's worth of tax revenue in Falling Cloud City. Just then, Yi Linfan brought up another barrel. The crowd looked towards the barrel and their bodies shook. Only the lamb in the barrel was already cut up, and it's strung with little wooden sticks. There are hundreds of strings. Each slice of lamb is cut to the usual size and thickness, and cut extremely thin. It looks very transparent. It's like crystal, dazzling, not the slightest bit of greasiness from the meat. Such a blade. It's simply divine. And those sticks were also heavenly sun divine wood. Scary. These sticks are of a general length and thickness. Dean Chu, do me a favor. Yi Linfan said slowly. The crowd would have been in a state of shock, being awakened by Yi Linfan's words. Chu Mingyang immediately said, Mr. Yi, please command. Ignition. Yi Linfan pointed to the slot and said, You mean burn these things? Chu Mingyang was taken aback and asked, This is the heavenly sun divine wood. If it does burn, that's too bad. Of course, how can you have a barbecue if you don't burn it? Yi Linfan said slowly. Chu Mingyang couldn't argue, only a heartbeat away. A wave of the hand. A ball of flame in his hand landed on top of the heavenly sun divine wood in the slot. Yi Linfan was not wrong. Tianyang Shenmu does burn well. A little goes a long way. The fire was mischievous. Light all the heavenly sun divine woods in the slot on fire. The temperature in the living room also became much higher. But, none of the cultivation levels here are weak. The temperature didn't bother them. Then it's on. Yi Linfan said loudly. He immediately and quickly grabbed dozens of skewers of lamb inside the barrel and placed them on the iron net, and quickly opened the small dish next to it. The small dish held an assortment of seasonings. The crowd looked to the spices. Just see that these seasonings have soy sauce, vinegar, and salt. There's also a red powder. The crowd had never seen it before, and I don't know what it is, but once again, their faces showed a look of incomparable shock, because they found out. Surprisingly, none of these seasonings are ordinary. Chapter 102 The Lamb Barbecue is too delicious. Chapter 102 The Lamb Barbecue is too delicious. None of these seasonings are ordinary, because in their eyes, all of these seasonings had a greenish glow on top of them. In the green light, a faint wave of power permeated the room. It clearly contained a powerful Tao rhythm. The crowd couldn't help but gulp. The lamb on the kebabs is regular lamb, but if you add these seasonings, that's not ordinary. That would be the lamb kebabs that contain the Tao. Eating it will definitely increase your cultivation. With the lamb skewers sizzling over the fire for some time, the lamb is starting to turn a golden brown color. The oil kept dripping into the fireplace. It made a nuisance sound. The aroma is also starting to permeate. It rushed into the noses of the crowd. It lifted the spirits of the crowd to hear it. It smells so good. It smells so good before the seasoning is even added. Wouldn't it be even more irresistible if you added seasoning? Almost done. Time to add seasoning. Yi Linfan said slowly. He picked up a small brush he had on hand and dipped it in the seasoning. The seasonings are soy sauce, vinegar and salt. Brush lightly over the lamb skewers in turn. After brushing the seasoning, the color of the lamb becomes brighter. It's even more mouth-watering and appetizing. The aroma has also intensified. It made the crowd keep gagging. Can't wait to pick it up now and start gobbling it down. Only, they all held back, because they know very well, the lamb kebabs weren't quite done, so it's better to wait. Finally, Yi Linfan grabbed a handful of the unknown red powder and sprinkled it on top of the lamb skewer. The red powder fluttered and fell onto the lamb skewers. In the heat, it was quickly incorporated into the lamb. It becomes lamb kebabs golden brown with a hint of reddish color. The colors look more and more pleasing to the eye. Mr. Yi, what is this red powder? Chu Mingyang asked curiously. This is called cumin powder. Sprinkle it on the barbecue. It will make the lamb kebabs more flavorful. Yi Linfan said slowly. Spurred on by the system over the years, his cooking skills have been out of this world for a long time. So making these simple dressings is no problem at all. So it is. Chu Mingyang nodded and said. Another moment passed. Yi Linfan finally said. It's almost ready to eat. He picked up a meat skewer and handed it to Mo Qingdao. Miss Mo, try it. Mo Qingdao picked it up and opened her small mouth to take a bite. Mutton in the mouth. The expression on her face froze instantly. This lamb is so good. The outside is charred and the inside is tender and melts in your mouth. An entrance. It's just full of flavor. The aroma goes straight from your mouth to your head. It made her feel like she was floating on a cloud. The feeling is so soothing and pleasant. Moreover, the Taoist rhythm contained in the mutton entered the body. It soon exploded. The spiritual energy in her body instantly rushed and raged. Spiritual power has grown by a large margin. She had only just broken through to the 6th level of the Earth realm. Originally, I wanted to cultivate to the 7th level of the Earth realm. It will take more than 5 years at the very least. However, finish this one lamb kebab. It had already increased its cultivation for most of the year. It's so good. It's really good. Mo Qingdao said loudly. She immediately ate the lamb skewer in her hand in 3 tries. Yet not the slightest stay. Hands together. Grabbed 5 or 6 skewers of lamb at the same time. Started wolfing it down. Even if you don't care if you eat a mouthful of grease. Completely devoid of the usual ladylike image. Qin Mo Yan looked dumbfounded. He grew up watching Mo Qingdao. It's really the first time I've seen the other side in this state. Looks like this lamb kebab is really good. At this point, Chu Mingyang and Li Qingyang, who had already endured for a long time, also made their move. They too, with both hands, grabbed 7 or 8 skewers of lamb at the same time and began to munch away. Yummy! It's so good. The 2 men were also men of honor. Usually, they are shown with a majestic face. Now I can't believe that eating a few kebabs has made me this way. If anyone else had seen it, they would have literally stared their eyes out. Just then, Mo Qingdao handed over a meat skewer to Qin Mo Yang. Master, you also hurry up and eat it. It's really delicious. If you don't eat it, it'll be gone. Qin Mo Yang took the lamb skewer and took a bite. Soon his body shook violently. Sure enough, it was delicious. Not only is it delicious, and the Tao rhythm inside the lamb was also very powerful. As soon as the Tao rhythm entered the body, it exploded. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to flip wildly. Spiritual power instantly grew by a large margin. It made him a big step forward from the 5th level of the Saint realm. Don't you guys grab it? Save some for me too. Qin Mo Yang looked at the rapidly disappearing lamb skewers and immediately joined the looting army. The 4 martial artists ate desperately. It didn't take long for the hundreds of skewers of lamb to be eaten. Their faces were full of oil from eating. But it still comes back to haunt me. After they finish eating, immediately sat down cross-legged. This was because there were already too many Tao rhythms in their bodies at this point. The Tao rhythms kept stimulating the spiritual energy in their bodies. That was why they needed to stabilize the spiritual energy in their bodies. After eating these lamb kebabs, the strength of the crowd had grown by a large margin. But, the 3 of them, Li Qingyang, Chu Mingyang, and Qin Moyang, were after all at Saint Realm strength, trying to break through on lamb kebabs alone. Not very realistic. But, the spiritual energy in their bodies still grew quite a bit. The only one who had broken through the realm was Mo Qingdao. Mo Qingdao was only at the 6th level of the Earth realm after all. Eating so many lamb kebabs, the Taoist rhythm contained within, it was already enough for her to break through to the 7th level of the Earth realm. How's it going? How was the barbecue today? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. Satisfaction, satisfaction. I've never had anything so good. I wish I could come more often in the future. Immediately the crowd said, in your words. The smile on Yi Linfan's face grew stronger as he heard this. It's good that they're satisfied. As long as these bigots are happy, I'll be covered from now on. With the big man covering it. Then I, a poor little thing who can't cultivate, will have a much better time in this world. No problem. You guys can come later if you want. Yi Linfan said with a smile. The crowd was overjoyed. If only I could come and eat here every day. Breaking through is not yet as simple as eating and drinking. Right. I'll make us all a cup of tea to drink. After Yi Linfan finished speaking, he got up and went to the back. The crowd's eyes lit up at the words. It's just too good. There's spirit tea to be had. All of them, including Qin Mo Yang, were very happy. It was because he had heard Mo Qingdao mention the greatness of spirit tea. Didn't realize. It's so quick to drink. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan came out with a tray. On top of the tray, there was a teapot and 4 teacups. Yi Linfan poured the tea into a teacup. Moment. The house became smoky, like a fairyland. The incomparably refreshing aroma of tea rushed into the noses of the crowd. It's mind-blowing. Qin Mo Yang picked up his teacup and took a sip. Tea in the throat. His expression froze instantly. Chapter 103, Aromatic Tea. Chapter 103, Aromatic Tea. Good-smelling tea. This was Qin Mo Yang's first thought. This aroma is not the same as the aroma of lamb kebabs. The aroma of lamb kebabs is intense. It can sink in right then and there. And the aroma of spiritual tea. It's crisp, though not as strong as the aroma of lamb kebabs. But after a sip, it's the aftertaste. The aroma of the tea lingers between your teeth and is to die for.
He immediately tilted his head and drank the cup of spirit tea in one go. The effectiveness of the spiritual tea soon became apparent. Finished the lamb kebabs earlier. Qin Mo Yang's strength had skyrocketed by a large margin. It wasn't far from breaking through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Now after drinking the spiritual tea, he then felt the spiritual energy in his body flip wildly. Click! Before he could react, his body then shook, breaking. He had broken through from the 4th level of the Saint Realm to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Qin Mo Yang sat on the chair with a face full of confusion. There was a look of disbelief all over his face. What's going on? It was clear that he had just broken through the 4th level of the Saint Realm today. How it's only been less than half a day's work. Another breakthrough. This is too much. If you follow the normal course of events, he wanted to break through from the 4th level of the Saint Realm to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. It will take 20 years at the very least. It's safe to say, a lamb kebab and a cup of spiritual tea. It saved him 20 years of hard work. If all future breakthroughs were this easy, then simply just eat and drink. What's the point of practicing? Everyone else has broken through as well. Xu Mingyang had broken through to the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Li Qingyang broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Mo Qingdao, who had the weakest cultivation level, naturally broke through the most. From the 7th level of the Earth Realm, he had directly broken through to the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Just one step, then he would be able to break through to the Heaven Realm. At her age, there is such strength. Already considered an expert in the younger generation. Well, want another drink? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. The crowd rejected it in a hurry. Just kidding. Any more drinks and it's going to kill you. Mr. Yi, why aren't you drinking? Mo Qingdao asked suspiciously. I'm not a big fan of this, and I rarely drink it in general. Yi Linfan said slowly. So what are you drinking? Mo Qingdao asked. Drink this. Of course, Yi Linfan said as he pointed to the extreme spirit milkstone on the side. This is an extreme spirit milkstone? Qin Mo Yang said in surprise. Isn't this Li Qingyan stuff? How did it get here? Is it from Li Qingyan? He looked to Li Qingyang. Li Qingyang felt his gaze and nodded, indicating that Qin Mo Yang had guessed correctly. It's from him. When Qin Mo Yang saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. I didn't expect this Li Qingyang to be so willing to put down blood money. It seems I'll have to prepare a heavy gift for my own next visit. It's the only way to get closer to Mr. Yi. Have a Sprite, Yi Linfan said as he placed the cup under the extreme spirit milkstone. Qin Mo Yang was speechless at his words. He was aware that the extreme spirit milkstone only dripped 2 drops of Xian ice spirit liquid a month. Yi Linfan surprisingly asked for a cup at once. How could it be done? However, Qin Mo Yang was quickly shocked into stagnation. Only Yi Linfan's words fell. The Xian ice spiritual liquid on the extreme spiritual milkstone unexpectedly began to flow down. That's right. It just flows down, not dripping down. It didn't take long. The Xian ice spiritual liquid then filled a cup. A chill soon filled the room. Qin Mo Yang was instantly speechless. Didn't realize. A broken stone knows how to curry favor with the Jedi. It seems that the stone also knows the meaning of the 2 phrases that worldly insight is all learning, and the practice of human feelings is the article. After the Xian ice spirit liquid is filled, Yi Linfan picked up the cup and drank it with a tilt of his head. Qin Mo Yang was startled. How could one drink so much of the Xian ice spiritual liquid at once? With his strength he could only drink 2 drops at most at one time. And after drinking 2 drops, it also needs to be immediately transported and digested. Otherwise, must be frozen into an ice sculpture. If it was like Yi Linfan drinking Xian ice spirit liquid, he's going to die. He tried to stop it, but it's too late. However, soon he realized, one's fears were superfluous, because nothing happened to Yi Linfan at all, and smacked his lips, showing a look of intent. Sure enough, the strength of a worldly superior was not something one could speculate on. The district's Xian ice spiritual liquid couldn't even hurt him in the slightest. The crowd stayed to talk for a while afterward. Then they took their leave. Come to the foot of the mountain. The crowd dispersed. Only Qin Moyang and Mo Qingdao were left behind. Light dance. Next time you come to the door, bring the Thousand Suns Fire Dragon Pei over to Mr. Yi. Qin Mo Yang said slowly. Master, this Thousand Suns Fire Dragon Pei is the treasure of the clan. Mo Qingdao said in a big surprise. Li Qingyang has even spared the extreme spirit milkstone. So naturally I've spared the Thousand Suns Flame Dragon Pei as well. Qin Mo Yang said indifferently. The Thousand Suns Fire Dragon Pei was the Thousand Suns sex treasure. It contained the incomparably powerful power of the fire dragon. You can summon a fire dragon to protect your body. It can also be used to attack enemies. But in Qin Mo Yang's opinion, the Thousand Suns Fire Dragon Pei is even more precious. It's also no better than that hourly lamb kebab and that cup of spiritual tea. Since Yi Linfan had already taken out such a precious thing to entertain himself, he himself naturally had to take out the most precious thing to return the favor.
Only this. It was only then that he was able to maintain his relationship with Yi Linfan for a long time. Disciple understands. Mo Qingdao nodded and said. Subsequently, the two left together as well. Inside the hut on the mountain, only Yi Linfan was left behind. Yi Linfan, after the crowd left, go ahead and start working on the kookaburras. Now he's fiddling with the strings. 2 of the 6 strings are already attached. With each string he had to tune it to the point of perfect accuracy before he could move on to the next step. If one string is out of tune, the whole koto will be foregone. But, with the help of the system, Yi Linfan had become a master of sound long ago. The sensitivity to sound and rhythm has long been immense. Something as simple as tuning the pitch is naturally out of the question. At this point, the heavenly demon sword spirit hiding in the corner had already begun to stir. Great! Those martial artists are finally gone. This ordinary person, I will definitely take over him. The heavenly demon sword spirit sneered and stared at Yi Linfan, who was turning his back to it. Soon, it made the sword float in the air by its own power, then quickly flew towards Yi Linfan. Just get close to Yi Linfan. It would be able to take over in a flash. However, it just flew. Suddenly a powerful force hit it, knocked it straight to the ground. What's going on? Who attacked me? The heavenly demon sword spirit looked around angrily. But, in this living room, besides Yi Linfan there wasn't a second figure. The heavenly demon sword spirit had no choice but to give up the search for the murderer. Re-flying into the air, he lunged towards Yi Linfan. But this time, it just had to be careful. As he flew, he paid attention to his surroundings. It wants to see, what the hell is attacking it? Just then, a white light flew out of the slash. It ran directly towards the heavenly demon sword. Chapter 104, The Ancient Heart Becomes. Anomalies Arise. Chapter 104, The Ancient Heart Becomes. Anomalies Arise. This time the attack was even more violent than before. In one fell swoop, the demonic aura on the heavenly demon sword was lightened quite a bit. The heavenly demon sword fell directly to the ground. The heavenly demon sword spirit also finally saw what exactly was sneaking up on it this time. It turned out to be the last brush on the desk. This brush was surrounded by a lingering green light. It was obviously a top-tier immortal weapon. At first, the heavenly demon sword spirit didn't take everything in this room into consideration, because it thought that these things shouldn't have a consciousness of their own. It just didn't occur to me that it was wrong. It's amazing how everything in the entire hall has an autonomous consciousness. Damn it! I will not be defeated by you. The heavenly demon sword spirit was incomparably angry. It immediately drove the heavenly demon sword to quickly fly towards Yi Linfan. The heavenly demon sword brought up a demonic light. The speed is very fast. In the view of the heavenly demon sword spirit, as long as one is fast enough, these things just can't attack it. However, it hadn't been flying for long. Another white light hit it, knocking the heavenly demon sword to the ground. The demonic aura on the heavenly demon sword grew dimmer and dimmer. For once it wasn't the brush sneaking up on it. Instead, it's a figment. The vignette was a figure from a painting hanging on the wall. This character looked just like Yi Linfan. Dressed in white, he was as dashing as an immortal, holding a long sword in his hand. It really is like a man of God. The heavenly demon sword spirit was incomparably surprised when he looked at this silhouette, because it senses it. This void is powerful, much more powerful than it is. Moreover, this shadowy figure actually looked exactly like Yi Linfan. That's what surprised it. Could it be that this guy is not an ordinary person, just pretending to be a pig in a poke? The heavenly demon sword spirit thought darkly in his heart. By this point, it already had a retreat in mind. Since the other party was so powerful with even a single shadow, the strength of that principle is absolutely astounding. And to think that one would want to take over such a great man, definitely a death wish. Might as well back off on this, and then to find a new owner. Think about it. The heavenly demon sword spirit immediately drove the heavenly demon sword, wanting to leave this place. Little sword spirit, how dare you want to hurt my honors? Simply bold. I will send you to reincarnation. The void grunted coldly. The long sword in his hand was swung. The sword light filled the sky. It instantly enveloped the heavenly demon sword. Where could the heavenly demon sword spirit resist such a powerful sword? All it felt was an overwhelming pain in its consciousness. It knows. He's about to fly off the handle himself. I'm about to transform. I'm not happy about it. It roared with incomparable unwillingness. Pity. It is already doomed. Soon, it then fell into darkness. Nothing more. This sword. It directly erased the heavenly demon sword spirit. The heavenly demon sword fell to the ground with a clunk on it. The demonic aura on the sword had already faded away. It became just a sharper regular longsword. When the heavenly demon sword landed, the silhouette also silently returned to the painting. Everything is all back in place. Only Yi Linfan, who was concentrating on his guqin. The sound of the heavenly demon sword falling to the ground was heard. Immediately looked back. Only the heavenly demon sword, which was originally in the corner, was seen. Surprisingly, he appeared not far behind him for no reason. What the hell? How did this sword get here? Did it grow legs and run over here on its own? Yi Linfan was incomparably strange. The conversation between the void and the heavenly demon sword spirit just now. It's all done with consciousness, so Yi Linfan didn't hear any sound. Yi Linfan just wondered for a moment, nor did he bother to delve into why the sword had suddenly come behind him. He got up and placed the heavenly demon sword in the corner once again. Then it's time to go on and start making your own koto. Time passes at a leisurely pace. It passes by without people realizing it. Inside the Budo Academy, Xu Mingyang was cultivating in his room. At this point, Xu Yenyun ran in. Grandpa, the Shin family is already putting up lights and colors today. When Xu Mingyang heard this, he opened his eyes and said, "Today is Shin Tianfang's 250th birthday, is it?" "That's right. I wonder how Mr. Yu will take on the Shin family," Xu Yenyun said with some curiosity. It's been a while since the Shin family affair. Now it was finally approaching the day of Shin Tianfang's big birthday. It was also the day that Yi Linfan was going to make a move against the Shin family. The destruction of the Shin family. It's today. That's in their opinion. It's indisputable. The only thing that was curious was the way Yi Linfan would use to exterminate the Shin family. Except for Chu Mingyang, so did Lu Dongxian. He was equally expectant. Except for them, there was also Li Qingyang, Qin Moyan and Lin Langtian. They had also learned long ago that the Shin family had stolen Yi Linfan's painting. Such behavior, it's simply a mortal sin in their eyes. So they were also expecting Yi Linfan to step in and ruthlessly punish the Shin family. Yi Linfan was certainly not aware of this. He's still working on his kookaburras. It's already just one last step away. Above this ancient zither, green light spread out, and Taoist rhythms flowed. At a glance, one could tell that it was definitely the existence of a top-tier immortal artifact. But, above the Guqin, there was a hint of a flaw. That's why the flow of Tao rhythms was a bit stagnant. That silk flaw is that there is still a string missing. At this time Yi Linfan was picking up exactly the last string. The intonation of this string he had tuned long ago. As soon as it's picked up, this koto will be completely finished. The job of attaching the strings is not complicated. Soon, the strings are then attached. The moment the strings are attached, the ancient zither suddenly blazed with green light. A huge pillar of cyan light shot up into the sky. The roiling Tao rhythms transformed into rivers that flowed endlessly in the void. A savage and strong aura filled the small courtyard. The aura was just too strong. It crushed all of these ancient divine beasts in the courtyard to the point where they were lying on the ground and unable to move. "The master is making a big noise again," the old hen said helplessly. "It's used to it. Every time Yi Linfan made something new, both cause a lot of commotion. Just get used to it." The big yellow dog was similarly lying on the ground with a helpless face. As for Xiao Bai, he was looking at Yi Linfan's house with a face full of horror. This is the first time it's experienced anything like this. It is once again profoundly clear how terrifying his own master really was. Even the branches of the peach tree were bent to the ground under pressure. "It's horrible. I'm breaking my back," Peachtree said in a shaky voice. "Where did you get a waste from a tree?" The old hen flirted. As for the carp, which are usually the most cheerful, it was also hiding in the pond at this time and didn't come out. It's not that it doesn't want to come out. Rather, it, too, was crushed at the very bottom of the pond, unable to move in the slightest. It was also fortunate that this small courtyard blocked the leakage of this power. Plus very few people noticed the small yard. That's why it didn't cause a lot of commotion. But those who had been paying attention to the movements of Yi Linfan's yard already saw the strange situation in the yard. They were simultaneously taken aback. Could it be that Mr. Yi is ready to make his move? No way. I'll have to check it out before I can do that. Next moment, there were 5 silhouettes that rose up into the air and sped towards Yi Linfan's residence at the same time. Chapter 105, The Delighted Shin Family. Chapter 105, The Delighted Shin Family. The Shin family. The lights are on today. Shin Tianfang and Shin Xianshan were sitting in the hall with flying colors. Shin Xiang sat beside them. Sitting below were all the Shin family's children. The Shin family is a large family. There were more than 300 people. One could say that the people are thriving. In recent times, Shin Tianfang was in a very good mood. Because of that painting, his cultivation had broken through to the 6th level of the Saint Realm. And Shin Xiang had also broken through to the Heaven Realm. It's safe to say, on this continent, there were only a handful of Heaven Realm experts this young. It's also because of that painting. Shin Xiang had already stepped into the forefront of young experts on the continent. As for what Chu Mingyang said to them, they left it behind a long time ago. Shin Tianfang would not believe that the owner of this painting was a supreme master. If it really is, the other side has been coming to the door for that painting for a long time. It's not like it hasn't moved in so long. Shin Tianfang had decided
to treat that painting as an heirloom of the Shin family.
Let's all raise our glasses to the patriarch's 250th birthday, Shin Xianshan said loudly. May the patriarch be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as the South Mountain.
Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison.
Shin Tianfang willfully stood up.
He smiled and said, "The Shin family is becoming more and more prosperous. The old man's heart is very pleased.
Everyone drink this cup together." Having said that, he brought a toast.
The others saw this and followed suit with a toast.
He then took his seat, and the party has officially begun. Laughter and mingling at the banquet. It was really good.
"Father, I made another breakthrough yesterday,"
Shin Xianshan said. "Really? That's a good thing,"
Shin Tianfang said with a smile.
"With the existence of that painting, breaking through is as simple as eating and drinking,"
Shin Xianshan said proudly. "The speed at which he's been breaking through lately. Get it faster than the past decades of hard work.
All of this, all thanks to that painting.
I heard that Yuan Xiaorong has other paintings in her hands.
How nice it would be to be able to take them all over,"
Shin Tianfang said indifferently.
"It's unlikely, now that Chu Mingyang has accepted Yuan Xiaorong as his disciple, and those calligraphy and paintings have been hidden in the martial arts academy. It's simply as hard as hell to get your hands on them." Shin Xianshan shook his head and said, "Chu Mingyang, the defeated ear," Shin Tianfang said with great disdain.
"It's ridiculous that he's still alarmistically saying that the owner of this painting is a supreme master.
It's really nonsense,"
Shin Xianshan said with a cold snort.
"That's right.
If the other party was really a Jedi master, they would have already come to the door.
So why has there been no movement until now?"
Shin Tianfang said with a cold snort.
"Grandpa, Dad, I feel like I'm about to break through to the second level of the heaven realm," Shin Xiang suddenly said. "Great, Yanger is truly a pride of the heavens. He will definitely become the continent's young #1 expert in the future," Shin Tianfang said with great joy. Laughter here in the Shin household.
And at this time in front of Yi Linfan's small courtyard,
there were already 5 figures standing. They were none other than the 5 Chu Mingyang people.
Come to the door of the small courtyard. They were then stunned by the vision inside. At this time in the small courtyard, the sky above was already full of glare, floating with Taoist rhythms. The entire small courtyard had been enveloped under the powerful and incomparable aura of the great Tao. These breaths are just too powerful. They were even standing outside the door. All felt incredibly emboldened. It was also fortunate that these Tao rhythms had been floating around in the small courtyard. It was as if there was an invisible force in the small courtyard locking this monstrous Tao rhythm inside. Not a trace of it can leak out. If there's even a hint of a leak, I'm afraid this piece of heaven and earth has been shattered and collapsed.
It was evident how terrifying these Tao rhythms were. "What the hell is Mr. Yi doing?" Chu Mingyang swallowed his saliva and asked. "I'm not sure. I'm afraid to go in there now anyway." Li Qingyang shook his head and said, "If they go in now,
it would surely be crushed to pieces by those fluttering Tao rhythms."
Taoist rhythms are able to enhance strength at times though, but if the Taoist rhyme is too powerful for that,
then it becomes a horrible force that destroys everything.
"Let's wait by the door then. Don't go in yet," Lin Langtian said as he stared wide-eyed at the vision in the courtyard. "I guess this is Mr. Yi preparing to make his move."
Lu Dongxian said slowly.
"Do it? Here?" Chu Mingyang was taken aback.
This place is not far from the city of falling clouds though, but it's also good for thousands of meters. Yi Linfan wanted to stay right here and take a shot at the Shin family.
That's a bit of a pipe dream, isn't it? Mr. Ye's strength is not something we can speculate on,
Lu Dongxian said slowly.
There was a moment of silence. Lu Dongxian was right.
Yi Linfan had always acted too amazing.
Destroy the Shin family from 1,000 meters away. It's not impossible.
Then let's wait here for Mr. Yi to make his move, Li Qingyang said slowly.
The crowd was fine with it. All honestly stay here. There's no way to do that without staying here.
For the courtyard they did not dare to enter at this time.
What they don't actually realize is this. The inside of Yi Linfan's house was even more terrifying than the outside.
This was because the sky within the house was filled with green-colored Tao rhythms at this time, and the source of the Taoist rhyme.
It was the same old zither he was holding. This koto was finally made.
Endless Tao rhythms floated out from above the body of the zither, stuffed the whole room to the brim.
It doesn't even fit in the room anymore.
That's what flowed into the yard outside the house. But these Tao rhymes had no effect on Yi Linfan at all. At this time he is in love with the Guqin.
It's finally done. Let me try playing it. Yi Linfan couldn't wait to head towards the desk. At this point, if anyone is present, it must be so shocking that your eyes will glaze over. Only Yi Linfan was seen walking forward. The Tao rhythms in the sky unexpectedly gave way. Don't even dare to touch him.
Yi Linfan came to sit in front of the desk and placed the Guqin on the table.
A flick of the right hand. Clank. An ethereal and incomparable voice rang out. It soon traveled far and wide. It even caused ripples in the void.
The crowd standing outside the courtyard,
hearing this zither sound at the same time his body shook.
when this zither sound fell into their ears. Then you feel refreshed and your thoughts become incredibly ethereal. It's as if the dust of one's mind has been washed away. What kind of piano sound is that? It is surprising that it is so powerful, the crowd thought with incomparable shock in their hearts. Just then, suddenly there was a loud rumbling in the distance. The crowd was shocked. Hastily, he looked up. Only a few hundred meters away on an unnamed hill, there were dozens of large trees that suddenly fell to the ground for no apparent reason. What had been an incredibly dense forest was suddenly cleared of a large chunk of trees. The crowd kept gulping in fear, because they know very well, it was just after the piano sound. These trees are the ones that fell. That is to say, Yi Linfan is playing the piano, and the zither can really kill from a distance. After Yi Linfan in the room tried the feel of the guqin, feeling very satisfied. I'll play a tune then. Which one? There, just play that one. After Yi Linfan thought about it, he immediately started playing. Chapter 106, Playing the Qin to Destroy the Shin Family. Chapter 106, Playing the Qin to Destroy the Shin Family. After making up your mind, Yi Linfan began to play on top of the guqin, only to see his right hand violently and quickly stroke over the ancient zither. Clank! A short zither sound resounded through heaven and earth. This zither sound fell on the ears of the crowd. He felt his blood and chi flopping around, because this zither sound was filled with an endless killing aura. It shook their heads a little. What a terrible zither! Lu Dongxian said with incomparable shock. It seems that Mr. Yi has already made his move. Chu Mingyang said slowly. The crowd rushed into the air, immediately rushed in the direction of the Shin family in Lokyun City. Since Yi Linfan had already made a move, they wanted to see what would happen to the Shin family. None of the five were slow, except for Lin Langtian, who was a little later because he was a little less powerful. The others had already arrived at a place not far from the Shin family. Inside the Shin family, all the people of the Shin family were originally happily drinking and eating food, laughing and joking. But suddenly a zither sound came from somewhere. The shock caused everyone's chi and blood to turn over, making them dizzy and incomparably uncomfortable. What's going on? Where did the zither sound come from? Why is it so evil? Shen Tianfang roared in incomparable surprise. Just then, clank! Another sharp sound of the zither fell into the ears of the crowd. The sound of the zither was short, and the aura of killing was even greater. Some of the Shin family members with poor cultivation had already fallen to the ground screaming. What's going on? What the hell was that sneak attack? Shen Tianfang roared. Actually, he's not doing so well right now. The sound of the piano shook him very much, but he wasn't weak after all, so it's still going strong. It's just a shame. No one can answer him anymore. Clank, clank, clank. Immediately after, another continuous burst of short and murderous zither sounds came again. Under the shroud of the zither, an otherwise joyous banquet instantly turned into a hell on earth. Incredibly mournful screams rose and fell. Some of the weaker ones had already started bleeding from their 7 orifices. Standing outside, Lu Dongxian and the others already heard the screams in the middle of the Shin mansion. At this time, their hearts were no longer in awe of Yi Linfan. Rather, it's fear. Yes, it's just fear. It's been a while. They had been looking forward to what kind of tactics Yi Linfan would use against the Shin family, and yet how it was not expected. Yi Linfan would actually choose to kill people with the sound of the zither, thousands of miles away, playing the piano, killing in the dark. Shouldn't such strength be feared? Though the sound of the zither was not directed at them, but this zither song, it was impassioned and murderous from start to finish. It shook them all a little bit, not to mention those Shin family members who were directly assaulted by the sound of the zither. I'm afraid it's 100 times more painful. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of the zither shook the heavens, and an aura of killing filled the entire heaven and earth. Inside the Shin family, many of the Shin clan's children had already been shaken alive by the sound of the zither to the point where they bled from their 7 orifices and died. Shin Xiang had also fainted to the ground at this time, and was as if he was out of breath. Shin Xianshan sat cross-legged on the ground, barely resisting, but it also looked like it was out of breath. Only Shin Tianfan was still standing in place. However, it had also been very lousy. Damn it, who the hell is it? Surprisingly, they want to exterminate my Shin family. Shin Tianfan roared furiously. Now the Shin family is dying out, but until now, he still didn't know where the enemy was. Clank! Just then, another sharp zither sound came. This zither note is like the last note. It is also one of the highest pitched notes in the entire piece. The prevalence of the killing spirit in it, far more than before. This zither sound even transformed into a giant longsword in the void. The giant longsword slashed through the Shin mansion. Boom! The Shin mansion collapsed directly. Shin Tianfan was already weak. Even if you want to hide, neither can the power of inaction. Only to watch as the roof pressed in. With the full collapse of the Shin mansion, everyone in the Shin family was buried underneath. None were spared.
dusty between. The untouchable Shan family. It's been reduced to ashes. There was a moment of silence from the 5 men standing in the distance. The heart was even creepier. This was Yi Linfan's strength. It was also Yi Linfan's means. Since you stole from me, then be prepared to take a human life to fill it. They were already silently calculating in their minds. In the future, he should never provoke Yi Linfan to lose his temper. Otherwise, the Shin family is a lesson from the past. Just then, among the ruins of the Shin family, suddenly a figure struggled and crawled out. This silhouette was none other than Shin Tianfang. At this time, Shin Tianfang was covered in dust and spitting blood from his mouth. His face was pale and weak. It was a far cry from the usual unassailable look. He's been badly injured. Not dead by now. It's already considered very impressive. With immense effort, he crawled out of the rubble. At this point, there were 5 pairs of feet standing in front of him. He looked up laboriously. At the first glance, he saw Chu Mingyang. It's you! Shin Tianfang's eyes widened as he stared at Chu Mingyang with a deadly glare. It was as if it was Chu Mingyang who destroyed his home. Shin Tianfang. I said that the owner of that painting is a supreme master, and that the Shin family will definitely pay for stealing his painting. Now do you believe me? Chu Mingyang said indifferently. Bull asterisk 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 Jedi. What kind of skill is it to hide your head? You call him out. He killed my whole family. I must kill him. Shin Tianfang roared incomparably maniacally. You're not qualified to see that nobleman, and since your entire family is dead, I'll be merciful and send you to be reunited with your family. Chu Mingyang said coldly. He would always remember the humiliation he had suffered that day in the Shin family. If Yi Linfan hadn't stepped in, I'm afraid he's not even alive anymore. Now, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, the Shin family finally paid the price, and he himself has fallen into Mr. Yi's lap. Since Mr. Yi wants to exterminate the entire Shin family, then not a single member of the Shin family can be left behind. Now there's Shin Tianfang, the fish that slipped through the net. He would have to clean up for Yi Linfan. Shin Tianfang's face changed and he was about to speak, but Chu Mingyang didn't even bother talking to him, directly slapped his palm on Shin Tianfang's head. Bang! This slap, Chu Mingyang used all his strength. It directly shattered Shin Tianfang's heavenly aura. Shin Tianfang tugged Chu Mingyang's pants leg with a deadly grip, collapsed to the ground in a face full of resignation. Shin Tianfang is also considered a one-time lord, but I didn't expect to end up like this. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, blame it on the fact that he messed with the wrong people. Chu Mingyang said indifferently, City Lordly, this is what Mr. Yi got out of it. You can handle the sweeping. Lu Dongxian said slowly. Don't worry, I'll order it right away. Li Qingyang nodded and said, we should go to Mr. Yi's house now to pay our respects. Qin Mo Yang said slowly, then we definitely have to go. Would you guys think that Mr. Yi would not know that we've already been there just now? Lu Dongxian asked indifferently. The crowd sniffed and realized that it made sense. With Yi Linfan's strength, it was naturally impossible to not sense their presence. The crowd then immediately rose up in the air and rushed towards Yi Linfan's residence. Chapter 107, What a Beautiful Guqin. Chapter 107, What a Beautiful Guqin. At this point, inside Yi Linfan's courtyard, the song was played and the sound of the piano dissipated. But, the sound of the piano is nowhere to be heard, but the aftermath is still there. Only, the visions within the courtyard had dissipated and disappeared. These ancient divine beasts in the courtyard as well as the peach tree finally breathed a sigh of relief. The roiling Tao rhythm just now was really weighing them down. They serve as ancient divine beasts. It had always been an existence that used its aura to crush others. Didn't realize. In front of Yi Linfan. But they fall to being suppressed every day. It's just too hard. I didn't realize the master could play the piano. And it's so terrifying. The old hen said heartily. A master is a master, and will do anything to astound the world. The carp also finally dared to jump out of the pool at this point. You stinky fish are too disgusting to be so blatantly ass-kissing. The old hen said dismissively. You stinking chicken. Am I not telling the truth? How dare you question your master's might? Carp said without showing any weakness. The old hen sniffed and fell silent. Carp is right. Yi Linfan would indeed be shocked by anything he did. White is the latest to come. It is never afraid to comment. It just curled up on the ground and looked at the small house not far away with unbridled fear in its eyes. In its eyes, the presence that lives in it. It is the most powerful and terrifying existence in this world. The peach tree also said, I've heard my master play the zither long ago, only that in the past my master didn't play the zither with such a great commotion. I can't believe there's such a thing. Then why is there so much commotion about playing the zither this time? Carp asked curiously. That's because the previous masters played ordinary zither, and this time the zither is an absolute top-tier immortal weapon. The big yellow dog said slowly. The crowd of ancient divine beasts fell silent.
There was only the sound of a gurgling breath of cold air rising and falling. No wonder there was a terrifying power coming from the master's house earlier. So the master was working on a top-tier immortal artifact Skuchin. The old hen quickly guessed why. That's right, Big Yellow Dog said with a nod. I hope master won't play the piano again. It's too horrible. I'm afraid I can't handle it if it happens again, Carp said with immense aggression. It's a 5-clawed golden dragon. The dragon race had always been known for their strong physical bodies. The 5-clawed golden dragon is the most powerful existence in the dragon race. Physical body strength was naturally the strongest amongst the dragon race. Even it felt that it couldn't carry that song that Yi Linfan had just played. It was evident how terrifying that song really was. All the ancient divine beasts, including the peach tree, thought deeply. Even the old hen, who always liked to carry on with the carp. Rarely did he say anything this time either, because it thinks the carp is right. Someone's coming. Just then, the big yellow dog suddenly said. All the ancient divine beasts immediately returned to their respective places, acting like an ordinary pet. Soon, 5 figures fell at the entrance to the courtyard. These 5 silhouettes were none other than Shuming Yang, Li Qingyang, Lu Dongxian, Qin Moyang, and Lin Langtian. They had rushed here immediately after the destruction of the Shin family. As soon as they arrived at the door, they were about to call it. Just then, Yi Linfan walked out of the house. It turned out that after he finished playing a song just now, he planned to come out for a walk, which knows the moment it comes out. Just saw the 5 men standing outside. His mind was overwhelmed with doubt. How come they're here just as I finished playing the piano? Did they hear the tune I played? Quite possibly. How else could it be so coincidental? They can all be martial artists. Hearing is 100 times better than the average person. It's not unusual to be able to hear my piano from a distance. So he smiled and walked to the yard door and said, "There you are." The crowd listened. There wasn't the slightest bit of surprise in Yi Linfan's tone. It was obvious that they had known they would come over in general. Lu Dongxian gave a wink to the remaining 4. Meaning, how's it going? Am I right? Mr. Yi really knew we were coming. Immediately after, Yi Linfan continued to ask, how about that song I just played? The words came out. It shocked everyone to the core. It's amazing that Mr. Yi knew we went to Shin's house. Being able to play the piano and kill people at the same time, and spy on us. Such strength really makes the heart tremble. It's just horrible. That song of Mr. Ye's is very good, majestic and killing. It makes one's blood boil to hear it. Chu Mingyang immediately said. When the crowd heard this, they looked at Chu Mingyang with a face of admiration, worthy of being the dean of the Budo Academy. Cultured people are different, evaluating the tunes, spot on, and objective. If we let them speak, guess there's only one thing to say, is so nice. I didn't realize that Dean Chu was also proficient in sound, so we can exchange more in the future. Yi Linfan said with satisfaction. Sure, no problem. Chu Mingyang immediately said with a smile. More exchanges later. That would mean another step closer to Yi Linfan. That's something you can't ask for in 8 lifetimes. When the 4 Lu Dongxian heard this, their eyes turned green with envy. They're all regretting it. Why didn't you say something yourself just now? Even if it's just nonsense. Just in case the blindfold is right. Please come in, gentlemen. Yi Linfan said. The crowd came to Yi Linfan's house. As soon as they walked in, they felt an oppressive force permeating the house's interior. The power left them a little breathless. This was because just now, after Yi Linfan finished playing the zither, the power of that lyre still lingered in the air. That's why it's happening. But, Yi Linfan suddenly waved his right hand. Have a seat and we'll pour a cup of tea. This wave of his hand, the crowd immediately felt a lightness in their bodies. The oppressive force was gone in an instant. So powerful. Casual wave. In silence. It then dispersed such a terrifying force. Yi Linfan finished. Just turn around and go to the back kitchen. The crowd sits and looks around. They're all curious. What exactly was the guqin that Yi Linfan played like? Soon, Lin Langtian then exclaimed. Look, you guys. The crowd followed his finger. Only an ancient zither was being placed on top of the desk. This ancient zither was lying very quietly though, and at some distance from the crowd. But looking at the body of the zither, the green light lingered, and it contained an incomparably powerful power fluctuation. At a glance, it was clear that this ancient zither contained an incomparably powerful Dao rhythm on top of it. This ancient zither is a top-level immortal weapon. Lu Dongxuan's eyes went straight as he muttered in disbelief. The crowd sniffed and simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Another top-tier immortal weapon. In this place, a top immortal weapon that has made countless people dream of it. Surprisingly, it's just as good as the ground. It's everywhere. The crowd immediately came to this ancient zither, started to scrutinize it. What a beautiful piano, Qin Mo Yang said with a sigh of admiration. One could only see the incomparably exquisite floral patterns carved on this ancient zither.
Take a closer look. In fact, these patterns were made up of complicated and incomparable runes. Each rune contained a trace of Tao rhythm. There are at least tens of thousands of runes here. That is to say, tens of thousands of threads of Taoism. So many Tao rhythms coming together. Make that above the Guqin. The aura of the great Tao rolled on, possessing so many Taoist rhythms. What is it if it's not a top-tier immortal weapon? Look at the strings. You guys, Lin Langtian suddenly exclaimed. Chapter 108, what is the name of the Guqin? Chapter 108, what is the name of the Guqin? The crowd looked toward the strings, only to see that these 6 strings were not ordinary strings like steel wires. These strings are snow white in color, flooded with a soft white light. These white lights enveloped the strings and the body of the instrument. It gave the crowd an unmistakable hazy feeling. This is a string made of heavenly snow white silk. Chu Mingyang quickly recognized it and said with a trembling voice, "Is it really sky snow white silk?" Li Qingyang asked with wide eyes. There was a look of incredulity on his face. Others are equally no better. Looking at the strings, his eyes glazed over beyond recognition. Sky snow white silk, but it is the second most valuable of the top 10 refining materials in the world. The white silk of heavenly snow can be hard or soft. It's comparable to a sacred weapon when it's hard. Soft times are like streams of water. But heavenly snow white silk had never been used for smithing. Rather, they are specifically designed to attack people. Whoever has the white silk of heavenly snow, even if it's only a small cut, simply slip it over your finger. Take advantage of the other side. Directly put the sky snow white silk around the opponent's throat. Then you can just cut off your opponent's head. It's safe to say, it's a horrible weapon that kills people invisibly. And the sky snow white silk is very rare and precious. That's why a half-meter-long piece of Tianshan snow silk is already worth a lot of money. Even if the entire falling cloud city is sold, can't buy it either. I didn't realize there were so many roots here. And just for strings. Sure enough, poverty limits one's imagination. We really don't understand the world of Big Brother. Come and have some tea. Just then, Yi Linfan came back with tea. As soon as he arrived he saw the crowd looking around his koto. So he went up and asked with a smile, "You guys like to study Guqin too?" The martial artists in this world seemed to be not quite the same as the ones he had read in the web novels. Martial artists in every book. All of them are diligent in cultivation, killing and unquestioning. However, every martial artist he meets, all very elegant. Everyone likes to write and draw. And both got their own word pictures. Only now did he realize it. I didn't expect this group of martial artists, in addition to liking paintings and calligraphy. Surprisingly, I like tone. It seems to be a cultured world of martial artists. This Guqin is extraordinary, Lu Dongxian said with incomparable admiration. The Tao rhyme is more than that, and the Tao is full of heaven. It was obviously a top-tier immortal weapon, and it might even be in existence that surpassed top-tier immortal weapons. Because of all the top immortal weapons in this house, this Guqin is a complete cranberry. This Guqin was famous in that world of mine, so I copied one out. Yi Linfan said slowly. The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Linfan's world was the immortal world. Then this Guqin is a thing of the immortal world. As for Qin Mo Yang, it was the first time he heard Yi Linfan say that he was not from this world. It was a big surprise. "Mr. Yi, are you not from this world?" he asked incredulously. "That's right, you don't give it away." Yi Linfan nodded and said, "Anyway, all those present were people of honor and status. It's not so much a long-winded story." Spreading his identity around, Qin Mo Yang's entire body froze at the words. "Not of this world. Isn't that from the immortal world? No wonder he's so powerful." It turned out to be a big shot from the immortal world. Always. The immortal world is all legend. Until today. It turns out that the fairy world is not a legend. Qin Mo Yang became incomparably excited. He quickly asked, "Mr. Yi, then wouldn't you be from?" Just then, Chu Mingyang secretly kicked him, interrupting his words. Only then did Qin Mo Yang react. Yi Linfan is being ordinary now. It was the fact that he didn't like anyone talking about cultivation in front of him, not to mention the words immortal world. If I had ventured to say it, I'm afraid it will provoke Yi Linfan's thunderous anger. At that time everyone present, as well as the forces behind them, would suffer. The Shin family just now was a lesson from the past. What does Patriarch Qin want to say? Yi Linfan asked suspiciously. Qin Mo Yang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly changed his words. "I want to know what your world is like?" "My world," told them before. "It was a good world and a bad world. Everyone there can easily chat with people 10,000 miles away, can reach tens of thousands of miles away in a short period of time, produce weapons that can exterminate a country in an instant, and can also fly out of the sky and travel the universe." A look of remembrance appeared on Yi Linfan's face. Hometown, homeland, deceased. He's been gone for 10 years. There's no going back ever. When Qin Mo Yang heard the words, his entire body immediately froze on the spot. 10,000 miles to send a message. 10,000 miles in an instant. Destroying a country with just one hand. And flying up in the daytime. Isn't such a world the world of the immortals? Sure is very powerful. The others had already heard his Yi Linfan tell what his world looked like. Not the first time I've heard it though, but still shocked. And the heart yearns for it. If one day one is able to ascend to the immortal world, go and see the sights of the fairy world, then this life is shake-free. There was a moment of silence. They were so shocked by Yi Linfan's words that they lost their words. Immortal world. It's too far away from them. In a world where the aura is revived, there had never been any success in ascending to the immortal realm. After all these years, countless demonic prides, no matter how strong they were in life, to the end, and all of them can only be turned into a blank of yellow earth. This is the sadness of martial artists in this world. Alright, all of you sit down and drink your tea. Yi Linfan invited everyone to sit down. The crowd's spirits lifted at the words. Yeah, spiritual tea is in the foreground. How can you be distracted? This is an incomparably precious spirit tea. You can't even drink it outside. So the crowd sat down and drank. After one drink, not to be outdone by the crowd. Spiritual tea indeed. After the spiritual tea was consumed, the crowd has grown in strength. But there was no breakthrough. After all, they were all in the saint realm. It was hard enough to break through a layer of the realm. Lin Langtian was the only one. He was slightly weaker. But this cup of tea had also already allowed him to break through to the 5th level of the earth realm. It also made him very excited. Although the piece of writing Yi Linfan had given him would also give him a breakthrough. But the breakthrough was not as fast as drinking spiritual tea. If we come back a few more times in the future, a breakthrough to the heaven realm was also just around the corner. I'm afraid that even the saint realm is not impossible. Would you like another one? Yi Linfan asked when he saw that the crowd had finished drinking. The crowd hastily shook their heads in rejection. Spiritual tea is good though, but no one should be greedy. Drinking too much can kill you. It's a rare occasion that everyone is here today. Why don't I play you all a tune to cheer you up? What do you think? Yi Linfan stood up and asked. So very good. Li Qingyang immediately said. After hearing Yi Linfan's tune at Shen's house just now, it was already known that he had a deep knowledge of sound. Now I can play the piano for them. That's a pretty good deal. Mr. Yi, may I ask what the name of this guqin is? Xu Mingyang asked. Chapter 109, High Mountains and Flowing Water. Chapter 109, High Mountains and Flowing Water. The name of this zither is Fuxi. Yi Linfan replied. And what was the name of that song just now? Lu Dongxian asked. Ambush on 10 sides. Yi Linfan said slowly. The crowd heard the words and their hearts fluttered. Ambush on 10 sides. Good name. No wonder the music always contained an endless killing aura. It's a good thing that song wasn't played at them earlier. Otherwise they'll end up like the Shin family. It's a superb means of killing people. Are you going to play this piece for us? Li Qingyang swallowed and asked. Of course not. Today's good friends are gathered together. Of course we should play a peaceful and detailed tune. Yi Linfan shook his head and said. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not a 10-sided ambush. What happened to the Shin family just now was still fresh in my mind. Shen Tianfan deserved what he got. They themselves don't want to suffer an undeserved disaster. So what would you like to play? Lin Langtian asked suspiciously. Yi Linfan sat down in front of the Fuxi zither, his hands already resting on the strings. He slowly replied. Alpine water. The crowd sniffed and realized. Alpine water. Just listen to the name. It's a tune about a hermit. Live in seclusion on a high mountain and listen to the sound of falling flowers and flowing water. Isn't this exactly what Yi Linfan's life is like now? It seems this is Mr. Yi hinting at them. One just wants to pretend to be an ordinary person without fear. Better not say anything about practicing in front of me. I don't like it. Yi Linfan didn't know what was in the hearts of the crowd. He had begun to pop up at this point. Knock. A clear and pleasant zither sounded. It fell on the ears of the crowd. The crowd felt energized. It was as if the spiritual energy in his body started jumping a bit along with him. This zither sound can echo the spiritual power. The crowd quickly responded. An expression of incomparable horror appeared on his face. Yi Linfan was unaware of the crowd's reaction. His hands still didn't stop. The sound of the zither kept ringing out. Only this song is nothing like 10 sides. The music on this track has been soothing. As the riffs get deeper, the crowd's eyes suddenly glazed over. They found themselves in a world of birds and flowers and emerald mountains. It's a world of springtime colors. The mountains are full of colorful flowers. Countless birds of prey in the sky fly recklessly through the flowers. The brook babbles in the mountains, dripping down the mountain. It was as pleasant and unusual as a musical score. The crowd looked at the beauty in front of them and sank into it, never wanting to wake up from the beauty in front of you again. The same was true for those ancient divine beasts within the courtyard. To the sound of music,
They had already been enveloped by the Tao rhythmic green light that flowed through the sky.
They all lie on the ground.
Has revealed his true self without realizing it.
Luckily, no one has passed through here. If someone saw the courtyard, lying on the ground, such divine beasts as the giant dragon, phoenix,
and white tiger, you have to be scared out of your wits.
They are also pulled into the illusion by this zither song. It took a long time to wake up.
A flock of birds of prey flew in the distance.
Under the influence of the sound of music, it kept circling above the small courtyard.
It took a long time to leave. The trees around on Falling Cloud Mountain were nourished by the sound of music.
It became instantly thicker. This is a high mountain song.
It made the entire Falling Cloud Mountain's aura much denser as well.
The aura was no longer confined inside this courtyard either. Alpine Flow is not a very long song. It didn't take long to play it. When the last note is played,
the sound of the zither echoed between heaven and earth for a long time.
The crowd also snapped out of their illusions. When they returned to reality, their first reaction was to go see Yilin Fan. Soon,
they were then so shocked by the scene in front of them that they lost their breath. Only Yilin Fan's entire body was wrapped in a blinding green light at this moment. Endless Tao rhythms flowed slowly around him like a river. His entire being seemed to be one with heaven and earth.
This is the state of celestial unity. This is the first time he's entered the state of celestial unity. I can't even remember anymore.
Lu Dongxian said with incomparable difficulty.
The state of celestial unity.
Everyone in the room understands how hard it really is to get into that state.
Some martial artists can enter once in a lifetime. It would already be considered a demon. Most martial artists, in their entire lives, could not enter.
And Yilin Fan entered the state of celestial unity like it was a game.
I can play the piano properly, but one has to play the piano in a state of celestial unity. It's just fun.
Lu Dongxian was the first to recognize Yilin Fan. He really couldn't remember how many times this was the first time Yilin Fan had entered the state of celestial unity.
Such a gift.
It was enough to make countless strong people who claimed to be geniuses commit suicide in shame.
Ha! I seem to have broken through.
Lin Langtian suddenly exclaimed. His face was filled with excitement.
A zither song ends.
His strength unexpectedly saw a surge. It had directly skyrocketed from the 5th level of the Earth realm to the 1st level of the Heaven realm. Such a rate of improvement, if it were to be spread, must have scared the hell out of a lot of people. One must know that Lin Langtian was only a Dan realm martial artist some time ago. Martial Dao family patriarchs of such strength were a dime a dozen in Falling Cloud City.
Didn't realize. It's only been a short time. He'd already broken through to the Heaven realm. Heaven realm martial artist.
It's also considered a strong party in this world. The Lin family's status in Falling Cloud City would also rise in the future. The others sniffed and hurriedly probed their bodies. They were pleasantly surprised.
Break through yourself. As soon as the crowd woke up,
they were shocked by Yilin Fan,
so it didn't notice that it had broken through. Didn't react until now.
The cup of spirit tea just now had already caused their cultivation to rise greatly.
Plus this alpine zone. Let them break through a realm. It doesn't matter at all.
Xu Mingyang had broken through to the 6th level of the Saint realm.
Li Qingyang,
Lu Dongxian and Qin Moyan were of the same cultivation level. All of them had similarly broken through to the 5th level of the Saint realm.
Strength has risen dramatically. All the people rejoiced. They didn't feel it before. It's already pretty unbelievable that you can break through by looking at Yilin Fan's calligraphy and paintings and eating the meals he cooks. It just didn't occur to me.
Even listening to a piano song today is a breakthrough.
This is unbelievable. In the future,
Yilin Fan would still have some way to make them break through.
It's simply unimaginable. They had made up their minds anyway. Come back often in the future. The benefits are great. Not for nothing.
The ancient divine beasts within the courtyard had also changed back to their pet forms by now.
After the zither dissipated, Carp was the first to say, "This tune is so good. I'm getting stronger again." "Me too,"
the old hen said slowly.
"I found that the white tiger bloodline in my body has awakened a lot."
Little White also said with incomparable excitement. "The peaches on my tree will soon be fairy peaches." Peachtree said with equal surprise. The faces of the crowd of divine beasts were shocked at the words.
"Xanadu. This is the stuff of the legendary immortal world. Those who eat it will live forever.
If a person who refines martial arts has eaten it, it's more likely that he'll fly up in the daytime."
"Ah, I want to eat,"
Carp said with a gulp.
Chapter 110, Who is Fushi? Chapter 110, Who is Fushi? As long as you're not afraid that your master will come after you, feel free to eat,
Peachtree said with a cold grunt. The carp scowled at the words and glanced at the house in front of him with an unmistakable look of awe.
The master of the house,
but the most powerful and terrifying being in this world. If one is free to eat peaches without his consent, I'm afraid I'll become a dish on my master's table, because the carp knew it in his heart.
The master's cooking is awesome. It doesn't want to touch this mold. "Dog, how's your strength?"
Carp had no choice but to change the subject.
The big yellow dog didn't say anything. just glanced at it faintly. The glance made the carp drop like a stone. It was cold through and through. Carp gulped nervously. This stupid dog. It's gotten stronger again. Would have liked to have tried it while I had the chance. If it doesn't get much stronger, beat it up. This will also relieve the anger that has been oppressed by it for so many years. Didn't realize. Getting stronger on your own. This stupid dog got stronger. There is no way around it. The carp had to slink back into the pond, never daring to venture out again. Tranquility returned to the small yard as well. Inside the house, Yi Linfan was immensely satisfied with this piece of high mountain and flowing water. This Fushi zither is an imitation though, but after having refined it with so much care and attention on your part, whether it's tone, intonation or feel, all very good. Gentlemen, how about this song? Yi Linfan had already stood up by now. The visions around him had disappeared. Good to hear. This song should only be heard in heaven, not on earth. Listening to this piece makes yourself feel like you're staying on a scenic mountain, and you're in an unbelievable mood. The crowd had heartfelt admiration. The tune is not only good, it is also able to enhance cultivation. You can't find a second tune like this in the entire continent. So naturally the compliments from the crowd were very genuine. There is absolutely no admixture of the slightest falsehood. By the way, Mr. Yi, I would like to ask why this zither is called the Fushi zither? Chu Mingyang asked suspiciously. This world is for Yi Linfan. It's just another world. There was absolutely no connection to the world before he crossed over. So there is no concept of flood history in this world. Although in ancient times there was the Dragon Han primordial rebellion triggered by the Dragon Phoenix clan. That's also coincidental. It has nothing to do with the flood. So those saints in the flood naturally did not exist. It made sense that the crowd had never heard of Fushi. Fushi is the legendary ancient god of my world. Rumor has it that he is a human head with a serpent's body and is so powerful that he is revered as the emperor of the human race. Yi Linfan said slowly. Ancient gods with human heads and serpent bodies. The crowd was shaken by the words. People in this world. The notion that the distant past is very vague. They have no idea what really existed in the ancient times. After listening to Yi Linfan's words, that's when they realized it. It turned out that there were records of ancient gods in the immortal world, and one that can be honored by the human race in the immortal world as the human emperor. The strength was definitely an existence that could be described as terrifying. And this Fushi zither was actually made by such a terrifying existence. No wonder this ancient zither had such terrifying power. Then this zither of yours was given to you by Sage Fushi? Li Qingyang asked with wide eyes. Think what? It's my own imitation. Yi Linfan said with a blank look at him. In his world, there are also conflicting opinions as to whether Fushi exists. How could he have known such a character? It's a difference of over 5,000 years. The crowd sniffed and sucked in a breath of cold air. Imitation. It's amazing how scary it is too. If it's a real ambrosia, how amazing that would be. I'm afraid that this side of the world can't carry a single tone from the Fushi Guqin. It seems that the immortal world that Yi Linfan is in, it was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The crowd continued to chat for a while before saying goodbye and leaving. The usual tranquility was restored in this small courtyard. Yi Linfan was used to these days. After the crowd left, he then grabbed a handful of feed and went out into the yard and started throwing it. He throws in a handful of feed. The pets running on the ground all ran over and grabbed it. This includes the always lazy big yellow dog. In Yi Linfan's eyes, these feeds are just regular feeds, but in the eyes of these ancient beasts, these are not ordinary feeds. Each grain of feed contained an incomparably strong aura of the great Tao. They eat these feeds down. Strength grows in all of them. That's what it's been for so many years. They have been willingly staying in this place for a reason. Because out of this yard, it's not this good anywhere else. After feeding them, Yi Linfan grabbed another handful of feed and threw it into the pond. The carp rushed to the surface and opened their mouths to eat all the feed that floated to the surface. This is all treasure. It can't go to waste. The feed runs out quickly. But the carp didn't just sink into the pond. Instead, he continued to beg for food towards Yi Linfan with his mouth open. You're a glutton for punishment. You stinky fish. Yi Linfan laughed and cursed. These pets in the yard are very humane. He was surprised at first, but it soon came to mind. This is a world where the aura is revived. It's not surprising that animals are smarter. For a long time, and he got used to it. But, still, he tossed another handful of feed into the pond. The carp was again eaten quickly. When finished with these feeds, Yi Linfan could feel it. The scales on the carp began to change. It seems to look more and more golden. Nice guy. Is this going towards goldfish? Yi Linfan shook his head. Soon, he then carried a large bucket of water. The water in the bucket was fragrant and misty. If a bystander is present, must have fainted from fear. Because it's a bucket of spiritual water. One sip and you have the spiritual water that transforms your body. It was also the water that Yi Linfan used to boil tea on weekdays. Didn't realize. It's amazing that there's such a big bucket here. Yi Linfan carried this big bucket of spiritual water to the peach tree. Directly, he poured out all the spiritual water. If anyone sees this scene, it would definitely jump up and down and yell at Yi Linfan for being a loser. It's really too defeating. This is spiritual water. Surprisingly, it was used to water the trees. It's a waste. This bucket of spiritual water. No need for a bucket. Even if just 1/100th of a portion trickles out, it will surely be held as a treasure by all the powers. But something so precious. In this place it's just for watering trees. The spiritual water seeped through the ground and entered the roots of the peach tree. The peach tree immediately began to suckle greedily, absorbing all of this spiritual water into the roots of the tree. The peach tree soon grew thicker at a rate visible to the naked eye, and it's grown a few meters taller. To this, Yi Linfan didn't feel strange either, because he takes all of this anomaly. It all boils down to the fact that it's because this world is a world where the aura is revived. It's not unusual to have such a situation. At this point, the Fan family in Mingyu City, Fan Xian and Fan Jian and Fan Ming were sitting inside the house with gloomy faces. I didn't expect that even the soul-eroding grass hadn't poisoned Li Qingyang, Fan Xian said with a grim expression on his face. Uncle too, what's going on? Fan Jian looked at Fan Ming and asked with a frown. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. I had someone go to the Li family 2 days ago to find out about Li Qingyang. Who knew that Li Qingyang wasn't dead at all? Fan Ming said grimly. Could it be that the person you found didn't poison it at all? Fan Jian asked with a cold snort. No way. I watched him poison himself. Fan Ming immediately said in a decisive manner. Think about when the poisoning was done. He was a disguised supervisor on the sidelines. Then how come Li Qingyang is fine? Everyone is well aware of how powerful the poison of the soul-eroding grass is. Fan Xian said with a frown. I heard that it was because a divine doctor happened to be in the Li family that day and revived Li Qingyang. Fan Ming said slowly. What? Is that even possible? Fan Xian was beyond surprised. There's no cure for soul-eroding grass. What the hell is it? Surprisingly, it can even cure the poison of soul-eroding grass. What kind of person is it? How dare you badmouth our Fan family? Fan Jian said with an incomparably gloomy face. Originally, once Li Qingyang died, Li Anren could then logically marry him, and then become your own cauldron. It all went according to the planned arrangement. Didn't think so. Surprisingly, a program was killed halfway. Spoiled all of the Shin family's plans. This annoyed Fan Jian greatly. You can't marry Li Anren. He wouldn't be able to break through with his feats. Strength will also stagnate. It's safe to say, he now hated to kill the person who cured Li Qingyang. Second brother, you immediately head to Falling Cloud City to find out who actually cured Li Qingyang. Fan Xian said slowly. Yes, and after you've poked around? Van Min asked. Kill him. Fan Jian said in a chilling tone from the sidelines. Fan Ming sniffed and frowned. This nephew of his own is a bit of a killjoy. He looked to Fan Xian. This thing. It was still Fan Xian who had to make the final decision. If it's just an ordinary person, then kill it. Fan Xian said lightly. Roger that. I'm departing at once. Van Min said with a nod. Day 2. Fan Ming arrived at Falling Cloud City. As soon as he entered Falling Cloud City, he started asking people about it. Who really has the best medical skills in the neighborhood? Everyone's answers were surprisingly consistent. That's Dr. Yi from Falling Cloud Mountain. Fan Ming again asked how strong Dr. Yi was, but the answers were all the same. That is, Dr. Yi is just an ordinary person. This surprised Fan Ming a bit. An ordinary person in the district was able to undo the poison of the soul-eroding grass. That's incredible too. To further define the answer a bit, Fan Ming stole into the city lord's mansion and captured an underling. The art of soul searching was then performed on him. The poisoning of Li Qingyang that day, it could be said to have shaken the entire city lord's mansion. All the subordinates of the city lord's mansion knew about this matter. It was also known that there was a Dr. Yi from Falling Cloud Mountain who had saved Li Qingyang's life. After getting this information, Van Min is basically sure. The one who saved Li Qingyang's life and sabotaged the Fan family's plans. It's this doctor, yeah. And it's true that this Dr. Yi is an ordinary man with no hands. As it is, then we'll just have to kill you. Who made you save someone you shouldn't have? Fan Ming muttered in his mind. After he disposed of this subordinate's body, he left the city lord's mansion silently. All of this, no one in the city hall knew. And no one cares about the death of an underling. After Fan Ming left the city lord's mansion, just go straight to Falling Cloud Mountain. Inside the Budo Academy, Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong were cultivating. After this period of hard cultivation, both of their realms had risen greatly. After all, Yuan Xiaorong had so many calligraphy and paintings from Yi Linfan. They sat cross-legged in the house. All the paintings and calligraphy are hanging on the walls. Above the words and paintings, countless Tao rhythms floated endlessly. It enveloped the room. Cultivating in a house that possessed such amazing Tao rhythms, it makes sense that the strength is growing by leaps and bounds. Chu Yenyun had already broken through to the third level of the earth realm at this time, and Yuan Xiaorong, who has a very weak cultivation level, even more so, he had already crossed the level of the dark realm long ago, came to the sixth level of the realm of transformation. Such a breakthrough speed is nothing short of demonic. If word gets out, must have scared the hell out of a lot of people. It would even cause many young powerhouses who called themselves Heaven's Pride to commit suicide in shame. Senior sister, I want to go find Big Brother Yi, Yuan Xiaorong suddenly said. Could be. Let's go together. Chu Yenyun immediately said. At this point she's in amazing shape, because she was sitting there cross-legged. The entire person had a hidden tendency to merge with heaven and earth. There is only a hint of such a trend though, but it was enough to make jaws drop. That means, she had a degree of understanding of the heavenly ways. This was also comprehended because of the last time Yi Linfan made her deliver a baby. This would be of immeasurable benefit to her future path of martial arts. Going to Yi Linfan's house is a great benefit. At the very least, eat something and break through. That's for anyone. It's all a temptation that's hard to resist. Chu Yenyun would like to go every day. But ultimately, men and women are different. She's still very scrupulous. Now Yuan Xiaorong took the initiative. She naturally went along with it. The two of them immediately got up and headed towards Falling Cloud Mountain. It didn't take long. The two arrived at the foot of Falling Cloud Mountain. Suddenly I saw a middle-aged man heading up the hill. Seeing this, Yuan Xiaorong was about to open her mouth to call out to the other party, but it was stopped by Chu Yenyun. Don't say anything yet. This person might be here to trouble Mr. Yi. Chu Yenyun said softly. Then should we hurry and inform Big Brother Yi? Yuan Xiaorong asked in a big surprise. No need. With Mr. Yi's strength, no one in the world can hurt him. Chu Yenyun shook her head and said. Senior sister has a point. Yuan Xiaorong nodded and said. Let's follow quietly and see. Chu Yenyun pulled Yuan Xiaorong to follow lightly and quietly. That middle-aged man was none other than Fan Ming. It hadn't been long after he left Falling Cloud City. Soon after that, we reached Falling Cloud Mountain. Come here. Looking at the flat and uninteresting Falling Cloud Mountain in front of him, he became more and more certain in his mind. The Dr. Yi that all the people in Falling Cloud City spoke of was definitely an ordinary person without a doubt. It also took the pressure off his mind. Ordinary people. He couldn't remember how many he'd killed himself. Now it's time to kill an ordinary person. Naturally, he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. So he immediately went up the hill, not realizing that there were two others following behind. But, over the hill, the more surprised Fan Ming was in his heart. It seems like the aura on this mountain is a bit denser than at the bottom. And the trees around here are much thicker than at the bottom of the hill. What's going on here? How can an ordinary person live in such a nice place? That's a little unorthodox. But, since we're all here, then we'll find out what's going on before we go. If that Dr. Yi is strong, it's not too late to escape on your own. Fan Ming made up his mind and continued walking towards the mountain. Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong who were following behind them were also very surprised at this time, because they found out. His own arrival at Falling Cloud Mountain this time seemed to be different from before. Chapter 112, The White Tiger Appears. Chapter 112, The White Tiger Appears. Senior sister, how is it that without entering the courtyard, the aura here has become so dense as well? Yuan Xiaorong asked with a frown. Used to come here. Falling Cloud Mountain is just a plain old mountain. Only into Yi Linfan's courtyard. Inside is truly something else. However, they hadn't thought about it. He himself had merely been absent for some time. The aura in the courtyard had spilled outside, and even the trees around them have gotten taller and thicker. This surprised them greatly. Looks like Mr. Yi upgraded this place. Chu Yenyun said slowly. It's the only possibility. Only then could it explain why even the aura outside the small courtyard had become thicker now, though far less than the aura within the courtyard. But it's still much better than the bottom of the hill. But, now is not the time to dwell on that. The two remained light and quiet as they followed Fan Ming to the front of the courtyard. Inside the yard, a serenity. From the surface, it's just like an ordinary farmhouse. Fan Ming sneered in his heart when he saw this. People who sit in such a place, even stronger is limited. So he kicked the yard door open with his foot as hard as he could, then stride in. Just walked in. Something unexpected happened to Fan Ming. An aura rich enough to be suffocating came from within the courtyard. It almost made him pass out. This isn't right. The aura here was at least 10 times denser than the aura outside. By no means is it an ordinary small yard. Fan Ming was shocked in his heart. People who can live in this place. Definitely not ordinary, and definitely a strong one. Fan Ming is cautious by nature. Now since there is no certainty, he immediately began to plan his retreat. Think about it. He turned away without hesitation. He was just standing in the doorway anyway. Just take a step up. Just get out of here. As for what comes after, it's better to let Fan Xian handle it. However, he just turned around. A very cute little white cat got in his way. This little white cat is Snow White with not a single stray hair. It looks so cute and adorable. This little white cat is none other than White. If it were a woman instead. Seeing this little white one is against no resistance. It's just a shame. Van Min is a man.
And now he felt he was in danger now.
The only thought in his head was to run away. Where is the mind to think of anything else? So he immediately stepped forward and tried to kick White away. What he didn't expect, however, was this. Xiao Bai surprisingly dodged his kick very nimbly. A mere mortal. How dare you kick this seat? Are you tired of living? White spoke up. You can talk?
Fan Ming was so shocked that he could barely speak. Of course this seat will talk.
You mole. How dare you trespass my master's courtyard? Stay here today.
White said with a cold grunt. This Fan Ming is opening the door with his foot.
This is not the look of a visitor. Instead, they came looking for trouble. Xiao Bai naturally couldn't let Fan Ming go. You're just a kitten. Even if you can talk, you're still just a cat. How dare you speak so loudly? Get lost.
Fan Ming said with a cold snort.
Who said this seat is just a kitten? White asked with a sneer.
The words fell. White light flashed around Xiao Bai. It transformed into a white tiger that was several feet tall.
The white tiger is in the world. The king is in the world. The tiger's power is so great that it shocks all beings. On the ancient divine beasts?
Fan Ming finally changed his face at this point. His face had turned pale.
He really never expected it. In this seemingly ordinary small courtyard, there was actually an ancient divine beast living. If he knew that there were actually 3 ancient divine beasts living in this courtyard, I'm afraid it's going to fall apart even more. With his strength, trying to escape under the hands of an ancient divine beast was a complete fantasy. Spare my life. I will never dare to come again. Please spare me. Fan Ming hastily fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness.
Anyone who tries to make a dangerous attempt on my master,
I will obliterate him.
White said with an expressionless face.
Having said that, it opened its bloody mouth and sucked hard. A gust of wind picked up, blowing Fan Ming's body towards Xiao Bai's mouth. Fan Ming was thus eaten by little White amidst miserable screams.
White ate it and immediately changed back to his cute kitten self.
And it burped. This man's meat is so old. It's really not good, White said, shaking his head. Subsequently, it suddenly raised its head to look ahead and said faintly, just now, you all saw it?
In front of them stood Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong, who were full of shock. They followed Fan Ming to the mountain.
Naturally, he took in all of the scene that had just occurred. It scared them silly straight away.
Chu Yenyun had always known that this cute little white cat was also an ancient divine beast,
but it wasn't expected to be that scary.
The shocking image of little White manifesting his original form and swallowing Fan Ming in one bite just now, it was already ingrained in her mind.
Never forget it. On hearing White's words, both men's bodies shook. See, they said in unison. What just happened? As if nothing happened. White said faintly. Don't worry, I know. Chu Yenyun immediately said. Xiao Bai sniffed, then returned to the yard with satisfaction. It's clear. The 2 young girls in front of them were both very close to Yi Linfan, especially Yuan Xiaorong. It's more like the master's god sister.
It naturally could not make things difficult for the duo.
Back to the yard. As usual, White dutifully rested on his back under the peach tree. It looks very well behaved and quiet. It was a far cry from the way he had just devoured the living. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Yi Linfan walked out of the house. Why are you guys here? I thought I heard someone screaming just now. Did something happen?
Yi Linfan asked with incomparable doubt.
No, you're hard of hearing, Yuan Xiaorong said with a smile. She was the only one who dared to joke with Yi Linfan. Then maybe I'm hard of hearing, Yi Linfan said in tears and laughter. There's no trace of anything here. If there really was a scream, there would have been a body or blood. The problem was that the yard was very clean as always. Then I guess I'm hard of hearing.
There were hallucinations.
By the way, what brings you guys here? Yi Linfan asked. We came to see you, can't we? Yuan Xiaorong took Yi Linfan's arm and kept shaking it. Have to say, although Yuan Xiaorong was young, she was still very well developed.
The 2 full masses in front of her chest kept rubbing against Yi Linfan's arm. It made Yi Linfan's heart flutter a little.
He coughed and asked, sure, come on in. Do you guys want peaches or tea? Chapter 113, Playing High Mountain and Flowing Water Again. Chapter 113, Playing High Mountain and Flowing Water Again.
Chu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong's eyes lit up at the words.
Whether you're eating peaches or drinking tea, all very good choices. They looked at each other. Then in unison, eat the peach. No problem. You guys go in first. I'll go pick some peaches.
Yi Linfan nodded and said.
Yuan Xiaorong and Chu Yenyun walked straight into the house,
and Yi Linfan went to pick peaches. the two men walked into the house. The first thing that caught his eye was the fushi zither that was placed on the desk. What a beautiful piano, Yuan Xiaorong said with incomparable awe on her face. It should be this violin all right, Xu Yenyun said with a serious expression. What does it mean, sister? Yuan Xiaorong asked suspiciously. 2 days ago, the Shin family in Falling Cloud City was suddenly destroyed in the sound of a zither, and I heard Grandpa say that it was Mr. Yi who played the zither, and it was most likely this zither that was used, Xu Yenyun said slowly. Senior sister, is what you said true? Can the sound of a zither also kill? Yuan Xiaorong covered her mouth and asked in surprise. A normal zither definitely can't kill anyone, but I heard from Grandpa that this zither was made by Mr. Yi after the ancient zither of the immortal world. Plus Mr. Ye's own strength is terrifying, so killing someone with the sound of a zither is naturally a perfectly normal thing to do, Xu Yenyun said. Big brother Ye's strength is simply terrifying, Yuan Xiaorong said with a face full of shock. Yeah, his strength isn't something we can just speculate on, Xu Yenyun sighed. Just then, Yi Linfan brought in 2 peaches. He saw the duo looking at the fushi zither, so he smiled and said, Do you like this zither very much? My grandfather said that this koto has a beautiful sound, Xu Yenyun said slowly. In fact, she really didn't have a study in sound. After all, she was a martial artist. The only fun you have on a regular basis is getting stronger. Where is the mind to study anything else? Dean Chu is too kind. Why don't I play a song for you after I finish eating the peaches? Yi Linfan slowly asked. Then thank you, Mr. Yi, Xu Yenyun said in a hurry. But she knew that Xu Mingyang had made a breakthrough after listening to a zither song. Surprisingly, even Xu Mingyang was able to break through. Then it shouldn't be a problem to break through on your own. Alright, sit down and eat your peaches. Yi Linfan made them sit down. Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong immediately sat down. One picked up a peach and began to eat it. Peach entrance. The full juices splashed into their mouths. The unmistakable, refreshing aroma reverberated between their teeth. Such a feeling sinks in quickly for them. Never again. Juice is swallowed down the throat, into the body. The massive potency soon caused the spiritual energy in their bodies to flip wildly. The two men's bodies shook violently. It started to break through like crazy. Yuan Xiaorong broke through 5 realms directly from the 6th level of the realm of transformation. He broke through to the 2nd level of the Dan realm. On the other hand, Xu Yenyun had broken through from the 3rd level of the Earth realm to the 6th level of the Earth realm. The two sat there. A look of immense satisfaction crossed his face. This breakthrough is just too good to be true. It's like an orgasm. It's to die for. These peaches are so good, Yuan Xiaorong said loudly. Yummy? Want another one? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. No, one is enough to eat. Yuan Xiaorong hastily waved her hand and refused. She was no longer a cultivation buff now. Nature is very clear. Spiritual peaches are good though, but eating one is enough. Where's Miss Chu? Yi Linfan turned his head to look at Xu Yenyun. I don't need it either. Thanks Mr. Yi, Xu Yenyun said in a hurry. Then I'll come and give you a fiddle. Yi Linfan came to the fushi zither and began to play. Today he plays the same alpine water. Knock. The first zither sound that resounded throughout the small courtyard. It quickly gives a very ethereal feeling. The bodies of all the ancient divine beasts in the courtyard lurched. At the same time, he looked towards Yi Linfan's house. The master is going to start playing the piano again. They were overwhelmed with excitement, and Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong, who were sitting inside the house, were shaken to the core when they heard the first tone. It was as if he himself had gone into a state of ethereal immensity. The sound of the piano is soothing and ethereal. All the people are beasts enveloped by the sound of the zither. At this point, his mind had been pulled into the sound of the zither. A mountain of water appeared before their eyes. All the sides are lined with flowers and blossoms. Countless birds fluttered wildly among the flowers. What a mesmerizing sight. What they don't realize at this point is this. Yi Linfan played each tone. All of them would have a trace of Taoist charm spreading out, with more and more Tao rhymes. It quickly enveloped them all. Not only were Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong like this, the same was true for those ancient beasts in the yard outside the house. At this point they once again took on their original form. Dutifully, he prostrated himself. It was like a tamed beast. Where was there any semblance of the ferocious might of an ancient divine beast? In the midst of the monstrous Tao rhythm shroud, both man and beast, the strength was all in a crazy surge. Only, they were all oblivious. It was just a single-minded immersion in the visions brought about by the zither music. The alpine tune was quickly played. When the last note is played, as it reverberated more than just between heaven and earth, it was like a twilight bell, waking them up from their illusion. Xu Yenyun woke up. Suddenly, he felt the spiritual energy in his body churning uncontrollably. It's like having infinite power. She hastily checked her cultivation. Soon, she was shocked.
It was because she realized that she had broken through to the 9th level of the Earth realm. She hadn't really thought about it. Listening to a song is a scarier breakthrough than eating peaches. Reach the 9th level of the Earth realm. It meant that she was just one step away from breaking through to the Heaven realm. The Heaven realm was still a very distant realm for her back then. Didn't think so. Since meeting Yi Linfan, her breakthrough was so fast that she herself felt that this was not quite real. Until now, the Heaven realm was surprisingly within reach. To know, according to her talent, if you calculated according to the normal cultivation speed, she was going to break through to the Heaven realm. It will take another 50 years at the very least, and Yi Linfan had allowed her to walk the path that would have taken 50 years to complete in a short period of time. The heavenly realms are all here. Can the holy realm be far away? Think about it. Xu Yenyun was instantly incomparably excited, and Yuan Xiaorong, who was on the side, also woke up at this time. She said with incomparable excitement, "Senior sister, I've made a breakthrough." Xu Yenyun did not reveal an unexpected look when she heard this, because she knows it well. Even he himself was able to break through so many layers of realms. With Yuan Xiaorong's realm, I guess there are more realms to break through. Yi Linfan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded when he heard this from the side. More like envy and jealousy. He hadn't expected Yuan Xiaorong to make a breakthrough by listening to a tune much more powerful than yourself. It's so enviable. Little Rong, what realm have you broken through to? Xu Yenyun asked. Chapter 114, The Charm of Bean Pear. Chapter 114, The Charm of Bean Pear. I've broken through to the 9th level of the Dan realm. Yuan Xiaorong said in surprise. This shocked Xu Yenyun as well. It's horrible. He directly broke through from the 2nd level of the Dan realm to the 9th level of the Dan realm. Then the next step. Wouldn't he be about to break through to the Earth realm? To know, Yuan Xiaorong was still a cultivation white not long ago. Right now it was on the verge of becoming an Earth realm expert. The whole continent, among martial artists of her age, those who can break through to the 9th level of the Dan realm. It's almost a phoenix. Mostly, it was only the disciples of those top martial arts families, or great clans as well as great martial arts academies that could have such talent. But, these guys are even better. It will also be surpassed by Yuan Xiaorong eventually, because Yuan Xiaorong had Yi Linfan helping her. This is an immortal. With the help of the immortals, Yuan Xiaorong became the #1 powerhouse of her age group. It's just a matter of time. Though, you all broke through? Or did you break through listening to my zither music? Just then, Yi Linfan's voice came through. The two men were taken aback by what they heard. Oops, because of the great advancement in strength, there was some complacency. I can't believe I forgot. Can't talk about anything about cultivation in front of Mr. Yi. But, Yi Linfan had heard it now. Trying to lie no longer helps. Yuan Xiaorong was simple-minded. She said directly, "Yeah, just broke through. I really envy you guys. Listening to zither music can lead to breakthroughs. It's just a pity that I don't have the talent to cultivate, so I may never experience this feeling." Yi Linfan said with incomparable despondency. When Xu Yenyun and Yuan Xiaorong heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Acting. Then act. Too good at acting. Who doesn't know you're as strong as you can be? Even if the Martial Arts Alliance's alliance leader came, probably not even a match for you either. I can't believe you're still pretending to be mortal here. It's just so breathless. But, Yi Linfan, since he's going to act, they naturally had to play along with the show. No way. Who made Yi Linfan a Jedi Master? The other wanted to be an actor. One would have to follow as an actor, accompany the immortals in their play. Not that anyone has that opportunity. Brother Yi, it's okay, I'll protect you in the future. Although Yuan Xiaorong was simple-minded, she was also eye-smart. She immediately swore. This sentence, said Xu Yenyun, who couldn't help but give Yuan Xiaorong a thumbs up. Thank you then, Yi Linfan said with a smile. The two stayed here for an hour after. Then he got up and left. Only Yi Linfan was left alone again. But Yi Linfan was already used to it. He sat down in the living room and looked at the ambrosia. Since we've already finished the Fushi zither, why don't we start carving the next artifact? Which one to carve? Or just it? Yi Linfan clapped his hands and said, "Soon." He then took out a piece of wood. But this piece of wood is wood though, but with a metallic sheen. At first glance it looks like it. Thought it was a piece of black steel. If someone is present, it must be immediately recognizable. This wood was none other than the black iron divine wood. It was cut back by Yi Linfan from the middle of the barren mountains. Yi Linfan took out his carving knife and started waving it in succession. The light of the blade kept flickering in the void. Every cut, all of them were able to leave very obvious traces on top of the black iron divine wood. Just as Yi Linfan was bent on carving, the yard was already buzzing with ancient gods. It was because just now Yi Linfan had played a piece of high mountain and flowing water. It makes them stronger again. I've finally broken through to the 9th level of the sacred realm.
and I'll soon be able to break through to the divine realm.
Carp hemmed and hawed. I'm also at the 9th level of the saint realm. What is there to show off?
The old hen said dismissively. I'm so envious of you guys. I've only just broken through to the 9th level of the heaven realm.
Shabai said with incomparable envy.
You've only been here a short time.
Don't rush. The old hen soothed. Dog, how's your strength? Carp asked curiously. It's now the 9th level of the saint realm. Maybe it's time to compete with this silly dog. However, the big yellow dog glanced at it and said indifferently, hanging you is easy. Want to try? Carp sniffed. It hurriedly smiled and said, how could I dare you to do it? Having said that, it immediately grayed out and returned to the pond. Big yellow dog says try it, but it wouldn't dare take the risk. So it's just as well. My peach is about to evolve. If it really turns into a peach, it will be really great. Peachtree said slowly, hurry up and evolve. Carp immediately said, excitedly, what? You dare to eat it? Peachtree asked dismissively. I don't dare to eat it, but I've heard that a single sniff of the peach can make you live for more than 300 years, and if I sniff it every day, I'll be able to live for a long time. Carp hemmed and hawed. All of the ancient divine beasts' eyes lit up when they heard this. That's a good point. If the peach tree really grows peaches out of it, even if you can't eat it, even a whiff would be nice. Although they are divine beasts with a long lifespan, but even a long life has an end. Now there's the peach. Doesn't it extend life in the future? This one. Even the big yellow dog was not calm. You hurry up and evolve. We're all depending on you. The big yellow dog said slowly. Peachy, hug it out. White immediately came to the peach tree and hugged it tightly with his front paws. It looks adorably silly and cute. Peachtree burst into tears. It said helplessly, that depends on when the master will next play the piano again. Of course Yi Linfan didn't know this. At this point, he remained immersed in the carving. So the yard was bustling and he knew nothing about it. Minggu's city. Van's house. Fan Xian and Fan Jian, father and son, were talking in the council chamber. Suddenly an underling hurried in. Master, it's not good. Fan Jian was already in a bad mood. Hear that? Casually, he flung the subordinate a resounding slap in the face. Straight away, this underling's face was swollen. What are you screaming for? It's noisy to this young man. Fan Jian said coldly. The subordinate was so frightened that he hastily knelt down and said, young master, something really big has happened. What exactly is the matter? If it's not a big deal, this young master breaks your legs. Fan Jian said with a gloomy face. The second master's fate card is shattered. The underling said with a face full of horror. What? Say that again? Fan Xian sniffed, and a look of horror appeared on his face. The second master's fate card is shattered. The underling repeated it again. How can I? Fan Xian growled. Even Fan Jian was frozen in place at this point. Fan Ming had gone to Falling Cloud City to spy on the news. How could the life tags suddenly shatter? Everyone knows that. The life belt shattered. Meaning, I don't dare to deceive your lordship. The underling gulped and tensed. Come on, show me. Fan Xian immediately shouted his orders. Chapter 115, Thief's Heart. Chapter 115, Thief's Heart. That subordinate didn't dare to be slow. He immediately led Fan Xian and Fan Jian to the secret room where the fortune tags were placed. This is where all the Van family's fate cards are stored. There were hundreds of pieces. Some of the hit cards glow strongly. Some of the fortune cards glow weakly. Strong light means strong strength. Weak light means weak strength. Fan Xian and Fan Jian's fate cards were placed in the most prominent position in the center, and Fan Ming's fate card was placed next to theirs. They came to the location where they placed Fan Ming's fate card. It was discovered that Fan Ming's fate card had indeed shattered into several pieces. The light was also gone. Usually this is the case. That means the owner of the fate card is dead. Outrageous. Who the hell killed second brother? Fan Xian grimaced, incomparably angry. Father, second uncle was going to Falling Cloud City. Could it be that his whereabouts were discovered by the Li family? So he was resolved by Li Qinyang? Fan Jian asked with a frown. No matter what, the Fan family can't die in vain. Tomorrow we'll make a trip to Falling Cloud City. Fan Xian said coldly. What if he doesn't admit it? Fan Jian asked with a frown. He's only at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Dare he not admit it? Fan Xian asked disdainfully. Actually, where does he know? Li Qinyang was not what he used to be long ago now. After getting to know Yi Linfan, he'd have flown the coop a long time ago. If Fan Xian goes after Li Qingyang now, it must be self-defeating. Pity, he didn't know that. That's why I planned to go to the Li family to ask for clarification. By the next day, Fan Xian brought Fan Jian to Falling Cloud City and went straight to the city lord's mansion. Li Qingyang was really a bit surprised by the arrival of the duo, especially Li Anren. His face was horribly ugly. She had thought that the duo had come to propose marriage. Father, I'm not going to marry anyway. Li Anren said decisively. Don't worry, father won't let you marry.
I'm now suspecting that the Fan family must have been behind both of my first two poisonings, Li Qingyang said coldly.
Are you telling the truth? Li Anren asked with wide eyes. There's no proof, but it's definitely the Fan family, because that's the only way to force you to marry into the Fan family,
Li Qingyang said with a cold snort.
This Fan family? What an abomination, Li Anren said angrily. You go to your room. I'll meet them for a while,
Li Qingyang said slowly. Since there is no evidence,
that would also mean that it wasn't completely torn up,
so the facade has to be maintained. Li Qingyang came to the council chamber. Only Fan Xian and Fan Jian were sitting there with big horses.
The expression was unbelievably condescending. It's like this is their own home. With such an attitude,
he saw Li Qingyang frown straight away.
But he didn't say anything,
and stepping forward to greet him.
Brother Fan, Xian nephew Fan, what brings you here? However, Fan Xian and Fan Jian didn't even get up, just nodded. This annoyed Li Qingyang. The duo. It's a bit too much to ask. Fan Xian didn't want to get up even if he did. Fan Jian, a junior, was so uneducated. It's really a bit much.
Brother Li, the two of us are here for nothing,
Fan Xian said slowly. Here we go. Sure enough, it's a marriage proposal.
Li Qingyang snorted coldly in his heart.
But, still outwardly bland, he asked, what is Brother Fan's business?
Please speak plainly.
My second brother came to Falling Cloud City yesterday, but by the second day,
his fate card was shattered.
I wonder if Brother Li knows his whereabouts, Fan Xian asked indifferently. There is actually this matter?
I really didn't know that second Master Fan had come to Falling Cloud City.
If I had known,
I would have entertained him properly.
A trace of incomparable consternation appeared on Li Qingyang's face. Turns out it wasn't about the marriage proposal. Surprisingly, Fan Ming is dead,
and it died in Falling Cloud City. But with Fan Ming's strength,
there's no one in Falling Cloud City but me. No one can really kill him yet. Unless, Li Qingyang quickly thought of a possibility. That's when Fan Ming went to Yi Linfan without knowing what to expect. However, it was easily pinched by Yi Linfan.
But, whatever, neither can expose Mr. Ye's existence.
After all,
Mr. Yi was now experiencing the life of an ordinary person.
Naturally, the less disturbance the better. Fan Xian after finishing his sentence. Just keep a close eye on the expression on Li Qingyang's face. He could tell easily enough.
The stunned look on Li Qingyang's face was by no means feigned.
Could it be that Li Qingyang really didn't know the whereabouts of his second brother?
Then who would have killed the second brother?
To know,
with the strength of the second brother,
within this Falling Cloud City, apart from Li Qingyang, no one can really kill him yet. But, Li Qingyang obviously didn't know Fan Ming's whereabouts. This one gave Fan Xian a bit of a headache. Because the trail is broken,
there would be no reason to raise an offense.
After a moment of silence, Fan Jian could see his father's embarrassment,
so he immediately opened his mouth and asked,
Uncle Li, may I ask if Sister Anren is at home?
I haven't seen her for a long time,
so I miss her a bit. Enron went out to visit friends,
Li Qingyang said slowly. He gave a cold grunt in his mind.
This guy, it's true that you're still a thief.
He naturally couldn't betray his own daughter.
It's also clear, there's no way Li Anren would want to meet Fan Jian. So he lied. Visiting a friend? Visiting who? Is it a man or a woman? Fan Jian's face instantly grimaced as he asked.
There was already a chill in his heart.
If it's a visiting male, I'd like to see that.
Who the hell is it that has the audacity to rob my woman?
Fan Xian nephew, this has nothing to do with you, right?
Li Qingyang said with a frown.
Fan Jian also reacted then. One does overreact a bit.
So he immediately explained with a forced smile.
Don't misunderstand Uncle Li. My nephew is really in love with Sister Anren. That's why he's so nervous.
Li Qingyang snorted coldly and said.
My Anren is an unmarried woman. How could she go looking for a boyfriend? She is going to look for Dean Chu Mingyang's granddaughter. So, that's a relief, Fan Jian said with a nod.
Li Qingyang secretly rolled his eyes.
My daughter, what do I need you to be assured of? At this point, he's already hitting the place for a banishment order. After all, he hadn't had a good feeling about the father and son in the first place. Naturally, he didn't bother to be polite,
so he picked up his teacup.
In ancient times,
to lift a teacup means to send off a guest.
He took a sip of tea and said, both of you, I have things to do, so I won't keep you. However, Fan Xian and Fan Jian, however, had no intention of leaving. After all, they're all here today.
If you leave with nothing to gain,
they were really a little less than willing. Brother Li, we've come today, and aside from prying for news about my second brother, there's actually one more thing, Fan Xian said slowly. Chapter 116, why don't we fight? Chapter 116, why don't we fight?
Li Qingyang smiled coldly in his heart as he heard this. I'm sure it's still true that thieves don't stop.
And trying to hit on my daughter.
although it was already known what the other side was planning to say. However, Li Qingyang still asked knowingly, "What is Brother Fan's business? Please speak forthrightly. My son Fan Jian and your daughter are of comparable age, and of comparable family lineage, so I hope that our two families can be united in marriage, and that would also be a good story." Fan Xian said slowly, "I did guess correctly." Li Qingyang snorted coldly in his heart. But, how could he possibly say yes? Poisoned himself twice before. It's all very much a conspiracy by the Van family, in order to force Li Anren to marry into the Fan family. This Fan Jian is so desperate to marry Li Anren, and definitely not with any good intentions. So, there was no way he was going to push his only daughter into the fire. So he slowly said, "Fan Xian nephew is a talented person. Superbly talented. Definitely a generation of pride. My daughter's willow posture. How could she possibly get into Fan Xian nephew's eyes? Uncle Li, my heart for Sister Anren can be seen in the sun and the moon. Please fulfill it," Fan Jian said with conviction. "At this point, it's better to wait until I ask Anran." Seeing this, Li Qingyang implemented a delaying tactic. Of course he'd ask Li An, but when to ask? That's his own business. Even if you ask again after a decade or two, it has nothing to do with you either. Fan Xian and Fan Jian aren't cuties. Naturally, he could hear the perfunctory meaning in Li Qingyang's mouth. Fan Xian said slowly, "Brother Li, why don't we make a bet?" "What's the bet?" Li Qingyang asked. "I've heard about the strong man that my virtuous niece likes. Why don't we let the two young men fight? And if my son loses, this marriage will be called off. How about that?" Fan Xian asked slowly. Li Qingyang's face sank as he heard this. He gave a cold grunt in his mind. This guy is a good shot. He had long heard that Fan Jian had long been at the 9th level of the Earth realm. And after Li Anren ate at Yi Linfan's house once, it was only a breakthrough to the 2nd level of the Dan realm. Although with the help of a painting given by Yi Linfan, strength has come a long way. But it was also still only a breakthrough to the 5th level of the Dan realm. It was still too far from Fan Jian's 9th level of the Earth realm. If two people duel, Li Anren is bound to lose. Of course there was no way that Li Qingyang would agree to such an unreasonable request. So he said slowly, "Brother Fan, why don't we have a fight? And if I win, this marriage is off. What if you lose?" Fan Xian asked with a twinkle in his eye. "Anren is now your Fan family's daughter-in-law," Li Qingyang said indifferently. "Well, a word is a word. A team of horses." Fan Xian burst out laughing. He hadn't thought that Li Qingyang would dare to take the initiative to challenge himself. In his eyes, Li Qingyang was only at the 3rd level of the sacred realm in the district. It would take no effort at all to defeat him on his own. Brother Li set the time and place. Fan Xian said slowly. 3 days later, at the top of Qingyang Mountain, waiting for you, Li Dingyang said slowly. "Okay, out of sight, out of mind." Fan Xian finished speaking and left with Fan Jian. "Come outside the city lord's mansion." Fan Xian turned around and sneered. "Father, you will definitely win this battle," Fan Jian said with a smile. "That's natural. A mere 3rd level of the sacred realm. I don't put it in my eyes at all. I'm just curious. Where did he get the confidence to dare challenge me?" Fan Xian said disdainfully. "That's still simple. Li Anren has no chance of winning against me. He can still wrestle a bit against you. It's the most hopeless choice," Fan Jian said with a grunt. "Makes sense. Go home." Fan Xian laughed. The two left Falling Cloud City straight away. Inside the city lord's mansion's council chamber, Fan Xian's father and son had just left. Li Anren came right out. "Father, do you really want to fight Fan Xian?" Li Anren asked through clenched teeth. "If I don't fight him, do you fight Fan Jian?" Li Qingyang asked with a smile. "I'm afraid," Li Anren said with a frown. "What are you afraid of?" "I'm now at the 6th level of the Saint Realm, and Fan Xian is only at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, so it won't take much effort to win against him at all," Li Qingyang said without a care in the world. "I've heard that the Fan family has an old ancestor who already had the 7th level of the Sacred Realm many years ago, and has been in seclusion. So I'm afraid that his strength is getting more and more terrifying now," Li Anren said with a saddened face. "I expect that the Fan family isn't so shameless that they would let their old ancestor step in," Li Qingyang said with a frown. "The Fan family has always been shameless, or they wouldn't have poisoned you," Li Anren said with a cold snort. "So what do we do?" Li Qingyang asked with a grave expression. Have to say, he also felt that Li Anren had a very good point. After all, you can't do harm to people, but you can't do nothing to prevent people from doing harm. "How about we go find Mr. Yi? Maybe he has a solution," Li Anren said thoughtfully. "Good, then we'll go to Mr. Yi tomorrow." Li Qingyang nodded and said. By the next day, Li Qingyang and Li Anren arrived at the entrance of Yi Linfan's small courtyard. They were just coming up the hill. Just be shocked already, because they can feel it. From the first step up the mountain, the aura here was already starting to thicken.
and the trees around it are particularly thick. Of course, Li Qingyang knew it was because of the playing of the zither, but the aura here was a few more points thicker than the last time he was here. Keep this up. This mediocre little mountain. It's about to become a caveman. Not bad for Mr. Yi.
Being able to turn an incredibly barren place into a cavernous paradise with one's own strength.
This is truly the strength of an immortal. The two quickly arrived in front of the small courtyard. It was as calm and detailed as ever inside. But, they know it in their hearts. It's all just appearances. Inside is actually the most terrifying presence in the world. Is Mr. Yi home? Li Qingyang shouted. The door to the room opened quickly. Yi Linfan came out of the house. You're here. Yi Linfan said with a smile. Li Qingyang and Li Anren were secretly taken aback. How to listen to Yi Linfan's tone. It's like they knew they were coming. You guys had a hard time? Yi Linfan slowly asked. Li Qingyang and Li Anren were once again shocked. It's horrible. We haven't said anything yet. He knew he was in trouble. Is this the ability of an immortal to see things before they happen? Come in. I happen to be writing. Yi Linfan said slowly. Writing? Li Qingyang's eyes lit up. He was well aware of how terrifying Yi Linfan's calligraphy and paintings really were. Once you've come on your own, Mr. Ye just writes. Could this writing have been written especially for me? Li Qingyang was secretly happy in his heart. It definitely looks like another extraordinary piece of writing. The two followed Yi Linfan into the courtyard. Chapter 117, If I Become Immortal, There Will Be No Devils Under Heaven. Chapter 117, If I Become Immortal, There Will Be No Devils Under Heaven.
Li Qingyang had come here with ease. Although it was known that this courtyard was filled with all ancient divine beasts.
But, come on more. And it's just as well to see it. He and Li Anren followed Yi Linfan to the house. Once inside,
they could then feel Taoist rhythms wafting throughout the house. The most powerful Taoist rhyme.
It's still the same Fushi Guqin. The green light on it was vast, and Taoist rhythms flowed. Even if it's standing far away, still feel the power of it. But, inside this house,
there was also another stream of Tao rhythm that was separate from the Tao rhythm emanating from the Fushi Guqin.
That's a piece of writing on the desk. City Lord Li, Miss Li, how about you come and see this piece of writing of mine?
Yi Linfan greeted the two and asked. The two men immediately came to the desk. Their eyes had just fallen on the word. The pupils then contracted violently.
The writing is so amazing. Only 8 large, powerful, dragon and phoenix characters were written on this piece of writing. If I become an immortal, there will be no devil in the world. If it's in the eyes of an ordinary person.
These 8 words are both strokes and architecture. All first-rate words.
But it fell in the eyes of Li Qingyang and Li Anren. On this piece of writing, the Taoist rhythms were monstrous and intimidating.
Each stroke contains the aura of the great Tao. Each painting was filled with the true meaning of the martial arts, especially that word immortal. It was even more of an immortal light that made people not dare to look directly at it. One look at it actually gave them the sensation of their eyes stinging.
The painting, definitely a top-tier immortal weapon, and it was a top-tier immortal artifact that was no weaker than the Fushi Guqin. Li Qingyang gulped. Yi Linfan's strength was simply too terrifying. Then draw a picture. It's just a great sword move. Write a picture on the spot.
It contains the true meaning of martial arts.
Such strength. Maybe it's really only for immortals. Yi Linfan is like that.
Whenever the crowd thought they had figured out how strong he was, he would then shatter the crowd's perception of his strength.
So, the crowd on would have always felt that Yi Linfan was unfathomable. Mr. Yi, is this calligraphy of yours for me?
Li Qingyang asked with incomparable nervousness.
The writing is absolutely priceless. If it's taken out to auction, I'm afraid I've sold all of Falling Cloud City. Probably couldn't buy the painting either. So he didn't believe that Yi Linfan would give this painting to himself. Take it. It's just a piece of writing anyway. It's not worth anything.
Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern.
Li Qingyang and Li Anren smacked their lips secretly as they heard this. Not bad for an immortal.
Such a precious thing was worthless in his eyes.
Thank you, Mr. Yi,
Li Qingyang said with incomparable excitement. He almost wanted to kneel down for Yi Linfan.
With this painting, even if it's the Fan family's oldest ancestor who steps in, and he's not afraid anymore.
Yi Linfan laughed a little when he saw Li Qingyang's exaggerated reaction.
It's just a word. Was there a need for such a reaction? City Lord Li, don't be so excited. I can write as many words like this as I want.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Li Qingyang quickly nodded his head and said,
with Mr. Ye's strength, there is naturally no problem in writing a piece of such a character.
Subsequently,
Li Shenyang and Li Anren sat here for a while,
and he also drank a cup of Yi Linfan's spirit tea.
The strength of the two naturally rose again.
Li Qingyang's realm hadn't broken through. Li Anren, on the other hand,
had directly broken through to the 4th level of the Dan realm.
After the two of them finished their spiritual tea, sat there for an hour and then left, When Li Qingyang and Li Anren returned to the city lord's mansion, Mu Qinyan was the first to welcome them. "Husband, it's not good," Mu Qinyan said with a frown. "What is it?" Li Qingyang asked. "Fan Xian has just sent out a letter of war, summoning the world, saying that he will fight you at the top of Qingyang Mountain in 3 days. Mu Qinyan said. "I can't believe this is happening?" Li Qingyang asked with some surprise. His duel with Fan Xian was only a private appointment. There was no intention of going public. And Fan Xian suddenly went public. That means he was confident in this duel. It seems that Fan Xian thinks he's bound to win this duel, but it's just a pity that I'm not what I used to be a long time ago, Li Qingyang said with a cold smile. "So how do we get back?" Mu Qinyan asked. "If you want to fight, then fight," Li Qingyang said indifferently. Fan Xian was only at the 4th level of the Saint Realm, and with Yi Linfan's help, he had already broken through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Wanting to defeat Fan Xian was naturally no big deal. The news that the two great city lords, Fan Xian and Li Qingyang, were dueling at the top of Qingyang Mountain 3 days later shook many people. Falling Cloud City and Bright Jade City were both considered large cities. Fan Xian and Li Qingyang were also both Saint Realm powerhouses. Such a duel naturally caused a lot of anticipation. I don't know which one is going to be stronger, Li Qingyang or Fan Xian. Of course it's Fan Xian. After all, he's at the 4th level of the Sacred Realm, while Li Qingyang is only at the 3rd level of the Sacred Realm. I also think that it's Fan Xian who is stronger. After all, in the Saint Realm, one weight is the difference between one heavens. Then it looks like Li Qingyang is in dire straits. Everyone was talking about it. Most people agreed that Li Qingyang was bound to lose, and Li Qingyang definitely didn't dare to answer the battle. But Li Qingyang quickly gave a reply. "If you want to fight, then fight. Not soft in the slightest, just straight up hard." This one exploded everyone's passion. You know that the city lords are people of high status. They've rarely struck out in general, not to mention dueling. Now there are two great city owners who want to duel. This is a very rare scene. Everyone was already looking forward to the duel between the two, although the duel is still 3 days away. But some people had already started to leave for Qingyang Mountain. It's all about getting a good spot to watch the fight. One time, countless martial artists surged towards Qingyang Mountain, just to see this duel. Mingyu's city, Van's house. Fan Xian was full of sneers. "I thought that Li Qingyang would back down. That's good. When the time comes, I'm going to make him never be able to raise his head in front of everyone." Li Qingyang, on the other hand, didn't care about the outside voices that were looking down on him. He was cultivating with a relaxed expression. After all, the strength is in him. Defeating Fan Xian was simply not too easy. It was in front of him. It's a painting and a word. All from Yi Linfan. A sword comes west in the painting and flies out of the sky. The word was just sent. If there are outsiders, one would surely find that this room had long been enveloped in Taoist rhythms, while Li Qingyang's body was absorbing these Tao rhythms non-stop. His strength was also growing at a rate visible to the naked eye, generally to the realm of the Sacred Realm. Wanting to grow in strength is not something that happens overnight. Growth like Li Qingyang, absolutely unparalleled. If another Saint Realm powerhouse saw Li Qingyang's cultivation speed, it had to be an eye-opener. Just then, Mu Qingyan's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Husband, can you hear me?" She was afraid that Li Qingyang was cultivating and couldn't hear the sound. "That's why I'm asking." "Anything?" Li Qingyang asked. Chapter 118 Mo Feiyang. Chapter 118 Mo Feiyang. City Lord Mo was here, Mu Qingyan said. When Li Qingyang heard this, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Why is he here? The city Lord Mo in Mu Qingyan's mouth. It was none other than the Lord of Luyun City, Mo Feiyan. Flowing Cloud City was not far from Falling Cloud City. Mo Feiyang was also a close friend of Li Qingyang, and Mo Feiyang loves the zither. A favorite thing to do on a regular basis is to play the piano and play music. His favorite words were, "Cultivation is so hard, can't you enjoy yourself?" Then the music proceeded. "Said it was about your duel with Fan Xian," Mu Qingyan said slowly. "This guy has a heart." Li Qingyang's heart warmed. Mo Feiyang must have heard that he was going to duel with Fan Xian. "Take a look because you're worried." Li Qingyang immediately got up and came to the parlor with Mu Qingyan. Only a middle-aged man of 45 or 16 years old with a square-looking national character face was sitting here. This middle-aged man could tell at a glance that he was an extremely decent person. At this point he was sitting in his seat. His left hand was holding a teacup, and his right hand kept twisting the lid of the teacup. "Just don't open the lid and drink the tea." And his face was full of anxiety, even a little fidgety. "Old man Mo, what brings you here?" Li Qingyang walked in and asked. "Elder Li, have you lived long enough so you want to seek death?" When Mo Feiyang saw Li Qingyang come in, he heaved the teacup in his hand and stood up to ask loudly, "Old man Mo, we haven't met for so long. Why are you cursing me the moment we meet?" Li Qingyang asked with a frown. You dare to duel Fan Xian? What is this if not looking for death? Mo Fei Yang asked with a cold snort. He had been friends with Li Qingyang for many years. It could be said that he knew all about Li Qingyang. He must know it well. With Li Qingyang's strength, this duel is certain to be lost. That's why he came over, intending to stop Li Qingyang. How do you know I'm going to lose? Li Qingyang asked with a cold snort. Don't I know what kind of strength you have? How could you possibly be Fan Xian's opponent? Mo Fei Yang asked with the same cold snort. In the past, I might not have been Fan Xian's opponent, but now, I'll kill him like a pig or dog. Li Qingyang said indifferently. Don't brag. You're only at the 3rd level of the sacred realm. How could you possibly kill Fan Xian, who is at the 4th level of the sacred realm? Mo Fei Yang rolled his eyes and said without any goodwill. This Li Qingyang is not to be out of his mind. How dare you brag so much? How can Fan Xian be so easy to kill? Even the words like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Who said I'm the 3rd level of the sacred realm? Li Qingyang said slowly. What? You broke through? Mo Fian was taken aback. But, he quickly shook his head again and said, it's no use. After all, Fan Xian has been in the 4th level of the Holy Realm for many years. You, however, his latter words were never spoken again. It was because he felt an incomparably powerful aura from Li Qingyang's body. The aura pressed down on him. When did you, break through the 5th level of the Saint Realm? Mo Fei Yang's face showed an expression of having seen a ghost. His heart was filled with the emotion of shock. To know, it was not so long ago. Like him, Li Qingyang was only at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. Didn't realize. That's how long it's been. Li Qingyang had unexpectedly broken through 2 realms directly from the 3rd level of the sacred realm. If Li Qingyang is the dark realm, if you're incredibly gifted, it wasn't strange to break through 2 realms in such a short period of time. But this is the holy realm. Every breakthrough in the realm was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. How did Li Qingyang break through so quickly? Now who do you think is stronger, Fan Xian or I? Li Qingyang slowly asked. Of course you're stronger. Mo Feiyang took a long breath and said. After seeing Li Qingyang's strength, all the worries in his mind were gone. No wonder Li Qingyang dared to answer the battle. With this kind of strength, it is natural to win. No, how did you break through so quickly? Could it be that you used some method with serious after effects? Mo Feiyang asked again with a face full of tension. If Li Qingyang used some secret method to forcefully raise his cultivation level, even if this defeats it, I'm afraid the path of martial arts will be cut off in the future. It's even likely to be life-threatening. Don't worry. The reason why I broke through so quickly is because I met a supreme master, Li Qingyang said slowly. Jedi? Mo Feiyang was a bit surprised. Someone who could make Li Qingyang call him an absolute master. Definitely not an idle one. Could it be an old monster of the 9th level of the Holy Realm? That's right. This tall man, his name is Yi. Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyang were close friends, on the matter of Yi Linfan, and he wasn't going to hide it. And, introduced Mo Feiyang to Yi Linfan. It was also Mo Feiyang's chance. So, he told all about Yi Linfan. Mo Feiyang after listening. One pair of eyes was wide and slinky beyond belief. A look of disbelief filled his face. The pets kept are all ancient beasts. The peaches that are grown are spirit peaches. The tea you drink is spiritual tea. The words and paintings written are all top-notch immortal artifacts. Because everything Li Qingyang said was so unbelievable. This world, could there really be such a high-profile person? Where is this high person? Can you take me to get to know him? Mo Feiyang immediately asked. It's all so unbelievable though. But he was clear. Li Shenyang would never tell a lie. So, he realized, this is your own chance to arrive. If that Mr. Yi was really as amazing as Li Qingyang said, then he will have to take the same as Li Qingyang. Cultivation is growing by leaps and bounds. Of course, only not until after I've dealt with the duel. Li Qingyang nodded and said, good, then I won't bother you. 3 days later, I'll go to Qingyang Mountain. Mo Feiyang said slowly. Naturally, Li Qingyang would not object. After he sent Mo Feiyang away, then he went back to his room to continue practicing. He wouldn't take it lightly just because Fan Xian was weaker than himself. After all, Fan Xian had an old ancestor behind him. That was an old demon at the 8th level of the Saint Realm, and it's been closed for years. I also wonder how strong the strength has become. It might have broken through to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. 3 days passed in a flash. Qingyang Mountain. It was supposed to be a cold mountain, because the aura is barren here. That's why this place is rarely visited. There were also very few demonic beasts. After all, demonic beasts also liked places with rich auras. So this place, instead, it became the perfect place for a duel, because the ground is open. There's nothing external about it either. But, it was a very lively day on Qingyang Mountain, because there are a lot of people coming here. These are the very people who came to watch the battle. After all, Li Qingyang and Fan Xian were both famous Saint Realm powerhouses. It was expected to attract so many people. Chapter 119, The Duel Begins. Chapter 119, The Duel Begins. The top of Qingyang Mountain. The ground is very open. It was thousands of meters in circumference. It's definitely more than enough for a duel. It's all around. There are quite a few more peaks. The martial artists who came to watch the battle were sitting cross-legged on top of these very peaks. There were also some people who fought because they were trying to get a good spot. Winning stays. The loser just has to find another spot. Just then, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a powerful aura slowly stepped into the sky, and behind him was a beautiful young teenage girl. This young girl is young though, but it also exuded the powerful fluctuations of the 9th level of the Earth realm. So young, to have such a powerful cultivation. It really surprised everyone too. Xu Mingyang, the dean of the Heavenly Dragon Martial Arts Academy, and her granddaughter, Xu Yinyun. Someone quickly recognized the duo, worthy of being the granddaughter of the head of the Martial Arts Academy, already so powerful at such a young age. Yeah, the talent is too strong, have to say. Xu Yinyun both in terms of strength and looks, it's all first class, so it drew frequent side glances from all the young male martial artists present. If I could marry such a woman, one can surely struggle for hundreds of years less. After all, many people have even better teeth. Still don't mind the soft food either. Soon, a few more figures stepped into the air in the distance. Thousand Sun Sect Patriarch Qin Moyang, Martial Arts Alliance Vice Alliance Master Lu Dongxian, Lin Lang Tian, head of the Lin family of Falling Cloud City. Why are all these big shots here? I didn't realize they were interested in this duel as well. Gentlemen, come to my side. Xu Mingyang waved at them. These people all knew Yi Linfan through and through. Xu Mingyang was naturally much closer to them, and with his strength, it just happened to be sitting on a peak that was closest to the top of Qingyang Mountain. So the crowd was greeted and sat together. Lu Dongxian and the others didn't refuse. He then landed on top of the mountain peak where Xu Mingyang was. The crowd sat down cross-legged. A few pleasantries were exchanged. The pleasantries naturally could not be separated from Yi Linfan. I also wonder if Mr. Yi will come today? Lin Lang Tian opened his mouth. Mr. Yi is definitely not coming. Xu Mingyang shook his head and said, Why? Lin Lang Tian asked suspiciously. Mr. Yi has always regarded himself as an ordinary person, so how could he follow us here to participate in a martial artist duel? Xu Mingyang said slowly. That's right, and with Mr. Yi's strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to raise interest in a duel at this level. Lu Dongxian agreed. This statement was made. The crowd was silent. That's hard to hear though, but yet, it's in the right place. Yi Linfan is an immortal. How could an immortal be interested in a duel between mortals? The gap between immortal and mortal. But it's as big as the gap between heaven and earth. Coming. Suddenly someone shouted. The crowd looked up and, only to see Li Qingyang stepping slowly from afar. Today he was wearing a long white shirt. It looks incredibly dashing and ethereal. Li Qingyang gently landed on the top of Qingyang Mountain. He saw that Fan Xian hadn't come yet, so he sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. The top of Qingyang Mountain was silent. No one spoke. All of them were quietly waiting for Fan Xian to arrive. Coming. It didn't take long. Then someone screamed out. Only a figure was seen stepping into the air from a distance. This figure had a powerful aura of blood around it. Not yet close. The crowd was already in the mood for worship. This figure was none other than Fan Xian. When Fan Xian arrived at the top of Qingyang Mountain, he landed hard on the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang. The ground in a radius of tens of miles was shaken and cracked in layers. Between the dust, even more so, Fan Xian's figure was set off in a domineering manner. Brother Li, I'm coming, Fan Xian said lightly. Li Qingyang's face was expressionless. He knew that Fan Xian had just landed so heavily with this blow. It's mostly about getting a head start. Only that trick didn't work on him, because in the face of absolute strength, any means are futile. Brother Fan is right on time. Let's begin. Li Qingyang slowly drew his long sword. Shasta. On the top of Qingyang Mountain, the cold air was blistering. Even the ground was shrouded in a layer of frost in general. A chill filled the air. Even the people watching the battle around them felt a chill. Cold Snow Autumn Water Sword. It seems that Brother Li takes this duel very seriously. Fan Xian laughed softly. The Cold Snow Autumn Water Sword was Li Qingyang's specialized weapon. This sword can be considered a divine weapon. It's also Li Qingyang's favorite. He defeated countless opponents with this sword. It's what established the status and reputation that we have today. But, Fan Xian's face was filled with disdain amidst the expression on his face. In his opinion, even if Li Qingyang took it more seriously, the outcome of this duel was already predetermined. Against Brother Fan, I don't dare not take it seriously, Li Qingyang said slowly. Then it's time for me to get serious. Fan Xian also drew his weapon. Instead of a sword, he used a knife. The blade was wide and thick, and it was blood red in color. Once the knife is sheathed, it was overflowing with endless terrifying sword intent. The sound of the knife buzzed with fear. Berserk blood buster blade? Looks like Brother Fan is serious too, Li Qingyang said indifferently. This Fan Xian was indeed not an idle person, though before the duel, always a very cocky look, feeling like you're bound to win, but at the time of the duel, however, he did not have the slightest bit of contempt for Li Qingyang. Surprisingly, he brought over the Fan family's heirloom weapon, Berserk blood buster blade, but it's the specialized divine weapon of the previous Fan family heads. The moment this blade came out, it was filled with bloody light. Countless strong men have died under this blade. I also have a lot of respect for Brother Li, Fan Xian said lightly. In fact, he wanted to finish off Li Qingyang in one move. Only this. It was only then that Li Qingyang would lose face in front of everyone. Later, the Li family of Falling Cloud City, it would be at his mercy. In that case, let's get started. Li Qingyang of course knew what Fan Xian was thinking and said with a sneer in his heart. Okay, here we go. Blood and light all over the place. Fan Xian roared, striking out with the ultimate killing move. It was only seen that the large sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. As soon as the blade came out, boundless killing intent swept out. The red blade light transformed into an ancient immortal light. It slashed at Li Qingyang with the unearthly divine might of decapitating gods and destroying demons. Good coming. The snow seals the miles. Li Qingyang doesn't show any weakness. The long sword in his hand lightly trembled, and the white sword aura gulped and sputtered. A clear, high-pitched dragon's roar rang out and the sword rises. The wind and snow move. The white sword awnings rose from the sky, and the wind and snow covered the sky into winter. In the middle of a blizzard, a white sword blade slowly emerged in the sky. Countless sword intent drooped down. Each sword intent was as if it could crush the spine of all living beings. Li Qingyang swung his long sword in his hand. The white sword unbrazenly slammed fiercely towards the blood-colored blade light. Boom! Red and white rays of light, colliding with each other with a bang. A roar that shook the heavens stirred. The terrifying shockwave went straight up into the sky, strangling the clouds in the sky to pieces. The entire Qingyang mountain also shook under the shockwave. The two silhouettes touched and then suddenly retreated violently. Chapter 120, A Sword Comes from the West. Flying immortals from beyond the heavens. Chapter 120, A Sword Comes from the West. Flying immortals from beyond the heavens. Only to see the two of them storm back 10 meters away at the same time before they managed to stabilize their bodies. The blow. Surprisingly, it's not even close. This caused the people watching the battle to burst into an uproar. What's going on? Didn't you say Fan Xian was stronger? Why isn't there a win or a loss in this strike? Could it be that Li Qingyang made a temporary breakthrough? It's quite possible. Then this duel will be a good one, everyone said excitedly. For them, the more exciting this duel is, the better. After all, this was a duel between two Saint Realm powerhouses. Watch the showdown between them. It would definitely benefit one's cultivation. You are not the third level of the Holy Realm? Fan Xian's face showed an expression of shock and anger. He's very clear. He was fooled by Li Qingyang himself. That's right. I've made a breakthrough. How was it? Didn't let Brother Fan down, did you? Li Qingyang said with a disdainful look as holy light gulped from his body. Indeed. I was not disappointed, but that's all you've got. Fan Xian said with a cold snort. You and I are both at the fourth level of the Saint Realm. Brother Fan, if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. How about shaking hands and making peace? Li Qingyang said slowly. Fourth level of the Sacred Realm? Sorry, I wasn't a long time ago. Fan Xian said. With one step, his aura climbed crazily. A pressure that was like substance permeated between heaven and earth. In this moment, the power fluctuations in his body were surprisingly 10 times stronger than before. This, Saint Realm 5th level? Someone lost their voice in shock. I didn't expect Fan Xian to break through to the 5th level of the Sacred Realm. It's simply too unbelievable. Yeah, this time Li Qingyang will definitely lose. The crowd murmured. Originally, they saw that Li Qingyang had also broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. They would have thought, today's duel will be a dragon fight. Didn't realize. Fan Xian unexpectedly broke through to the 5th level of the Sacred Realm straight away. In the midst of the Holy Realm, every time you raise a realm, you are 10 times more powerful. Li Qiangyang is even more powerful. It is also impossible to defeat someone 10 times more powerful than yourself. So, now no one thought that Li Qingyang still had a chance to defeat Fan Xian. The 5th level of the Sacred Realm versus the 4th level of the Sacred Realm. Absolutely crushing. Do you think you have a chance? Fan Xian, surrounded by holy light as if he were a deity, asked indifferently. 5th level of the Sacred Realm? Is that very impressive? I'm sorry to say that I am too. Li Qingyang said indifferently. The words fell. Only a great deal of holy light was seen around him.
Endless blood qi rushed and churned. The power fluctuations within his body slowly became stronger. Soon, the pressure emanating from him was no longer the same as Fan Xian's. The crowd instantly clamored again. I didn't expect Li Qingyang to be at the 5th level of the Saint Realm as well. Isn't he in the 3rd level of the Saint Realm? How did he break through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm so quickly? It's incredible. It is not yet known who will die today. Fan Xian was also shocked at first, but he quickly calmed down. Li Qingyang, in order to defeat me, you even relied on external forces to forcefully raise your realm. This is useless, Fan Xian said with a sneer. The words came out. The crowd was suddenly aware again. Maybe it really is a possibility. Otherwise, how could Li Qingyang have risen from the 3rd level of the Sacred Realm to the 5th level of the Sacred Realm in a short period of time? Whether it is or not, you'll know if you try, Li Qingyang said without a care in the world. Okay, I'll try you. After Fan Xian finished speaking, the long sword in his hand slashed out horizontally. This sword was as if it contained the sun, moon, and stars, and the rules of the heavenly Tao were all in it. Decimate all beings, Fan Xian bellowed. The huge sword shadow broke straight through the sky, and the sword intent slashed towards Li Qingyang like a heavenly waterfall. Under one sword, the heavens lost color and the gods retreated. Under one sword, if there is an immortal, the immortal will be slaughtered. Boundless killing intent, monstrous, sweeping through heaven and earth. It stretches on and on. Seeing such a powerful sword, Li Qingyang had no fear on his face. With a wave of the long sword in his hand, a roiling coldness swept through the 8 directions. A cold to the core sword intent filled the air. Toward Fan Xian's sword shadow slammed blatantly. Boom! The two supreme powers collided with a loud bang. Shasta! Heaven and earth lost their voices, and Qian Kuan fell. The boundless and terrifying sword qi at the top of Qingyan Mountain chipped away a dozen meters. The ground has also become devastated. The two silhouettes once again retreated violently at the same time. The blow was once again unsuccessful. Brother Fan, do you still think that I rely on external objects to become strong now? Li Qingyang held his long sword in his hand and asked with a disdainful demeanor. At this moment, his heart was unbelievably happy. After all these years, he was always being pushed down by Fan Xian. To this day, he could finally be indistinguishable from his opponent. There is even a possibility of defeating the other side, because he still has the bottom card left. Fan Xian, on the other hand, had an incredibly ugly face. His heart's conviction of certain victory wavered for a moment. After all, it has been. He is all stronger than Li Qingyang. I didn't realize that by the end of the day, this man he had been looking down on was actually starting to look down on himself. This feeling made Fan Xian feel bad. So what? It's not that easy for you to defeat me, Fan Xian said with a cold snort. Brother Fan, how about not dividing today's duel? Li Qingyang asked indifferently. Impossible. Since the duel has been fought, it will be divided. Fan Xian immediately shook his head and refused. Today's duel, if it's a tie, for him it was also a failure. So anyway, there was no way Fan Xian was going to agree to end it in a tie. There has to be a winner and a loser. Otherwise his reputation would have plummeted. Since that's the case, why don't we decide the winner in one move? I'll perform my strongest sword. If Brother Fan can catch it, this battle will be considered a loss for me, Li Qingyang said indifferently. He didn't want to waste any more time, trying to settle this duel as fast as possible. Good. Fan Xian agreed without hesitation. So many years. He had long ago gotten to the bottom of Li Qingyang. Where would there be any strongest sword? Plus both sides are equally strong. It was as easy as a handful to take the other party's sword. This Li Qingyang is too big for his britches. Gives me a chance to win. Li Qingyang didn't say anything. Only his feet were seen stepping. The entire person flew high into the air. It flew for hundreds of meters before stopping. Everyone looked up at the sky, a puzzled look on their faces. They don't understand. What's Li Qingyang doing flying so high all of a sudden? Buzz. Just then, a high-pitched dragon's roar resounded through the sky. It shook everyone's ears and heart and made their heads spin. Li Qingyang's body was surrounded by holy light, and his aura was vast. The monstrous sword intent was like a waterfall, as if it was a galaxy falling from the sky. A sword comes from the west and flies out of the sky. Li Qingyang's voice echoed in the mid-air land. It was as if the heavenly immortals were whispering. In a jiffy, a flash of sword light, like a meteor crashing to the ground, ruthlessly smashed into Fan Xian. This sword was overbearing. That figure, floating like an immortal. Under one sword, the Qiankuan wants to be shattered, and the vitality of the world is exhausted. It was as if there was only this sword in heaven and earth. Fan Xian's face became incredibly grave when he saw this sword. He hadn't expected Li Qingyang to be able to execute such a terrifying sword. But he would not be willing to fail. One could only see the holy light on his body, and his boundless aura rose up to the sky. Li Qingyang,
If you are an immortal, then I will behead an immortal. Fan Xian yelled. Chapter 121, Brute Reasoning. Chapter 121, Brute Reasoning.
Only Fan Xian swept out with his sword.
This sword, the killing intent was even greater than before. Icy cold to the extreme sword chi tore through the sky, straight beyond the ninth heaven, vowing to behead the immortals. Boom! The two sword lights blatantly collided. The heavenly Tao wailed, and all the gods shunned it. Even the void began to distort. It was as if it was about to collapse. The top of Qingyang Mountain was hit hard again. The whole mountaintop. Once again, it was clipped by a dozen meters. Countless sandstones covered the sky. Amidst the sand and gravel, a figure fell from the sky. It hit the ground hard. It smashed a deep hole in the ground. Split the difference. The hearts of the crowd were shaken. Hastily, he looked at the figure that had fallen to the ground. It's just a shame. At this point the sand and gravel are so thick that the view is obstructed. Can't see it at all. Who exactly is the loser? Until a long time has passed, the sand and gravel completely dissipated. It took the crowd a moment to see who it was that fell to the ground. It was none other than Fan Xian. At this point, Fan Xian's clothes were tattered and torn. Hair has also fallen out in disarray. His face was incomparably pale, and there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that it had been seriously injured. Where was the usual demeanor of the lord of a city? The crowd was in an uproar when they saw this. I didn't expect it to be Fan Xian who lost. Yes, both are at the 5th level of the sacred realm, and Fan Xian actually lost so quickly. It's mainly because that sword move of Li Qingyang's just now was just too powerful. Yes, it's the first time I've seen such an ethereal yet dominating sword. The crowd kept talking. They had all thought that Li Qingyang would definitely lose. However, it was Fan Xian who was defeated, and it's a one-trick pony. There was absolutely no fighting back. Only Chu Mingyang, those who were acquainted with Yi Linfan. It was the only thing that didn't have the slightest expression of surprise on his face, because they know, with the help of Yi Linfan, it was impossible for Li Qingyang to lose. They were just shocked at Li Qingyang's move just now. One sword to the west, out of heaven. That sword, it was too powerful. Definitely not a mortal sword. It must have been taught by Yi Linfan. It also made the crowd incredibly envious. I didn't expect Mr. Ye's sword Dao to be so powerful as well. With this sword alone, it's already enough to stand alone in the world. Lu Dongxian said with a grave expression. In my opinion, I won't be surprised by what kind of things Mr. Yi does. Qin Mo Yang said with a smile. The crowd nodded their heads in deep thought at the words. All of them had been to Yi Linfan's house many times. For the wonders of Yi Linfan, it's long since been taken for granted. And Mo Fei Yang, who was sitting on their nearest mountain peak, was silently listening to them. He knew it in his heart. The group said Mr. Yi. Definitely the same person as the Mr. Yi that Li Qingyang was talking about. His curiosity about Yi Linfan was growing now. He couldn't wait for Li Qingyang to be able to bring him to Yi Linfan immediately. Because after Li Qingyang met Yi Linfan, in a short period of time, it had already broken through from the 3rd level of the Saint Realm to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. Mo Feiyang had been stuck at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm for many years. He certainly hoped that he could break through quickly. I can't believe I'm losing. I'm not happy about it. Just then, an unwilling roar came out, interrupting everyone's chatter. Only Fan Xian had climbed out of the pit by now. He was in a state of madness. The resignation of failure. It's made him lose his mind already. It was because he had always considered himself stronger than Li Qingyang. Today, he was suddenly defeated by Li Qingyang. He certainly took it a little hard. Li Qingyang had his feet in the air, his expression bland as he looked down at Fan Xian. Brother Fan, victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. There is no need to be too concerned. As for the marriage between you and my family, let's call it quits. Li Qingyang said slowly. He was bashful on the surface though, but in his heart, he was very disdainful of Fan Xian. You should know that one sword to the west, flying fairy out of heaven is a sword technique from the immortal world. With just one Fan Xian, was simply unable to defeat this sword move. Fan Xian's defeat was inevitable. Having said that, Li Qingyang didn't want to talk to Fan Xian anymore, so he wanted to turn around and leave. Though both times he was poisoned he may have had something to do with the Fan family, but there's no proof. He was also unable to directly tear himself apart from the Fan family. Slow down. Just then, an old voice reached the ears of the crowd. This voice is not loud though, but in the ears of the crowd, there was an incomparably depressing feeling. Li Qingyang stopped in his tracks. What kind of people? Injuring a member of my Fan family and then wanting to walk away. How can anything be so good? The words fell. Only a silhouette was seen rising up in the air. The moment the silhouette came out, it was filled with a vast and boundless powerful pressure. In the midst of the dazzling and incomparable holy light, the holy might was like a tidal wave, covering the 4 directions with might.
The domineering and overwhelming figure was a cause for worship. The crowd looked at the figure in the air with pale faces. The figure was a middle-aged man around 55 or 60 years old. His appearance was 7 times similar to Fan Xian's, but the temperament was much more dignified than Fan Xian's old ancestor. The moment Fan Xian saw this middle-aged man, he instantly regained his senses. Hearing Fan Xian's words, the crowd watching the battle was in an uproar. It turned out that this person was none other than the old ancestor of the Fan family. Fan Dong. Fan Dong was a Saint Realm powerhouse many years ago, then closed the life and death barrier. Then he stepped down as patriarch. So many years. Never heard from him. A lot of people thought he had passed away. I didn't realize it was still alive. According to the power fluctuations permeating his body right now, definitely in existence at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Li Qingyang was only at the 5th level of the Saint Realm. I'm afraid the chances of winning against Fan Dong are not too good. So it's Elder Fan. Latecomer is courteous. Li Qingyang said slowly. Li Clan brat. You injured my Fan Clan's people and you just want to walk away like that? Fan Dong asked lightly. Senior Fan and Brother Fan had a fair duel, so there is no need to be responsible for each other's injuries. Li Qingyang sensed that Fan Dong was not coming from a good place, so his attitude also cooled down a bit. I don't care. My Fan family's descendants can't be hurt for nothing anyway, Fan Dong said with a cold snort. What does Elder Fan want? Li Qingyang's face also went cold. Kneel down and kowtow. Break your own arm, and hand over that sword move just now, and I'll let you live, Fan Dong said faintly. This request came out. Everyone was in an uproar. That's not too much to ask anymore. Instead, it's completely unreasonable. It was clearly a fair duel to separate the winners from the losers. Fan Dong as a senior not only intervened, and you have to force the other guy to kowtow and break his arm, even more over the top, still trying to figure out each other's swordsmanship. Such an approach, it is really deceptive. Elder Fan, it's a bit beneath you to do so, isn't it? Li Qingyang forced down the anger in his heart and asked coldly. Mr. Fan's reasoning is simple. You're not as strong as me, so you deserve to be bullied by me. So my request, will you agree or not? Fan Dong asked with a face full of disdain. Chapter 122, This character is not a mortal object. It's all from an immortal's pen. Chapter 122, This character is not a mortal object. It's all from an immortal's pen. What if I say no? Li Qingyang asked coldly. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die, Fan Dong said faintly. You can't kill me, Li Qingyang sneered disdainfully. The words came out. It caused the crowd to clamor. What is Li Qingyang talking about? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? No, I heard it too. He said Fan Dong couldn't kill him. Fan Dong is at the 8th level of the Sacred Realm, 3 realms higher than him. Where did he get the courage to say that? Does he think that Fan Dong is comparable to the likes of Fan Xian? This time, he's dead. The crowd murmured. Xu Mingyang and the others were also dumbstruck at this moment. It was hard for them to believe it at first. Li Qingyang had the audacity to say such a thing, but it soon occurred to them. Li Qingyang definitely has a backhand, and this backhand was definitely given by Yi Linfan. Otherwise, how could Li Qingyang say something so courageous to a Sacred Realm 8th level powerhouse? I can't kill you? Fan Dong laughed back in anger. That's right. If you retreat now, I can refrain from killing you, or else today next year will be the anniversary of your death, Li Qingyang said with a bland expression. It was as if he wasn't facing a strong person at the 8th level of the Saint Realm. Rather, it was an ordinary old man in general. Everyone looked at Li Qingyang with incredulous eyes, including Mo Fei Yang. Is this guy crazy? Facing someone so much better than myself, not only do they not give in, and it screams back at the other guy. It's a heartfelt attempt to find a rhythm of death. Good. Very good. It seems that Mr. Fan has been in seclusion for many years, and the young people think that I can't lift my sword, and that Amir Jr. wants to kill me. Well, then I'll let you make the first move, lest it be said that I'm bullying the young with the big ones. Fan Dong laughed, but, the louder he laughed, the colder his eyes became. A stern aura kept flickering in his pupils. It was unnerving to watch. If I make the first move, you won't have a chance, Li Qingyang said indifferently. That made everyone shake their heads. Is Li Xinyang out of his mind? I can't believe I'm saying this. Isn't he afraid that Fan Dong will make his life worse than death later? Yeah, I'd like to see what you've got up your sleeve. Fan Dong put his hands behind his back and said with disdain. Good, then take that. Li Qingyang reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. The paper looks flat. Apparently it's just an ordinary piece of paper. But it's such an ordinary piece of paper. However, it made Xu Mingyang and the others' hearts twitch, because they recognized it. This was the paper that Yi Linfan usually used for writing and drawing. Sure enough, Mr. Yip gave him the backhand, and definitely very powerful backhanders.
They were even a little jealous of Li Qingyang in their hearts, because all of them, they had only ever gotten one calligraphy and painting from Yi Linfan, and Li Qingyang except for that sword move just now, and now I've got a piece of writing. Such a chance. Better than all of them. As for Mo Fei Yang's heart was already in his throat, because he doesn't think. With just a piece of paper, he was able to defeat the mighty Fan Dong. As for the others, they were dumbfounded. They weren't sure what Li Qingyang was doing taking out a piece of paper. Do you still want to before the duel? Exchanging words with Fan Dong? Please. We're all martial artists. Junior. You're not planning to kill me with just this piece of paper, are you? Seeing this, Fan Dong also laughed out loud. That's right. You'd be honored to die under this piece of paper, Li Qingyang said indifferently. Having said that, with a wave of his hand, throw this piece of paper into the air. The paper floated in the air, slowly unfolding against the wind. The moment the paper unfolds, a sudden feeling of wariness welled up in everyone's heart. The crowd was shocked. What's with the feeling? They rushed to look up. Only 8 large, powerful words were written above the paper in the sky. If I were an immortal, there would be no devil in the world. Those 8 big words. Golden light flickered, and the Tao was like a waterfall. It has the power to cut across the ages. It turned out that Li Qingyang had brought this piece of writing with him. It's to prevent Fan Dong. After all, the Fan family could even do something like poisoning, and it was done twice in a row. It is evident that the Fan family acts without any bottom line. Didn't realize. It was not what he expected. Fan Dong really stepped in. This writing of yours, where did you get it? Fan Dong's face changed as he asked. This character is not a mortal thing. All from the pen of an immortal, Li Qingyang said indifferently. Immortals? Where in this world are the immortals? Fan Dong said with a cold snort. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not there. If you don't show up today, you can still live. Since you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed by me, Li Qingyang said slowly. Having said that, he reached out and pointed at the paper in the air, only to see the paper in the air. There was a burst of golden light. The word immortal flew out from the paper. When the word immortal comes to the mortal world, heaven and earth change their colors. Immortal might was immense, and strands of Tao rhythms drooped down. The crowd only felt that a desperate and terrifying pressure filled heaven and earth. The pressure was enough to break the spine of all beings. The crowd watching the battle was crushed to the ground, couldn't move at all. Even the heart couldn't raise a single thought of resistance. This is immortal might. No matter how powerful he is, he's only human. Naturally, he couldn't resist the pressure. Only to see him similarly pinned to the ground with a dead weight, as the roiling immortal might was heading straight for him. That's why he's under the most pressure. Only to see that the ground around him had been cracked in layers by the pressure, and he himself was crushed deep into the pit. The whole thing couldn't move. Li Qingyang, I surrender. Where did Fan Dong dare to pose at this time? Before life and death. Dignity is just a joke. No one in this world is not afraid of death, especially one like Fan Dong. Definitely experienced countless life and death moments. It was only then that he had cultivated to his current realm. People like that, naturally, they are the most life-thirsty. I said I would kill you today, and I will, Li Qingyang said with a cold snort. People like Fan Dong, definitely viper-like. If we let him go today, must be waiting in the shadows for an opportunity to take a bite out of himself, even if he doesn't dare to deal with himself. If you are dealing with your own family, such a price one cannot afford. So, the only way, it is to obliterate it. The only thing that's safe is a dead man, Li Qingyang bellowed. The word immortal falls to mortal dust, and all living beings are exterminated. The words just fell. The word immortal in the sky came down with a bang. Boom! The word immortal hit Fan Dong hard. Shasta! The earth trembled, and heaven and earth lost their colors. The dust is so thick that it rolls back into the sky. A mournful scream resounded in all directions, hearing the crowd's hearts go cold. After a long time, when the smoke clears, the crowd hurriedly looked towards the top of Qingyang. The scene in front of them made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. Only to see that on the top of Qingyang, the ground was already devastated, and a huge pit of immortal characters hundreds of meters in circumference was particularly conspicuous. As for Fan Dong, it's long gone. It is evident that there are no more corpses left. There was a dead silence in heaven and earth. Everyone lost interest in talking, just staring blankly at the words in the air. The mind hated to want to take the word for itself. The word is just too powerful. I'm afraid that even a strong person at the 9th level of the Saint Realm would not necessarily be able to resist. If one could own such a painting, it can definitely go sideways. But, in their hearts they dare only think about it. It was important to know that Li Qingyang himself was a Saint Realm 5th level powerhouse. The strength was not weak. Though the piker is not guilty. The piker is not guilty. but Li Qingyang was no piker. Rather, it was the noble lord of the city. These two identities add up. Naturally, no one would dare to hit him. At this point, Li Qingyang was already retrieving the piece of writing in the air. The word immortal has returned to the paper. Subsequently, the golden light dissipated and the Tao rhythms returned. The mighty pressure in the sky also instantly dissipated without a trace. The piece of paper also changed back to the appearance of ordinary paper and returned to Li Qingyang's hand. At this point, an abnormal flush appeared on Li Qingyang's face. But, this flush of red came and went quickly. No one even noticed. It's worthy of being a top-tier immortal weapon. The cost of driving an immortal weapon was really not small. Surprisingly, it directly drains 60% of my spiritual energy. It's just horrible. Looks like it's going to be another one. I'm definitely out of my depth. But, such a top-notch immortal weapon. Using it once is enough to kill your opponent in seconds. You actually killed the old ancestor? Fan Xian exclaimed with a face full of horror. He was indeed afraid. Old ancestor was his last straw. It's also the backbone of the Van family. Now the top man is down. And the Van family is finished. At this point, his face was beyond disheveled. Kill or be killed. What can you do to me? Li Qingyang asked disdainfully. Anyway, at this point it's torn up. Naturally, he wouldn't pretend to be polite anymore. You win. I'm willing to gamble. And the marriage between our two families is over. Fan Xian said with a disheveled sigh. Is that all? Li Qingyang asked with a cold smile. What more do you want? Fan Xian asked with a blush. I'm asking you, did you order me to be poisoned? Li Qingyang asked coldly. Originally he didn't want to bring this up today, but since he has killed Fan Dong, it means that it's already immortal with the Fan family. Naturally, he would not be merciful and let the tiger return to the mountain. We must get rid of the evil. Just kill all the enemies. There would be no enemies in this world. I don't know what you mean. Fan Xian's face changed and his eyes had this twinkle in them. Doesn't matter. You're going to die today anyway. Li Qingyang finished. The long sword in his hand was swung. The cold light that filled the sky and covered the sky surged toward Fan Xian. The heavens and the earth were drenched in frost. It's frightening to see how much life has been lost. It's not that easy to kill me. Fan Xian was certainly not willing to suffer death. In anger, the long sword in his hand roared. Sword intent rushed into the sky, and the vastness of the sky was astonishing. The sword's aura dazzled and tore through the void. Boom! The two sword lights ruthlessly clashed together. A monstrous wave of air broke through the sky. The Qiankuan shook, and the stars and rivers were darkened. Fan Xian was already severely injured and had already lost a great deal of strength. The blow. It immediately caused him to spit out blood from his mouth and immediately shriveled up on the ground. Although he's still alive. But the impact of the sword. It had shattered his heart chakra. It can be said that the gods are hard to save. I'm not happy about it. Fan Xian roared with unwillingness. Originally, he thought he would definitely be the winner today. But never in a million years. It was surprising that the defeat would be his own. So what if you're not willing? You're a loser. And only death is your only destination. Li Qingyang said expressionlessly. Li Qingyang, don't be complacent. I'm also a city lord. If you kill me, the governor general will ask about it. Fan Xian collapsed after exhausting his entire body to say these words. There was not a sound anymore. We're having a fair duel. And I'm afraid it's not a good idea for even the governor general to ask questions. Li Qingyang shook his head and said, the lord governor is an official one level higher than the lord of the city. It's like the supreme governor of a region. The duel is finally over. Everyone was silent. There was a dead silence in heaven and earth. Today's duel was indeed a mixed bag. It ended up surprising everyone. Surprisingly, it was the unheralded Li Qingyang who became the final winner. The news that Li Qingyang had killed both father and son, Fan Dong and Fan Xian, quickly spread throughout the world. Shocked the people who didn't go to the duel into submission. They didn't think Li Qingyang had unexpectedly become so strong, and with such a powerful piece of writing on it. Words that could kill an 8th level Saint Realm powerhouse in seconds. This made everyone scorn Li Qingyang. After Li Qingyang killed Fan Xian, he went straight to the Mingyu City Lord's mansion. Killed everyone in the Fan family. Someone who can be the lord of the city. Definitely not a soft-hearted person. Li Xinyang is no exception. His goal was to kill Fan Jian, but he killed all the Vans. Just couldn't find Fan Jian. It left him somewhat helpless. But Fan Jian was still too weak. There's no threat at all. Li Shenyang didn't find him, and simply give up. Of course Yi Linfan didn't know about this news. He still lives in his yard, living a life as isolated as the rest of the world. At this point, he was in the process of carving the next Jedi artifact. The carving knife in his hand kept waving. The black iron divine wood that was the hand had also begun to gradually take on some contours. One day later, outside of Yi Linfan's courtyard, there stood two middle-aged men. These two middle-aged men were none other than Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyang. After yesterday's duel, Mo Feiyang was already incredibly eager to see Yi Linfan. Someone who could write a word that could kill the 8th level of the sacred realm in seconds. Definitely a supreme master without a doubt. This is your own chance to arrive. If you miss it, will surely regret it for the rest of my life. So, after Li Qingyang rested for a day, he destroyed Li Qingyang early in the morning to bring him to visit Yi Linfan, just up the hill. Mo Feiyang then felt the incomparably dense aura. This made him feel more and more curious about Yi Linfan. However, come to the yard door, and yet, he was a little disappointed. This is the courtyard where Mr. Yi lives? It looks pretty ordinary too, Mo Feiyang said with a frown. It looks average on the surface. You'll see how extraordinary it is when you go in, Li Qingyang said indifferently. Then hurry up and call the door, Mo Feiyang said impatiently. Having said that, he then tried to knock on the door. Don't rush it yet. Li Qingyang suddenly opened his mouth to stop it. Chapter 124, what a great deal. Chapter 124, what a great deal. What's wrong? Mo Feiyang asked suspiciously. You remember what I told you, Li Qingyang said slowly. Of course I remember. It's about treating him like a normal person and not mentioning anything about cultivation in front of him, right? Mo Feiyang immediately said. Exactly. Li Qingyang nodded and said. Don't worry. You've reminded me of this over 20 times on the road. And my ears are getting calloused. Mo Feiyang said somewhat helplessly. I'm doing this for your own good. Mr. Ye's strength is too terrifying. If you anger him, the Shin family will be your forewarning, Li Qingyang said slowly. Before coming, he had already told Mo Feiyang. The Shin family was the one Yi Linfan exterminated with his zither. This made Mo Feiyang very shocked. It was important to know that Mo Feiyang was also proficient in the zither. With his strength, if he was allowed to kill his opponent with his zither at close range, naturally, there will be no problem. But Yi Linfan was surprisingly able to be thousands of meters away, overthrowing a martial arts family with the sound of a zither. Such strength. Very scary indeed. Mo Feiyang swallowed his saliva and nodded. I know, but later on I must ask Mr. Yi for some lessons on sound. He was also a lover of the piano. In knowing that Yi Linfan was also good at the guqin, he was naturally a little tickled. Is Mr. Yi home? Li Qingyang shouted. It didn't take long. A young man came out of the house. It was none other than Yi Linfan. Mo Feiyang hurriedly looked over, because before coming, he had already heard too many amazing things about Yi Linfan. So, he had always been curious about Yi Linfan. What kind of person would it really be? Surprisingly, it would cause so many Saint Realm powerhouses to be convinced and bow down. However, Mo Feiyang saw Yi Linfan for the first time. There was some feeling of disappointment in his heart, because the young man in front of him looked flat. No power fluctuations could be felt on his body either. But, this disappointment was just a flash in the pan, because he knows it well. Li Qingyang was not a person who liked to exaggerate. He said Yi Linfan was a supreme master. Then there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. City Lord Li, what brings you here? This is? Yi Linfan asked. This is my good friend, Luyun City Lord Mo Feiyang. Li Qingyang hurriedly introduced himself. Yi Linfan sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart when he heard this. Another big brother. Coming good. The more bigots you know, the more I have to lean on. Think about it. Yi Linfan immediately said very enthusiastically. So it's City Lord Mo. Nice to meet you. Please come in. He opened the courtyard gate. Put the duo in. Li Qingyang has been here many times. Instead, I've gotten used to it. But Mo Feiyang was here for the first time. As soon as he came in, an incomparably rich aura was felt. The aura almost suffocated him. This aura here is surprisingly so rich. It was definitely 10 times denser than the aura outside. It's really worthy of being the residence of a high-ranking person. Just such a rich aura alone. It had already manifested that Yi Linfan would definitely not be as simple as it appeared. Mo Feiyang gathered his shocked feelings. Then he intended to walk towards the front. However, his foot, which he had just tried to raise, immediately dropped, because just then, an old hen is foraging on the ground. It just happened to pass under Mo Feiyang's feet. However, Mo Feiyang saw the old hen but his expression was grave and his body stiffened. Standing in place, he didn't dare to make a move at all, because before coming, Li Qingyang had already told him, every animal in this yard is an ancient beast. That's why he's so nervous. This is an ancient beast. Even a sneeze, both can kill their own existence. But, he scrutinized the old hen. How to watch? All just a regular old hen. Where does it look like the legendary ancient beast phoenix? Perhaps he had sensed Mo Feiyang's suspicion. The old hen, who had been looking down for food, suddenly raised her head. It just happened to meet Mo Feiyang's gaze. Mo Feiyang's body shook. Suddenly I felt my eyes glaze over. He was already in a sea of fire himself. In the midst of a sea of fire, a phoenix with a body length of 100 feet soared in the sea of fire. Ancient divine beasts that overwhelm heaven and earth. It's mind-blowing. Lord Mo City, what's wrong with you? Just then, Mo Fei Yang felt himself being pushed.
Eyes glazed over.
Instantly back to reality. Original. Yi Linfan saw that Mo Fei Yang was suddenly dazed.
So push him a little.
It's okay. Mo Fei Yang hastily shook his head and said.
But he was already in a cold sweat at this point.
No longer dare to look the old hen in the eye. Sure enough, it's an ancient beast. It's just horrible.
Yi Linfan brought the two into the house.
As soon as Mo Fei Yang entered the house, an unmistakable look of stupefaction had come over his face. The Taoist flavor in this living room was too strong. Just see the void here.
It was already floating with green-colored Tao rhythms.
Every furnishing in the living room, all are immensely powerful beings. Mo Fei gulped and looked around. Soon enough,
he saw the heavenly demon sword lying in the corner. This turned out to be the heavenly demon sword.
By the looks of it, the sword spirit seems to have been erased. It must have been erased by Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi is really something. Surprisingly,
he was able to erase the heavenly demon sword spirit.
City Lord Mo recognizes this sword? Yi Linfan saw that Mo Fei Yang had been looking at the heavenly demon sword and asked curiously. I don't recognize it. Where did Mr. Yi get this sword? Mo Fei Yang asked. I picked it up in front of my house, and it's a pretty sharp sword, so I usually use it for chopping wood.
Yi Linfan replied.
Mo Fei Yang almost didn't faint when he heard this. Not bad for a man of the world.
The titular heavenly devil sword is in his hands.
But only chopping wood.
Why don't you guys have a seat and I'll go get you guys a cup of tea?
Yi Linfan said. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The two men's eyes lit up and they thanked him. Li Qingyang had already told Yi Linfan about the extraordinary nature of spirit tea. So Mo Fei Yang when he heard about drinking tea. Again, very exciting. Yi Linfan went to the back kitchen to make tea. The living room. Only Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang were sitting here. At this point, Mo Fei Yang finally saw the Fushi zither. His eyes lit up as he pointed at the Fushi zither and asked, Brother Li, do you think this is the same ancient zither?
Yes,
that's it.
Li Qingyang nodded and said.
Mo Fei Yang hurriedly got up and came in front of the Fushi Guqin.
The Fushi Guqin was emitting a faint white light at this moment. Every single pattern on it was haunted by green light, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. A brilliant aura of the great Tao greeted him. The strings of this zither are surprisingly made from white silk of heavenly snow.
Mo Fei Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and said, That's right, it's sky snow white silk.
It wasn't the first time Li Qingyang had seen the Fushi zither, so there was no surprise on his face.
That's a big handful. Mo Fei Yang sighed. Chapter 125 Anomalies arising from playing the qin. Chapter 125 Anomalies arising from playing the qin.
Heavenly snow white silk was the topmost weapon refining material under the sky.
Any weapon,
as long as it was integrated into a trace of heavenly snow white silk,
it could skyrocket in power, even if it's an ordinary weapon.
It blends into the white silk of heavenly snow.
It can also be transformed into a divine weapon.
It seems that this ancient zither is a top-tier immortal artifact.
Mo Fei Yang said with glowing eyes.
The divine wood of the heavenly sun is the body, and the white silk of the heavenly snow is the string. This was coupled with the incomparably oppressive power fluctuations emanating from above. It was definitely a top-tier immortal artifact without a doubt.
This made Mo Fei Yang incomparably envious. You know he's in the Guqin everyone.
And the Guqin was part of his martial arts. He has made a Guqin himself.
This ancient zither was named the 9 Heavenly Flowing Spring Zither. This piano is out.
Then he was born with a vision.
In the sky, surprisingly, the Milky Way hung upside down,
falling into the mortal world from beyond the 9 heavens. That's why it was named the 9 Heavenly Flowing Spring Zither. But in front of this ancient qin of Yi Linfan, the 9 Heavenly Flowing Spring Zither that he had always been proud of was simply scum.
There is no comparison at all. Make a good piano for him.
He hadn't played a top-tier immortal artifact grade Guqin yet.
At this point, he had pressed on a bit, wanted to savor the wonderful feeling of playing a top-tier immortal weapon. But, before asking for Yi Linfan's approval as the master, he wouldn't dare do anything rash. Two of you, have some tea. Just then, came Yi Linfan's voice. Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang sat back down at the table. Playing the piano can be a little late. Tea must be drunk first. You know this is spiritual tea. Not just anyone can drink it. Mo Fei Yang opened the lid of the teacup. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out, instantly turning the house into a world of smoke. The incomparably refreshing aroma of tea rushed into his nose. It's refreshing. Just a single inhale. He then felt the spiritual energy in his body surprisingly begin to grow. It shocked him to the core. It's really worthy of being a spiritual tea. It's just a snort. That's how effective it is. What a fragrant tea. Mo Fei let out a sigh of admiration. He immediately picked up his teacup and drank it. tea in the throat. The incomparably powerful aura entered his body and soon exploded with a loud bang.
The explosion caused the spiritual energy in his body to desperately surge.
It skyrocketed a whole lot.
He had only just broken through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. If one wants to break through to the 4th level of the Holy Realm, it will take another 5 years at the very least. But this cup of spiritual tea, it didn't make him break through though, yet it had already put him only one step away from the 4th level of the Saint Realm. It's safe to say, it was also equivalent to saving 5 years of hard work.
Good tea, Mo Feiyang said with a long sigh. Want another drink? Yi Linfan asked with a smile. No, thanks. Mo Feiyang hastily refused.
Although Li Qingyang hadn't explained him, but he still understands it perfectly.
Because the body can't handle a second cup of spiritual tea. Mr. Yi, what is the name of this ancient zither of yours? Mo Feiyang asked as he stared at the Fushi zither with a fiery gaze. This zither is named Fushi.
Yi Linfan replied.
Can I play it? Mo Feiyang asked with some itchiness.
Sure. Yi Linfan nodded and said.
The Fushi zither is just an imitation in his eyes. It's not worth anything at all. Mo Feiyang wants to play. Naturally, he wouldn't mind. Mo Feiyang was overjoyed and carefully reached out to pluck a string. Knock.
The sound of the zither was melodious and ancient, just like the twilight drums and morning bells.
Mo Feiyang's mind was shaken. This piano is so good.
Although it was only a short sound,
it was already like heavenly music. A good Qin. Patriarch Yi, could you let me play a song? Mo Feiyang asked with a hopeful face.
Although he had only played it once,
Mo Feiyan had already fallen in love with it.
It was like a swordsman seeing a supreme sword. This was not only an immortal artifact, but also a superb zither.
Mo Feiyang naturally used it to stroke a song.
Of course, Yi Linfan nodded and said,
thanks a lot. A hint of incomparable excitement appeared on Mo Feiyang's face.
He took a deep breath and slowly placed his hands on the Fushi zither,
then began to play. A low,
depressing sound of a zither slowly spread out. There was even a faint sound of wind and snow in the sound of the zither.
It was as if Li Qingyang was instantly pulled into the bitter cold wind and the flying snow. Suddenly,
the spring breeze came, and thousands of pear blossoms bloomed.
Standing between heaven and earth,
the only thing in front of me was that vast expanse. Birds fly away from 1,000 mountains and people disappear along 10,000 paths. It was as if apart from the flying snow in the sky, only endless loneliness and despondency remained.
Li Qingyang was also very impressed with Mo Feiyang,
able to make people hallucinate with the sound of the zither,
entering the way with the Qin.
It was really very impressive.
Soon, Mo Feiyang suddenly turned his zither around.
The sound of the piano became joyful and pleasant.
Li Qingyang's body shook. The scene in front of me shifted. A ray of sunlight appeared in the sky, dispelling the roiling chill.
Soon the snow melted and the river resumed its flow.
Spring comes back in the winter.
A flash of new buds on an ice-covered branch breaks free of its prison.
On the ground,
a small blade of grass struggled to topple the boulder weighing on its head.
Good rain knows the time when spring is in the air.
The wind goes with the night and moistens things silently.
Early spring is chilly but vibrant.
The snow outside the house had also disappeared.
Just then, countless birds flew from the sky, landing above the treetops, chirping happily.
Without experiencing a cold wind to the bone, how would you understand the preciousness of spring? Li Qingyang listened to the birds chirping outside the window. It felt as if I were basking in the warmth and reveling in the colors of spring. As the last tone rang out in high pitch, it echoed through the heavens and earth. Li Qingyang only felt his eyes clear. All the visions instantly disappeared. The birds outside fluttered their wings and flew away without the attraction of the sound of music. Li Qingyang still had his eyes closed. It was as if he had not yet awakened from the vision of the lyre.
Mo Feiyang was very satisfied to see Li Qingyang's reaction, but after seeing the expression on Yi Linfan's face, the expression on his face stiffened a little, because Yi Linfan was sober.
It was as if he hadn't been indulged in his zither music in the slightest.
In fact,
Yi Linfan had been very lucid all along,
because he listened to Mo Feiyang's tune.
Thought the other side's tunes were great though, but there are still areas that are not rounded enough to be comfortable. These lack of roundness and ease make the whole piece less than smooth.
Sure, it's just a small problem. If you are not a very skilled player of the piano, you can't hear these problems.
It was just someone like Yi Linfan whose zither skills had reached the divine level.
It's what makes you think there's something very wrong with the tune. Yi Linfan's heart quickly had a very clear position on Mo Feiyang's zither skills. That is,
the other person's zither skills are not as good as his own,
and the gap is pretty big. Just then,
a round of applause. It was Li Qingyang who applauded.
Li Qingyang looked at Mo Feiyang with incomparable admiration and said,
Brother Mo's zither skills are even better than before.
Chapter 126, I'll just play a song. Chapter 126, I'll just play a song. Li Qingyang had been friends with Mo Feiyang for many years. Naturally,
he could hear that Mo Feiyang's zither skills had improved a lot more than before.
Mo Feiyan sniffed and a hint of pride appeared on his face. I have to say, immortal weapons just feel different when they pop up. However, he still said very modestly, actually, my zither skills haven't improved much. It's mainly because of this Fushi zither. As important as the instrument is, the art is no less important. Li Qingyang said with a smile. Brother Li is too kind. Mo Feiyan said with a smile. He turned his head to Yi Linfan and asked, Mr. Yi is also a member of the Qin Dao. Please also comment on it. Yi Linfan had wanted to be honest, but seeing Mo Feiyan so self-congratulatory about his zither skills, and it's too embarrassing to hit each other directly, so he just said, this song is good. Mo Feiyan stuttered at his words. Such a tune was actually only good in Yi Linfan's heart. It is really unimaginable. Moreover, the expression on Yi Linfan's face was clearly an expression of having something he didn't want to say. Mo Feiyang's heart was suddenly a bit unconvinced. However, he didn't dare to lash out at Yi Linfan. After all, the strength of the young man in front of him was too astonishing. If one dares to make the other angry, if you get run over by one of the other's fingers, then there's really no place to cry. So he only had to put on an educated expression and said, Mr. Yi doesn't have to be polite. You and I are meeting friends today with the Qin. So let's get to the point. In that case, then I will also stroke the zither, and you and I will confirm each other. Yi Linfan said slowly. Mo Feiyang immediately gave up his position and said, I'm all ears. He wanted to see if Yi Chen's zither skills were really as powerful as Li Qingyang said, because in the mouth of Li Qingyang, Yi Linfan was not only strong, and great at writing, painting, carving, and cooking. Now even the piano skills are great. The likelihood of that is too low. Even immortals, like ordinary people, only have 12 hours in a day. It is absolutely impossible to practice all of these to the top level. There's no way such a pervert could exist in this world, although Yi Linfan looked perverted enough. But Mo Feiyan was confident that his zither skills would not lose to Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan Yan sat down. Both hands were placed on the Fushi zither. I'm going to start. Yi Linfan said slowly. As soon as the words fell, an incomparably strange aura spread out from his body. At this moment, he was actually one with heaven and earth. If you closed your eyes, you wouldn't be able to sense his presence at all. This is the state of fusion of heavenly paths. The hearts of the crowd jolted, and an expression of incomparable shock appeared on their faces. At this very moment, inside this cabin, Yi Linfan was the heavenly Dao, and the heavenly Dao was Yi Linfan. He was seen moving his hands and brushing the strings. The first voice sounded and sent the crowd reeling. This tone was extremely short, but it vaguely conveyed a gust of killing aura. Ambush on 10 sides, Li Qingyang said with a grave expression. Yi Linfan played it, the very same 10-sided ambush that wiped out the Shin family. This song was simply impressive to Li Qingyang. Naturally, I heard it on the first listen. Dang! Yi Linfan kept waving his hands rapidly. The continuous and unceasing short sounds caused an aura of killing to begin to spread out between heaven and earth. The crowd was stirred to hear these short tones. Even those ancient beasts in the yard. It's gotten a little manic too. But, the big yellow dog was pretty calm. It's suppressing them. Otherwise, if we let these ancient beasts run amok, I'm afraid all creatures in a 10,000 mile radius will suffer. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the armor light opens up to the sun with golden scales. Both Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyang, or the ancient beasts in the courtyard. It was as if they had a vision of the two armies facing each other in front of the line. The shouts are loud, the momentum is high, and the momentum is ready to go. The armor on the thousands of soldiers and horses reflected the sky as if it were gold, and Yi Linfan's body began to light up with countless green-colored halos. Countless cyan-colored halos surrounded his body, reflecting him like a deity. So many Dao rhythms, Li Qingyang said with a gulp. The power fluctuations emanating from the top of each Dao rhyme were not as weak as a Saint Realm powerhouse. Subsequently, Yi Linfan's zither didn't slow down, but instead had a tendency to get faster and faster. The sharp sound of the zither was like a shocking wave. The killing aura in the sound of the zither had also reached its peak. The standoff between the two armies finally ended at this point. The horns are sounding and the drums are beating. A heavenly murderous aura penetrates the 9 heavens. The two armies charged towards each other. The two torrents of steel crashed together viciously. Shouts, screams, hoarse neighs, the sound of weapons clashing. The battlefield quickly turned into a meat grinder. Human life becomes like grass. The Dao rhythm on Yi Linfan's body also produced a change. The greenish halo turned into a stream. As the sound of the piano became more and more urgent, a trickle of streams gradually becomes a mighty river. The torrential river soon covered the room. It covered Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyang as well. The Dao rhythm was present, and the crowd felt a metaphysical permeation throughout their bodies. They even felt some pain in their bodies. However, their faces showed an expression of incomparable ecstasy, because they are clear. This was the river of Tao rhythm sloughing off impurities from their bodies and improving their bodies. So they immediately sat down cross-legged. Let the rivers of Tao rhythm flow throughout his body. The entire body was filled with green light, and the aura of the great Tao flowed unceasingly. The aura on their bodies was gradually getting stronger. It wasn't long before Yi Linfan's zither sound changed once again. The sharp and unmistakable sound of the zither began to become subdued. The originally monstrous killing aura became incomparably sad. The image in front of the crowd changed once again, only to see that the armies fighting on both sides had already been divided. The winning side has surrounded the losing side. The losing side was almost completely wiped out. Only a domineering and overwhelming figure, covered in blood, was left standing upright. Even in the face of the thousands of troops that surrounded him, he remained fearless. It's rather like having an enemy in the world, whether it's a god or a beast. After getting a good look at the man, at the same time the body shook violently, because this person looked exactly like himself. So, this is me? A feeling of enlightenment rose from the heart. The path of cultivation was meant to go against the heavens and raise the world as an enemy. I don't want to say anything about the feudal lords, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. How is cultivating immortality not like that? With every step, there is a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood and white bones underfoot. If you want to step onto that supreme path of immortal cultivation, these enemies in front of you are your own obstacles and calamities. The road to immortality. It's cold and unforgiving. It is better to teach me to lose the world than to teach the world to lose me. If you want to move forward, the only way is to walk with a sword and slaughter the world. Chapter 127, A Song That Leads to the Heavenly Way. Chapter 127, A Song That Leads to the Heavenly Way. Listen to the sad sound of the piano in your ears. Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyan's minds moved. The image of himself immediately raised his weapon and charged towards the thousands of opposing armies. Even if the world is against me, I will go alone. If you don't come back, you don't come back. At this point, a hint of excitement began to be embedded in the mournful sound of the piano. It's like a war song. In the middle of the picture, with 1 against 10,000, the sound of killing was so loud that the aura of killing was overwhelming. Endless blood chi rolled around, coloring this heaven and earth red. Countless enemies fell where the sword blade pointed, and I don't know how long. Just when they felt they were exhausted, the last enemy finally fell by his own hand. After the big battle, the ground was full of corpses. The heavens and the earth are pale, and only one man is left alive. Since ancient times, all the ways of heaven have been merciless, leaving this life empty and lonely. The path of cultivation is accompanied by loneliness. Killing the whole world is the only way to be supreme. Under the presence of Dao Yun, everyone's hearts were clear. At this point the sound of the piano was fading and it was nearing the end. In the eyes of the crowd, a ray of sunlight appeared in the sky. The direction that the sunlight was pointing was the direction of the peak of the heavenly Tao. The crowd looked into the sunlight and saw the direction of the peak of the heavenly Tao. Along the way, there are still countless calamities, and there are still enemies all over the world. Yet so what? The only thing to do is to move on. So they walked slowly in the direction that the sunlight was pointing to the sound of the fading piano. Soon the sound of the piano stopped. The vision in front of everyone's eyes instantly disappeared. But the rivers of Tao rhythm still surrounded them. Their eyes remained closed and they sat cross-legged on the ground without moving. Only the power fluctuations emanating from their bodies were already getting stronger. The sound of the zither had finished, and Yi Linfan let out a long breath. He looked up at the two men who were meditating. There was a look of unmistakable strangeness on his face. It's good to have a high level of cultivation. Get into a state of practice anytime, anywhere. Cultivation wastrels like yourself. I guess I can't get into that state for the rest of my life. Yi Linfan thought with incomparable envy in his heart. Just then, two shocking fluctuations rose to the sky. Incomparably terrifying power swept out from Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyan's bodies. Click, click. Both of their bodies shook violently at the same time. They broke through at the same time. Li Qingyang broke through to the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Mo Feiyang, on the other hand, had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Boundless terror swept in all directions. Both of them opened their eyes at the same time, and a brilliant light shot out from their pupils. If someone had looked into their eyes, they would have been shocked, because their eyes were not the normal color at this time, but full of blood red. Amidst the blood red, instead, waves of blood and corpses rolled. The faces of the two men showed a look of incomparable ecstasy. They can be the head of a city. Talent goes without saying. In the past, they would still be complacent because of their cultivation speed, until after they met Yi Linfan. Look at the words Yi Linfan wrote and the paintings he made. Listen to the tune Yi Linfan played. Breaking through is as easy as eating and drinking. Only then did they realize that their previous cultivation was a complete waste of time. What they don't realize is this. The ancient beasts in the courtyard. It's gotten stronger. 2. An incomparably violent power fluctuation emanated from their bodies. It rages on and on in the yard.
It was also fortunate that these power fluctuations could only echo in the middle of the courtyard. If a single ounce of power spills out, the whole space will collapse. After all, this was an ancient divine beast. The power is naturally not comparable to ordinary space. And these forces also touched Yi Linfan's house. It's also automatically bypassed. It was as if it didn't affect Yi Linfan's house at all. Soon, these ancient divine beasts stopped breaking through. Even the peaches on the tree became fuller and rosier than before. It's appetizing as soon as it looks. Master Zither is just too terrifying, the old hen said. Yeah, I've already broken through to the 8th level of the Saint Realm,
Carp said. My white tiger bloodline has already activated 80%.
I'm about to become a true divine beast white tiger,
Xiaobai said with incomparable excitement.
It had always wanted to be a true divine beast.
It's not far from that goal now. Brother dog, did your old man make a breakthrough? Carp asked cautiously. You want to try?
Big Yellow Dog asked with a smirk.
Just kidding. How dare I make a move against you?
Carp said with a compensatory smile.
My peach is a little short of becoming a peach.
Peachtree said slowly. If it turns into a peach,
the peach tree is then really off the charts. It's turning into a real fairy tree. Regardless, the master is the most terrifying.
The old hen looked at Yi Linfan's house with incomparable awe.
I was planning to follow my master for the rest of my life anyway,
Carp said with a smile.
Who isn't? Xiaobai immediately said. If I hadn't met Yi Linfan, I'm afraid it's just a so-called divine beast descendant for the rest of its life. Descendants will always be just descendants. Never become a true beast.
There was only Yi Linfan to rely on.
It can only really do the opposite of what it is supposed to do.
Alright, all of you stop talking so as not to disturb the master. You should know well that the master likes to be quiet,
the big yellow dog said faintly.
This statement was made.
All the ancient divine beasts closed their mouths.
The yard had also returned to its usual quiet.
At this point, inside the house, Li Qingyang and Mo Feiyang were looking at Yi Linfan with eyes of immense reverence.
If they hadn't kept it close to their hearts,
Yi Linfan liked the principle of showing himself as immortal.
They would have given Yi Linfan a 5-body salute by now.
Especially Mo Feiyang.
Looking at Yi Linfan already had both eyes full of stars.
A song through the sky. This is the true master of the zither. Not bad for a man of the world. It's true that you can't think in terms of common sense.
Such amazing piano skills.
Just now, I actually said very humbly that I only know a little bit about it. In comparison,
one's own piano skills are childishly ridiculous.
No wonder people are reluctant to comment on their piano skills. Turns out it's because he's so bad at the piano.
It would be a loss of face to point it out directly. That's why he chose a particularly euphemistic way to point himself out.
Such a mind is simply a mountain of its own. No matter how long it's been, it's hard to forget it. Mr. Yi, may I ask what was the name of that song just now? Mo Feiyang asked. Ambush on 10 sides.
Yi Linfan said indifferently. Mo Feiyang heard this and exclaimed. I didn't expect that there would be such deafening tunes in the world.
It really is an eye-opener for me. And I don't know who made this tune. I made it myself.
Yi Linfan said slowly. It's not like anyone in the world knows the 10-sided illusion anyway. Yi Linfan was also too lazy to popularize history with the group of people in front of him.
Might as well just say you made it yourself.
Mr. Yi is truly a great talent.
I have a request, and I ask you to fulfill it. Mo Feiyang said respectfully. Chapter 128, this song is worthless. Chapter 128, this song is worthless. What is it that City Lord Mo has to do? Please be straightforward.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Would you be so kind as to teach me to play this 10-face tune? Mo Feiyang asked with a face full of apprehension.
He was not certain in his heart that Yi Linfan was willing to teach him.
After all, this song is just too precious. He just wanted to try. In his opinion, it's a little more likely to be rejected.
Sure, Yi Linfan said without hesitation. Since Mr. Yi is not willing, then,
what? You promise? Mo Feiyang didn't react at first. However, he reacted quickly.
Then incomparably shocked, he looked at Yi Linfan.
And he said yes? That's right. It's not like this tune is anything very valuable. And if City Lord Mo wants to learn it, then I'll give you the sheet music.
Yi Linfan said slowly.
This tune isn't worth much? Hear that. Mo Feiyang and Li Qingyang were both very speechless. Not bad for a man of the world. The hierarchy is indeed different from the rest of us. Something so precious, in his eyes. Surprisingly, it's not worth it at all. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Mo Feiyang said with incomparable excitement. With this song,
his strength must have gone to the next level.
Li Qingyang also looked at Mo Feiyang with incomparable envy.
He was not proficient in the lyre,
though, even if you ask for this zither song, it also doesn't help. Moreover,
he already possessed in his hands a calligraphy and a painting sent by Yi Linfan. It's all worth as much as this zither piece.
Think of it this way. His heart was balanced. Yi Linfan immediately plopped down on the desk. Write out the 10-sided piano score. The song. He would have played it before he crossed over. So the sheet music is always in the back of your mind. Now just write it out directly. It didn't take long. The sheet music is already written. He placed the sheet music in Mo Fei Yang's hand. This is the sheet music of the 10 ambushes. Take it. If you don't understand anything you can come and ask me. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Mo Fei Yang received the sheet music with trembling hands. Look at him. Yi Linfan secretly laughed in his heart. This is too much of a stretch. It's just a piano score. I can't believe I'm so excited. It seems that Mo Fei Yang is really into Zither Dao. Otherwise it wouldn't be such an attitude. After Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang stayed for a while longer. Only then did he get up to say goodbye. Yi Linfan also immediately got up to see him off. When they went out to the yard, suddenly an incomparably terrifying wave of power crashed towards them. This power fluctuation covered the sky and was vast. It can be said to be powerful. It made them unable to put up any resistance at all. This was the power fluctuation left over from those ancient divine beasts when they broke through. They were, after all, ancient divine beasts. Even the residual power fluctuations. It was also not something that Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang could resist. Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang were immediately chilled to the bone. If you are hit by this force, they're definitely going to be seriously injured. Just when they had completely given up resisting, Yi Linfan, who was in front of them, suddenly waved his hand. The volatile power fluctuations in the sky unexpectedly disappeared just like that, and the heavens and the earth were cleared with it. The shadow of death that loomed over Li Qingyang and Mo Fei Yang's hearts also disappeared. Both of them also breathed a long sigh of relief. Mr. Yi, we take our leave, Li Qingyang said. They were grateful that Yi Linfan had stepped in though, but they were well aware of Yi Linfan's personality. It's about pretending to be ordinary. All the things that seem unbelievable. It's all about pretending to be oblivious. Farewell. Yi Linfan nodded and said. Upon returning to the house, Yi Linfan continued to begin his journey of carving divine artifacts. The black iron divine wood was under the swing of the carving knife in his hand. It has gradually taken on an outline. Moreover, this artifact looked much smaller than the Fushichin. Guess it won't take long. This ancient artifact will be finished. 3 days passed like that. Yi Linfan came to the courtyard early in the morning. After feeding these pets in the yard, he then said to Big Yellow Dog, Big Yellow, come with me to Falling Cloud City. There's no meat in the house. The Big Yellow Dog sniffed and immediately farted to Yi Linfan's feet, tongue out, tail wagging. A total dog indeed. It also made the other divine beasts secretly despise them. This guy is usually tugging like a 2x4. I didn't expect to be like a dog in front of my master. Nope. It's supposed to be a dog. Okay, let's pretend we didn't say that. They actually envied the Big Yellow Dog for being able to go out shopping with Yi Linfan so often. But, envy alone is useless. After all, they are inappropriate. It's not uncommon to hear of people taking their dogs out on the street. No one has ever heard of bringing a chicken or a fish to the street. As for white, it's new. Again, the most vegetable. Naturally, I am afraid to comment. Yi Linfan left the courtyard with the Big Yellow Dog. The carp, with its cheerful nature, was the first to jump out of the pond. I should have known not to turn into a fish, making it so that I can only stay in the pond every day, suffocating my breath, and I can't even go out. Carp said with some indignation. If you don't want to stay in the pond, then don't. It's not like anyone is keeping you in the pond. The old hen said with a grunt. Carp sniffed. Snappy was half speechless. To get it out of the pond. That's impossible. This pond can be full of spiritual spring water. Stay in here. Enjoyed the felling every day. I'm used to comfortable days. Make it miserable again. That's absolutely impossible. I'm just a little indignant as to why the owner always takes that dog out. Carp said. Stop complaining. It's not like you're afraid to say it to your face. The old hen sneered unmercifully. You stupid chicken. Are you trying to fight? The carp was furious. A huge 5-clawed golden dragon silhouette appeared above its head. A powerful and incomparable dragon might fill the air. I'm not afraid of you, the old hen said defiantly. Soon, a huge red phoenix silhouette appeared above its head. The temperature in the courtyard instantly became high. It's like turning into an oven. If there's someone else here, must not be able to stand this heat. You'll be roasted to a crisp in no time. Well, if dog isn't here, I'm still here. So don't go too far guys. Just then, the peach tree snapped. The carp and the old hen sniffed and collected themselves. Peach trees are also strong. I think they provoked the peach tree in the beginning, whipped to death by the branches of the peach tree. Now they see the peach trees constantly shaking branches, can still feel the body incredibly raw. It's all pumped out psychologically. If dog isn't here, you all have to listen to me, so do what you have to do. Peach tree said faintly.
The carp dutifully slipped back into the pond. The old hen also found a corner and sat down on the ground and closed her eyes. At this point, Yi Linfan had arrived in the butcher store in Falling Cloud City. As soon as he came in, just one thing caught my eye. Chapter 129, Going to the Rescue. Chapter 129, Going to the Rescue. Just a corner on the counter. A water basin was placed. There was a turtle swimming in the water inside the water bowl. The turtle was no more than the size of a palm. It looks about the same as a regular turtle. But there is something different about it. That is, his turtle shell was surprisingly golden. That was what Yi Linfan noticed about this turtle. Because he had never seen a turtle with a golden shell before, this one got him very upset. Boss Lu, how do you sell this turtle? Yi Linfan immediately asked. Mr. Yi likes this turtle? Boss Lu asked. I thought it would be fun, so I wanted to get one. Yi Linfan nodded and said, Mr. Yi wants it, so it's yours. Boss Lu said with a smile. How is this? Good? Yi Linfan asked with a frown. It doesn't matter. I picked up this turtle anyway. It didn't cost me any money at all. I was worried that I didn't know what to do with it. And if Mr. Yi wants it, then it's perfect. Boss Lu hurriedly explained. I see. Then I'll be polite. Yi Linfan heard this and stopped pushing. Boss Lu immediately took out a small cage, putting the little turtle into the cage and handing it to Yi Linfan. Boss, give me another dozen pounds of meat. Yi Linfan said. Okay. I just got in some brute beef here yesterday. Wrap it up for you? Boss Lu asked. Brute beef? Quite okay. Yi Linfan's eyes lit up when he heard this and immediately said. The savage beef Yi Linfan had eaten before. The meat can be very flavorful. It's perfect for beef fondue. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you now. Boss Lu said with a smile. Yi Linfan paid the money, took the wrapped savage beef and planned to leave. Just then, a young woman ran in with a face full of fear. This young woman, Yi Linfan recognized. It was Boss Lu's wife. Wang cried out as soon as she came in. Master, it's bad. Something big has happened. It's not decent to cry, so tell me what's going on. Boss Lu said with some displeasure. I had just brought Shower to play at the city gates when suddenly a dog demon appeared and took Shower captive. Wang cried louder. What? How did that happen? Boss Lu's face changed drastically. Shower is his only daughter. If it's captured and eaten by a demonic beast, it really was as if the sky had fallen. Wang's cries soon attracted a lot of onlookers. After learning what happened, the crowd sympathized. It's too pitiful. It definitely won't survive being captured by a demonic beast. The demonic beasts nowadays are so bold that they dare to run to the city gates to capture people. Probably because it came while the guards were changing shifts. Mr. Yi, why don't you think of something? Just then, someone looked at Yi Linfan. When Yi Linfan heard this, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Just an ordinary man himself. How could it be a match for a demonic beast? If one rushes to the rescue, and then it's not just about saving people. Maybe he himself would become food for the demonic beasts. But if we move help, it may be too late in time. Mr. Yi is just a doctor, not a martial artist. How could he be a match for a demonic beast? Someone soon came out to relieve Yi Linfan. What about this? If anything happens to Qiaoer, I won't live. Wang cried hoarsely. Everyone looked at Wang with this look. All very sympathetic. But they can't help it. After all, they're just ordinary people. Against demonic beasts for them, there is really nothing that can be done. Just then, two young men approached. These two young people are a man and a woman, all in their 20s in age, gorgeous clothes, with his sword in his hand, walking, aura. The air is also very ethereal. One look and you know it's a martial artist. What's going on with you guys here? The young girl asked. The young girl was about 20 years old at most, very dainty and cute looking, a very curious look with big eyes at everything. At a glance, you can tell that you're someone who's just out and about in the world. And the man looks 27 or 18. Naturally, it's much more stable. Boss Lu saw that both of them were martial artists. Immediately there was hope. So he hurriedly told the young girl all that had happened. What? The demonic beasts nowadays are so bold. It's really outrageous. Senior brother, let's hurry up and save that child. If we're late, it'll be too late. The young girl sniffed and immediately said with righteous indignation. However, we don't know the strength of the demonic beasts, so I'm afraid it's not a good idea if we go there rashly. The man known as Senior Brother said with some hesitation. Senior Brother, we are martial artists. Getting rid of demons and saving people is originally our duty. The young girl said. Well, the man saw that the young girl's mind was made up, so he could only agree. Many thanks to the two young warriors. May I ask your names? Boss Lu exclaimed. We are disciples of the Flying Cloud sect. My name is Feng Suzier, and this is my senior brother Liang Quan. Winchim replied. Please, two young warriors must save my daughter, and in the future,
Lu will definitely tie the grass to the ring and never forget the great favor, Boss Lu said as he knelt on the ground. Don't worry, we will definitely save your daughter. Just where is that dog demon? Does anyone know? Winchim said. I know. That dog demon seems to be on a Liangyang mountain a few miles away.
At this point someone answered. Liangyang mountain was only a few miles away from Lokyun City.
It is a very ordinary mountain. The mountains have an average concentration of aura. That's why there weren't any clans or large demonic beasts willing to put down roots there. That's what allowed the dog demon to take over there.
Good. We'll leave immediately and wait for our good news.
Having said that, the two then set off.
Yi Linfan saw this. After bowing his head and contemplating for a moment.
Sneak up on them too. Boss Lu's daughter Xiao'er. He knows it too.
I've encountered it a few times at the store.
It's a very well-behaved little girl, and very much in tune with him. Now she's been captured by a demonic beast. He was naturally uneasy. Wanted to go and see it before I did. Anyway,
there are now two martial artists in front of them.
There shouldn't be any danger.
If these two martial artists could make it in time to save Xiao'er back, this is naturally good.
But in case you go late, he can also collect Xiao'er's body. When Big Yellow saw this, he also secretly shook his head. It seems that the master is planning to meddle in this idle matter. But, according to the nature of the owner, it is unlikely that it will be in person. Looks like it's going to have to come from me in the end. It didn't believe that those two teenagers could be a match for the demonic beast.
These two teenagers, both of them were only at the strength of dark strength.
Trying to win a demonic beast. Not at all. That's all. The two sides set off one after the other towards Antirianjiang. Chapter 130, I'm here to do justice to heaven. Chapter 130, I'm here to do justice to heaven. Feng Suzier and Liang Quan soon arrived at the bottom of Liangyang Mountain. Antirianjiang is not very high.
With their speed, it is possible to reach the top of the mountain in a very short time.
Feng Suzier looked at the Liangyang Mountain in front of her. It's starting to jump off the page.
It was her first time out.
Surprisingly, one could come across the opportunity to cut down demons and do justice to heaven. Naturally, I'm excited about it. Senior brother, let's hurry up. If we're late,
I'm afraid the little child is already dead,
Winchim said. But, just how strong that demonic beast is, we don't know clearly. It's not too proper to rush forward like this. Liang Quan, after all, was old and prudent,
and said with some hesitation,
Senior brother, look at this mountain. The aura is so barren. How can there be very powerful demonic beasts living here?
Winchim said without a care in the world.
Then, well, later on when you go up the mountain you have to listen to my orders. Don't strike at will. Understand? Liang Quan couldn't argue with Feng Suzier, so he only nodded in agreement. I'll listen to elder brother,
Winchim said busily.
Let's go then, Liang Quan said. Two people just like that. Quickly, he rushed towards Liangyang Mountain. After a while, Yi Linfan also appeared. He was followed by the big yellow dog. As for the turtle, there's still brute beef. He's sending them all to Boss Lu for the time being. After all, he had come over to tag along and save the day. It's not like it's a picnic. Naturally, you can't bring your pets and beef along. As for the big yellow dog, Yi Linfan didn't want to bring it in any way at first. But big yellow dogs are too humane. No matter how much he rushes, the big yellow dog had to come along. No way. He would just have to go with it. This is Liangyang Mountain. Martial artists are martial artists. They are so fast, they can't even keep up. Yi Linfan said with a sigh. He had wanted to follow those two martial artists. Who knows, just out of the city gates. Then he couldn't see Feng Zheng'er and Liang Quan. There is no way around it. He just had to make it all the way here on his own. Such a stretch. He was kinda a little tired from the walk. The big yellow dog on the side heard this. Involuntarily, he rolled his eyes. Load. Keep loading. The owner also likes to pretend too much. Obviously so strong. Have to pretend to be normal. Even when one is alone. All pretending to be ordinary people too. It's safe to say, the Lord has taken the matter of pretending to be a commoner. It penetrates deeply into the soul. Let's hope that Xiao'er is still alive. And let's also hope that those two martial artists will be able to finish off the demonic beast. Big Yellow, let's go up the mountain, Yi Linfan said slowly. Having said that, he was on his way up the hill. Suddenly a yellow shadow swept past him quickly. Turns out the big yellow dog crossed him. Going up the hill by myself first. And big yellow dogs are fast. It quickly disappeared within Yi Linfan's line of sight. When Yi Linfan saw this, he was first confused, and then the big shock. Rhubarb, hurry back, the mountains are dangerous. Yi Linfan furiously chased after him. A big yellow dog is an ordinary dog. Such a small body, it's probably not enough to stuff the teeth of a demonic beast. The big yellow dog is, after all, the pet who has been deepest himself for the longest time. Yi Linfan was naturally very worried about its safety. the top of Mt. Riang. A little girl of about 5 years old was being tied to a tree. Her little eyes were filled with tears. A look of fear hung over his face. The body also shivered. This little girl is none other than Coquette, even though she's young. But the heart is also very clear. What kind of downfall will he or she face? If the mouth wasn't covered, I'm afraid I'd just burst into tears. Even so, her tears still kept falling. A whimpering sound came from his mouth, as if begging for mercy. It looks incredibly heartbreaking. Little girl, don't cry. Master Dog will give you a pain later so you won't feel the pain. Just then, a demonic beast walked over and heatedly sneered. This demonic beast was over 3 meters tall, black in color with dense hair. The head is a dog's head. 2 sharp teeth were exposed beyond the mouth. The top is dark red. It is evident that many creatures have been eaten. Blood remains on it. That's why it's dark red. This one. Xiao Air cried even harder. But this black dog demon looked at Xiao Air crying so fiercely. The smile on his face grew more and more rampant. Originally there was an agreement between humans and demonic beasts now. Demonic beasts are not allowed to come in front of the human city gates to take humans captive. Only, an agreement is just an agreement. No human powerhouse would go to war with a demonic beast because of an ordinary human little girl. Ordinary people are molehills, so he doesn't even have to care if there's a violation of the agreement. Female child, prepare to be cast into a good family in your next life, so that no demonic beasts will dare to capture you. The black dog demon finished. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit towards Xiao Air. He is also very creditable. Bite the other side first. Take your time to savor it again. In that case, Chloe won't suffer too much either. Stop. Just then, a stern cry came. The black dog demon sniffed and stopped. His face was full of gloom as he turned his head and asked, "What kind of person? How dare you disturb your dog master? Today this girl is here to kill you and do justice to heaven." A young girl's voice came. The words fell. A rather clean-looking young girl walked out. She was followed by a young man. These two people were none other than Liang Fuan and Feng Zhong'er. A martial artist? What a lucky day, to have a martial artist delivered to the door for Master Dog to eat. The black dog demon licked its lips, its eyes incomparably fiery as it looked at Feng Suzier. In his eyes, wind chimes and Liang Quan are not people. Rather, it was one of his dishes. It was because Feng Suzier and Liang Quan were really weak. Feng Suzier only had the strength of the dark realm, and Liang Quan is slightly stronger. It was also only a realm of transformation cultivation. There simply wasn't enough for him to fight. You still want to eat us? I'll kill you first, you ugly dog demon. Wind Chime said with a cold voice. Her first time out. The fire of justice in his heart has long been burning. The moment. She had long since put Liang Quan's words behind her. Choke. The long sword was sheathed, cutting across the black dog demon. The sword light flashed. The sword actually had a sense of endless floating. This sword move. It was none other than the flying cloud sect's best move. The flying sword streaming clouds. It seems that Winchim is a bit middle of the road though, but it wasn't a flash in the pan either. As soon as he struck, he did his best. Vowed to cut the black dog demon to the sword. Senior sister, don't. Liang Quan's face changed drastically when he saw this. Just as soon as I got up the hill. He then sensed that the black dog demon in front of him was too much stronger than his own duo, if out of hand. Nonetheless, it won't save anyone. It might even cost us our lives. So he immediately began to think of an escape plan. Who knows? Wind Chimes is not at all conventional. Straight out of the gate. This one threw his plans all out of whack. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The roiling sword light had already swept away the black dog demon. Chapter 131, How can you call yourself Master Dog? Chapter 131, How can you call yourself Master Dog? The roiling sword light quickly enveloped the black dog demon. It looks quite imposing. However, the black dog demon was very disdainful. Flowery fist, only to see him raise his right paw and swing it viciously. It slammed towards the sword light. Dang! The unmistakable sound of a crash rang out. Feng Suzier's long sword slashed at the black dog demon's claws. Surprisingly, it splashed with sparks. It's as if it's not flesh and blood that's being cut. Rather, it is a divine weapon in general. And Feng Suzier also felt a gust of a huge counter-vibration force coming from the black dog demon's body. She felt a sharp shock in her tiger's mouth. No longer able to hold the long sword in his hand. Clunk! The long sword in his hand just dropped to the ground. Feng Suzier's face turned pale at the sight. She was trying to make a move. However, suddenly she felt a darkness in her head. The black dog demon had already arrived in front of her, looked at her with an unmistakable grimace. Looking at the disgusting saliva secreted above the black dog demon's bloody mouth. Where had Windbell seen such a formation? He was so scared that his hands and feet were weak. Immediately, he went limp. With this kind of strength you still want to learn from others to act for the heavens. Master Dog, I will eat you today and let you know the evils of this world. The black dog demon heatedly sneered. You can't eat me. My father is the Flying Cloud sect leader. Fong Wohan. If you eat me, he won't let you go. Windbell said in a hurry. How would he know if I ate you here? The black dog demon said without a care in the world. Having said that, he opened his bloody mouth and then bit towards Fong Suzier. Shut up. Don't hurt my senior sister. Just then, a sword light killed from a diagonal, stabbing towards the black dog demon's throat. The person who had issued the sword was none other than Liang Quan. He's smart, knowing that the black dog demon's physical body was powerful, so specifically picked a vulnerable spot to attack. Moreover, he was well aware of the black dog demon's power, so this sword was also used with full strength. This sword was naturally incredibly powerful. If the black dog demon doesn't care, have to eat the wind chimes if you have to, then the sword will be able to pierce his throat. Tiny ants, don't know how to die, the black dog demon said disdainfully. Liang Quan's strength was much stronger than Fonglinger's though, but in his eyes, it's still not enough to look at. The black dog demon just slightly sidestepped. It was easy to dodge Liang Quan's sword. Bulldoze, a claw slapped on Liang Quan's body. Liang Quan was immediately like a kite with broken strings. In the midst of spitting out blood, he flew backwards. He finally fell to the ground, alive or dead. Sure fu. Seeing this, Fong Suzier exclaimed with reddened eyes. She was regretting it at this point. Really regret it. She shouldn't have disobeyed Liang Quan's advice. Had to come and do God's work for him, so that not only are you dying, even Liang Quan is still alive or dead. Now that there's finally no one to disturb me from eating, you're a girl child with delicate skin. You must be very tasty. Prepare to be eaten by me. The black dog demon laughed out loud. Fong Suzier was already full of despair at this point, also full of fear. The body was also trembling, eyes tightly closed. Tears flowed slowly from the corners of his eyes. The black dog demon laughed more and more proudly at this. The meat of a martial artist is the best, especially the meat of a teenage martial artist. It's even more supremely delicious. Many years ago, he had it once. I finally got to eat again today. He couldn't wait to open his bloody mouth and bite towards Windchime. A tiny dog demon. How dare you call yourself a master here? Are you not putting this dog master in your eyes? Just then, a very disdainful voice rang out. When Fong Suzier heard this, her despair dissipated. That's great. Finally, someone came to my rescue. With a cold face, the black dog demon looked in the direction where the voice drifted from. Who? How dare you spoil this dog master's good deed? The black dog demon asked coldly. The words just fell. Just see the grass surging ahead. A big yellow dog came out of the bushes. This big yellow dog looks flat. It was clearly an ordinary big yellow dog. Seeing this, Windbell once again despaired. Such a small, big yellow dog, in front of the black dog demon. I'm afraid it's not enough to stuff your teeth. You? How dare you call yourself master dog? Who the hell gave you the courage? The black dog demon laughed out loud, his laughter filled with disdain. If I don't deserve it, do you? The big yellow dog said faintly. Puppy, on account of us being of the same clan, I cannot kill you. Hurry up and get lost. The black dog demon said coldly. Who is of the same race as you? You don't deserve it. The big yellow dog said disdainfully. Outrageous. Since you seek death, then this dog master will fulfill you. The black dog demon was repeatedly provoked by the big yellow dog and finally moved to true anger. With a single stretch of his giant paw, he slapped at the big yellow dog. Wherever the giant claws go, the wind was gusty and dusty. It can be very vocal. However, the big yellow dog, was not at all impressed. It said indifferently, not wasting any more time with you. I need to finish you off before my master arrives. Having said that, he reached out with his right paw. A shocking scene emerged. Only his right claw surged against the wind. It instantly turned into a giant claw that covered the sky. This giant claw enveloped the entire mountaintop. The sky darkened instantly. Above the giant claw, endless pressure poured down. The black dog demon was directly pressed down to the ground and couldn't move. The black dog demon was finally afraid this time. He had thought the big yellow dog in front of him was a piece of scrap metal. I didn't realize it was a king. This big yellow dog is a certain and overwhelmingly great demon incarnation. He himself is nothing but a small demon. I can't believe I kicked such a hard iron plate. Master dog, spare my life. Spare my dog's life. The black dog demon hurriedly begged for mercy. Now that I've made my move, you're dead. The big yellow dog didn't care about the black dog demon's pleas for mercy, because it knew that Yi Linfan was about to come over. It has to be before Yi Linfan arrives. Settle this black dog demon. That way it wouldn't be detected by Yi Linfan. After all, the master has been pretending to be ordinary. You have to pretend to be a regular dog yourself. If the master knew about his unauthorized strike, it makes the owner angry. That would have ended badly for myself. The big yellow dog finished. The right paw pressed downward.
Boom! A monstrous sound resounded through the sky. The ground shook as the giant claw crashed to the ground.
The entire ground on the top of the mountain was all cracked.
Never again would I find a piece of ground intact. The ground also left a deep crater of giant claws.
In the middle of a deep pit,
the black dog demon has broken. The whole body was dripping with blood. The body was twisted in an irregular pattern.
Obviously,
this claw shattered the bones in his body as well. But the black dog demon's physical body was still quite powerful, so the flesh remains intact.
The scene.
It made Wind Chime look dumbfounded.
She never expected it.
A plain-looking big yellow dog was so powerful.
For a moment,
she was surprisingly frozen in place.
A blank in the middle of his brain.
You, come here.
Just then,
the big yellow dog has recovered,
said to Wind Chime. Chapter 132, I'm a doctor. Chapter 132, I'm a doctor.
Feng Suzier's body trembled in fear as she heard the words.
She cowered to the big yellow dog. Look at each other with immense awe.
This big yellow dog in front of him was a supreme demon.
Otherwise, it was also impossible to kill that black dog demon with a single claw. Just now,
the black dog demon had almost taken his own life. Now what was this even more powerful big yellow dog going to do to himself? Wind Chimes was really not having any bottom at all in her heart.
The heart was filled with feelings of apprehension and trepidation.
Former, senior, what are your orders?
Wind Chime asked cautiously. Remember what I said.
You killed this black dog demon. It has nothing to do with me.
Understand?
The big yellow dog said slowly.
Why? Wind Chime asked suspiciously.
Because I don't want my master to know.
The big yellow dog said faintly.
You still have a master?
Windbell's eyes widened in disbelief.
The big yellow dog in front of me was already very powerful.
I didn't realize there was an owner.
Then how powerful is his master?
It's unimaginable.
Of course I have an owner.
Anyway, remember what I said or watch out, I'll eat you.
The big yellow dog threatened. Feng Suzier shivered in fear as she heard the words.
Senior, don't worry.
Senior knows what to do.
She agreed in a huff.
Just then, Yi Linfan finally arrived at the mountain. As soon as he gets to the mountains,
just see this tragic scene on the mountain. It was a big surprise. Looks like there's been a big battle here.
But when Yi Linfan saw that the big yellow dog was still there,
so it was a relief. Soon, he then angrily walked over to the big yellow dog.
Raising his hand, he slapped the big yellow dog hard on the head. The big yellow dog even stumbled when he slapped him, almost on the floor.
You silly dog, why are you running around?
Yi Linfan cursed. Wind Chimes on the side saw this scene. A pair of eyes glazed over.
Couldn't help but gulp. This big yellow dog was a supreme demon.
And this young man in front of him even directly slapped the big yellow dog's head.
What's scarier is, strong as a being like a big yellow dog, tapped on the head by a young man. Surprisingly, there was no fire at all. Instead, it's like a pug, sticking out his tongue to kneel and lick Yi Linfan's hand. That look, it was practically a far cry from the toughness of the black dog demon that he had slapped to death earlier. What about the promised Jedi demon? How did you turn into a dog licker in the blink of an eye?
Wind Chime was really confused. How the big yellow dog has changed so much.
The young man in front of him was just an ordinary person anyhow. What's the point? Can be the owner of a big yellow dog?
After Yi Linfan finished teaching the big yellow dog a lesson, immediately, he stepped forward and untied the coquette.
Earlier,
when Feng Suzier fought with the black dog demon,
Coquette had then fainted from fear.
So what just happened? She has no idea.
Coquette, are you okay?
Yi Linfan asked softly.
However, Chloe was a little dumbfounded. Not a word could be said.
This made Yi Linfan frown.
What the hell is going on? Looks like it's a shock. After all,
such a small child.
It was such a shock.
It's not surprising that there was such a reaction. Yi Linfan figured out this layer,
and let it go. I guess it will be back to normal in a few days.
So no need to worry. He picked up Xiao Air and came to Wind Chime's body.
Ms. Wind, you killed this demon, didn't you?
Yi Linfan slowly asked. Windbell subconsciously glanced at the big yellow dog. The big yellow dog glared at her with his eyes. It scared her,
so he hastened to say, yes, I killed him.
Miss Wind is truly amazingly strong.
Thank you for saving Xiao.
Yi Linfan said in admiration. So envious of these martial artists.
You can subdue demons and fight chivalry. It's the ultimate dream of all men. All the travelers, after the crossing, even if the opening is scrappy, but in the end,
they all manage to have strange encounters and hang on for dear life,
and realize that dream, and himself is the exception. The opening is scrappy.
10 years, still scrappy, and there is no hope in sight for any hangman's reversal. One is simply a disgrace to all of one's fellow travelers.
Think about it.
Yi Linfan then couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
No, you're welcome, Windbell said in a hurry. Suddenly, she shrieked. Not good, elder brother. Until now, It was only then that she finally remembered Liang Quan, who was still alive or dead. She hurriedly ran to Liang Quan, who was still lying on the ground. "Senior, are you okay?" Feng Zhong'er asked with an anxious face. However, when she saw Liang Quan's condition, the faces have changed. Only Liang Quan's eyes were tightly closed at this time, and his face was pale, and the breathing was weak. "It's like it's going to break at any moment. What to do? What to do? Elder brother is going to die. It's all because I killed him." Feng Suzier instantly became alarmed. The heart is also very guilty. If he hadn't had to come here to do God's bidding, Liang Quan wouldn't have turned out like this. All of it. It's really all due to her capriciousness. "Ms. Wind, step aside for a moment and let me take a look." Just then, Yi Linfan came over and said, "Would you look at that?" Feng Suer looked at Yi Linfan suspiciously. She didn't understand what Yi Linfan said about looking. "What the hell does that mean?" "I'm a doctor." Yi Linfan replied. "You're a doctor. That's great. Please, you must save my senior." Windbell's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll do my best." Yi Linfan said. He came to Liang Quan's body. Reaching out, he took the other man's pulse. The other's pulse was found to be weak. Could be dead at any moment in general. "Your senior brother is badly hurt, but luckily I have a solution," Yi Linfan said slowly. "What do you have in mind?" Wind Chime asked ecstatically. "I have an elixir here. Eat it and you'll be fine," Yi Linfan said indifferently. When Windbell heard this, she was disappointed. Liang Quan's injuries are so serious. It's about to break. There could be no elixir in this world that could bring him back from the dead. Feng Suzier instantly despised Yi Linfan. If it wasn't for the scorn of the big yellow dog on the side, Feng Linger was afraid that at this point, she had already cracked her mouth and cursed Yi Linfan for being a quack. Just then, Yi Linfan had already taken out an elixir. Soon, an incomparably rich fragrance of the Dan overflowed in all directions. It rushed into the end of Windchime's nose. It made Windchime feel a jolt of spirit. It made her spirit, which had been somewhat depressed by the shock, instantly recovered. "What kind of potion is this? Surprisingly powerful. Perhaps this elixir could really save senior brother's life." Windbell's heart was suddenly filled with hope. Yi Linfan fed the elixir into Liang Quan's mouth. This elixir melts in contact with saliva. It became liquid and flowed into Liang Quan's body. Feng Suzier looked at Liang Quan with a face full of nervousness. Chapter 133, Come to my home as a guest. Chapter 133, Come to my home as a guest. Soon, Liang Quan's face turned red. Breathing has calmed down as well. Obviously, this elixir has worked. The big yellow dog shook his head darkly from the sidelines. Under the whole world, only the owner would be so generous, using such a precious elixir to save a stranger. The elixir Yi Linfan used just now. It was the elixir that the system used to let him refine. He also attempted to take a few pills. Let's see if we can change our talents by taking elixirs. From there, you can take the path of cultivation. Pity. No matter how many elixirs he takes, still a scrapper. So, and he's dead in the water. The elixir was later refined. He just kept throwing it in his potions room. Usually take a couple of them with you on your person. Let's see if we can use it to save lives. You can't use it yourself anyway. Think of it as a waste. So Liang Quan was lucky. This one elixir. It pulled him straight back from the ghost gate. What's wrong with me? Me? Liang Quan woke up leisurely. But, soon he suddenly sat up. Senior sister, run. I'll block the dog demon. However, he let his eyes go, only to see the devastation already in front of us. And that unbeatable black dog demon was already too dead to die. Senior brother, it's really great that you've woken up, Windbell said with tears of joy. If Liang Fun dies here today, she's afraid she'll be inwardly disturbed for the rest of her life. It's okay now. Liang Quan is safe and sound. The young man in front of him was worthy of being the master of that overwhelmingly great demon. With a single strike, Liang Quan, who was almost about to die, was revived. What's going on here? Liang Quan asked dumbfounded. Isn't that black dog demon very powerful? How one wakes up, just dead to the world? Senior brother, don't worry, the black dog demon is dead, Winchim said. How did it die? Liang Quan asked suspiciously. Let's talk about this matter later. Let's go back first, Winchime said slowly. Okay, Liang Quan nodded. However, just then, his face suddenly changed. He only felt the spiritual energy in his body suddenly surging desperately. Click! He broke through. He was originally at the 3rd level of the realm of transformation. This breakthrough to the 4th level of the realm of transformation. Elder brother, what's wrong with you? Windbell asked a little nervously. She still thought Liang Quan's internal injuries hadn't healed yet. I broke through, Liang Quan said incredulously. What? Really? Windchimes was taken aback. Wasn't Liang Fun dying just now? How come there's still a sudden breakthrough? Liang Quan went from fainting to waking up. Take only one elixir. It was definitely that elixir. Wind Chime's heart shook.
Someone who can casually take out such a precious elixir.
Definitely not ordinary. Looks like this young man. Definitely a man of the world, no doubt. Two young warriors. My surname is Yi. My name is Yi Linfan. Let's go back to Fallen Cloud City together. Yi Linfan said.
He had been comforting Coquette before,
so it didn't know about Liang Quan's breakthrough. Yes, Mr. Yi, please go ahead.
My senior brother and I will follow right after. Windbell immediately said respectfully.
Good.
Then I'll take my first step, however.
Can you two help me bring this black dog demon back?
Yi Linfan nodded and said.
No problem. Wind Chimes immediately agreed. The man in front of me is a man of the world. Having said that,
he then picked up Shower and left with the big yellow dog.
Senior sister, what exactly happened just now? Why did the black dog demon suddenly die? Liang Quan asked. Senior brother, it was really treacherous just now.
Even I was almost killed by the black dog demon.
Feng Suzier told Liang Quan all about what had just happened.
Liang Quan sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this.
He hadn't thought about it. That mediocre young man just now was so powerful.
No wonder you were so respectful to him just now.
So there are extenuating circumstances, Liang Quan said.
Yes, such a high-ranking person can't be neglected. Not to mention that he saved our lives, Winchim said with a nod.
Of course I know. Let's hurry up and follow him.
Such a high-ranking person must get closer.
Liang Quan finished. It directly carried that black dog demon on its back. However,
he brought Feng Zhonger to quickly follow Yi Linfan. To be able to carry something for such a high-ranking person,
it's also his honor.
The group returned to Falling Cloud City.
Once inside the city gates, everyone then gathered around. They're back. Look, that's the demonic beast. It's so big.
It's just great that the kids were saved too.
Everyone cheered loudly.
Boss Lu and his wife had heard the news a long time ago.
They flew as fast as they could. Seeing Chower in Yi Linfan's arms,
immediately hugged and cried loudly.
Coquette seems dopey though.
There was no half reaction.
Dr. Yi, what's wrong with Chower? Boss Lu asked worriedly. Don't worry. She's in shock. She'll be fine in a couple days. Yi Linfan comforted.
Boss Lu then put his heart down. He immediately came to Liang Quan and Fenglinger and knelt down with a thud.
Many thanks to the two young warriors for saving my daughter. Thank you. Boss Lu desperately kowtowed. Liang Quan and Feng Suzier blushed in embarrassment.
Because they are not the ones who really deserve the credit.
Instead,
it was the big yellow dog behind Yi Linfan.
But, there is no way. In the threatening eyes of the big yellow dog,
they didn't dare to say a word at all. Only to say against our will that this is what we should do or something like that.
After a while,
only then did the people of Falling Cloud City disperse.
Boss Lu also brought the turtle and the savage beef to Yi Linfan. Mr. Yi, how will this black dog demon be handled? Liang Quan asked. Please take it to my home.
I would like to invite you two young warriors to my home, by the way. Yi Linfan said with a smile.
Good, then we'll go and chime in. Liang Quan immediately said.
To be able to visit the home of a supreme master like Yi Linfan,
that's something to beg for. Liang Quan naturally answered with his mouth full.
Then this black dog demon is still troublesome for young Master Liang to help carry it.
It can't be helped. I'm just an ordinary person who can't carry such a big thing.
Yi Linfan said with a smile.
No problem. Liang Quan immediately said. Until now, both he and Fenglinger had figured out Yi Linfan's temperament. It seems that this Jedi is enjoying pretending to be an ordinary person. Maybe it's a way for people to experience the state of mind. Since people like to act, then we'll play along with them.
As long as the tall man is happy.
With Liang Quan's strength anyway.
Carrying the black dog demon's corpse was no trouble.
It didn't take long.
The group arrived at the bottom of Falling Cloud Mountain.
The mountain is my home. Two young warriors, please follow me.
Yi Linfan led the duo up the mountain.
Feng Suzier and Liang Quan had just stepped onto Falling Cloud Mountain. An overwhelming look of shock came over his face. Chapter 134, He's a Supreme Master. Chapter 134, He's a Supreme Master. The aura on this mountain is not too rich. This was the first thought that surfaced in Liang Quan and Feng Zhonger's minds. This seated cloud mountain from the surface. It's just a mediocre mountain. Didn't realize. As soon as you step on the mountain, they could then feel the rich aura. The concentration of aura here was even denser than the Flying Cloud sect. It's really scary as hell. The two men pressed back their shock. Follow Yi Linfan as he slowly walked up the mountain. Soon it was on top of the mountain. In front of the entrance to Yi Linfan's small courtyard. Come in,
Yi Linfan said as he pushed open the door.
The big yellow dog ran in first.
For it. There is no place on this earth like this little yard.
This place is heaven. As soon as it ran into the yard, just came and plopped down where he usually plopped down. This stupid dog.
It just knows how to stall corpses every day.
You two are laughing.
Yi Linfan said with some embarrassment.
It's fine, Windbell said in a hurry. This dog is a supreme demon. Only Yi Linfan dared to call it a stupid dog. How dare she make any comment? Come in. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said. Liang Quan and Feng Suzier didn't dare to be slow and immediately walked in. Soon, an overwhelming aura came to the surface. It almost suffocated them. Just now they were shocked. Coming here has turned dull. The aura outside the small courtyard was already considered very dense. I didn't expect the aura in the courtyard to be 10 times more dense than outside. No wonder this Mr. Yi is so terrifying. Turned out to live in such a horrible place. The aura here is so rich. Even a pig. Days are surrounded by these auras. It was estimated that it could also become a demonic beast with high strength. No wonder that big yellow dog looks flat. The strength is yet so horrible. Such a huge amount of aura surged into their bodies. It made them also feel that the aura in their bodies had actually grown at a speed visible to the naked eye. If only I could stay here every day. Liang Quan and Feng Zheng secretly thought in their hearts. But it's only something to think about. Ultimately, it's not a realistic thing to do. They looked around the yard. Found this place except for the big yellow dog. There are other animals. All of these animals also look mediocre on the surface. Especially White. Simply adorable. Such a cute animal. For a girly girl like Windchime, the killing power is undoubtedly huge. She immediately came to Little White and said in surprise, "This little white cat is so cute." Having said that, she then reached out her arms and picked up White. Unexpectedly. Surprisingly, White didn't refuse. Instead, he very much enjoyed burying his head between the plumpness of Feng Suzier's chest and rubbing it around. Other animals. And there's the peach tree to see. Both cursed darkly. This colorful cat. Elder brother. Look. Is this little white cat cute? Windchime asked with a smile. I'll have a cuddle too. Liang Quan also thought that Xiaobai was very cute, so he also reached out his hands to try to hug Xiaobai. However, just then, Xiaobai suddenly raised his eyes and locked eyes with Liang Quan. The smile on Liang Quan's face instantly froze. A chill surged through his body. It made his body stiffen all over. What a horrible look that is. It's horrible. He saw a white tiger 100 feet tall roaring up to the sky from Little White's eyes. At the feet of the white tiger. It's the multitude that kneels and submits. The white tiger is in the world. The king is in the world. Endless pressure. It made Liang Quan feel like it was hard to breathe. Young warrior Liang, what's wrong with you? Just then, Yi Linfan patted Liang Quan's shoulder. Liang Quan was shaken. Eyes glazed over. Realizing that the visions in front of him had all but disappeared. The little white cat in front of me is still a little white cat. Elder brother. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you wanted to hold it? Windchime handed Little White over. Liang Quan looked at Xiaobai's eyes. There was a warning and a threat in his eyes. The meaning seems to be saying, if you, a stinking man, dare to hug me, I'll teach you to be a man in a minute. Where else would you dare to hug? So he hurriedly shook his head and said, forget it, it's better for you to hold it. Okay, I'll hold it then. Windchimes held Little White in her arms again. Xiaobai threw Liang Quan a look that counted on your knowledge. Then he reburied his head between Feng Suzier's plump peaks. The two of you go inside. Yi Linfan brought the two into the room. Once the three entered the room, the yard immediately came alive. The carp jumped out of the pond at the first opportunity. I didn't expect Xiaobai to be a colorful cat. It's true that I know people's faces and not their hearts. It said with great indignation. Why is that woman hugging White instead of it? It's really an abomination. I think you're just envious. The old hen poked at it without mercy. I'm envious. I'm jealous. How's that? Carp grunted. That can't be helped. Who makes you a fish and others a cat? Girls like to have cats and dogs. I've never heard of those who like to have fish. The old hen said dismissively. I should have known I'd turn into a cat too. Carp said with a sigh. Don't you realize that the tortoise the master brought back is not ordinary? The old hen said slowly. I noticed that too. That turtle has a familiar smell to me. Carp also said with a serious expression. That's right. I can feel it. It's a basilisk. The big yellow dog said slowly. It's actually in the store. The big yellow dog then sensed it. That little turtle is indeed a Genpu, only just awakened. The strength isn't quite there yet. Looks like there's going to be another little buddy. Carp said. Master is simply terrifying as hell, directly bringing together all four of our divine beasts. The old hen lamented. Okay, stop talking. I'm going to rest. The big yellow dog snapped. The yard was instantly quiet again. No way. The big yellow dog is the yard bearer. At this time, Feng Suzier and Liang Quan had already followed Yi Linfan into the house. The aura in the room shocked the duo once again. If it continues here for a few more days, it must be easy to break through to the next realm. Yi Linfan was definitely an absolute master. How else would you live in such a feng shui place? Especially the furnishings in the living room. Every single thing floated with endless Tao rhythms. The cultivation of the two was too low. There was no cognizance of top-tier immortal weapons. Just know that none of these things are mortal. Put this black dog demon down. I'll pour the tea. Yi Linfan put down the meat and turtle in his hands and said, having said that, and he turned away. Only Feng Suzier and Liang Quan were left behind in the living room. And of course, there was little White in Win Chime's arms. White had narrowed his eyes by now. It's as if it's asleep. It was evident that Win Chime's ample plumpness made it feel very enjoyable. And Win-san likes to run her hands through the white fur on it. The white hair on Kahaku's body was smooth. It feels good to the touch. Here's the tea. Yi Linfan's voice came through. Chapter 135, The Precious Spiritual Tea. Chapter 135, The Precious Spiritual Tea. Only Yi Linfan was seen carrying a tray. Above the tray, 1 teapot, 2 teacups. Yi Linfan placed the teacup in front of the two of them. Then he picked up the teapot and poured the tea into a teacup. As soon as the tea is poured, there is just an unmistakable aroma of refreshing tea. It made Feng Zheng'er and Liang Quan feel refreshed. Soon, the room then filled with smoke. It became like a fairyland. This is spirit tea? Liang Quan sucked in a breath of cool air and whispered, as his voice was small, so Yi Linfan didn't hear it. But Win Chime, who was sitting beside him, heard it. This is really spirit tea? Win Bell asked in incomparable shock. And of course her voice was small. It was because she didn't dare to act shocked in front of a high-ranking person like Yi Linfan. Just in case it upsets the other side. I'm afraid I can't walk out of this yard. That's right. When I accompanied my master to the Martial Arts Alliance as a guest before, I saw the spirit tea, only that I could only look at it from afar at that time, and I wasn't qualified to drink it at all. Liang Quan said slowly. His voice had begun to grow shaky, because he never expected it. Spiritual tea that he was not qualified to drink at all before. Surprisingly, it's right around the corner today. How could this not excite him? He was well aware of how precious spirit tea was. Just this cup of spiritual tea alone. If it gets out, I'm afraid it's all going to be a bloodbath. Both of you, please have some tea. Yi Linfan saw that the two of them had not been drinking tea and were whispering in tricks. So he spoke up. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Liang Quan immediately picked up his teacup and drank it in one go. Tea in the throat. His face quickly changed. The powerful spiritual energy contained in the spiritual tea instantly exploded within him. The spiritual energy in his body instantly surged wildly. The realm of transformation is fivefold. The 6th realm of transformation. The 7th level of the realm of transformation. The 8th level of the realm of transformation. He kept breaking through to the 9th level of the realm of transformation before stopping. Liang Quan's entire body was dumbfounded. This breaks through to the 9th level of the realm of transformation? It was like a dream. That's a full 5 realms. If you follow the normal rate of cultivation, he wanted to break through to the 9th level of the realm of transformation. It will take 20 years at the very least. Didn't realize. This cup of tea had already saved a full 20 years of hard work. If you can come for tea every day from now on, wouldn't that mean that one could break through to the Saint realm in a short period of time without cultivation? Of course such a thought only appeared in Liang Quan's mind for a moment, and he strangled it. What a joke. Such precious spiritual tea. Could use a drink. It's a blessing in disguise. How dare you hope for more? At this point, Feng Suzier also drank the spirit tea. Her body jolted. The strength was even more insanely soaring. From the 7th level of dark power, he directly broke through to the 7th level of the realm of transformation. Spiritual tea is spiritual tea. It was really scary as hell. And even more terrifying as it is. Naturally, it was Yi Linfan. Surprisingly, he took out such precious spirit tea to entertain them. This made their hearts incomparably grateful to Yi Linfan. Perhaps this is the chance given to us by the higher power. Liang Quan and Feng Zheng'er thought at the same time in their hearts. Would you like another one? Yi Linfan asked. Win Chimes was about to agree. However, Liang Quan, hurriedly said, thank you, Mr. Yi. 1 cup is enough. Well, why don't you two stay for dinner? Yi Linfan said slowly. No need. The two of us have to hurry back. Liang Quan immediately said. In his opinion, Yi Linfan asked them to stay for dinner. It should just be polite words. If one really didn't know better than to stay, I'm afraid I'll make Yi Linfan unhappy. It's just a shame. Those who often misoed meals at Yi Linfan's house were not present. Otherwise, they will definitely call Liang Quan and Feng Zheng'er. Surprisingly, he would refuse to eat at Yi Linfan's house. They have no idea what they are missing. Okay, you guys wait here for a minute. Yi Linfan finished speaking and left again. It didn't take long. He came back with a paper bag. Thank you too for saving shower today. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have anything precious. This is some tea. It's not very valuable. If you guys don't mind, take it back. Yi Linfan said slowly. This is spirit tea leaves? Feng Zheng'er and Liang Quan gulped.
A tall man is a tall man. Surprisingly, the first thing that came out of his hand was something so precious. The mouth says, "It's not worth much. A bigot is a bigot. Something that is incredibly precious in the eyes of others. In his eyes it was worthless." "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Liang Quan accepted the tea with trembling hands. "Mr. Yi, how much tea is here?" Wen Qim asked. "Not much, just a pound," Yi Linfan said indifferently. Feng Suzier and Liang Quan almost didn't faint when they heard this. Since when is spirit tea available by the pound? The handwriting is simply too bold. "What's the matter? Too little?" Yi Linfan asked with a frown. "No, thanks to Mr. Yi," Liang Quan said in a hurry. "It's okay, it's not worth much anyway." Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. "White, I'll come to play with you next time." Oh. Feng Suzier put little White down. Then he left with Liang Quan. "Come to the foot of Falling Cloud Mountain." Feng Suzier asked suspiciously. "Senior brother, why didn't you hug little White just now?" "I'm afraid to hug." Liang Quan shook his head and said. "Why? Kahaku is so cute." Wen Qim asked. "You think that's an ordinary kitten?" Liang Quan asked with a bitter smile. "Isn't it?" Wen Qim was puzzled. "White is so well behaved. It's clearly a normal white cat." "You're wrong. Xiaobai is ostensibly a kitten, but his true body is actually an ancient divine beast, the white tiger," Liang Quan said with a grave expression. He could never forget being in the middle of a vision, the powerful and incomparable pressure brought to him by that divine beast, the white tiger. If Yi Linfan hadn't patted him, I'm afraid he'll just die in the middle of the vision. After all, the might of the ancient beasts, it wasn't something he, an ordinary human, could carry. Impossible. Little White is actually an ancient divine beast? Windbell covered her mouth and asked incredulously. "That's right, it's the ancient divine beast. I won't be wrong. Next time you'd better not hug it indiscriminately. Once you make it unhappy, I'm afraid the end will be tragic." Liang Quan looked toward the courtyard at the top of the hill. There was a look of overwhelming fear on his face. The owner of the yard is just awful. A dog around is scary enough. I didn't expect to raise an ancient beast. Even a cup of tea could make him break through 5 realms in a row. People like that. If anything, it's not a Jedi. He was dead set against it. "By the way, senior brother, just now why were you unwilling to drink the second cup of spirit tea?" "Ah, that spirit tea is such a good thing. Wouldn't it be possible to break through many more realms with another cup?" Wen Qim asked suspiciously. Chapter 136, Xinyang City Governor's Mansion. Chapter 136, Xinyang City Governor's Mansion. "Senior sister, spirit tea is a good thing, yes, but if you drink too much of it, your body won't be able to withstand it and will explode and die," Liang Quan said helplessly. Wen Qim's was too weak. The utility of spiritual tea was not yet clear. Liang Quan, however, really felt it. After drinking the spiritual tea, the power within himself had made his body feel incredibly swollen until now. If you drink another cup of spiritual tea, it's bound to explode. So that's how it is. Father will be very happy if we take these tea leaves back, Wen Qim said with a smile. "That's right. It's a treasure. It must be put away." Liang Quan nodded and said. The two of them left Falling Cloud Mountain together like this. The two hadn't been gone long. Suddenly a man came to Falling Cloud Mountain. This person was none other than Li Qingyang. There was some trepidation on Li Qingyang's face. It looks like it should have run into something. So much so that when he came to the bottom of Falling Cloud Mountain, surprisingly, I was a little out of breath. You have to know that he is a Saint Realm powerhouse. The longevity of the body. It's something that ordinary people can't even imagine. Moreover, Falling Cloud Mountain was very close to Falling Cloud City. With his physical strength, it's a long way to go. It is impossible to get out of breath. But, he's still panting now. It just shows how much of a rush he was in. Li Qingyang stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up the hill, then a quick walk to the top. He had just set foot on Falling Cloud Mountain. An overwhelming look of shock came over his face. The aura here is even denser than before. It seemed that Mr. Yi had already planned to make the entire Falling Cloud Mountain a feng shui treasure. Li Qingyang thought darkly in his heart. Soon, he then rushed to the top of the mountain. "Mr. Yi, are you home?" The words just fell. Yi Linfan then pushed the door out. He had originally planned to dispose of the black dog demon inside the house. Before he could do anything, he heard Li Qingyang's voice. So it came out. "City Lordly, what brings you here? Please come in quickly," Yi Linfan said as he pulled open the courtyard door. The two came inside the house. By now the black dog demon's body had been dragged to the kitchen. "City Lordly, you sit down first. I'll make a pot of tea," Yi Linfan said. Every time these bigots come, all love the tea he makes. So when those of them come to be guests, Yi Linfan would make them all good tea. However, this time Li Qingyang refused. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Yi, don't need to be polite.
I came to see you today for an urgent matter. What is it? Yi Linfan asked. Come to your rescue, Li Qingyang said. Save who? Yi Linfan asked. Governor Mo Yunfeng. Li Qingyang took a deep breath and said, in this world, there are also administrative levels. The lowest was a city lord like Li Qingyang. Above the lord of the city is the governor. Each governor had a few or a dozen cities under his control. Above the governor is the Führer. Of course the Führer was too far away from Yi Linfan, so he doesn't pay much attention to that on a regular basis. In his opinion, Li Qingyang would already be considered a great big shot. Now, didn't think so. A great man even more powerful than Li Qingyang is also about to appear. What happened to the governor? Yi Linfan asked. Going off the deep end. Critical, Li Qingyang said with a frown. Mo Yunfeng was his top boss. It was also the benefactor who had raised him up. The same goes for Li Qingyang's umbrella. If something happens to Mo Yunfeng, Li Qingyang's career is expected to come to an end. And, more than can be said, in the unlikely event that the top sends someone he doesn't get along with to be governor, Li Qingyang will have a very hard time. So after Mo Yunfeng had an accident, Li Qingyang was the first to think of Yi Linfan. In this world, if even Yi Linfan couldn't save Mo Yunfeng, then Mo Yunfeng could only wait for death. Where is he? Yi Linfan sniffed and immediately asked. He's a doctor. Cure the disease to save the patient. It is naturally incumbent. Not to mention saving a bigot. If it's saved this time, then you'll be able to get yourself another leg up. In Qinyang City, Li Qingyang said. Qinyang City was tens of miles away from Lokyun City. It is also equivalent to a provincial capital in general. The governor's office was naturally located there. When do we leave? Yi Linfan asked. The sooner the better. Li Qingyang said. You take me with you. I can't run at all as a normal person. Yi Linfan said slowly. Speaking of which, he was really feeling a little awkward. Someone you know. All high coming and going martial artists. The only one who's a scrapper is himself. Li Qingyang sniffed. The corners of his mouth twitched in disbelief. Mr. Yi is just too good at pretending. Pretending to be ordinary people all the time. But, Li Qingyang didn't dare to poke Yi Linfan. Instead, he agreed. That's all. After Yi Linfan brought all his stuff, Li Qingyang reached out and grabbed Yi Linfan, then pranced through. It directly sped towards Qinyang City. This way, since Li Qingyang was in too much of a hurry in his heart, so it's fast. Yi Linfan was instead flying in the air for the first time. He was a little scared at first, but after a while, he just felt very fresh and exciting. Dozens of miles down the road, with Li Qingyang's full force rushing, it only took 10 minutes to arrive at his destination, Qinyang City. Qinyang City is worthy of being the capital city, both in size and layout. All of them were much larger than Falling Cloud City. Enter the city of Qinyang. The prosperity inside was also not something that could be compared to Falling Cloud City. The city was really crowded. There was a lot of noise along the way. Li Qingyang landed when he arrived at the entrance of Qinyang City. To show respect, Qinyang City did not allow any martial artists to fly overhead. If any martial artist disregards this ban, the city guards are not vegetarians. The city guard here, all of them are made up of Saint Realm powerhouses. So no martial artist dared to touch this mold. Li Qingyang led Yi Linfan to the governor's mansion. The governor's mansion is very grand. A fence that was more than 10 meters high. It made the governor's mansion look like a small city. The two guards standing outside. Hurricanes surprisingly had the strength of the first level of the Saint Realm. This was already enough to see how terrifying the governor's mansion's underpinnings were. Li Qingyang walked with Yi Linfan to the entrance of the governor's mansion. He's been here many times before, so both guards knew him. City Lordly, what brings you here? One of the guards asked. I've brought a miracle healer to see the governor for a cure. Li Qingyang pointed at Yi Linfan and said. I see. Then please come in quickly. The governor is still staying inside the cloud warming pavilion at this time. The guard said immediately. Li Qingyang said a big thank you. Then he led Yi Linfan into the governor's mansion. As soon as you walk into the governor's mansion, it's all so clear. The view in front of me was just beautiful. It was like entering a paradise. Chapter 137 All the meridians are broken, but it's just a minor injury. Chapter 137 All the meridians are broken, but it's just a minor injury. The roads are lined with colorful flowers. Above the flowers, there were countless butterflies fluttering about. In the middle of the bush, there are also countless wigwams dotting the landscape. Among the wigwams, the spring is bubbling. The sound of dripping thuds was unrelenting. It is incredibly soothing and relaxing to listen to. Nice place, Yi Linfan said with a sigh of admiration. In comparison, your own place is worse than a doghouse. However, Li Qingyang, was secretly thinking in his heart. This place couldn't be better. It wasn't even a millionth of Yi Linfan's small courtyard. For heaven's sake, There wasn't any place that had aura as dense as Yi Linfan's home. The two traveled all the way. Everyone in the governor's residence knew Li Qingyang, so the two weren't hindered in any way. Came to the Cloud Warming Pavilion. Cloud Warming Pavilion. It was precisely Mo Yunfeng's residence. The place is also very luxurious. Above the facade. Infinity. In the light of the sun. Glitter. It's safe to say. Very trenchant. How had Yi Linfan ever seen such a scene? Even before crossing over. He hadn't read it either. In that world of the previous life. I guess it's only the oil majors that have such a pattern. The two of them walked into the Cloud Warming Pavilion. It was already full of people standing inside. Everyone's faces were incredibly grave. The atmosphere is naturally very depressing. All eyes fell on the middle-aged man lying on the bed. This middle-aged man's face was withered and he was breathless. This person was none other than Governor Mo Yunfeng. The atmosphere in the room was really sad. Because of all the people present. All of them were dependent on Mo Yunfeng's life. If something happens to Mo Yunfeng, it's not going to be a good day for everyone in the room. In front of Mo Yunfeng's bed, and lying on two women, a middle-aged woman. Another was a young girl in her early 20s. Both women were extremely similar in appearance and temperament, and quite beautiful in appearance. These two were none other than Mo Yunfeng's wife and daughter. Madam's name is Duan Lingyu. The daughter's name is Mo Mengyao. The two of them were at that moment full of miserable sobs and tears. If anything, Mo Yunfeng wasn't there. Others have ways to find another way out. And they're widows and orphans. I'm afraid I'll just have to be bullied. Dr. Yang, you must save my husband, Duan Lingyu said with red eyes. Madam, it's not that I don't want to save him. The Governor General's entire body meridians have been severed at this time. Even the immortals can't save him. You'd better prepare for the aftermath. Dr. Yang said helplessly. Master, if you leave, what should Yaoer and I do? Duan Lingyu cried loudly. As for Mo Mengyao on the side, she had long since lost all 6 gods at this point, just followed by non-stop crying. Mr. Yi, are you sure? Seeing this, Li Qingyang frowned and asked. It seemed that Mo Yunfeng's condition was much more serious than he had imagined. He was also a little unsure. Yi Linfan is not sure anymore or not. I'll do my best. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Then thank you, Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang nodded and said. Since Yi Linfan said he would do his best, then he had nothing to worry about. Because if even Yi Linfan couldn't save Mo Yunfeng, that would prove that Mo Yunfeng deserved to die. Having said that, he walked out of the room and came in front of Duan Lingyu's body and said, My lady, my subordinate is here. Duan Lingyu looked up and saw Li Qingyang, and her eyes instantly lit up. Li Qingyang was Mo Yunfeng's most capable henchman. Now Mo Yunfeng had become like this. She was a woman who was already in 6s and 7s. Now that I've met Li Qingyang, it was like seeing a backbone. City Lordly, you're finally here. You must think of a way to save Master. Duan Lingyu said with tears in her eyes. Madam, don't worry. I've already invited a supreme miracle doctor over. He will definitely be able to save Lord Governor. Li Qingyang said slowly. A Jedi doctor? Where? Duan Lingyu's eyes lit up when she heard this and immediately asked. It's this Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang pointed at Yi Linfan and said. It's him. Duan Lingyu frowned. She looked at Yi Linfan, eyes filled with distrust. No way. Yi Linfan is too young, and it looks too plain again. Such people who are both ordinary and young. How can it be a miracle healer? How dare such a young man deserve the name of divine doctor? Dr. Yang, who was on the side, immediately asked in displeasure. He had given Mo Yunfeng a death notice. If saved by Yi Linfan, then he'd have smashed the sign he's been working on for so many years. Healing has nothing to do with age, does it? Yi Linfan said slowly. He was taught the system and his medical skills. Definitely not weak. At the very least, it was much better than the old man in front of him. City Lordly, does this Mr. Yi really know medicine? Duan Lingyu asked hesitantly. It seems that the people here can't trust me. In that case, I'll just leave. Yi Linfan said indifferently. In his opinion, save or not save, it doesn't matter at all. Though he wanted to hug his thighs. And Mo Yunfeng's thigh was indeed thick enough. But a dead thigh is not a thigh. So Mo Yunfeng, he can save it or not. It's all in his mood. Since the patient's family doesn't trust him, he'd be even less inclined to save the day. Mr. Yi, wait, don't be impulsive. Seeing this, Li Qingyang hurriedly pulled Yi Linfan back. If Yi Linfan just walked away, I'm afraid that Mo Yunfeng would really be dead. Madam, don't worry. Last time I was poisoned and in critical condition. It was Mr. Yi who pulled me back from the gates of hell. There's absolutely nothing wrong with his medical skills. Please believe me this time. Li Qingyang said to Duan Lingyu. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble Mr. Yi. Duan Lingyu heard this and could only compromise. Well, then I'll take a look. Yi Linfan nodded and said. He came to the bed, glancing down at Mo Yunfeng,
then slowly said, "Practicing kung fu has gone off the rails, causing all the meridians in the body to shatter." The crowd sniffed and their faces changed. This man really has two things going for him. Surprisingly, I could see the root of the disease at a glance. "That's right. May I ask, Mr. Yi, is my master still saved?" Duan Lingyu's face also revealed hope at this moment. It seems that this Mr. Yi is still very powerful. "It's just a minor injury," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "What? It's a minor injury? That's a big mouthful. Could it be intentional claptrap?" The crowd murmured. On the side, Dr. Yang also sneered. "Young man, not knowing the heights of heaven, how dare you say that having all your meridians shattered is a minor injury?" Yi Linfan glanced at him and said indifferently, "At your level, you would naturally find this injury difficult to treat. Kid, do you think your medical skills are better than mine?" Dr. Yang asked coldly. "That's for sure," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "Alright, I'll wait and see how you heal this injury." Yang Dafu laughed back in anger. "Everyone go out. Just leave City Lordly inside the house," Yi Linfan said indifferently. Chapter 138 Divine Needle Scorching. Chapter 138 Divine Needle Scorching. "Everyone out?" Duan Lingyu frowned. "Ma'am, you can't go out. What if Li Qin Yang is here to assassinate His Excellency?" Dr. Yang immediately said. The words. It made Duan Lingyu more and more hesitant. "Madam can stay too. Everyone else out," Yi Linfan said slowly. "Why do you have to have everyone out? Are you weak-minded?" Dr. Yang asked with a sneer. "It's because I don't spread my healing," Yi Linfan said indifferently. However, Duan Lingyu was still hesitant. "Madam, if you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid the Viceroy will be beyond God's reach," Yi Linfan said slowly. "Everyone out." Duan Lingyu sniffed and could only order. Everyone present didn't dare to disobey Duan Lingyu's orders. "Exit the room in a hurry, and close the door to the room by the way." Inside the house, only Yi Linfan, Li Qingyang, and Duan Lingyue were left behind. There was also a half-dead Mo Yunfeng. "Mr. Yi, how do you plan to save my master?" Duan Lingyu slowly asked. "Since the meridians are shattered, it's just a matter of connecting them," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "Connecting to the meridian?" When Li Qingyang and Duan Lingyue heard this, their eyes glazed over. It's like hearing something very unbelievable. Actually, what Yi Linfan said was also very incredible indeed. Connect to the meridian. It's a pipe dream. City Lordly, did you bring this person here to joke with me? Duan Lingyu asked with a gloomy face. This world, it had never been heard of a broken meridian that could be reattached. To know the complexity of the human body's meridians, it's simply beyond human imagination. The number of meridians is like the number of sands in the Ganges. The complexity of the meridian layout. There are also roads like those in the world. Pathfinder traffic is not at all regular. So, this was why Duan Lingyu would think that Yi Linfan had come over to amuse himself. Li Qingyan also laughed bitterly. He hadn't expected Yi Linfan since he would say something like this. Because then, even he thought it was impossible to do. What does the lady mean by that? Yi Linfan asked indifferently. In this world, no one has ever been able to connect a shattered meridian. What are you not amusing this lady? Duan Lingyu said with a cold snort. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it. And anyway, the Governor General's life is in danger now, so why not give it a try? Yi Linfan slowly asked. Good, then let you try. If you can't cure Lord Governor, I will make you regret living in this world. Duan Lingyu said coldly. The words came out. A twitch from the corner of Li Qingyang's eye. This Duan Lingyu really has the guts to say it. Was she unaware of how terrifying Mr. Ye's strength really was? You know that the Shin family's previous experience is still fresh in our minds. If the Viceroy's office is going to turn on Mr. Yip, I'm afraid it will become the second Shin family. But, he stood aside and did not speak, because he knows it well. Yi Linfan was not a person who liked to talk big with empty words. Since he said he could do it, then it must be done. Then I'm going to start. Yi Linfan said and came in front of Mo Yunfeng. He took out a cloth bag. After opening the cloth bag, hundreds of silver needles were revealed inside. This silver needle contained a shocking power fluctuation on top of each one. The green light on it lingered, making one feel overwhelmed. This is the Doran? Each silver needle has a Dao rhythm on top of it. That means every silver needle is a top-tier immortal weapon. Li Qingyang saw these silver needles. Wide-eyed, the eyeballs barely fell out. He was poisoned before. Yi Linfan also saved him with a silver needle. But that time, he wasn't conscious. So there was no way to know how powerful Yi Linfan's silver needles were. Now, he finally saw it. Mr. Yi is worthy of being an immortal. It was so extraordinary right out of the gate, needling me with so many top-tier immortal weapons. Such a stroke can simply be described by the word bigness. But,
Duan Lingyu did not notice the extraordinary nature of Yi Linfan's silver needle. After all, she's not a martial artist, can't feel such power yet. She just frowned and asked, "What's the point of using silver needles for your successive meridians? To stop the bleeding, of course," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "Stop the bleeding? What do you mean?" Duan Lingyu asked with a change in her face. "Wait a minute, ma'am, don't say anything. If it affects me there will be consequences." Yi Linfan said slowly. "Yes, but if anything happens to his lordship, I will have you buried with him," Duan Lingyu said coldly. Li Qingyang heard this. The heart stuttered again. This Duan Lingyu was really daring. In this world. But there was no one who had the ability to be able to make Yi Linfan give a burial. Yi Linfan didn't bother with her either. He was seen taking out a silver needle. It was accurately inserted into Mo Yunfeng's shoulder. Subsequently, hands kept waving. One silver needle after another was inserted on top of the various acupoints on Mo Yunfeng. In the eyes of Li Qingyang, Yi Linfan's hands waved with every wave. It's all waved along the unmistakable arcane trail. Every shot, all of them raised a glimmer of clarity in his heart. Every stitch is a great sword move. Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi is just too powerful. Even the needling was done with a Jedi sword. Li Qingyang watched Yi Linfan apply the needles with unblinking eyes. Then corroborate it with your own martial arts. It really is a great benefit. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan stopped, and Mo Yunfeng's body was already full of silver needles. Dense. It's numbing to watch. Subsequently, Yi Linfan took out a small knife. This pocket knife is short. Even the upper hilt was no more than the length of a hand. This little knife came out. Li Qingyang then felt his heart tremble. The knife looks ordinary, but a feeling that made his heart palpitate pervaded it. It seems that the knife is no ordinary item either. But it's not surprising. Nothing in Mr. Ye's hands is ordinary. Yi Linfan didn't know what was on Li Qingyang's mind. He held a small knife and stood in front of Mo Yunfeng. Looking fixedly at Mo Yunfeng, the scene fell on the eyes of others. It looked unbelievably weird and scary. It was as if Yi Linfan was a butcher, and Mo Yunfeng was like a pig to be slaughtered. "What do you want?" Seeing this, Duan Lingyu asked with some concern. "Cut him open," Yi Linfan said slowly. "You really want to plot against his lordship?" Duan Lingyu said angrily. "What are you talking about? How can you connect the meridians without cutting into his body?" Yi Linfan asked with a frown. "No, I don't agree. If you cut into the master's body, won't the master die?" Duan Lingyu said loudly. "I'll do as you please. If it's not cured he's dead," Yi Linfan said indifferently. Chapter 139. Chapter 139. "Madam, please trust Mr. Yi," Li Qingyang said in an undeniable tone. But, Duan Lingyu hesitated. After all, cutting up the body this way, it's unheard of. She didn't dare take the risk. "If anything happens to the governor, my subordinate is willing to pay with his life," Li Qingyang said in a deep voice. Duan Lingyu and Yi Linfan were both moved when they heard this. Especially Yi Linfan. It's more than a little unbelievable. He hadn't expected Li Qingyang to believe in him so much. Surprisingly, he was willing to vouch for him with his life. "Alright, since City Lord Li believes in Mr. Yi so much, then please ask Mr. Yi to do it." Duan Lingyu could only say, "Please, Mr. Yi, begin," Li Qingyang said slowly. "City Lord Li, please don't worry. I won't let you pay for your life," Yi Linfan said indifferently. Having said that, only the light of the knife flashed. It kept slashing across Mo Yunfeng's body. Swish swish swish. Mo Yunfeng's body was quickly sliced open. Even the arms and legs left the body. The skin on the body has also been cut all the way through. Not a single piece of the entire body could be found intact. However, what feels incredibly bizarre is this. Mo Yunfeng's body even turned out like this. Surprisingly, not a drop of blood came out. "Senior," Duan Lingyu almost fainted when she saw this. "A man cut like this, how can you still be alive? Stop screaming, he's not dead." Just then, Yi Linfan's voice floated over. Duan Lingyu sniffed and immediately looked again. Sure enough, Mo Yunfeng's body was cut open though, but still breathing. "Mr. Yi, why isn't there any blood?" Li Qingyang asked suspiciously. "Because I used acupuncture," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "So that's it, it's divine." Li Qingyang marveled. It was the first time he'd seen someone whose body had been sliced up like that and still be alive. Yi Linfan was worthy of being an immortal. There will always be amazing segments that are beyond the realm of perception. All of you should stop talking down there. I'm going to start connecting the meridians. City Lord Li, do me a favor, Yi Linfan said slowly. "Please command," Li Qingyang immediately said. "You put your hand on Governor Mo's heart area and slowly infuse spiritual energy. This will allow him to breathe easier," Yi Linfan said indifferently. "Righteousness," Li Qingyang said without hesitation.
He immediately reached out his right hand and placed it on Mo Yunfeng's chest at his heart.
A faint white light lit up in his palm. In the white light, the aura slowly entered Mo Yunfeng's body. In this way, Mo Yunfeng breathed somewhat weakly. Surprisingly, it gradually started to get stronger. Okay, I'm going to start, Yi Linfan said slowly. Next, Yi Linfan displayed the means. It left Duan Lingyu and Li Qingyang in a daze. Only Yi Linfan's hands were seen waving his intentions non-stop. Will those disconnected meridians, one after the other was connected. Connecting a meridian is not that difficult, but the hard part is to connect all the meridians in the body. There are countless meridians in the human body. The connection is also incredibly complex. There has never been a doctor in the world who dared to say that he had figured out the way the meridians in the human body were connected. But Yi Linfan was an anomaly. It was as if he knew the connections of every meridian by heart. The connection is very fast. There is no need to think in general. Actually, where do they know?
Yi Linfan traveled through these years,
tuned in to the system.
The meridians in the human body have long been memorized backwards.
So, he didn't even need to think about how to connect the meridians. All this for him, just subconscious behavior. So, he's fast. An hour passed.
Just a third of the meridians were already connected. Such speed if it gets out. Enough to make every doctor in the world commit suicide in shame.
And Duan Lingyu and Li Qingyang were already shocked to the point of numbness. Such tactics.
Even if you use the 6 words shocking the world and weeping the gods,
nor is it adequate to describe it.
Yi Linfan didn't care about the attitude of the duo.
At this time,
he was already fully concentrating on connecting his meridians.
Connecting the meridians is non-trivial. With so many meridians it only takes one to connect the wrong one. That would be a lost cause. But, luckily,
these meridians had long been mirrored in his mind. That's why he was able to connect the meridians so easily.
All of this is a credit to the system. In this moment,
Yi Linfan suddenly missed that system a bit. Although it abandoned Yi Linfan, but it had at least accompanied Yi Linfan for 10 years.
In the end, still have feelings too. After another 2 hours,
after Yi Linfan connected the last meridian,
a long sigh of relief. 3 consecutive hours of intense, highly focused surgery.
This made Yi Linfan feel a little tired as well.
Mr. Yi, how's it going?
Li Qingyang asked with a face full of apprehension.
He's put his life on the line.
If Yi Linfan fails,
he's going to die. Duan Lingyu was similarly filled with apprehension. If Mo Yunfeng really died, even if it takes the life of Li Qingyang, doesn't make much sense anymore either. Fortunately,
Yi Linfan said slowly. Duan Lingyu and Li Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief when they heard this.
A look of ecstasy ensued on his face. Thank you, Mr. Yi.
And please don't take offense to my previous attitude,
Duan Lingyu said with great guilt. No harm done. Caring is a good thing. I understand.
Yi Linfan said indifferently.
I am impressed by the high righteousness of the gentleman. Duan Lingyu marveled. Mr. Yi, I knew you would be able to save the Governor General. Li Qingyang laughed out loud. This one, he doesn't have to die. And Mo Yunfeng survived. He would still be able to live off Mo Yunfeng in the future.
There's something to be said for later.
There's still things to be done,
Yi Linfan said slowly.
At this time, Mo Yunfeng's body was still in a state of being cut open.
It needs to be sewn up to make it work. Yi Linfan quickly took out a needle. This needle is not a silver needle used for acupuncture.
Instead, it was a needle like an embroidery needle. But, there is no thread on this needle. Li Qingyang looked at Yi Linfan with a puzzled face. There's no line. How do you sew?
But, he saw that Yi Linfan had already started to move.
Afraid of disturbing Yi Linfan, so no questions were asked. However, soon, he was dumbfounded by the scene that unfolded before him. A look of disbelief also appeared on his face. Chapter 140, Sewing the Body with Dao Rhyme. Chapter 140, Sewing the Body with Dao Rhyme. I only saw Yi Linfan start to sew. It's true that you don't need a line, because every time that needle goes through the body,
all of them would have a green light pass through Mo Yunfeng's body.
Where this green light is sewn, Mo Yunfeng's body would then automatically connect together and return to normal. Not even a trace. It's like it was never cut. He actually sewed his body with Dao Yun. It's unbelievable. Li Qingyang looked at the scene in front of him with incomparable shock. The magnitude of such a gesture. Simply appalling. But, Yi Linfan didn't know what was on Li Qingyang's mind. He was just single-mindedly sewing Mo Yunfeng's body. This needle. It's a gift from the system. At first he thought it was just an ordinary sewing needle. However, once he overheard it, it's amazing how this needle can sew the body without thread. And stitched up, the body can be completely restored to its original state. Not a trace left. He then held the needle as a treasure. Such a treasure is simply a doctor's treasure and a boon to the sick. Yi Linfan quickly stitched up Mo Yunfeng's body. Lastly, the hands and feet. Again, it's sewn on. Not a trace of having been cut could be seen. Such tactics. Even Duan Lingyu looked dumbfounded, although she couldn't sense the power of the Dao rhyme. But it was the first time she had seen a body sewn together without thread. Surprisingly, I was able to do much better than the wired stitches. People like that. Definitely a miracle doctor. Li Qin Yang is really reliable. Getting such a miracle doctor with extraordinary medical skills over here. In the future, we must make good relations with this divine doctor. After all, who can guarantee that you will never get sick in your life? To be able to know a divine doctor, it's the equivalent of one more life. Okay. Yi Linfan stitched it up and put the needle away. Subsequently, he put away all the silver needles inserted in Mo Yunfeng's body as well. What now? Duan Lingyu asked. It'll wake up later. Yi Linfan said slowly. That's good. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Just, don't know if Master's strength will be affected after he wakes up? Duan Lingyu asked with a frown. When the meridians are restored, the cultivation will naturally be restored as well. Don't worry, ma'am. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Many thanks to Mr. Yi. In the future, if Mr. Yi has any orders, the governor's office will be obliged, Duan Lingyu said with conviction. Now Yi Linfan had proven himself. It was only natural for her to start pulling the strings. Such a divine doctor. If you make a good relationship, it's definitely 100% good for you. You're welcome, ma'am. Saving lives and helping people is a doctor's duty, Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. Li Qingyang sniffed, looking at Yi Linfan with a face full of admiration. Unconcerned when challenged. Indifferent and subdued when there is credit to be given. Now that's a real immortal. I'm afraid it's only the immortals. It is only then that you can truly take everything in stride. Where am I? Just then, Mo Yunfeng suddenly sat up and asked loudly. His voice was full in the middle, and rosy-cheeked. It was a complete contrast to the way he was seriously injured and dying just now. Master, you're awake? Duan Lingyu ecstatically jumped into Mo Yunfeng's arms, and then cried out loud. These days, she had been worried about Mo Yunfeng's safety. She wanted to cry, but in front of outsiders, she could only pretend to be strong. All you can do is wipe your tears in the dark. Now, Mo Yunfeng was finally okay. Naturally, she couldn't hold back any longer. Cried out all the sadness that had been pent up in his heart all these days. Ma'am, stop crying and tell me quickly what's going on. Mo Yunfeng said slowly. All he remembers is that he went off the deep end, then fainted. What happened after that? He has no idea. Now as soon as I wake up, just found myself waking up on the bed in my room. Lord Governor. Li Qingyang stepped forward and bowed. So it's Prime Yang. I only remember going off the deep end. What happened after that? Mo Yunfeng slowly asked. Lord Governor, it was this Mr. Yi who saved you. Li Qingyang pointed at Yi Linfan and said. That's right, thanks to this Mr. Yi. Or else you, Master, might have. Duan Lingyu said helpfully. So that's how it is. Yunfeng thanks Mr. Yi. Mo Yunfeng looked up at Yi Linfan. It was discovered that there was not a single power fluctuation left in Yi Linfan's body. There was some contempt, but the other person had saved his life after all. So it's time to be polite. You're welcome, Lord Governor. Saving lives is my vocation. Yi Linfan said with a smile. How it went? You guys still have to tell me about it. Mo Yunfeng said slowly. Lord Governor, there are still many people outside the door still waiting for your news. Why don't you meet the people first before my subordinate comes to talk to you? Li Qingyang said. Good. Why don't you guys come out with me and meet everyone? Mo Yunfeng nodded and said. Together, the crowd headed toward the house. Outside the house, since 3 hours have passed, the crowd was waiting with immense anxiety. Some grumpy people. There were even plans to rush the door and go in. Dr. Yang, can that Mr. Yi cure father or not? Mo Mangyao asked with a worried face. The injury of having all the meridians shattered is hard to be saved by the gods, and it's simply impossible for a brat like him to just get it. Dr. Yang said with a cold snort. That's right. Even Dr. Yang couldn't cure Lord Governor's injuries. How can such a brat? It hasn't come out for so long, so I guess there's no hope. Yeah, I think we should just go in and check it out. The crowd said as you spoke. This made the already disturbed Mo Mangyao even more entangled. Miss, we should just go in and take a look. When Dr. Yang saw this, he added to the fire. He didn't think that Yi Linfan could really cure Mo Yunfeng's injuries. Alright, Dr. Yang and I will go in and take a look. You all wait outside. Mo Mangyao sniffed and then said. If a whole bunch of people rush in, disturbing Yi Linfan's words of rescue, I'm afraid I'll be guilty too. If it's just 2 people going in, shouldn't be a problem. The 2 were about to head to their room. The door to the room suddenly pushed open. People out? Successful? Or did it fail? The crowd heard the sound of the door opening and couldn't help but jump in their hearts. Everyone's eyes converged on the door. Even breathing stopped. Soon, the man inside the door came out. First one out. It was definitely Mo Yunfeng. Everyone's eyes stared incomparably round when they saw Mo Yunfeng, especially Dr. Yang. A look of incredulity filled his face. Surprisingly, it actually worked. How is that possible? Everyone was incomparably dumbfounded as they looked at Mo Yunfeng. The yard was dead silent. Not a sound at all. The crowd actually forgot to speak for a moment. What's the matter? Don't even recognize this seat anymore? Mo Yunfeng asked with a smile. Chapter 141, This Doctor is Not Simple. Chapter 141, This Doctor is Not Simple. Greetings, Lord Governor. Everyone immediately saluted. Every single one of them had a look of incomparable ecstasy on their faces. Mo Yunfeng is still alive. For them, absolutely fantastic news. The backing has not fallen. Everyone will have a backbone as well. Daddy, it's so good that you're okay. Mo Mangyao fluttered over. Incomparably happy. Yaoer, don't worry. Father will be fine. Mo Yunfeng gently caressed her cute little head and softly said. The crowd present was very happy. And yet there is only one exception. That would be Dr. Yang. At this point, his face was already pale. The words kept coming out of his mouth. How is it possible? How could he have cured it? No. He had just directly sentenced Mo Yunfeng to death. Now Yi Linfan had brought him back to life. Doesn't that make him look more and more incompetent? Just then, Duan Lingyu saw the look on Dr. Yang's face. Think about just now. This person had been blocking Yi Linfan from saving people. And it's also stated. Mo Yunfeng is definitely dead. This quack. If you believe him yourself, maybe his lordship is no longer alive. Think about it. She was suddenly furious inside. Dr. Yang. Duan Lingyu slowly said. Dr. Yang was already a bit disturbed at this time. Now he suddenly heard Duan Lingyu calling him. The heart stuttered. What is the order? Ma'am? Dr. Yang asked with some trepidation. Dr. Yang, you just said that the Governor General is already surely dead, and that Mr. Yi absolutely can't cure the Governor General. What else do you have to say now? Duan Lingyu coldly asked. Mother, he was just encouraging me to break in. Just then, Mo Mangyao stuck another knife in the side. The words. It made Duan Lingyu more and more angry. Just now, Yi Linfan was fully concentrating on connecting his meridians. There's no room for a little disturbance. I didn't expect this Dr. Yang to even try to break in. If it affects Yi Linfan, thus connecting the wrong meridian then, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Dr. Yang, it seems that you are too old to stay in the governor's office. Pack up your things and go back home. Duan Lingyu said coldly. When Dr. Yang heard this, his face turned pale. Expelled from the house of the governor. It's not just as simple as losing the errand. It will also be a very significant blow to his reputation. After all, even the governor's office doesn't trust him. It's even less likely that others will trust him. Later, he'll never be a doctor again. But, even so. So what? Ever since he started questioning Yi Linfan, his fate was sealed. The old man complies. Dr. Yang let out a long sigh. Ricky jogged away from the place. It was as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. But, no one sympathizes with him. He deserved to end up like this. Mo Yunfeng hadn't said anything from the side, because he knows it in his heart. He himself had just been in a coma, had no idea what was going on. Naturally, he wouldn't dictate Duan Lingyu's orders. Now that things are taken care of, only then did he open his mouth and say, Prime Yang and Mr. Yi will stay. Everyone else will retire. The crowd heard this and immediately left the place as they were told. Since Mo Yunfeng was already safe and sound, there was no point in their remaining here. Only Li Qingyang and Yi Linfan stayed behind. Mr. Yi, thanks for saving my life, Mo Yunfeng said with a deep salute. Just now, because I was in a hurry to come out and meet the crowd, so there was no serious thanks to Yi Linfan. Now make up for it naturally. Otherwise, others will think that he, the governor, is a man who knows what he is doing. You're welcome, governor. As I said just now, I'm a doctor, and it's my vocation to save lives, Yi Linfan said slowly. Prime Yang, what kind of things does Mr. Yi like? The governor's mansion's treasury can be at Mr. Ye's disposal, Mo Yunfeng said with great bravado. In his opinion, Yi Linfan was just an ordinary person. With the richness of the governor's coffers, it should be possible to show your appreciation. Li Qingyang was a bit speechless when he heard this. How could Yi Linfan look at the governor's mansion's treasury? No, people just saved him. The silver needles used were all top-grade immortal weapons. Just stuff like that alone. It's already hanging on to the governor's coffers. Lord Governor, my subordinate sees that Mr. Yi is already tired. Why don't you let my subordinate send Mr. Yi back to rest first, and come back to you a little later, Li Qingyang said slowly. Also, get Mr. Yi home safely for me. Mo Yunfeng glanced at Li Qingyang strangely. But, he gets to be governor. Naturally, It can't be a stupid person. Of course, he understood that there must be a reason for Li Qingyang to say so, and that reason couldn't be said in front of Yi Linfan. So, and he didn't pursue it any further. That's all. Li Qingyang left with Yi Linfan. This Li Qingyang. I really don't know what kind of medicine is in his gourd. Mo Yunfeng shook his head and said, Master, that Mr. Yi is definitely a miracle doctor. We should make good relations with him. Duan Lingyu said. I understand. Mo Yunfeng nodded and said, this time back from the dead. It made him realize even more deeply. It is so important to be able to recognize a divine doctor. It's the equivalent of an extra life. This time if Yi Linfan hadn't come. Instead, if you continue to let Dr. Yang treat you, at this point, I'm afraid that Mo Yunfeng was already a dead body. Ma'am, you may retire. I'm going to meditate for a while first. Mo Yunfeng said slowly. Just came back from the dead. He wanted to see how many layers of strength he had left. Duan Lingyu promised and left. Mo Yunfeng sat down cross-legged, feeling the spiritual energy wandering within his body. A look of surprise welled up in his heart. Surprisingly, the strength has not deteriorated. It seems that Yi Linfan's medical skills are as high as they come, beyond his imagination. Just then, he suddenly blushed. It just feels like it's all around inside. There were countless powerful forces pouring into the body. These forces were incomparably pure and vast. It contained the supreme power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This is where the power comes from. Surprisingly powerful. Mo Yunfeng's eyes widened. These forces were quickly integrated into his own spiritual energy. His spiritual energy suddenly skyrocketed. It began to churn wildly like a shock wave. It raged wildly within him. Mo Yunfeng, however, realized that he could no longer control the spiritual energy in his body. One could only watch as they flowed wildly through one's body. Click! A crisp voice rang in Mo Yunfeng's ears. Mo Yunfeng's body shook violently. He broke through. He was originally at the 5th level of the sacred realm. This time, he had actually broken through to the 6th level of the saint realm. How's that for a breakthrough? Mo Yunfeng's entire body was frozen in place. If at normal speed, he wanted to break through to the 6th level of the saint realm. At the very least, it would take another 30 years or so of hard work. However, what he didn't expect was this. Back from the dead once. Surprisingly, I was blessed with a breakthrough. Why the sudden breakthrough? It puzzled him. Could it be that Yi Linfan? Mo Yunfan thought darkly. It seemed that this Yi Linfan could never be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 142, sure enough. It's a top-grade immortal armament. Chapter 142, sure enough. It's a top-grade immortal armament. Since Mo Yunfeng was able to become the governor, naturally, he is a man of great mind. He quickly figured out the source of the reason. Since he passed out, only Yi Linfan had touched his body. His body has changed so much. The reason naturally lay in Yi Linfan's body. It seems that when Prime Yang comes, I'll have to ask him what this Yi Linfan is really like. Mo Yunfeng said to himself. Just then, a voice came from the door. My lord, City Lord Li is here. It turned out to be Li Qingyang, who had already sent Yi Linfan back home, and then rushed over again. For him anyway. It's nothing to travel this far. Let him in. Mo Yunfeng immediately said. Li Shenyang came at the right time. Just enough to clear up all the doubts in his mind. It didn't take long. Li Qingyang walked in. I am here to see the governor. Li Qingyang saluted. Be excused. You've kind of saved my life this time. Mo Yunfeng said as he gestured for Li Qingyang to sit down. Li Qingyang was not polite either. Sitting cross-legged across from Mo Yunfeng. He is Mo Yunfeng's beloved. In private, getting along with Mo Yunfeng was also somewhat unconventional. Your Excellency is polite. This is what my subordinates should do. Li Qingyang immediately said. While getting along on weekdays is unconventional, but take credit where credit is due when it counts. It's also the way to be a human being. After all, the two were in a superior-subordinate relationship. If one is too proud, it will also upset your boss. Although Li Qingyang was a martial artist, but he can be the head of a city. Nature understands these things well. This was also the reason why he was able to be trusted by Mo Yunfeng. Sure enough, Mo Yunfeng nodded with great satisfaction. Last time, you exterminated the Fan family of Bright Jade City, didn't you? Mo Yunfeng suddenly asked. Bright Jade City and Falling Cloud City were under the jurisdiction of different governors, and Mo Yunfeng didn't deal well with that governor. There is such a thing, Li Qingyang said without a care in the world. He knew it in his heart. Mo Yunfeng would not descend on him for this matter. So, he didn't have half a worry in his mind. Han Chaolin came to me for someone, Mo Yunfeng said with a cold smile. Han Chaolin was none other than the governor who governed Mingyu City. So what does the governor-general mean? Li Qingyang asked. Of course I'm ignoring him. He's still justified in marrying by force in the Fan family. Mo Yunfeng said with a cold snort. Thank you, my lord, Li Qingyang said with a smile. No harm done. It's just that you'd better watch out for Han Shaolin in the future. He's a vindictive master. Mo Yunfeng said slowly. Don't worry, my lord. I'm not afraid of him. Li Qingyang slightly released a trace of pressure. 5th level of the sacred realm? Mo Yunfeng's face changed. In his mind, Li Qingyan was only at the 3rd level of the saint realm. Why the breakthrough was so fast? Even if Li Qingyang's talent was strong. But this breakthrough speed, it's no longer a very strong talent that can be described. Rather, it can be described with the word demon. How did you break through so fast? Mo Yunfeng asked incredulously. You know the last time he saw Li Qingyang, but it was 2 months ago. Not seen for 2 months now. Li Qingyang had actually transformed himself. If he hadn't also broken through just now, the other side had then caught up with themselves. It's all because of Mr. Yi. Li Qingyang said with a smile. I also feel that the Jilin-fan isn't right because I also broke through just now. Mo Yunfeng released a trace of the 6th level of the Saint Realm's pressure. Congratulations, my lord. Li Qingyang's face changed and he said in a hurry. Tell me, what kind of person is Jilin-fan? Mo Yunfeng slowly asked. He, an immortal. A supreme master who possesses astounding strength but is incomparably low profile. Li Qingyang said with a face full of reverence. Immortals? How can there be immortals in this world? Mo Yunfeng said with some disbelief. Because Mr. Yi said he wasn't from this world. Li Qingyang said slowly. Subsequently, he told all the things that happened after he met Jilin-fan, including the process of how to save Mo Yunfeng's life today. All of it was told to Mo Yunfeng. Mo Yunfeng listened. The whole group became dumbfounded, because what Li Qingyang said about all this was simply too incredible. The yard is full of ancient beasts. The subsequent cup of tea is spirit tea. Drawing a picture with his hand was surprisingly a great swordsmanship. It is surprising that the cooking contains Taoism in it. Playing the piano wiped out the Shin family. Even the acupuncture that cured him. Surprisingly, they were all top-tier immortal weapons. Even using the Taoist rhyme to stitch up his body. No wonder such a powerful force suddenly surged out from within his body just now. Turns out it's all Taoist rhymes. Such a person is simply terrifying as hell. If he didn't know Li Qingyang's temperament, it's usually not about telling lies and grandstanding. Otherwise he wouldn't have believed it at all. To think that he actually wanted to use the governor's mansion's treasury to thank Jilin-fan. Mo Yunfeng's face then turned a little red. That set of silver needles alone on the other side. It would have been far more than all the collections in his own library. And to think that one would want to bury an immortal with something like that. It was also fortunate that Li Qingyang rounded off the scene. Otherwise, if you upset Jilin-fan, I'm afraid the Mo family is about to become the second Shin family. Think about it. Mo Yunfeng then had palpitations. Prime Yang, how should I thank Mr. Yi? Mo Yunfeng slowly asked. This is an immortal. To be able to recognize an immortal, it means that one's chance has arrived. Even Li Qingyang knew Jilin-fan. All of them can skyrocket in strength. You're definitely not that bad yourself. I think, my lord, that you should go to the door and thank me in person. Preferably with the most precious thing the governor's office has to offer. Li Qingyang said slowly. The most precious thing in the governor's residence? You mean the 9 heavenly Kirin Pei? Mo Yunfeng asked with a frown. The 9 heavenly Kirin Pei is an heirloom of the governor's house. This jade pendant can summon the divine beast Kirin to protect your body. It could withstand the full force of a sacred realm 9th level expert. Quite an expensive treasure indeed. Honestly, Mo Yunfeng was a little heartbroken. My lord, Mr. Yi has always been generous. The last time my subordinate gave the extreme cold jade stone to Mr. Yi, he returned a top-grade immortal artifact to my subordinate. Li Qingyang said. A top-tier immortal weapon? Mo Yunfeng asked with wide eyes. Top immortal weapon. Can I give it away too? My lord, please look. Li Qingyang took out a painting and said. This painting is the very same painting of the sky flying out of the sky. Ever since he used this painting to defeat the Fan family ancestor, he then carried the painting with him at all times. He slowly opened the painting. A chilling sensation filled the room. Endless Tao rhythms floated up. It kept echoing in the void. This has so many Tao rhythms. It really is a top immortal weapon. Mo Yunfeng's face was filled with stagnation as he looked at the Tao rhythms floating all over the room. He had never seen so many Tao rhythms before. He looked down behind the painting. His face even showed an expression of incomparable shock. Chapter 143, Flying Cloud Sex Crisis. Chapter 143, Flying Cloud Sex Crisis. Just see the top of the drawing paper. A figure dressed in white, floating like an immortal, holding a long sword in his hand. He came down in the air. This sword, it was as if it could cut through miles and miles of rivers and mountains. It's just a painting though. Mo Yunfeng could still feel the monstrous sword intent contained within. In the upper right corner on the drawing paper, there were also 8 large characters written in Dragon's Flight.
A sword comes from the west and flies out of the sky.
This is a supreme sword move. Mo Yunfeng swallowed his saliva and said, "That's right. Who do you look like in the painting again?" Li Qingyang asked. Mo Yunfeng looked closely. A look of surprise came over his face. The person in the painting is exactly the same as Mr. Yi.
Is it? That's right. This is Mr. Yi drawing his own sword stance and then passing it on to me.
Li Qingyang nodded and said. Mo Yunfeng was shocked.
He hadn't expected Yi Linfan to come out so boldly. Top-grade immortal weapon plus a supreme sword technique.
I can't believe I'm giving it away as I go along. Such a painting.
It was 1,000 times stronger than his 9 heavenly Kirin Pei.
Look at this picture.
Mo Yunfeng immediately felt that his 9 heavenly Qilin Pei didn't smell good anymore.
I understand.
In a couple days I will bring the 9 heavenly Qilin Pei to personally come to the door to thank you.
Mo Yunfeng said slowly. My lord, there is one thing you must be aware of before you go. Li Qingyang said. What is it? Mr. Yi doesn't like people mentioning anything about cultivation in front of him, so you must treat him as an ordinary person.
Li Qingyang said slowly.
The matter is simple. Since they are immortals, it's only natural to have some quirks. Mo Yunfeng nodded and said. The two were talking for a while. Li Qingyang then excused himself and left. At this point,
Liang Fuan and Feng Linger had already returned to the Flying Cloud sect.
This way, Liang Quan kept holding the bag of tea. The heart was tense, fearful that someone would come and snatch this valuable bag of tea away. Until after walking into the Flying Cloud sect, that was a long relief. However,
they had just set foot on the clan.
It just felt so wrong.
It was because the atmosphere within the sect was depressing.
It's so depressing that they feel overwhelmed. Could it be that something had happened within the clan? They ran quickly up the hill. As soon as you get to the top of the hill, just see the middle of the square in the center of the mountaintop. Surprisingly, there was a white bone sword stuck in it. This sort of white bone was suffused with a desperate aura of death. Within a few miles of the square, gray sword intent, wreaking havoc in all directions. A gray mist-shrouded zone was formed. No one could even come close to the slightest bit.
And all the Flying Cloud sect disciples looked at this white bone sword, and the face was pale. The large Flying Cloud sect was dead silent.
No one spoke at all. What the hell happened? Windbell asked with a grave expression.
Miss, it's the White Bone Superior who's coming to challenge the Patriarch. A sect disciple replied.
What? The White Bone Superior? Windbell exclaimed in shock. The White Bone Supremacist. Devilishly flaming devil masters.
As his sword was a white bone sword made from the human bones of a Saint Realm expert. That's why it's called the White Bone Supreme. The White Bone Superior possessed the 4th level of the Sacred Realm.
Another kendo maniac.
Likes to go around looking for people to compare swords with.
If the opponent loses, just pick off the other guy's hamstring. Let your opponent break the path of the sword forever. But, he's smart. Someone better than him. He never looked.
Always likes to challenge those who are a little weaker than him.
Feng Wuhan,
who was at the 3rd level of the Saint Realm, naturally became his target. Yesterday, the White Bone Superior came to the Flying Cloud sect, plunging the white bone sword in his hand in the middle of this square. He also stated that he would come over 3 days later to fight with Feng Wuhan,
unless someone can pull his white bone sword out. However, a day has passed.
The entire Flying Cloud sect, there was simply no one who had the ability to pull out his white bone sword.
So to speak, the duel 2 days later was simply unavoidable.
Despair filled the Flying Cloud sect disciples.
No one feels that Wind Wushu was able to win this battle. How come? Feng Suzier instantly became pale.
Senior sister, there's no need to worry. We have the packet of spirit tea leaves here.
Master will be fine. Liang Quan comforted. That's right. With Mr. Ye's packet of tea, Dad can definitely improve his cultivation greatly.
Windchime said with a gleam in her eye.
No, she just drank a cup of spiritual tea.
Only then did he break through from the 7th level of Dark Force to the 7th level of Harmonized Force. With such awesome treasures in place, and why should he still need to fear the White Bone Superior?
The two of them immediately headed towards the council hall.
Within the Great Hall of Deliberation, there are 2 middle-aged men who are sitting here with sad faces. The middle-aged man sitting at the top
looked 44 or 15. He is quite immortal looking and has a very elegant temperament.
It didn't look like a martial arts sect patriarch,
more like a pedagogue.
He was none other than Flying Cloud sect patriarch Feng Wuhan. The middle-aged man sitting at the bottom.
The hair and beard are a little gray. The face is very pointed. It looks a bit mean-spirited.
This person was none other than Liang Qian, an elder of the Flying Cloud sect.
Also Liang Quan's father, Elder Liang. In the battle the day after tomorrow, if I am unfortunate enough to die in battle, the Flying Cloud sect will be counting on you. Feng Wuhan said with a long sigh. Against the White Bone Supremacist, he really didn't have any semblance of confidence,
so he was mentally prepared for certain death in this battle.
If you do lose the battle and get your hamstrings picked off, it's really better to be dead. Patriarch, the Flying Cloud sect can't live without you. Why don't I fight for you? Liang Qian said with a frown. No, the White Bone Superior challenged me. If I back down, the entire Flying Cloud sect will be disgraced. Feng Wuhan shook his head and said, Daddy, I'm home. Just then, Feng Zhong'er and Liang Quan walked in together. Suzaku, you're back. Feng Wuhan barely smiled. Daddy, I know all the things. Windbell said with a serious expression. Don't come out of your head the day after tomorrow. Feng Wuhan saw that the other party already knew, so he immediately commanded. Father, I have a way to help you. Wind Chime said eagerly. Nonsense. What can you do as a little child? Feng Wuhan said with a sunken face. This kind of duel between Saint Realm experts. But it is said to be incredibly complicated. In his eyes, Feng Suzier was only a Dark Realm martial artist. How can there be a solution to his problem? It's true. I really do have a way. If you don't believe me, ask senior brother. Feng Suzier pointed at Liang Quan and said, Master, what senior sister said is true. Liang Quan nodded and said, Liang Qian, who was on the side, also sank his face. Quaner, you're also following the nonsense. Liang Quan has always been very stable in his day-to-day life. Today, however, he followed Windchime and fooled around with her. Indeed, it left Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian puzzled. Father, you don't believe me, do you? Then I'll show you. Windchime said with a cold snort. Having said that, her body shook, releasing his power fluctuations of the 7th level of the realm of transformation. This release of hers, it left Feng Wuhan and Liang Qianjin frozen on the spot. Chapter 144, The Reluctant Little Turtle. Chapter 144, The Reluctant Little Turtle. Suzaku, how is your cultivation? Feng Wuhan said in shock. You have to know that when Feng Zhong'er left the Flying Cloud sect, but it's only the 7th level of Dark Force. Even if it's the most demonic heavenly pride under the sky, I'm afraid it's not possible in such a few short days. Being able to instantly break through your cultivation to the 7th level of the realm of transformation, right? Such a breakthrough speed is just terrifying. Not only me, even senior brother has broken through. Wind Chime said triumphantly. Liang Quan also released the power fluctuations of the 9th level of the realm of transformation. Have to say, Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian had fallen into a stupor. They couldn't figure it out. Why did the duo's strength unexpectedly skyrocket to such a terrifying level after only going out for a few days? Definitely met with an incredible opportunity. Suzaku, tell me, what's going on? Feng Wuhan asked with a grave expression. Daddy, it's like this. Feng Suzier told Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian about meeting Yi Linfan. Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian listened. A look of incredulity filled his face. Because they're hard to believe. It was surprising that there could really be someone so powerful in this world. A dog that was raised was actually an overwhelmingly great demon. A place to stay. The aura is so thick that it liquefies. Especially if you drink spiritual tea. Let their strength skyrocket. So, what is in Quan Air's hand is the spirit tea you drink? Feng Wuhan asked with glowing eyes. If these teas are really so powerful, then the duel the day after tomorrow. Not necessarily without a win. Yes, that Mr. Yi was generous and gave us a caddy directly. Winchim said with a nod. A pound? When Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian heard these words, their entire bodies were dumbfounded. Can spirit tea still be measured in pounds? Could it be a fake? Whatever. Suzaku, make me a cup of tea first. Feng Wuhan said immediately. Now the great enemy is at hand. Whether or not the spiritual tea is useful, there's only a dead horse to beat. Wind Chimes didn't dare to delay. Immediately took the tea bag from Liang Quan. As she opened the tea bag, then a refreshing aroma of tea filled the air. It's invigorating to hear. Especially the duo of Feng Wuhan and Liang Qian. The aroma of this tea even swept away the negative emotions that had been pent up in the hearts of the two of them for the past 2 days. There seems to be no mistake. This tea is definitely spirit tea. Liang Qian said with a light in his eyes. That's right. In the future, this tea must be kept well, and must never be used until the critical moment. Feng Wuhan said with great joy in his heart. Patriarch, give me a drink too later. Liang Qian gulped and said. Could be. Windless nodded and said. Liang Qian has always been loyal to him. Naturally, he wouldn't be so petty. Thank you, Sovereign. Liang Qian immediately exclaimed. Feng Wuhan stared at the teacup with glowing eyes. If this spirit tea could really allow him to break through to the next realm, then tomorrow's duel will be a sure thing. At this point, Feng Zhong'er had already taken some tea leaves and put them into the teacup. Then, she poured in boiling water. Boil water to brew the tea. Just for a moment, the fog in the sky had then enveloped the entire council hall. It made the crowd feel as if they were in a fairyland. In the mist, the aroma of the tea is several times stronger than before. Just a sniff. One could already feel the aura in his body slowly growing. Belle, hurry up and bring it here. Wind Wushu was already a bit impatient. Here you are. Father, have some tea. Wind Chimes brought the teacup over. Feng Wuhan picked up the teacup. Just see among the teacups. The tea is pure. Tea leaves are green and lush. Surprisingly, there was a green light lingering on the top of the teacup. This made Feng Wuhan increasingly shocked. This was clearly not an ordinary spirit tea. This was because it was the first time he had ever seen spirit tea that floated with Tao rhythms. He couldn't wait. Take a drink from your teacup. The aroma of tea reverberates between the teeth. From the mouth it went straight to the sky. Then it pervades the whole body. Feng Wuhan only felt that his whole body was like being in a warm hot spring. It made him feel as if all the pores in his body had opened up. The whole thing felt very soothing. In the meantime, the Tao rhythm contained within the spirit tea had exploded. The explosion caused the spiritual energy in his body to flip wildly. Click! Feng Wuhan's body shook dramatically. He broke through. He finally broke through. He broke through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. An expression of incomparable ecstasy appeared on Feng Wuhan's face. He broke through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm. It would mean that he and the White Bone Superior finally had the power to fight. I've finally broken through. Feng Wuhan laughed out loud. Congratulations, Patriarch, Father. Liang Qian and the three of them said in unison. The three of them were happy too. Windless can break through. It also represented another level of strength for the Flying Cloud sect. As long as the latter defeated the White Bone Supremacist, the Flying Cloud sect would naturally become much more powerful. I'm going to go into seclusion to consolidate my cultivation. So Elder Liang will preside over the sect affairs for me in the next 2 days. Windless said slowly. Obey. That's spiritual tea. Liang Qian gulped and said. You can drink it after my duel is over. Feng Wuhan said with a smile. Now he's closed. It couldn't be that Liang Qian also drank spirit tea in seclusion. By then, the Flying Cloud sect could be left without a leader. Yes, Sovereign. Liang Qian also understood what Feng Wuhan meant and agreed. Suzur, put the spirit tea leaves into the storehouse for safekeeping. Windless said slowly. I know, Daddy. Windchim said with a nod. After Wind Wushan finished his explanation, then he left the place. At this point, Yi Linfan, who was in his own courtyard, did not know what was happening in the governor's office and the Flying Cloud sect. He was fiddling with the little turtle he had just bought. Those ancient beasts in the courtyard guessed correctly. This little turtle is no ordinary turtle. Rather, they are of Xianwu descent. Only its bloodline had not yet fully recovered. That's why it was caught. Put it on sale at Mr. Lu's place. It was also fortunate that Yi Linfan had bought it. If it were anyone else, it might just turn out to be a dish. But, it was an ancient divine beast after all. Certainly not willing to settle for just being a normal person's pet. So, he planned to sneak away once he had regained some strength. However, when it came to Falling Cloud Mountain, surprised beyond belief, the aura here was simply too rich. Surprisingly, it couldn't leave it alone. So, even if Yi Linfan left here and went to the governor's mansion, the turtles have also been staying honestly in their cages. Yi Linfan, on the other hand, was thinking about where to place this little turtle. After a while, Yi Linfan, on the other hand, said to the little turtle, why don't I put you in the pond in the yard, where there is a carp that can be your neighbor? The little turtle sniffed. There was some reluctance in the mind, but it also dares not reveal its identity, because it's afraid that if it reveals its identity, this mortal in front of me knew it was an ancient beast. Will it scare each other? After all, the other person was his savior. It's not good to get scared. Come on, I'll take you to your new home. Yi Linfan smiled, lifted the cage and walked towards the courtyard. Chapter 145, so this place is full of big shots. Chapter 145, so this place is full of big shots. The little turtle was carried to the yard. Feeling the rich aura here, the little turtle couldn't help but sigh. The common man in front of me was lucky. Surprisingly, he was able to live in such a cavernous place. Even an ordinary person, to be able to live in a place with such a strong aura. At the very least, they'll live for centuries. Anyway, it's not bad here. Why don't we just stay in this place for now? Soon, Yi Linfan then carried the little turtle to the pond. The little turtle looked at the pond, stunned. Only the water within this pond was incomparably pure, and there was a constant mist. This mist is no ordinary mist. It was clearly liquefied aura. That is to say, this entire pond is filled with spiritual water. If you can soak in it every day, one would be able to restore the Xuanwu bloodline in a very short period of time. The little turtle suddenly felt angry. Such a nice pool of spiritual water. Surprisingly, it was dominated by a tiny carp. It's an outrage. A small carp in the district has no business being in such a nice place. Such a good place could only belong to a noble ancient divine beast like himself. As for the little carp, just eat it. In that case,
You'll be able to occupy this side of the pond all by yourself.
Little turtle, this will be your home from now on. Go inside. Yi Linfan opened the cage and said to the little turtle with a smile.
The little turtle slowly climbed out of the cage,
looking back at Yi Linfan,
then slowly climbed into the pond.
What a spiritual little turtle.
Yi Linfan smiled,
then carried the cage and left. Now that the little turtle has a home,
and he wouldn't have to worry about it, as long as he gets along with that carp, in the middle of the pond. As soon as the little turtle enters the place, it then felt itself surrounded by a monstrous raging aura. These auras kept pouring into his body.
It felt the Xuanwu bloodline in its body recovering rapidly.
The strength was also rapidly getting stronger.
The feeling is just too good. It's been years since I've felt this way. This pond is mine, I said. The little turtle was swimming in the water, always looking for carp. It doesn't want to be neighbors with a carp, because the other side doesn't deserve it. It wants to eat each other. Exclusive possession of this treasure. Soon, the little turtle then found the carp. The carp are swimming leisurely at this point. The scales on its body were a striking golden color. Bubbles kept coming out of his mouth. It looked unbelievably underwhelming. That look, it was even more exasperating in the eyes of the little turtle. In its opinion, the golden scales on the carp, it's definitely because of the absorption of the spirit spring. So evolved. This made it even more urgent to kill the carp. So it swam. Coming to the carp, he stared coldly at his opponent. How does a little carp deserve to stay in such a nice place? So awaken. The little turtle said coldly. The words fell. A huge silhouette floated above it. The head of this imaginary figure was shaped like a turtle, but inside the turtle shell was a snake. It was exactly the appearance of the ancient divine beast Xuanwu. The little turtle opened his mouth. This one. Its small mouth instantly turned into a bloody one. It sucked hard. The surrounding pool water furiously surged towards its mouth. It intends to suck the carp into its mouth and swallow it. However, what the little turtle did not expect was this. No matter how strong the suction is around them, surprisingly, the carp didn't move at all. There was even a very disdainful expression looking at it. The little turtle froze at the sight. What's going on? Why can't you suck it? Just then, the carp also spoke. You a little turtle also want to make a move against this seat? The little turtle's face changed as he sniffed. How come you can talk too? Is it strange that this seat can talk? Carp asked faintly. What the hell are you? The little turtle finally realized that the other was not mortal. Carp sneered. Soon, a five-clawed golden dragon silhouette surged above it. The dragon's might is great. The pressure was too much for the little turtle to breathe. You are also an ancient divine beast? The little turtle asked, gulping. Of course this seat is an ancient divine beast. How can it be qualified to be its master's pet if it's not an ancient divine beast? Carp said faintly. Master, you mean that man just now? Isn't he an ordinary person? The little turtle asked with a blush. You dare to say that the master is an ordinary person? He is the most powerful person in the world. Carp said with a sneer. How is it possible? Why can't I feel it? Turtle asked in surprise. You can't feel it because you're too weak. If he's really an ordinary person, can he live in a place like this? Carp said coldly. The little turtle was silent, because it thought the carp had a point. And in this courtyard, it's not just me. There are other ancient divine beasts that you'll be able to recognize when the time comes. Carp said slowly. There are other ancient divine beasts? The little turtle was shocked. That's for sure. Didn't I say so? A beast that isn't an ancient divine beast isn't qualified to be its master's pet at all. Carp said very arrogantly. For it to be able to be Yi Linfan's pet, it is a very honorable thing to do. You can stay at this pond from now on, but be honest, because in this yard, it's all up to dog. Carp said slowly. The big yellow dog? Turtle asked with a frown. That's right, it was the earliest to follow its master and is the strongest. Carp said faintly. I know. The little turtle said with a face full of bitterness. It has always felt that it is an ancient beast, definitely the strongest. Who knows? The clown was actually himself. Get out. I'll show you everyone. Carp said slowly. Since they are all ancient divine beasts, carp are also naturally very friendly to small turtles. Having said that, it took the little turtle out of the water. Gentlemen, I've brought Xuanwu with me, Carp said to the gods and goddesses in the courtyard. Welcome, welcome, I'm Phoenix. The old hen chuckled. I'm a white tiger, just call me by, Kahaku said as he walked over. And me, I'm Peachtree. The peach tree also spoke. The little turtle was incredibly shocked to see this. Even peach trees can talk? I originally didn't know how to speak, but my master watered me with spiritual spring water every day, so naturally I could speak, Peachtree said with a smile. The little turtle was silent. It seems like that guy really isn't an ordinary person. How else could it be possible for such an ancient divine beast to willingly submit? Only the big yellow dog remained lazily on the ground. and didn't say hello to the little turtle. Turtle, come here and say hello to dog. Carp said to turtle. Dogs, dogs, the little turtle said with some caution. Just now, even the carp in the true form of the five-clawed golden dragon said that he would listen to this big yellow dog. It naturally wouldn't dare to make a fool of itself in front of the big yellow dog. Now that you're here, you have to abide by the one rule here, the big yellow dog said slowly. What rules? Turtle asked suspiciously. Chapter 146, White Bone Superior. Chapter 146, White Bone Superior. The master must not be allowed to know our true identity, the big yellow dog said in a single word. Why? Turtle asked suspiciously. Because the master likes to pretend to be ordinary. Then we have to play along with him, and if you're not willing to play along, then I'm going to be rude to you, the big yellow dog said faintly. Having said that, it released a hint of terrifying pressure. The little turtle was subdued by this threat of pressure. It was as if there was a boulder pressing down on its heart. It made it feel incredibly difficult to breathe. So powerful, so scary. The little turtle finally knew why Carp will say, in this yard, the big yellow dog is the most authoritative. Not only because it had been with Yi Linfan the longest, even more so because it's the strongest. I know, the little turtle said in a hurry. That's right, we'll all be in good company from now on. A hint of satisfaction appeared on big yellow dog's face, then proceeded to slouch down. Looks, it was like an oddly lazy, ordinary dirt dog. The ancient divine beasts in the courtyard immediately returned to their respective places. It's become a regular yard again. 2 days later, inside the Flying Cloud sect, Feng Zhong'er and Liang Qian were anxiously standing in front of a secret room door. Within this chamber, it was Feng Wuhan who was in closed-door cultivation, ever since he drank a cup of spiritual tea. Then he immediately began to close the door to consolidate his cultivation. After all, he had just broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm, and the White Bone Superior had been immersed in the realm of the 4th level of the Sacred Realm for many years. If you don't prepare for the battle and build up your strength, I'm afraid I'm not always sure of winning. Wind Wushan was in this seclusion, just straight up closed for 2 days. Today is the day that the White Bone Upper will come to challenge us, and Feng Wuhan had yet to come out from within the secret room. Liang Qian and Feng Linger were naturally anxious. Why isn't Daddy out yet? Wind Chime asked with a frown. It can't be helped, and the retreat can't be disturbed. Liang Qian also said with a grave expression. But the White Bone Lord is coming soon. Wind Bell said with a long sigh. The White Bone Superior was at the 4th level of the Sacred Realm. Currently within the entire Flying Cloud sect, only Feng Wuhan could be indistinguishable from him in terms of strength. As for Liang Qian, before, it was only the strength of the 1st level of the Saint Realm, although after drinking the spiritual tea, it had also broken through to the 2nd level of the Saint Realm, but compared to the White Bone Superior at the 4th level of the Sacred Realm, still too far off. I really can't. I'll top it off, Liang Qian said with some determination. But you are no match for him, Wind Bell said with a change in her face. It can't be helped. The White Bone Superior is a temperamental person. If he comes here and doesn't see the Patriarch, he might lay his hands on the clan's disciples. So only by me stepping in can I stop avoiding the clan's disciples from being harmed, Liang Qian said slowly. Just then, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the sky. The white bone sword in the center of the square suddenly shook violently. The sound of the dragon's roar was high-pitched and incomparable. The sword intent was chilling. The long swords in the hands of everyone in the Flying Cloud sect. Surprisingly, they all kept wailing. Is the White Bone Lord coming? Before the person arrives, the sword is already powerful. So scary. I'm already starting to feel fear in my heart. All the disciples of the Flying Cloud sect looked at the white bone sword in front of them with incomparable fear. They know, a strong enemy is coming soon. Sure enough, far above the sky, a gray mist drifted quickly from the distance. As this gray mist approached, the crowd then saw, in the gray mist, there was a domineering and overwhelming figure stepping into the sky. The closer this figure got to the Flying Cloud sect, the more the white bone sword vibrated. Soon, this figure then arrived over the Flying Cloud sect. It was a middle-aged man in his 50s. His face was surprisingly thin and bony, without a hint of flesh. Both eyes were surprisingly sunken in as well. It looked as if there was just a layer of skin wrapped around the bones. This middle-aged man was none other than the White Bone Superior. He had his feet in the air, looking down on all beings. Feng Wuhan, I'm coming, the White Bone Superior said indifferently. His voice was not loud though, but it fell on the ears of all the Flying Cloud sect disciples. But it was no less than a thunderclap. All the Flying Cloud sect disciples were caught off guard, shocked to the point of turning pale. Some of the weaker ones, even more so. He spat out a mouthful of blood, fainted straight away. Feng Suzier was also pale at this time. Luckily, she had drunk the spirit tea.
It had already broken through to the 7th level of the realm of transformation.
If it's still the dark realm,
I'm afraid she won't be able to escape vomiting blood and passing out.
Feng Wuhan, you don't dare to come out? When the White Bone Superior saw that Feng Wuhan didn't respond,
his face suddenly turned cold. He reached out with his hand. The white bone sword on the ground once again let out a pleasant dragon's roar. It flew straight from the ground to his hand.
If you don't come out again, I will kill your disciples until I kill you until you are willing to come out,
the White Bone Superior said coldly.
Have to say, Liang Qian did know the White Bone Superior very well.
This man is a man who will not stop until he gets what he wants.
More than that,
he's a man who will do anything to get what he wants.
If Windless doesn't come out again,
he was definitely going to take a shot at those Flying Cloud sect disciples.
White Bone Lord, stop. Just then,
a cold voice rang out,
only to see that Liang Qian had already come through the air, came across to the White Bone Supremacist. At this time, Feng Wuhan had yet to come out of the secret room. He's the only one to top it. You're no match for me. Let Feng Wuhan come out,
the White Bone Superior said disdainfully.
Haven't you always been a bully?
Liang Qian said with a face full of mockery. The White Bone Superior was originally specialized in picking opponents weaker than himself to compare swords, but he never admitted this to himself.
Not to mention that no one is allowed to poke him in the face.
This time Liang Qian poked him.
It made him instantly irritated. Outrageous. Get the hell out of here.
The White Bone Superior snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand
slashed down. A monstrous gray fog, coming down from the ocean.
The sword intent was overriding the sky, cutting straight through the dome of the sky. This sword, it slashed straight towards Liang Qian.
It's safe to say,
White Bone Superior's sword was struck with anger.
Out of the blue is the ultimate killing move. Liang Qian saw this. Don't dare slack off.
Choke. The long sword in his hand was also brazenly sheathed. The sword light burned, pointing straight up to the sky.
Without budging at all,
he slammed into the gray sword intent in the air.
Boom!
The two swords collided, and heaven and earth lost their colors. A monstrous sound shook the entire Flying Cloud sect,
which kept trembling. Invisible air waves, ravaging the 8 directions, stirring up all the clouds in the air. Soon,
a muffled grunt sounded. A figure fell sharply from the sky.
Boom!
It fell to the ground.
It smashed a deep hole in the ground.
Even the ground in a 10-mile radius was shaken and cracked.
The crowd fixed their eyes on it. The man in the deep pit. It was none other than Liang Qian. At this time,
Liang Qian had already turned pale,
spitting blood without stopping.
It is evident that the injuries are not bad.
Elder Liang. Feng Suzier cried out in shock and lunged towards Liang Qian. Feng Wuhan, since you still won't come out, I will kill your daughter,
the White Bone Superior said indifferently.
After the words, the sword rose.
A gray sword light fell from the sky. It fell straight down towards wind chimes.
Chapter 147, If you want to fight, then fight. Chapter 147, If you want to fight, then fight. White Bone, don't hurt my daughter.
An incomparably furious voice rang out. The words fell. A golden sword light flew out from within the secret room. It crashed on top of the gray sword awnings.
Boom!
A monstrous roar resounded in all directions.
2 sword lights, one gold and one gray, intertwined with each other. A powerful shockwave was rolled up.
The wild wind rose up partly in the sky,
churning up all the clouds in the sky. The entire Flying Cloud sect shivered in the roaring sound. Feng Wuhan, you finally dare to come out to see me.
The corners of the White Bone Superior's mouth rose slightly,
revealing an incomparably evil smile.
Only a long figure was seen flying out of the door.
A powerful pressure-like substance covered the 4 directions. This figure was none other than Feng Wuhan. At this point,
the aura that permeated his body was already 10 times stronger than yesterday.
Holy light filled the air. The power fluctuations of the 4th level of the Saint Realm echoed endlessly in the void.
Daddy! Windbell's face was a little pale as she escaped from death.
Help Elder Liang down, Feng Wuhan said indifferently. Wind chimes didn't dare to delay. Immediately pick up Liang Qian.
Then he greeted all the Flying Cloud sect disciples to stay far away.
Saint Realm powerhouses face off. It's bound to be amazing. Even the aftermath of the battle.
It can also cause heaven and earth to change color,
and the heavens and earth to tremble.
If a martial artist with a low realm gets involved, it's bound to end up in pieces. I didn't expect that you would make a breakthrough on the verge of battle, the White Bone Superior said slowly. He fell back with a look of gravity on his face.
But, it's still just a sliver. After all, Feng Wuhan had only just broken through the 4th level of the Saint Realm. Trying to be a threat to him, it's still impossible. What? Are you afraid? Feng Wuhan asked with a cold smile. I would be afraid of you?
The White Bone Superior said with a snort.
White Bone Superior, you and I are of equal strength now. If we have to fight each other, we will surely lose both of us. Why don't you just back off and we'll call it a draw? How about it? Feng Wuhan said indifferently.
Joke,
You've only just broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm, and you want to be even with me. It's simply delusional, the White Bone Superior said with a cold snort. So what are you going to do? Feng Wuhan asked with a frown. But this statement is purely knowing. Wind Wushu was very clear in his heart. Today's battle is inevitable. You and I will fight. If you don't dare, you can kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. In which case I will consider letting you go, the White Bone Superior said with a cold smile. If you want to fight, then fight. Feng Wuhan quasi-coldly hummed and said, since the White Bone Superior is so aggressive, naturally, he had nothing to be polite about. Good. A mountain of corpses. The White Bone Lord was dry. The first thing that came up was an extreme killing move. Only the white bone sword in his hand was seen pointing towards the sky. Shasta. The gray gas is great. It churned crazily between heaven and earth. Countless cries of ghosts and wolves resounded in the gray mist. It sounds and feels creepy. In the gray mist, countless white bones slowly emerged from the gray mist, charged towards Feng Wuhan. At once, white bones raged everywhere in heaven and earth, and the cries of ghosts resounded through the sky. It was like entering purgatory. There was nothing but that dead gray glow in front of me. Feng Wuhan snorted coldly and said, spirits and demons, they are just things that can't be seen. What is there to be afraid of? Only the long sword in his hand was seen pointing towards the sky. Shasta. The sound of a dragon's roar came out through the sword. Sharp and matchless sword intent tore through the sky, stirring up all the gray gas in the sky. All white bones. Under this powerful sword intent, they have gone up in smoke. The sword intent did not stop. It went straight to the White Bone Superior. The White Bone Superior's face was gloomy. The white bone sword in his hand did not budge. Between swings, the gray fog rears up and fills the air with a haunting despair. Straight cleave wind without trace. Boom! The 2 sword lights met narrowly once again. The humongous collision. A monstrous roar spread out in all directions. A ripple filled the air in all directions. The peaks of the Flying Cloud sect in a 10-mile radius were all chipped away by one layer. The bodies of the White Bone Superior and Feng Wuhan retreated violently at the same time. There really is something to it. The White Bone Superior laughed out loud. As I said, you retreat here, and in this battle, you and I will not be able to win or lose. Windless said slowly. Feng Wuhan, don't be too complacent. I haven't even tried my best yet. The White Bone Superior said with a cold smile. It seems that you still don't die. In that case, let's battle. Feng Wuhan knew that there was no way to make good today. Then it's just a matter of being there for it. Only his feet were seen stepping in the void. The whole thing flew up into the sky. Flying Cloud Sword Technique Ninth Stance? Heavenly Sword Advent. Windless voice filled the air. It reverberated through the sky. It was as if an immortal was whispering in the middle of the sky. Buzz. A high-pitched hectare of dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Feng Wuhan's chi and blood surged around his body, and his aura was vast. Only a huge golden longsword was seen slowly emerging in the void. This is an invincible heavenly sword. This sword hung as high in the sky as the Milky Way. A sword. It was as if it was enough to span the entire heavens. Above the heavenly sword, sword intent hung down like a waterfall. Every sword intent. It was as if they could all cut across the ages. The heavenly sword beheads down and slaughters all demons and evils. Feng Wuhan swung his sword down. The huge heavenly sword in the air. Without any suspense. A sword cut down. This sword. It fell straight down to the mortal world with a terrifying might that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Under the terrifying sword intent, the void trembled. It was as if it could cut down everything in the world. God or devil. Under this sword, it will all go up in smoke. Feng Wuhan, you're stronger than I thought, but it's not enough to defeat me. Even if your sword is a heavenly sword, I'm going to chop through this heaven. The White Bone Superior looked at the golden giant sword in the air. There was an unmistakable frenzied expression on his face. In his eyes. If you can break this sword, defeat Windless then. It is one's greatest joy in this life. Only to see him swipe out with his sword. Above the white bone sword, the gray sword chi was even more prevalent before. Desperate gray gas rises to the sky. Straight to the sky. It attacked straight towards the golden long sword in the air. Boom! The 2 sword lights collided fiercely in the void. Incredibly intense collision. It caused the Flying Cloud sect to suffer another heavy blow. Above the mountaintop of the Flying Cloud sect, many buildings have been shattered into pieces. The ground has also been lifted off several layers. It's getting pitted. There's no way to find an intact piece of ground. The Flying Cloud sect disciples with weaker cultivation were even shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 holes, collapsed and struggled with the screams. There are even some disciples. Instead, they simply fainted. But, all the Flying Cloud sect disciples didn't have the heart to care about this at all. They all looked at the sky very nervously, wanting to see clearly what the outcome of the duel between Feng Wuhan and the White Bone Superior was. Just then,
The huge golden awl that was originally pinpointing in the air suddenly shattered. A figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground.
Chapter 148, I'm going to meet Mr. Yi. Chapter 148, I'm going to meet Mr. Yi. Boom!
The ground was smashed into a huge crater.
Even the ground for miles around. All of them were also shaken and cracked like a spider web. Daddy! When Windbell saw this, she exclaimed.
It turned out that the person who fell from the sky turned out to be Fengwuhen. It was clear whether the battle was won or lost.
The sovereign is defeated. The White Bone Superior is really powerful. There's no telling what the White Bone Upper will do to us.
All the Flying Cloud sect disciples' faces were ashen and their eyes were dark.
Fengwuhen was the strongest person in the Flying Cloud sect.
It was also the faith in the hearts of all Flying Cloud sect disciples.
Now faith falls. They naturally felt that the road
before them was broken.
Daddy, are you okay?
Feng Suzier helped Fengwuhen up. Bean-sized tears flowed out of Feng Suel's eyes.
Fengwuhen, you've lost. At this point,
the voice of the White Bone Superior came through.
Fengwuhen's face was pale,
without a trace of blood, and there was a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he was badly injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said with a face full of unwillingness,
Darn it,
my breakthrough time is still short.
If I were given a little more time, I definitely wouldn't have lost to you. How did you manage to break through so quickly?
The White Bone Lord asked. He investigated before he came. It had only been a few years since Fengwuhen broke through to the 3rd level of the Saint Realm. It was absolutely impossible to break through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm in a short period of time.
But Fengwuhen was unexpected. Surprisingly,
he had broken through to the 4th level of the Saint Realm.
Luckily, he was a bit stronger.
Otherwise it might have flopped today. So, he was very curious as to why Fengwuhen was able to break through in such a short period of time.
If only one could know the way. It might also be helpful in growing your own strength. None of your business, Fengwuhen said with a cold snort.
Yi Linfan is a hidden master.
Definitely wouldn't like to be disturbed.
If Yi Linfan knew that he was still guiding others to disturb him, if it made Yi Linfan angry,
terrorizing the entire Flying Cloud sect would suffer. You won't say?
The White Bone Superior's face turned cold as he heard this.
I practiced on my own. There's no method.
Windless said slowly. With your qualifications, it's absolutely impossible for you to break through so quickly.
You can't fool me at all.
The White Bone Superior said with a cold smile.
You're overthinking it. There really isn't one. It's just me practicing on my own. Fengwuhen resisted admitting it. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. If you don't say it, then I will kill your daughter.
The words fell. The White Bone Superior's body had disappeared in place. When Fengwuhen saw this, his face changed drastically. He hurriedly shouted,
Suzaku, run away.
However, how fast the White Bone Superior was. His words had just come out. A white bone sword was already against Feng Suzier's throat. Feng Suzier was so scared that her face turned white and her body trembled. The White Bone Superior only needed to send it forward slightly.
The wind chimes will die. Fengwuhen, I'll give you one last chance.
The White Bone Superior said slowly.
I said, I was because I had a cup of tea. Fengwuhen had no choice but to say, a cup of tea? You still want to fool me?
A hint of anger flashed across the White Bone Superior's face.
After saying that,
he intended to make a move to kill Feng Suzier.
What I said was true. Seeing this, Fengwuhen hurriedly shouted. Subsequently, he quickly told the White Bone Superior about Yi Linfan's existence. Only,
his version was slightly altered. It was changed to be that he himself drank a cup of spirit tea at Yi Linfan's place before he broke through.
As for the sacred animals in the yard, he didn't even mention it. If the White Bone Superior really went, it's probably going to die a horrible death.
But, how about Wen Wuxian would not be able to tell the White Bone Superior that he actually had a large bag of spirit tea leaves in his hand?
If he actually said it, that would really be one. The piker is not guilty of the crime. This is a truth that anyone understands. So the best thing to do today,
it was for the White Bone Superior to find trouble with Yi Linfan. Use Yi Linfan's hand to get rid of the White Bone Superior.
As for whether Yi Linfan would blame then the follow-up.
The right way is to solve the immediate crisis first.
Is there really such a marvelous character? The White Bone Superior asked with some disbelief. I've never told a half-truth. Fengwuhen said immediately.
Then swear by the martial arts. The White Bone Superior said with a cold snort.
In this world, it's very vow-oriented. The most serious oath. It's swearing by the martial arts.
As long as Wind Wushu really swore by the martial arts,
it's the White Bone Supervisor who will believe it.
Good. I,
Fengwuhen, swear that everything I said about Yi Linfan is all true. And if I have half a false statement, I will have my cultivation wasted. Windless said loudly. It's safe to say, he sold a wit. Only said it was about Yi Linfan didn't lie.
So, such an oath would have no effect on him. The White Bone Lord naturally didn't hear it either. He also naturally believed Feng Wuhan's words. Since that's the case, then I'll go to Falling Cloud Mountain to meet Yi Linfan.
And if you're lying to me, I'll slaughter your Flying Cloud sect,
the White Bone Superior said coldly.
Having said that, he grabbed wind chime and took off into the air, stepping into the sky amidst a shroud of grey mist. Bell. Feng Wuhan saw that Feng Suzier had been taken captive, nor do they care about their injuries. Without hesitation, he stepped into the air and followed. At this point, at the foot of Falling Cloud Mountain, two middle-aged men had come along. These two middle-aged men were none other than Mo Yunfeng and Li Qingyang.
Mo Yunfeng had said that he would come to thank Yi Linfan.
That's why I asked Li Qingyang to lead the way here. Come to the foot of the mountain. Li Qingyang suddenly stopped in his tracks. He said with incomparable solemnity, "My lord, you must remember what my subordinate has said. Remember, to treat Mr. Yi as an ordinary person well. You've said that dozens of times."
Mo Yunfeng said with some impatience.
Your Excellency is not to blame. My subordinate is also being cautious. After all, Mr. Yi is a man of the world. Half a bit of sloppiness is not allowed.
Li Qingyang said with some embarrassment.
I understand. Go up the hill. Mo Yunfeng waved his hand to show that he didn't care. My lord please, Li Qingyang said. The two went up the hill together. Just walked up the hill. Mo Yunfeng's face changed. The aura here is so rich.
He had never encountered a place with such a dense aura. Even the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance.
I'm afraid it's not as rich as the aura here. My lord, Mr. Yi is an immortal.
It's not strange for him to live in a place with rich aura.
Li Qingyang was fine. He's a regular here anyway, so it wasn't as shocking as Mo Yunfeng.
But, he was still secretly surprised in his heart as well. It was because the aura here was a bit more dense than the last time he was here.
Mr. Yip deserves to be Mr. Yip. Surprisingly, it was also able to change the aura of heaven and earth. Such strength was truly as terrifying as it was. Just then,
the two seemed to suddenly sense something and looked up at the sky at the same time.
Chapter 149, Am I going to die? Chapter 149, Am I going to die? Just see it in the sky in the distance.
There was a large grey mist flying in.
In the grey mist, it was a skinny, bony, middle-aged man.
This middle-aged man was also holding a young girl in his hands.
White Bone Superior. Why is he here? Mo Yunfeng asked with a frown. By the looks of it, the visitor is not good.
Li Qingyang said with a frown.
Are you saying that he's here to trouble Mr. Yi? Mo Yunfeng asked. Not sure.
If that's the case then he's dead, Li Qingyang said without the slightest worry.
In his eyes, Yi Linfan is the strongest person in the world.
Anyone who wants to find trouble with Yi Linfan,
there's only one way to end up. That's death. Is that so?
I also happen to use this to see if Mr. Yi is really as strong as you say,
Mo Yunfeng said with great curiosity. This way,
Li Qingyang had been bragging about Yi Linfan's powerful terror.
Only, Mo Yunfeng's heart was really half-hearted,
because Yi Linfan's first impression of him was that of an ordinary person.
Both image and temperament. It's all so mediocre. And there wasn't a single power fluctuation on his body. That's why Mo Yunfeng was interested in Li Qingyang's words. It's still very much a half-hearted one. This time come, he named thanked Yi Linfan. The truth is that it was meant to be a test.
If Yi Linfan was really as powerful as Li Qingyang,
he would naturally choose to cling to Yi Linfan's thigh and not let go. But if Yi Linfan is nothing more than an ordinary person,
that he lives in such a windy place,
that's absolutely outrageous. Mo Yunfeng would definitely take this place for himself. As for Yi Linfan,
for the sake of his medical skills,
could spare his life. The world of martial artists, Ben is so bloody. The governor that Mo Yunfeng was able to become, not a good man or woman per se. Just then, another silhouette in the air crossed the sky. Feng Wuhan, why is he here too? Li Qingyun recognized Feng Wuhan at a glance. Let's hurry over there. It looks like something is going on here. Mo Yunfeng immediately said. Originally the duo, in order to show respect, was planning to walk up the hill. Yet there was no thought. It happened suddenly. The two immediately rushed up to the sky at the same time. Instantly, he rushed towards the top of the mountain. Come to the top of the hill. The White Bone Superior threw wind chime on the ground. I didn't expect the aura here to be so rich. It's really great. I'll kill the owner of this place later and then take this place for myself. The White Bone Superior laughed out loud. White Bone, you can't afford to mess with the master here. At this point, Feng Wuhan also rushed to the top of the mountain. Big talk. I'd like to see just how powerful the owner of this place is, the White Bone Superior said with a cold snort. But, he was also on alert in his mind. If the owner of this place is really powerful, he was then mentally prepared to run away at any time. Whoever's inside, get your ass out here and die. The White Bone Superior bellowed at the courtyard. The sound waves rolled. It echoed through the air. It shook the trees around them.
The divine beasts in the courtyard looked up at the white bone superior. They have an incredulous look on their faces. A saint of the 4th level of the saint realm in the district. How dare you come to provoke your master? Who gave you the courage? The owner isn't even needed here. A random beast can kill you in seconds. This one is mine. The last one was eaten by a carp. This time it's my turn to eat someone for once. The old hen immediately leapt to her feet. Just as it was planning to go and trouble the white bone superior. Suddenly the door to the house opened. Yi Linfan walked out from inside. The old hen was startled. Hastily, he put away his intended transformation feats, returned into a regular old hen. The old hen gave the white bone superior a very unwilling look. What a shame. It seems the master intends to take matters into his own hands. This man was able to die at the hands of his master. It's an honor for him, too. The old hen thought darkly in her mind. Yi Linfan of course did not know this. He would have been carving the artifacts inside the house. Suddenly someone was heard yelling at the door, so went out to check it out. As soon as he's out the door, then he saw a middle-aged man who looked like a skeleton standing outside the door. And it's a come hither look. Looking at Yi Linfan, his heart drummed. He thought about it for half a day. I don't seem to have offended anyone myself. Why did this man come to me with a look of rising to the occasion? But Yi Linfan still opened the courtyard door stiffly. Who are you? What do you want with me? Yi Linfan asked with a frown. Is this the owner of this place? The white bone superior asked with a face full of mockery. He had thought that the owner of this place should be a Saint Realm powerhouse at the very least. Who knew that Yi Linfan would come out as soon as he did? Just the white bone lord almost laughed out loud. This young man didn't have half a power fluctuation on him. Distinctly an ordinary person. How did it come to Wind Wushang's mouth to become a Jedi Master? It's really a bit of a joke. Even Feng Wuhan froze. Because it was also the first time he had seen Yi Linfan. That's why there were doubts about Wind Chime's words as well. At the same time his heart was in great despair. It's safe to say, he had taken Yi Linfan as his last straw. Now even that saving grace is not a good idea. I'm afraid his life and Wind Chime's life will be in danger. On the other hand, the white bone superior was ecstatic in his heart. He would have been a bully if Yi Linfan was a strong man. He slipped away a long time ago, but now he looked at Yi Linfan surprisingly an ordinary person. His heart went into unbridled ecstasy. Since it's an ordinary person, then don't blame me for being a magpie. Such a great feng shui spot, occupied by a commoner like you. It's an outrage. Might as well just cheap out on me. That's right. I'm the owner of this place. Can I help you? Yi Linfan asked. Nothing. I'm killing you. A murderous aura was revealed on the white bone superior's face. Kill me? Why? Yi Linfan asked in a big surprise. Throughout this decade, he's been very meticulous himself. Never dared to offend anyone. I didn't expect a stranger to walk in out of the blue today. Open up and say you're going to kill yourself. Where is this going to be justified? Because I don't like the look of you. Suffer death. The white bone superior snorted coldly. The white bone sword in his hand slashed towards Yi Linfan. It was because he sensed that two powerful auras were rushing towards this place at the bottom of the mountain. So he was going to make it quick, lest there be any complications. The white bone sword swung out. At once, the gray sword awnings sliced through the sky. It slashed straight at Yi Linfan. Yi Linfan's entire body froze. Where had he ever seen such a formation? He was tempted to hide, but his hands and feet were cold and his body was stiff at the moment. Where to move? Facts. People are under extreme fear. The body is out of control. It's like having suddenly seeing a car crash into you. Though his mind wanted to hide, but in extreme fear, the body cannot be controlled. This is why people will always stand still and wait for a car to hit them. Looking at the sword awnings in the air, Yi Linfan's mind had only one thought. Am I this dying? Chapter 150 Summoning Divine Beasts. Chapter 150 Summoning Divine Beasts. Am I dying here? Yi Linfan's mind. Except for this thought, the mind had gone blank. He wasn't a martial artist himself. No semblance of strength in itself. This sword could never be dodged. So all he could do was close his eyes and wait for death. Nor do I know when I'm dead. Can we still go back to the old world? If you can, that would really be the best thing to do. Think about it. A bitter smile appeared on his face. At this time, Mo Yunfeng and Li Qingyang had already arrived at the top of the mountain. Just in time, he saw the white bone superior swinging his sword at Yi Linfan. Everyone watched with their eyes on how Yi Linfan planned to deal with this sword. They all knew that Yi Linfan was strong, but all of them had never seen Yi Linfan make a move. So, they were looking forward to Yi Linfan making a move for once. However, to their shock, at this juncture, Yi Linfan unexpectedly closed his eyes, and there was a small smile on his face. Is this, Mr. Yi, even so disdainful of this move? Mo Yunfeng asked dumbfounded. This move by the white bone supremacist, even for him, it has to be dealt with in full force as well. I didn't expect Yi Linfan to close his eyes.
It's even more exaggerated. It's amazing how much you can laugh. My lord doesn't know. Maybe Mr. Yi thinks he can take this move even if he closes his eyes. Li Qingyang also said with some doubt. But, after witnessing all the wonders of Yi Linfan, he still had confidence in Yi Linfan. After all, Yi Linfan was an immortal. Immortals just can't be reasoned with.
Wind Wushu was also filled with confusion.
Is this Mr. Yi not in his right mind?
At this juncture,
I can't believe I'm smiling with my eyes closed. However, what they don't realize is this.
Yi Linfan was waiting to die with his eyes closed. Just when the grey blade on was about to strike the top of Yi Linfan's head, Yi Linfan suddenly felt a burning sensation coming from his waist.
He looked down. Surprisingly, it was the Qilin Pei that Lin Langtian had given him. This unicorn pendant he always wore on his body. At this moment, the Qilin Pei was surprisingly glowing all the time. Could this jade pendant save my life?
Yi Linfan couldn't care less at this time. Just have to beat a dead horse. So he immediately took the jade pendant in his hand.
Hands were busy throwing the jade pendant towards the grey blade awnings. The crowd's hearts tightened. Yi Linfan finally made a move. Ow!
A beast's roar shook the 9 heavens, and the earth shook and the ghosts and gods were frightened.
The crowd only felt their bodies shake. An overwhelming feeling of wariness surged to the ground.
Only a blinding white light flashed. A huge silhouette that was up to 100 feet tall,
slowly emerging in the air.
This imaginary figure has a dragon's head,
antlers, lion's eyes, tiger's back,
bear's waist,
snake's scales, horse's hooves, and pig's tail. At first glance, I knew it was the legendary ancient beast Qilin. The divine beast, Tian Long, was subjugated by all, powerful and incomparable pressure, vast and mighty, covering 10 directions. Everyone was trembling under the pressure. Martial artists are powerful though, but in the end, it's still not out of the realm of mortals.
In front of the beasts that really are.
Naturally, the only fate is to kneel and submit. Even if it's just a shadow, it's not something they can fight anymore either. Everyone saw it.
The faces have changed.
They didn't think. Yi Linfan not only raised ancient divine beasts, and you can also summon ancient beasts to protect your body.
Such strength felt inexplicably tremulous.
This was an absolute crushing of the realm.
It was something they practiced no matter how hard they tried. A level that is impossible to even reach. The white bone superior also finally changed his face.
He's even more powerful.
It was also impossible to be a match for the divine beast Qilin.
Bullying. It's always been his style.
At this point he saw that the situation was not good. The mind immediately backed off.
And so, he put away the long sword in his hand. Turning around, he was about to flee and leave. However, how could Kirin let him go so easily?
Only to see the Kirin shadow extend its giant paw in a direction.
The giant claw was just too big.
A single outstretched stretch obscured thousands of miles in every direction, and the white bone superior was even faster. It was also impossible to escape out of the range of this giant claw. The giant claw slapped directly on his body. It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into the body of the white bone superior. The white bone superior's body shook as he let out a mournful and miserable cry.
Bang!
His body was suddenly in pieces. Only a cloud of blood mist was left behind to slowly dissipate in its place, and the body parts of the white bone supremacist.
But it's flying all over the place, shattered all over the place.
Not only is the white bone supremacist's corpse gone, even the soul was slapped to pieces.
Not even qualified for reincarnation.
The Qilin void shadow after slapping the white bone superior to death. With a yawn he went back into the middle of the jade pendant. At the top of Falling Cloud Mountain, there was a dead silence.
They hadn't thought that Yi Linfan would use such a method to beat the white bone superior to death.
Such a method is really simple and crude. It's not strength that kills the other guy.
And beat each other to death with financial resources. It's the same as when someone messes with you and you just hit them with money. It's the same thing.
The crowd stood still,
looking at Yi Linfan with awe. The might of an immortal is as terrifying as it is. However, what they don't know is this. At this moment,
Yi Linfan was also confused. He was merely cornered.
To stay alive. It was only then that he threw the unicorn pendant out like a sick man. He hadn't thought that Lin Langtian would have given himself such an item. It seems he hangs this unicorn pendant just for decoration.
Now it seems even more important to wear it in the future.
Because it's a lifesaver. It's natural to wear it every day. This way. Since grunge and defense. Definitely the best of both worlds. Until now.
It took him a moment to see the crowd present. That surprised him.
He hadn't thought about it. It's amazing how many people come to your own house. Lord Governor. City Lordly. Miss Wind. What brings you here? And this is... Yi Linfan didn't recognize Feng Wuhan. Mr. Yi, this is my father, Feng Wuhan.
Feng Zhonger hurriedly introduced herself.
So it's Sovereign Wind. Nice to meet you.
Yi Linfan's body shook at his words.
Nice guy. Another bigot. Gotta get a good hug. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Wind Wushu didn't dare to be slow and cupped his fists and saluted. The image just now was just too shocking in power for him. At this point in his life, in his heart, he no longer had any doubts about Feng Suzier's words. Someone who can summon an ancient divine beast to protect his body with his hand. Definitely a Jedi master without a doubt. Are you hurt? Yi Linfan frowned and looked at Feng Wuhan's pale face. He's a doctor. It's natural to see it at a glance. Mr. Yi, do you still know medicine? Windless asked in surprise. Mr. Ye's medical skills are rare in the world. Definitely a contemporary divine doctor. Li Qingyang said slowly. When Wind Wushu heard this, he was incomparably shocked. It was already remarkable that one's martial arts strength was so amazing. I didn't realize he was even so good at medicine. People like that. It can simply be described as demonic. Gentlemen, please come in first. We'll heal your wounds once we're inside. Yi Linfan said slowly. Chapter 151 Yi Linfan suddenly strikes. Chapter 151 Yi Linfan suddenly strikes. The four then walked into the courtyard. It wasn't the first time that Li Qingyang and Feng Zheng'er had come. They didn't really react. And Mo Yunfeng and Feng Wuhan were here for the first time. As soon as they come in, the expression on his face froze. This was because they were nearly suffocated by the rich aura that poured out of the courtyard. The aura in this mile is surprisingly 10 times denser than outside. Both of them were incredibly shocked at the same time. Especially Windless. The otherwise extremely serious internal injuries on his body, nourished by such an incomparably rich aura. Surprisingly, the pain lessened by a few moments. Mo Yunfeng, on the other hand, felt the spiritual energy within his body. Surprisingly, it's growing slowly. If every day could live here, wouldn't the strength come in leaps and bounds? Mo Yunfeng thought with incomparable fire in his heart. Before, he still had doubts about Li Qingyang's words, but now, he has really identified. Yi Linfan was indeed a supreme master. After all, the image of summoning the divine beast Kirin just now, it really made him feel too shocked. He hadn't thought about it. Yi Linfan also had a Qilin Pei. He touched the 9 heavenly Kirin Pei in his bosom. It instantly feels impossible to hold. At this point, Mo Yunfeng suddenly remembered. Li Qingyang said that there are ancient beasts in this courtyard. So he subconsciously looked around the yard. Just a few critters in the yard. The big yellow dog lounging on the ground. The little white cat lying under the peach tree, and old hands foraging in the ground. All of these critters look very ordinary. It's not even close to the legendary ancient beasts. Could it be that Li Qingyang is exaggerating too much? Mo Yunfeng was puzzled in his heart. But, he knew that Li Qingyang had always been unable to talk big. So it's not that these critters don't look like sacred animals. Rather, he was too weak. Can't see through the real bodies of these divine beasts. Just then, there was a sound of water coming from the pond. A small turtle slowly crawled out of the pond. This little turtle is very small. It's only the size of an adult's palm. Though, it looks very cute on the cloud. Mo Yunfeng naturally thought that this little turtle was just an ordinary turtle. But because it's cute, so subconsciously look at it more. And the little turtle would have been in the water for a long time, planning to come out for some air. Noticing someone staring at them, then he subconsciously looked up. This time just happened to meet Mo Yunfeng's gaze. The moment Mo Yunfeng's gaze touched the little turtle's gaze, there was a huge shock to the body, because suddenly his eyes glazed over. Finding myself in another world in general. This world is black. There is no sun, moon or stars. You can't feel the seasons of the year. There was no sound either. A vision? How did you get yourself into a vision? Is it because of that little crow? Mo Yunfeng thought with a frown. Just then, the little turtle appeared in front of him. Human, what are you staring at me for? Turtle asked slowly. You can talk? Mo Yunfeng asked in a big surprise. I was born talking and all the animals in this yard talk. What's so strange about that? The little turtle said faintly. Then, you are an ancient divine beast? Mo Yunfeng asked politely at once. That's right, the ones in the yard are ancient beasts. The little turtle said slowly. So your real body is? Mo Yunfeng asked somewhat skeptically. The little turtle sensed Mo Yunfeng's disbelief. It sneered. Soon, a huge shadow appeared above it. This shadowy figure was 100 feet tall. It looks like a snake or a turtle. It was filled with a terrifying pressure that was submissive. It looked unbelievably hideous and horrible. Xian Wu. Mo Yunfeng swallowed his saliva and said with a face full of stagnation. The little turtle put away his true body's shadow, then slowly said, That's right, I am Xian Wu. I didn't think I'd be able to see the true form of Xuan Wu one day. Mo Yunfeng sighed. You must remember one thing. You shall not reveal my true identity to my master. The little turtle said faintly. Does Mr. Yi still not know your true identities? Mo Yunfeng asked with some surprise. My master is a divine being. How could he not know? Only that he is now traveling the red earth as an ordinary person. So you must treat him as an ordinary person. The little turtle said slowly. Don't worry, my lord. I understand. Mo Yunfeng immediately said. The words of the ancient beasts. He dared not disobey. Otherwise the other party would have killed themselves with a single claw. Then go back. The little turtle said faintly. The words fell. Mo Yunfeng only felt his eyes blink. Found myself back in the yard. And the little turtle was still lying on its back on the edge of the pond lazily basking in the sun. That just happened. It's like a dream. But, Mo Yunfeng knew. What just happened was not a dream. Instead, it's incredibly real. And just now in the middle of the illusion. It seemed like a long time ago. Actually in the real world. But it was just a moment that passed. The others didn't even notice. Mo Yunfeng had already left the real world for a little while. The crowd followed Yi Linfan to the house. Mo Yunfeng and Feng Wuhan were once again shocked. The furnishings in this house. Every single one of them seems to be mediocre. But all of its tops were haunted by green light. And Taoist rhythms reverberated. It exuded a shocking power fluctuation. These things. All of them are top-notch immortal weapons. Whether it's a brush on the table. Or is it the guqin placed on the side? Even ordinary tables, chairs and benches. None of them are mortal. The inside of this house is comparable to a legendary wonderland. People who live in places like this. There's no way it's not a Jedi. Everyone sit down. Patriarch Feng, let me heal your wounds. Yi Linfan greeted the crowd and sat down. Then he took Feng Wuhan's pulse. Soon, Yi Linfan then said, Patriarch Feng suffered a sword chi injury. And there is a sword chi that is pent up in your body. Mr. Yi is right. I was precisely injured by that white bone superior. Windlass nodded and said, Mr. Yi, can you cure my father? Windbell asked with a face full of worry. It's just a small injury. Nothing to worry about. Yi Linfan said without a care in the world. Then please begin. Mr. Yi. Feng Suzier said with great joy at her words. Yi Linfan nodded. Suddenly stretching out his right hand, he slapped hard on Feng Wuhan's chest. This palm strike was very sudden. And very fast. The crowd didn't even see clearly how Yi Linfan struck. It had then slapped Feng Wuhan's chest. The crowd was very shocked. Such strength is horrible. The speed of the strike. Simply jaw-dropping. The crowd looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe. Although he's been pretending to be normal. But in a word, none of them revealed the fact that he was strong. Feng Wuhan was caught off guard and was slapped to the point that he spat out blood from his mouth. Chapter 152 Top-Grade Immortal Weapons as Pawns. Chapter 152 Top-Grade Immortal Weapons as Pawns. Daddy! When Windbell saw this, her face changed greatly and she cried out in shock. She doesn't understand. Why well, Yi Linfan suddenly took a shot at Feng Wuhan? Could it be because he was blaming Windlass for luring the white bone superior here? Think about it. Wind Chime's heart began to tremble. If a strong person like Yi Linfan got angry, not to mention a wind without trace, even the entire Flying Cloud sect couldn't withstand the anger of Yi Linfan. Mr. Yi, please spare my father. Feng Zhonger hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Tears hung on her face. It looked unbelievably pathetic. Makes the heart grow fonder. What are you talking about? Yi Linfan asked somewhat famously. Wind Wushu's injuries were due to the sword chi residue. All it takes is a slap and it's cured. Because of this last time, Xu Mingyang did the same thing. He was merely following a gourd. One was clearly healing Feng Wuhan's injuries. Wind Chime, however, said something like this. It did make him feel puzzled. Mr. Yi, if you didn't blame my father, why did you strike him? Feng Suzier asked with a miserable face. Suzaku, don't talk nonsense. Mr. Yi is healing my wounds. Just then, Feng Wuhan suddenly spoke. By now his voice had become neutral. It was already so much better than the weakness before. Wind Chime hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see that Feng Wuhan's face was already incredibly red at this time, where there was any semblance of injury. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Feng Wuhan said with a face full of gratitude. He had just started to take the slap. It was also assumed that Yi Linfan was planning to make a sudden move against him. There was even some despair in his heart. Such a strong man, suddenly striking out at him. One is never able to resist. This palm slapped him on the chest. He was ready to close his eyes and die. However, what he didn't expect was this. This palm slapped him. He only felt an incomparably powerful force that surged into his body. Instantly, the white bone sword chi that had been deposited in his body was stirred to pieces. His internal injuries surprisingly recovered in an instant. Such divine means. It dazzled him. So much so that when Feng Suzier questioned Yi Linfan, surprisingly, he didn't open his mouth to stop Wind Chime for a moment. Father, are you healed? Windbell asked with a face full of ecstasy. That's right. That palm of Mr. Yez just now dissolved the sword chi in my body. Windlass nodded and said. When these words came out, the whole hall was shocked. Everyone looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable shock. Sword chi injuries have always been the most difficult to treat. Not that. No one in this world can heal the wounds of sword energy. Doctors who could heal the wounds of sword energy certainly abounded, but the sword chi injury was really hard to cure. Most people are even cured. There can also be very serious after effects. Many people have been hit by the wound of sword chi. It's the equivalent of the path of martial arts coming to an end. It was the first time they had seen someone who was able to completely eradicate the wounds of sword chi with just a single palm. It's even more exaggerated. Surprisingly, there wasn't a hint of after effects. Such an ability. It's no longer something that can be described with the words excellent medical skills. Rather, it's a divine means. No wonder Li Qingyang said that Yi Linfan was an immortal from the immortal realm. It really isn't an exaggeration at all. It's fine. The sword chi injury is just a minor injury. No big deal. Yi Linfan waved his hand and said without any concern. The crowd, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with admiration. Perhaps it is only such an absolute master. It was only then that the bottom line was to say that the sword chi injury was nothing more than a minor injury. Such incomparably pretentious words. Just then, Mo Yunfeng suddenly saw a chessboard set up in Yi Linfan's living room. Above this board, the same green light lingered, and the rhythm of the Tao was long. One look and you'll know. Definitely a top-tier immortal weapon. Mo Yunfeng himself was good at chess. Now see a board like this. There was a bit of a technical itch. Mr. Yi likes to play Go? Mo Yunfeng asked, pointing at the chessboard. It's just the occasional down. Yi Linfan nodded and said, he was also taught chess by the system. But, except for having been down with the system, Yi Linfan hadn't played with anyone else yet, so he doesn't really know how good he is at chess. Why don't we cut up? Mo Yunfeng asked with a smile. He has been immersed in the game of Go for decades. The power of chess is recognized by the world. A lot of people play chess with him. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to lose to him because he was the governor. Rather, it was because his chess skills were indeed too strong. Couldn't get under him at all. Also, when the time comes, please have mercy on the governor. Yi Linfan nodded and said, Mr. Yi is polite. Mo Yunfeng said with a faint smile. In his opinion, Yi Linfan was not only strong, and such great medical skills, it's impossible to even be strong at chess. After all, a person is no more powerful. It's also limited energy. It is impossible to be proficient in everything. Even if Yi Linfan was an immortal, it was impossible. After all, for martial artists, Budo is the king. As for the rest, it's all a side issue. It's extremely rare to be able to master a single discipline. If you are proficient in many disciplines, it definitely interferes with cultivation. That would be putting the cart before the horse. So, Mo Yunfeng was very certain in his heart. Yi Linfan's chess skills should be very average. Take it easy when the time comes. Don't come down too hard. Mo Yunfeng thought darkly in his heart. Soon, the two then sat down facing each other. Others walked through to watch the battle. Something like Go anyway. Even for those who don't play well. All can see the doorway as well. Mr. Yi, where are the pieces? Mo Yunfeng sat down and realized that there were no pieces. The pieces are certainly there. Is the governor black or white? Yi Linfan slowly asked. Deacons it is. Mo Yunfeng said. Black goes first, white takes the backhand. Anyway, his own chess skills should be better than Yi Linfan's, so let the other side go first. It doesn't matter much either. Okay. Yi Linfan was indifferent, so he took out the two-man chess box from the drawer of the table where he had placed the board. Then he handed Mo Yunfeng the chess box that held the black pieces. Mo Yunfeng took the chess box and opened it straight away. Once the chess box is open, a burst of intense green light shot up from the chess box. These green lights converged in the void. A river of greenish color was formed, snaking through the air. The crowd saw it, all in a daze. This is the river of dawning rhythms. How many Tao rhythms does the chess box possess? That's why so many Tao rhythms float out. It's just horrible. The crowd looked into the chess box. All of a sudden, his eyes were incomparably round. Only hundreds of black chess pieces were seen in the chess box. Above each piece, all of them floated with powerful Tao rhythms. Hundreds of Tao rhythms converged together. Naturally, rivers of Taoist rhythms are formed. The crowd barely choked on their own saliva. It's just amazing. Each piece in the chess box was surprisingly a top-grade immortal weapon. A random piece bleeds out into the open. It all causes a bloody mess. Not bad for an immortal. Surprisingly, he used top-grade immortal weapons as pawns. Such a gesture is just too grandiose. At this point, Yi Linfan also opened his chess box. Chapter 153, A Game of Chess to Enlighten Life. Chapter 153, A Game of Chess to Enlighten Life. Wow! In the middle of the board, once again, the rivers of Taoist rhythms surged up. The whole room, all of them were enveloped by the green-colored Tao rhyme. Everyone is scared silly.
How had they ever seen so many Tao rhythms? Among these Taoist rhythms, the aura of the great Tao, it was overwhelmingly depressing. But it also deepened the people's comprehension of the heavenly Tao by a layer. Mo Yunfeng reached out and picked up a white piece. White moves in. The Tao rhythm on it then madly surged into his body. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to surge wildly. The aura had surprisingly skyrocketed. Sure, he was now a Saint Realm powerhouse after all. It was difficult to break through to the next realm. Trying to break through on one go piece alone, it's not very realistic after all. But this had already caused Mo Yunfeng to be incredibly excited inside. To know, using top immortal weapons as pawns. No one in this world is expected to have such a chance. Mr. Yi, please, Mo Yunfeng said slowly. Good. Yi Linfan was also not polite. Reaching out, he picked up a black piece. When black enters the game, the aura on Yi Linfan's body suddenly changed abruptly. Before, he is still as an ordinary man. There is absolutely nothing unusual about it. However, at this moment, an incomparably oppressive aura suddenly permeated Yi Linfan's body. This aura was actually one with heaven and earth. If you close your eyes. Surprisingly, he could not be sensed. The crowd looked at Yi Linfan with stupefied faces. This is the state of celestial unity. To know, the state of unity between heaven and man is something that can be found but not sought. One is able to get into this state for the rest of one's life. Just goes to show that the talent is horrible. Didn't realize. Yi Linfan was able to enter a state of celestial unity even when he was playing a game of chess. Such strength. It's simply horrible as hell. Not bad for an immortal. Such strength. Even if I had practiced for 10 lifetimes, can't catch up either. Snap. Yi Linfan gently placed the pieces on top of the chessboard. Lord Governor, it's your turn. Yi Linfan said slowly. Mo Yunfeng looked towards the chessboard. Suddenly his eyes glazed over. Where is the chessboard still in front of you? Instead, it's a road. These roads crisscross the city in all directions. Stretching out in all directions. There's no end in sight. Mo Yunfeng stood here. The heavens and the earth are vast, and he is the only one. There are 1,000 paths underfoot, but I don't know which way to go. Just then, Yi Linfan's voice rang in his ears. Lord Governor, it's your turn. Hearing voices, Mo Yunfeng slowly raised his feet and took a step forward. Boom! Suddenly an immense pressure pressed down on him. This pressure, it was as heavy as a large mountain. The pressure bent his back momentarily. Even the ground was caving in. 2 deep footprints were left behind. Mo Yunfeng gritted his teeth. Playing chess with an immortal is really different. I wish I could have held on to it a few more times. In that case, then you won't be looked down upon by Mr. Yi. Think about it. Mo Yunfeng clenched his teeth in death, carrying a mountain of pressure. It took every ounce of strength in his body to take a step forward. 1 step forward. The pressure on my body was much heavier. A clicking sound rang out from him as well. He could feel as if his bones were broken. It made him feel immense pain. But Mo Yunfeng did not give up on this. Another step forward was continued. Finally, the pressure on his body increased again. It also exceeded his limits. Boom! He went black, crushed to pieces by the mountain-like pressure. Mo Yunfeng was startled. Eyes glazed over, only to find himself back in the middle of the real world. Yi Linfan, on the other hand, looked at him with a face full of helplessness. The Governor General's chess skills still need to be improved. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Mo Yunfeng looked down at the chessboard, only to find out that the board is above the board. He only made 3 moves. It would have been defeated. It made him red in the face. He has always been proud of his chess skills, and yet it didn't occur to me. In front of Yi Linfan, 3 steps and he was defeated. But his heart was also very shaken, because in his opinion, play chess with Yi Linfan, not playing chess with his people. Rather, it's a game of chess with the whole of heaven. Man is in the presence of heaven. It's nothing more than a molehill. In the presence of heaven, it makes sense that he would lose. Mo Yunfeng didn't feel there was anything to lose. It's Mr. Ye's chess skills that are too high, Mo Yunfeng said with a smile. Li Qingyang, who was on the side, saw this. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. He was well aware of how high Mo Yunfeng's chess skills were. Now it was surprising that he could only go down 3 steps with Yi Linfan. That's too big a gap. Could it be that Mo Yunfeng was doing it because he wanted to curry favor with Yi Linfan? Is that why you lost so badly on purpose? Think about it. Li Qingyang chimed in. Mr. Yi, I've come to ask for some advice as well. Okay, you try it. Yi Linfan said indifferently. After the sparring session with Mo Yunfeng just now, he had an idea of his chess level. That's very strong. Not bad for being taught by the system. Absolutely no water. It's just a shame. That dog system just won't teach me to cultivate. Otherwise, I'm afraid I've been invincible for a long time. Yi Linfan sighed helplessly in his heart. Li Qingyang sat across from Yi Linfan. He took out a chess piece. The Tao rhythm above the chess pieces surged into his body. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to flip wildly. Surprisingly, it began to grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. He sighed inwardly. It's worthy of being a top-tier immortal weapon. Getting started is just not the same. Throughout the chess box, hundreds of pieces. Even if only one of them is used to attack the enemy, both can wipe out enemies with ease. Mr. Yi, please, Li Qingyang said. He's black. Naturally, Yi Linfan went down first. Yi Linfan didn't talk nonsense either. Out of the gate comes the next step. That's one move. Li Qingyang then blushed. Sweat was already breaking out on his face. After a long time, he just made his next move. Yi Linfan didn't hesitate. It was soon followed by the next step. There was more sweat on Li Qingyang's face. Beads of sweat drenched all the clothes on his body. He gritted his teeth, hands trembling. He took another step down. Yi Linfan saw this. Follow the next step as fast as you can. Li Qingyang watched the move. The whole body was already shaking violently. City lordly. Forget it. Seeing this, Yi Linfan slowly said. When Li Qingyang heard this, he could only let out a long sigh. I admire Mr. Ye's skill in chess. Yi Linfan said indifferently. Playing chess is just a small way. Cultivation is just the right way. So there is no need for City lordly to care. The crowd heard the words. Couldn't help but be physically shaken at the same time. That's right. Playing chess is ultimately a side issue. Martial arts training is the right way to go. The way of the martial arts. Focus on the long term. Why get hung up on the gains and losses on a square-inch chessboard? The crowd looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable admiration. Not bad for a man of the world. A random sentence. It is the sound of the great Tao. I'll go make you all a pot of tea to drink. Yi Linfan put the pieces into the chess box and said with a smile. Chapter 154, Unusual Spiritual Tea. Chapter 154, Unusual Spiritual Tea. Thank you, Mr. Yi, the crowd said in unison. Such a powerful person personally made tea for himself. It made them feel very honored, and very ecstatic again, because they all know it well. Yi Linfan's tea was no ordinary tea. Instead, it's spiritual tea. Of the four, only Mo Yunfeng hadn't drank spirit tea, but he had already heard of spirit tea's reputation. I was finally able to drink it today. It also made him very excited. It didn't take long. Yi Linfan then came up with a pot of tea. He poured the teapot into a cup. A refreshing and incomparable aroma of tea filled the air. It made the whole room even more smoky. This tea is just a sniff. It had already caused the spiritual energy in the crowd's bodies to flip wildly. Not bad for a spiritual tea. Definitely a first-class heavenly treasure in the world. Such a spiritual tea. Don't talk about drinking on weekdays. It's hard to even hear it. But here in Yi Linfan, such spiritual tea, however, was only used to greet guests. Have to say, Yi Linfan's handiwork was really big. Gentlemen, please, Yi Linfan said with a smile. The crowd had heard the words and had been impatient for a long time. At the same time a tilt of the head, drinking the spirit tea in the cup in one go. Tea entrance. An incomparably sweet tea flavor echoed between their teeth. Flavors like this keep them coming back for more. It's like the soul is floating on a cloud. Floating. I don't know where I belong. The tea quickly entered their bodies. Wind chimes was the lowest in strength. The response is also the fastest. Her body jolted. Strength began to rise like crazy. The 8th level of the realm of transformation. 9th level of the realm of transformation. Dan realm 1. The 2nd level of the Dan realm. Dan realm triple. He kept breaking through until he reached the 4th level of the Dan realm before stopping. The other 3 were all stronger than Feng Zhonger. It was natural to have a clear view of Feng Zhonger's breakthrough. An expression of incomparable shock appeared on their faces at the same time. It's horrible. It's just a cup of tea. Surprisingly, he let Feng Zhonger break through 6 realms. This is if you drink spiritual tea regularly in the future. How would it take much time to break through to the Saint realm? The one who was most shocked was Mo Yunfeng. He had previously been skeptical of Li Qingyang's evaluation of spirit tea. Now it seems, what Li Qingyang nonetheless said was not a lie. It even underestimated the effectiveness of spiritual tea. Just then, the spiritual energy in his body also began to churn. The spiritual energy in his body ushered in a surge. He had only broken through the 6th level of the sacred realm 2 days ago. This cup of spiritual tea. Surprisingly, it allowed him to directly touch the threshold of the 7th level of the Saint realm. Breaking through the 7th level of the Saint realm was just a matter of time. If one cultivates at a normal rate, trying to break through to this level, at the very least, 30 years of hard work. That is to say, this cup of tea, enough to save him 30 years of work. He then had instantly separated himself from martial artists of the same class by 30 years.
This caused Mo Yunfeng to become incomparably excited.
Li Qingyang and Feng Wuhan similarly did not make a breakthrough, but they had also all touched the threshold of the next realm. The breakthrough was merely a matter of time.
They were just like Mo Yunfeng. Saves decades of work. Mr. Yi, why don't you drink tea? Wen Chime asked curiously. This spirit tea is a good thing. Why is Yi Linfan not drinking? I don't like tea. I usually drink something else.
Yi Linfan said with a smile.
Drink? Wen Chime asked suspiciously. The crowd in the house. Only Li Qinyang knew the answer. Just drink this.
Yi Linfan pointed at a shelf not far away and spoke. What was on the shelf was none other than the Extreme Spirit Milkstone. The Extreme Spirit Milkstone was covered by Yi Linfan with a piece of cloth, so the crowd didn't notice. When Yi Linfan uncovered the cloth, the crowd then responded. It turned out that there was even an extremely high-quality Spirit Milkstone here.
The Extreme Spirit Milkstone was the heirloom of Li Qingyang. It's something everyone knows.
Now this Extreme Spirit Milkstone had unexpectedly appeared here.
The only possibility is,
Li Qingyang unexpectedly gave Yi Linfan the family heirloom with both hands. I'm sure it's shedding blood.
Especially Mo Yunfeng. There was already some admiration for Li Qingyang.
Extreme spiritual milkstones were precious though, but compared to the cup of spiritual tea just now, it's barely even scum. It was ridiculous that he had been a bit reluctant to part with his 9 heavenly Qilin Pei before, but after seeing Yi Linfan's Qilin Pei, he suddenly felt that his unicorn pendant was a bit out of reach. But this 9 heavenly Kirin Pei was really already the best thing within the governor's residence.
Except for this jade pendant, anything else would be out of reach. As for Windless, on the other hand, there was immense remorse in his heart. It's a shame he came in a hurry today, didn't bring a gift. After all, Yi Linfan had given a caddy of spirit tea to himself, and one doesn't even return the favor. I'm afraid I'll make this Jedi angry, he decided. When we get back, be sure to bring a generous gift at the first opportunity. Only this. It was only then that he could completely hook up with this godlike figure in front of him. As for what to send, Windwushu already had a conclusion in his mind. Wait until next time. He then planned to bring it over. The Extreme Spirit Milkstone appeared as soon as it did. The temperature in the room then plummeted. But, the crowd present, except for Winchim, everyone else was a Saint Realm powerhouse. Such low temperatures couldn't affect them. Only Winchime was a bit unable to carry it. But, Feng Wuhan placed his palm on her back. The spiritual energy was ferried into her body, dispelled the chill right out of it. At this point, Yi Linfan had already taken out a cup and placed it underneath the Extreme Spiritual Milkstone. When Mo Yunfeng saw this, he was puzzled. In his heart, he was well aware of the urbane nature of the Extreme Spirit Milkstone. There were only 2 drops of cold ice spiritual liquid in a month, so he doesn't understand. What exactly did Yi Linfan want the Extreme Spirit Milkstone for? Windless was also very clear. The same doubts existed in his heart as Mo Yunfeng's. Have a Sprite, Yi Linfan said indifferently. Soon, except for Li Qingyang, the other 3's eyes were about to glaze over, only to see that the Extreme Spirit Milkstone immediately began to flow out Xian Ice Spirit liquid. The glass was soon filled. Mo Yunfeng ruthlessly despised the Extreme Spirit Milkstone in his heart. This stinking rock is really meticulous. It's amazing that you can still watch people. When he had gone to Li Qingyang's city lord's mansion to ask for the Xian Ice spiritual liquid, only 1 drop, no more. Didn't realize. It came into Yi Linfan's hands. That's what it's come to. It's like a piece of that sees the wind. Nope. It's little rock. Yi Linfan picked up the cup filled with Xian Ice spiritual liquid. Among the cups, the cold ice spiritual liquid kept bubbling with white mist. This fog is chilling. Even the Saint Realm experts present felt a chill. Mo Yunfeng and Feng Wuhan gulped. Is Yi Linfan planning to drink this? Next, Yi Linfan's movements made them stare. Only Yi Linfan tilted his head, drinking the entire cup of Xian Ice spiritual liquid all the way down. Chapter 155, I want to stay for dinner. Chapter 155, I want to stay for dinner. Mr. Yi, don't. Mo Yunfeng was shocked at the sight. He was well aware of it. How overbearing the Xian Ice spiritual liquid really was. He himself dared to drink only a drop at a time. And after this drop is drunk, it would take him half a month to refine it. If one drank 2 drops of Xian Ice spiritual liquid in one go, he'll absolutely freeze to an ice sculpture. Yi Linfan, on the other hand, drank a whole cup at once. It was uncountable how many drops of Xian Ice spiritual liquid it was. Mo Yunfeng thought to himself, Yi Linfan would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. However, Li Qingyang leaned over at that moment. In a low voice, he said to him, Governor, don't panic. Mr. Yi will be fine. Mo Yunfeng's face was filled with disbelief when he heard this. What a joke. This is the Xian Ice spiritual liquid. If you were to change yourself, drinking such a large glass, it would have died 100 times over a long time ago. However, soon he realized, Li Qinyang was right. Yi Linfan finished drinking. Not only were they not frozen into ice sculptures. Instead,
he smacked his lips. A look of reminiscence appeared.
It's good. It's just too good. How can you have just one cup of something so good? One more cup.
Yi Linfan placed the cup under the Extreme Spirit Milkstone again. The Extreme Spirit Milkstone cooperated by dropping the Xian Ice Spirit liquid.
Not a moment too soon. The cup is filled again. Silky white mist drifted up from the glass. Even the outside of the cup was covered in a layer of frost. The coldness on this layer of frost was amazing. If it was someone like Mo Yunfeng, would never dare to touch this cup, because they are not able to carry the chill. However,
Yi Linfan didn't care at all.
He reached out and picked the cup right up. It's like they don't even care about the frost on the glass. Actually,
the frost on the cup really couldn't hurt him either. He picked up the cup and once again drank the Xian Ice Spirit liquid in one gulp.
Comfortable.
Yi Linfan took a long breath and shouted.
Except for Li Qinyang.
The other three had long been dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen someone drinking Xian Ice spiritual liquid as water.
Is this the strength of an immortal? Surely you can't speculate according to common sense. Next, Yi Linfan drank 3 more cups. Only then did he burp contentedly.
And the crowd had progressed from shock to numbness at this. Perhaps,
on a supreme master like Yi Linfan, it's not surprising that anything outlandish happens. The time for dinner has come. Why don't you all stay and have a meal?
Yi Linfan said slowly.
Mr. Yi is polite. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Feng Wuhan said immediately. It's been a long time since I bothered here today. If you still stay for dinner, that would be unintelligent. Mo Yunfeng and Li Qingyang sniffed. In his heart, he immediately cursed Feng Wuhan for being a fool. Yi Linfan's cooking was no ordinary meal. An opportunity delivered to your door. Surprisingly, I just shrugged it off. What's not a douchebag?
Mo Yunfeng originally had no idea how marvelous Yi Linfan's cooking was, but Li Qinyang had already told him. So, when he heard Yi Linfan say dinner, he burst into a double take. And yet it didn't occur to me. Wind Wushu would surprisingly refuse. If it weren't for image concerns, he really wanted to jump up and curse Feng Wuhan to death.
In that case, forget it.
Yi Linfan nodded and said, since the crowd is leaving.
Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Mr. Yi, I want to stay for dinner. I haven't eaten your cooking for a long time. I really miss it. Li Qingyang said in a hurry. This is a rare opportunity. He didn't want to miss it. Me too.
I've long heard from Prime Yang that Mr. Yi's craftsmanship is unique.
I must taste it today.
Mo Yunfeng said with a smile.
Windless saw this. The eyes widened at once.
He hadn't expected these 2 big shots to make a point of staying for a meal.
Could there be anything else extraordinary about Yi Linfan's cooking? Feng Wuhan was at least the head of a clan.
He is naturally superior in heart and intellect. The reason for this was soon guessed. How could he take this loss? So he deliberately moved his spiritual power.
Make your stomach rumble. Mr. Yi, I suddenly feel hungry as well. So why don't I stay for dinner? Feng Wuhan said with a smile. Of course there's no problem. Today we're having dog meat hot pot.
Yi Linfan nodded and said. The body of the last black dog demon had been stored in his freezer. Originally he didn't have a freezer here. But then Shu Mingyang landed to send a cold ice pearl to him. He then placed the cold ice pearl in a room. Turned this room into a freezer.
I'll get ready. Yi Linfan got up and left. Sovereign Wind, weren't you going to leave? Why did you suddenly change your mind?
Li Qingyang asked with a smile. There must be a reason why Lord Governor and City Lord Li had to stay for dinner.
In that case, how could I possibly leave? Feng Wuhan laughed. Worthy of being Patriarch Feng, he is indeed a smart man.
Li Qingyang similarly laughed out loud.
What is so extraordinary about Mr. Ye's cooking? Feng Wuhan asked with great curiosity.
You'll see when the time comes, Li Qingyang said with a mysterious smile.
After a while,
a voice reached the ears of the crowd.
Fondue is here. The person who spoke was none other than Yi Linfan.
The crowd only felt a wave of heat coming over them.
It instantly baked them into a sweat. The crowd looked up. Only Yi Linfan was seen pushing a cart.
The car has a little stove up here. There was a small pot next to the small stove.
The skillet is covered. The crowd wondered what was in it. Only after the crowd saw the pot,
a look of incomparable shock appeared on his face. This was because the top of this pot was unexpectedly covered in green-colored Tao rhythms.
Obviously, this pot was actually a top-tier immortal weapon. The crowd couldn't help but gulp.
Using top-quality immortal weapons as cooking utensils.
I'm afraid that only Yi Linfan has such a grandiose handiwork.
A small wooden bucket sits next to the skillet.
The small wooden barrel is also covered. I don't know what's in it. Followed by some dishes. And some sauce.
It was the first time the crowd had seen such a way of eating. It was a refreshing feeling. Yi Linfan placed the stove on the table. The inside of the stove was filled with coals.
It wasn't lit. All of you are martial artists. Help me light the stove a bit, Yi Linfan said slowly. Actually, he's going overboard with this request. A martial artist's spiritual energy isn't used to make fire. But Li Qinyang didn't care about that. He just wanted to eat early. For being able to eat Yi Linfan's stuff, it's just a heavenly opportunity. And he's very clear. Yi Linfan wants to pretend to be ordinary, is definitely not going to make a move. So, make a fire out of your own hands. It could also leave a good impression on Yi Linfan. What's not to like about this? And so, he extended his right hand and waved it at the fireplace. Chapter 156 Dog Meat Hot Pot is Delicious. Chapter 156 Dog Meat Hot Pot is Delicious. Li Qingyang waved his hand at the stove. There was only a flash of red light. A fist-sized ball of flame fell into the fireplace. Boom! The flames instantly set the fireplace on fire. The fire was hot. It colored the whole house red. Yi Linfan saw this. A hint of incomparable envy appeared on his face. It's just too handsome. Casually a ball of flame. This hand if placed in his previous life. It's used to flirt with girls. Definitely a tease. It's just a shame. There was no way he could have become a martial artist in his own lifetime. Yi Linfan sighed helplessly. One may be the worst traveler of all. Other travelers awaken the system. Just go straight to the top of your life. And he awakened the system. But straight up abandoned by the system. This is literally the scrappy template crossover. And there's not a glimmer of hope for a comeback in sight. But Yi Linfan quickly gathered himself. The mood couldn't be worse. Gotta eat too. There's nothing in this world that a hot pot can't fix. If there is, that's 2 meals. He immediately placed the pot on top of the stove. The fireplace had a nice fire going inside the pot. Soon there was a mist rising out of the lid of the pot. Yi Linfan saw this, knowing that the soup base has boiled, so he immediately opened the lid of the pot. A strong scent instantly filled the air. The fog rose from the sky. It made the fog inside the house thicken. The scent is strong. Let the crowd take a whiff. Then I feel like eating my fingers. Surprisingly, saliva was already welling up in the taste buds. The crowd looked into the pot. An expression of incomparable shock appeared on his face. Only the soup base in the pot split into 2 colors. The center is separated by a curved steel partition. It looks like a gossip. Among this gossip, Taoist rhythms surged. The breath of heaven is alive and well. Make it in the soup. It also contained an amazing Taoist flavor. The crowd looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable awe. Such a tactic is just horrible. Surprisingly, it was able to confine the power of the heavenly Tao within the pot. Such tactics. It's really beyond the realm of mortals. No wonder Li Qingyang kept saying that Yi Linfan was an immortal. There really is no mistaking it. At this point, Yi Linfan had already started to help the crowd mix the sauce royale. He said slowly, when eating hot pot, the most important thing is the sauce. And when the sauce is well seasoned, the food is more flavorful. The sauce was quickly made. He put a bowl of sauce in front of each of them, then picked up the small wooden bucket. He opened the small wooden barrel, took the contents out. The crowd took a look. There was a sharp intake of cold air. Only Yi Linfan took out a single plate. The plate was filled with dog meat. Dog meat is not uncommon. To the shock of the crowd, these dogs were surprisingly average in thickness and size. And these dogs are sliced very thin. It is so thin and transparent that it is as crystal clear as crystal. That's what made the crowd suck in their cold breath. Being able to make it to such a point, that would prove that Yi Linfan's level of swordsmanship had reached the realm of being as meticulous as he wished. Such a realm. No one under the sun has been able to reach it yet. Have to say, these plates of dog meat, it made the crowd refresh their knowledge of Yi Lin's strength once again. No wonder Mr. Yi was so strong. Turns out he was even cutting meat. Also practicing swordsmanship. It looks like you can follow suit in the future. Practice swordplay anytime, anywhere. Like chopping wood. Like chopping vegetables. Like hunting. The crowd thought darkly in their minds. But they were still quickly taken in by the dog meat. The dog was still brightly greased on top. It looks appetizing. Mr. Yi, how do I eat this? Mo Yunfeng swallowed his saliva and asked. Okay, I'll demonstrate first. Yi Linfan picked up a piece of dog meat, placed the dog inside the spicy soup base and swish it around a couple times. He likes spicy food. The dog meat was quickly shabu-shabu. He dipped the dog in the sauce, then put the dog in his mouth. Delicious, just delicious. Yi Linfan let out a long sigh and said, you guys eat it too. You can choose to have it spicy or not. He immediately greeted the crowd and said, me first. Mo Yunfeng immediately picked up a piece of dog meat, followed Yi Linfan's example and shagged. After dipping in the sauce, eat the dog in your mouth. The moment the dog meat hits your mouth, the expression on his face froze. This dog meat is just too good. Mo Yunfeng let out a gasp. Dog meat once in the mouth. Oily but not greasy. The meaty flavor reverberates among the taste buds. It made him linger.
It was as if one's soul had been sublimated. It made him so delicious that he almost ate his own tongue. You should know that Mo Yunfeng is the governor. It's also a great way to taste all the flavors of the world. But no piece of deliciousness compares to the seemingly ordinary dog meat in front of you. Dog meat is eaten in the belly. In an instant, a Taoist rhythm filled the air. It caused the spiritual energy in his body to grow by a hair. It brought him one step closer to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. He's very clear. This is because of the Taoist flavor contained in the soup base. That's why the dog meat is shaken in the soup base. It just contains a hint of Taoism. Mo Yunfeng immediately looked at the dog meat with both eyes glowing. If you eat more dog meat, the Tao rhythm in his body was increasing. Will it just break right through? Think about it. He immediately started chucking up a second piece of dog meat. Started eating it. Others see it. And not to be outdone, there was no way they would let Mo Yunfeng eat alone. So they too immediately joined the scrambling army. After they ate a piece of dog meat, all of them also revealed the same reaction as Mo Yunfeng. Moreover, the spiritual energy in their bodies had grown because of the Tao rhyme. The crowd began to wind up and wolf down the food. This dog meat is not only delicious, it also grows psychic power. It's natural to have a little more than you can eat. Only these 4 martial artists with status and position were seen. Soon eat a mouthful of grease. If this image of them is seen by outsiders, it's sure to drop everyone's jaws. When Yi Linfan saw this, he was secretly amused in his heart. Don't look at these martial artists who have always been high and mighty, but it's actually pretty pathetic. I can't believe I've never even had fondue. It seems the world, there is a real dearth of food. Since I'm such a good cook, why don't I just open a restaurant someday? Yi Linfan said with a sudden thought. But, he thought better of it. Being a slacker myself, opening a restaurant is just too tiring. One doesn't know how to practice anyway. It will pass away in a few decades. It's better to live an easy life. And thankfully, his idea, the crowd in the room didn't know. Otherwise it would have stopped him. It was important to know that the meals Yi Linfan cooked were all cultivation enhancing. If he opens a restaurant, letting all martial artists break through was as simple as eating and drinking. Wouldn't that be a world of chaos? So, good resources only need to be in the hands of a few. That is the basic principle of stability in the world. It didn't take long. All the dog meat was all eaten. Chapter 157, The 9 Heavenly Qilin Pellet. Chapter 157, The 9 Heavenly Qilin Pellet. The crowd rubbed their rolled bellies, slumped helplessly in his chair. Their mouths are full of oil at this point, but don't even bother to wipe it off, because they're still coming back to the dog fondue. It's just out of this world. Not only is it delicious, and it can enhance cultivation. Food like this, it's really something that many people don't get to eat in their lifetime. Today they get to eat. It's simply a great opportunity. After all the dog meat is eaten, everyone's cultivation level had broken through. Mo Yunfeng broke through to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Li Qingyang broke through to the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Feng Wuhan broke through to the 5th level of the Saint Realm. The 3 of them, after drinking spiritual tea earlier, Ben was only one step away from breaking through to the next realm. Now after eating all this dog meat that contains the Tao, the spiritual energy in his body climbed once again. Successfully break through to the next realm. Naturally, it's the logical thing to do. The fastest breakthrough was, of course, the wind chimes. Her realm is the lowest. The breakthrough is naturally the fastest. She had directly broken through from the 3rd level of the Dan realm to the 7th level of the Dan realm. A full 4 realms had been broken through. You know, before she knew Yi Linfan, it was only a dark realm 4th level martial artist. However, since meeting Yi Linfan, her cultivation was as if she had taken a large tonic. It directly scurried up to the 7th level of the Dan realm. That's a dozen realms. She broke through within a few days. Such breakneck speed, if you pass out, it would definitely put those heavenly prides to shame. Even Feng Zhonger was very confused. It felt like a dream. Did nothing. Just break through to the 7th level of the Dan realm. Mr. Yi is simply amazing. A random shot. It just makes a person incredibly powerful. Although the crowd was feeling well fed, it's a little hard to hold up. But they were all martial artists after all. Digestion is still strong. It didn't take long. It's back to normal. They looked at Yi Linfan with incomparable gratitude. Today's Yi Linfan had already given them a heavenly benefit. Such a benefit. It's a favor they can't afford to pay back in a lifetime. And more than that, they were in awe. Yi Linfan had always thought of himself as an ordinary person. It's also always been verbal. These things are worthless. Tell them not to take it too personally. Did such a great job. Still keeping a low profile and humble. Such a big heart. Such a pattern. It's a real mountain to behold. Perhaps, only immortals from the immortal world. It's the only way to have such a heart, I guess. Mr. Yi, in order to repay you for saving my life, I would like to give you a gift. Mo Yunfeng said. although he felt that his 9 heavenly Qilin pay was already a bit out of reach. But it had been the most valuable thing in his governor's mansion. Giving away stuff like this, it's already his greatest sincerity. What is the Governor General doing being so polite? Yi Linfan asked with some surprise. Mr. Yi has saved my life. It's just a small gift, please accept it, Mo Yunfeng said with a serious expression. Having said that, he pulled out the 9 heavenly Kirin pay and offered it with both hands in front of Yi Linfan. As soon as the 9 heavenly Kirin pay appeared, there was just a faint majesty that filled the air. The hearts of the crowd immediately felt a tremor. Above the jade pendant, the unicorn comes to life. It was like a real unicorn on top of a jade pendant. Need to know the ancient times. Birds of prey are predominantly phoenixes. The beasts are honored by the unicorn. The unicorn is the pride of the beasts of prey. It has its own aura of a king. It emanated from above the jade pendant. This is the 9 heavenly Kirin pay? Wimless exclaimed. He was very surprised indeed. He was surprised. In order to get on good terms with Yi Linfan, it's not just Li Qingyan who was willing to put down blood money. The extreme spirit milkstone was given to Yi Linfan. Now Mo Yunfeng had also put down blood money. Even the 9 heavenly Kirin pay was given away. Looks like his next visit. Be sure to bring your best one. Only this. It was only then that he could maintain a good relationship with a supreme master like Yi Linfan forever. Yi Linfan heard at first that Mo Yunfeng wanted to give a gift to himself. Was going to say no, but he was seeing that Mo Yunfeng was giving away a jade pendant. He couldn't say no if he refused, because just now he was in a life and death situation. It was a jade pendant that saved his life. Now this jade pendant of Mo Yunfeng's looked much more powerful than the one Lin Langtian had given him. Certainly the state he was in before he moved the knife to the Kirin pay. It's probably an unbelievable treasure. 2. Originally he thought that the martial artists of this world, all because of people like these people he knew, very friendly. But after this incident with the white-bone supremacist, he felt it deeply. The world is still very dangerous. Something to save your life. It's better to have more than one. And after hearing Feng Wuhan's voice, Yi Linfan finally made up his mind. The jade pendant was taken directly. Thank you, Lord Governor, Yi Linfan said with a smile. Mo Yunfeng saw that Yi Linfan had taken the 9 heavenly Qilin pay. There was a great rush of joy. He knew it in his heart. Yi Linfan didn't mind his own stuff. And that proves it. Yi Linfan intended to continue dealing with him, being able to maintain a long and good relationship with a Jedi. It was also a sign to ensure that he, and his family, would continue to be strong on the continent. Nowadays, he was able to hook up with Yi Linfan. Later his position as governor, it will be rock solid. No one will ever be able to shake it again. After Yi Linfan got the jade pendant, loved it too. Under the inculcation of the system, he also became a man who knew jade. So, he could tell at a glance. The material of this 9 heavenly Kirin pay is very precious. It was at the very least 10 times better than the piece of Qilin pay that Lin Langtian had given him. Yi Linfan looked at the Qilin on the jade pendant. There was a bit of a technical itch again. Because he felt that the unicorn on the jade pendant was lifelike though, but it always still feels as if it's dead. It's like having no soul. He wanted to give this griffin a soul. Give all carvings a soul. It was a phrase the system used to say when teaching him to carve. So he slowly said, Lord Governor, I feel that this Qilin is as good as dead. I wonder if I can transform it. Mo Yunfeng couldn't help but frown at his words. The 9 heavenly Kirin pay is very precious, and it's worth a lot of money. And Yi Linfan actually wanted to remodel. In case of damage, wouldn't it be a shame? But, after thinking about it for a long time again, Mo Yunfeng still said, this jade pendant is already yours. You can do whatever you want. Anyway, he had already gotten so many benefits from Yi Linfan. A mere piece of the 9 heavenly Kirin pay. If it's ruined, it's ruined. Moreover, the material of the 9 heavenly Kirin pay was not an ordinary material. It's not something you can just remodel. In that case, I'll be polite. Yi Linfan saw that Mo Yunfeng didn't refuse. So out came his carving knife.